Chapter 1. Fear not the D-class vehicle, for I possess the unique SSS class skill. Upon a colossal planet, a labyrinth of intricate asphalt roads sprawled endlessly. Buzz, as a melodious chime resonated, luminous white orbs descended upon each thoroughfare. Hiss, Lin Mu rubbed his temples and slowly opened his eyes. The blinding white light caused him discomfort. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be playing a game? Welcome to the road survival world. Commencing random vehicle selection. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a D-class quality vehicle garbage collection truck. Ding. Random treasure, chest distribution in progress. Ding. Random completion. Wishing you a pleasant journey. In a mere 10 seconds, a chest suddenly materialized in Lin Mu's hands, and he felt a force pulling him outward. The asphalt road erupted with shattering light orbs, revealing a procession of vehicles. From tricycles to tank trucks, they varied in size. Lin Mu shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight. Through the windshield, he glimpsed a straight road flanked by lush grasslands. In his grasp lay a leather suitcase. What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? He pinched his thigh. Hiss. That hurt. This was no dream. Had he truly been transported to a realm of survival? At that moment, a translucent, pale blue screen materialized before him, accompanied by a voice that echoed in his ear as text began to scroll. Welcome, fortunate ones, to the road survival game. Here are the rules. Please adhere to them. Master your vehicle, as it is your sole option. To assist players in surviving, here are some friendly reminders. 1. Each player is randomly assigned an initial mode of transportation, along with a treasure chest. 2. Various supply crates containing essential survival resources will be randomly scattered along the road and its surroundings. Remember, only by continuously driving forward can you discover more resources. The system will automatically assess the items you acquire. 3. Supply crates may contain not only resources but also unknown risks. Trust in your luck and be brave. 4. Upgrade your vehicle promptly, as a higher-grade vehicle will better shield you from dangers. The vehicle is truly vital. 5. Traveling at night poses greater risks, yet the number of resource crates is more than double that of daytime. Opportunities come with risks. Choose wisely. 6. The human heart is a subject worthy of profound exploration. 7. Every 7 days, a crisis will occur. Prepare accordingly before it strikes. The first calamity is the wrath of winter. 8. Do not recklessly court death, unless you possess special items. 9. Only physically fit adults of suitable age may participate in this game. The elderly, children, and others who do not meet the criteria will not partake. 10. Should you encounter a fork in the road, choose carefully, for each path leads to different destinations. 11. For further inquiries, please silently reflect on the game panel. End of game announcement. Survive. Having attentively absorbed the system's announcement, Lin Mu gazed at the screen before him. As the system's voice faded, a book appeared in his backpack. He attempted to open it, and the screen displayed the voice's previous words once more. So I have indeed entered a realm of road survival. Though it seemed surreal, it appeared to be the case. Upon closing his backpack, a simple panel manifested before Lin Mu's eyes. It contained merely 7 options: World Channel, Regional Channel, Workbench, Mailbox, Trading Hall, Vehicle Information, Backpack. The first option he opened was Vehicle Information, revealing an image that differed somewhat from his expectations. Vehicle: Garbage collection truck quality, D-class level, LV1 fuel tank, 100L fuel consumption, 1L 15 kilometers. This was not the large garbage truck Lin Mu envisioned, but rather a modified vehicle resembling a wooling van, towing a small garbage storage compartment. Lin Mu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How much better it would have been to receive a tank or a large truck. If the voice's assertions were to be believed, only larger vehicles could truly withstand the so-called dangers. Shaking his head, Lin Mu realized that overthinking served no purpose. He closed the vehicle information that he explore the other options. Workbench, Fuel Tank, Trading Hall were all empty. Next, he opened World Channel, where text danced at an imperceptible speed. Lin Mu could not decipher a single message. He shook his head and closed it, deciding to revisit it later. Then he opened Regional Channel, where the text, though still rapid, moved at a considerably slower pace than the World Channel. Wow, is this real? I wake up in a luxurious RV, complete with air conditioning and a sofa. Even in survival mode, This is quite comfortable. Heh, I'm stuck with a tricycle. What a joke. Who are you people? Stop playing these absurd games. I warn you not to let me discover who is behind this, or I will end you. To the person above, can't you handle this minor issue? Brothers, please stop arguing. Can someone guide me? I can keep you warm at night. Lin Mu scanned the messages. Each player's vehicle varied significantly. Were the distinctions merely functional? It could not be that simple. By the way, doesn't anyone monitor fuel consumption? Messages in the regional channel dwindled considerably, and after about 10 seconds, they erupted like a gushing spring. MYRV consumes 1L for just 1 kilometer. That's unreasonable. Haha, my tricycle manages 1L for 100 kilometers. Lin Mu glanced a few times, but lost interest. The valuable information was scarce, and everyone seemed to be in a state of exploration. He observed the chat channel, where a number 100,000 indicated the population in this region. In the chat area, a number 10 was displayed. Lin Mu casually typed the punctuation mark, and the number changed to 9. You wonder how long one had to wait to send 10 messages. Surely the frequency would be lower than in the world channel. Closing the panel, he turned his attention to the black leather suitcase in his hands. That a random treasure chest. I wonder what treasures it holds. He unfastened 2 buckles and gently lifted the lid, revealing 3 golden orbs before Lin Mu. Cautiously, he placed his hand atop the central orb. An object resembling a token appeared before him, and information regarding the token materialized in his vision. This feature must be the identification the voice mentioned. SSS class vehicle skill unique. Infinite modification. Absorb various materials, items, and vehicles for upgrades. Lin Mu's eyes widened. This was utterly invincible. Chapter 2. Upgrade. Mechanical gathering device. Moreover, it is the sole skill, thus it implies that no one else possesses it. Lin Mu rubbed his overly excited face, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions. Before him lay 2 glowing orbs yet to be activated. He reached into one of the orbs, and a hefty axe materialized in his grasp. Common axe. Quality, durability. 2020. Lin Mu casually discarded it aside. What use did he have for an axe? His gaze shifted to the final orb. Bestow upon me something extraordinary. Preferably another SS-level skill that makes me unparalleled in the universe. With his eyes closed, Lin Mu reached into the golden orb. He felt the weight of the object in his hand and opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at what he held. Why on earth had he received a large chunk of iron? Iron ingot. Note, an essential material for vehicle upgrades and the foundation of many items. Disappointment washed over him. It was far too disheartening. Nevertheless, that singular skill was already sufficient. He activated the skill, and 2 slots appeared below. He placed the axe within, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, he inserted the iron ingot instead. A luminous circle appeared, slowly rotating. It was indeed usable. After 4 to 5 seconds, 3 options emerged below. Option 1. Offensive weapon, extended iron axe, with a strike range of 1 meter near the vehicle's front. Option 2. Rudimentary mechanical arm collection device, extending 5 meters from the vehicle's front. Option 3. Decorative axe. The first 2 options seemed reasonable, but what on earth was the third option? A mere decoration? Who in their right mind would choose that? Lin Mu disregarded the third option and focused on the first 2. After a brief mental calculation, he promptly selected the second option. There was no need for contemplation. The unknown had already indicated to him the optimal choice. Resources. To survive, resources were paramount, and the second option was indeed the best. Upon making his choice, the vehicle emitted a low hum. 10 seconds later, silence returned. Was that all? Suddenly, it felt as though his mind had connected to something. With a mere thought, a slender mechanical arm wielding an axe emerged before the windshield. Is this the modified contraption? It seems rather intriguing. As he focused, the axe performed various actions, albeit somewhat sluggishly. Its agility left much to be desired. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the white snow and a solitary road, there was nothing else. The resource cache must be ahead. It's time to move. Yet, before proceeding, he decided to observe the situation of others. He opened the regional channel, watching the numbers rise to 99, 753. Upon seeing that figure, Lin Mu was momentarily stunned. What on earth? In just a few minutes, 250 people had perished. Goodness, That startled me. I opened a resource cache, and a 1-meter-long rat leapt out. Its large incisors nearly devoured me. Don't even mention it, I opened a resource cache, and 3 snakes slithered out. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have met my demise. I was fortunate enough to acquire 3 bottles of mineral water. This water is truly delightful. Hey there, can I exchange a bottle of water for my black stockings? How are you all braving the cold? I'm in a short-sleeved shirt, nearly freezing to death, and my vehicle has no windows. As he perused the incessant stream of messages, Lin Mu gleaned an understanding. People had, to varying degrees, procured supplies. Those who had perished likely fell victim to the creatures that emerged from the resource caches. He glanced at his vehicle. Although it was somewhat damaged, the glass remained relatively intact. As for his attire, he was fortunate not to have donned pajamas while gaming. Otherwise, things would have been dire. Turning the key, a cloud of black smoke billowed from the rear of the vehicle. Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror, exasperated by its condition. Let's go. The vehicle slowly rumbled to life, cruising along the roadway. After traveling a distance, Lin Mu tested the functional capabilities of the vehicle. The radio was broken, the air conditioning non-existent, the hazard lights worked but were ineffective, and there was little else of utility. He had intended to try the handbrake, but considering the already dilapidated state of the vehicle, he opted against it. Opening the user manual, he silently inquired, "How does one upgrade a vehicle? Please access the vehicle information details for the answer." Following the text, Lin Mu opened the details at the very bottom. A line of text appeared. Upgrade materials. Iron ingot X10, wood X20, glass X4. A considerable amount of materials was required. As Lin Mu prepared to exit the interface, his hand froze. A minuscule line of text at the bottom was nearly imperceptible. Consuming a core from a vehicle of the same level can also facilitate upgrades. Hiss. Does this imply that they are encouraged to turn against one another? No wonder, no wonder. The human heart is a complex enigma. Initially, he did not comprehend this, but now it was clear. Absent this phrase, the likelihood of collaboration among them would be exceedingly high. One should not underestimate the cohesion of people from his country. Yet with this phrase, the situation was no longer certain. How troublesome it is to gather materials, how simple it is to consume a vehicle. But where is the core of this vehicle? He examined the various components of the vehicle. Everything present was a standard part of a vehicle, and he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Ding, something caught Lin Mu's eye. A round, crystal-like white object hung from the rearview mirror. Could this be it? Yet his identification ability did not provide any prompt until he placed his hand upon the crystal, revealing information on the holographic screen. Vehicle core level, LV1 capacity. 1 person. Capacity? 1 person. Does this imply that as the level increases, more individuals can be accommodated within this vehicle? The front of the vehicle can consume others, while the rear may potentially seat more. What does this all signify? Confounded, Lin Mu shook his head. Such matters were of no concern to him. If it were not for that SS level ability, he might have considered collaboration with others. But now, with this ability in his possession, did he still require allies? Lin Mu closed the information before him and subsequently opened the trading hall. Now products had appeared, though the prices seemed utterly outrageous. 500 milliliters mineral water X1. Exchange for 10 iron ingots. Iron ingot X1. Exchange for a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water. Charred rat meat. Exchange for a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water. IT was chaotic, far too chaotic. Chapter 3. Is this what you call a remedy for nighttime driving? Lin Mu shook his head in disappointment. This held no meaningful reference. The pricing seemed purely based on personal whims, and it would be a miracle if anything sold. He switched off the panel and focused intently on driving. His speed was modest, a mere 60 kilometers per hour, which was, in fact, the vehicle's maximum velocity. However, he was unperturbed. Speed bore little significance to him at this moment, and he surmised that others were not faring much better. The task of gathering resources was already enough to keep them occupied. The odometer's digits fluctuated as he soon covered a distance of 10 kilometers. A box appeared before him, lying across the road. He halted the vehicle 4 meters away from the box, and in a moment of inspiration, the collection device extended from the front of the car. Lin Mu maneuvered the axe to strike the box. With a sharp crack, the box sprang open, but before he could discern its contents, they vanished. What? Was the box empty already? He didn't even need to alight from the vehicle? Such fortune! He had anticipated using the collection device to open the box before retrieving the contents himself. Instead, the items had simply been transferred to his spatial backpack. Lin Mu gazed at the box on the ground, wondering if it could not be collected. Was it of no use? He prodded the wooden box with the collection device, but it yielded no response. After a moment's contemplation, he maneuvered the vehicle closer to the box. After ensuring his surroundings were safe, he swiftly opened the car door, reached out, and closed it seamlessly behind him. He attempted to place the box into his backpack, but it remained cradled in his arms. Shaking his head, he casually tossed it onto the passenger seat, deciding to explore it later. He opened the panel, and the recent actions information materialized in the blank space. Congratulations! You have opened a wooden resource box and obtained 100 G of bread X1. Lin Mu stared blankly at the information displayed. Was that all? Casting a glance at the wooden box beside him, he found it rather meager. He opened the book and inquired within his mind. How many types of resource boxes are there? There are 6 categories of resource boxes: wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Additionally, there is a blind box type. The higher the grade, the better the resources obtained, along with more formidable dangers encountered. Blind box resource boxes may yield anything. Well then, is the lowest grade box this disappointing? He started the vehicle and continued forward. Every so often, Lin Mu encountered another box. Sometimes on the road, sometimes beside it. But the distances were evidently not great. Even if they were, he could drive closer and utilize the device to open the boxes. Since his first encounter with a box, he had traveled a total of 15 kilometers, discovering 6 boxes in total. For wooden boxes, 1 black iron box, and 1 silver box. Lin Mu considered himself fortunate, having encountered no dangers whatsoever. He could not fathom how others had faced peril. This didn't seem dangerous at all. He cast a glance at his backpack, which contained 3 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 2 100 G loaves of bread, 3 iron ingots, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 electronic component. It could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. However, he was uncertain about how to utilize the box beside him. He attempted to engage his modification skill, yet there was no response. It appeared that these resource boxes were not deemed as materials. After traveling a short distance, he discovered a golden chest on the right side of the road. He parked, deployed his collector, and wielded his axe to break it open. The acquisition of supplies was refreshingly straightforward. Suddenly, a startling sight met Lin Mu's eyes. Saber-toothed tiger, danger level. A recommendation, flee. What the hell? A saber-toothed tiger? Surely. This was a mistake. This creature was supposed to be extinct. Nevertheless, everything in this world seemed to operate under its own peculiar logic. If the information urged him to escape, then escape he would. Wait. Don't come any closer, Lin Mu exclaimed in panic, inadvertently striking the saber-toothed tiger with his somewhat unwieldy collector. The blade of the axe sliced a 4 to 5 centimeter gash into the creature's skin, blood oozing from the wound. Hold on, wasn't this a collection device? It possessed the capability to inflict damage? As he gazed at the sharp blade, a sinister smile crept across Lin Mu's face. Hee, little tiger, let us have some fun. He shifted the vehicle into reverse, aligning the front towards the tiger. He swung the axe at the beast, but most of his strikes were evaded, and the wounds inflicted were not particularly severe. Seeing the outcome, the smile on Lin Mu's face faltered. Warning, collector's durability diminishing. Please repair. A holographic screen appeared before him, indicating that the durability had fallen below 10, and repairs required 1 iron ingot. Lin Mu's eyes twitched. He had only just acquired 3 iron ingots, and now 1 was to be consumed. Wait, he had iron ingots. He could utilize wireless modification. Repairs could wait. While maneuvering the vehicle backward, he opened his skill menu and placed 2 iron ingots into the designated slots. Options materialized almost instantaneously. Option 1, reinforcement, increased durability. Pickup range remains unchanged. Option 2, extension, lengthen the connecting rod, achieving a pickup range of 10 meters. Option 3, sharpening. The collector will possess offensive properties, sharpness 5. Pickup range remains unchanged. 3. I choose option 3. Lin Mu exclaimed hurriedly. The tiger was mere moments away. There was no time for options 1 or 2. Buzz. 3 seconds later, the vehicle returned to normal. The previously mundane collector had transformed. The axe blade now boasted an exaggerated crescent shape, reflecting a chilling glimmer. Lin Mu directed the blade towards the tiger. Whether the beast was enraged or simply caught off guard, it did not evade. The axe struck effortlessly upon the saber-toothed tiger's head, embedding itself 4 to 5 centimeters deep. The tiger struggled briefly before succumbing to weakness. Wow, brother. After a brief moment, the once formidable tiger vanished, replaced by 10 pieces of tiger meat, a tiger skin, for tiger bones, and a whip. No, wait. What is that last item? Is it not an incongruous addition? What purpose could it possibly serve? Tiger whip. A single bite induces a thrilling euphoria for 3 hours. Devoid of any side effects. An essential remedy for nighttime driving. Lin Mu fell silent. How could this possibly relate to driving at night? Yet, he had to admit it was indeed a remarkable item. Perhaps he would begrudgingly take a bite when the time came. Lin Mu glanced at the digits that followed, indicating a limit of 10 bytes. This effectively eliminated any possibility of exploiting a bug. As for the rest, they were merely materials and food. Chapter 4. So many have perished again? Yet, there is no apparent danger. After advancing a few more kilometers, Lin Mu collected 4 additional boxes, but encountered no more along the subsequent stretch of road. He observed the distance, noting that the boxes appeared every kilometer. This suggested that the next encounter would likely follow the same pattern. Thus, it seemed that resource boxes were not so difficult to obtain after all. He glanced at the various empty boxes in the back seat and passenger side. Surely they could be repurposed, for discarding them would be a shame. Lin Mu surveyed his backpack. He was quite far from the materials needed for vehicle upgrades. Excluding the 2 iron ingots he had used, he had only 2 remaining. He possessed 4 pieces of wood and 1 piece of glass. At the current pace, he should be able to gather enough by tomorrow. Adjusting his seating position, he casually opened the regional channel. Lin Mu's gaze immediately fell upon the number 99633. Goodness, more have perished? This situation seems devoid of danger, he mused. He had opened 10 boxes and encountered peril only once. How could one die simply by driving off? He had evidently forgotten that he had never exited the vehicle, even retrieving boxes through a mere opening of the door. Brothers, could someone spare me a drink? I can send you stockings. Get lost, you deadbeat. Everyone, don't believe him. He's just a scruffy oaf. Haha, I just shot a wolf with my handgun and got a heap of wolf meat. At this remark, Lin Mu's pupils constricted. There was indeed a handgun. Was that reasonable? The upstairs is impressive. Unlike me, who only managed to acquire a bucket of KFC. By the way, how much fuel does everyone have left? I've just run 100 kilometers, and 20 liters have vanished. There's not a drop of gasoline in the boxes. If I don't find more soon, I'll have to stop. Lin Mu stroked his chin, realizing he had not encountered gasoline either. Most of what he found was water and food, with scant materials. Did this imply that the initial provisions were plentiful? With this thought, he opened the trading hall. Compared to before, the offerings had increased significantly. As anticipated, most items for sale were food and water, with materials in pitifully low supply. Clearly, acquiring materials from this platform was a futile endeavor. Lin Mu closed the interface, his gaze fixed ahead. In truth, whether one observes or not holds little significance. This vehicle has reached its maximum velocity. Regardless of how heavily the accelerator is pressed, it remains at a mere 60. Just as Lin Mu was feeling a sense of ennui, a glimmer of light flashed in the middle of the road. It has arrived. He quickly glanced at the odometer, which read 99 kilometers. This implies that a resource box appears every 100 kilometers, or perhaps one every kilometer. For now, it seems to be the case. As he approached, Lin Mu's anticipation grew, and a broader smile graced his face. With a swift motion, he wielded a sharp axe and struck the resource box. Crack! Lin Mu promptly opened the panel. Congratulations on opening a wooden resource box. You have obtained 10 liters of gasoline. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the acquisition of gasoline. Such fortuitous luck. He certainly did not expect to find gasoline in the very first box. It appears there is no need to fret about fuel shortages. A glance at his remaining fuel reassured him. He had plenty to spare. He hoped that luck would continue to favor him. Rubbing his hands together, he thought to himself that he certainly could not leave the box behind. So he stowed it away in the vehicle. Gazing at the piled boxes, Lin Mu hesitated, pondering whether to discard them. These items could hardly fit in his backpack. Would they prove to be of any use at all? Yet, the silver and gold boxes were tangible treasures he had personally verified, and they certainly did not seem counterfeit. Lin Mu cast another look at the boxes behind him. Better to take them along for now. If necessary, he could always discard the wooden and black iron boxes later. As Lin Mu had anticipated, a box appeared every kilometer. However, the contents were somewhat different from what he had expected, as there remained bread and water, and even canned goods. Nonetheless, he had also collected a fair amount of iron ingots and timber. Upon encountering the 7th box 1 kilometer ahead, Lin Mu noticed something peculiar. This box was adorned with a question mark. He fixed his gaze upon it, refraining from advancing. An informational prompt emerged before him. Mystery box, a resource box that tests one's fortune. Could it be that his luck was so favorable? He had stumbled upon a mystery box. Lin Mu's excitement bubbled over. I hope it yields a Gatling gun. If not, an AWM will suffice. And if that too eludes me, I wouldn't mind an M718. With his hands clasped together, he approached the axe. Boom. Crack. 3 luminous orbs materialized before Lin Mu. He gazed at this spectacle, somewhat bewildered by its implications. He hastily opened the book to inquire further. Within the mystery resource box, anything may manifest. At a minimum, 1 orb will appear, while up to 5 may emerge. Each orb represents an individual item, which could be resources or potential dangers. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Mu swallowed hard. Are there dangers involved? Should I even open it? Could you not confine yourselves within the vehicle? By the way, will these orbs appear inside the vehicle or outside? Perhaps Lin Mu's queries were rather peculiar, as the text in the book took a moment to respond. They will appear within a meter of the mystery box, outside the vehicle. Upon reading this statement, Lin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he remains outside the vehicle, he is safe. May fortune favor me. It must be something useful. Please do not let it be something hazardous. He plunged his hand into the first luminous orb. The orb flickered and returned near the mystery box, dropping a piece of parchment to the ground. Upon contact with the axe, the parchment appeared in his backpack. Blueprint for a mini pure water collector, capable of gathering 100 milliliters of water per hour. A splendid find. Though it is merely 100 milliliters, it suffices for him alone. Upon discovering this treasure, Lin Mu felt even more elated. He hastily thrust his hand into the central orb, and as it landed near the mystery box, its contents spilled forth. Hiss! Who else possesses such luck? He quickly used his axe to stow the items in his spatial backpack. A whole box of fizzy delight. He eagerly retrieved it from his backpack. A complete, unopened crate. He fished out a bottle. The fizzy sensation filled his mouth. How delightful the carbonation was. Refreshing. Compared to the previous blueprint, this was indeed a step down, yet for Lin Mu, it was still a prized acquisition. Moreover, it comprised a total of 24 bottles, quenching both thirst and craving. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the final orb, even if it posed a danger. He was willing to accept it. With the first two already acquired, he felt he had not lost. As the orb burst, Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. A remarkable treasure, truly a splendid find. Chapter 5, Vehicle Upgrade. I wouldn't trade for an SSS-rated vehicle. Vehicle Upgrade card. Elevates the vehicle's level by 1. Such an item exists. Does this mean I need not gather materials? Without hesitation, Lin Mu utilized it. Ding. Vehicle level reached 2, unlocking vehicle traits. Traits? He quickly accessed the vehicle information interface. Vehicle, garbage disposal truck. Quality, D grade. Level, LV2. Fuel tank, 929L 100L. Fuel consumption, 1L per 15 kilometers. Function, minor cold resistance. Insulation, vehicle skill, SSS level vehicle skill. Unique unlimited modifications. Trait, waste utilization. Waste can be fed into the rear garbage processor from the back seat, allowing for the decomposition of corresponding items. Hiss. Impressive. It turns out that upgrading the vehicle to level 2 unlocked 2 additional pieces of information. Furthermore, this trait appears intriguing. It seems to depend on the type of vehicle to unlock related traits. Waste utilization. Lin Mu stroked his chin, inadvertently shifting his gaze to the box beside him. Could these be considered waste? But how is one to employ this mechanism? After searching in vain for a method, he had no choice but to consult the panel. The player and vehicle are in a bound state. As long as the waste is placed within the vehicle, one can use their will to transfer it to the rear processor. The rear processor? Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror, realizing it referred to the refuse compartment behind. Indeed, this setup is rather convenient. He attempted to place the boxes into the refuse compartment at the rear, when suddenly, a black hole emerged from the back seat, directly drawing the boxes inside. Was that the end? Certainly not. How long would it take for these items to yield results? Depending on the type of waste, the time varies, ranging from 30 minutes to 24 hours. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement, finding it somewhat reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Why had he even come to participate in this road survival endeavor if he was still contemplating rationality? Shaking his head, he then noticed that the entire vehicle had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once dull and lifeless central console now gleamed with vitality. And even the radio had come to life. The tattered steering wheel he held was now brand new, and the seats had been upgraded to a knitted fabric. How delightful. It seemed that upgrades had their perks. Moreover, an electronic thermometer had appeared in the upper left corner of the vehicle, displaying 2 temperatures. Outdoor, -5 degrees Celsius. Indoor, 20 degrees Celsius. So, this was what had been mentioned earlier, the importance of upgrading the vehicle. Indeed, it was considerably warmer than before, after the upgrade. The temperature inside the car had noticeably increased. Subsequently, Lin Mu procured a plethora of materials from 3 more boxes. He tossed the empty boxes back into the waste disposal station. With a cheerful whistle, Lin Mu pressed the accelerator, driving along the desolate highway. He glanced at the radio and reached to switch it on. Yet, it emitted no sound, not even a crackle. Utterly useless. The next box location was still 90 kilometers away, requiring an hour and a half of travel time. Seizing this moment, Lin Mu opened the regional channel. Observing the ongoing conversations, he discovered that this semi-transparent interface could be resized and positioned at will within his field of vision. It felt akin to driving while using a mobile phone. After all, he was the sole vehicle on this road. What was there to fear? Someone help me. I'm stuck in an armored vehicle that can only travel 15 kilometers on 1 liter of fuel. Wait, hadn't there been someone who managed 1 kilometer per liter? How could this be worse? This was a road survival game. It was perfectly normal for someone to claim they could travel 10,000 kilometers on 1 liter. What were they thinking? Please, good folks, spare me some fuel so I can at least cover another 50 kilometers. The messages raced past him, and from this information, Lin Mu gleaned a general sense of everyone's location. The farthest traveler had reached 200 kilometers, while the nearest had barely ventured 50. Although he was unsure of any requirements regarding the distance one could cover in a day, Lin Mu surmised that the farther one traveled, the better. He glanced at the numbers, 99, 218. At this pace, it seemed that 2,000 individuals would perish today. In a week, wouldn't that amount to 20,000 lives lost? How utterly brutal. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated from the car's speakers. What was that? Lin Mu looked around, but saw nothing amiss. The persistent chime resonated through the air, causing Lin Mu to furrow his brow. The radio was off, and no other sound sources seemed to be present. What could it possibly be? After several chimes, the noise ceased, leaving Lin Mu perplexed. He shook his head and continued driving, glancing at the chat records on the regional channel. After 5 minutes of no fresh updates, he promptly turned off the regional channel. The messages on the interface suddenly caught his attention, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. It was the sound of the ability, waste utilization. How astonishingly powerful this was. Successfully reclaimed a waste wooden resource box. Acquiring wood X10. Successfully reclaimed a waste wooden resource box. Acquiring wood X10. Successfully reclaimed a waste wooden resource box. Acquiring wood X10. Is this what they refer to as a D-grade vehicle? Even if someone offered him an SSS-grade vehicle now, he would not consider a change, let alone that SSS-grade skill. Would he ever lack materials for upgrading his vehicle in the future? Would he ever lack materials for modifications? Lin Mu's excitement flushed his face crimson, his hands trembling, and his eyes sparkling with joy. Just as he began to calm down, the chime echoed once more. Successfully reclaimed a waste black iron resource box. Acquiring iron ingots X5. Successfully reclaimed a waste black iron resource box. Acquiring iron ingots X5. Incredible. After regaining his composure, Lin Mu opened the world channel. Initially, due to the rapid flow of information, he had not paid close attention. His eyes immediately gravitated to the number in the upper right corner, 5 billion. It seemed to accurately reflect the population of the planet, discounting the elderly and children. He then looked at the central chat area, where the barrage of messages had ceased, leaving only a few final comments. Pickle Nation unknown. What is this place? And why am I here? Sakura Nation unknown. Baka Baka. Who is playing this joke on me? Eagle Sauce unknown. Is this a film crew? Lin Mu glanced at his text box, which displayed the number 1. He casually sent out a question mark, and the number changed to 0. His highlighted text appeared in the dialog box above. Huagua unknown. Chapter 6. Redeeming new blueprints. Lin Mu closed the world channel and opened the trading center. Now that he possessed these items, it was time to purchase some goods, particularly blueprints. Speaking of blueprints, he had yet to examine them. He opened his backpack, which was filled with a plethora of resources. Lin Mu dared to assert that no one in the world could rival his stockpile. He clicked on the blueprint. Would you like to use it? Of course, he would use it. After confirming, the blueprint vanished, and the backpack automatically shifted to the workbench. On the left side of the workbench, a list of craftable items appeared, showcasing not only the small pure water collector, but also longbows, long knives, spears, axes, charcoal, and all other fundamental items that could be crafted here. As long as one possesses the necessary materials, creation is feasible. However, Lin Mu held little interest in these fundamental items. He activated the small pure water collector, which displayed the required materials on the workbench interface. Iron ingots X2, wood X5, plastic X10. The requirements were relatively modest. He possessed everything except for the plastic. It seemed he had rather unfortunate luck, having failed to obtain even a single piece of plastic despite opening 20 chests. Others might say, unlucky? You have a backpack full of materials? Was that even a coherent statement? Lin Mu reopened the trading market, where the array of available items had significantly increased. Initially, there had been only a few scattered offerings, but now they were nearly overwhelming. Moreover, the pricing had become more reasonable. Iron ingot X1, exchange for wood X5, 100g bread, exchange for 500 milliliters mineral water, 100g rat meat, exchange for 250 milliliters mineral water. Most exchanges were rational, save for a few that seemed utterly absurd. For instance, this one, girls' original flavor black stockings, exchange for 100g bread plus 500 milliliters water. At such a price, only a fool would consider it a worthy exchange. Yet, astonishingly, someone had indeed traded for it before his eyes, as the word successfully exchanged appeared instantaneously. What on earth were they thinking? Did they not fear the consequences of such a peculiar choice? Not far from Lin Mu, a chubby boy was driving a wooling van, adjusting his glasses with a lewd grin on his face. In his hand, he held a pair of slightly sour-smelling stockings. Bringing them to his nose, he inhaled deeply, a look of bliss washing over his face as he savored the fragrance. He then casually set the stockings down, his vehicle fluctuating in speed. 3 minutes later, the boy, Looking quite pleased, relisted the stockings at the trading center. Used girl's original flavor black stockings. Exchange for 100g bread plus 500 milliliters water. Who would keep such a thing? A glimmer of excitement sparked in the boy's eyes. Lin Mu had already exchanged for 10 pieces of plastic and 4 pieces of glass, all acquired through wood exchanges. He had yet to utilize any iron ingots. Although he now had a perfect channel for acquiring them, the supply of black iron resource boxes remained limited. Conversely, he had an abundance of wooden boxes, which made trading them feel scarcely regretful. Nevertheless, he had spent 40 pieces of wood for his acquisitions. To him, it was a fair trade. He continued his search. Where were the blueprints? Why had he not encountered a single one? Lin Mu furrowed his brow in frustration. He had been scrolling for 2 minutes and had lost count of how many pages he had sifted through. Surely, in this entire district, 1 or 2 should be available for sale. The sheer volume of items for sale was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to browse effectively. He exited the interface and re-entered. The first item that caught his eye left him utterly perplexed. Was this not the same one from before? What on earth was a used item? Indeed. What Lin Mu observed was the post made by that little chubby fellow. He shook his head and turned his attention away, scrutinizing the interface. Certain that a filtering or search function existed, he enlarged the tablet-sized screen, reducing the vehicle's speed. Upon magnification, Lin Mu spotted a magnifying glass icon in the upper right corner. I have found it. Clicking on it revealed a search box. With a mere thought, the words blueprint appeared in the search field. The search commenced. Instantly, all exchange options vanished, leaving only 3 blueprints. I knew there would be blueprints. Ordinary crossbow blueprint. Exchange for 500 milliliters of mineral water X4, iron ingots X10, wood X20. Note: poor folks need not apply. A flurry of question marks emerged in Lin Mu's mind. Who had the audacity to demand such an array of materials? Without a doubt, he surmised that the other party was merely a step away from upgrading their vehicle. Yet, with 6 days remaining, what was the rush? He possessed all these items, but had no intention of exchanging them. He refused to be a fool in this transaction. USP pistol blueprint. 500 milliliters of mineral water X5. Any food X2, iron ingots X7, wood X5, negotiable, come with sincerity. While this too required a considerable amount, it was for a pistol. Even double the quantity would be inconsequential. Lin Mu turned his gaze to the final option. Small purification water collection device blueprint. Iron ingots X5, wood X5, any food X2. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu decided to exchange for the collection device. Although he already owned one, he could barter this for other items, ultimately incurring no loss. After all, he possessed all the necessary materials. He selected 2 loaves of bread as his food choice. Within 10 seconds of submission, the other party agreed, and a blueprint materialized in his backpack. However, he paid it no heed, as the pistol blueprint remained unexchanged. He promptly accessed the other party's information, but alas, due to the game's protective measures, nothing was visible. He opened the chat. Hello, your price seems a bit steep at this stage. No one possesses such an abundance of items. If you're genuinely selling, please propose a reasonable price. Let us negotiate first. Who knows what might happen? Lin Mu was unperturbed, accelerating the vehicle once more. He glanced at the odometer. They had already traveled 150 kilometers, with 50 kilometers remaining to the next treasure location. This indicated that another wave of income was imminent. Ding! A message arrived. You can reduce the water by 2 bottles, but the rest must remain unchanged. Remember, this is a pistol, not some other item. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu clicked on the blueprint's detailed information. He possessed all the materials, and the demands were minimal. Purchased. Both parties confirmed the transaction. The pistol blueprint was secured. He quickly opened the crafting interface. Opting not to create the pistol but the purification water collection device instead, better sooner than later. Ding. Consumed iron ingots X2, wood X5, plastic X10, production successful. A metallic device, merely half a meter in height, materialized within Lin Mu's backpack. Just as he prepared to extract it, a message leapt into his mind. A 3-dimensional schematic of a vehicle appeared before him. Please select a placement location. Chapter 7. The Forest Python. Snake galls are a precious commodity. Lin Mu gazed at the schematic in bewilderment. Where am I supposed to place it? Am I to suspend it from the ceiling? The interior of the vehicle was cramped, with scarcely any space to accommodate the freshwater device. He began to entertain doubts about the fate of those who had randomly acquired sports cars. Perhaps they were in a worse predicament than he. Given that those vehicles boasted but 2 seats, an idea struck him, though its feasibility remained uncertain. He envisioned dismantling the back seat in his mind. To his astonishment, the representation of the back seat vanished from the schematic. By heavens, it truly can be disassembled. With this newfound knowledge, he wasted no time. He not only removed the back seat, but also the front seat, leaving only the base. Subsequently, he positioned the freshwater collection device atop the protruding section of the passenger seat. Now there's ample space. Yet, one device was insufficient. He would need to fabricate another. Upon returning to the workbench, he realized the materials were depleted. However, why on earth could the blueprint only be utilized once? He had initially intended to create multiple freshwater collection devices to sell at the trading market, and now he was informed that a single blueprint was a one-time affair. This was utterly absurd. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, grateful that he had procured the blueprint earlier. Otherwise, regret would have gnawed at him. He rummaged through his backpack and utilized the remaining blueprint. This is unreasonable, exceedingly unreasonable, he mused. No matter how he pondered the situation, it simply did not add up. He glanced at the materials required for the handgun. USP handgun, iron ingots X2, plastic X2. The requirements were not overly demanding. It was merely that he had no materials left at hand. He noted the mileage. Less than 30 kilometers remained until the next resource collection point, which posed no significant problem. As he traveled the last 10 kilometers, a delightful chime echoed. Successfully recovered a scrap bronze resource chest. Received copper ingots X2. Successfully recovered a scrap bronze resource chest. Received copper ingots X2 for chests. He exclaimed. Copper ingots? That made sense, considering it was a bronze chest. Thus, one could surmise that a gold chest would yield gold, and a diamond chest would yield diamonds. He pondered how others might procure these resources. The final 10 kilometers vanished in an instant. Lin Mu encountered his first chest, and to his surprise, it was a black iron chest. In his previous 2 encounters, the first chests had been wooden, but this time it was black iron. Could it be that the grade of the chests increases with the frequency of encounters? He mused aloud. If this were true, then theoretically, if he drove fast enough, he might even be the first to stumble upon a gold or diamond chest. Alas, with the speed of his vehicle, he could cover a maximum of 720 kilometers in a day. Even if he drove an additional 4 hours at night, he would barely reach 860 kilometers. In a state of continuous operation, dealing with various matters consumes precious time, limiting the distance traveled to approximately 700 kilometers in a day, and that is an optimistic estimate. The journey remains arduous. He maneuvered the vehicle to a position 5 meters from the box, subsequently employing a resource collection device to open it. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource chest. You have acquired 50 liters of gasoline and 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. What a fortuitous start. The box is invaluable, containing 5 iron ingots. The second chest is also a black iron one. The third reveals a bronze chest. The fourth, yet again, is a black iron chest. Oddly enough, it is not a silver chest. Lin Mu examined the panel, perusing the previous records of opened resource chests. Indeed, the progression was not linear, as various grades of chests were interspersed throughout. It seems he had overthought the situation. The 5th chest is a golden one. Lin Mu gazed eagerly at the chest, rubbing his hands together. Fortune come, let all good luck be mine. With a mighty swing of his axe, a colossal serpent's head emerged from within, its body continuously writhing out of the chest. Hiss! What the hell? It's a python. Forest giant python. Danger level. A recommendation, flee. Why is the only suggestion to flee? The serpent S had approached, while its massive body had yet to fully escape the confines of the box. The python's vertical pupils fixated on Lin Mu before it lunged forward, crashing into the windshield. The entire vehicle jolted. Lin Mu, now alert, hastily reversed the vehicle and wielded the axe attached to the collector against the colossal python. Fortunately, the serpent was a large target, allowing the axe to strike with ease. The upgraded axe possessed formidable lethality, inflicting a wound with nearly every blow. Yet, Lin Mu felt a twinge of trepidation, for the python appeared to stretch over 7 meters in length. Encountering such a creature in the wild would likely lead to certain doom. Now he comprehended why so many had met their demise. Without his SSS-grade skill, he might have perished at the hands of a tiger. 3 minutes later, the giant python disintegrated into a stream of light. Lin Mu stared vacantly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, the python launched one final assault, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs aimed directly at the driver's seat. Lin Mu could vividly see the serpent's throat, an utterly chilling sight. Thankfully, the vehicle had undergone an upgrade, enhancing its defense. Otherwise, he would have genuinely worried whether the windshield could withstand such a vicious attack. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Mu accessed the panel. Congratulations, player, on slaying the A-grade forest giant python. You have obtained 1 snake skin, 1 snake gallbladder, 10 pieces of snake meat, and 4 snake fangs. Phew, that is quite a bounty. He glanced into his backpack. The snake skin could be fashioned into armor. Each piece of snake meat weighed 200 grams, far superior to bread for satiating hunger. As for the snake fangs, their potential as weapons was apparent, given their considerable length. And what of the snake gallbladder? Snake gallbladder. After use, it can permanently enhance one's constitution by 5 points. Note, must be ingested. Upon reading this text, Lin Mu found himself perplexed. What does it mean, a 5-point increase in constitution? Is it quantifiable? Yet, there is no personal information panel here, is there? Shaking his head, Lin Mu decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment. The night was fast approaching, and he needed to open the 5 remaining boxes. The subsequent 5 boxes were not particularly high in level, consisting of black iron and silver. They contained merely common materials and supplies, devoid of any special items or dangers. Lin Mu parked his vehicle, immediately tossing the boxes into the pit, utilizing his ability to repurpose waste into materials. He then opened his backpack and nodded in satisfaction at its contents. It was time to make use of the modification function. With such an abundance of items, it would be inappropriate not to modify his vehicle first. The rear seat is no longer of use. He promptly activated the modification skill and placed the rear seat into the system. A slip of paper emerged with 2 options, appearing before him without a moment's contemplation. Lin Mu felt bewildered. Could it be that this function could indeed work with just 1 item? Perhaps that was not entirely implausible. Chapter 8. What have I missed? Who leaves the good options for last? Option 1. Comfortable knitted rear seat. Option 2. Comfortable short knitted single bed. Lin Mu shook his head. The first option would merely result in unnecessary disassembly. As for the second, what difference does it make? Are you merely removing the backrest for me? Lin Mu was at a loss. While the skill was advantageous, the resulting options were somewhat perplexing. After some thought, he decided to toss the front passenger seat into the mix. The options condensed into one, a widened short bed. What madness is this? Do I require a widening? He experimented with several materials, each base being a bed, but varying in style. Using wood, it transformed into a tatami mat. Using iron ingots, it became a reinforced iron bed. Using plastic, an ornamental piece appeared beside the bed. Lin Mu shook his head and removed all the items. He began to experiment one by one, as he had all the time in the world. At 7 o'clock, the sun set, and Lin Mu reduced his speed. He had no choice but to slow down, for he had no high beams, only low beams, and his visibility extended a mere 10 meters. Although it was a straight path with no other vehicles, who could predict if there would be a sudden turn ahead? During this time, Lin Mu had utilized nearly all his materials. While modifications were possible, they were unnecessary. He only expended a few copper and iron ingots to reinforce the vehicle's body. Successfully reclaimed a silver resource box, obtaining 1 silver ingot. Successfully reclaimed a gold resource box, obtaining 1 gold ingot. The last 2 types of treasure boxes had also been reclaimed. Now, only the diamond box remained, yet he had not encountered a single diamond resource box. It seemed that the initial rules indicated that resources were more abundant at night. Perhaps he might still encounter a diamond box after all. Lin Mu glanced at the distance. There were still 30 kilometers to go. At the current speed, he would arrive in no more than 40 minutes. He activated the modification skill and casually placed a silver ingot inside, yet there was no response. He placed another silver ingot into the second slot. This time, the familiar swirling pattern reappeared, indicating potential success. After approximately 20 seconds, 3 options materialized. Option 1. Increase vehicle speed by 10 kilometers per hour. Option 2. Enhance headlight brightness. Option 3. Activate high beam headlights. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, impressed by the SSS level modification feature that could yield such results. He had assumed that enhancements like high beams and speed would only be available after upgrading the vehicle or its core, but to his surprise, they could be modified directly. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. With high beams, his speed would surely increase. Upon selection, the vehicle trembled slightly. Lin Mu attempted to activate the high beams and was astonished to find they indeed illuminated, though the brightness left much to be desired. In this environment, however, it would suffice. He then inserted 2 gold ingots, which also prompted options to appear. This time, he refrained from rushing into a decision. As these materials were not easily obtainable, it was prudent to hold on to them for potential future use. After all, unlike iron ingots, which were relatively accessible, he had yet to find any in his loot. He opened the trading center and noticed a considerable increase in available items, all the same, but with heightened requirements for exchange quantities. Considering his current resources, he had an abundance of meat. Should he trade some for supplies? After browsing through the offerings, he found nothing particularly useful. Successfully recycled 1 plastic bottle, gaining plastic X1? What a revelation. Half an hour ago, he had tossed an empty beverage bottle into the processing device at the back, and it actually yielded something. This implied that nearly anything could be repurposed. He quickly activated the workbench and crafted a stove. Next, he utilized the workbench to fashion some small wooden sticks from lumber and ignited a fire in the stove. Before him, the stove displayed a countdown, 1 hour. After a moment's contemplation, he added another set of wooden sticks, extending the time to 2 hours. He retrieved a piece of snake meat from his backpack and placed it directly onto the stove. The meat also displayed a countdown of 15 minutes, a similarly miraculous feature. Was it truly so simple? One need not know how to cook. Merely placing items on the stove would suffice until the time elapsed, rendering it remarkably user-friendly. Especially for those lacking culinary skills. It truly deserved to be called a game. As the flames flickered, the temperature within the vehicle noticeably rose. He glanced at the thermometer. Outside, -1 degree. Inside, 24 degrees. This was a welcome comfort. Had he known that the stove could elevate the internal temperature of the vehicle, he would have crafted it much sooner. 15 minutes later, he removed the piece of snake meat from the stove. Roasted snake meat 100 g, satiety after consumption, 50. I prepared 200 g of snake meat, and you mean to say only half remains after cooking? Is that not exceedingly unreasonable? Does this thing possess such a high water content? And what on earth is this satiety measure? Upon seeing this, he recalled the snake gall, which also indicated a certain constitution. Lin Mu could only turn to that survival guide for assistance. Pray tell, what is this satiety, and what does constitution entail? Personal information is still being generated. Players need not be anxious. At midnight, you may summon your personal information panel at will. Very well then. May I inquire whether the blueprints in the workbench can only be used once, or can they not be permanently retained? Upon opening the workbench, players are advised to scroll down the side menu to check for themselves. Following this method, Lin Mu opened the workbench and scrolled down the side menu. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of items within the menu. Upon reaching the very end, he indeed found a category for blueprints. When he glimpsed the information displayed on the blueprint, he was utterly taken aback. Small purified water collector permanently unlocked. Small purified water collector blueprint, 12. What the heck? Permanently unlocked? It only requires 2 copies? He had inadvertently used one. Good grief. Beep, beep. The car horn blared urgently. Lin Mu had no idea how many times he slammed the steering wheel. He had missed the opportunity for a permanent unlock. Who could have anticipated this? With such a hidden menu, who would guess there was a blueprint option below? You placed a plethora of axes and knives above. Who could know the blueprints were concealed beneath? Lin Mu had always believed that once a blueprint was used, he could merely return to the workbench to craft it again, only to learn it could be utilized in this manner. Subsequently, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had not consumed the other blueprint, for otherwise, he would be left wondering when this permanent unlock might become available. At that moment, Lin Mu noticed a black iron chest ahead on the road. He had indeed traveled 200 kilometers. Chapter 9. This material is quite easy to obtain. A survival game? Is this all there is? Lin Mu glanced at the odometer. Indeed, he had reached 200 kilometers. As for the blueprint situation, what could be done? He would simply let it go. What else could be done? Regarding other matters, he would address them once he had completed his current tasks. Arriving at the chest, he utilized the gathering device to open it directly. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource chest. You have obtained 100 g of bread x2, braised beef noodles x2. What a delightful find. Lin Mu swallowed hard. This is far tastier than mere bread. He must not forget the chest. After all, it contains iron ingots. Lin Mu hastily tossed the chest into the processing device behind him. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource chest. You have obtained electronic components x2. Glass x4. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest. You have obtained 100 L of gasoline. Small purified water collector blueprint x1. Steel knife x1. The purified water collector blueprint. No wonder it is said that resources are abundant at night. Not only was the supply plentiful, but another blueprint has also emerged. However, what on earth is this steel knife you have given me? Do you expect me to combat a 10-meter-long serpent and a 2-meter-tall tiger with it? Are you insane? Or am I? Lin Mu shook his head and pressed onward. Upon reaching his destination, he spotted a golden chest by the roadside, causing his heart to skip a beat. Surely, this cannot harbor another monster. His hand instinctively moved to the gear shift, ready to engage reverse at a moment's notice. Suddenly a sound. Congratulations on opening the golden resource chest. You have acquired mustard seed stone x1, fabric x5, cotton 100 g x5, KFC family bucket x3. To his astonishment, the golden chest contained such a bounty. Cursed tiger, cursed giant python. Well, no need to curse. It has indeed provided him with a wealth of resources. Although he was unsure of the purpose of the first 3 materials, their names hinted at their potential uses. Tonight, he could indulge in something far more delectable than instant noodles. He was craving KFC. He had grown fond of the treasures hidden within the night's chests, for they brimmed with abundance. Onward to the next. It was a black iron chest, which he opened without hesitation. Demon face mountain demon. Danger level. B. Suggestion. Engage if able, flee if overwhelmed. A large monkey emerged from the chest, its facial patterns glowing eerily under the headlights. With a fierce roar, the demon's sharp teeth were revealed, rivaling those of the giant python. What on earth are you calling a mountain demon? Surely, it must stand 4 meters tall. Though he had encountered mountain demons before, this particular specimen was unlike any he had seen. The creature leaped and clung to the front of the vehicle, lifting it slightly off the ground. Goodness gracious! Lin Mu was taken aback by this sudden assault. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, faced with the menacing visage of the demon, he swallowed hard. Such ferocity! He quickly maneuvered the collector toward its neck. Blood sprayed onto the glass, trickling down as the mountain demon clutched its wound, hopping about chaotically, and within 10 seconds, it lay lifeless on the ground. Lin Mu, still in shock, stared at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. Wasn't your name supposed to sound fearsome? Aren't you classified as a B-level threat? Is this all there is? He had anticipated a struggle akin to that with the giant python, yet it had perished in an instant? Congratulations, player. You have slain the B-level Demon Face Mountain Demon. You have obtained Demon Face X1, Fur X1, Thigh Bone X4. What? What are these? Where's the meat? Where are the teeth? Just these 3 items? Lin Mu shook his head, realizing the truth. After such an easy kill, it was improbable that he would receive anything of great value. Nonetheless, he now recognized his dire need, a weapon. While this collector could indeed kill, its efficacy was somewhat lacking. He proceeded to stow the contents of the chest, then activated the modification skill. He placed the rather useless steel knife within, followed by a piece of iron ingot. Option 1. Offensive weapon. Extend the steel knife. Attack range 1 meter around the front of the vehicle. Option 2. Fixed weapon for the front of the vehicle. Option 3. Steel knife decoration. What on earth do you mean by decoration? Couldn't your modification skill be a bit more intelligent? Even if he were to place a steel knife on the hub, he could endure it. You give me a steel knife ornament. Lin Mu had grown weary of complaining on numerous occasions. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew the choice was obvious. Option 1. The crux of the matter lay ahead, as he dragged the crafted steel knife weapon into the skill bar beneath the modification skill. Indeed, it was a simple act of dragging, a phantom maneuver. Everything present within the vehicle could be subjected to this dragging process. Subsequently, he could proceed with targeted modifications. However, during the modification, the item could not be utilized. This was a discovery made during his experimental endeavors earlier that afternoon. He then placed an iron ingot into the mix. And indeed, there was an extension of range. Perhaps due to the weapon's nature, it extended only by 1 meter, with a 2-meter range added to the knife's own length. The total attack distance reached an impressive 25 meters, which was more than sufficient. Come again. This time, I shall not let you escape. After a moment of contemplation, he began experimenting with various materials. Inserting a silver ingot works. Option 1. Enhance weapon sharpness. Option 2. Increase weapon control sensitivity. He glanced at the attributes of his silver ingot. He desired both enhancements. He proceeded to modify the weapon twice. Upon completion, he tested the weapon's control, finding its flexibility akin to wielding it with his own hands. Not bad, not bad. Now this feels right. He started the vehicle, as there were still 5 boxes remaining to collect. From 4 of the boxes, he obtained Iron Ingot X4, Wood X5, Plastic X2, Braised Beef Noodles X5, Iced Black Tea, 1L, X1, and a Down Jacket X1. This was quite an accessible haul. A survival game, is it? Lin Mu was taken aback to find he had acquired a down jacket. Considering the calamity awaiting him in 7 days, it seemed this item would be universally granted. He planned to check the regional chat shortly. Only 1 resource box remained before he could have a meal. As for traveling, perhaps it was best to forego that and instead enjoy a good night's sleep. After a kilometer, he spotted a larger box than any he had encountered before, positioned in the center of the road. A diamond resource box. Surely, such a resource box could only appear at night? It had to yield something remarkable, otherwise I might just lose my temper. Thud, congratulations. You have opened a diamond resource box and obtained Mustard Seed Stone X2, Rubber X5, Pistol Bullet Blueprint X1. Although the haul contained only 3 items, 2 of them were quite valuable, and one was a blueprint for pistol bullets. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes. He had not misread it. It was indeed a blueprint for pistol bullets. If that were the case, did it mean that the pistol blueprint he had previously exchanged for was simply for the pistol itself? Without bullets, it was rendered useless? Lin Mu suddenly realized the folly of his previous assumptions. No wonder the seller had been willing to part with such a valuable item. It was precisely for this reason. At the time, he had thought the seller foolish for not keeping such a treasure, opting instead to exchange it for materials. The real fool, however, was none other than himself. Chapter 10. So many have perished? Is it truly that difficult? With the final box opened, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. Lin Mu gazed upon the pitch-black road, deciding against traveling today. The persistent chime of a successful resource box retrieval echoed in his ears. However, he intended to sleep soon, and such incessant noise was quite bothersome. He inquired about the panel and discovered that muting the sound from the player would suffice. Once adjusted, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. He opened the workbench and glanced at the required materials. Iron ingots would do. Shortly thereafter, 2 items materialized before him. 10 minutes later, Lin Mu held a bowl of noodles, savoring the authentic taste of braised beef noodles. He casually added more wooden sticks to the stove. The remaining time for the furnace had reached 12 hours, and no further extension was possible. On the stove rested the kettle he had just crafted, filled with boiling water. As the water reached a rolling boil, he removed the kettle and poured half a cup into an iron mug resting on the ground. In such weather, only hot water would suffice. Alas, if only he had some tea leaves. In addition to the water, 3 pieces of snake meat were roasting on the stove. This would prove quite useful. He then opened the regional chat, immediately noticing the alarming number, 97,954. Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't only about 800 people perished earlier in the afternoon? How could the number suddenly escalate by 2,000? He quickly glanced at the dialogue box below. Can anyone save me? A beast has devoured one of my legs. I was terrified. I opened a box, and a gigantic python emerged. Thankfully, I managed to escape, or I would have met my end right there. Wang Ziwen, I'm at Shudao Mountain. Please come find me. Have you all opened your boxes? Ever since I unearthed a wolf, I haven't dared to open another. We are all compatriots. Lend us your assistance. Why should we rescue you when you hoard all those treasures from the boxes? How shameless can one be? As Lin Mu read the messages, he continued to eat his noodles. Most individuals, when faced with peril, chose to evade, seeking salvation from others. It was only natural to pursue benefits and avoid harm. Yet, the audacity of some was indeed remarkable. A minority opted to press on, though their outcomes were often grim, with many meeting their demise or suffering grievous injuries. A mere handful, akin to Lin Mu, chose to confront the challenges head-on. Uncertainty loomed over the difficulty of the trials ahead. After all, he felt little. He glanced at the thermometer. Outdoor temperature, minus 13 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature, 24 degrees Celsius. Wasn't this quite pleasant? He could not fathom why others complained of the cold. If one feared the chill, couldn't they simply utilize some materials? He dismissed the regional chat and opened the trading center. The night market was notably more vibrant than during the day. Perhaps the scarcity of items in daylight contributed to this. To his surprise, the interface had thoughtfully incorporated pagination, along with categories, materials, food, miscellaneous, and blueprints. How convenient. The trading items numbered in the thousands. Yet, none of this was of utmost importance. His goal remained the blueprints. Upon selecting the blueprints, the interface transformed, and suddenly, many items vanished. The hand crossbow remained, albeit at a significantly reduced price compared to the afternoon. Lin Mu disregarded it entirely, as it held no value for him. The remaining number of blueprints was scant, and their exchange price exorbitant, which posed a dilemma for Lin Mu. While acquiring materials was effortless for him, it did not imply he would be easily exploited. Shaking his head, he glanced at the snake meat on the stove, which would be ready in 5 minutes. He closed the interface and cast his gaze into the distance. Apart from the illuminated areas, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Fortunately, his parents had given birth to him later in life, or he would have struggled to survive in such an environment. Lin Mu felt a wave of relief, enjoying his unencumbered existence. Earlier, he had observed many individuals in the channel searching for their parents or children, and the thought of such scenes stirred deep empathy within him. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. He carefully stowed the 3 pieces of snake meat and subsequently accessed the trading center, activating the listing function. Lin Mu pondered, how much should he set the price? He was merely seeking to acquire discarded items from others, perhaps just 1G. He listed 1 piece of snake meat, selecting a quantity of 100. However, to his dismay, he discovered the absence of the option for plastic bottles. While the search function was available, it yielded no results. Left with no alternative, he had to deactivate the listing option and turn to inquire about the game interface. I wish to exchange for plastic bottles, instant noodle boxes, or any discarded clothing, anything that others do not want. Yet, there is no option for that. How could the game developers be so careless as to overlook such essentials? He desired to trade 1G of meat for valuable items, but it seemed others were unwilling to comply. On the interface, what appeared to be an administrator or customer service representative fell into a prolonged silence. Lin Mu waited patiently, determined to resolve this matter today. Otherwise, how could he maximize his potential for repurposing waste? The amount of refuse he possessed was trivial compared to the collective waste generated by the individuals in this area. And it seemed the world had yet to open up for global trading. Just as Lin Mu's patience began to wane, the game panel finally displayed a message. Detection of the unique characteristics of your vehicle has led to the addition of a new trade object, garbage, within your trading center. You may customize this garbage, allowing others to view the items you seek. Although a solution had been provided, Lin Mu still felt a surge of frustration. This was an utter waste of time. Half an hour had passed due to their oversight. Shouldn't he be compensated for the 30 minutes they squandered? Lin Mu's lips twitched. Perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Why had the representative disappeared again? Nevertheless, he couldn't help but question whether this was truly a game. Was it a genuine life or death scenario? Were the individuals responding through the interface real? If not, why did they need to ponder their responses? This time, the process was swift, taking less than 2 minutes. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant gaming experience you encountered. You may choose one of the following compensatory options. Option 1. Vehicle Core X1. Option 2. Vehicle Upgrade Card X1. Option 3. Replacement B-Class Vehicle. Lin Mu gazed at the 3 alternatives, contemplating their merits. While he felt ambivalent about the options, he thought that something freely given should not be disregarded. The vehicle replacement was immediately dismissed. It held no value for him, as his ability to repurpose resources was far too significant. The remaining 2 options, however, seemed quite appealing. Upgrading a vehicle promised an enhancement in disaster resistance and a substantial increase in survival capability. As for the vehicle core upgrade, Lin Mu regarded it with skepticism. He believed that its primary benefit was merely an increase in passenger capacity. This did not resonate with him as particularly useful. Nonetheless, the name itself carried a weight of importance. After briefly examining the materials required for the vehicle upgrade, he noted a deficit of 12 plastic pieces and 5 iron ingots. Given another day, he was confident he could gather what was needed. Is it possible to defer my decision until tomorrow? Lin Mu inquired timidly. Please make a selection within 1 minute, or it will be considered a forfeiture. Are you certain this isn't deliberate? When I remain silent, there's no countdown. But the moment I inquire, it appears. With no other recourse, he had to make a choice. If he delayed further, he might find himself without any options. In the final 3 seconds, Lin Mu resolved to select the vehicle core upgrade. After all, gathering materials for a vehicle upgrade was a trivial matter for him. However, obtaining the vehicle core upgrade required encounters with other vehicles, and the endless stretch of road made him wonder when such an opportunity would arise. Congratulations, player. The vehicle core has been upgraded to level 2, enhancing passenger capacity by 1 and doubling the space. An increase in capacity was inconsequential, but the expansion of space genuinely astonished Lin Mu, who would have anticipated that upgrading the vehicle core would also augment its interior volume. He quickly glanced behind him, and indeed, the space had doubled. While it was only slightly over a meter, combined with the original rear seating area, it should accommodate a 1.6-meter bed without issue. Although it remained somewhat cramped, it was certainly an improvement from the initial state. He was uncertain whether the vehicle itself had lengthened or if it was merely the internal space that had expanded. Unfortunately, the darkness outside obscured his view. Checking the time, he realized it had already reached 10 o'clock. He still had important matters to attend to. Lin Mu hastily accessed the trading center, dividing his first piece of snake meat into 100 portions. Indeed, each portion weighed merely 1 gram, a minuscule size. He selected the option to categorize it as refuse and began adding various items: plastic water bottles, packaging from sausages, and instant noodle boxes. Everything he had ever obtained was included, even tattered clothing, in case it could be recycled into something useful. After setting it to save, he ensured that it would be readily available for future use. The second portion of snake meat was divided into 20 pieces, requiring merely 4 units of refuse for an exchange. The final portion was split into 10 pieces, necessitating 7 units of refuse. To be candid, Lin Mu had never anticipated that the first piece of snake meat would be successfully exchanged. Nor did he envision it being fully redeemed in a single day, as long as they managed to exchange the snake meat within 2 days. He had faith that these individuals would succumb to the allure of the snake meat. To anyone's perspective, trading refuse for meat was undoubtedly a lucrative transaction. Within a mere 10 seconds of his listing, someone had already exchanged 4 units of refuse for a 5G piece of snake meat, which Lin Mu nonchalantly tossed into the processing device behind him. Glancing at the time, he reopened the regional channel. Just now, some fool actually exchanged meat for refuse. Without a second thought, I traded my leftover plastic bag alongside my socks for 5G of meat. It cracked me up. I exchanged a mere wooden box for 10G of meat. What a steal. Enough said. I hurriedly picked up the box to trade for more meat. After all, 10G is still meat. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Mu's mouth. While they profited, he profited even more. Shutting off the channel, he reclined his seat and lay back to rest. As for the bed, that could wait until tomorrow. At midnight, Lin Mu, in a drowsy haze, heard the sound of the game panel. Ding. Personal information has been activated. Please check. Lin Mu quickly opened his eyes, filled with curiosity about this personal information. The snake gall, which he had yet to consume, was not because it required swallowing whole, but rather due to his uncertainty regarding the so-called constitution. Upon opening the panel, a new section appeared at the bottom. Player personal information, name, Lin Mu, ID, 9527 LLM002837, attributes, strength, 9, constitution, 10, agility, 8. Note, ID 9527L planet. Average value for human males is 10, for females is 8. Physical condition, health, 100, energy, 99, hydration, 80. Note, each physical condition metric has a maximum value of 100. Health below 30 will irreversibly decline to 0, leading to death. Energy below 30 for 3 consecutive days without replenishment will continuously lower health values. Hydration below 30 for 2 consecutive days without replenishment will continuously lower health values. Hey, this is unreasonable. It's faster than dying in real life. However, remembering that this was a game, he felt somewhat relieved. Yet, for Lin Mu, this posed little concern. With his current state, he was assuredly not at risk of death. If this aspect had changed, did it imply that the properties of food had also transformed? He opened his backpack for a quick glance. 500 milliliters mineral water, hydration 50, red braised beef noodles, energy 50, 100G bread, Energy 30, 200 G snake meat. Energy 60, hydration 10. Health may decrease with a certain probability. Is this reasonable? One might say it is partially reasonable. However, what truly mattered was that none of these items contributed to health. If he were to inadvertently encounter some issue, wouldn't that spell disaster? This is indeed a significant matter, and he promptly inquired about the panel. In 3 days. The players will know, so during this time, they must take each day seriously. Lin Mu thought, 3 days is 3 days, after all. I won't be stepping outside the vehicle, so it should not affect me. He turned off the vehicle and reclined in his seat, soon succumbing to slumber. In such warmth, it was difficult for him to resist sleep. In stark contrast to Lin Mu's comfortable existence, others were not faring as well. I can finally speak again. Have you all seen that personal information? I haven't done anything, and my health has dwindled to 80. What is going on? Does anyone have items that can boost health? Please lend me some. Woe is me. I'm down to 20 energy. It directly cost me 2 points of health. Save your strength. I'm nearly freezing to death. The temperature inside the vehicle is just above 0. I'm off to sleep. I hope to see you all tomorrow. The number displayed above the regional chat indicated a current population of 97,011. They arrived around 9 o'clock, which means 3,000 people have perished in just over 15 hours. The survival game has only just begun. Chapter 12. The location has been reached, but where is the box? On the second day of survival, Lin Mu stretched, the glaring sunlight piercing his eyes, making him uncomfortable. If only I had curtains, he thought. Unwilling to rise but forced awake by the harsh light, he immediately checked the temperature. Outdoor, -15 degrees. Indoor, 24 degrees. Wait, this temperature seems off. Though it is just past 8 in the morning, the sun is already up. Logically, it should be a bit warmer. Not to say it should be above freezing. But surely around -10 degrees? Could it be that the closer we are to disaster, the colder it gets? Perhaps there is some truth to that. He decided not to dwell on it, and began to prepare. He opened the freshwater collector, poured a bit of water into a cup, rinsed his mouth, and discarded the water out the window. Then, he splashed some water on his face, using up half of what he had collected. Next, he took a piece of bread for a quick bite and tossed some sticks into the stove. Phew, all done. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. Speed is of the essence. Once finished, he checked the trading information. All items listed yesterday had sold out. His backpack now contained what others might consider useless debris, which Lin Mu unceremoniously discarded. Let us put everything to good use. He glanced at the freshwater collection device. 10 milliliters could be exchanged for 1 piece of junk, and he listed 300 milliliters portions. Then he opened the regional chat. His gaze immediately fell upon the number, 95,632. Goodness, nearly 2,000 died overnight. That is terrifying. From yesterday to now, 400 had perished. At this rate, by the end of 7 days, it could reach 30,000 lives lost. Upon seeing this number, Lin Mu felt a chill wash over him. In this world, he perceived life as merely a number, one that could vanish at any moment. In the fleeting moments of his contemplation, 5 more lives were extinguished. He glanced at the dialogue box. My backpack is full. I cannot carry any more. How is that possible? My 40-slot backpack has yet to reach its capacity. Wait, why do I only have 15 slots? Huh, I have 150. But I'm like a truck without fuel. Could someone spare a bit of gasoline? I promise to repay you once I have it. By the way, do trucks in this world run on gasoline? The dialogue box remained unchanged, as if no one acknowledged the deaths, or perhaps everyone was more concerned with their own survival. Lin Mu started the vehicle and gradually drove away from the scene. Once the speed reached 60, he held the steering wheel with one hand while opening the workbench with the other. His first task was to convert the small freshwater collection device into a permanent version. 2 blueprints vanished from his backpack, replaced by a permanent model. Perfect. However, upon seeing the required materials, Lin Mu felt embarrassed. He was short by 2 pieces of plastic. But it was not a significant issue. He could gather a pile of materials in half an hour. He glanced at the odometer, which read 245 kilometers. Realizing he still had an hour to reach the resource box's location. An hour must not be wasted. Lin Mu closed the workbench and opened the modification skill. Then placed the mustard stone within. He had intended to use it yesterday, but had not found the opportunity. As a citizen of Huagua, the term mustard was all too familiar. Yet, the stone yielded no response. In that case, he decided to insert another piece. 3 seconds later, only 2 options appeared. Option 1. Double the length of the space behind the vehicle. Option 2. Double the width of the space behind the vehicle. Lin Mu pondered briefly. Extending the length would create more space. Upon selection, the vehicle shuddered slightly as the area behind began to expand. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. The front of the vehicle had not lengthened. Even after yesterday's core upgrade, the vehicle had not changed in length. Incredible. The rear now transformed into a space approximately 3 meters by 3.5 meters, comparable to a small bedroom. If this continued, the vehicle might eventually expand to the size of a house. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering whether it might even include a restroom. Speaking of restrooms, a A sudden pang of discomfort shot through his abdomen. Damn it, just as I thought. He gradually brought the vehicle to a halt and opened the door. A gust of cold wind rushed in, making him shiver. He nearly lost control. Lin Mu glanced back at the newly created space, gritted his teeth, and squeezed through. After 5 minutes, he found himself pinching his nose, his expression fraught with conflict. Suddenly, a black hole appeared, and the yellow solid liquid mixture vanished before his eyes. He released his grip, and a foul odor assaulted his senses. How had he never noticed how pungent restrooms could be? He hastily returned to the driver's seat, opened the window, and started the vehicle. As he drove, the stench slowly dissipated. Lin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. During those tense 3 minutes, he had refrained from taking a deep breath. He began to question whether the numerous deaths from the previous night were a result of being ambushed while venturing out to the restroom. Another reason he hesitated to exit the vehicle was that he had glimpsed a white figure flitting across the snowy terrain. This was the true impetus behind his reluctance to disembark. It became evident that not only the resource boxes posed a threat, but the outside world was fraught with dangers as well. Following the restroom incident, Lin Mu recognized the significance of paper as a vital resource. The makeshift wooden stick he had used previously had provided an exhilarating sensation. He opened the workbench and searched for paper, discovering several types: toilet paper, facial tissues, and plain paper. Among them, he spotted sanitary napkins. He wondered how, after opening so many boxes the day before, he had not encountered any paper until now. He inserted a template and subsequently acquired 2 rolls of toilet paper, the crafting process being quite reasonable. He then assembled a bed, which, due to the increased space, was now a 2-meter-long structure, albeit with a reduced thickness. Lin Mu was unfazed by this change. As long as there was a place to rest, he was content. However, upon reaching 400 kilometers, he found himself perplexed. Not a single box was in sight. He slowed his pace, scanning the surroundings. Neither in the center of the road, nor in the adjacent snowy fields could he spot a single box. Was it possible that the distance between boxes had increased to 2 kilometers overnight? Surely, the first box should have appeared by now. After half an hour, with the odometer reading 420 kilometers, Lin Mu remained boxless. This was unexpected. No boxes on the second day? He queried the interface, which merely responded that he would encounter one soon. The question remained, how soon? At a critical moment, the system was faltering. Lin Mu had posed numerous inquiries to the interface the previous day, most of which received answers, yet some queries went unanswered, such as this one. As he reached 450 kilometers, still no boxes appeared. With a resigned shake of his head, he was convinced that there were indeed none in this area and resolved to accelerate further. He then opened the regional chat to discern whether his experience was unique or if others faced the same fate. Chapter 13. Encountering a resource box at 200 kilometers. Vehicle level up. Ha ha ha, there's an idiot trading water for rubbish, probably the same person from yesterday. I exchanged 100 milliliters. And I truly hope that benevolent soul continues to leave water available. Someone else asked, have any of you encountered boxes? I've driven 140 kilometers without seeing a single one. Please, don't say that. I haven't seen any either. Surely there can't be a day without boxes. I'm too frightened to proceed. Is there anyone kind enough to share a bleeding stop item? I'm on the brink of death. Lin Mu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You're the real fools. He found their complaints infuriating. If you want to exchange, just do it. No need to insult others. However, his hands faithfully resumed placing water from the freshwater collection device back onto the shelf. There was no choice. The materials provided were simply too plentiful. A multitude of materials surged into Lin Mu's backpack. Just look at this. How could he not redeem them? Failing to do so would be sheer folly. The notifications continued to echo in his mind, revealing the presence of gasoline. A remarkable find indeed. Yet, what precisely constituted miscellaneous items? When faced with uncertainty, one must consult the panel. Miscellaneous items refer to objects that cannot be decomposed into raw materials. Such an explanation was as good as none, leaving Lin Mu shaking his head in confusion. Nonchalantly, he discarded the recently acquired rubbish into the black hole for decomposition. Closing the panel, he glanced at the odometer, which had reached 470 kilometers. It appeared that everyone else had also failed to encounter resource boxes. He was not alone in this plight, which alleviated his concerns. Upon reaching the 500-kilometer mark, a wooden resource box materialized in the center of the road. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was a resource box. To think that the first box would require a journey of 200 kilometers. He had spent over 3 hours driving. By that calculation, his entire day of strenuous effort would yield the same 30 boxes as the previous day, despite starting out much earlier. Sighing, Lin Mu lamented the lack of options. His speed was limited, and no modifications had improved it. The path ahead was long and arduous. As he approached within 10 meters, he halted the vehicle. A collector and a weapon extended from the front of the car. Who said I could only control one at a time? Initially, he believed he could use only one, but upon attempting it, both appeared simultaneously. Lin Mu took his time, not rushing to open the box. Instead, maneuvering the weapon and collector together. Both the long knife and the collector moved in unison. There was no issue at all. This time, instead of using the collector to open the box, he opted to strike it with the long knife. Bang! The resource box burst open. Yet the contents did not flow into his backpack along the blade. It seemed that only the collector could facilitate the transfer. Extending the axe collector, he made contact with the box, and in an instant, the contents transformed into luminous orbs, entering his backpack. Just as he suspected. Congratulations on opening the wooden resource box. You have obtained half a hen. Lin Mu retrieved the item from his backpack. Indeed, it was half a hen, and remarkably fresh. Scratching his head, he gazed at the empty box on the ground. Was this not somewhat uncanny? Just yesterday, he had found bread and sausages, and today, a hen. Surely it wouldn't he produce a cow next? Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have obtained 2 pounds of beef brisket, a seasoning gift pack, and a supplementary ingredients gift pack. Lin Mu stroked his chin, surveying his backpack. This was the 4th box he had encountered today. Previously, the loot included 12 500 milliliters bottles of beer, a roast chicken, a complete set of kitchen knives, and various miscellaneous items. What is the underlying meaning of this? Is the intention to encourage everyone to treat themselves to a hearty meal before embarking on their journey the next day? Lin Mu found himself utterly perplexed by the initial rewards. Driven by curiosity, he once again activated his vehicle and headed towards the location of the next resource box. This time, he encountered a silver box. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have received 10 units of plastic, 5 ingots of iron, 5 stones, and 1 universal material. Is this what a resource box is supposed to yield? What were those earlier rewards? Are they truly testing the officials with such trivial matters? If that is the case, let there be more. This resource box revealed that essential materials extend beyond the initial offerings, introducing 2 additional items, stones and universal materials, which are relatively comprehensible. However, he pondered whether gold and silver ingots would eventually make an appearance. Upon glancing at his backpack, he realized he possessed sufficient materials for a vehicle upgrade. What was there to wait for? He initiated the upgrade. Ding! Vehicle upgrade successful. A radiant glow enveloped the interior of the vehicle, and Lin Mu distinctly felt the transformation of the seat. In just 5 seconds, the entire vehicle was rejuvenated. The seat was now upholstered in genuine leather and featured a heating function. The air conditioning indicator illuminated, suggesting it was operational. The workbench had been replaced with solid wood, and the radio upgraded to a multimedia system, lending an air of sophistication. Yet, what practical use does this serve for survival? Aside from the seat and air conditioning, the rest seemed utterly inconsequential. He glanced at the multimedia system and pressed play. A familiar soft melody emanated from the speakers. When he attempted to switch to another tune, a message appeared on the screen. Expanding the music library requires 1 silver ingot. How absurd. It seems this gadget too demands payment. What a waste. Ding. Music library expanded. Impressive. He squandered a silver ingot for such a trivial enhancement. Nevertheless, he accepted it as a diversion while driving. He then accessed the vehicle information to ascertain the materials required for advancing to the next level. Vehicle, waste disposal truck. Quality, D grade. Level, LV3. Fuel tank, 527L100L. Fuel consumption, 1L 10 km. Speed, 80 km h. Features, basic cold resistance, basic insulation. Slightly enhanced defense. Vehicle skill, SSS grade unique skill. Infinite modification. Characteristic, waste utilization. Waste can be fed into the rear garbage processor through the back seat, allowing for the decomposition of corresponding items. Upgrade requirements, 20 iron ingots, 10 glass, 5 copper ingots, 2 electronic components. Vehicle core LV2. Note, multimedia consumes 1L 100 km. Air conditioning 1L 10 km. The quality remained unchanged, but the vehicle's level and speed had improved, and this was duly noted. The functional enhancements were considerable, with the most notable upgrade requirement being the addition of copper ingots, indicating that this material was also deemed fundamental. However, the most prominent aspect lies within the core of the vehicle, which indeed qualifies as a requirement for its upgrade. It appears that the previous choice was indeed judicious. After such an extensive duration of operation, encountering a challenge that other vehicles have not faced, it is likely that this core enhancement will prove to be exceedingly arduous. What Lin Mu remains unaware of is that, in just a few days, he will encounter other vehicles, leading to an exceptionally fierce confrontation. Chapter 14. Image JPG. I am in misery, reduced to consuming junk food. The last few crates have all been secured, yet the highest yield is merely a golden box. It seems the quality of the initial wave is rather mediocre. He cast a glance at the materials for vehicle enhancement, and he currently possesses all of them. Nevertheless, he is in no haste. 1 purified water device is insufficient. He intends to procure another. To reap rewards, one must inevitably invest effort. At noon, The mileage reached 610 kilometers. Lin Mu parked the vehicle by the roadside, leisurely retrieving a bottle of soda and a bucket of fried chicken. He thought he might as well make do with a bite for lunch. This is the only sustenance he could tolerate. Upon opening the bucket, the aroma of hot fried chicken wafted forth. With each bite, it sizzled with oil. The flavor was quite delightful, reminiscent of his hometown. He casually opened the workstation, perusing the items available for crafting. Tools and daily necessities dominated the list, yet the item Lin Mu desired was conspicuously absent. This should not be the case. Panel brother. Why is there no toilet? Indeed, all he sought was a toilet. He could not possibly resort to crafting a box each time. While the taste was of little consequence, the sight was somewhat intolerable. Please strive to upgrade in order to unlock functional areas and corresponding items. More upgrades, you say? Lin Mu turned to glance at what could temporarily be referred to as a bed behind him. Would the vehicle's upgrade lead to changes in the modification skills? Currently, the modifications he could employ were rather limited, with minimal variation. Thus, he had not focused on enhancements, as their contribution to the vehicle was rather nominal. Subsequently, he accessed the trading center and redeemed another batch of refuse. He noted that the purified water collection device had accumulated an additional 100 milliliters, which he promptly listed for sale. After some contemplation, he also roasted 2 pieces of snake meat, intending to list those shortly thereafter. Ding! Successfully reclaimed Diamond Resource Box X1, obtained Universal Materials X5. Lin Mu observed the sudden prompt that appeared. It seems that universal materials are rather challenging to acquire, otherwise one would not need to reclaim a Diamond Resource Box to obtain them. Soon after, notifications of successful recycling of the previously invested refuse began to flood in. Witnessing the rapid accumulation of materials brought Lin Mu immense satisfaction. There were more than enough. He would never exhaust them. The moment the materials were in hand, he proceeded to craft another purified water collector. With 2 devices operating concurrently, Lin Mu could exchange for a greater variety of items. Shutting down the workstation, he placed his hand upon the regional channel button. A twitch at the corner of his eye indicated that he needn't ponder the discussions within, especially as he would soon list the snake meat, surrounded by a throng of foolish individuals. Grateful for the kindness of those who brought water, I was fortunate that I hadn't discarded my refuse. I initially assumed that all trash could be exchanged. Why, then, could my rice field not be traded? You upstairs have gone too far. Dear brother, I am in dire need of water. Could you spare me a little to quench my thirst? I can send you a photograph, a JPG depicting a pair of snow-white long legs, just shy of a secretive area, with weeds subtly peeking through. Lin Mu scoffed, dismissing its allure. If you possess the audacity, raise the camera higher. A photograph unleashed a horde of wolves, though it appeared most had retreated into private chats. Yet, through this exchange, Lin Mu realized that images could indeed be shared. He pondered for a moment and subsequently snapped several pictures. Anonymously, JPG Images X3. How tragic it is to acquire nothing, relegated to this junk food. My health is at stake. A KFC family bucket, a bottle of soda, and barbecued meat on the stove. Good heavens, what have I witnessed? Esteemed one, grant me a bone. I wish only to taste its flavor. Geijai also desires KFC. Ding. A message arrived. Lin Mu felt puzzled. Hadn't he disabled the communication feature? He opened the message, revealing a blueprint inquiry. Handgun bullet blueprint. Do you require this? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the previous messages. He understood now. This was the individual who had sold him the handgun blueprint last time. But what had he missed? Lin Mu refrained from replying immediately, opting instead to access the trading center to examine the blueprints. The selection had not expanded as he had imagined, revealing only 7, including the bullet blueprint. The remaining 6 were primarily for his purified water device. Of no use to him. However, crossbow trap blueprint, iron ingots X4, wood X5, 500 milliliters purified water, 500 milliliters mineral water X2, ordinary crossbow arrow blueprint, glass X2, electronic components X2, 500 milliliters purified water, 500 milliliters mineral water X3. A fair exchange indeed. With such minimal materials, it was merely a drop in the bucket for him. He had come to understand that the probability of blueprints emerging was exceedingly low. Seizing the opportunity to stockpile before they discovered permanent blueprints was the way to go. Even if he did not use them himself, selling them at a premium would prove beneficial. He calculated the worth, exchanging for useful blueprints directly. Finally, he revisited the previous chat. How do you intend to trade? Lin Mu sent the message, and within 3 seconds, a response arrived. Iron ingots X10, wood X10, 1 L of drinking water, and 5 loaves of bread. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Such quantities seemed excessive. This is extortion. Your price is far too steep. The other party replied instantly. 2 bullet blueprints are required for permanent use. It seemed that haggling would lead nowhere. He anticipated this individual's awareness of such details. Hold on to the items for me. I will trade with you tonight. Currently, I possess only 1 bottle of water and a single loaf of bread. If I were to exchange bread for meat, I could offer it to you right now. though the water would be limited to 500 milliliters. I can provide you with only 2 pieces of raw meat. The interval this time was rather lengthy. Lin Mu had consumed all his provisions and intended to drive when he finally received a message from the other party. The materials and water were essential. We required 2 pieces of bread and 1 piece of raw meat. It's settled. Lin Mu was too indifferent to quibble over such trivial gains and losses, for he could not finish all the items in his possession anyway. It was better to redeem the blueprints sooner rather than later. Closing the dialogue box, he promptly opened the workbench, transforming the bullets into a permanent state. Pistol bullets, copper ingots X10, charcoal X20, silver ingots X1, universal materials X1. 50 pieces at a time, reasonable indeed. So this is how universal materials are utilized. However, obtaining these universal materials is no small feat for others wishing to use bullets. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering whether this implied that while others wielded cold weapons, he would be armed with firearms. Chapter 15. I do not wish to level up. Yet the materials are simply too abundant. In the afternoon, Lin Mu acquired yet another trove of materials, during which 2 boxes yielded beasts. Yet for him, this posed no significant challenge. He planned to return for another round in the evening. The materials were so plentiful that they seemed inexhaustible. He had amassed 340 liters of gasoline, which included the gasoline derived from his waste utilization ability. This quantity of gasoline could facilitate a journey of 3,000 kilometers. With the last diamond box dealt with, Lin Mu concluded his day's work. He parked the vehicle, stretched his limbs. After all, he had driven for a full 10 hours and was utterly fatigued. Initially, he intended to stew that half chicken, but reconsidered. It would be a waste of time. He settled for a quick meal instead, a bowl of instant noodles accompanied by 2 sausages and a bag of bread, which constituted his staple for the day. Subsequently, he opened the regional channel to gauge the status of others today. 90,652. What the hell? 5,000 people just vanished? Although it is true that opening boxes entails some risk, surely they could not have found no weapons at all. Items such as machetes, spears, and iron axes do not require blueprints. Lin Mu remained perplexed about the situation. He glanced at the chat box. I have concluded that the first batch of boxes each day should be devoid of danger. I concur, the first batch is safe. While the likelihood of encountering danger increases with subsequent batches, particularly as one progresses further. However, wait, didn't I recall someone encountering danger in the first round? That must have been due to their late departure. In the past 2 days, I encountered no dangers when I set off promptly. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering whether the first wave was indeed without peril. Over the past 2 days, he had opened numerous boxes and encountered dangers as well. Yet, he was largely unaffected, for he remained in his vehicle, completely shielded from any threat. Moreover, his vehicle had been upgraded to level 3, further diminishing any sense of danger. Yet, what truly captivated his curiosity was the unfolding mystery. What had transpired to cause such a staggering loss of life? He flipped through the pages, uncertain of how far he had scrolled, until he finally stumbled upon some pertinent information. To his horror, he discovered that within one container, there emerged a pack of 12 wolves. He had already taken refuge inside his vehicle, yet the glass was on the verge of shattering. Goodness, if this glass breaks. Everyone must exercise caution. Today's perils surpassed those of yesterday. He was out of fuel, and his vehicle had come to a complete halt, leaving him feeling as though he might freeze to death. Some were simply unlucky, encountering overwhelming dangers while others faced the chilling fate of running out of gasoline. After dinner, Lin Mu began to devise a renovation plan. The first order of business was to upgrade his vehicle, although he had no desire to enhance it. The abundance of materials at his disposal left him no alternative. There is no need for such extravagance. Vehicle, waste clearance truck, quality, D grade, level, LV4, fuel tank, 150L, 150L, fuel consumption, 1L per 10 kilometers, speed, 90 kilometers per hour, function, intermediate cold resistance, basic heat insulation, initial defensive strength, vehicle skill, SSS level unique skill, infinite modification, feature, waste utilization, recycle scrap through the rear compartment into the waste processor, yielding corresponding items. Upgrade requirements: iron ingots X30, silver ingots X5, copper ingots X5, mustard stone X1, vehicle core LV3. The fuel tank had increased in size, and the speed had improved marginally. The functions had enhanced, and while the materials had changed, it seemed there was no substantial difference. Lin Mu shook his head, deeming the upgrade rather meaningless. A glance at the upgrade requirements revealed he had all the materials except for the vehicle core. It appeared that relying solely on materials to elevate his level was a rather naive notion. In addition to upgrading the vehicle, Lin Mu constructed a freshwater collection device. Now, he could procure 7 liters of water each day. Aside from the inability to bathe, he no longer had to concern himself with the quantity of water available. Moreover, the number of items he could exchange for scrap had significantly increased. Lin Mu opened the trading center and immediately listed all the water he had. While materials might prompt caution during exchanges, scrap was unlikely to invoke such prudence. As for directly trading for materials, could he really exchange 10 milliliters of water for a piece of plastic? Clearly, that was impossible. However, he could exchange it for a mineral water bottle, which could then be decomposed into a piece of plastic. Quite a bargain indeed. After a simple meal and a quick wash, Lin Mu climbed into his small bed and closed his eyes. This is far more comfortable than yesterday's chair. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Mu stretched and sat up, shaking his head as he gazed at the ceiling that hovered just above his head. He wondered when he might manage to raise this roof, as it was quite cumbersome to navigate. After preparing a modest breakfast, he settled into the driver's seat and casually checked the regional channel. 84,776. Over 5,000 more have vanished overnight. In just 2 days, 16,000 have disappeared. At this rate, by the 7th day, there will be none left. Lin Mu shook his head, convinced it could not be that dire. Deaths should decrease over time, leaving only the survival experts to endure. He started his vehicle, embarking on today's treasure hunting expedition. 200 kilometers have passed without the appearance of a resource box. However, Lin Mu remained unperturbed. Reflecting on yesterday's circumstances, he suspected that today's resource box would manifest at the 300-kilometer mark. But surely, it wouldn't be at 400 kilometers tomorrow? It is essential to note that not everyone's vehicle upgrades at the same pace as his. A relentless day of travel typically amounts to around 800 kilometers, which does not seem entirely implausible. Considering his current speed, 700 kilometers would require approximately 8 hours. Should his pace increase in the future, this duration could undoubtedly be further diminished. Goodness, this truly epitomizes road survival. It seems the entirety of the journey is merely spent driving. He cast a glance outside the window. The sun shone brightly. Yet, the temperature remained biting. Outside, minus 17 degrees. Inside, plus 24 degrees. At the current rate of cooling, by the 7th day, the outdoor temperature would plummet to around minus 25 degrees. Following that would be the wrath of winter. One could only speculate how frigid it would become by then. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Mu encountered the first box. Once again, it was a wooden chest. Congratulations on opening the wooden resource box. You have received sunglasses X1. What on earth are sunglasses worth? Lin Mu examined them. They were merely ordinary sunglasses with little utility. He pressed on. The second box turned out to be a silver chest. Well, my luck seems to be holding. Suddenly, a pack of gray wolves, as if starved for days, leapt from the box. Lin Mu checked. There were 10. Those individuals yesterday truly had a way with words, claiming that the first wave of boxes posed no danger. Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. Yet, they were not entirely incorrect. On the first and second days, those who encountered danger in the initial wave did not lose even one. Today, however, was different. The road survival game capitalized on human instinctive thinking. Chapter 16. These meats lack refrigeration. They will spoil, won't they? With a knife and an axe extending from the front of the vehicle, Lin Mu didn't even reverse. He plunged right in. His vehicle had already reached level 4. So what was there to fear? The wolves, upon seeing Lin Mu's vehicle, all charged forth. Yet, the damage they inflicted was negligible. With each slash of his weapons, the wolves fell to the ground. 5 minutes later, not a single one remained alive. It seemed these creatures were not nearly as perilous as expected. Their intelligence appeared alarmingly low, fixated solely on attacking. Logically, wolves should possess a strong sense of danger. They ought to retreat when outmatched. Yet these creatures harbored no such thoughts, relentlessly attacking even in their dying moments. Congratulations, player, for slaying 10 dangerous B-class gray wolves. You have obtained 20 wolf fangs, 10 pelts, and 100 G of wolf meat. Observing his haul, Lin Mu shook his head. Alas, there is far too much to consume. He subsequently extracted 100 pieces of wolf meat. It may not sound like a lot, but when these items are piled together, the visual impact is considerable. At least, this holds true for the present populace. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the pile of meat, and he snapped 2 photographs with a crisp click. He promptly opened the regional chat. Unknown. Image JPG, just dispatched a few small pets, and thus acquired this bounty of meat. What do you think? Without a refrigerator, could it possibly spoil? The once vibrant chat window, filled with lively exchanges, suddenly fell silent, leaving only Lin Mu's 2 images and a solitary remark. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Have I struck a chord? That shouldn't be the case, right? With such reactions, how am I to announce further information? In less than 10 seconds, the chat exploded with excitement. Goodness, just how much meat is this? The exact quantity may be uncertain, but it is evident that this individual is formidable. Slaying a beast typically yields about 10 pieces of meat, and this bounty is extraordinary. Oh great one, accept my humble offerings. I can be of service in myriad ways. I can don various attires as well. Lin Mu observed the scene. It appeared that most people were overwhelmed by this visual display. Naturally, a few remained unfazed, indifferent to whether the other party was genuinely powerful or merely boastful. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Lin Mu decided to make an announcement. He could not consume all this meat, and leaving it unattended seemed imprudent. Soon, I shall list this meat for exchange. It is raw, and each portion weighing 10 g can be traded for merely 3 pieces of refuse. This is an exceptional deal. Today marks the 3rd day, and some have managed to exchange for food, albeit to varying degrees. As for refuse, unless one witnesses Lin Mu listing items for exchange, others either lack the refuse to trade or find themselves too late to redeem it. This represents a loss for Lin Mu. After all, the time spent exchanging all items is considerable, which is far from ideal. Such a fortunate turn of events. I cannot discard my refuse. It must be preserved. Goodness. If only you had mentioned this earlier, I would have refrained from discarding those items. Alas, I always seem to miss out. By the time I catch up, the refuse is gone. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. It would be prudent for them to set aside their items for him, for the future holds promise. He accessed the trading center and listed 10 pieces of meat, sufficient to exchange for 200 units of refuse. Once the exchanges were complete, he would continue. After all, accumulating refuse requires time. As soon as the items were listed, they began to vanish at an astonishing pace. Whether it be water or meat, the decline was swift. Although the quantities exchanged were modest, the fact that they could be acquired with refuse eliminated any hesitation. Observing the situation, it seemed that the items would last several hours more. Closing the interface, Lin Mu started his vehicle and pressed onward. Time was of the essence today, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Congratulations on opening the bronze resource chest, obtaining universal material X1, iron ingots X5, apples X5. Congratulations on opening the bronze resource chest, obtaining glass X5, cotton X2, gold ingots X1. Congratulations on opening the bronze resource chest, releasing S-class dangerous creature, wild boar X5. Lin Mu's eyes twitched. While the emergence of wild boars was unfortunate, what perplexed him further was the sheer size and length of their tusks. Isn't the mud-encrusted armor a tad too robust? Thud. The wild boar collided with the vehicle, causing it to lurch. Lin Mu's long blade struck the beast, leaving only a shallow wound that felt akin to a mere tickle for the creature. Alas, Lin Mu reluctantly engaged reverse, realizing he would waste a considerable amount of time. He hastily activated his modification skills, placing a silver ingot and his long knife within. Option 1. Slightly enhance weapon sharpness. Option 2. Slightly enhance weapon agility. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. This was unlike before. Previously, it simply stated an enhancement to sharpness without the qualifier of slightly. Had it been earlier, he might have dismissed these nuances, but now, after the vehicle's upgrades, he understood that slightly indicated a minuscule increment. Never mind. He decided to strengthen it for the time being and would analyze it later when time permitted. After enhancing sharpness, Lin Mu added an iron ingot to bolster the strength of the weapon's connecting arm. Though the enhancement was modest, it was undoubtedly superior to its prior state. Now, a single strike could penetrate the skin, inflicting deeper wounds. Half an hour later, the 5 thick-skinned wild boars lay lifeless, while Lin Mu had painstakingly retreated nearly 20 kilometers. Damn it, what a troublesome lot. If he wished to acquire 3 loot boxes, he could afford no delays. Congratulations to the player for slaying 10 dangerous S-class wild boars, earning 10 wild boar tusks, 5 wild boar hides, 10 portions of 500g wild boar meat, and 5 sections of 2-meter pig intestines. The rewards were mostly reasonable. But what on earth was that last item, pig intestines? A pig's heart or liver would suffice. Why intestines? Lin Mu retrieved one from his inventory. A foul stench permeated the space. He promptly stowed it away. While it might be delectable, the cleanup was utterly cumbersome. Perhaps he would exchange it later. Let those who wish to partake do so. An hour later, a fox capable of spewing flames fell to the ground. Although it merely unleashed small fireballs, the impact on Lin Mu was profound. So this danger also encompassed such creatures? Gazing at the black mark on the glass, he felt a pang of dread. The explosion when the fireball struck the glass had nearly convinced him he was doomed. Congratulations to the player for slaying 1 dangerous S-class fire-spitting fox, earning 1 fire-spitting fox pelt and 1 level 1 fire attribute crystal core. He was indifferent to the rewards. He merely wished to understand what that ominous sound in the sky had been. Chapter 17. Fog? Let me modify my gear first. Congratulations to the anonymous player for initiating global fog for 12 hours. During this period, players may be subjected to beast attacks and unforeseen disasters. All players are advised to exercise caution. The initial voice echoed through the sky once again. Yet, the message it conveyed was far from reassuring. Fog. Lin Mu pondered. What on earth was happening? Could this phenomenon truly be activated by players? He merely glimpsed the outside world, which was suddenly shrouded in a dense fog. Without any prior warning. Fortunately, there was a clear space of about 7 or 8 meters around his vehicle. Upon activating the headlights, a portion of the fog ahead was dispelled, revealing a distance of approximately 10 meters. Could the headlights truly disperse the mist? Yet, it seemed there was no discernible difference between the low beam and high beam. Click, click, click. He toggled between them several times, but to no avail. Lin Mu opened the panel and inquired directly, "What is the relationship between this fog dispersal and anything else?" "The vehicle can disperse 1 meter per level. The core of the vehicle can disperse 2 meters per level, and the basic headlights can disperse 5 meters. Lin Mu stroked his chin, considering the implications. If that were the case, the basic range would be 3 meters, given that there were initially no headlights. It was not a large distance. Some vehicles were equipped with headlights. Thus, would it be either 3 meters or 8? However, the rear and sides of the vehicle could only disperse 3 meters, while the front could reach 8, totaling 13. Acceptable? Hardly. Lin Mu hastily navigated to the modification skill page, seeking to see if he could upgrade the headlights independently. Previously, he had only undertaken full vehicle modifications or enhanced weapons and gatherers individually. He had never considered modifying vehicle components, uncertain whether it was even feasible. To his astonishment, the headlights were indeed selectable. How had he never thought of this before? If he had known earlier that he could enhance the vehicle independently, wait, wasn't the seat modifiable as well? Lin Mu slapped his forehead. He had fallen into a cognitive trap, mistakenly believing that only disassembly could lead to enhancement. Wasting precious time. Without hesitation, he began experimenting with various materials. Iron ingots, copper ingots, and would yielded no results. Then he added a silver ingot. Option 1. Slightly increase the illumination distance, dispersing the fog by 3 meters. Option 2. Slightly enhance brightness for clearer illumination. The choice was obvious. Option 1 was a no-brainer. He continued experimenting with other materials. Electronic components could also increase the dispersal by 3 meters, making modification imperative. After a moment's thought, he decided to include the iron ingot. Option 1. Add an iron mesh in front of the headlights, increasing their defensive capability. Option 2. Install 2 electrodes in front of the headlights, capable of releasing a current. Each use would consume a certain amount of gasoline. He opted for the iron mesh, as the electrodes were not of immediate interest. After the modifications, Lin Mu gazed at the area illuminated by the headlights, which now dispelled fog over a remarkable distance of 19 meters. While it may not seem vast, it far surpassed what others could achieve. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the side, and a shadow over 3 meters tall emerged from the mist. Lin Mu paused, then swiftly started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion. As for engaging in combat, what was the point of fighting such a colossal figure? Even with a higher vehicle level, he wasn't foolish enough to take such risks. If the opponent possessed extraordinary strength, he would merely be courting death. Due to the dense fog, Lin Mu drove at a rather leisurely pace, barely exceeding 40 kilometers per hour. At this rate, encountering a second resource box by 8 in the evening would be fortunate, and he dared not stop. Initially, he had thought that the beasts and unknown disasters mentioned by the voice were merely associated with the opening of resource boxes. However, after witnessing that fleeting shadow, it became evident that the true peril lay within the fog itself. It appeared that even when encountering resource boxes at night, one must act swiftly, for he could not afford to halt until the fog had lifted. Ding. Recycled water bottle X1, obtained plastic X1 ding. Recycled wooden resource box X1, obtained wood X5, ding. Recycled miscellaneous items, obtained gasoline 118L, Lin Mu chuckled with delight. Yet another wave of materials had come his way, and the thrill was exhilarating. He drove slowly, the fog intermittently echoing with footsteps, roars, and sounds of combat. None of this concerned Lin Mu, however. He activated the regional channel to survey the day's events, and the numbers displayed before him were truly astonishing. 85, 112. Over 4,000 had perished in just the morning. Those who had survived the previous day had indeed led many to their demise. Judging by the beasts he had encountered today, it was likely that anyone else would have met a grim fate. Fortunately, he had been wise enough not to rush into opening the boxes. Otherwise, he might have succumbed long ago. What of those who had spoken yesterday? They had claimed the first wave posed no danger, yet here were the staggering casualties. As Lin Mu perused the text, the count diminished by another dozen, a testament to the relentless tide of death. Some had not perished today, many had been injured, succumbing to their wounds without remedy. Thus, it was prudent to act within one's capabilities. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. Just yesterday, I had sustained a broken arm and now bore a pallid countenance. It was likely that tomorrow would see my own demise. Amidst these discussions, an individual released an image, a screenshot of their backpack, overflowing with sustenance and materials, including an abundance of meat. I trust that we, as compatriots, should lend each other support. I would like to share an effective strategy. Drive your vehicle near the boxes without disembarking. Simply use an axe to open the boxes, and should a beast emerge, swiftly shut the car door. It is through this method that I have gathered such a wealth of materials. Should the opportunity arise, I intend to establish a guild and welcome all aspiring individuals to join. I shall share further strategies. Let us strive together. Upon viewing this image, the crowd erupted in excitement. How had I not thought of this? There was no requirement to disembark. How foolish I have been. Why had this method not been presented earlier? Perhaps its efficacy would not have been as pronounced. Lin Mu stroked his chin, gazing at the individual S backpack, which indeed held a considerable amount, yet still paled in comparison to his own. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this person's approach was commendable. Their safety was evidently a result of remaining inside the vehicle. Yet, this method was not without its drawbacks, for the yield of meat would be considerably less. After all, engaging in battle from within a vehicle posed its own challenges, as every vehicle differed in design. Some were suitable for this tactic, while others were not. A circumstance beyond anyone's control. Lin Mu shook his head. This individual still harbored ulterior motives. The final sentence seems to encapsulate his main point. But what exactly is a guild? Has he missed something essential? He closed the regional channel and examined the panel interface. Chapter 18. Team points 900? That doesn't seem excessive. In the personal information panel, there is indeed an option labeled Team. Upon opening it, two sections became apparent: team members and team rankings. At this moment, a team had already appeared in the rankings, presumably belonging to that individual from earlier. However, it consisted of only one member, with a score of 139. Lin Mu pondered, what does this score signify? Is it resource points or something else? After some contemplation, he established his own team. Please enter the team name. He casually created one, and then had the option to add a password. Naturally, he opted to include one. Once created, his team also appeared in the rankings, proudly occupying the first position with the scores soaring to 914. A glance at the score explanation revealed the following: 20 points per vehicle level, 50 points for each vehicle core at level 1, 1 point for basic materials, 10 points for blueprints, and 20 points for permanent blueprints. With so many avenues to accrue points, it seemed his score of 900 was quite reasonable. He casually closed the interface. After all, he had no real need for a team. As the vehicle steadily progressed, the encroaching darkness signaled their proximity to the resource box. Lin Mu couldn't help but grumble. If it weren't for that fool activating the fog, I could have at least secured a set of resource boxes today. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. However, it was indeed surprising to discover what lay within. He glanced at the regional chat, noting the number 81,223, with over 4,000 individuals lost. It was evident just how lethal this fog could be. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to consume his snake gall. He opened his backpack and gazed at the gall, swallowing hard. This item was quite daunting. The thought of consuming it raw was unsettling. After all, this gall was nearly the size of his fist. Could he actually swallow something so large? Lin Mu retrieved the gall, taking a deep breath. It was merely swallowing. Who was afraid? He opened his mouth wide and placed the entire snake gall inside, inhaling with determination. Crack. The juices flowed down his throat, and a warm sensation spread through his body. Yet, he dared not move an inch. If it touched his tongue, he would surely be in tears. Once all the bile had drained, he cautiously extracted the gallbladder skin, though he still managed to get some on himself. Instantly, Lin Mu's expression contorted. The bitterness brought tears to his eyes, and he hurriedly grabbed a bottle of soda, chugging it down. Ah, relief. This was even more bitter than bitter melon. He vowed never to consume snake gall again. It truly was not meant for human consumption. Rather than hastily discarding the gallbladder skin, he first opened his personal information to take a look. Name: Lin Mu. ID: 9527 LLM 002-837. Attributes: Strength 9, Constitution 15, Agility 8, Health status: Health 100, Energy 68, Hydration 92. Indeed, his constitution has increased by 5 points, which is indisputable, as long as it proves useful. Lin Mu casually discarded the snake gall skin into the recycling space, having no desire to see it any longer. At 9:30, the first box appeared, a silver chest. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. What a splendid start with a silver chest. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest. You have acquired 5 loaves of bread, 20 liters of gasoline, and 1 universal remedy. Another new item. Universal remedy. Cures any ailment, restoring 20 health points. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the limitations of this item. He directly inquired of the interface. If I were to lose my arm, would consuming this remedy allow it to regrow? No. Perhaps finding Lin Mu's question somewhat absurd. The interface elaborated further. Disabilities incurred will automatically be compensated upon entry, but injuries resulting in disabilities here will not regenerate. Additionally, health limits will be proportionally deducted based on the severity of the loss. Players are advised to exercise caution. My word, you truly possess some remarkable capabilities. Able to compensate for injuries. That's impressive indeed. He continued onward in search of supplies. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest. You have acquired 5 pieces of glass, 20 liters of gasoline, and 2 electronic components. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest. You have acquired 2 universal materials, 20 liters of gasoline, and 1 crossbow blueprint. As he journeyed forth, Each chest invariably contained gasoline, yet he had encountered not a single beast. Lin Mu scratched his head, pondering whether all the creatures had been dealt with during the morning onslaught. Soon, the final box revealed itself before him, causing Lin Mu to gulp, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What a treasure! A question mark box lay in the middle of the path. Indeed, it was the blind box resource chest he had encountered only once before. Boom, boom. Goodness, here it comes again. Lin Mu hastily wielded his axe to open the box, revealing only a luminous orb. He quickly grasped the orb, and a metal chest plummeted to the ground. He immediately stowed the chest in his backpack and swiftly drove away. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Mu caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes fixed upon him. Terrifying. What on earth was that? Only once those eyes vanished into the fog did he feel a sense of relief. He opened his backpack and examined the metal chest. Vehicle modification box. Upon use, adding the corresponding materials allows for a single modification to the vehicle. What use is this? He already possessed an SSS-level infinite modification skill. Did he truly need such an item? What a loss. He attempted to click to use it. Front metal mesh protection device. Requires 10 iron ingots, 2 silver ingots, and 2 copper ingots. Confirm. It appears to be a directed modification, which seems acceptable. At least he had not triggered this option with his modification skill thus far. Since it would serve no further purpose, he decided to use it directly. Confirm. A sturdy metallic cage enveloped the front of the vehicle, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. At midnight, the fog dissipated, revealing the surrounding white snow once more, as a full moon emerged in the sky. Lin Mu halted the vehicle and took out a KFC bucket for a makeshift meal. He replenished the materials in the stove, and the temperature inside the vehicle rose again. Indeed, this contraption proved to be quite effective. Although the air conditioning was adequate, prolonged use left his throat parched, a discomfort far surpassed by the warmth of the stove. He accessed the trading center, listing water and meat for exchange, and continued to trade for miscellaneous items. Subsequently, he acquired several blueprints, including that of the USP pistol, which he upgraded to a permanent blueprint. With this enhancement, his self-defense capacity elevated considerably. After satiating his hunger, Lin Mu was not in a hurry to sleep. He opened the regional chat, adjusted his posture, and intended to glean any useful information. Chapter 19. The last day of the first week. You are invincible. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since Lin Mu arrived here. Tomorrow marked the fateful day. However, he was uncertain how long this period would last. Upon awakening, he promptly began preparing his meal. Once ready, he immediately checked the temperatures. Outdoor, minus 32 degrees Celsius. Indoor, 20 degrees Celsius, perhaps due to the extreme outdoor temperatures. Relying solely on the stove was insufficient to maintain warmth inside the vehicle. Nonetheless, Lin Mu found this temperature tolerable. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the regional channel. 24,312. An astonishing figure. In just 3 days, 60,000 people had perished. The death toll stood at 80. Yet since yesterday, the number of fatalities had begun to decline sharply. In the 10 hours since last night at 9 p.m., only a few hundred had succumbed. The remaining individuals were astute, having discovered ways to cope with the crisis. Does anyone have a long-handled weapon? I need one. The effectiveness of flaming arrows, especially against furry creatures, has proven remarkable. Brothers, does anyone have extra cotton to trade? Could the members of Handsome Squad contact me with the password? I possess formidable strength as well. Today's discussions were markedly better than those of previous days. The foolish individuals had finally vanished. Nevertheless, Lin Mu found himself reminiscing about those simpletons, for they had provided an abundance of worthless items. Since the numbers had dwindled, the resources he could acquire had also decreased. He then checked the information within his team. The number of teams had increased significantly, now totaling over 100. Some teams had reached more than 30 members, nearing the full capacity of 50. Yet, it mattered not, for Lin Mu's solitary team held the top position. Handsome Squad ranked first, with a score of 4,478. Given this score, he had expended a considerable amount of materials. Otherwise, his points could have been even higher. The second-ranked individual barely surpassed 4,000 points, a total accumulated by over 30 people combined. Lin Mu shook his head, quickly consumed a simple breakfast, and then embarked on his journey. From the 4th day onward, resource crates appeared every 400 kilometers. Considering the time spent opening crates and encountering wild beasts or natural disasters, one could encounter at most 2 waves of resource crates in a single day. As midnight passed, it was already the next day. On the 5th day, despite driving an additional 200 kilometers into the night, Lin Mu did not come across any resource crates. However, the following morning, after driving 300 kilometers, he finally encountered one. To obtain 3 waves of resource crates, his current speed would need to increase slightly, a task that proved to be somewhat challenging. After more than 5 hours, Lin Mu spotted the first wave of crates as noon approached. Fortune favored him. As he was greeted by a golden crate right at the start, he hoped there would be no unforeseen complications. In recent days, The first crate he encountered always yielded various animals, leaving him with an abundance of meat. He was on the verge of becoming nauseated from the constant roasted meat. Bam! Lin Mu rolled his eyes. This time, instead of wild beasts, a savage appeared. A beam of light flashed from the golden crate, revealing a towering savage clad in animal skins, with disheveled hair and standing over 2 meters tall, wielding a massive iron club. If any other vehicle had encountered this creature, it would likely have meant certain death. Since acquiring the vehicle's protective grille, Lin Mu had spent the last few days modifying it. The grille now enveloped the entire front of the vehicle, with the exception of the wheels. He had also attached the weapons he had acquired in the past 2 days to the front. Wild man, danger level S. Suggestion: you are now invincible. You truly understand me. Lin Mu pressed the accelerator, crashing directly into the savage, then deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. The weapon at the front of the vehicle struck the savage, knocking him to the ground. The savage's legs were riddled with wounds, blood oozing from the lacerations. Lin Mu promptly drew a knife and an axe, launching a relentless assault on the savage. In this manner, he eliminated an S-level threat with ease. Simultaneously, almost everyone encountered the same savage. However, their luck did not mirror Lin Mu's. They were busy devising strategies to confront their own wild man. Congratulations. Player has slain S-level dangerous wild man. Received. Course for code X1. Iron Rod X1. Is that it? An S-level dangerous creature yields only 2 items? Lin Mu opened his backpack. Course for code. If you lack better clothing for warmth, this will suffice. Upon reading this description, Lin Mu suddenly understood it was a gift of clothing. He then accessed the regional channel, discovering that everyone had faced the same creature. What the hell? I almost died of fright. That savage's teeth were truly terrifying, resembling those of a shark. I ran away without even fighting. Me too. No. Have you all lost your senses? Without the course for code, how do you expect to endure the forthcoming calamities? The majority have chosen to fight. For those who have survived thus far are mostly astute individuals. Yet, there remains a small fraction who have clung to life by sheer fortune. Lin Mu suddenly recalled that he had initially obtained a down jacket and a pair of down pants. He hastily checked his inventory. Down jacket, a vital tool for warmth. It will safeguard you through the impending disaster. The description for the down pants was identical. It seems his luck was indeed quite favorable. The subsequent 9 boxes yielded only food, materials, and water, ordinary and devoid of any novelty. Even the blueprints had become scarce lately. Lin Mu occasionally glanced at the trading center. It had been 3 days since any blueprints had appeared. This is bad. Those people must have caught on. At midnight, Lin Mu was lost in slumber, illuminated only by a small oil lamp within the vehicle. Meanwhile, monumental changes were unfolding outside. The routes on the highway began to intertwine and merge. At a distance of 100 kilometers from each vehicle, 2 roads converged into one. Snow began to fall from the sky, initially as delicate flakes, but as time passed, the snowflakes grew larger. The ground gradually became blanketed in white. By morning, the entire planet was enveloped in snow. Ah, how delightful. Lin Mu threw off his tiger-patterned blanket, and a chill instantly penetrated the covers. Damn, why is it so cold? He quickly donned his down jacket and pants, then hurriedly stoked the stove with wood and activated the vehicle's heating system. The temperature inside the vehicle began to rise gradually, prompting him to check the thermometer. Upon seeing the displayed numbers, he briefly wondered if it was malfunctioning. Chapter 20. The beginner's protection period has ended. The fury of winter begins outside. Minus 55 degrees Celsius inside. 18 degrees Celsius goodness. Isn't this temperature a bit excessive? It's only the first day, and it's already minus 55 degrees. No wonder it's so frigid indoors. Even his fortified vehicle was so cold, let alone others. I must acquire another stove. He then opened the workbench to craft another stove and ignited the flames. The room's temperature began to rise steadily until it stabilized at 26 degrees Celsius. While somewhat unreasonable, this is a survival game, and simply achieving a rise in temperature is a blessing. For breakfast, let us have something warm, a serving of instant noodles and some grilled meat. Perfect, with 2 stoves, one for boiling water and the other for grilling meat. Lin Mu activated the regional channel 22,312. No wonder those who have survived the first week are not to be underestimated. Even after the night's ordeal, so many have managed to stay alive. Thank goodness I was clever enough to prepare a stove, otherwise I would have frozen to death last night. I just stepped outside for a moment and nearly succumbed to the cold. The padded jacket is wonderfully warm. It's so comfortable. Brothers, does anyone have petrol? I need to exchange for 150 liters. Overall, it seems that people are not overly concerned about the current situation. After all, it is merely cold weather. And as long as one dresses warmly, everything should be manageable. At 9 o'clock, Lin Mu had already been driving for over an hour. Due to the continuous heavy snowfall, visibility was impaired, and the speed of travel was slow. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Congratulations, surviving players. You have successfully endured the novice protection period. Lin Mu's lips twitched. With nearly 80,000 lives lost, is this what one would call a novice period? Welcome to the fury of winter. Experience the joy brought by ice and snow. After 7 days, normalcy will be restored, and only those who survive the next calamity will be worthy of knowledge. Joy. My foot. He opened the interface, revealing a countdown of 7 days, signaling the end of this winter. What lay beyond, however, was not disclosed. Lin Mu accessed the regional channel, where an intense discussion ensued. Yet, he paid little heed to these exchanges and turned to the world channel. At this moment, out of the 8 billion, only 2 billion remained. It appeared that some regions had fared better than others. However, it had only been a week. If this continued, would there not only be 200 to 300 million left after another week? Upon reflection, this seemed quite plausible. If faced with a zombie apocalypse, the outcome might be similar. Shutting the interface, Lin Mu pressed on. Perhaps due to the onset of a new week, after traveling 100 kilometers, he encountered his first resource box. Remarkably, it was a black iron resource box, a stroke of good fortune. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained 100 G of bread X2 and braised beef noodles X2. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained ginger tea X1 and a universal medicine X1. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Yet another new item. He retrieved the ginger tea from his backpack, and a paper box materialized in his hand, containing 10 tea bags. It appeared to be quite decent. Lin Mu brewed a cup and took a sip, instantly feeling a warm sensation envelop him. Ginger tea. 1 cup can dispel the chill for 2 hours, keeping the body warm, provided one is properly dressed. The effect was indeed remarkable. Continuing onward, he received another notification. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have obtained a wind turbine blueprint X1, a heater blueprint X1, and silver ingots X5. A generator? A heater? The number of blueprints had increased. Subsequently, he completed the acquisition of 10 resource boxes. Rather than hastily resuming his journey, Lin Mu opened the trading center to check for newly listed blueprints. To his surprise, he discovered 2 items. Ice Maker Blueprint. Exchange for iron ingots X10, electronic components X2. Silver ingots X1. It seemed to have been listed by the same individual, given the identical exchange requirements. Without hesitation, Lin Mu completed the exchange. Based on the previous week's events, it was likely that the next disaster would be related to heat. Regardless of the correlation, securing the blueprints was undoubtedly a prudent move. After all, he had resources in abundance. The only regret was that the population was dwindling. If only global exchanges could be enabled. Presently, the trading center remained confined to the regional level. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Mu had already collected the second batch of boxes. Oddly enough, he encountered no beasts today, and moreover, 1 box was missing. He had only opened 9 boxes from the previous batch, thus 1 was unaccounted for. He had deliberately retraced his steps. But neither by the roadside nor on the road center could he find the box. Ultimately, he had to abandon the search and continue his journey. Not long after setting off, the vehicle suddenly skidded. It seemed imperative to have anti-slip measures when driving on snow. Lin Mu gradually brought the car to a stop, activated his modification skill, placing tires in 1 slot and iron ingots in another. To his delight, the option for anti-slip chains appeared at once. This skill had become remarkably intelligent, indeed. He spent 4 iron ingots to create 4 anti-slip chains and reinforced them with another 4 ingots. Once back on the road, he found that the car no longer skidded. After 10 minutes of driving, Lin Mu squinted through the storm and spotted 2 red lights, moving at a slow pace. Could that possibly be a vehicle? Wasn't this road supposed to be a single lane? Due to the obstructed visibility in the snow, Lin Mu had initially overlooked the convergence of the roads. In truth, nearly everyone had failed to notice it. Suddenly, Lin Mu realized, no wonder there were only 9 boxes earlier. 1 must have been opened by the vehicle ahead. But why hadn't the remaining 9 been opened? A smile crept onto Lin Mu's lips. My apologies, dear brother, but I must upgrade my vehicle's core. You'll have to bear the brunt of it. He pressed down on the accelerator and collided with the rear of the van ahead with a thud. The rear window shattered instantly. The driver inside was startled, the cold wind rushing in through the broken glass. A bespectacled, rotund man turned to look back, exclaiming, "What the hell? How could there be another vehicle?" He tossed aside the stockings he had been holding and stomped down hard on the accelerator. However, the road was treacherous, and his speed barely increased. Through the windshield, Lin Mu glimpsed the driver, a little chubby fellow, and he felt a twinge of guilt. To upgrade his vehicle's core, the destruction of the other S-car was inevitable. Even if Lin Mu refrained from acting, the driver might not do the same. He could not gamble on the other's good nature, nor could he allow himself to suffer to spare another. Whether deemed selfish or inhumane, he merely wished to survive in this world. Chapter 21. The second floor awaits. What a marvelous modification. The chubby man's face twisted into a fierce expression as he retrieved an axe from his space, flooring the accelerator while engaging the handbrake. The vehicle slowed under the braking force. Though Lin Mu's vehicle pushed forward, it was still on snow. Even with the anti-slip chains, it continued to skid. Ultimately, the vehicle's speed diminished further. In Lin Mu's gaze, the chubby man leaped from his vehicle, axe in hand, charging toward the driver's side of Lin Mu's car, raising the axe to strike. Regrettably, a protective net enveloped the exterior of the vehicle, and even in its absence, Lin Mu's upgraded vehicle would be no easy target to breach. A steel blade emerged from the roof, striking the opponent's neck with precision. 3 minutes later, Lin Mu sighed softly, confirming his suspicions. Congratulations, player has slain number 9527 LWM 911277, acquiring vehicle core LV1X1, abandoned vehicle X1. Yet, he pondered whether it was possible to seize the vehicle core directly. Casting a glance at the vehicle core reflected in the rearview mirror, he reached out and plucked the orb from its perch. If he could remove it from someone else's vehicle, would that count? However, such a maneuver seemed nearly impossible. Who wouldn't he keep a vigilant eye on their vehicle? After a moment's contemplation, he took the core outside. The biting cold wind swept over him, causing Lin Mu to shiver. It was indeed frigid, bone-chillingly so. Vehicle core has left the vehicle. Please return it within 3 hours, or it will be considered forfeited. As expected, there was no loophole to exploit. The notion of carrying the vehicle core at all times was evidently unfeasible. Once you exited the vehicle, the core had to remain inside. This also implied that most individuals would not abandon their vehicles. To acquire the core, confrontation was ultimately unavoidable. In this realm, survival hinged upon mutual aggression. Either one strikes first, or the other does, leaving no room for evasion. Seated, Lin Mu gazed at the details of his team, contemplating whether internal conflicts were permissible. He shook his head, deciding to defer that thought for another time. Rubbing his hands together, he mused that now with the core in hand, could he not elevate its level? He accessed the vehicle core. Upgrade not possible. The 4 stark words shattered his hopeful aspirations. Upgrade requirements. Vehicle core LV2. Vehicle core LV1X2. It was akin to a sow wearing a brassiere, one set after another. 1 vehicle was insufficient. 2 were required. Was this not compelling everyone to turn against one another? Lin Mu shook his head, and then glanced at the vehicle wreckage. Given that it could be stored in his space, perhaps he could make use of it? He proceeded to place the wreckage into the modification skill frame. The circle began to spin. 5 minutes elapsed, and the circle continued its rotation. 10 minutes passed, and it still spun. Lin Mu sighed. Let it turn at its own pace. I must take my leave in the vehicle. By day's end, Lin Mu had collected 5 waves of resource boxes, marking a significant profit. The first day was indeed exhilarating. He had gathered 40 boxes. Had he not encountered wild men that cost him 10, he could have amassed 50. The resources provided by the boxes today were truly abundant, offering an array of medicinal supplies. While he possessed medicine, he lamented whether it could regenerate lost body parts. As he munched on his provisions, he observed the chat messages flooding the chat box. It appeared that everyone had fared quite well, with resources distributed relatively evenly, particularly in terms of blueprints. Most individuals had acquired 2 or 3. Ding! A crisp sound resonated in his mind, and the modification skill interface materialized automatically. Option 1. Unlock the second floor. Option 2. Slight overall enhancement of vehicle attributes. Option 3. Add a small compartment. Gazing at the 3 options, Lin Mu rubbed his chin, feeling an inclination towards the first 2 choices, while the third option was equally appealing. An enhancement of attributes, however slight, would still be a boon. Yet, the notion of unlocking a second floor seemed rather ludicrous. To be honest, his curiosity was piqued. What exactly did this second floor entail? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu opted for the first choice. Upon his selection, the vehicle began to shake violently, prompting Lin Mu to grasp the handrail tightly. Goodness! Was such intensity truly necessary? The interior was soon aglow with vibrant colors. From the outside, the vehicle appeared enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light, swaying incessantly, yet its size remained unchanged. Just as Lin Mu felt he might be rattled apart, the vehicle finally stabilized. Information about the vehicle flashed before Lin Mu's eyes. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the details displayed. It indicated the spatial alterations of the vehicle. The height of the first floor remained unchanged, still as low as ever. However, a second floor was now visible on the interface, its area identical to that of the lower level. Due to the absence of a driver's seat, the usable space had increased significantly. Furthermore, the height of the second floor reached a generous 25 meters, offering considerably more room than below. After absorbing the changes, Lin Mu inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If I were to acquire additional vehicles, could I not transform them into a building? Just before retiring for the night, Lin Mu perused the trading center, purchasing suitable blueprints while discarding those that were not. A glance at the regional chat numbers caused Lin Mu to furrow his brow. The number of participants had not significantly changed. Was this not peculiar? I have encountered other vehicles. Surely others must have as well. Unable to contain himself, he typed a message in the channel. Have you encountered other vehicles today? While driving, a car came crashing into me from behind. Fortunately, I was quick enough to evade it. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Ah, you encountered one too? I saw 3, but we managed to coexist peacefully. I wondered why I had no cargo space. It turned out someone was in front of me. What's the big deal? I crashed into others as well, but aside from scraping some paint, it was inconsequential. Those who have survived until now are all driving fuel-efficient, lightweight vehicles. What offensive capability do they possess in a blizzard? Regardless, my encounters were not a waste of time. At worst, it was just a struggle for cargo. Lin Mu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Some had encountered 3 vehicles, while others felt their impact was insufficient. Could it be that he was free to act with impunity at this stage? But how had he encountered 3 vehicles? Lin Mu glanced into the side mirrors, only to find darkness behind him, devoid of any light. The front was just as bleak. Could it be that no vehicles were approaching? As for the distant horizon, Lin Mu had little faith that anyone was there. After all, he had taken all the cargo along this route. If there were vehicles ahead, he would not have been able to acquire any. Forget it. He would address it when the moment arose. Perhaps there were further surprises in store. Chapter 22. Clearing the lumber. Not even a dog would change. Instantaneous void. Ultimately, Lin Mu resolved to return upstairs to sleep, in such a spacious place. Who would choose to reside in a cramped one? The wrath of winter unfolded the next day. Lin Mu comfortably descended from the upper floor, gazing at the staircase before him. It was rather peculiar, merely a simple iron ladder designed for labor. Oh well, it would have to suffice. A shiver ran down Lin Mu's spine as he glanced at the thermometer. Outside, minus 60 degrees. Inside, plus 8 degrees. No wonder it felt so frigid. It was already 8 degrees. He truly could not fathom how vehicles rated at level 2 managed to survive. Presumably, the temperature within must have plummeted below 0. Lin Mu's first instinct was to stoke the fire, followed swiftly by turning on the air conditioning. After 10 minutes, the temperature gradually climbed to a comfortable 15 degrees. Oh, much better. If he waited a little longer, it should reach around 27 degrees. Breakfast consisted of a steaming bowl of instant noodles and a KFC family bucket. That would do. Overindulgence was not advisable. He leaned back in the driver's seat, munching on his meal while opening the regional chat. The number of participants had not changed significantly. The period of drastic decline had passed. Can you believe it's minus 60 degrees outside? How are we supposed to gather resource boxes? Just dress warmly. It's not that difficult. Enough of that. Level 2 vehicles simply cannot withstand this. Does anyone have spare materials? I'll trade food. The convoy is recruiting. United we stand, sharing resources for collective prosperity. Everyone be cautious. I nearly got rammed by a vehicle just now. Most were discussing the temperature. Evidently, this frigid weather was having a profound impact on all. Lin Mu glanced at the thermometer again. The temperature had now reached 25 degrees. He looked at his stove and could not resist typing in the chat. Has no one thought to light a stove? It's quite warm once it's burning. Are you foolish? How much wood does it take to fuel a stove? Who has that much material? Clearly, you lack wisdom. Wood has become scarce recently. Who would waste it on that? Lin Mu's comment drew a wave of ridicule from the crowd. He opened his inventory, eyeing his stock of over 300 pieces of wood. Ding. Successfully reclaimed a wooden chair. Received wood X10. Oh, is material truly so hard to come by? Should I make a profit? He surveyed his resources and ultimately listed 100 pieces of wood. Wood X5 for 1 universal material, totaling 20 exchanges. Lin Mu was uncertain whether this price would yield any returns, considering it was universal material. After about 5 minutes, the regional channel erupted in condemnation of Lin Mu. Who is this? Have they gone mad for money? Is this exchange rate reasonable? A fool would trade. Universal materials are so scarce, they must hold value. Indeed, not even a dog would trade. In the trading center, Lin Mu's recently listed wood was nearly instantaneously exchanged. While he was browsing the blueprints, his items had sold out. Wasn't it said that not even a dog would trade? Seeing the additional 20 universal materials, Lin Mu felt quite pleased. Ah, how foolish these individuals are, exchanging general materials. Blueprint for vertical fan, iron ingots X2. Wood X5, blueprint for mini refrigerator. Wood X10, blueprint for wind turbine. Iron ingots X10, copper ingots X5, universal medicine X2. Without hesitation, Lin Mu made his purchases, realizing that these sellers possessed a rather questionable intellect. Would it not be prudent to retain such items? Clearly, they would prove useful in the near future. While others were struggling, he pondered the necessity of keeping the blueprints. Meanwhile, on another path, a van sped down the road. Sister, was that wind turbine blueprint truly sold at such a low price? Shu Xin remarked. Such items are merely sheets of paper to us. Here, take this medicine. You may need it, she added. Shu Yi felt helpless. Materials were already scarce, and acquiring another would be even more challenging. All right, sister. Shu Xin placed the medicine into her backpack. Look, could that person be the one who previously purchased our blueprints? They seem to have an abundance of goods. Shu Yi observed as she checked the transaction records, confirming it was indeed the same individual. Perhaps they possess considerable strength. If only we could team up with them. Sister, why not ask? You have such good fortune. It might actually work, Shu Xin suggested. In her eyes, Her sister was truly favored by fate. On the first day, she had acquired a player searcher, leading her directly to her. The following day, she had obtained a teleporter to bring her over. Alas, good fortune was fleeting, and the consumption of resources was significant. Their remaining supplies were scant. After all, they had only managed to secure a single chest along the path. Buzz. A vehicle approached from behind. Shu E, at the wheel, maneuvered to make way. However, the other vehicle drew closer, tailing her car. Sister, be cautious. That vehicle may be intent on attacking us. Shu E had always been the driver, while Shu Xian had long immersed herself in the regional channel, gathering various information. Upon observing the other vehicle's maneuvers, she quickly deduced their intentions. Why are we so unfortunate? Just yesterday, we encountered no vehicles, and today, we face one. Moreover, their speed is evidently superior to ours. It wasn't that their vehicle lacked speed, but rather that they could not drive fast in the snow. Sister, it seems our weapons are insufficient to deal with vehicles. Shu Xian noted the array of weapons in her backpack. Long knives, spears, bows, and crossbows, none of which would inflict damage on a vehicle. Bang! The car jolted violently. Shu Yi's complexion paled as she caught a glimpse of the malicious face of the driver in the rearview mirror. Clearly, they intended to kill them to seize the vehicle's core. Ask that person if we can rent their weapons. All right. Lin Mu whistled as he drove along, occasionally glancing back. He had just secured the first batch of supply crates, indicating that there were no vehicles ahead. Could it be just one vehicle? He wondered. At that moment, Lin Mu gradually reduced his speed and came to a halt. On the other side of the road, a path marked with tire tracks appeared to his left. Given the circumstances, it seems a vehicle must have already passed through. The depth and snow conditions suggest it has only recently occurred. Such fortune is simply inescapable. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and surged forward. Lin Mu suddenly recalled a grave concern and hastily opened the panel. Hey panel, regarding the vehicle I handled yesterday. Why have I not seen the materials in his possession? It dawned on him that even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, is it not? Surely, you cannot expect them to simply consume it all. Chapter 23, Rental Function. I require half the supplies. The supplies of the counterpart are always located within the vehicle's core and can be extracted directly upon selection by the player. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the items were there, it could be managed. After extraction, the vehicle's core remains intact, correct? Rest assured, it is certainly intact. Now he felt reassured. What if I choose to upgrade the core directly? Materials will be consumed entirely. He knew it. This was indeed a trap. Fortunately, the vehicle's core was of a low level. Had it been higher, he might have upgraded it without a second thought. Lin Mu was confident that others, upon acquiring the core, would undoubtedly prioritize upgrading it. After all, vehicle enhancements require certain standards from the core. Most individuals possessed a core of merely level 1, and many vehicles were stagnated at level 2. Encountering an upgrade without hesitation would be quite unusual. Suppressing his urge to voice his grievances, Lin Mu opened his backpack. He tapped on the core, and indeed, an extraction button appeared. Extract. Ding. Extraction successful. It was accomplished almost instantaneously. The fluctuation in material quantities was minimal, and the additional items were scarce. After all, in terms of variety, no one could surpass him. Yet, upon observing the surplus items, Lin Mu felt a flicker of annoyance. You, with your thick brows and big eyes, do you no longer wish to live? What use are these items to me? Used white silk stockings, used lettered stockings, used original flavor lingerie, a total of 12. All of this type. With a look of disdain, Lin Mu retrieved the items and casually tossed them into the waste utilization space. Truly a lecherous individual. Ding. A crisp sound echoed, and Lin Mu, puzzled, opened the panel to find a notification displaying the number 1 in his inbox. How curious. Had someone actually sent him a message? He opened the message, recognizing it was from a previous trading partner. Brother, could you lend me a weapon? I'll return it shortly. Lin Mu scoffed. Lend you something and expect its return? Does he take me for a fool? My dear fellow, do not think that just because we have traded twice, you can deceive me. There will be no lending of weapons. On the other side, Shu Xian glanced at the chat message, blinking in confusion. What did this mean? She merely wished to rent. Not deceive anyone. Sister, what does he mean? Shu Yi glanced over. You need to clarify to him that it is a rental. He probably isn't aware of the rental function. Such trivial features likely went unnoticed by most, as not everyone, like Shu Xian, meticulously studied the operational intricacies of the panel. Brother, I wish to rent a weapon for 3 hours. You may set the price. The reflection of the snow was painfully blinding to Lin Mu, and the incessant sound of notifications was extraordinarily vexing. Yet, upon reading the message, he was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly a rental feature? It appeared so. What weapon do you require? Something capable of dealing with vehicles will suffice. It seemed the adversary had encountered a car and needed to target its core. However, that would likely not be possible. With a glint in his eye, Lin Mu proposed. I can provide you with a weapon, but I require half of your materials in return. If you agree, we can proceed with the rental immediately. He was confident that the other party would acquiesce. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Since you lack weapons, it is only reasonable for me to supply them, while retaining half as compensation. After all, you possess none of my weaponry. 2 minutes later, the other party consented. The collateral was simple, 20 units of ordinary materials. Even if they later reneged, Lin Mu would still profit, though he would subsequently blacklist this individual. Sister, this is the very handgun and ammunition from our previous transaction. If only we had kept them. Shu Xian's heart ached. Both items belonged to them. It was truly heartbreaking. Shu Yi's lips twitched slightly. The crucial point is that at the time, we had no inkling we could acquire the bullet designs. But all that is now behind us. Shu Yi's luck was mixed. While she had some fortunate finds, most were merely useless blueprints and materials, with food and water in dismally short supply. Reluctantly, they resorted to selling such items to sustain themselves. A collision may occur shortly. Be cautious. Move to the back and wait for the moment the window shatters. Then fire directly at them. Shu Xian gulped nervously. You mean to shoot and kill them? Her hands trembled slightly. This felt wrong. After all, she had never harmed even a chicken. Shu Xian, remember, we have entered an unknown world. Look at the ever-decreasing numbers, and consider the two of us. You must take action, Shu Yi urged, her expression grave. Look at that man's demeanor. Do you think he would spare us? Turning to glance at the man, Shu Xian was unnerved by his unsettling smile. I understand. She quickly crawled to the back, gripping the handgun tightly while taking deep breaths. Get ready. They are approaching. At the moment of impact, Shu Yi slammed on the brakes. Bang. The rear window shattered after several collisions. The man in the back fared no better. The sudden jolt caused him to slam against the steering wheel, leaving him dazed. In an instant, Shu Xian stood up, bracing herself against the biting cold wind as she squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, and the man, wearing an expression of terror, slumped back in his seat. Shu Xian panted heavily, her hands trembling as the chilling wind jolted her awake. I've killed someone. Shu Yi shook her head, hurriedly opening the car door and leaping onto the adversary's SUV, searching frantically and knitting her brows in dismay. You inquired about whether we could transfer the panel to this vehicle and also about the location of that warehouse. 10 minutes later, the two women drove off in the off-road vehicle, leaving behind the man's body and their previous Jinbei car. If Lin Mu were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly chastise them for their extravagance. The area behind the off-road vehicle is considerably smaller than that behind the Jinbei car, resulting in a significant loss. Wow, this person has so many supplies. Do we truly need to give them half? Shu Xian pondered as she gazed at the surplus materials and food, feeling somewhat reluctant. Yet, since they had made a promise, she resolved to fulfill it. What is borrowed must eventually be returned. Although they would acquire weapons in the future, one could never predict when something else might be required. Shu Yi glanced at the shotgun in her backpack, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Without the borrowed weapon, it was likely they would meet their demise here. Very well, I will send it to them, she decided. After deducting the materials previously mortgaged with Lin Mu, Shu Xian sent him some food along with 3 blueprints. Her heart ached at the thought of relinquishing so many items. But what can be done? We must expedite the vehicle upgrades. Soon, we shall craft a stove to light a fire. This cold is unbearable. Chapter 24, Comfortable Cotton Apparel? A probe into the trading center. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow as he examined the items received through the trade. They had indeed struck luck by encountering a substantial benefactor. Soon after, a video arrived, showcasing the extraction of resources. This individual conducted their affairs with meticulous precision, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, the fact that they could record video was surprising. What else was there that he was unaware of? His first encounter with photography was through the regional channel, and now he learned about video through others as well. The rental feature was also something he had been informed about by this person. Lin Mu shook his head, realizing he was utterly uninformed. Nonetheless, it mattered little. What use were these functions? Would they provide him with materials? Would they furnish him with food? As he contemplated his vehicle, the notion of its characteristics suddenly struck him, prompting him to send a message. What are the level 2 characteristics of your vehicle? Upon receiving this message, Shu Xian immediately turned to Shu Yi. Sister, the other party is inquiring about our vehicle's characteristics. Should we share this information? After a moment of contemplation, Shu Yi nodded. Let us inform him. Since he has asked, it indicates that this knowledge is common among everyone. We might as well inquire about his as well. Understood. Shu Xian quickly typed out a response. We previously had a Jinbei car, whose characteristic was enormous capacity, with a backpack space of 1,000 slots. Now, we have switched to an off-road vehicle, characterized by sturdy, which enhances its defense by 200, increasing with level. Lin Mu stroked his chin, finding the characteristics somewhat underwhelming. A backpack of 1,000 slots. I currently have only 55 slots. How is that even sufficient? He recalled that the core of the vehicle was where the materials were extracted, implying that enhancing the vehicle's core would likely increase the backpack capacity. Perhaps for others, 1,000 slots were excessive, but for him, it might not suffice. As for the purported increase in defense, his modification skills were already adequate. Do not merely suggest an increase to 200. Even an elevation to 1000 is entirely feasible. This characteristic, however, proves to be of little utility. Pray tell, what is your attribute? Upon receiving the message, Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. My vehicle's specialty is acceleration, allowing for a 20-point increase in speed limit. As for the quality of the vehicle, that has not been mentioned by anyone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Mu encountered the third batch of crates. As expected, the distance increased by 100 kilometers in a day, so it appears that the subsequent 3 days will likely yield another 500 kilometers. Lin Mu shook his head. If this were indeed the case, with his current speed, he could manage only 1 batch per day. Ding. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained 2 blueprints for a comfortable cotton jacket. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Isn't the cotton jacket something that can be crafted at the workstation? Comfortable cotton jacket blueprint. Fabric X5, cotton X5, plastic X1. It seems a bit different. The materials required here are significantly more than those needed at the workstation. He did not rush to seek additional resource boxes, as he now knew there were no vehicles ahead, and thus felt no urgency. Lin Mu opened the workstation and initially crafted a basic cotton jacket using 2 fabrics and 2 cottons. Upon inspection, it was merely a standard short cotton jacket, quite thin. While it certainly provided some warmth, its thickness suggested it would be inadequate for serious cold. Its effectiveness was less than half that of a coarse fur coat. Subsequently, he transformed the 2 blueprints into permanent ones and directly crafted a garment. The attire produced from the blueprints was of medium length, reaching approximately the knee, and was considerably thicker. However, compared to his down jacket ensemble, its insulation was still lacking. Comfortable cotton jacket provides a certain degree of warmth. It is more effective when paired with an outer coat. Lin Mu nodded. Indeed, this was significantly better than the one he had initially. The description indicated a degree of warmth, while the original did not even mention warmth. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the utility of this item for himself. If he were to sell it, what would be an appropriate price? After a moment of contemplation, he listed the comfortable cotton jacket for sale to see if there were any potential buyers. Comfortable cotton jacket. Exchange for 7 cottons plus 1 undamaged piece of clothing and any 3 worthless items. The clothing can provide fabric, and the junk can yield other materials. Regardless of how one views it, it is a profitable venture. I truly am a genius. Lin Mu believed that once the cold subsided, this garment would likely be of no further use, allowing him to buy it back at a low price and convert it into materials. Perfect. After listing the item, Lin Mu paid it no further mind and continued to open resource boxes. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained 5 stones and 10 liters of gasoline. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have obtained 1 blueprint for a mini fridge, 1 universal material, and 1 antidote. A new resource has appeared? An antidote. Does this imply that the next occurrence will be toxic fog rather than extreme heat? Lin Mu shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless of what it was, he had no intention of venturing out. Today had been fortuitous. Even until the final batch of boxes was collected at night, Lin Mu had encountered no wild beasts. Lin Mu stretched lazily, preparing to dine. Ding. Successfully recovered ordinary clothing X1. Obtained fabric X5. Indeed, my intuition was correct. This item can indeed be sold. Without hesitation, Lin Mu proceeded to craft 20 cotton jackets and place them in the trading center to observe the transaction speed. You may take your time. Once this icy weather concludes, it will be his moment to profit. Lin Mu hummed a tune as he set a cast iron pot atop the stove, subsequently tossing in chicken and a package of seasonings. There was no rush to sleep tonight. He intended to prepare a hearty chicken stew. While waiting, Lin Mu opened the regional channel. 20,881. Fewer than 2,000 deaths. Most fatalities today were attributed to the harsh weather, as a portion did not even engage with the wildlings. In truth, as long as one could defeat the wildlings, braving the temperature would be manageable. It would merely be uncomfortable. Of course, some had perished for lack of a stove. Who could be blamed for that? Judging by the current trajectory, would the final day not see temperatures plummeting to minus 100 degrees? Goodness, would anyone survive? The temperature outside had already dipped to minus 10 degrees within his vehicle. Do you truly not require a stove? No air conditioning either? Wait, where would one even find air conditioning? Lin Mu stared incredulously at the messages above. There were still individuals without air conditioning? Did it imply that some vehicles hadn't even reached level 3? But how had these people managed to advance this far without it? Lin Mu was not the only one bewildered. Others who had acquired vehicle cores shared his confusion. Normally, with proper box openings, most individuals could successfully upgrade unless extraordinarily unlucky. Buzzing. Lin Mu raised his head. From the right side rearview mirror, he caught a glimmer of light, drawing closer. Chapter 25. If you won't take action, then I shall. Lin Mu disregarded the stew simmering on the stove and started his vehicle, driving slowly. Although his car had undergone several enhancements and was quite robust, a collision would still be unpleasant. The vehicle behind him was closing the distance rapidly. However, due to the darkness, he could discern little more than the fact that it was indeed a car. 5 minutes later. Could you please move forward? Why are you tailing me? Goodness. I'm merely driving a junker. Why the fear? Lin Mu was truly exasperated from the height of the other vehicle's headlights. It was evident that it towered over his own. This indicated that the other party must be driving something larger, at the very least an SUV. Yet, the vehicle refused to overtake him despite his speed dropping to 40 kilometers per hour. Lin Mu glanced at the stew on the stove, which displayed a remaining countdown of 10 minutes. Aren't you coming closer? Wait until my chicken is ready, then you shall see how I deal with you. Lin Mu opened his crafting table and fashioned a spearhead. He then accessed the modification skills. One slot contained the spearhead, while another held an iron ingot. Option 1. Install a fixed spear on the rear of the vehicle, length 2 meters. Option 2. An elongated weapon is installed at the rear of the vehicle. A controllable spear. Option 3. A barrage weapon at the rear of the vehicle, increasing the quantity by 1. Selecting option 3. The vehicle swayed slightly before coming to a halt. Soon, I shall provide you with a delightful experience. Lin Mu continued to employ his modification skills, enhancing each spear a second time. Ding. After the host's repeated use of the infinite modification skill, the skill has leveled up. Lin Mu gazed at the sudden notification. Somewhat perplexed, could this thing actually upgrade? Observing the interface that emerged, he discerned no apparent changes, as it appeared just as it had before. Upon opening the modification skill, Lin Mu was taken aback. Originally, there were 2 slots. Now, there were 3. Furthermore, a new statement accompanied this upgrade. Elevating the skill to a new tier, players can provide a modification direction. Indeed, the ability to offer direction was far superior to that rudimentary intelligence. Each time he attempted to enhance, he often encountered inexplicable modification options, leaving him utterly speechless. Moreover, even when he reintegrated the materials, the enhancement options showed little variation. After wasting considerable resources, he finally achieved his desired outcome. Yet, why could this skill upgrade? He glanced at the rearview mirror once more, noting that the pursuer had remained behind him. Since they were not advancing, he would investigate further. Panel Master, is this skill truly upgradable? All skills are upgradable. However, there was no indication of upgradability, nor any visible prerequisites. Skill upgrade expected to unlock in the 3rd week. Please be patient. Wait, why do you update every so often? Dear player, please remain calm. We did not anticipate anyone would acquire this skill, nor did we foresee such frequent usage. Please be patient. It will unlock when the time comes. Lin Mu scoffed. So it was his fault? This was hardly the survival game's oversight. According to their calculations, functions were meant to unlock periodically. They had never considered that someone might acquire a skill so early on. Even if someone did gain such a skill, it was unlikely they would choose to modify incessantly, as materials were precious commodities. Yet, by some twist of fate, they encountered Lin Mu, a remarkable anomaly. Regardless of the developer's intentions, Lin Mu was aware that the chicken stew was ready. He promptly stored both the pot and the chicken in his space. Since the pursuer remained at a distance, he decided to take action. He abruptly slammed the brakes, causing a row of spears approximately 1 meter long to extend from the rear of the vehicle. The car behind him hastily applied its brakes, but lacking protective chains and being too close, the 2 vehicles collided directly. Lin Mu merely felt a slight jolt. The driver behind experienced a similar sensation, with neither party feeling any significant impact. The driver in the rear wore a puzzled expression, wondering why, despite the collision, there was hardly any sensation. Lin Mu's lips curled into a faint smile as he observed the spears extending their barbed hooks, viciously ensnaring various components within the front of the vehicle. Engaging the forward gear, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle ahead. The connection point between the rear vehicle and Lin Mu's produced a series of creaking sounds. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a cluster of parts tumbled to the ground. The driver in the rear, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Fear gripped him. Had he known, he would have opted to overtake instead. He pondered ways to maximize his advantage, but before he could devise a plan, Lin Mu took decisive action. Unwilling to afford the man an escape, Lin Mu reversed just as the rear driver attempted to maneuver away. With a resounding thud, a spear pierced the vehicle, its hooks rising ominously. The driver, eyes wide, gazed at the menacing barbed spear protruding from the passenger's side and swallowed hard. What was this? Thud, thud, thud. The driver stiffened and turned his head to find Lin Mu grinning at him. "Ah!" he screamed in terror. Lin Mu scratched his head, bemused by the man's frightful reaction. "What are you screaming for?" he asked, raising his right hand to deliver a decisive blow that shattered the glass. Subsequently, he brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at the man's head before pulling the trigger. He flung open the car door and unceremoniously discarded the body outside. Leaping into the vehicle, his first action was to seize the core of the vehicle. Vehicle core LV2. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. surprised to discover it was a level 2 core, suggesting this was a route formed by the merging of several paths. It seemed those who had perished did not simply succumb to the cold. He stowed the core in his backpack and conducted a cursory inspection of the vehicle, finding no noteworthy items. Afterward, he exited the car and stored it within his backpack. He planned to inquire later whether the others had attempted to store their vehicles in a similar manner, curious to determine if it was a universal ability or exclusive to him. Before departing, he cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, contemplating for a moment. Lin Mu then proceeded to strip the individual of his outer coat and trousers, leaving behind only thermal undergarments. After all, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. Upon returning to his vehicle, he casually tossed the items into his recycling space. Half an hour later, Lin Mu wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit, this survival game had some consideration for its players. With these provisions, even those lacking culinary skills could savor delectable meals. His own cooking was mediocre at best. While the food was edible, it rarely delighted the palate. However, in this realm, one could simply toss ingredients into a pot, add water, and let time do the rest, resulting in a delightful feast. Next came the moment for upgrades. Chapter 26, Vehicle Upgrade, Enhanced Features. Ding. Vehicle core upgraded to LV3, capacity increased to 3, backpack expanded by 100. Well, I hadn't anticipated the backpack would actually enlarge. He accessed the vehicle core data. Vehicle core, level, LV3. Capacity, 3 persons. It appeared that each level increase enhanced the capacity by 1 additional person. However, upgrading the core necessitated the consumption of other vehicles. In theory, everyone should be adversaries. Yet, the capacity for cooperation among individuals seems to suggest otherwise. It is indeed an intriguing dynamic. He couldn't help but recall the initial phrase, "The human heart is a subject worthy of profound exploration." Perhaps it is a matter of the weak banding together while the strong choose to stand alone. Lin Mu shrugged. This was of no concern to him, as he preferred solitude. In fact, the idea of forming a team would only make him uneasy. He then turned his gaze to the vehicle interface, glancing at the materials. All were present. Upgrade. The vehicle trembled, and light flickered. This time, the process took longer than any previous instance. 5 minutes later, the upgrade was successfully completed. Ding. Vehicle elevated to LV5, doubling the space, and unlocking the free crafting mode at the workbench. Enhanced attribute effects. Lin Mu glanced back at the vehicle, which had indeed grown larger, its length doubled. Free crafting. Players can create items according to their imagination, with the size of materials corresponding to the dimensions of the crafted items. Lin Mu pondered this feature deeply. After a moment, he inquired at the panel. Can I craft a Star Destroyer cannon? Yes, as long as the player constructs all components and assembles them, it may be utilized. All components? It was indeed a formidable challenge. However, for those in the military industry, this was a tremendous boon. Crafting an AK should pose no problem. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt the situation becoming quite intricate. Fortunately, most players were currently at LV2, with the stronger ones barely reaching LV3, at least for the moment. He need not worry. It seemed imperative for him to hasten his vehicle modifications. Otherwise, should someone else create a long-range rifle, he would be left behind. Lin Mu shook his head. It likely wouldn't happen so swiftly. To advance to LV4 would require at least 1 to 2 weeks. Even if someone did ascend, it was uncertain they could craft it, as ammunition posed a significant challenge. Moreover, even if such an encounter arose, he would act first. Lin Mu opened the vehicle's information panel. Vehicle, waste disposal truck. Quality, D grade. Level, LV5. Fuel tank, 200L, 200L. Fuel consumption, 1L per 10 kilometers. Speed, 100 kilometers per hour. Functions, advanced cold resistance, intermediate insulation, intermediate defense strength, basic offensive capability. Vehicle skill, SSS level unique vehicle skill. Unlimited modifications. Attribute, waste utilization. Waste can be deposited into the rear processing unit, allowing for the decomposition of corresponding items, with a 50 increase in decomposition rate. Upgrade requirements. Iron ingots X50, silver ingots X10, copper ingots X10, glass X8, rubber X4. Vehicle core LV4. Functionality has improved somewhat, but what is the nature of this basic offensive capability? He felt no sense of any offensive power in the vehicle. The player's self-modification ability is also considered part of the functionality. So, most of this is derived from his own efforts. Panel, what would the standard functional data look like? The 12th level merely possesses basic cold resistance, while the 3rd level boasts thermal insulation capabilities, and the 4th level enhances both defensive and offensive attributes. The specifics are contingent upon the quality and type of each vehicle. He concurred with the latter point. A tank's defense is undeniably maximized upon deployment, yet its offensive power is rendered futile without ammunition. He has perused the skill upgrades and is not in a rush to utilize them for the time being. As for the attributes, an enhancement of 50 implies that he can transform 8 units of scrap materials into 12. However, he still felt compelled to inquire. Panel Master. If an item only yields 5 upon disassembly, how would that enhancement be calculated? 7, came the response. This meant a loss of 5. Was that not an unfair disadvantage? 5 units are still materials, after all. Panel Master, this is unreasonable. Rounding should be applied. Your grasp of mathematics appears lacking. Lin Mu stroked his chin. Although these were acquired at no cost, upgrading the vehicles was a result of his own efforts. He must strive for it. Panel Master. If I were to dismantle 2 items yielding 5 each, what would I receive? 15, was the answer. Lin Mu's eyes twitched. He nearly overlooked this crucial detail. With a spark of inspiration, he asked, Panel Master, how many vehicles share the same attributes as mine? Given the current circumstances, he had not observed anyone purchasing scrap materials in the trading center for several days. Only those who have used this vehicle comprehend its terrifying potential. Even without his modification skills, the ability to craft items and sell materials could yield substantial profits. Upgrading vehicles was remarkably effortless. None. Lin Mu was taken aback. Wasn't this vehicle merely a D-class? A garbage collection vehicle of D-rank. How could it be the only one? Players with a level of 50 possess C-class vehicles. 35 have B-class, and 15 have A-class. As for D-class, it constitutes only 5%, while the remainder consists of S-class or higher. In this world, there are only 8 garbage collection vehicles, but 7 have already vanished. Lin Mu's lips twitched. It appeared that his D-class vehicle was indeed a rare species. He exclaimed in astonishment that it could even be compared to higher-tier vehicles, a notion he had never encountered before. Shaking his head, he mused that this was for the best. With only one vehicle in the world possessing such capabilities, he could consider himself unique. He vowed to become the greatest king of garbage highways in the world. He turned his gaze to the final upgrade requirements. He possessed all the necessary materials. Save for the vehicle core upgrade, it seemed he would have to engage in more hands-on work. Lin Mu contemplated that, following this line of thought, he would need to defeat 8 vehicles to elevate the core to level 4. Ultimately, was the goal not to engage in combat? Was the vehicle core obtainable solely through this method? No, he had previously acquired it through blind boxes. Alas, the probability of encountering blind boxes was too minuscule to be noteworthy. He inquired further, but the panel did not divulge any specific methods for acquiring the vehicle core, merely urging him to explore on his own. Lin Mu glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He accessed the trading center and glanced at the transaction records. Since he had listed 20 garments, nearly one would sell every minute, taking less than 20 minutes in total. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering. It appears that everyone has an abundance of materials at hand. Chapter 27. The fleet teleportation function? Difficult to restrain oneself. He disposed of the acquired clothing and trash into the recycling unit. Subsequently, he crafted another 20 comfortable cotton jackets for sale. Comfortable cotton jacket. Exchange 10 cotton, 2 fabrics, 1 undamaged garment, and any 3 pieces of trash. He had already set a fair price, merely increasing it slightly. Such conscientious merchants as him were indeed rare. Naturally, he would not admit that it was due to the minimal material requirements of the crafting table's garments. Lin Mu stretched and climbed the ladder to the 2nd floor. After the vehicle upgrade, not only had the car lengthened, but the height of the 1st floor had also risen to 22 meters, allowing Lin Mu to finally walk upright. Upon reaching the upper level, he dove into the warm embrace of his blankets and slipped into slumber. Though he was asleep, others were still awake. I can't take it anymore. The temperature inside my vehicle has plummeted to minus 15 degrees, making sleep impossible. Who told you to be stingy with the wood? 1 piece of wood can be split into 10 sticks. 3 sticks an hour is quite economical. Here's a secret. Once the vehicle reaches level 3, air conditioning is available. I have all the materials. Which bigwig will gift me a vehicle core? The trading market once again featured the comfortable cotton jackets, which were indeed superior to those made by oneself. Hurry and seize the opportunity. However, moments later, while some purchased them, others began to voice their grievances. This feels so much better than what the crafting table produces. One would need to wear 4 or 5 of those to achieve this effect. But that would be too cumbersome. Are you really buying them? The price is significantly higher than this afternoon. We are all citizens of Hua country. Shouldn't we support one another? Exactly. How can one only think of profit? On the 2nd floor, 2 fools lamented. Who compelled you to make a purchase? If you don't buy, others will. The next day, on the 3rd day of the fury of winter. Outdoors, minus 65 degrees. Indoors, plus 18 degrees. The temperature had indeed dropped another 5 degrees, just as he had anticipated. However, the temperature in the room remained quite stable, not decreasing significantly, perhaps due to the upgrades. The vehicle's insulation was exceptionally effective. Lin Mu filled a clean bowl with water and freshened up, then heated breakfast on the stove. If others were to see him, they might accuse him of extravagance. While others would save their own urine, he washed his face with pure water. While waiting for breakfast, Lin Mu opened the trading center. It seemed that his price was still somewhat low. However, it was not suitable to raise it significantly, Perhaps 2 more fabrics and 3 more pieces of trash would suffice. They should be able to accept that. This time, he listed 50 pieces. There was no other choice. The more he sold, the more materials he obtained, which he could never exhaust. After all, last night's clothing collection yielded him 110 pieces of fabric along with 20 units of cotton, and this was from the discarded garments. Additionally, that refuse provided him with a considerable amount of plastic, glass, and gasoline. In short, the surplus was simply overwhelming. Of course, he was not devoid of materials either. For instance, the quantities of rubber and electronic components did not exceed 15, and the general materials were less than 30. Alas, it was still insufficient. He accessed Regional Channel 19923, where he learned that several individuals had perished once again. Lin Mu speculated that the increasing encounters between vehicles might have caused incidents similar to what he experienced yesterday. After all, among the deceased, one was a casualty he had contributed to. Could it be that today's prices were even higher than yesterday's? Let them ponder the costs at their leisure. I have already made my purchases. Hey, leave one for your brother. Don't buy them all. Greetings, I am part of the 8th rank team. Welcome to our crew. Do not be fooled. This fellow has undoubtedly led to the demise of countless vehicles, and his car has already been upgraded to level 4. Lin Mu was taken aback. What did that mean? Why was it that every time he encountered this feature, there were always phrases he found perplexing? Observing the chat box, he began to grasp the situation. The team possessed a teleportation ability, allowing members to be transported together. Exiting the team would enable one to choose to return to the original road. However, this feature would only activate 2 days after joining the team. Should one meet an untimely demise during this period, the vehicle would become communal property of the team. Indeed, untimely death. The 8th rank team capitalized on various forms of accidental death to amass substantial resources. Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating the resources obtained from these 2 vehicle cores. The first was negligible, but the second provided a noteworthy bounty, including 200 iron ingots. While not particularly useful to him, it underscored that such plundering was indeed an optimal way to amass wealth. Furthermore, the brother who had previously rented his weapon had only brought half that amount. Yet it was not insignificant. The saying goes, killing and arson bring wealth, while rebuilding roads brings no corpses. Diligently searching for resource crates ultimately proved less fruitful than simply eliminating a team member, with far less risk involved. Lin Mu opened the team section. Handsome Team, 130. First place, score 3882. Invincible Team, 830. Second place, score 3212. Unity Team, 530. 8th place, score 2016. TSK, still far ahead. However, anxiety gripped him as the gap between him and the second place was over 600 points. What did this signify? It indicated a scarcity of resources. He needed to strive harder. His gaze fell upon the Unity Team. If only he could join them, he could tackle those 5 individuals. Swiftly, Lin Mu shook his head. Abandoning this unrealistic notion, accidental death would be quite challenging to orchestrate. Most importantly, he could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with all 5. After all, merely solving 1 or 2 issues would be far too unprofitable for him. To truly resolve matters, he needed at least 5. Otherwise, he would feel utterly uncomfortable. After finishing his meal, Lin Mu took to the road. The speed of the vehicle had increased, yet he did not drive hastily. After all, maneuvering on snowy terrain was inherently cautious. Covering a distance of 300 kilometers, Lin Mu estimated that completing the journey in 5 hours would be quite commendable. With time to spare, he considered his modification skills, which he had yet to explore since their upgrade yesterday. Upon opening the interface, 3 boxes appeared alongside a message. However, how was one supposed to utilize this? There was no indication of where to input anything. Was it simply a matter of thinking it through? Disregarding his uncertainty, he decided to experiment. He first selected a snow chain, and a phantom image of the chain materialized within one of the boxes. Subsequently, he placed 3 iron ingots inside, contemplating the enhancement of its anti-slip capabilities. Beep. Generating optimal solution. Option 1. Upgrade the snow chain to 8 iron chains. Option 2. Upgrade the snow chain to 6 iron chains, each equipped with anti-slip spikes. Option 3. Insert 2 snow chains along with 50 iron ingots for a direct upgrade to tracks. Chapter 28. Bargaining gone awry. A slight loss. What had he just witnessed? What on earth was that third option? Lin Mu rubbed his eyes. He could not have been mistaken. It indeed required 50 iron ingots. He had initially thought this upgrade merely added an extra box and a directional enhancement. Instead, it revealed that he could input multiple materials at once, along with a new direction for strengthening. Could this be the true application of the modification skill? He attempted to place an additional iron ingot into one of the boxes, and to his astonishment, it fit perfectly. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Mu withdrew one of the iron ingots, inserted the snow chain for the rear wheels, and then placed 50 iron ingots into the back box. With only one option remaining, he was set to modify to tracks. What was he waiting for? Of course, he would proceed with the modification. Admittedly, the consumption was substantial, 50 ingots for a single upgrade. However, while he lacked in other materials, he certainly had an abundance of iron ingots, nearly 400 in total. Beep. It is recommended to stop for modifications. Lin Mu gradually brought the vehicle to a halt and confirmed the action. The vehicle shuddered. Moments later, he noted in the rearview mirror that the left side had transformed into tracks, encasing the two wheels within, while several additional wheels emerged for support. He proceeded to modify the right side as well. As he slowly restarted the vehicle, the speed began to increase, yet upon reaching 50, it refused to accelerate further. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Could this be the limit of its speed? Given the icy conditions, it was understandable. The ground was inherently slippery, and even in its original state, the vehicle could barely reach 60 or 70 kilometers per hour. But what about afterward? No, this was something he must inquire about on the interface. Hey, interface. Can my wheels be restored? Please check vehicle information. Lin Mu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Those two exclamation marks suggested irritation. Was it truly necessary to react so? He merely had a few questions, though he dared not voice his grievances, fearing retribution from the game's creator. He earnestly accessed the vehicle information, noticing an added feature, the ability for the wheels to transition between tires and tracks. Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating the vehicle data. Transformation? Could others eventually possess this capability as well? Although his modification skill is unique, it does not imply that others cannot make alterations. Furthermore, might there be similar automotive components in resource chests? After all, this is an extraordinary world where anything is possible. It seems prudent to gather more materials, just in case unforeseen circumstances arise. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu opened the trading center to check on the cotton-padded jackets he had listed. This time, the selling speed had significantly slowed, taking a full 2 hours to sell. Considering this is a vast area with nearly 20,000 players, the need for a 2-hour wait indicates that the price has reached its limit. Fortunately, there is no evaluation system for these items. Otherwise, he might have suspected he would be criticized. He had hoped to earn a bit more, but it appears he must maintain the original price, regardless of the calculations. He certainly does not incur a loss. Without hesitation, Lin Mu listed another 100 pieces. Against the backdrop of 20,000 players, even a ripple would be unlikely. Ding. A message popped up. It was from the person who had previously rented his firearm. Big shot. Do you want this small refrigerator blueprint? It's quite affordable. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, wondering how many blueprints this person had sold. Could it be that they opened every box? Their luck seemed extraordinary. Yes, state your price. 10 iron ingots, 2 copper ingots, 2 electronic components, and 1 liter of purified water. To be frank, this price is not particularly high, considering it is a blueprint. However, negotiations are still necessary. Brother, your price is indeed a bit steep. What would I do with a refrigerator in this bitter winter? Shu Xian frowned at the incoming message, thinking the price was already quite low. As time progresses, the significance of blueprints becomes increasingly apparent. Sister, what should we do now? They want to haggle. Add a bag of salt and ask if they would consider a trade. But sister, we only have 2 bags of salt in total, and they are rather difficult to obtain. Do not worry. This should be a new resource, and we will encounter it sooner or later. Shu Xian nodded. Then I shall inquire. If they have it, we may need to lower the price. She subsequently included the salt in the offer. Lin Mu was taken aback upon seeing the mention of salt. He had sensed something was amiss. Salt had yet to appear. For an individual, the most vital substances are water and salt. Without food, one might endure hunger, but lacking water can lead to dehydration. The same logic applies to salt. Without it, one experiences fatigue. Fortunately, he has been fortunate, as many food items contain salt, so he has not felt the absence. Alright. Although he has 1 bag of salt in his seasoning pack, it will inevitably be depleted one day. The trade was finalized, and Lin Mu transformed the small refrigerator into a permanent asset. When the weather warms, he would sell it for double the price. Subsequently, he retrieved a bag of salt, unadorned save for the inscription of 250G. It appeared quite refined, indeed. The arduous journey of 300 kilometers had consumed a full 7 hours of his time. A snowy day proved to be quite treacherous. Darkness would soon envelop the land. Gazing at the silver resource box before him, Lin Mu was filled with tears of joy, for he had finally arrived. Thud. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have obtained 250G of refined salt X2, heater blueprint X1, medium purified water collection device blueprint X1. How unfortunate. He should have bargained for a greater profit. Alas, he resolved to consider it an act of charity. Once again, there was a resource box every kilometer. Lin Mu was elated, for the quantity of materials and supplies was truly abundant. Although he encountered blueprints later on, they were already sufficient for his needs. Thud. A golden resource box opened, revealing 3 figures. Lin Mu's lips twitched. He had thought that such weather would preclude their appearance. Yet here they were. Snowman, danger level A. Suggestion, a mere flick of the wrist is already their limit of endurance. How delightful to hear such words. He wished they would utter more. Unfortunately, this was merely a data panel, offering no further commentary. A long knife appeared at the front of the vehicle, and in swift strokes, he felled the 3 snowmen. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying A-level Danger Snowman X3. You have obtained Snowman Hide X3. A newly enhanced weapon proved to be remarkably effective, exhibiting agility akin to his own control. He had reinforced the weapon with materials, yet Lin Mu remained dissatisfied, finding its lethality too constrained. How he wished for firearms, but alas, he lacked the knowledge to craft them. Lin Mu pondered, stroking his chin. What if he fashioned a steel pipe and mounted it on the vehicle, utilizing his modification skills? It seemed not entirely impossible. Chapter 29, Treasures. Life Assistance Robots. He glanced at the earlier notification. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, there were 3 snowman hides. What use did they serve? He already possessed warm clothing. Who would require such items? His collection of fur was considerable, yet he had yet to utilize any of it. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he was uncertain of its application. For warmth, he had a down jacket. While fur might provide greater insulation, he rarely exited the vehicle. Even when he did, it was only for a brief moment, rendering superior warmth unnecessary. As for crafting leather armor, the same reasoning applied. He seldom left the confines of his vehicle. As such, he had yet to put any of it to use. He then closed his backpack and continued onward. Ahead, 2 more resource boxes awaited his exploration. After another kilometer, a diamond box lay in the center of the road. Thud! Congratulations on opening the diamond resource box. You have acquired wood X50, gold ingots X20, universal materials X5. Lin Mu regarded the contents of the chest with disdain. He had ample supplies of these items. He would have preferred an increase in blueprints instead. He stowed away the chest and pressed forward. The final chest appeared, a blind box. A true treasure. This was indeed the gem he sought. He gently opened it, and 2 luminous orbs emerged. To his surprise, there were still 2 orbs. Uncertain of what they would yield this time, Lin Mu activated the first luminous sphere, and a parchment rolled onto the ground. He gazed in astonishment at the object that lay before him. It was yet another novel item. He hastily retrieved it and placed it in his backpack. Low-level treasure hunt arena teleportation scroll allows one to remain in the treasure hunt arena for 3 hours. Although he was unsure of its precise nature, he recognized the term treasure hunt. It appeared to be a promising item, and he planned to explore it tomorrow. Given that he would encounter a treasure chest only after traveling 400 kilometers, no matter how diligently he exerted himself, it would still amount to a single treasure chest. Thus, it mattered little whether he set off early or late, unless he were to commence his journey at dawn, which seemed unnecessary. He turned his attention to the final orb and reached out to touch it. A piece of golden paper fell to the ground. Lin Mu swallowed hard. If his memory served him correctly, this style of paper was likely a blueprint. He quickly used his axe to stow it in his backpack and examined it with urgency. Domestic Assistance Robot, one-time blueprint. Capable of assisting players with various tasks within their means, including but not limited to laundry, cooking, listing and purchasing items, and resource gathering. Ah, what a splendid item indeed. The only uncertainty was whether it could drive. If it could, that would be magnificent. He promptly checked the materials required. Domestic Assistance Robot. Iron ingots X100, copper ingots X30, silver ingots X30, gold ingots X10, universal materials X5, rubber X2, glass X1, electronic components X150. Lin Mu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He possessed a wealth of the initial materials, nearly all of them in excess of what was needed. However, he lacked the final item, electronic components. Despite having salvaged a considerable amount of debris, electronic components had scarcely appeared. Currently, he had only 38 electronic components in total. By this reckoning, to amass the required quantity, it would take him at least a month. He needed to trade for some electronic components without delay. He quickly opened the trading market. All listed items had been sold out, the pace as brisk as ever. He began to craft 100 cotton jackets. Comfortable cotton jacket, exchange for cotton X10, electronic components X2, 1 intact garment, and any 3 pieces of refuse. An intact garment could be deconstructed into 510 pieces of fabric, neither a loss nor a gain, it seemed. 100 milliliters purified water, exchange for electronic components X2 and any 3 pieces of refuse. 50 g raw meat, exchange for electronic components X1 and any 2 pieces of refuse. As time progressed, most people found themselves with an ample supply of water, or rather, once the snow melted, they could boil it for drinking. Thus, he had seldom listed water in the past few days. Nevertheless, there remained a market for it, particularly among those resource-rich individuals who continued to trade. After all, snow water was merely snow water. Why opt for it when one could have purified water? The most amusing incident occurred when someone listed a bottle of iced red tea, seemingly unaware that others could see the description upon clicking. This feature was notably user-friendly, alleviating any concerns about purchasing subpar products. It is likely that there are many in need of electronic components, although their usage is relatively limited. Considering Lin Mu's situation, where he could only acquire a scant number of electronic parts, one can only imagine what others might be experiencing. Once Lin Mu had finished his tasks, he opened the regional chat to see if anyone had shown interest in his goods. To his astonishment, the chat updates revealed a plethora of deaths, showcasing the diverse and unpredictable nature of demise in this realm. At that moment, a crimson subtitle appeared. Player 9527 LZM016131 was slain by an A-grade dangerous snowman. Another soul has perished. Can anyone enlighten me on the nature of this chest? I stand before the first chest, hesitant to proceed. Who knows? These items do not appear consistently. A death notification? What purpose does that serve? 5 minutes elapsed, yet not a single person acknowledged the water he had listed. This seems implausible. However, upon opening the trading center, he discovered that some of his water and meat had already been sold, and even 2 of his cotton jackets had found buyers. Goodness, are people quietly amassing wealth now? He reopened the regional channel, where discussions persisted about resources, weapons, and mundane matters, devoid of the previous fervor where any discovery would incite shouts within the channel. TSK, it appears these individuals have indeed grown considerably wiser. Closing the channel interface, Lin Mu started his vehicle and continued on his journey. The next encounter with a resource box would occur at nightfall. Brother, there's a vehicle 4 kilometers ahead. A burly man seized the walkie-talkie. Skinny monkey, are you certain? Boss Ba, could I possibly be mistaken? This is the radar. Excellent. I was wondering why we hadn't spotted any resource boxes. It turns out there's a vehicle ahead. Accelerating towards it, they prepared to engage. Zhang Ba wore an expression of exhilaration as he glanced at the vehicle ahead. Their convoy had been operational for 5 days, having secured 4 vehicles to form a 5-member team. Upon forming this convoy, the game automatically equipped each vehicle with a walkie-talkie for seamless communication. Just 3 days prior, they had acquired a blueprint for a small radar. Though its scanning range was limited to 5 kilometers, it proved sufficient for traversing snowy terrains. Utilizing this radar, they had already dispatched 2 vehicles, elevating their vehicle core's level and acquiring a wealth of resources. Now, the mere sight of a vehicle sent waves of excitement throughout the convoy, signifying yet another influx of resources. This form of robbery yielded far greater rewards than scavenging from chests, especially considering the scarcity of boxes on the roads, insufficient even for 5 vehicles. Chapter 30. Encountering a convoy? Hand it over. The buzzing of vehicle engines resonated in Lin Mu's ears. He glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting a vehicle entering his line of sight. Just as he felt a surge of joy, another vehicle appeared. Lo and behold, 2 vehicles. His luck seemed to be turning. As the side vehicle accelerated, yet another emerged behind it, bringing the total to 5. Lin Mu's joyful expression faltered. He had encountered a convoy. He scrutinized the rearview mirror. 1 minibus, 2 sedans, 1 pickup truck, and 1 off-road vehicle. Observing this configuration, Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief. As long as it is not a tank or an armored vehicle, there remains some operational leeway. He hastily activated the enhancement skills and the side weaponry. Unable to comprehend, Lin Mu felt a headache coming on. He had thought it had become significantly more intelligent, but it appeared he had overestimated it. He glanced back at the approaching vehicle, which was drawing nearer. Lin Mu quickly accessed the workstation, recalling that he had activated the free forging option a couple of days prior. Indeed, upon choosing free forging, he discovered no fixed blueprints existed, meaning he could forge whatever he envisioned. Without hesitation, he envisioned a 1-meter diameter saw blade. Unnamed 1. Iron ingot X2. Lin Mu forged 3 of them without delay. He then placed these 3 into the enhancement slot, realizing he had no time to ponder their suitability. The left side weapon of the vehicle ideally should retract when not in use, resembling the front. Saw blade attack weapon, lacking power. It is advisable to construct a power generation or storage device. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Couldn't it utilize the vehicle's internal power? He upgraded the wind turbine to permanent status, vowing to convert all the resources he obtained into permanent fixtures once this ordeal concluded. After constructing the wind turbine, he installed it directly atop the vehicle. Subsequently, information regarding the modification skills began to materialize. Saw blade attack weapon, iron ingot X3, silver ingot X3, copper ingot X2, electronic components X3. Upon seeing the electronic components, Lin Mu's heart sank. This was the material he desperately needed, and it was being consumed here. You 5 are finished. Just wait and see how I deal with you. A flash of light heralded the installation of the 3 saw blades, and Lin Mu realized he could control their direction and speed. At that moment, an off-road vehicle surpassed Lin Mu and positioned itself ahead, while 2 others obstructed his path from the sides. The 3 vehicles slowly cornered Lin Mu. A smirk crept across his face. Do you think you can threaten me? The 3 saw blades emerged from the left side of the vehicle, extending toward the adjacent vehicles. ZZZZ. The blades effortlessly sliced a gash into the right side of the opposing vehicle, cold wind rushing in. Lin Mu had not intended to obliterate the opponent outright. After all, The weapon was a last-minute conception and lacked the capacity for significant harm. Had he known, he would have built them in parallel rows. Lin Mu disregarded the vehicle ahead and focused on the second vehicle on the side. He reduced his speed and extended the saw blades. The zzz sound continued unabated. Boss, that vehicle has weaponry. What is this? Inside the vehicle that had been breached, the driver trembled uncontrollably, unable to withstand the frigid gusts despite being clothed. The absence of a heating system within the vehicle made the onslaught of -70-degree winds unbearable. Zhang Ba was equally perplexed. What was that emerging from the opposing vehicle? Why had he never encountered such a thing before? At that moment, the saw blade had already turned toward another vehicle. What could be done now? Mingzi, slam the brakes and force him to a stop. My vehicle remains unscathed, while the front of his is merely a dilapidated van. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle ahead of Lin Mu abruptly slams the brakes, colliding with Lin Mu's car, which subsequently crashes into the rear of the off-road vehicle. He finds himself thoroughly trapped. Lin Mu is not the least bit surprised by this. It would have been peculiar had they acted otherwise. Seizing the opportunity, he shatters the glass of the two side windows and drives a spear into the rear of the vehicle behind him. He deftly wields a long knife, smashing the rear window of the car ahead. This series of actions transpires in mere seconds. Boss, my window's broken. Boss, mine too. Same here. I think I'm fine. At this moment, Zhang Ba casts a greedy glance at Lin Mu's vehicle, intrigued by the array of weaponry it possesses. Although he is unaware of why this car is armed so, it is precisely the kind of vehicle he desires. Thus, it shall belong to him. Grabbing a weapon, he exits the car to seize it. Amidst Lin Mu's bewildered gaze, 5 men clad in thick clothing approach his right side, murmuring amongst themselves. Boss, we can't open this. Can we? The thin monkey gazes at the iron mesh enveloping the vehicle, questioning reality. What can't be opened? There's glass, just shatter it, he insists. Wielding a metal rod and striking the glass. Lin Mu's eye twitches. The glass has been reinforced through vehicle upgrades. Not only would a metal rod fail to break it, but even a gun would struggle. Lin Mu approaches the passenger side, waving at the men outside. Boss, is he surrendering? Zhang Ba nods at Lin Mu. He must be surrendering. You step back. The thin monkey obediently retreats. Lin Mu raises an eyebrow, pondering their formation. It feels rather awkward with them standing in a line. The car window slowly descends. Boss, he is definitely begging for mercy. The thin monkey observes in horror as something protrudes from above the window. Bang, 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 click. A magazine of bullets is expended entirely. With no other option due to his lack of marksmanship, he relies on sheer volume. Fortunately, all 5 are eliminated. Why did you have to lay a hand on me? He questions, surveying the 5 vehicles around him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A significant bounty, without a doubt. Half an hour later, 5 snow-covered bundles lie on the ground as Lin Mu departs in his vehicle. He reflects on the resources he has just extracted from the vehicle core. The quantity nearly matches a quarter of his total. How exhilarating. He has collected 53 electronic components, resolving 1/3 of his needs in one fell swoop. With such a windfall, he now eagerly anticipates another robbery, hoping for more assailants to arrive. At this moment, he possesses 4 level 1 vehicle cores and 2 level 2 vehicle cores. This implies he can upgrade once more. Lin Mu opens the vehicle core, and indeed, an upgrade is possible, consuming 2 level 2 cores for the enhancement. Ding. Vehicle core upgraded to level 4, capacity for 4 individuals, personnel teleportation function activated. Lin Mu gazes at this notification in disbelief. Personnel teleportation? What purpose does this serve me? He should have anticipated this long ago. When the core displayed the load capacity, he ought to have understood. Chapter 31. Vehicle core level 4, resources doubled? Lin Mu still decided to inquire about the panel. It couldn't solely be about teleportation capabilities. Panel, is the sole function of upgrading the vehicle to LV for merely this? Future players will encounter more disasters. Unity and collaboration are indispensable. Lin Mu smirked, as if to say, am I to build a legion by myself? Once the vehicle core is upgraded to level 4, the number of individuals within the vehicle will correspond to the resources encountered, not exceeding the load capacity. So if there are 4 people in my vehicle, we can encounter resources for 4 individuals at once. Precisely. I must admit, this aspect intrigued Lin Mu. Did it really mean he needed to find people? People? Lin Mu's eyes gleamed. Cough. As long as they're human, right? Lin Mu's lips twitched. Was this panel malfunctioning, frequently stuttering like this? They must be living individuals. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering if the disabled could also be considered living beings. Should he convert the second floor into a prison, then place 3 individuals inside? Lin Mu suddenly slapped his thigh. It was absolutely feasible. He couldn't help but think of the convoy behind him. Would that convoy also encounter resources for 5 individuals? No. This hidden feature unlocks only when the vehicle core is upgraded to level 4. Then, does it mean the convoy could only encounter 10 boxes? 1 for each person? Lin Mu recalled the earlier discussions in the regional channel, particularly regarding the 8th rank convoy. Thus, The current formation of convoys was likely primarily for robbery. Robbery inevitably implied murder. How ruthless this game is. In his backpack were 5 vehicles, 2 of which had merged with his own, resulting in slight enhancements across the board. Moreover, his vehicle's appearance had transformed into that of an off-road vehicle, equipped with tracks on either side and dragging a dumpster behind. Now, his vehicle had assumed a rather peculiar shape, one that most would struggle to recognize as a former car. But that was inconsequential. He had just inquired with a brother he had traded with multiple times. He too could store vehicles within his space. But to what end? Why store a vehicle when the parts are not interchangeable, and they cannot be burned? Even if the parts could be used, he wouldn't know how. Reflecting on it, it was evident that this ability was uniquely his at present. Should he consider listing car scraps for exchange? After a moment, Lin Mu quickly shook his head. Wouldn't that be akin to exposing himself to everyone? That was a risk he could not afford. Although current information was confidential, who could predict when the game might introduce new elements? He had come to realize that updates in this game were essentially a game of survival, where one might meet their demise due to overly detailed information. There was certainly a possibility of that. At 11 p.m., Lin Mu glanced at the trading center. The 3 items he had listed had all been sold. It seems my worries were unfounded. Indeed, many individuals possess electronic components. Presently, he has 322 electronic components at his disposal, sufficient to construct not merely 1 robot, but 2 as well. Lin Mu activated his workstation and selected Life Assistance Robot. Commence production. Ding. The Life Assistance Robot has been successfully created. A humanoid robot materialized in the vacant space behind him. Greetings, Master. I am Life Assistance Robot number 001. The exterior resembles human skin flawlessly, hence the necessity for rubber. Furthermore, she is a female robot. Lin Mu quickly retrieved a set of clothes he no longer wore and tossed them to her. Please put these on. Certainly, Master. Observing the robot, Lin Mu noted her movements were remarkably fluid. Were it not for the electronic timbre in her voice, one might never discern she was a robot. I am hungry. Prepare a meal for me. Yes, Master. Please provide the ingredients. Lin Mu extracted 2 pieces of pork and some seasonings from his backpack. Number 001 adeptly employed a knife, chopping, boiling water, and blanching the ingredients. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Life would henceforth be considerably easier. The following morning, Lin Mu descended from the upper floor. The temperature downstairs was pleasantly warm. Would you like me to prepare breakfast, Master? Just boil some water and prepare a bowl of noodles. Understood, Master. Lin Mu approached the driver's seat and glanced at the thermometer. Outdoor temperature, minus 75 degrees. Indoor temperature, plus 27 degrees. Indeed, it had dropped by 5 degrees overnight. He retrieved the treasure-seeking teleportation scroll from his space. Today, he intended to embark on a treasure hunt. He wondered about the expanse of the treasure site. 3 hours should suffice. After all, he possessed 200 slots of storage space. After finishing his meal, Lin Mu promptly activated the treasure-seeking teleportation scroll. A pearlescent light enveloped the vehicle, and Lin Mu hastily donned his sunglasses as the dazzling brightness diminished significantly. After a minute, the light gradually waned. Are we almost there? Lin Mu poised his hand over the ignition, ready to start the vehicle at a moment's notice, not wishing to squander any opportunity. As the light faded, the external scenery slowly emerged before Lin Mu's eyes. A blue sky, white clouds, and grassy fields devoid of snow greeted him. The external temperature had transformed from minus 75 to plus 23 degrees, a most comfortable change. Lin Mu gasped, his eyes wide with excitement. His tone conveyed his exhilaration. Is this the treasure site? He opened the interface. Brother, are you certain I haven't teleported to the wrong location? Player, do not be overly excited. I understand your joy. This is indeed the treasure site. What am I excited about? Isn't that a heap of garbage over there? No, it's an expanse of refuse. Player, this is a survival game. A garbage site serves as a treasure trove for players, and various materials and resource boxes can be found amidst the refuse. Lin Mu opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for a counterargument. Moreover, since it was stated that there were materials and resource boxes available, what could he possibly say? Moreover, for him, this place might be even more suitable than he had ever imagined. In his mind, this should be a treasure trove brimming with resource chests, truly befitting of the term treasure hunting ground. A reminder to players, you have only 3 hours. Please allocate your time wisely. Lin Mu scoffed. 3 hours? I could clear this entire place. Upon driving his vehicle into the treasure hunting ground, he admitted that he had been rather loud. The heaps of refuse stretched endlessly before him. Lin Mu directly opened the entrance to the waste processing station above the heap. Yet, contrary to his expectations of seeing the refuse being sucked in, no matter how hard he tried, the entrance remained ineffective. Panel, why can't I get in? This is a treasure hunting ground. Players must engage personally. The corner of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Such stringent restrictions. He had anticipated a windfall. Not that he expected to collect everything, but clearing out several heaps should have been a trivial matter. Now, he couldn't even manage just one. Huh. You are still too young. 001. Here's a shovel for you. See that black aperture? Toss all that refuse on the ground into it. He might tire, but the robot would never feel fatigue. All right, master. Chapter 32. Where are my belongings? The treasure maze. Lin Mu changed into a cooler outfit, wielding a shovel as he tirelessly tossed refuse into that small black hole. You say it can automatically suck in refuse. I shall shovel. I shall shovel. 10 minutes later, Lin Mu withdrew his shovel. Many items were too large to be lifted, forcing him to resort to throwing them by hand. Meanwhile, the robot, designated 001, showed no signs of exhaustion, maintaining a steady pace, effortlessly handling even the heaviest of items with a single scoop. Heh, didn't he see that coming, did you? I have a robot. While he may not reach 1,000,000 materials, gathering a few thousand should be feasible. Another 10 minutes passed, and a wooden resource chest came into view. Contemplating whether to open it, Lin Mu initially intended to stow it in his backpack, only to find it wouldn't fit. Ultimately, he faced a choice. Either leave immediately or open it. What is there to fear? I have a handgun after all. Chambering around and disengaging the safety, Lin Mu tapped the chest and quickly retreated. The chest opened to reveal materials, with no beasts lurking within. After securing the items, he continued his collection. Lin Mu raced against time, relentlessly tossing items from the refuse site into that black hole. Meanwhile, the recycling device incessantly provided updates, though he could not see them. Ding. Successfully recycled various wooden items X584, earning timber X5840. Ding. Successfully recycled various odds and ends X232, earning gasoline 112L. Lin Mu glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained. Finally, it was over. He sat on the ground, intending to take a brief respite. Just as he settled down, he noticed a blind box adorned with a question mark appearing a few meters away. No way. This luck is off the charts. He promptly rose to his feet and dashed to the blind box, where a luminous orb materialized before his eyes. Lin Mu grasped his gun in his right hand. Although he was aware that blind boxes typically posed no danger, he instinctively held onto his weapon. After all, he was outside the vehicle, and it was wise to exercise caution. Upon piercing the orb, he exclaimed, "Where's my item? What is inside the orb?" Aside from a faint pop, there was nothing. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. "Congratulations, anonymous player. You have activated the ice and snow treasure maze for 24 hours. In 1 hour, all players will be transported into the maze. Within the maze, players can acquire more resource boxes than on the road, but they may also encounter wild beasts and unforeseen disasters. Players are advised to proceed with caution." Lin Mu raised his gaze to the heavens and then glanced at his hands. Could the orb he had touched be the entrance to this maze? No. He had opened countless blind boxes without encountering such an occurrence before. Where were his coveted items? Was this truly all he received? He hoped the maze would indeed be as promised, abundant in resource boxes. Otherwise, he would feel utterly cheated. 001. Returned to the vehicle. Shortly after re-entering the car, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Mu found himself back on the icy highway. With only an hour until the so-called maze transport, even if he drove forward, he would not encounter any resource boxes. If that is the case, what is the point of driving? He mused. 001. Just handle your own tasks. Understood, master. Lin Mu adjusted his seat to a comfortable angle and reclined. He opened the regional chat, noticing a slight decrease in participants. Though not significantly, the messages in the chat box mirrored his thoughts. Who's the fool that conjured this ice maze? Isn't it rather splendid? It's brimming with resource boxes, perfect for replenishing supplies. Ever since someone mentioned encountering other vehicles on the road, I haven't acquired any resource boxes for 2 days. You don't mention the dangers at all. Didn't you hear that there are beasts and hazards inside? Danger and opportunity coexist. What is the issue? Isn't it the same now? Some view it positively while others do not. It matters little. What is important is why we're criticizing him. Although he had also berated the one who activated the fog previously, he decided to let it go. He glanced at the world channel, where numerous insults were also being exchanged. Let us move on. Out of sight, out of mind. He accessed the team information in his personal profile, his eyes widening in astonishment. Handsome Squad, 130. First place with 17,652 points. Invincible Team, 1030. Second place with 112 points. When had he accumulated such a wealth of points? He quickly checked the panel and realized that the items obtained from the trash treasure hunt were already undergoing decomposition. Moreover, the decomposition process was ongoing. After all, it was a 3-hour resource acquisition and much remained to be processed. Ding. Successfully recovered electronic products X121, yielding plastic X55. Iron ingots X23, silver ingots X2, gold ingots X1, electronic components X344. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. These figures exceeded his expectations by far. Truly, an increase of 50 is quite remarkable. The notifications of successful recycling continue to appear. Ding. Successfully recycled worn clothing X98, acquired fabric X765, cotton X213, plastic X5. Observing the ever-increasing materials in his backpack, Lin Mu expressed that he would never exhaust them. Among these, the quantity of timber was the most substantial, over 6,000 units, occupying a full 7 slots. Each slot in the backpack can stack up to 999. Fortunate indeed is this number, for had it been limited to 99, even his 200 slots might not suffice for such a bounty. It appears that upgrading the vehicle's core is of utmost importance. He couldn't help but think of the impending snow maze, where the likelihood of encountering vehicles should increase. If he were to recruit 3 more companions then. He chuckled to himself. Any treasure chest would yield provisions for 4. As for food, such trifles pose no challenge for him. As the hour elapsed, numerous beams of light illuminated the planet. With a mere shift of vision, Lin Mu found himself within a labyrinth, under the sun's rays. The ground and walls reflected a blinding white light. He promptly donned his sunglasses. When he first acquired them, he deemed them unnecessary, yet now, with the arrival of the snowy season, they proved remarkably useful, especially on clear, snowless days. With the sunglasses, Lin Mu could discern the maze's paths. The ground was composed of compacted snow, appearing quite slick. Navigating without tire chains would likely be challenging. However, tire chains were available at the workstation, crafted using his modification skills. The walls on either side were also constructed of ice and snow. Lin Mu wielded his long knife and struck the wall, causing ripples to appear. It seemed that destruction was not permitted here, much to his chagrin. He had intended to utilize his modification skills to create a powerful demolition tool. But his aspirations were swiftly extinguished. Chapter 33. Where did you learn such techniques? New team members join. The walls on both sides were not only protected but also towering. Estimated to be 6 or 7 meters high, clearly designed to prevent anyone from climbing to scout the route. The width of the path appeared to be less than 4 meters, considering that even a modest vehicle exceeds 2 meters in width. This fundamentally precludes the possibility of 2 vehicles passing each other. Thus, when 2 vehicles meet, one must either retreat to allow passage or destroy the other and retract their vehicle into storage. Lin Mu stroked his chin and reopened the regional channel. Oh dear, there's a vehicle relentlessly pursuing me. My friend, shall we negotiate? Let's agree to retreat mutually upon encounter. I am but a humble bread truck. He discovered a modest 200 square meter space filled entirely with resource boxes, estimating their number to be around 40 or 50. A confrontation between vehicles had indeed occurred. It was evident that one would not survive. Resource boxes were also encountered, situated in a secluded area. It seems that the appearance of these resource boxes was not as Lin Mu had presumed, scattered along the road, but rather stored in a designated location. Lin Mu nodded. Having grasped the general situation, it was time to commence his actions. However, instead of driving away, he opened the trading center. Iron ingots X50, exchange for any car wreck. Glass X4, exchange for any car wreck. Fabric X10, exchange for any car wreck. He had listed a total of 10 items. Lin Mu gazed with satisfaction at the goods he had put up for sale, knowing that the 3 car wrecks he had previously acquired had yielded him an impressive array of valuable materials. Just the iron ingots alone provided him with 700 pieces from a single vehicle, along with fabric, rubber, gold ingots, and a plethora of other resources. However, items like fabric only yielded around 20 pieces per car. He started the vehicle, the tracks moving effortlessly over the terrain. 001. Do you possess any detection capabilities? How will we ever locate anything? Master, what type of detection functionality do you require? Is it for resource boxes or vehicles? Both, I want it all. Lin Mu replied eagerly. The robot's eyes projected a radar-like icon onto the windshield. Although the sunlight washed out the colors somewhat, it was sufficient for Lin Mu's needs. The display indicated that a vehicle was located to his side. He glanced towards the snow wall, which was indeed an obstruction. However, a turn ahead promised an opportunity to encounter it. He slammed on the accelerator, the speed of the vehicle increasing. Upon reaching the intersection, he made a sharp left turn, only to be met with yet another wall. Lin Mu's eyes twitched in frustration. Was it truly this dire? He watched as the red dot slowly faded from the circle. 001. What is your detection range? Report, Master, it is only 1 kilometer. Lin Mu smacked his lips in disappointment. This range was somewhat limited, yet still adequate in this environment. 10 minutes later, a yellow square appeared on the map. 001. What does this symbol signify? It indicates the location of a resource box. Is it that close? He hurried towards the target, only to find the box was situated next door. However, he had no idea how to get there. At that moment, he realized that 001's capabilities seemed rather futile in this instance. 001. Can you plot a route? I apologize, Master, I lack that capability. Lin Mu felt a pang of regret. Knowing the location of the resource box, yet being unable to reach, it was truly disheartening. He pressed onward. At that moment, a pickup truck approached, its body gleaming as if new, clearly indicating it was at least a level 2 vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Mu's vehicle, the driver quickly decelerated, hastily retreating. However, On the icy road, even with anti-skid chains, their speed was not particularly swift. Lin Mu accelerated, charging past. As he drew near, he raised an eyebrow, noting it was a woman, and quite an attractive one at that. Yet, she had encountered Lin Mu. A row of long spears extended from the front of his vehicle, impaling directly into her truck. Lin Mu slammed on the brakes, forcefully bringing her vehicle to a halt. Lin Mu, wielding a pistol and donned in a steel helmet and leather armor, leapt from the vehicle. The woman, visibly anxious, watched as Lin Mu approached, her mind racing with thoughts of dread. What should I do? Surely, he cannot intend to kill me. I have no desire to meet my demise. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mu was oblivious to her internal turmoil. He brandished his pistol, gesturing towards the glass of her car. Trembling, she opened the door. Please, don't shoot. I am 170 centimeters tall, weigh 108 pounds, have a wealth of knowledge at my disposal, have watched films for 1,000 hours, and am a professional yoga instructor. Just grant me my life. Her words tumbled forth like a machine gun, as she frantically divulged her credentials. Lin Mu's lips twitched in irritation. What a chaotic introduction. Who cares about your film-watching habits or your yoga expertise? Stand still, if you dare to move, he warned, pressing the cold barrel of his gun against her forehead. The chilling sensation sent a shiver down her spine. Surely, she had made her intentions clear. But it seemed he was as dense as a titanium alloy. While keeping his gun trained on her, Lin Mu extracted the vehicle's core into his spatial realm, subsequently drawing the entire car within. His gaze then shifted to the woman's attire, realizing it could yield 20 pieces of fabric. However, considering he might need her for future endeavors, he decided to let it slide for the moment. Come with me to the vehicle, he commanded. As she led the way, Lin Mu followed closely behind. Upon entering his car, the woman marveled at the unexpected spaciousness within. Just as curiosity piqued, a length of rope appeared around her. 001. Find her. Oh, what? Yes, master. The woman dared not resist, for the pistol remained steadfastly aimed at her. Moments later, Lin Mu's brow furrowed as he observed. Is your binding technique not a tad too professional, 001? Where did you acquire such skills? It comes pre-installed with the system. Lin Mu's lips trembled. He began to suspect that the creator of this game had, perhaps, indulged in some rather questionable materials. The woman's face flushed crimson, the ropes feeling exceedingly embarrassing against her skin. What is your name and where do you hail from? I am Jiang Ying, from the city of Fengjing in Huagua. Lin Mu nodded. Indeed, they were from the same region. It appeared that the channel for this area was populated solely by residents of Fengjing. Based on population, Fengjing should be categorized into over 200 regions. Are you carrying any weapons? Jiang Ying hesitated before nodding. I have a dagger at my waist. 001. Conduct a thorough search. It is indeed just a dagger. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I will provide you with food and water, he declared. In other words, I will ensure your sustenance, so you needn't worry about resources or your safety. So, no thoughts of fleeing, I assure you. I will not be lenient simply because you are a woman. Her cheeks twitched in response. You have bound me. How can I not be concerned for my safety? Yet, given her predicament, there was little she could do but resign herself to nodding in acceptance. Satisfied, Lin Mu acknowledged that he had successfully found his first vehicle companion. Now, he needed only 2 more. Chapter 34. The Ice Crystal Creature? Bring me a flamethrower. Unlocking the 3rd floor. Mustard stone X10, iron ingots X200, copper ingots X10, silver ingots X10. The previous reluctance to upgrade stemmed from a lack of necessity, as well as the scarcity of materials at the time. Now, however, with an abundance of resources at hand, there is no longer any reason to continue the process of decomposition. Upgrade. The vehicle illuminated with brilliance as the 3rd floor was unlocked. Lin Mu cast a glance at Jiang Ying behind him, deciding to hold off on placing her for the moment, intending to wait until this labyrinth concluded. With only 24 hours at his disposal, he dared not squander any time. He resumed his quest for resource chests. Half an hour later, Lin Mu finally stumbled upon a treasure trove of resource chests. It had been quite a challenge, but he had succeeded. He hastily maneuvered the axe to open the chests. Congratulations. You have opened a wooden resource chest and obtained glass X10. Congratulations. You have opened a silver resource chest and obtained mustard stone X4, 40L of gasoline, refined salt X4. Congratulations. You have opened a gold resource chest and obtained blueprints for a medium purified water collection device X2, stone X40, and 4 KFC family buckets. The resources were overwhelmingly abundant. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Jiang Ying, who had indeed made a difference in their haul, doubling the resources collected. He fervently hoped to encounter 2 more vehicles, turning their occupants into teammates, which would yield quadrupled supplies. Just the thought brought him joy. Initially, he had believed that the increased resources referred to encountering multiplied resource chests, only to discover that the resources within a single chest had doubled. This was simply marvelous. Behind him, Jiang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. This person could open chests within the vehicle to acquire resources. How exceedingly safe. In her previous experiences, each chest opening had been fraught with the anxiety of potential dangers lurking within, a concern that was now rendered unnecessary. Why was there such a disparity between people? Within the entire treasure trove of resource chests, Lin Mu had already opened over 20, and the sheer volume of resources was becoming overwhelming. While it was not as substantial as what he could obtain through decomposition, many resources, such as food, could not be decomposed. During this time, he also acquired a set of thermal undergarments, which provided him with a degree of warmth. Regrettably, he was still clad in a single layer, with his down jacket resting on the back of the driver's seat. Boom. Ice Crystal Giant Bear, danger level S. Advice. I have no advice to offer. Roar. The giant bear stood upright, letting out a fearsome roar. Lin Mu gazed at the colossal creature before him in astonishment. The bear was entirely encased in ice crystals. How could this be a living entity? Yet, belief was forced upon him as it charged forward. Jiang Ying's pupils dilated. Such a massive bear meant certain doom for them. Big brother, let me go? If we both confront it together, there might be a glimmer of hope, but alone, you stand no chance. In an instant, a row of spears shot forth, shattering numerous ice crystals from the giant bear's legs. Subsequently, a steel blade appeared, relentlessly attacking the creature. One strike would not suffice to fell it. Thus, he resolved to strike repeatedly. Each blow stripped away more of the ice crystals enveloping the bear. What do you wish to say? Brother, how formidable and powerful you are. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. It's one thing not to get out of the vehicle to open the resource box, but how can you defeat such a creature without stepping out? Indeed. I share your sentiments, Lin Mu replied, wielding a spear over a meter long to impede the giant bear's advance. Although the bear attempted to attack, it posed no real threat to Lin Mu's vehicle, which was fortified with a layer of iron mesh. Even the windows were reinforced. However, the long blade seemed to inflict minimal damage on this ice crystal giant bear. Have you encountered such a creature before? Lin Mu inquired suddenly. Jiang Ying paused momentarily before shaking her head. No, I haven't. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering, ice crystal? Could it be a species unique to this area? Observing the bear outside, he realized that the confrontation would not conclude swiftly. Let us assess the situation of others. It's terrifying. I opened a box, and 7 ice crystal wolves over a meter tall sprang out. I couldn't possibly defeat them, another voice chimed in. Don't mention it. I encountered a gigantic goose, which posed no real danger, yet its beak inflicted unbearable pain, and I couldn't even kill it while enduring the agony of opening the resource box. Does anyone know how to defeat this creature? It's such a time waster. It seemed he was not alone in his predicament. Others faced similar challenges, albeit with various species. However, the size of his creature was rather excessive. Why not a giant ice crystal goose instead? 5 minutes had passed since the ice crystal giant bear's appearance. And despite the prolonged battle, it appeared only slightly thinner, with no significant changes. Lin Mu rummaged through his backpack to inspect the resources within. Ice crystal creatures should fear fire, right? Let's put that theory to the test. He proceeded to the workbench and crafted a cylindrical pipe. Indeed, he was preparing to construct a flamethrower. Although he lacked knowledge about the flamethrower's mechanics, he was well versed in modification skills. He placed the steel pipe into one of the frames, initiating the transformation into a flamethrower. Uncharacteristically, this time the process took longer, yielding material requirements after 3 minutes. Simple flamethrower, iron ingot X10, silver ingot X1, copper ingot X2, electronic components X5. Modification. He selected the installation position at the front of the vehicle. Simple flamethrower. Temperature can reach 3,000 degrees, consuming 20 L of gasoline per minute. The consumption was indeed quite substantial, yet if it proved effective, it would be worth it. With a whoosh, a stream of fire erupted, engulfing the giant bear. The crackling sounds echoed as the bear thrashed, striking the front of the vehicle but inflicting no damage whatsoever. 1 minute later, the ice crystal giant bear shrank down. Congratulations, player. You have slain the A-class dangerous ice crystal giant bear. Well done. Where are its drops? Lin Mu exclaimed. Shouldn't defeating such a creature yield some rewards? Panel. Where are the items from this creature? Why, after slaying it, do I receive nothing but a simple well done? After expending so much effort, all he received was a mere compliment? Ice crystal creature, a species unique to the snow maze, yielding no rewards. Very well, what else can I say? Lin Mu glanced at the box on the ground and continued to open it. Fortunately, there were no ice crystal creatures appearing subsequently, or else he would have erupted in expletives. After 6 arduous hours, Lin Mu had amassed nearly 100 resource boxes, encountering the ice crystal creatures on 2 occasions. Yet he had only come across Jiang Ying's vehicle. This left him feeling as though he had lost half of his supplies. He now comprehended that this labyrinth was vast. With a minuscule chance of encountering other vehicles, within the radar range of 001, the instances of meeting vehicles were exceedingly rare. As for the ice crystal creatures, Lin Mu realized that a treasure trove of resource boxes would invariably summon one. There was no evading them unless one refrained from opening boxes, which was simply implausible. Chapter 35. Hurry and eat. Find a comfortable position to bind her up. Can I use the restroom? Jiang Ying fidgeted, visibly restless. She had been bound for nearly 4 hours and could no longer hold it in. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. You still need to use the restroom? What kind of question is that? Jiang Ying stared at him wide-eyed. She was human, after all, and how could she possibly not need to relieve herself? But there's no restroom here. Can you hold it a bit longer? He pondered why, despite the numerous upgrades to the vehicle, a restroom had yet to materialize. Please, let me go? I'm about to burst. Jiang Ying felt as though her bladder might explode. 001. Loosen her bindings. Accompany her outside to use the restroom. Lin Mu gestured dismissively. As you wish, master. Jiang Ying looked bewildered at the prospect of going outside. But it was minus 75 degrees out there. Wouldn't she freeze while trying to relieve herself? Just go. After we finish eating, I'll need to continue my work. I can manage behind the vehicle. Could you provide me with a tool? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. You wish to do that inside the vehicle? Isn't that a bit excessive? How long will it take for the odor to dissipate? Only I can use the vehicle. Others are not permitted. With a sigh, Jiang Ying acquiesced. Fine. I'll go outside. I'll just make it quick. She took some paper from Lin Mu and followed 001 outside, finding a suitable spot to squat. She had considered fleeing, but without a vehicle, where could she escape to? 3 minutes later, she hurried back into the vehicle, her face flushed from the cold. Minus 75 degrees was truly inhospitable. Once inside, Lin Mu did not immediately bind her again. Instead, he produced 2 boxes of family buckets and handed one to her. Hurry and eat. After you finish, choose a comfortable position, and I'll bind you again. Jiang Ying's lips twitched, as a beautiful woman. Can't you show a little more compassion? I'm unarmed. Must you watch me so closely? She had relinquished any thoughts of escape. Yet this man still contemplated binding her. Was that not rather excessive? Lin Mu remained oblivious to her thoughts. He only understood that binding her was the safest course of action. As the ropes appeared once more around her, Jiang Ying surrendered, lying down on the back floor. She gradually inched her way closer to the stove, finding solace in the warmth. Having finished their meal, it was already 6 in the evening. Lin Mu dared not waste a moment and hastily started the vehicle, continuing his search for supplies. Half an hour into the journey, Lin Mu encountered a small car. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he pressed the accelerator and collided with it. Bang! Jiang Ying, who had fallen to the ground, rolled over and leaned against the stove. She quickly rolled back, glancing at her rear. Fortunately, she burned herself. Her shriek startled Lin Mu. What are you shouting for? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Jiang Ying felt aggrieved. After all, he had tied her up, yet he acted as if he were in the right. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing this straightforward man might harm her. Lin Mu turned his attention back to the small car before him, with a spear-like maneuver. He pressed the accelerator, driving straight towards the snow wall ahead. The car in front attempted to turn, but to no avail. Bang! Another impact left the vehicle wedged in the middle. Donning his jacket, Lin Mu leaped from the car, gun in hand. Jiang Ying looked up, wondering which unfortunate soul it was this time, and whether he would kill the driver or bring him along. Outside, Lin Mu aimed his gun at the other man's head. Get out of the car. The bespectacled man with golden frames forced a friendly smile. Brother, we are all compatriots. Is this really necessary? Lin Mu replied calmly. Though we share a nationality, we are in a survival game now. Step out, and we can discuss things. But if your hands shake and the gun goes off, do not blame me. The golden-framed man's smile faltered. Could this man be serious? He dared not gamble and quickly exited the vehicle, standing aside. Lin Mu secured his belongings and led the man back into the car. 001, bind him as well. This time, he tossed a metal chain to 001. As there was only one piece of rope available. Zhao Mingwei? Jiang Ying asked uncertainly, her suspicions aroused by his tousled hair. Zhao Mingwei looked up, only to realize there was another bound individual. Jiang Ying? You're captured too? Jiang Ying was taken aback, not expecting to encounter this scoundrel. She turned away, refusing to look at him. Lin Mu observed the two and inquired of Jiang Ying, What? Do you know this person? He was surprised that the 2 randomly captured individuals were acquainted. This was indeed intriguing. He*s just a scoundrel who deceived my sister's affections while juggling 6 women. Calling himself a master of time management. A sycophant in the company, he*s certainly not a good person. Lin Mu regarded Zhao Mingwei with astonishment, realizing that this seemingly refined man with golden frames was quite the player. To date 6 women simultaneously, he was quite skilled. As Jiang Ying revealed his true nature, Zhao Mingwei felt a surge of panic. Would this man decide to end his life? Unfortunately for him, he was overthinking. Lin Mu had little interest in romantic entanglements. If they were on Blue Star, he might have sought advice, but given the current circumstances, a comfortable life was his true aspiration. The vehicle continued its journey. Lin Mu did not intend to modify Zhao Mingwei's car. Instead, he discarded it into the rear garbage disposal unit. Such a vehicle offered minimal enhancement to his own, and utilizing it for modifications would be a waste. It was better to extract some materials. At this moment, He possessed 4 level 1 vehicle cores and 2 level 2 cores, which were just sufficient to elevate the vehicle core's level. He accessed the vehicle core interface and promptly clicked to upgrade. Ding! The vehicle core has been upgraded to level 5, accommodating 5 passengers and a storage capacity of 200. Vehicle core level, level 5 capacity, 5 individuals upgrade requirement. 1 level 5 vehicle core or an equivalent core fortune smiled upon him, as he unexpectedly received an additional 200 slots in his storage. With the increase in passenger capacity, it meant he could accommodate 2 more individuals. Just then, a resource chest appeared before him. Ah, how fortunate. It was right in front of him. Lin Mu quickly drove the vehicle inside. A sound echoed, ding. Recovered wooden resource chests X21, acquired with X157. Lin Mu glanced at the panel. The second batch of wooden treasure chests had also been reclaimed. Today promised to yield a significant bounty. As for the notifications below, he had no time to peruse them. His primary task was to seek out individuals and resource chests. Boom. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest, acquiring iron ingots X60, gasoline 60L, and 500 milliliters bottled water X15. Triple rewards, splendid. Chapter 36. For resources, I partook. Lin Mu gazed at the continuously emerging resources in the chest, instantly elated. Congratulations on opening the silver resource chest, acquiring AK-47 blueprints X3, refined salt X6, and packaged ham sausages X15. Goodness, an AK? This is truly extraordinary. However, if he could obtain it, others could too. This blueprint was not for sale. Congratulations on opening the gold resource chest, acquiring universal medicine X9, generic materials X30, and standing fan blueprints X3. Boom. 4 ice crystal wolves sprang forth, only to be engulfed by a blaze that swiftly reduced them to mere puddles. TSK. Not even 4 bears would survive my wrath. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Mu finally halted the vehicle. One could say he had reaped substantial rewards over these few hours. You 3 stay put. 001. Loosen the bindings, and here are some bread and water for you. That night, he found another team member, this time a chubby fellow. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. This little chubby guy was far more sensible than the previous 2 and even knew to address him as brother. Beside them, Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, muttering that flattery was never a good trait. Lin Mu glanced at the time. Nearly 12 hours had elapsed since the start. In another 12 hours, this maze would conclude. Time truly flew by. After dinner, Lin Mu promptly accessed the trading center. 5 of the listed items had already sold, indicating that everyone's combat prowess was quite formidable. He retrieved the 5 vehicles and tossed them into the recycling station at the rear. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the item sales interface, eager to check on the available blueprints. Goodness, did these individuals not sell any blueprints? The number of blueprints currently available for sale is exceedingly scarce. Even among those being sold, they consist merely of ordinary designs that hold no value for Lin Mu. He realizes that any chance of uncovering a hidden gem is futile. As for other items, they predominantly consist of food and rudimentary weapons, with even his vehicle's small-scale water purification device being absent from the marketplace. Only finished products are up for sale. Lin Mu shut down the trading center and opened regional channel 19423. Player 9527 LWL021131 was slain by an S-rank dangerous ice crystal wolf. Player 9527L was defeated by an S-rank dangerous ice crystal giant bear. Player 9527L was killed by player 9527L. Almost periodically, such crimson messages emerged. Lin Mu pondered over the items he had for sale. It shouldn't be the case. He had just witnessed a dozen instances of player killings. What purpose did their vehicles serve? Merely as decorative pieces in their backpacks? Everyone, we are already few in number. Why not coexist peacefully? Engaging in combat is such a waste of time. This is a treasure maze. Isn't it better to search for treasures together? Fighting amongst ourselves is counterproductive. Finding chests is far quicker than robbing each other. Lin Mu took a cursory glance before closing the channel. He then opened his inbox, which was flooded with messages. No wonder the mailbox displayed 99 notifications. After skimming through several chat messages, he noted that they were urging him to place more materials in the trading center. The more materials he stocked, the more they could sell. A few even requested that he list 100 iron ingots. Was that feasible for him? Absolutely not. He had no shortage of materials, and if they had the means, they could keep holding on to them. At least for now, he wasn't too concerned. He would increase the quantity once others possessed the ability to recycle materials. Lin Mu glanced back at the 3 individuals. 001. Bind them securely. Do not loosen the bindings. Yes, master. The 3 were unsurprised and obediently allowed 001 to tie them up. Resistance was out of the question. Who could outrun a bullet? Moreover, Zhao Mingwei's face, swollen like a pig's head, spoke volumes about the formidable nature of the robot beside him. Initially, they had assumed it was merely a frail woman. But the moment her head could be detached as a projector, they realized she was, in fact, a robot. Are we in a survival world? How do you possess such remarkable items? Lin Mu yawned and rubbed his eyes. With the nightfall, he intended to continue his quest for resource chests, while also seeking another team member. That would complete his roster. He was exceedingly fatigued. Lin Mu opened his backpack and retrieved a long, bloodied item. Could this truly be effective? Tiger Whip. Consuming a bite provides 3 hours of exhilaration with no side effects. An essential remedy for night driving. 1010. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire about the panel first. This item shouldn't require raw consumption, should it? It can be cooked, but the effect will diminish. Let the decline be what it may. At times, it is rather difficult to stomach such raw fare. 001. Please ensure this is thoroughly cooked. Yes, master. Half an hour later, a once vibrant strip had turned to an ashen black. Lin Mu's lips twitched. How could this possibly be palatable? A great yawn escaped him, bringing tears to his eyes. It seemed that abstaining from eating was not an option. Dear panel, I implore you to provide something more reasonable next time. Perhaps a Red Bull with genuine effects? Surely, that would be a substantial offering. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, pondering the humanity of the situation. It seemed this was indeed part of their plan. Otherwise, why had his previous request for more formidable provisions been disregarded? He glanced at the whip in his hand, steeling himself before taking a hearty bite. To his surprise, the flavor was rather agreeable, with a satisfying chewiness. Upon swallowing, warmth surged through his body. Ah, how extraordinarily hot. Lin Mu felt a wave of heat envelop him, prompting him to strip off his clothing and drive bare-chested. Instantly invigorated, his focus sharpened. Your effects are rather intense, indeed, he mused. As the vehicle rumbled onward, the vibrations lulled the 3 passengers into drowsiness. The chubby one had already succumbed to sleep, while Jiang found a spot away from the others, closing her eyes. With circumstances as they were, what was the point of staying awake? Zhao Mingwei, too, felt the pull of sleep, though his swollen visage left him uncertain of how to rest, so he leaned against the wall for a brief respite. At 2 in the morning, Lin Mu stumbled upon another treasure trove of resources. Congratulations. You have opened a wooden resource chest and obtained 20 silver ingots. Congratulations. You have opened a silver resource chest and acquired 20 braised beef noodles, 20 rubber, and 12 electronic components. All supplies multiplied by 4. I need teammates, I need teammates. I need teammates, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he continued to open chests. Chapter 37. Brother, I cannot relieve myself. Bang. The 3 in the back jolted awake. Bang. Another sound echoed. They quickly turned to the window, and Zhao Mingwei's heart raced at the sight before him. Was this not the very scenario he had encountered earlier? Lin Mu reversed the vehicle, then shifted into drive, colliding with the opposing vehicle. Bang. Another impact, followed by a retreat that left a trail of parts from the other vehicle. Jiang swallowed hard. The adversary was a small cargo truck. Brother, isn't this a bit too reckless? However, to Lin Mu, such a vehicle posed no defense whatsoever. Were it an armored car, he might reconsider. But a mere truck would not deter him. The driver of the opposing vehicle was equally stubborn, intent on a collision despite the evident futility. After a 5th collision, the opponent's vehicle came to a halt. A man leaped from the driver's seat, and Lin Mu squinted, trying to discern the weapon in his hand. Was that a shotgun? Bang. The sound of steel balls striking the windshield echoed, yet they inflicted no damage upon the glass. The assailant was momentarily taken aback, disregarding the protective net outside. Such barriers were merely effective against wild beasts, proving ineffective against humans. Thus, Lin Mu's defense relied solely on the glass itself. In that instant, the man hesitated, uncertain whether to continue firing. Lin Mu, however, afforded him no opportunity. A long blade extended from the front of the vehicle, plunging into the man's chest and lifting him off the ground. Initially, Lin Mu had intended to utilize the flamethrower, but considering the shotgun in the adversary's grasp, he deemed it prudent to resort to cold weaponry. Why draw a weapon? Had you refrained, you might have joined my ranks, Lin Mu lamented. Having tasted 4-fold returns, he yearned to experience 5-fold, yet the man denied him that chance. The 3 individuals in the rear breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate to have abstained from resistance, lest they share the same fate. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept in, rousing the 3 from their drowsiness. Outside, daylight had broken. Lin Mu entered, escorting a woman, while 001 expertly bound her with iron chains. They would inform her of any pertinent instructions. The woman, exuding an air of resignation, cast a glance at the trio before settling beside Jiang. The cold wind had roused Jiang as well. Could Lin Mu have driven throughout the night? Hello, were you also captured by him? She inquired. Yes, I attempted to flee, but he pursued me relentlessly. After several kilometers, he cornered me in a dead end, the woman sighed. She had exerted herself to escape, yet her pursuer remained tenacious. Our situation is quite similar. We remain oblivious to his motives. If it were for lust, he would have assaulted me. If it were for wealth, he could have easily killed us, yet he has provided us with water and food. Quite peculiar indeed. With the arrival of a female companion, Jiang finally voiced her suppressed thoughts. Is that so? Truly an odd circumstance. I am Gu Wanqing, and you? Jiang Ying. She replied. Knowing that her life was spared, Gu Wanqing felt a sense of relief, albeit the chains were somewhat constricting. The chubby fellow gazed at Gu Wanqing, swallowing hard. He realized the robotic binding technique was excessively proficient. Who could withstand such a display? You fat fool. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. Jiang Ying barked at him. Quiet down, or I shall toss you outside for half an hour before returning, Lin Mu remarked. Glancing at the rearview mirror. My apologies, I inadvertently raised my voice. Jiang Ying sincerely apologized, having noted the external temperature had plummeted to a frigid -80 degrees. Half an hour outside was intolerable. Even half a minute would be unbearable. Lin Mu turned his attention back to the road ahead. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10. With just over an hour left before departure, the radar on the front windshield revealed no signs of activity, indicating the absence of vehicles or treasure in the vicinity. It was perplexing. How could there be no treasure after such a long time? Regrettably, Lin Mu did not encounter a single treasure throughout the maze. Yawning widely, he glanced at the half-remaining tiger whip in his hand and tossed it back into his backpack. With 5 uses left, he could not afford to squander it. He retrieved some food and tossed it in front of the others before climbing to the second floor. 001. Untie them so they can eat. Remember to bind them again afterward. If anyone dares to escape, let them go without concern, Lin Mu's voice echoed from above. He had little faith that these individuals would attempt to flee. In this frigid weather of -80 degrees, he himself hesitated to linger outside. Although he had not confiscated their heavy clothing, the notion that they could survive outside with mere layers compared to his own was utterly foolish. The 4 individuals gazed in astonishment at the opening, surprised to discover that the vehicle possessed a second level. Why doesn't our vehicle have such capabilities? Brother Lin Mu. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Ying cautiously peered at the opening. Reluctant as she was, the urge was becoming unbearable. Moments later, 001. If they wish to use the restroom, allow them to go. Understood, master. In response, Jiang Ying cheerfully gathered 2 servings of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of water, returning to her spot. Honestly, I think this situation is quite satisfactory. At least we need not worry about running out of food. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in her statement. However, her gaze shifted anxiously towards the opening, contemplating the potential for cruel games from the other party. Death might be preferable. Zhao Mingwei's expression darkened, but upon meeting 001's gaze, the turmoil in his eyes faded instantly. He dared not dwell on such thoughts. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Lin Mu descended from the upper floor, stretching languidly as he took his seat in the driver's position. Master, this meal has been prepared for you. Though merely a bowl of ordinary instant noodles, it contained a generous portion of meat. Quite good, quite good. They haven't caused any trouble, have they? Not at all. Though this woman has been rather frequent in her restroom visits, 001 indicated towards Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, taken aback, protested, I merely went a couple of times, it's hardly excessive. Lin Mu regarded her thoughtfully, contemplating whether to consider a change among the group. As such frequent restroom breaks were untenable. You see, brother, I can't help it. I have a legitimate need. Unlike Zhao Mingwei, who was contemplating escape back then, she retorted. Zhao Mingwei, with a bewildered expression akin to that of a bewildered pig, stared at Jiang Ying, wishing she would refrain from mentioning him. Chapter 38. The true beginning. Lin Mu cast a glance at Zhao Mingwei, recognizing that this man harbored far too many thoughts. While the woman may have frequented the restroom more often, her thoughts were few. Zhao Mingwei swallowed hard under Lin Mu's scrutinizing gaze. This foolish woman was surely leading him to his doom. Brother, I find myself devoid of thoughts at this moment. Here, there is sustenance and water. How could I possibly entertain further notions? Zhao Mingwei's face bore an unappealing grin. Once, he had been quite handsome, but alas, circumstances had rendered him akin to a pig's head. Perhaps this was for the best. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired? Zhao Mingwei nodded eagerly. Surviving was all that mattered. Jiang Ying pursed her lips, lamenting the missed opportunity for mischief. Beside them, Gu Wanqing inquired softly, has this person offended you? I once worked in the same company as him. He is nothing but a sycophant. His work ethic is non-existent, yet he managed to ingratiate himself with the management. Jiang Ying vented her frustrations. Lin Mu, who had been dining ahead, shook his head. He too had no fondness for flatterers. Yet he could not deny that the boss held a certain affection for them. Casting a glance at the thermometer, he noted that today marked the 6th day of winter, with temperatures plummeting to a staggering -80 degrees. If they could endure just one more day, it would all be over. What lay ahead was uncertain. He gazed at his blueprints, pondering whether a sweltering heatwave could be a possibility. On the 7th and final day of winter's wrath, the remaining 4 individuals had experienced a rather comfortable existence over the past 2 days, enjoying food and water without the need to scour for resource boxes or fear any dangers. Even if they were offered an exit, they would hesitate to leave. Lin Mu sat in his chair, immediately checking the temperature. Outdoors, minus 100 degrees. Indoors, a balmy 24 degrees. Lin Mu was taken aback. The temperature had reached an absurd level. He opened the car door, and a frigid gust swept in, causing the room's temperature to drop instantly. The four behind him stared at Lin Mu in terror. "Brother, do you intend to freeze us to death?" They were not clad in heavy clothing. As their garments lay aside, Lin Mu did not keep the door open for long. Within a minute, he closed it again. The interior temperature plummeted to minus 20 degrees. The four shivered uncontrollably, with Jiang Ying burrowing into her clothing. Regrettably, her hands were bound behind her, or she would have insisted on donning her attire properly. As time passed, the temperature within the vehicle gradually rose again. Lin Mu accessed the trading market, noting that over 20 units of materials had been sold. It seemed others had come to the realization that retaining such discarded vehicles was less advantageous than selling them. Consequently, Lin Mu had amassed a significant quantity of materials. He gazed at the panel. Ding. Successfully recovered silver resource box X35, acquired silver ingots X52. Ding. Successfully recovered abandoned sedan X2, iron ingots X600, rubber X24. Glass X24, plastic X52, electronic components X88, fabric X76, copper ingots X4, silver ingots X2, universal materials X22. Indeed, it is an overwhelming bounty, he mused. He now possessed over 9,000 iron ingots, occupying 10 slots. The wood had reached an astonishing 110,000, filling 11 slots. While the quantities of other materials did not match these two, they were still sufficient for his needs. He opened the team information in his personal profile. Handsome Brigade, 130. First place score, 52114. The second place boasts a score of 9,212. He has single-handedly claimed the top position, widening the gap to over 40,000 points from the second. It is utterly irrational. Subsequently, he activated the regional channel 18762. Indeed, the pace of death has significantly slowed. Most of those who perished were killed by others. The number slain by creatures has drastically diminished. The others are not foolish. If they cannot fight, they can certainly flee. Finally, on the last day, one wonders if today marks the end. You overthink it. I estimate this will not cease for at least a year and a half. If it stops, it would no longer be termed a survival game. Whether it concludes or not is irrelevant to me. I merely wish to endure this harsh winter. I am nearly at my limit with this weather. Even a trip to the restroom must be hastily managed. You all seem unbothered. I simply relieve myself in the vehicle and discard it once the ordeal concludes. Lin Mu has not observed a single useful piece of information. Everyone is eager to conclude. Could you not share something of value? Lin Mu scoffed and closed the regional channel. He drove 500 kilometers from dawn until dusk, acquiring 10 boxes of quintuple resources. The gains are extraordinarily high. All he requires are some provisions and water. In his possession, water and food are in ample supply. At midnight, the blizzard ceased, and once more, the voice resonated in the sky. Congratulations on enduring the welfare period. You will soon enter the true road survival game. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Last time it was the novice period, and now it is the welfare period. What will the next phase be? A beginner stage. The voice continued to echo. The fundamental rules of road survival operate on a 14-day cycle. The first 7 days will be devoid of calamities, while the latter 7 will usher in disaster. From today onward, welfare is abolished. The specifics of the previous benefits will soon be revealed to all players. After 7 days, you will confront the next disaster, which will be unveiled then. Ha ha ha. I hope you enjoy yourselves. A beam of light enveloped Lin Mu's vehicle, illuminating the interior as bright as day. Lin Mu shielded his eyes with his hand. Less than 5 minutes later, the external brilliance dissipated. Peering through the windshield, Lin Mu observed the world had transformed. The blanket of white snow had vanished, revealing an asphalt road, with additional flora flanking either side. The voice resonated once more. Have you witnessed the changes outside? Indeed. You have transitioned to a vibrant new planet. Are you not delighted? Are you not exhilarated? What I am about to say must be remembered. The resource boxes will no longer appear on the roads, but within a town measuring 10 kilometers on each side. Although the area has expanded, the quantity has also increased, from 10 to 20. Furthermore, the 5 adjacent regional channels will merge into one. I hope you enjoy your time. Farewell. Lin Mu waited momentarily. The voice did not return. He stroked his chin, contemplating the words spoken. A 14-day cycle bears no impact on Lin Mu whatsoever. With the skill of transformation, he is equipped to face any disaster, except for situations that are inevitably fatal. The crux of the matter lies in the revelations upon arriving at this place. In Chapter 39, Jiang Ying remarks, if you had taken it out earlier, I would have gone. The first significant change is that resource boxes will no longer be found along the road, meaning they cannot be picked up while traveling as they have been. Instead, they will be located within the town. A town spanning 100 square kilometers? To be honest, that is quite substantial, yet there are only 20 boxes. If distributed evenly, that amounts to 1 box every 5 kilometers. It may seem ample, yet in reality, it is scarce. However, he glanced at 001, which is equipped with radar. This is, in fact, a boon for him. The second matter concerns the merging of areas. He is indifferent to others' opinions, but this is a delightful turn of events for him. Due to the limitations imposed by population, he has been hesitant to list too many items at once. The principle of scarcity dictates that excessive listings would hinder price increases. However, now that 5 regions have merged into one, this is nothing short of perfect for him. Even with a reduced population, there should still be around 80,000 people. The opportunity to profit has arrived. Lin Mu opened the regional channel, where he noticed new developments. At the top, the region number was displayed as Region 562, with a population of 118,621, more than he had anticipated. Switching to the global channel, the population was indicated as 18.8 billion. By the calculation of 100,000 people per region, that suggests approximately 190,000 regions. This perspective reveals a seemingly substantial number. Returning to the regional channel, he felt a sense of relief upon discovering that the outside temperature was a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Quickly, check the bushes along the roadside. There are plenty of fruits. A notification revealed that player Yi Lei had succumbed to poisoning. Wait, there is a name? That is odd. We don't speak with names. What is going on? Lin Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that names could be exposed. He hurriedly checked his personal information, confirming that his number remained intact. Next, he accessed the trading center, where his information was still concealed. It seems that names are only revealed upon death. That is fortunate. After all, he cannot die. Could it be that the so-called benefits were merely the removal of anonymity? Lin Mu shook his head, perplexed. Whatever the case, he would delve into it further tomorrow. The following morning, Lin Mu descended from the upper level. It was only 6:30 a.m. The early bird catches the worm, and he did not wish to squander any time. However, upon seeing the 4 individuals sleeping soundly, akin to dead pigs, he felt a surge of irritation. Why should he rise early to work while they slumber? No, they all must awaken. 001, wake them up. Stop sleeping and get out of bed. 2 minutes later, all 4 had roused. They had no choice. The robot was indeed relentless. At that moment, a small handprint appeared on Jiang Ying's face, and she looked aggrieved. I was only a few seconds late. Must you be so harsh? Sister Gu, I hope my looks are intact. Gu Wanqing shook her head, stating no. It's merely a bit red. Lin Mu first glanced at the thermometer. Outside, the temperature registered at 22 degrees Celsius, while indoors it was a comfortable 26 degrees. He opened the car window, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep in. Ah, how refreshing. Lin Mu retrieved some food and water, tossing them into the back. Following the usual protocol, 001 was unbound, taken to relieve itself, and then resecured. Lin Mu opened the workstation, since they had arrived in a warmer location. It was time to fabricate fans and other necessary equipment. He set to work on producing an ice machine, a fan, and a refrigerator, placing all completed items in the designated rear area. Had the benefits been revoked? To this point, he had not encountered any issues. Lin Mu inspected various locations, but found nothing amiss. His gaze shifted to the blueprints in his backpack. AK-47 blueprint, grade A. Had the grading system been introduced? What could this imply? Besides the blueprints, several items now bore grades. Tiger whip, grade A, snake skin, grade S, tiger skin, grade S. Lin Mu shook his head. The addition of a grade seemed inconsequential to him. He dismissed the thoughts and started the vehicle. Crackling sounds echoed as Lin Mu pressed the brakes. Realizing he had forgotten to switch modes, he quickly changed the tracks to tire mode and restarted the vehicle. This time, the speed surged. The vehicle swiftly accelerated to 120 kilometers per hour, a testament to his numerous enhancements. After more than 40 minutes, Lin Mu spotted a structure in the distance. Likely the so-called small town. Behind him, Zhao Mingwei glanced at the thermometer and then at the distant building, his eyes darting around. If they ran in this temperature, would they survive? Yet, recalling the voice indicating that a small town housed only 20 boxes, it seemed escaping would be futile. His restless heart settled once more. Lin Mu paid no mind to the thoughts of those behind him. He was eager to discover the town's appearance. As he entered the town, Lin Mu slowed the vehicle. Not long after, he encountered a crossroads. After a moment's contemplation, he turned left. 001. Remember to activate the scan and inform me of the resource box locations. Yes, master. However, as the vehicle turned, Lin Mu halted abruptly. The buildings in the town were not particularly tall. Most were 2 to 3 stories high. Upon turning, Lin Mu noticed a shop. Indeed, the sign above displayed the name of the establishment. Peering through the window, he observed various products lined up on the shelves inside. What was going on? Surely, there was no such thing as free lunches falling from the sky. Lin Mu retrieved a life-size doll from his backpack and tossed it outside, then used an axe to force open the door, pushing the doll inside with a long knife. Nothing happened. Wasn't something supposed to occur? You come here. Lin Mu beckoned to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying looked at Lin Mu in confusion. Me? Indeed you. Come here. Jiang Ying approached Lin Mu. In a moment. You will walk in, grab some food, and run, understood? Hearing this, Jiang Ying instantly became alert. Brother, are you trying to put me in danger? You want to enter. Yet you expect me to? Isn't this akin to signing my own death warrant? Lin Mu, I have no desire to meet my demise. Might we consider an alternative? Please. Do not be hasty in your refusal. I could secure a rope around you for safety. Upon my return, I promise to provide you with sustenance superior to theirs. Lin Mu produced a bucket of fried chicken and a bottle of soda, prompting Jiang Ying to swallow hard at the sight of the enticing food. Goodness. 001, untie her. As Lin Mu retracted his firearm, Jiang Ying's eyelid twitched. You would have been better off drawing your weapon from the outset. After freeing her, Lin Mu affixed a chain around her waist. Do not wander too far, otherwise, I will be unable to assist you. When the time comes, protect your head. Do not perish from a lack of self-preservation. Do not hold me accountable. Jiang Ying's legs trembled. You would have been wiser not to utter that. Lin Mu positioned the vehicle across the road, extending axes from the front, each reaching an impressive 10 meters. He secured the chain to one of the axes. Chapter 40. Out of funds? Simply relinquish an equivalent value from your person. Jiang Ying lingered at the door, hesitating in silence. What are you waiting for? Move. She turned her head, forcing a stiff smile. Are you truly expecting me to enter? If you do not, must I then venture inside? Fear not, for there is a rope. After speaking, Lin Mu dashed into the vehicle, sealing the windows tightly. The three behind him swallowed nervously. Realizing that safety here was not as assured as they had presumed, Jiang Ying gazed at the storefront ahead, slowly pushing the door open. Shelves were indeed lined with an abundance of food. She dared to step forward, only to retrieve a single bag of chips at the threshold. Upon inspection, the packaging merely bore the words potato chips, devoid of any further information. Noticing no immediate danger, she cautiously grabbed 2 bags of cookies and began to retreat. Bang! The door slammed shut. However, due to the presence of the chain, it did not seal completely. A figure clad in a black robe appeared at the cash register. Their face shrouded in darkness, rendering them unrecognizable. Welcome to the highway supermarket. Should you wish to take any items, please proceed to payment. Jiang Ying inquired softly. What form of payment is accepted? Items of equivalent value will suffice. The total value of the items you hold is 20 points. Please present items of corresponding worth. And if I lack such items, then you must relinquish equivalent goods from your person. However, as this is your first offense, I shall grant you one opportunity to leave. A scalpel was placed upon the counter by the robed figure. Realizing the implication, Jiang Ying grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a place where one might lose a kidney. All right, I will place my items here. I am leaving now. She hastily deposited her goods on the counter and fled the shop, jumping into the vehicle. That was terrifying. The figure in there was after my kidneys. Calm down. What transpired inside? Jiang Ying recounted her harrowing experience. A bag of chips and 2 bags of cookies cost 20 points? So, it would require 20 ingots to acquire those 3 items? This pricing is utterly outrageous. In the trading market, a mere bag of 100 grams of bread can only be exchanged for 2 iron ingots. Here, the prices have more than doubled. What a cunning merchant. What then? Is the significance of such an item? They assert that this is the norm. However, upon closer reflection, it seems there is no fault in this reasoning. Through the window, one can behold a plethora of goods. There are dozens of beverages available, including beer and spirits. Should I venture in for a closer look? Lin Mu hesitated momentarily. I'll give it a go. After all, I have accumulated so many points. I might as well exchange some for goods. He placed a humanoid doll in the driver's seat. Substitute doll, SS class. When the player faces a death threat, they can instantly swap positions. This was an item he had acquired from a diamond treasure chest, serving as a means to preserve his life. Upon entering the store, Lin Mu did not encounter the black-robed figure mentioned by Jiang Ying. He glanced around the shop, which resembled a convenience store. He picked up a basket from the floor and began to fill it with items from the shelves. 5 boxes of pickled vegetables, a few bags of chips, some peanuts, and a bit of beer. Initially, he attempted to place these items into his backpack, but was unable to select them. Indeed, the loophole was not easily exploited. Lin Mu did not take much, only a portion of the items. As he turned around, a black-robed figure appeared at the cash register, startling him. The total came to 212 points. How many points for a piece of wood? 2 points. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. It seemed the point system here differed from that of the team, effectively doubling the values. And the iron ingots? Also 2 points. Well then, it's merely a doubling, which appears unrelated to the quality of the materials. Upon reconsideration, the prices do not seem exorbitant, especially since they pertain to rather useless items. After completing his purchase, these goods could be stored in his backpack. Exiting the convenience store, Lin Mu glanced back and was momentarily frozen in place. The entire shop had transformed into a dilapidated establishment, enshrouded in dust and litter. Lin Mu returned to the vehicle. Did you all witness the state of the shop just now? The 4 nodded in agreement. Yes, after a flash of white light. It turned into this. Lin Mu looked back at the store and realized that it differed from his initial expectations. He had presumed that the shop would remain permanently, allowing anyone to purchase items at will. But it now seemed that once an item was sold, the shop would vanish, resembling a mysterious merchant. Could this be a change within the game? Never mind, let us search for the chest first. However, before that, Lin Mu exited the vehicle and stepped into the now-ruined convenience store. With a casual gesture, a black hole materialized, consuming everything within the building. As anticipated, it worked. The first floor was cleared in just over 10 seconds. He then ascended to the second floor, which was utterly devoid of any items. Lin Mu expressed his dissatisfaction. Have you hired cleaners? This place is excessively tidy. There is nothing left. Subsequently, 001 took charge of driving, while Lin Mu ventured into each room to gather refuse. Were it not for the house's inability to be deposited in the recycling station, he would have collected refuse from the entire town. Although the area spanned 100 square kilometers, the number of houses was relatively sparse, arranged in a scattered and segmented manner. Report to the owner. This building has 3 boxes. Lin Mu observed the 3-story standalone house, questioning its existence. Are you certain they are here? The radar projected onto the windshield instantaneously rendered a 3-dimensional diagram of the structure. Goodness, it possesses this functionality as well. It appears there are numerous features yet to be unveiled. Owner, the boxes are located on the rooftop, though there is no access to it. The rooftop? Lin Mu gazed at the 3-tiered structure, estimating its height to be approximately 11 meters. He returned to the vehicle to activate his enhanced skills, selecting the resource collection device and extending its length. Plan generated. 20-meter flexible collection device. Iron ingot X50, silver ingot X5, copper ingot X5, rubber X1. The materials were significantly more abundant than before, presumably due to the increased length necessitating more resources. Had this skill been capable of answering questions, he would have posed a few inquiries. Upon completing the modifications, Lin Mu wielded his axe to search for the boxes atop the roof. It would have been prudent to install a camera up there. Regrettably, he had attempted this previously, but the modification skill proved incapable of producing such a device. The 3 boxes were dislodged from the rooftop and landed on the ground. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box, acquiring energy drinks X5, silver ingots X25, 500G of beef jerky X10. Congratulations on opening the gold resource box, acquiring universal medicine X15, glass X50, 10 kilograms of rice X5. Today, he had indeed encountered a considerable number of new items. As for the quantity, Lin Mu had grown accustomed to it. After all, this was a supply meant for 5 individuals. Chapter 41, Freedom? Can freedom be consumed? From the final platinum box emerged 5 large geese. Lin Mu stared in bewilderment at the geese, questioning the nature of the danger. Is this some sort of delivery? With deft control of his steel knife, he dispatched each goose with a single stroke, adding 5 4-kilogram geese to his backpack. Now, that is a delivery. Lin Mu turned to the individuals behind him. Has anyone encountered large geese before? Jiang Ying promptly nodded. I have. From a silver box, 2 live geese emerged. They were quite painful to deal with, chasing me for over 100 meters before I managed to kill one. Indeed, there were such occurrences. Their offensive capability was weak, yet their presence was profoundly insulting. Lin Mu resumed his journey, driving towards the horizon. However, after covering less than 50 kilometers, an intersection appeared before him, devoid of any signage. Lin Mu halted the vehicle at the crossroads, glancing left and right, but discerned no indicators. Neither the trees flanking the sides nor the distant roads bore any markings. 001. Do you possess navigation capabilities? Apologies, owner, but I lack that functionality. Very well. Lin Mu refrained from turning and continued onward. Regardless of the direction one chooses to take, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. Lin Mu, while driving, tuned into the regional channel. The number of participants had not altered, and those who remained were of commendable quality. I have now spent 2 hours in this town and astonishingly managed to locate merely 10 boxes. You found 10, while I could only find 5. The entire town is densely packed with houses, making it nearly impossible to search thoroughly. In contrast, my situation is rather fortunate, as there are only 4 houses in this town, with boxes casually placed on the ground, allowing me to complete the task in a mere 3 minutes. However, that large goose was quite painful to handle. Although it was rather delectable, I truly wish to avoid encountering it again. Have you also encountered the large goose? I have too. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing the gravity of this information. It seems that each town is distinct. Moreover, everyone has come across the large goose this time, which may be considered a form of benefit, albeit one that is not easily obtained. Strangely, no one has mentioned the convenience store along the highway. Is it that no one has come across it, or do they simply prefer not to disclose it? After contemplating, he decided to remain silent since others were doing the same. 20 minutes later, Lin Mu gazed upon the town before him. This town boasts a greater number of structures than the previous one, which presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the increased availability of collectible refuse, thereby augmenting his supply of materials. Conversely, this also implies that navigating through this locale will require more time. It is likely that he would need at least 3 to 4 hours to traverse this town. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already noon. Does anyone need to use the restroom? I do. Jiang Ying quickly stood up, raising her hand. Lin Mu was taken aback. Why aren't you bound? Am I not? Jiang Ying pointed to the iron chain around her waist. Lin Mu's lips twitched as he turned to 001. What is this situation? Master, you did not specify that she should be bound. Did I not previously state that everyone should be secured? Master, you implied that they should be bound after using the restroom, but she was assisting you and not using the restroom. What happened to the so-called intelligent robot? Can't you be a bit more adaptable? Lin Mu took a deep breath, reminding himself not to be angry. After all, it was merely a robot, and there was no need for such feelings. Remember next time, as long as they are here, ensure they are bound, understood? Understood, Master. I'm about to burst. May I please use the restroom first? Jiang Ying was squirming, having reached her limit. Go. The other 3 chimed in, eager to relieve themselves as well. Lin Mu, feeling exasperated, waved his hand. 001, release them. Once the 4 exited the vehicle, they hurriedly sought a secluded spot to address their physiological needs. Lin Mu took out a bag of rice, pondering how it should be prepared. Should he simply light a fire and boil it? Since rice has been provided, a rice cooker should not be far off. 001, let us just cook it here, enough for 5 people. Let us stew that large goose. This should suffice. Lin Mu lowered all 4 windows, knowing that cooking inside the vehicle would inevitably raise the temperature. After disembarking, Jiang Ying made her way toward a nearby house. Jiang Ying, wait for me. Sister Wanqing, please hurry. I cannot bear it any longer. Jiang Ying clutched her abdomen. She had not wished for this predicament, but over the years, she had endured it without any viable solution. The 2 women entered a room. Sister Wanqing, take a look first. Be cautious of those 2 approaching. I will take over for you shortly. All right. Meanwhile, the stout fellow and Zhao Mingwei had moved between 2 houses. Have you ever thought about escaping? Zhao Mingwei cast a sidelong glance at the stout man. Indeed, you are quite short. The stout man paused, bewildered. Why would I want to escape? There's food and drink here, and I don't have to seek resources myself. Isn't that splendid? Zhao Mingwei faltered slightly. But we are tied up every day. Have you never considered freedom? Freedom? Can it be eaten? I just want to survive. I'll pretend I never heard that from you. Next time, don't say such things. Lin Mu is truly ruthless. Be careful. The stout man regarded Zhao Mingwei with disdain. In his eyes, Zhao Mingwei was the epitome of someone who bites the hand that feeds him, utterly shameless. Zhao Mingwei's lips twitched as he sighed softly. He did wish to escape. But where to? Never mind. He would accept his fate. Whether he escaped or not would hardly affect Lin Mu. At worst, it would just mean 1 less mouth to feed. They could always find another later. 2 minutes later, the 2 men returned, and 5 minutes after that, the 2 women came back. Is everyone done? If so, let us eat quickly. I may need to go again later, Jiang Ying said softly, raising her hand. Lin Mu glanced at her and considered whether to discard her, given her bladder was likely about to burst. How can you be in such poor condition after only a few years? We'll talk about that later. Let us eat. Looking at the freshly cooked rice and roasted goose, the 4 of them swallowed hard, finally about to enjoy a proper meal. This rice is delicious. And the goose is delectable, so fragrant. Jiang Ying's chopsticks darted about, devouring the dishes ravenously. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. You're making me lose face. Do you have no awareness of being caught? Jiang Ying was unconcerned. Having food and drink was enough for her. It could be said that, apart from Zhao Mingwei, the other 3 had resigned themselves to their fate. Of course, Zhao Mingwei's earlier misgivings had vanished. Chapter 42. Come here, my dear. Don't come any closer. After the meal, Lin Mu donned his leather armor and took a pistol as he exited the vehicle. The driver's seat was still occupied by 001. Alas, there are far too many houses in this place. Gazing at the dense cluster of buildings, Lin Mu wore a troubled expression. If he were to ignore these houses and simply take the boxes, he would indeed be quicker. However, doing so would mean he would miss out on a wealth of materials. In that small town alone, he had gathered over 600 iron ingots, more than 400 pieces of wood, over 100 electronic components, and a myriad of other items. The number of houses there was far fewer. Lin Mu could not possibly give up. He could only methodically scour the area, were it not for the fear of wasting time. He would have wanted to dismantle the windows one by one to collect them. Fortunately, the speed of his scavenging was sufficiently swift. On the left side, a street stretched for 5 kilometers, yet it took him merely 20 minutes to traverse. Goodness, how long must I toil to achieve this? Lin Mu tugged at his hair, his expression one of distress. However, one could not deny that the treasures amassed in those 20 minutes were truly abundant. If only he could smash through the wall directly. He had contemplated employing a massive iron ball, but the vehicle simply could not bear such weight. According to the skill display, his vehicle was insufficient in both weight and level. Ultimately, installation was impossible, and any forced modifications would be futile. He had also considered having the 4 passengers exit the vehicle to assist, but their collective efficiency paled in comparison to his solitary efforts. After sweeping through the 2 streets on the left, Lin Mu accelerated. He charged into the next building, absorbing what he could, disregarding anything that wouldn't fit, and swiftly moving on. If there was little to be gained, he simply wouldn't enter. His motto was to act quickly. Minor profits were not worth the time. Thus, it took him over 3 hours to complete the left side. Had he not consumed a snake gall to enhance his physique, the duration would likely have been even longer. Report to the master. A vehicle has entered the radar range. 001 informed him just as Lin Mu settled into his vehicle for a brief respite. A vehicle? Instantly, Lin Mu felt invigorated. 1 vehicle could yield the equivalent of 2 or even 3 streets. He started the engine and headed toward the beacon of light. Jiang leaned closer to Gu Wanqing. Do you think he might have captured another person? Surely not. His vehicle's core cannot possibly be level 6. That would be too extraordinary, she replied. While level 5 was already remarkable, level 6 seemed excessively so, though the intentions behind capturing so many individuals remained unclear. If he continued, his supplies of food and water would surely dwindle. Lin Mu had no intention of capturing anyone. His vehicle could only accommodate a limited number of passengers, and even if he did apprehend more, it would serve little purpose. Upon reaching the main street, Lin Mu spotted the opposing vehicle. A rather outrageous pickup truck appeared before him. Surely, the tires must exceed a meter in diameter. This vehicle was excessively large. Not only was it bigger than his, but it was also wider and taller. The other party noticed Lin Mu and charged directly toward him, evidently dismissing him as a threat. Inside the pickup, a man adorned with a celestial eye tattoo on his forehead and shrimp-line tattoos on his neck grinned menacingly. Come on, little darling, let me take you. This pickup had not always appeared as it did. It had undergone 3 upgrades, gradually transforming into its current form. All thanks to recent successful heists that had afforded him this vehicle. He had since developed a fondness for the thrill of seizing resources. As the 2 vehicles drew nearer, bam, the fronts collided with a forceful impact. Lin Mu's vehicle sustained little more than a scrape, while the pickup's front incurred a slight dent. The man with the celestial eye shook his head, feeling a bit dazed, and stared ahead. This is impossible. This cannot be. How is it that the opposing vehicle remains unscathed? He had recently crumpled the fronts of several vehicles, yet this time, his own had been the one to suffer damage. He simply could not accept this reality. He engaged reverse gear, preparing to crash again. However, Lin Mu would never grant him such an opportunity. The spear had already penetrated the body of the opponent's vehicle, ensnared by barbs, rendering escape impossible. With Lin Mu's enhancements, the length of the barbs had increased by another 15 centimeters, their sharpness amplified. They could easily pierce through the vehicle's body. Lin Mu wielded a steel knife and struck the opponent's windshield with force. Bang, 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 crash. The man with the celestial gaze stared in terror at the steel knife, exclaiming, "What have I encountered? Please stay away." He would never comprehend why a nimble steel knife sprouted from the front of his vehicle until his last breath. The 4 individuals behind Lin Mu swallowed hard. This vehicle was far superior to any of theirs, and that man had perished just like that. I felt grateful to still be alive. Jiang Ying instinctively shifted her position. Gu Wanqing nodded stiffly, aware that she was the 4th person captured. Had she been the 5th, she might have met the same fate. This man, she thought as she glanced at Lin Mu, would not show leniency simply because she was a woman. Lin Mu retracted the spear and exited the vehicle. He promptly removed the core of the opponent's vehicle, only to be taken aback to discover it was a level 3 vehicle core. It seemed he had acquired quite a few vehicles. Not only was the core level high, but even the vehicle itself was level 4. Upon seeing this level, Lin Mu decided against reclaiming the vehicle. After securing his belongings, he continued to scour the town. By 7 p.m., he had cleared the majority of the debris from the town. Fortunately, most of it consisted of single-story structures. Had there been 2 or 3-story buildings, Lin Mu estimated it would have taken him much longer, and he had yet to open any resource boxes. 001, prepare some food. Yes, master. There was no rush for the boxes. First, it was time to rest. Just as Lin Mu opened the regional channel to gather information, someone asked, "May I use the restroom?" Lin Mu rolled his eyes. If not for her thoughtfulness, he would have insisted on switching her out. Go on, hurry up. Is anyone else in need? At this inquiry, all 4 expressed their urgency to use the restroom. After letting them out, Lin Mu resumed his exploration of the regional channel. District 562, population 113,272. Lin Mu gazed at the number, puzzled. Was today not the first day? How could nearly 5,000 people have vanished so suddenly? He quickly glanced at the chat box. Who in the world is attacking me for no reason? Everyone, be cautious in the town. I encountered 4 vehicles. At intersections, you might find one appearing right behind you. Player Zhang Qian has killed player Wang Shuyang. A blood-red message appeared, indicating a reduction in population by 1. How did Zhang Qian manage to kill so many? I had seen that name 3 times already. Everyone, be wary of women. Those who have survived until now are certainly no ordinary individuals. Lin Mu stroked his chin, genuinely curious about how this person had managed such feats. He was eager to encounter Zhang Qian himself. Chapter 43. I can tell at a glance that you are not human in a mere 15 days. The psyche of individuals underwent a profound transformation. During the initial 7 days, there was still a semblance of camaraderie, with people assisting one another and exclaiming in delight upon discovering valuable items. However, in the subsequent 7 days, the instinct for survival took precedence, leading individuals to engage in any means necessary to endure. Such is the nature of humanity. Lin Mu was no exception. Who wouldn't desire to be among the last standing? Zhang Qian observed Lin Mu as he stroked his chin. Judging by the circumstances, this woman's vehicle core was at least level 3, if not potentially reaching level 4. The scarcity of resources was evident as well. What to do? He felt a strong temptation. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Jiang Ying shattered the tense atmosphere. Lin Mu brandished his firearm and peered into the darkness, but the night was too dim to discern anything in the distance. He fashioned a flashlight at the workbench to illuminate the adjacent building. In that instant, he saw Jiang Ying hurriedly retreat, with Gu Wanqing trailing behind her. What is happening? Lin Mu inquired, his curiosity piqued. There's something. Gu Wanqing advanced, breathless. We don't know whether it's a beast or a monster. But a creature suddenly appeared, moving with incredible speed. The darkness rendered their vision limited, allowing only a fleeting shadow to be perceived. Get in the car. The 2 women swiftly opened the rear doors and climbed inside, feeling an immediate sense of security envelop them. And the others? Lin Mu pressed. The women shook their heads in unison. We don't know. We were in separate places when nature called. Help. It's terrifying. A chubby boy, clutching his pants, sprinted towards them. He reached the car, flung open the door, and leapt inside, promptly slamming the door shut behind him. A foul odor began to permeate the air, prompting the 2 women to recoil and cover their noses. Lin Mu frowned, regarding the boy. What on earth are you shouting about? I see nothing amiss. Did you forget to bring toilet paper? The stench intensified, compelling Lin Mu to turn on the air conditioning to circulate the air. With their cries, he had already secured the windows, leaving only a narrow gap of about a millimeter. There was a monster. One moment it was walking on 4 legs, and the next, it was on 2. It was terrifying. I saw it just now, but it must have fled. What is that smell emanating from you? I fell and got a bit of it on me. Lin Mu's mouth twitched in exasperation. Throw your pants out. But I have no other pants. Lin Mu tossed him a spare pair. Hurry up and change. Now. The 2 women quickly turned their backs, unwilling to witness the change. Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror. There was still nothing behind them, nor to the sides. What about Zhao Mingwei? He has likely been devoured, Lin Mu mused, his brow furrowing. Escaping was out of the question. That would be tantamount to courting death. Nightfall harbored danger, a truth known to all. Yet, to claim he had seen anything that could have consumed him was unfounded. At that moment, Zhao Mingwei's silhouette emerged. Lin Mu squinted and quietly inquired of 001. Can you discern anything unusual about him? Report, Master. 001 lacks the relevant functionality. Chubby boy, are you certain he has been eaten? I am uncertain about this. But he suddenly vanished from my side, and thereafter, I beheld that shadow, the chubby boy remarked hesitantly. At this moment, Zhao Mingwei had arrived at Lin Mu's window. Lin Mu, I've finished in the restroom, let me in. Observing Zhao Mingwei's seemingly ordinary demeanor, Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder if the 3 of them were experiencing a collective hallucination. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Zhao Mingwei's expression faltered. Lin Mu, what are you saying? The odd changes, the even remains the same. Zhao Mingwei's realization struck him. This was indeed a coded message. His countenance darkened as he witnessed his head splitting open, a black entity emerging forth. With a menacing buzz, for chainsaws extended, swiftly severing the creature in 2. Its anguished cries echoing in despair. You little rascal, I recognized at a glance that you are not human, yet you dare to feast upon my comrade. Comrade. The 3 individuals behind Lin Mu exchanged perplexed glances. Are your comrades bound by chains? Lin Mu gazed at the creature lying on the ground. Parasite, danger level, SS. Recommendation, do not approach it, lest you cease to be yourself. A steel blade descended, cleaving the parasite's head in 2. Ding. SS level dangerous parasite eliminated, awarded, Physique Potion, X3, Physique, S. A vial that increases physique by 5, with a maximum of 5 vials per individual. Why would such a creature yield such rewards? Truly perplexing. You all see this, right? My vehicle is sufficiently secure, so do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is your fate. The corners of the 3 mouths twitched. It seemed he had no intention of fleeing either. The loss of a comrade was indeed a setback for Lin Mu, as resource acquisition had diminished by 1 share. Let us hasten to eat. Half an hour later. Didn't you just say we are your comrades? Perhaps we should release the iron chains. They become rather uncomfortable over time. Jiang Ying cautiously regarded Lin Mu. for being bound was indeed quite distressing. Slap. Uncomfortable, is it? Jiang Ying glanced at the pistol resting there, shaking her head repeatedly. Not uncomfortable at all, in fact. It feels quite good. Just tighten it a bit more. I'm fine. Once the three were secured, they sat quietly in the back. Lin Mu drove, heading directly to search for resource boxes. He had already recorded the locations of 20 resource boxes. Reaching the designated spots was all that remained. Congratulations on opening the Black Iron resource box, awarded energy drink X4, iron ingots X40. Indeed, it transformed into provisions for 4 individuals. What a loss. Congratulations on opening the Silver resource box, awarded surveillance camera blueprint, A, X4, shotgun universal bullet blueprint, A, X4, refined sugar 500 GX4. Lin Mu's eyes widened at the sight of the shotgun bullets. He had acquired the shotgun several days prior, but had yet to use it, having only obtained a total of 20 bullets. The primary reason was the absence of opportunity. However, this was different. The inability to use it and the lack of opportunity are 2 distinct concepts. No need to rush. He resolved to finish collecting all the boxes first. As he continued to gather boxes along the way, they all contained provisions for 4. Lin Mu lamented the significant loss he had incurred. From one of the crates emerged 4 wild boars, providing him with a much-needed supplement of meat. Suddenly, a message arrived. When Ryu opened it to find it was from the same person she had exchanged with previously. Brother, do you have any food? I wish to trade for some. Lin Mu glanced at the freshly acquired 16 pounds of pork and replied, what will you offer in exchange? This, a small radar blueprint with a 5-kilometer range. A, for 2 people's food for 3 days. Radar? A 5-kilometer one. Surely, that is too advantageous. Chapter 44. It seems like a scam, yet perhaps a gain. Sister, can he really trade? Shu Xian looked anxiously at the dialogue box. How could he not? This is quite inexpensive, but an A-level blueprint requires 4 copies to become permanent. That's why I asked for food for 2 people for 3 days. If one could become permanent, I would have requested food for half a month. Shu Xian nodded, acknowledging the logic in her words. Meanwhile, Lin Mu glanced at his backpack. The food supply was ample. 3 days' worth was assured. 18 loaves of bread and 9 liters of water. Brother, are you serious? Each loaf weighs only 100 grams. This meal is rather scant. No, I must add more, and the water is too little too. I prioritize selling to you because we are familiar, otherwise, I could sell it for a higher price in the trading market. Lin Mu opened the trading market, only to find that the blueprints available were of little value. Utterly useless. He felt no desire to trade. He pondered whether he would purchase such an item if it appeared on the market. Most likely, he would. After a moment's reflection, he decided to add 500 grams of pork and 2 liters of water, stating, if this is agreeable, let us trade. If not, so be it. A moment later, agreed, but you must also add 2 universal medicine capsules. No problem. Due to the presence of several team members, he now possessed over 50 capsules. And giving away 2 was no burden at all. After the exchange, Lin Mu hurriedly opened the workbench. Such items should not be delayed in becoming permanent. He sought to craft them immediately. Cannot craft? The 4 characters appeared on the workbench. He examined the display, which showed the number 14. Lin Mu quickly glanced at the other blueprints. The ones he had previously transformed into permanent copies remained unchanged. However, the subsequently acquired items displayed the same situation. Surveillance camera blueprint, A. 44, universal shotgun shell blueprint, A. 44A? This is rather frustrating. So this is how things have changed? He immediately transformed the 2 blueprints into permanent copies, and indeed, he could craft them. What a scam. What a true scam. Initially, 2 blueprints could become permanent. And now the requirement has increased so much. No wonder blueprints are so scarce for sale. This is the reason. Lin Mu realized that due to the overwhelming abundance of supplies he had obtained, he had neglected to consider other matters. Never mind, I shall study this further another time. As for the person with whom he exchanged, it hardly constitutes a scam. Lin Mu was too indifferent to dwell on such trivial matters. He glanced at the time and resolved to drive to the next town, prioritizing the acquisition of the crates. Nighttime offered a bounty of resources far superior to that of daylight. By 9:30, Lin Mu had gathered 20 crates and promptly shut off the vehicle to rest. 001. If you detect the presence of other vehicles, do not hesitate to alert me. Understood, master. Under the watchful eyes of the other 2, Lin Mu ascended to the 2nd floor. Lying upon the soft bed, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Jiang Ying let out a soft sigh. When will I be able to enjoy a proper rest? She shifted her body, the iron chains proving quite uncomfortable, and found herself pressed against the wall. It seemed unlikely to change. In truth, Lin Mu had contemplated relocating them to the 3rd floor, where he could set up 4 individual rooms, which was indeed feasible. However, the absence of a restroom rendered that idea impractical, and he dismissed it from his mind. The following morning, while the trio remained in a drowsy state, the vehicle began to move. Are we setting off this early? Jiang Ying observed the dawn breaking outside, estimating the time to be around 6 or 7 o'clock. He seems to rise quite early every day, Gu Wanqing remarked. I used to get up around 9 and only began scavenging for supplies at 10. No wonder he's so formidable. It turns out my laziness was the culprit. Gu Wanqing's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, that is rather late for such endeavors. This particular town was relatively easy to navigate, with a limited number of structures, all single-story. They completed their task in under 3 hours. Lin Mu glanced at his 400-slot backpack, now reduced to just over 80 slots remaining. The backpack was insufficient, whether it be materials or various foods. He felt he could never use it all. Nevertheless, it was advantageous, as he would not need to scavenge for refuse in the next location. At least until he could expand the backpack, Lin Mu was unable to gather materials. May I use the restroom? Go, hurry. Lin Mu felt the urgency of the restroom situation. While they attended to their needs, he activated his modification skill to install a toilet. Modification impossible. Lin Mu promptly tossed a toilet bowl into the enhancement slot. Construct me a restroom. Option 1. Basic lavatory. Wood X20, stone X5. Let us proceed with the modification. A lavatory materialized at the rear. Brother, do you not find it inappropriate to have a restroom in a space designated for eating and sleeping? However, the modification skill was merely a skill and could not comprehend Lin Mu's other concerns. He had to make adjustments himself. Ultimately, he positioned the restroom on the 3rd floor. Once they returned, he would have them wait there while he prepared some meals. Understood, master. Lin Mu ascended to the 3rd floor, where darkness prevailed. He hastily employed his modification skill to install several lights. Subsequently, he opened the restroom. The restroom was quite small, approximately 4 square meters, serving no purpose beyond its intended use. Alas, it has been over half a month since my last bath. I feel so unkempt. He longed to transform the restroom into a bathing area, but regrettably, even his ample water supply was insufficient for bathing purposes. He undertook another renovation of the bathroom, transforming an ordinary lavatory into one adorned with mirrors and lighting. Indeed, there was hardly any significant change. Following breakfast, Lin Mu unzipped his backpack and gazed at the pickup truck, which had attained a level of LV4. He promptly tossed it into the skill box. Beep. LV4 vehicle detected. Would you like to enhance the vehicle? Enhance. Indeed, only high-level vehicles could be beneficial for his. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a message. Plan in progress. Options. Body enhancement. Iron ingots X200. Mustard seed stone X2. Only one option? Then let us proceed with the enhancement. The vehicle began to vibrate, emitting a radiant glow. The 3 individuals behind him looked on in terror at the unfolding scene. Lin Mu, is this vehicle about to explode? Perhaps we should exit, shouted the chubby one as he cowered in a corner. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Your vehicle is the one that's about to blow up. Once the brilliance faded, the visibility from within the vehicle had notably increased. Lin Mu disembarked to assess the alterations. The tires had grown taller, the body had elongated, and the chassis felt significantly sturdier. 4 additional lights adorned the roof. This transformation was quite substantial. However, he was curious about the data. Chapter 45. Vehicle exceeds current level. Upon returning to the vehicle, he accessed the information panel. Vehicle, waste disposal truck. Quality, D grade. Level, LV5. Fuel tank, 120L, 400L. Fuel consumption, 1L 5 kilometers. Speed, 130 kilometers. H. Functions, super cold resistance, advanced heat insulation. High defense strength. Intermediate attack capability. Vehicle skill, SSS level vehicle skill. Unique unlimited modification. Traits. Waste utilization. Waste can be recycled through the rear compartment into the onboard waste processor, allowing for decomposition into corresponding items, with a 50 increase in decomposition rate. Upgrade requirements. Iron ingots X50, silver ingots X10, copper ingots X10, glass X8, rubber X4. Vehicle core, LV4 weight. My vehicle can be upgraded? Lin Mu suddenly realized that he had been able to upgrade it for quite some time. Damn it. How much had he missed out on? He had plenty of materials. Upgrading was merely a matter of a simple click. Beep. Vehicle upgraded to LV6. Vehicle space expanded by 1x. Proceed. Beep. Vehicle upgraded to LV7. RV attributes activated. Functional area unlocked. Workstation-related crafting enabled. Goodness, so it was here all along. He had previously wished to modify the 2nd level, but the modification skill had consistently informed him it was not possible. The only comfortable alteration he had managed was the bed. The bathroom had only come to fruition after he procured a toilet. He thought to himself, given the significant increase in space, surely modifications should now be feasible. Vehicle, waste cleaning truck. Quality, C-class. Level, LV7. Fuel tank, 120L, 700L. Fuel consumption, 1L per 10 kilometers. Speed, 160 kilometers per hour. Functions, super cold resistance, super insulation. High defense strength, intermediate attack capability. Heat weapon component, sealed. Vehicle skill, SSS level unique vehicle skill. Infinite modification, feature. Waste utilization, Waste can be fed into the rear waste processor through the back seat, allowing for the decomposition of corresponding items, with a decomposition rate increase of 50. Upgrade requirements: 200 iron ingots, 100 silver ingots, 100 copper ingots, 80 glass, 12 rubber, 100 electronic components, vehicle core LV6. He comprehended everything, whether it pertained to levels or fuel recovery, all fell within his grasp. Yet, what could the term sealed heat weapon component signify? Panel Master, what does the sealed state of the heat weapon component imply? Vehicle level exceeds the current stage. Cannot be utilized, then I expect some form of compensation. No compensation needed. The heat weapon component has not yet appeared in the treasure chests. If you find it unsightly, I can remove the term sealed for you. Lin Mu gazed at the text above, realizing that this panel was indeed not easily deceived. Surely you can tell me when this heat weapon component function will be activated. During the next disaster, it is anticipated that some vehicles will reach LV7. Lin Mu nodded in comprehension. This meant less than 14 days, which was acceptable. Jiangying, do you perceive that this space has expanded? Gu Wanqing scrutinized the area behind. It indeed seemed larger. Perhaps it was a result of the vehicle's upgrade. Yet why did his upgrade cause such a commotion? I'm not sure. I remember my upgrade was rather subtle. Mine is only LV2 and hardly made a sound. It's incomparable, utterly incomparable. This individual's vehicle had transcended the realm of ordinary understanding. Could it be that those formidable vehicles were all of such high levels? Lin Mu dismissed the vehicle information and started the vehicle towards the next destination. The vehicle's speed had increased, hastening his journey to the next town. He opened the regional channel. District 562, population 110, 111. Quite a promising number. Has anyone ventured off the road to explore the wilderness? Huh, is that even possible? Hey, I guess you all hadn't. I discovered an abandoned factory in the wild, where I found a materials storage room. What a windfall. Image JPG. Lin Mu clicked on the photo, revealing various basic materials piled together, and he even spotted 2 vehicle cores on a table. Wow, such places exist in the wild. Lin Mu turned to gaze at the wilderness. All he saw was grassland, devoid of anything else. Your luck is astonishing. I too ventured into the wild and encountered nothing. Don't listen to his nonsense. I've been there and almost perished in the wilderness, where there are not only beasts but also unknown dangers. Lin Mu, upon reading this statement, promptly dismissed his thoughts. He was not afraid of the beasts, rather, it was the unknown dangers that filled him with trepidation. Should he inadvertently encounter one, it would spell disaster. He currently possessed vehicles of exceptionally high caliber, along with advanced vehicle cores, rendering any risk unnecessary. The only allure of that place lay in the few vehicle cores. Shaking his head, Lin Mu decided it was best to proceed methodically. He glanced at the thermometer. Outdoor temperature was 25 degrees Celsius, while indoors it was 26 degrees. The outdoor temperature had risen, though it remained inconspicuous for now. However, if the temperature continued to ascend over the next 2 days, it would indicate the impending onset of sweltering weather. Jia Wanqing, I need to use the restroom again. What should I do? Jiang Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. She had already taken a universal remedy, but it proved ineffective. Gu Wanqing turned to Lin Mu, who was driving ahead. Perhaps you could hold on a little longer. Normally, the next stop is 200 kilometers away, and at this speed, it should take just over an hour. Just over an hour. Jiang Ying squirmed in her seat, struggling to endure. Throughout the journey, she had repeatedly contemplated asking for a restroom break, but had managed to suppress her urges. Through the front windshield, she caught sight of distant buildings, and tears of relief welled up in her eyes. They were finally approaching their destination. God knows how long she had held on. She dared not move an inch, fearing she might not be able to hold it any longer. Lin Mu observed the distant structures, frowning. They were all 7 stories high. He was not concerned about the litter, given that his backpack had limited space left. However, he did require the boxes. If any boxes were situated atop such tall buildings, it would pose a significant inconvenience. 001. Be on the lookout for boxes and watch for vehicles. Understood, Master. This time, he did not begin from the left, but maneuvered the vehicle to the far right before turning around. Thus, he commenced a thorough sweep street by street. Fortune smiled upon him, as he discovered a box on the first street. It was noteworthy that in this small town, the distance between streets was typically only 100 to 200 meters, making for a densely constructed area. With a length of 10 kilometers, there were approximately 70 streets. Even if 001's range extended to 1 kilometer, Lin Mu would still need to drive over to search. At that moment, 2 convoys entered from 2 different roads, one behind the other. Chapter 46. Inept Tactics, a bloodbath triggered by a diamond box. Brother Qin, I didn't expect there to be a town around this corner. Isn't that stating the obvious? There are bound to be boxes every 200 kilometers the following day, Qin Xiangyang replied, exasperated, gazing at the walkie-talkie in his hand. What on earth was going on with his team? Brother Qin, a convoy is approaching us head-on. What should we do now? Qin Xiangyang steered his vehicle to the side, observing the oncoming convoy. Jinli, can you ascertain how many vehicles they have? In the leading small truck, a bald man squinted and peered ahead. Brother Chin. The opposing leader is also in a large vehicle, so I can't see the rear. I can only make out 4 vehicles. Qin Xiangyang tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the steering wheel. His convoy consisted of 6 vehicles, and logically, one would expect that the opposing party's desire for expansion would necessitate a more modest fleet. Of course, it was also conceivable that they might possess an abundance of vehicles, akin to a secondary convoy. He pondered how that particular convoy had managed to survive, astonishingly maintaining such a substantial number of members. As their speed decreased, they awaited the moment when the opposing team would make a turn. If they approach, Jin Li, crash into them. He commanded. Understood. Slowly, Qin Xiangyang's convoy reduced its velocity, mirroring the actions of the opposing team until both sides came to a halt at the grandest intersection. Master, I've identified 13 vehicles, Lin Mu exclaimed, quickly glancing at the projected radar. A serpentine formation? Observing the line of red dots, he felt a twinge of confusion. What were they doing, remaining stationary? Surely there couldn't be a convenience store in the vicinity? That seemed improbable. Lin Mu chose a path and maneuvered to the rear of the convoy. He refrained from driving further, opting instead to exit his vehicle and peek from behind a building. What could possibly be the reason for both teams in action? At that moment, the 2 convoys faced each other, neither willing to make a move. Lin Mu's mouth watered at the sight of those 13 vehicles. The core of their fleet was about to elevate, which would undoubtedly increase their ranks. How exhilarating. Yet, he realized he could not tackle those 13 vehicles alone. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He retrieved a bottle of beer from his backpack, followed by a piece of clothing. With minimal effort, he fashioned a Molotov cocktail, igniting it with a lighter before hurling it with considerable force. The bottle soared through the air in a graceful arc, striking one of the vehicles. Witnessing this, Lin Mu promptly returned to his vehicle and maneuvered onto a side road. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangyang was communicating with his team via the walkie-talkie when suddenly, flames erupted on his vehicle. What on earth? Where did that fire come from? He exclaimed. Brother Qin. It appears to be a Molotov cocktail. Another voice chimed in. Do you think it was thrown by the opposing team? Qin Xiangyang questioned, skepticism creeping in. But there's no one from their side who has exited their vehicle, right? Jin Li, did you see anyone from their team throw a Molotov? He inquired. No, I didn't see anything, Jin Li replied. He then checked with the other vehicles, but none had witnessed the source of the incendiary missile. Rubbing his head in frustration, Qin Xiangyang muttered, is this place haunted? His gaze shifted towards the side building, which appeared devoid of human presence. Even if it were occupied, surely his luck couldn't be this dire. On the opposite street, Lin Mu scrutinized the radar projection before him. Well, would you look at that? No one has made a move. How is it possible that they managed to restrain themselves? According to his expectations, the 2 teams should have engaged in combat by now, yet they remained locked in a standoff. This predicament posed a challenge. Aside from his makeshift incendiary device, his only recourse would be firearms. However, employing a weapon raised a significant concern. What if the 2 teams united against him? In that case, he would have no choice but to flee. If only I had a grenade launcher, I would simply charge in and obliterate them, he mused. Master, there's a box in that room. Should we retrieve it? 001 pointed to a nearby shop. We can deal with the box later. It appears to be a diamond crate. Lin Mu licked his lips, as if he had devised a plan. In another convoy, the bald man suggested. Why don't we just let it go? The opposing team has at least 4 vehicles. This is a waste of time. We should search for the crates instead. How can we let it go? We only need a few more vehicle cores to upgrade. If we eliminate this convoy, it will be more than sufficient. The bald man was reluctant to concede, knowing the value of the vehicle cores. So when do we make our move? If we disembark, they will surely ram into us. But if we stay put, it might take at least an hour to finish this. In real life, a few collisions would suffice to render a vehicle useless. However, here, one cannot ascertain the defensive capabilities of the opposing vehicles. Given this time, it would be wiser to seek out crates instead, and we can engage when we encounter a lone vehicle in the future. Why must we confront a convoy? Suddenly, a crate fell from the sky. Bald man. Guess what I just saw? A diamond crate has dropped from above. A diamond crate? From the sky? Are you certain it came from above? I'm sure. It just appeared out of nowhere, probably blown off a building by the wind. If it were merely a black iron resource crate, they wouldn't be this excited. Even a silver resource crate wouldn't elicit such enthusiasm. But a diamond crate is different. It contains either valuable materials or a substantial amount of basic resources. For the convoy, this crate was of utmost importance. The bald man gripped the steering wheel tightly. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to seize the crate. Then we will engage the opposing convoy. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was positioned behind a window on the 6th floor, observing the unfolding scene below. As he watched the members of both convoys emerge, he finally exhaled in relief. I knew it. How could they resist coming out for a diamond crate? After all, it had been many days since Lin Mu had encountered a diamond crate himself. There were times when he could find as many as 60 crates in a single day. Yet even then, The occurrence of a diamond crate was not guaranteed. This underscores just how rare diamond crates truly are. Of course, the rarest of all are the blind boxes. Soon, chaos erupted as a diamond crate sparked a bloody conflict. Hey, don't kill them all. Leave some for me. Lin Mu hurriedly descended the stairs, only to find the ground strewn with corpses. No, there was still one survivor. A man with a long knife embedded in him, though he was not far from death. Universal medicine. Yes, the universal medicine should work. Lin Mu approached and swiftly extracted the long knife from the man's body. With a squelching sound, blood began to gush forth from the previously undamaged wound. Qin Xianyang stared at Lin Mu in terror, bewildered by his sudden appearance and the fact that he had removed the knife. He collapsed to the ground, slowly closing his eyes. He was already on the brink of death. Had he consumed medicine before the knife was pulled out, he might have survived. But Lin Mu reasoned that the blade embedded within would hinder healing, so he prioritized removing it. At that moment, Lin Mu finally managed to locate the universal medicine in his backpack. It was no easy feat, given the numerous compartments in the bag. This item was far from intelligent. It seemed incapable of retrieving what he desired promptly. Chapter 47, Zhangqian? Don't kill me. I am useful. Lin Mu gazed in astonishment at Qin Xianyang, who lay sprawled on the ground. Was it merely a minute? How could he have collapsed? He checked Qin Xianyang's pulse. It had ceased. Had he truly lost his teammate just like that? Shaking his head, Lin Mu lamented his misfortune. Out of a total of 13 individuals, he had not managed to save a single living companion. It was utterly tragic. He cast his eyes toward the vehicle left behind. No teammates meant no support, but having a vehicle was a blessing. With the core upgrade, his own car was once again eligible for enhancement. An hour later, Lin Mu returned to the vehicle, leaving behind a scene of lifeless bodies stripped of their garments at the intersection. In that hour, he spent 5 minutes collecting the vehicles and the remainder of the time scavenging for clothing. Seated in the driver's seat, he began to tally his acquisitions. 10 level 2 vehicle cores, 3 level 3 cores, and he chose to overlook the supplies. The basic provisions from the two teams paled in comparison to his own, although the variety of food had expanded somewhat. However, the most significant find was the blueprints, among which the finest was a radar that Lin Mu had finally gathered enough materials to construct. Without hesitation, he fashioned it and installed it in the vehicle. He examined the core he held. It was ready for an upgrade. After the enhancement, there were still some resources left, but further upgrades would prove challenging. Ding. Vehicle core upgraded to level 6, capacity for 6 individuals, 200 in backpack space, and the shelter mode activated. HM? Lin Mu regarded the notification with a hint of confusion. Shelter mode, what did it entail? Why did it feel somewhat perilous? He quickly accessed the vehicle core information. Vehicle core, level, LV6, capacity, 6 persons, upgrade requirement, 1 level 6 vehicle core or an equivalent vehicle core. However, the so-called shelter mode was not elucidated here. He then perused the vehicle information, where he discovered the details of this shelter mode. Shelter mode. The vehicle will transform into a refuge against dangers, with an increase of 100 in defense, occupying the same area as the vehicle's interior space. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The vehicle would reach level 7 to acquire thermal weapon components, while the vehicle core achieving level 6 would unlock the shelter mode. Logically, level 7 should not emerge until 3 weeks later. By this reasoning, it would likely be utilized during the 4th disaster. This led him to ponder whether the 4th disaster would not involve survival on the road, but rather a change of location. Yet, this was perplexing. He had anticipated a continuation of road survival scenarios. After some contemplation, he decided to inquire about the panel, though he aimed to remain subtle. Ahem, panel. May I ask if all disasters occur on the road? Affirmative. Given that these events transpired on the road, why would there be a shelter mode? Lin Mu shook his head, unable to comprehend the logic. Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. As long as he could elevate his level swiftly enough, his safety would be assured. He also took the opportunity to upgrade his vehicle by 1 level. No significant changes have occurred. The upgrade requirement for the vehicle core has merely escalated from level 6 to level 8. This is undoubtedly intentional, and the challenge to elevate the core to level 8 seems insurmountable. Although the inventory has expanded, Lin Mu has lost interest in collecting debris, as acquiring 13 vehicles stands as his greatest achievement. After gathering the boxes, Lin Mu resumed his journey. Along the way, he successfully crafted both a camera and radar, installing one of the cameras at the rear. Through the vehicle's multimedia system, he could directly observe the situation behind him. Indeed, it proved to be quite convenient. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Mu encountered no other vehicles, which left him feeling despondent. Casting a glance at the 3 individuals behind him, he shook his head. Only 2 more team members were needed, yet their absence rendered him unable to procure the resources belonging to those 2. On the 6th day, the outdoor temperature soared to 45 degrees Celsius, while indoors it remained a more bearable 23 degrees. Lin Mu sighed in relief as he observed the fan continuously whirring and the air conditioning at his feet. Were it not for the rapid vehicle upgrades, He feared he might have succumbed to the heat. Reflecting on the earlier days when many were still at level 2, he felt a pang of sympathy for their plight. At this moment, the number of individuals behind him had increased from 3 to 5, thanks to the new team members he had acquired over the past 2 days. To welcome them, Lin Mu had exerted considerable effort to bring a man and a woman into the vehicle. However, the woman had lost an arm, while the man was missing both calves. Each time Jiang Ying gazed upon them, her eyes brimmed with pity. Why did you choose to resist? Wouldn't it be better to cooperate? How tragic. The woman, however, radiated a fierce intensity. Sister Wanqing, do you comprehend what she is saying? Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes, remarking that her lips had been sealed, rendering her unable to understand. Lin Mu observed the two individuals in the rearview mirror, shaking his head in contemplation. At 10 p.m. the previous night, Lin Mu had intended to rest when the radar emitted a series of beeps. He noticed a red dot gradually approaching from behind, ultimately halting beside him. A frail woman emerged from within. Hello, could you assist me? My car seems to be experiencing some issues. Lin Mu regarded her pitiful expression, coupled with her alluring figure, and sensed something amiss. Who in their right mind would venture out at such an hour, unafraid of danger? Gripping his handgun, he stepped out and caught sight of a shadow lurking behind her vehicle. What seems to be the problem? He inquired. I'm not quite sure. It makes strange noises from the front, almost as if it's broken, she replied. Let me take a look. But it's quite dangerous for a girl like you to be out here alone at this hour. Why not come into my vehicle for a while? Lin Mu's gaze shifted to one of lascivious intent. The woman appeared unfazed. I can wait. There's no rush after it's fixed, she said, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Feigning to open the hood, Lin Mu's attention remained keenly focused on the surroundings. At that moment, 001 had already exited the passenger seat, gripping a shotgun as he circled to the rear of the vehicle. Miss, what is your name? He asked. Zhang Qian, she replied. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that he had encountered a significant client. 001, don't kill him. I still have my uses. Yes, master. A voice suddenly resonated behind Zhang Qian and her companion, startling them both. A man wielding a long knife charged towards 001. Bang! A volley of steel pellets struck the man's knees, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Zhang Qian was momentarily stunned, hastily drawing her pistol and aiming it at Lin Mu. However, she was taken aback as a massive shield manifested in front of her. This shield? 001 unsheathed the long knife from his waist, striking Zhang Qian's arm, the one holding the gun, with the back of the blade. The threat was neutralized. The reason for not using the blade's edge was, of course, to conserve resources. Welcome, both of you, to become my teammates. Let us coexist harmoniously from here on. In your dreams, I would rather die than become your teammate. Zhang Qian's eyes were filled with fury. She never anticipated that her tried-and-true methods would fail. Was he even a man at all? Chapter 48, Treasures. Once dawned, you need not be shackled by chains. On the 6th day, a small town lay 500 kilometers away. Even if Lin Mu set out early, it would take him 3 hours to reach his destination. The first town appeared desolate, a mere ruin with rubble strewn about. He glanced at the time, almost 11 o'clock. 001, prepare the meal. Understood, master. 001 picked up a nearby rice cooker and an induction stove to commence the day's cooking. Perhaps due to the impending catastrophe of sweltering weather, he had encountered an abundance of electrical appliances over the past 2 days. He had acquired several rice cookers, induction stoves, and electric ovens. Some had already been sold to procure a substantial amount of resources. Indeed, a considerable stockpile. Given the scorching weather outside, cooking outdoors was unwise. He could only do so within the vehicle. As the stove ignited, the temperature inside the car surged. Lin Mu leaned against the driver's seat, examining Zhang Qian's vehicle core. Astonishingly, it was a level 5 core, a first for Lin Mu to encounter such a high grade. Jiang Ying, remove the tape from her mouth, and take out the sock she has in her mouth. Oh, Jiang Ying reluctantly obliged. Once the sock was removed from Zhang Qian's mouth, she gasped heavily. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ying. What's the matter? No water to wash my feet. So what if they smell a bit? I don't have athlete's foot. So stop looking at me like that. Jiang Ying retorted defiantly. In any case, everyone else, aside from Lin Mu, had an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Zhang Qian's eyes seemed to emit daggers. Throughout the night, her mouth was both sour and salty, with the stench of the sock lingering in her nostrils. Cough. Your foot odor is indeed quite pronounced. Even the chubby one doesn't smell as bad as you. Lin Mu could no longer bear it. He had not anticipated Jiang Ying's feet to be so odorous. It seemed the vehicle modifications were due for action. Ever since the functional area opened, he had yet to delve into it. Primarily, time was too scarce, each day a race against the clock. Zhang Qian, are the cores used for upgrading vehicles obtained by eliminating others? Zhang Qian glanced at Lin Mu and replied, so what if they are? Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Is there truly no other means of acquiring vehicle cores? Even if there is, I want to tell you. Zhang Qian turned her head away, falling silent. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement, unable to distinguish who held the greater authority. Were it not for her remaining usefulness, she would have been buried long ago. Jiang Ying, stuff both of your socks into her mouth. All right. Jiang Ying reluctantly removed her other sock. Zhang Qian struggled desperately, while the chubby boy and Gu Wanqing rushed to assist. It was merely a matter of discomfort in breathing. Bound with tape, Zhang Qian's eyes glistened with tears, though it was uncertain whether it was from humiliation or the stench of the socks. Observing the lingering hatred in her gaze, Lin Mu resolved to eliminate her once they encountered new team members. No, he would also deal with that man. 001. Ensure these two have no food soon. Understood, master. After all, they were destined to perish in a few days. There was no reason to waste provisions. While awaiting their meal, Lin Mu opened the regional channel. Region 562, population 92. For 152, it was evident that the population had significantly declined in the past few days. However, compared to the initial numbers, the situation seemed relatively stable. The predominant cause of death remained clashes between individuals, while fatalities inflicted by beasts and peculiar creatures constituted a mere fraction. Have you all noticed? Each town is distinctly unique. It may seem trivial, yet such observations were essential. Anyone could understand that. Let us not dwell on this. Due to the issue concerning vehicle cores, encounters often lead to conflict. Is there truly no alternative means of acquisition? Speaking of impending disasters, would next week bring a heatwave? Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating the incessantly scrolling text above. Despite the superfluous chatter, there were nuggets of valuable information. At least he now understood how to articulate the nonsense. Currently, everyone was rather tight-lipped, withholding information. He reminisced fondly about the initial days of information sharing. It had been incredibly gratifying. Lin Mu glanced at the individuals behind him, noting that they all seemed to hail from the regional channel. Did this imply that individuals from the same regional channel resided on a single planet? How many planets would that entail? Yet if that were not the case, how could he have encountered so few others? He was quite eager to meet individuals from the global channel. Then, he wouldn't hesitate for even a moment when it came to action. After their meal, the three were bound once more. Even though they had become compliant with Lin Mu's commands, he remained vigilant. To loosen their chains, he needed to observe them for a while longer, conducting several small tests first. Gazing at the town, resembling ruins along the roadside, Lin Mu summoned a black hole to absorb everything in its vicinity. Indeed, he remained seated in the vehicle, driving closely along the roadside. Various items, even stones, were drawn into the black hole. Blissful. This was the most exhilarating city Lin Mu had ever encountered. After a black hole consumes its contents, resource-laden boxes remain in place, easily accessible for those who dare to claim them. An hour later, a box adorned with a question mark materializes before Lin Mu. He smirks, hoping this time no peculiar surprises will ensue. Upon opening the box, a luminous sphere emerges before him, invoking a sense of familiarity. The same refuse, the same box, and yet again, the same brilliant orb, a perfect replication of a prior experience. However, recalling his previous rewards, he resolved to proceed, even if it posed a perilous game. To him, it was merely an ordinary amusement park. With a pop, the orb shatters. Restraining collar, SS. Once donned, any negative thoughts towards the player would invoke punishment. Lin Mu's eyes glinted as he gazed at the collar in his backpack. Through the rearview mirror, he surveyed the 5 individuals behind him. If you wish to free yourselves from your bindings, donning this item would suffice. He toyed with a silver collar, crafted from leather and adorned with a small metallic piece. This seems inappropriate. I am not that sort of person, Jiang Ying remarked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her mind racing with unspoken notions. Lin Mu couldn't help but smirk at her naivety. Cough. Wearing it will liberate you from the ropes. This opportunity is fleeting. Jiang Ying sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I'll wear it. Seizing a singular chance was imperative. Gu Wanqing and the chubby boy nodded in agreement. 001 proceeded to adorn them all, including the 2 on the ground. Moments later, the ropes binding the 5 were entirely undone. Jiang Ying stretched her limbs, exclaiming, This feels incredible. I am finally free from constraints. A crackling sound of electricity emanated from Zhang Qian, causing her to tremble slightly. Lin Mu smiled at the remaining 5 collars in his backpack. They were exquisite items indeed. Chapter 49. If you have the ability, continue to electrocute me. Jiang Ying glanced at the grounded Zhang Qian, then gingerly touched the collar around her own neck. It seemed less effective than a chain. She hurriedly settled beside Gu Wanqing and whispered, Do you think Zhang Qian's earlier state was due to this collar? Gu Wanqing nodded, It's likely, but I doubt there's any real danger. Lin Mu wouldn't shock someone without cause, would he? The uncertainty in those words made Jiang Ying shiver. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mu concluded a day's worth of tasks. Noticing an unpleasant odor, he promptly activated the car's functional zoning. Each level now boasted an expansive area of over 40 square meters, ample space indeed. He immediately delineated the second floor. allocating half for sleeping and the remainder for bathing and restroom needs. Single bathtub, stone X20, iron ingot X2, copper ingot X2, plastic X2. Construct. Upon completion, Lin Mu frowned, realizing he lacked sufficient water resources. A small purifying unit could only gather 100 milliliters, while a mid-tier one managed a mere 500 milliliters. Considering a bathtub typically required over 200 liters, he faced a significant challenge. It appears that the fabrication of additional purifying water collection devices is imperative, preferably on a larger scale. Otherwise, the process may become excessively cumbersome. Intermediate purifying water collector, 5 iron ingots, 10 plastics, 20 charcoal, for electronic components, 2 glass. Let us manufacture 10 units directly. One machine after another was produced and discarded into the restroom by Lin Mu, which would henceforth serve as the designated bathing area. Subsequently, a water storage tank was placed in the bathroom. As for Jiang Ying and the others, they could simply utilize the bathing water without the need for additional extravagant materials. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled as he ascended to the second floor to capture a photograph of the bathtub and the 10 freshwater collectors. Returning to his seat, he opened the regional channel. Anonymous. Alas, I can finally take a bath. It has been 20 days since my last wash, and I feel utterly uncomfortable. This time, I must scrub thoroughly, otherwise it will be unbearable. Lastly, I'd like to inquire, how often does everyone bathe? Image, JPG, what do I see? So many purifying water collection devices? All for bathing? Is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Will the bathing water be available for sale? My request is modest. A temperature of 38 degrees will suffice. The others expressed vehement condemnation of Lin Mu's apparent waste of water. Observing the incessant stream of messages in the chat box, Lin Mu chuckled to himself. Who says life here is dull? This is rather delightful. He then played a piece of music, preparing to unwind for a while. Holding a bun in his hand, he exclaimed, "Change the song. It must be changed. The solitude of one person. Change, change, change. Nothing can hinder your pursuit of freedom." Lin Mu nodded, finding this song quite agreeable, certainly superior to the previous two. The next day marked the final day of the week. At noon, while everyone was dining, a voice echoed from the sky. Congratulations to all players for enduring yet another week. The remaining numbers exceed my expectations, which saddens me greatly. Lin Mu's lips twitched as he glanced at the figures in the regional chat box. District 562, population 85, 116. Is this really an increase? Nonetheless, do not worry. All events are preordained. Tomorrow will herald the onset of the second calamity, a scorching hell. I urge all players to elevate their vehicles to level 4, otherwise, fatalities are imminent. May you all enjoy the game, dear players. The voice faded away. Sigh, when will this end? I yearn to return home. Jiang Ying lamented over her meal. Who among them did not wish to go home? Even Lin Mu longed for his return. After all, here, one is perpetually confronted with the peril of losing one's life, whereas at home, the worst one might face is unemployment. I have a suggestion for you. Try committing suicide. Perhaps that will facilitate your return. Jiang Ying's lips twitched as she glanced at Lin Mu. Come on, I'm not foolish in the slightest. Lin Mu surveyed the thermometer. Outdoor, 50 degrees Celsius. Indoor, 24 degrees Celsius. The situation is not dire. Jiang Ying, let us disembark and take a stroll. Jiang Ying shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, I absolutely refuse. It's so hot down there, one could literally roast. Coughing lightly, Lin Mu added, you wouldn't want to be electrocuted, would you? With a gentle cough, he released a slight current towards Jiang Ying. Instantly, she was jolted, letting out a soft whimper as her face flushed a deep crimson. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Mu. He couldn't help but notice the peculiar expression of enjoyment on her face. Are you going or not? He asked. Not going. If you have the ability, keep shocking me. She retorted. Goodness, are you a masochist? Lin Mu increased the current. All right, I'm going. Jiang Ying gasped, quickly standing up to open the car door. A wave of heat swept into the vehicle, and the thermometer began to register a gradual rise in temperature. Once outside, she felt as though she were standing in an oven, her arms burning with discomfort. Come on, that's enough, or I might actually roast, she pleaded, looking pitifully at Lin Mu. What does it feel like? He inquired. It's a scorching sensation. If this continues, my skin will surely redden. Come back, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying promptly turned around, only to find her shoes stuck to the ground. She stumbled and fell flat on her face. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, hastily getting up and rushing back into the car, slamming the door behind her. Glancing at her arms and legs, she noticed the areas that had touched the ground were already turning red, feeling almost like cooked flesh. A gentle touch sent a fiery pain coursing through her. Far worse than sunburn. Here, Lin Mu offered, handing her a universal remedy. She quickly swallowed it, feeling the pain in her injured spots gradually subside. She sighed in relief, almost fearing she might transform into a mature woman. Lin Mu continued driving, searching for treasure chests. Given the sweltering heat outside, He was disinclined to exit the vehicle. There was no chance he would miss the treasure chests. His collection device had now extended to 40 meters and was equipped with a monitoring system, allowing him to adjust its position through the visual feed. It was delightfully convenient. 001. Fetch me a bottle of happy water from the fridge, he commanded. Certainly, master, came the prompt reply. A bottle of condensation-covered happy water was soon in Lin Mu's hand. Ah, this weather calls for something chilled, refreshing, he declared, savoring the drink. Jiang Ying watched, swallowing hard. She longed for a sip, but dared not ask. Feeling miserable, she was on the verge of tears. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Mu chuckled at the sight of the three of them looking so forlorn. 001. Give each of them a bottle, he instructed. Their eyes brightened. Thank you, big brother. Jiang Ying's affectionate title for Lin Mu had now spread to the little chubby boy and Gu Wanqing. Amused, Lin Mu observed the scene. After all, it was merely a few bottles of happy water. Was it really such a big deal? Glancing casually into his backpack, he noted he had over 200 bottles of happy water. Quite extravagant indeed. Chapter 50. You call this a minor procedure? Happy New Year. Of course. Only Jiang Ying and her companions received the refreshments. The other two could only dream of such luxury. On this final day, Lin Mu was in no hurry. He drove leisurely to the small town, without a hint of urgency in his demeanor. While other vehicles were racing against time to locate resource boxes, they lacked the assistance of a robot like 001 to aid in their search for treasures. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have opened a silver resource box and received Sun Protection Suit Blueprint A, X6, Mithril Ingots X18, Energy Drinks X30. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow at the peculiar items. He could understand the Sun Protection Suit, as it was likely intended for those venturing outside to open boxes. However, what was this Mithril Ingots? In his mind, it seemed like something out of a novel. He clicked on the Mithril. Mithril Ingots A. Light as a feather, strong as dragon scales, extraordinarily effective against special creatures. Special creatures? Could it be that he would encounter beings utilizing Mithril next week? Given this, he resolved to begin his enhancements. His first task was to modify the vehicle using the Mithril Ingots. Reinforced anti-magic vehicle body. Option, Mithril Ingots X10. Naturally, he chose to enhance it. Subsequently, he also upgraded his long sword, which now shimmered with a silver light. The precise effects would only be revealed in combat. However, he found the quantity to be rather limited. After a single use, only 7 remained. Unfortunately, he did not come across any more boxes afterward. With a swift thought, he accessed the trading center. 100g fresh pork, exchange for Mithril Ingots X1, 500 milliliters chilled happy drink. Exchange for Mithril Ingots X3, 500 milliliters chilled mineral water. Exchange for Mithril Ingots X2 water was something everyone had. But chilled varieties were not necessarily abundant. Lin Mu did not seek much. He would be content to exchange for 10. He then opened the workbench to permanently craft the Sun Protection Suit, fearing that future endeavors might yield unwelcome surprises. Sun Protection Suit A. Fabric X7. Mithril Ingots X1. Wait a moment. Why was there an extra Mithril Ingots? Lin Mu found it perplexing how a garment could be associated with metal. Despite his confusion, he proceeded to craft a set. As he surveyed the suit in his hands, it comprised clothing, pants, a hat, a mask, and even a pair of gossamer thin gloves, effectively covering his entire skin. Silver threads could be seen woven throughout the fabric, presumably the result of Mithril's craftsmanship. Lin Mu ascended to the second floor to don the outfit, instantly feeling a refreshing coolness envelop him. He sensed that even without air conditioning, the heat inside the vehicle would be bearable. Upon opening the car door, a wave of warmth rushed in, yet he remained unaffected. Glancing at the asphalt outside, the notion of stepping down was quickly dismissed. The sun protection suit lacked footwear, and his sneakers would likely suffer. Having tested the suit, he was ready to depart. As for selling, Lin Mu had no immediate intentions, although some items were indeed worthy of retrieval. Driving his vehicle, he reopened the trading center. 5 of the items he had just listed had already sold, indicating a demand. He pondered his next steps. Ice Cubes 100g, exchange for any cotton jacket X1. Previously, I profited from the cotton jacket, and this time I shall profit once more, and to a greater extent. 001. Ensure the ice maker is fully operational. Keep an eye on the marketplace. If it sells out, continue to follow my listings. By the way, only the cotton jacket is needed, nothing else. Lin Mu offered a cautionary reminder. 001. You may be clever, but at times your thinking is rather rigid and inflexible. Understood, master. As the clock struck 10 at night, during the last 2 hours of the week, Lin Mu completed the final sweep of the last town. He glanced back at Zhang Qian and the others, whose faces had grown somewhat pale. 001. Keep a watchful eye. Ensure they do not perish. Understood, master. After a brief contemplation, 001 queried. Master, I can perform a minor surgical procedure. Would you like me to create an opening in their abdomen to directly administer food and water? With that, it transformed one of its fingers into a surgical blade. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Is this what you call a minor surgery? Opening up someone's stomach? You're even more ruthless than I am. Jiang Ing and the others looked at 001 in horror. This robot seemed rather unhinged. They were grateful they had followed orders back then. Who knew what bizarre ideas 001 might conjure otherwise? Lin Mu waved his hand repeatedly. For now, it's unnecessary. As long as they survive. Understood, Master. Lin Mu examined 001 closely. Indeed, it was a robot, yet its thought process appeared quite peculiar. Shaking his head, he activated the regional channel. With only 2 hours remaining, he wondered what everyone was up to. Once the clock struck midnight, a new beginning would commence. Big brother, where did you acquire your core? I only need a LV2 core to reach level 4. Stop whining. Just encounter a few more vehicles, and that should suffice. Encounter vehicles? I almost didn't survive. It was an entire convoy. I have no idea how they managed to stay alive. Given the abundance of resources now, a convoy could ration their food without issue. My vehicle is so hot, running the air conditioning consumes fuel excessively. It's not a fixed consumption. The higher the outside temperature, the greater the consumption. Lin Mu was taken aback by this message and subsequently checked his vehicle information. He noticed the air conditioning consumption in the notes section. Indeed, it indicated 1 liter per 10 kilometers, which didn't seem excessive. Lin Mu sent out the information. Huh, just click on those words air conditioning, huh? Can I really click on it? Lin Mu attempted to click, and a note-like screen popped up. Air conditioning, from -30 to 30 degrees. The basic consumption is 1 L per 10 kilometers. For every difference of 10 degrees, consumption increases by 0.5 L. Current consumption 2 L per 10 kilometers. Lin Mu's lips twitched, while it appeared not to be much. He realized he had driven nearly 700 kilometers today. This meant the air conditioning alone consumed 340 L, while the driving consumption accounted for 170 L. In total, he had consumed 510 L of gasoline in one day. However, glancing at the 8,000 L of gasoline in his backpack, it didn't seem too significant after all. One source of gasoline currently provides a substantial 600 liters, while the recycling process yields approximately 500 liters per day, rendering the surplus quite sufficient. Others may have lesser amounts. Yet as long as air conditioning is not employed, the situation remains manageable. Indeed, many individuals in the chat have opted to forego air conditioning. As long as one remains in the vehicle, the heat is tolerable, allowing for perseverance. However, past noon, the circumstances may change drastically. Contemplating this, Lin Mu glanced at the fan, realizing an opportunity to procure materials had arisen. Standing fan. Exchange for 5 mithril ingots and 10 electronic components. Standing fan. Exchange for any 40 pieces of refuse. Standing fan. Exchange for vehicle core level 1x1. Whether or not these items could be sold is uncertain, but listing them is the first step. Wishing everyone a joyous spring festival, good health, prosperity, and abundant fortune in the year of the dragon. A new year brings new opportunities for wealth. Chapter 51. New calamities, new resources. As the clock struck midnight, a new wave of disaster commenced. Lin Mu observed the outdoor thermometer indicating a rise in temperature. Within just 10 minutes, the temperature surged by 10 degrees. It remains to be seen how high it will rise tomorrow. Previously, during winter, the temperature had plummeted to a mere -100 degrees. Yet, clad in clothing, one could endure for a few minutes. High temperatures, however, present a different challenge, as not everyone possesses protective sun gear like he does. Shaking his head, Lin Mu decided to assess the situation upon waking. After Lin Mu retired for the night, the others succumbed to slumber, while the external transformations were merely beginning. The increase in temperature was secondary. The vegetation along the roadside had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of lava. Surprisingly, the temperature of this lava was not excessively high, and one could observe various life forms swirling within it. These would be the unique magma-based creatures they were about to encounter. The following morning, Lin Mu descended from the upper floor. Upon witnessing the external scene, he instinctively rubbed his eyes. What in the world is this? Bubbling lava? And the temperature remains unchanged? This defies all scientific understanding, if such a concept even exists in this realm. His exclamation startled the others awake. As they gazed through the side windows at the bizarre sight, they were rendered speechless, simultaneously relieved to have boarded Lin Mu's vehicle. Otherwise, they would have been utterly unprepared for this unfolding scenario. It's merely a collar, so what? After breakfast, Lin Mu drove through the now transformed town, where dilapidated buildings had vanished, replaced entirely by pools of lava. Boxes floated at the edges of these molten expanses. Lin Mu parked the car and surveyed the boxes bobbing in the lava. Is this it? It hardly seems problematic. Extending his collection device, he tapped one of the boxes open, prompting a fiery canine to leap from the lava, clamping its jaws onto his axe. Under Lin Mu's gaze, the axe slowly turned red and began to warp, yet it did not melt away. He swiftly unsheathed his long blade and struck at the magma hound. A chime resounded, announcing, "You have slain an S-rank dangerous magma hound, earning Lava Stone X1. Furthermore, a message appeared. Congratulations. You have opened a silver resource chest, acquiring 18 mithril ingots, 950 liters of gasoline, and 6 mithril longswords. Lin Mu did not hasten to seek the next chest. Instead, he examined the newly acquired items. Lava Stone S1 can be used directly to create a protective membrane for 1 hour, reducing outdoor temperatures by 50 degrees and mitigating 80 of damage from magma creatures. 2. Weapon Enchantment. Diminishing the risk of weapon melting while enhancing damage against magma creatures by 5 can be stacked up to 5 times. Lin Mu stroked his chin, convinced that there must be a method to counter such creatures. However, obtaining the lava stone was no simple task. One had to defeat the creature first. He then turned his attention to the mithril longsword. Mithril longsword A weapon infused with mithril, increasing damage against special creatures by 50. So, the strategy is to acquire the weapon before confronting the magma beast? That seems feasible. After pondering, he retrieved the long knife he had fortified multiple times. Although the steel blade was also infused with mithril, its effectiveness was evidently inferior. Yet, this was not the end. He utilized his modification skill to further enhance the longsword. The process consumed 6 mithril ingots. The longsword underwent a transformation, now radiating a distinctive white luminescence. Mithril longsword S, a weapon enriched with substantial mithril, increasing damage against special creatures by 100. As for sharpness, Lin Mu chose not to enhance it, feeling it unnecessary. He also upgraded his gathering device, rendering it impervious to high temperatures. Upon arriving at the second chest location, he found no magma creatures present this time. To be honest, Lin Mu felt quite disappointed, as he found the lava stone particularly intriguing. Thud, thud, thud. He opened 12 chests in succession, encountering neither danger nor new items, until the 14th. Once again, a magma creature leaped from a lava pool, a python. Hiss thud. The serpent's head fell, and another lava stone was secured. You dare to stick out your tongue? I shall sever it. Congratulations. You have opened a gold resource chest, acquiring 6 mithril leather armors, 6 freezing potions, 30 chilled mineral waters, and 30 portions of roasted meat. The new location yielded a wealth of fresh items. Mithril leather armor A reduces outdoor temperatures by 20 degrees and mitigates 30 of damage from magma creatures. This item bears a striking resemblance to the lava stone's effects, though the lava stone provides a temporary benefit, while this armor grants a continuous advantage when worn. Freezing potion. When applied to a weapon, within 30 seconds it inflicts freezing damage on all creatures, reducing their speed by 50 and granting a 5 chance to enter a frozen state for 3 seconds, with a 200 increase in damage against magma creatures. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. From these items, it was evident that the current resources were closely tied to the prevailing temperatures and magma creatures. It seems that the creators of this game are well aware that humans cannot directly engage in combat with lava creatures. Otherwise, it would be a certain death scenario. The remaining boxes, when opened, reveal a similar situation: basic supplies, fuel, food, and various weapons and potions to confront the lava beings. Once Lin Mu parked his vehicle, he promptly activated the regional channel to ascertain the status of others. Relying on his vehicle, he had managed to achieve his current standing. My vehicle has transformed. I accidentally drove into the lava, but thankfully I escaped swiftly. I'm not trying to discourage you, but at this temperature, you will likely perish soon enough. How did you handle those lava creatures? I'm currently hiding in my car, too afraid to venture out. The workstation contains the most basic mithril weapons. Crafting one to deal with them would suffice. Goodness, I've traded my mithril for food and a fan. It turns out that the person purchasing so many items was this individual. Gratitude is owed to them. Just from this one person, he had contributed 8 mithril ingots, a true benefactor. He glanced at the numbers above. Sector 562, population 72, 116. It was evident that, in just this brief period, over 10,000 had perished. Indeed, on the first day of any disaster, the death toll is often the lowest. However, what exactly was this workstation they mentioned? Upon opening the workstation, Lin Mu noticed a new mithril option in the sidebar. Clicking on it revealed several items, albeit useful for the current situation: mithril arrows, mithril crossbow bolts, mithril spears, and mithril longswords, entirely offensive weapons, lacking any defensive options. It provided a glimmer of hope for survival, yet it seemed incomplete. Chapter 52. Such affectionate souls. Everything sold out. Lin Mu began to accelerate, relishing the thrill of finding a box every 100 kilometers. Exhilarating, especially with 20 boxes available. Enough for 6 people. In just a day, Lin Mu had made a substantial profit. Departing shortly after 8 in the morning, he continued until 9 in the evening, collecting a total of 10 waves of boxes. Indeed, a full 10 waves comprising 200 boxes. He had acquired 60 freezing potions and over 30 lava stones. Naturally, he also possessed a considerable amount of mithril equipment, with over a dozen long swords and leather armor. After all, he had the advantage of provisions for 6 individuals. One unfortunate aspect was that the S-class mithril longsword installed on his vehicle was unusable due to the modifications he had made. Initially, he had considered selling it for a high price, but that thought was extinguished. Brother Mu, what on earth is that noise? Lin Mu felt a sudden jolt. Turning around, he spotted Jiang Ying gazing at him with a shy demeanor. What's the matter? Do you need to use the restroom again? Jiang Ying froze, feeling a wave of despair. Was it only the restroom that left such a lasting impression on him? Well, Gu Wanqing and I would like to take a bath. You know how it is, brother, girls are different. If one falls ill, it would waste a potion of yours, wouldn't it? Gu Wanqing widened her eyes in disbelief. Wait, when did I ever say I wanted to take a bath? Although she indeed desired it, she lacked the courage to voice her wish. Lin Mu contemplated, realizing the validity of his thoughts. After all, those waters were of no personal use. Moreover, the odors emanating from these individuals were indeed quite unpleasant. All right, you two can go wash up, he said. Although the bathtub was designed for a single occupant, it was sufficiently spacious for two girls to squeeze in. Jiang Ying's eyes lit up. She had braced herself for a reprimand, yet here she was, achieving success instead. Thank you, Brother Mu, love you lots. Lin Mu could only feel a shudder coursing through him, utterly intolerable. Under the guidance of 001, the two ascended to the second floor, where they were astounded by the lavish amenities. This is quite indulgent, they thought, as they took in the wooden flooring, a plush double bed, and a carpet. Wow, this bathroom is enormous. Who knew vehicles could be upgraded in such a manner? Jiang Ying gazed in disbelief at her surroundings. Had it not been for the insistence that the outside experiences were real, she might have questioned whether she had returned to Blue Star. You may utilize the items in the bathroom, but refrain from touching anything outside. Otherwise, 001's middle finger will transform into a surgical scalpel, came the warning. The two households nodded in unison. They certainly did not wish to provoke the robot. Use this stove to boil water. It's interconnected. I'll head down first. 001 instructed. The two, resembling obedient children, stood at the door, watching as 001 descended the stairs. Once 001 was gone, Lin Mu entrusted the task of cooking to her, then opened the regional channel to assess the current situation. District 562, population 66,013. It must be said, the days following the onset of catastrophe are indeed a time of human suffering. The previous 7 days could be deemed harmonious, with the deceased primarily falling victim to internecine conflicts. However, such occurrences were unavoidable, as upgrades were necessary. What perplexed Lin Mu was the sheer number of cores that had vanished. How could the vehicles possibly be upgraded? By the end of the day, over 10,000 individuals had disappeared. Even the fury of winter had not wrought such devastation. In just one day, having visited 4 locations, he had secured more than 20 boxes, yet he dared not open them. Let us not even speak of it. I'm afraid to turn on the air conditioning. Having consumed over 200 liters of gasoline in a single day, the temperature can't rise any further. It's already at 40 degrees. Were it not for my ample water supply, I would have perished from thirst by now. Whether male or female, you certainly have abundant water. It was evident that the majority had only taken a small portion of the boxes, retreating at the slightest hint of danger without a moment's hesitation. Even with silver ingots in hand, they dared not craft additional weapons, primarily due to the lack of armor. Lin Mu glanced at the silver leather armor in his backpack. Pondering its potential market value, he accessed the trading center, noting that nearly all previously listed items had sold out. What a delightful bunch of people. If only we could initiate world trading, perhaps next time. Lin Mu had begun to discern a pattern. Each time a new disaster was unleashed, it was invariably preceded by a period of comfort, followed by the activation of certain functionalities. Mithril leather armor, A. Exchange for 8 mithril ingots and 2 lava stones. Mithril leather armor, A. Exchange for 8 mithril ingots and 2 frost potions. Mithril leather armor, A. Any 4 blueprints related to thermal weapons. The stock is quite limited, with only 3 of each item available. Although 8 mithril ingots may seem plentiful, their actual holders are not as few as one might think. Given that a single chest typically contains 3 to 5, if one lacks mithril ingots, they may resort to exchanging blueprints related to thermal weapons. What use is there in retaining blueprints for survival? Subsequently, he retrieved a lava stone, contemplating its potential as he activated his modification skill to enhance temperature resistance or bolster defenses against lava entities. Upon completing this thought, Lin Mu observed a swirling aura. There's hope. Ordinarily, if the task were impossible, the interface would indicate so without any rotation. However, the appearance of the spinning circle signifies potential success. Half a minute later, options materialized. Option 1. Enhanced temperature resistance shield. 6 lava stones, 2 frost potions, 10 universal materials. Option 2. Augment defense against lava entities. 10 lava stones, 10 mithril ingots, 2 universal materials. Let us first lower the temperature. After the brilliance faded, Lin Mu maneuvered the camera atop the collection device to inspect the vehicle. The previously black exterior had transformed into a pale red, adorned with mystical white patterns reminiscent of an array from a novel. He then proceeded with another modification, this time for defense, requiring 2 fewer lava stones. Post-modification, the vehicle shifted from a light red to a deeper hue, with additional white markings emerging. Initially, the white was pure, whereas this time, it shimmered with a silver tone. The white array pattern was solely at the front, while the silver filigree adorned the entirety of the vehicle. Surprisingly, it appeared quite aesthetically pleasing. After dinner, Lin Mu ascended to the 3rd floor. At this moment, the space remained quite vacant. Should he establish a prison here, or perhaps transform it into something else? With collars around Jiang Ying and the others' necks, Lin Mu felt no concern regarding any nefarious actions. The other 2 would eventually vanish. He could only await new companions. Perhaps he could construct 2 bedrooms, one for males and another for females, followed by a small prison for those who misbehave. Chapter 53. An old adage states that short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Mu set out in his vehicle. He glanced at the thermometer. Outdoor, 65 degrees Celsius. Indoor, 26 degrees Celsius. The outdoor temperature had only risen by 5 degrees. At this rate, after 6 days, it would reach 30 degrees, and on the final day, at most 90 degrees. Goodness, that would be suitable for brewing tea. Fortunately, he need not exit the vehicle, for he would find it unbearable otherwise. Even with various protections, such high temperatures were unappealing. As for the indoor temperature, it was exceedingly pleasant, achieved without air conditioning, purely from the vehicle's inherent warmth. This is all thanks to my sudden inspiration yesterday. It was the modification that allowed the temperature inside the vehicle to be so pleasantly cool. By the way, I have arranged accommodations for the 3 of you on the 3rd floor, and your presence here has caused some delays in my driving. Especially you, Jiang Ying. This time, there is a restroom on the 3rd floor. Jiang Ying blushed and lowered her head, embarrassed that this matter was still being mentioned. However, she dared not retort. For Lin Mu spoke the truth. Thank you, Lin Mu. Thank you, Brother Mu. All right, you may go upstairs and take a look. The trio ascended to the 3rd floor, and at first glance, they spotted the restroom. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Ying suddenly felt an urge to relieve herself. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom first. The stout fellow twitched his cheek. This person truly could not hold it in. Without exchanging a word, they each approached their respective doors. The rooms were easy to locate, clearly marked with large letters. Upon entering the room, they found a spacious bed, ample enough for 3 people. Lin Mu's thoughts were quite simple. As long as the team had a place to sleep, there was no need for extravagance. This bed, which he had specially crafted, measured a generous 2.5 meters in width, sufficient for 4 or even 5 individuals, albeit a bit cramped. Sister Wanqing, I'm back. Wow, this bed is enormous. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bed. It was far more comfortable than sleeping on the hard floor below. Gu Wanqing shook her head. It looks spacious now, but that might not be the case in the future. Why not? Currently, it's just as few. But what about later? Deep down, she yearned for freedom, even if it meant being confined within these walls. Gu Wanqing touched the collar around her neck, lamenting the impossibility of such freedom. If she were in Lin Mu's position, she would certainly attach a chain, even while wearing the collar, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Jiang Ying and the others descended from the upper floor and quietly returned to the ground. Why have you 3 come back down? Ah, it was too dull up there. It's much more interesting down here. You must have developed Stockholm Syndrome to prefer being down here. Perfect. Then let us feed these 2 some food and water. Lin Mu tossed a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread. Zhang Qian and the others had been silenced for quite some time and had missed several meals. Not to mention they hadn't had a drop of water. He certainly didn't want them to perish now. That would be quite a loss for him. Oh, fine. Jiang Ying glanced at her bare feet. Brother Lin Mu, could you please get me a pair of socks? Lin Mu's eyelid twitched. If you keep speaking like that, do you believe I want to throw you outside? Oh, I thought all men enjoyed that kind of high-pitched voice. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Listening to others' high-pitched voices was enjoyable, but hearing hers was torture. He made a stack of socks at the workstation and tossed them back. Share these among yourselves. One must admit, the workstation had quite a few commonly used items. As long as you had the materials, you could craft these seemingly useless things at will. However, for items like cotton clothing, one would need blueprints, which made the game all the more intriguing. Jiang Ying approached Zhang Qian, curling her lips, and placed her hand on the tape covering Zhang's mouth. Is it less painful to tear it gently or to rip it off forcefully? It should be the gentle approach, right? Gu Wanqing pondered uncertainly. It ought to be a gentle tear. As the old adage goes, it's better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. And a swift tear is akin to a brief pain. Lin Mu, overhearing the words of the chubby girl, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is that truly how one interprets such wisdom? You've certainly elevated the proverb to a new height. Ah, now I understand. As women, why should we make things difficult for one another? Lin Mu, however, remained indifferent. As long as no one was harmed, anything was acceptable. Yet, They were unaware that the outcomes of this game defied conventional logic. Jiang Ying began to slowly peel the tape, the sound of tearing resonating repeatedly. Zhang Qian, already somewhat dazed, was jolted awake by a sudden wave of excruciating pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. All right, no need to scream. I'm taking it off for you. I'm doing it slowly on purpose, fearing it might hurt, and you'll soon be able to drink water. You could have cooperated better. Jiang Ying continued her slow movements, her mouth chattering incessantly. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to exert force herself, but found she lacked the strength. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why is this tape being torn so slowly, yet causing so much pain? This is illogical. Unbeknownst to them, the tape adhered to numerous fine hairs. A minute later, the entire strip of tape was finally removed from Zhang Qian's mouth. She took a deep breath, relieved that it was over. As for the taste of the sock in her mouth, she had long since grown accustomed to it. I tore it so slowly. Why are there still so many fine hairs left on it? Perhaps it's due to hair removal, the chubby girl speculated. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Does your family even have hair removal? Jiang Ying glanced at Zhang Qian's mouth, where a red mark, identical in width to the tape, was left behind. Ouch! How tragic! Observing the sock in Zhang Qian's mouth, Jiang Ying felt a sense of revulsion. It was precisely because it was her own that she found it even more distasteful. After all, she had worn those socks for over a week, and the odor was unimaginable. However, she had no choice but to assist, otherwise, how could she feed her the bread and water? Lin Mu paid little attention to the ensuing events, as not far ahead lay the location of the first treasure chest of the day. A faint smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. Come, let me test the effects of the modifications. Upon reaching the first treasure chest, Lin Mu extended his collection device, finding no lava creatures. Boring. On to the next. And the next. It was only at the sixth chest that he encountered his first lava creature, 3 fire-spitting turtles. Yet, the flames extinguished instantly upon contact with the vehicle. What an impressive effect. With a swift flick of his mithril longsword, the 3 turtles vanished into thin air. 3 pieces of lava stone appeared in his backpack. Congratulations on opening the bronze resource chest. You have received 120 copper ingots, 300 liters of gasoline, and 6 500G nut gift packs. Another peculiar assortment of supplies had been added. Ever since yesterday, an increasing variety of eccentric supplies had emerged. He had even once received 30 portions of fried stinky tofu. Master, a vehicle is approaching. Chapter 54 Acquaintance? That collar must be worn. Lin Mu's eyes brightened. A vehicle had indeed arrived. This meant he could finally change his teammates. He was weary of taking care of Zhang Qian and her companion, constantly fearing they might perish from thirst or hunger. The burden had long since become tiresome. Lin Mu glanced at the radar on the glass. They had just entered the proximity. It appeared this location was a crossroads. He decided against opening the resource box and headed directly towards the position of the incoming vehicle. Sister, we're almost there. I wonder if we will encounter that lava creature this time. I am eager to test the new weapon. Shu Xin was clad in leather armor, wielding a longsword. This very equipment was what Lin Mu had provided. Having gear also necessitated caution. One must not grow overconfident merely due to their equipment. Oh, sister. We've come this far. Must you continue to lecture me? Shu Yi cast her a glance. If you perform well, I certainly won't say anything. Shu Xin pouted, knowing she had no retort to that. Look, sister, there's a peculiar vehicle ahead. Shu Yi squinted. It seems to be a garbage truck. But why does it have an off-road vehicle's front? That shouldn't be the case. Should we still investigate? Shu Yi furrowed her brow. 200 kilometers to a location with a resource box. If they missed it, they would need to travel another 200 kilometers, a significant waste of time. Yet, if they did not proceed, would the occupants turn hostile? The off-road vehicle appeared somewhat formidable. After all, she herself drove an off-road vehicle and knew how challenging such models could be. Let us take a look. If we can't win, we can retreat. Everyone drives similar vehicles. If we can't overpower them, we can still flee. However, the vehicles she encountered were somewhat different. Lin Mu observed the approaching off-road vehicle, pleased as he maneuvered to circle around to its rear. Meanwhile, Shu Yi attempted to position herself behind Lin Mu, but the surrounding lava hindered her speed, preventing her from accelerating too quickly. Lin Mu collided with the vehicle, causing Shu Yi's rear to crumple instantly. A spear snagged onto the vehicle, yanking apart its body. Shu Xin, quickly send a message to that person. It seems we cannot handle this vehicle. All right. Shu Yi was not inclined to linger. She drove outward, preferring not to navigate this small town. Seeing this, Lin Mu smirked. Aren't you sealing your fate by leaving? Remember, my vehicle can reach 160. Most people cannot match that speed. Ding. A message appeared. Lin Mu glanced at the vehicle ahead and casually opened the message. He had set it so that only those he had traded with could send him messages. Big brother, help. I need to rent a weapon. Someone is pursuing me. Sure. What do you wish to rent? A handgun. That person's vehicle is too powerful. He couldn't discern what was so special about that vehicle. It had managed to strike him with increasing peculiarity as he pressed down on the accelerator and collided once more, dislodging several parts. Big brother, please rent it to me quickly. My vehicle can barely hold out. I can share half the resources with you. I want to keep it all. Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The item was originally his, and he had no need for a share. He ended the conversation and gazed ahead at the vehicle. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the individual from whom he had previously purchased goods. Brother, since fate has brought us together, I shall certainly lend you a hand. Come, be my teammate. Lin Mu glanced at the rearview mirror, deciding to dispose of Zhang Qian first. The man could remain for now, silent and mute for a day, which was acceptable. Bang, bang. Ah, sister. This person has stopped responding to my messages. What should we do now? Use this revolver. Shu Yi handed a pistol to Shu Xian. Will this work? Let us give it a try. If it fails, She never anticipated that the other vehicle would be moving at such speed. Her own car could reach a maximum of 145. Yet, she still could not escape. Shu Xian clutched the revolver and ducked behind the car. Please, let the 6 bullets hit their mark. This revolver, taken from others, originally held 20 bullets, but they had nearly exhausted them both. Shu Xian shattered the rear window with a metal rod and extended the revolver outward. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. How is it a woman? And there are 2 of them. From the very beginning, Lin Mu had assumed he was dealing with a man, given the tone of their conversation. He was surprised to discover it was a woman. He wondered whether the driver was male or female. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Lin Mu, a man devoid of reason. In his eyes, it mattered not if one was male or female, only allies and foes existed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, each striking Lin Mu's vehicle. Yet, it bore no damage. The bullets ricocheted off the glass. Shu Xian rubbed her eyes at this sight. Sister, something seems off. Their glass appears to be bulletproof. It should be noted that their vehicle was of a high grade, yet it was not equipped to withstand bullets. Bang! The vehicle collided, and Shu Xian could distinctly see the smiling man. It was truly repulsive. Lin Mu remarked, should I not smile, then must I weep? Let us try with an axe. All right. Shu Xian retrieved an axe from the side. However, just as she prepared to throw it, a metal net suddenly enveloped the entire car. Shu Xian glanced at the axe in her hand, then at the metal net. Should we still throw it? Sister, it seems impossible. They deployed a metal net, rendering us ineffective. Through the rearview mirror, Shu Yi observed the vehicle behind them momentarily falter. Is it possible that each vehicle's upgrades differ? Yet, other cars aren't like this. Lin Mu cared not for their thoughts. His next move was to force their vehicle to a halt. A long blade emerged from the front of his car, soon plunging into the center of the opposing vehicle. Against this weapon, the defense of Shu Xian's car was utterly futile. With a light thrust, Lin Mu's blade sliced through the vehicle's surface and gradually made its way to the side. Sister, we're doomed. The entity before them was utterly perplexing, having severed their vehicle with alarming precision. The blade had already penetrated to a lower position, compelling Shu Yi to gradually decelerate and bring the car to a halt. Continuing onward would leave them with no chance of escape. Cough, cough. Place your firearm on the ground, commanded the assailant, as both individuals crouched with their hands on their heads. Shu Xian and Shu Yi, gazing at the imposing blade before them, resignedly settled onto the ground. The prospect of fleeing was futile. The length of the knife rendered any attempt at escape hopeless. Observing the 2 captives crouched in submission, Lin Mu nodded approvingly. 001. Equip them with these collars. Understood, master. Lin Mu held his handgun in his left hand, prepared to act should either of the women dare to resist, knowing that the consequences for his allies would be minimal. Chapter 55. Wrong individuals. Not them. Shu Xian and Shu Yi remained crouched, hands clasped atop their heads. Sister, why isn't he coming down? How do we strike? The handgun lay just before them. Should the individual exit the vehicle, she would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Yet, the person remained seated in the driver's seat, unfazed. Shu Xian, stay calm. I sense that this individual may not be easily subdued. Through the windshield, Shu Yi noted the eerie calmness of their adversary. There was no sign of haste. Logically, the individual should have disembarked by now. Suddenly, 001 emerged from the vehicle. Shu Xian was taken aback upon realizing that the one who had stepped out was a woman. Sister, what do we do? Shu Yi shook her head in resignation. Let us accept our fate. However, if their opponent had been male, Shu Xian would have been considerably more anxious. The stakes were high, especially in a world devoid of law enforcement. Then we shall take our own lives. Better to die than submit. 001 approached the 2 women. Don these collars to board the vehicle or face immediate death. With that, her middle finger transformed into a razor-sharp scalpel. Shu Xian glanced at the collar and then at the surgical knife in 001's hand. Sister, what manner of being is this? How can her hand morph? And is this man not deranged, using collars as if we were to be chained upon boarding? Images from her past flickered through her mind, sending shivers down her spine, too terrifying to fathom. Perhaps she is a robot, Shu Yi speculated, or we should just end it ourselves. Very well, let us choose death. As Shu Xian reached for the gun, 001 swiftly crushed it beneath her foot. It appears you have chosen your demise. Let me witness how many cuts you can endure. The scalpel edged closer to Shu Xian's face. Just as it seemed poised to strike, Shu Yi cried out, "We will wear them." Though she had contemplated retrieving a weapon from her bag, the sword hovering above her head posed a grave threat, capable of severing her hand with ease. Even if she managed to retrieve it, her options were limited. The two women donned the collars around their necks. With a resounding click, the lock secured. Impenetrable save by Lin Mu's will. With a creak, Lin Mu descended from the vehicle, ready to claim his spoils. Ahem, welcome to my team. Shu Yi exchanged glances with her companion, her brow twitching. Are you certain your team requires collars of this nature? Allow me to remind you. Do not entertain any unfavorable thoughts about me, lest your sister sets a rather alarming example for you. At that moment, Shu Xian trembled and collapsed to the ground, her complexion turning an alarming shade of crimson. Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Were it not for Zhang Qian's prior example, he might have doubted the accuracy of this situation. Ahem. 001. Please escort them to the vehicle. As for those two, take them out. The numbers flickered in 001's eyes before it complied, leading the two individuals to the car. Lin Mu swiftly took the driver's seat and removed the vehicle's core. Although it was merely a level 4 core, it was somewhat disappointing. He then stowed the car body into his backpack. Master, I have brought the individuals down, 001 announced. Lin Mu turned around, momentarily taken aback. Brother Mu, if you're going to have us get out, just let us be. Why are you holding us down? Jiang Ying inquired, struggling against the heat. The chubby boy nearby, trembling, glanced at the bubbling magma. Was this person truly intending to cast them into the molten rock, erasing all evidence of their existence? Lin Mu looked at 001 in exasperation. Not those two, but Zhang Qian and that man. Understood, master. Jiang Ying quickly grasped the situation, a cold sweat breaking out. Oh no. I almost fell victim to this 001 just now. The two were soon escorted down by 001, the scorching air making it difficult for them to breathe. Those who had scarcely quenched their thirst felt their throats parched. Particularly Zhang Qian, who was still plagued by the taste of foul socks. Felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness. Just toss me into the lava already. As you wish, master. Zhang Qian's pupils widened as she struggled desperately. However, her efforts were futile against 001's might. They plummeted into the magma, a chorus of screams resonating. Ugh. It appeared the temperature of the lava was indeed quite high. Back in the vehicle, Lin Mu turned his gaze towards the two individuals seated in the corner. Does this object seem familiar to you? He revealed a black USP handgun. Shu Xian's sense of familiarity grew, and a flash of realization struck her. You are the one I exchanged with. In that moment, Shu Xian comprehended fully. Aside from their initial rental of the handgun, they had engaged in several pleasant trades thereafter. Logically, this current weapon rental should have proceeded smoothly. She had presumed that Lin Mu encountered some issue that prevented him from proceeding. Instead, they had encountered Lin Mu himself. Brother, since we are acquainted, could you perhaps let us go? Shu Xian hastily implored. What you say is amusing. I have not restricted your freedom in any way. Shu Xian gazed at her collar, astonished at how he could utter such words. Brother, don't jest. Considering our numerous transactions, why not return the vehicle to us? In the future, I will certainly offer you items at a lower price. Lin Mu regarded Shu Xian with a peculiar expression. The vehicle's core is in my possession. Why would I return it to you? Shu Xian opened her mouth, sighed, and sat still. Shu Yi glanced at Lin Mu. I can provide you with all the supplies. Considering the numerous transactions we've made, could you spare us this time? Moreover, I can be at your disposal once more. Upon finishing her words, she bit her lip, her face flushing. Lin Mu looked at her in silence. I acquire what I deserve through my own strength. Why would I need your assistance? Besides, look at those two. They are equipped as well. Why should I feel obliged to offer you anything? During the online transaction, he had perceived those two as quite shrewd. Yet now they seemed rather foolish, resorting to such tactics. Even if you employed charms or tricks, they would be of no avail. Let us not dwell on that. If you wish to survive, then be good team members. Accommodations and meals are provided without danger. If you seek death, the magma is right nearby. You can simply leap into it. The two shook their heads vigorously. Who would want to die if they could live? Moreover, it appeared he had little interest in such matters. Ignoring the two behind him, Lin Mu turned abruptly. There were still boxes at the previous location yet to be dealt with. Shu Xian and Shu Yi exchanged glances, bypassing 001 and the chubby fellow, and approached Jiang Ying and her companion. How long have you been here? Over 10 days, I suppose. I was captured in the maze, Jiang Ying sighed. Time has flown by. It's already been 10 days. You haven't encountered anything from him, have you? Jiang Ying and Gu Wanqing shook their heads. Is he perhaps lacking in that regard? As soon as Shu Xian spoke, Jiang Ying and her companion fell into contemplation. Perhaps it's not that he can't. Rather, it's his orientation. Her gaze shifted to the chubby fellow. If memory served, Lin Mu always sent the chubby fellow away during bath time. No way. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's words, Shu Xian and Shu Yi felt a wave of relief. Whether it was an issue of orientation was of little concern. As long as those two had not experienced anything untoward, that was sufficient. Lin Mu, driving ahead, remained oblivious to their conversation. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the four women bonding and found it curious. The speed at which friendships form among women seemed rather rapid. Shaking his head, he focused on the core of Shu Xian's vehicle, extracting its contents. The increase in materials and food was minimal, but the number of blueprints was astounding, over 100. Yet, there were not enough to exchange for a permanent item. Even if a third could be converted to permanence, they would possess an abundance of goods. What on earth is this? It was noteworthy that, despite having so many people in his vehicle, he had only managed to pull out a few six-fold blueprints, totaling less than 100. Could it be that one of them was a blueprint prodigy? Lin Mu glanced at the two. If they were to open the boxes, would he not acquire even more blueprints? Have you used all your blueprints? Yes, Shui nodded. Then how do you still lack weapons? Lin Mu had indeed seen weapon blueprints among the equipment. Shui wore an expression of helplessness. But we lack the materials. The bullets require universal materials, and the difficulty of obtaining them is exceedingly high. It's fortunate if we can gather 10 in a day, and that is only with a stroke of luck. Lin Mu smacked his lips, conceding. It appears that materials are of utmost importance. By the way, do you know how the convoy manages to survive? To this day, Lin Mu remained perplexed by how so many convoys thrived on a single box. Isn't it just about collecting resource boxes? Of course, I understand that. What I mean is, doesn't each convoy only have a limited number of boxes, implying that the contents are only sufficient for one person? Shu Xian pondered for a moment. No way. I recall that once the vehicle core of the convoy leader reaches level 4, they will receive double the amount of resources based on the number of vehicles. So, if the convoy has 5 vehicles, it can obtain 10 portions of resources. If that is the case, doesn't that mean he is at a loss? Lin Mu promptly directed the question to the interface. Correct. Why didn't you inform me of this before? You only mentioned the resources available to teammates inside the vehicle. According to the records, you only inquired about vehicle functions and did not ask about convoy functions. Lin Mu felt an urge to curse, but the response seemed devoid of fault. Closing the dialogue box, he gazed into the distance, contemplating Shu Xian's words. Double the number of vehicles. But that doesn't seem right. He is the convoy himself. Thus, it should be multiplied by 2 again, meaning he ought to receive 12 portions. He reopened the dialogue box and articulated his thoughts. Perhaps taken aback by Lin Mu's statement, the interface took a long moment to respond. A minute later, Lin Mu stared silently at the dialogue box. Are you pondering nonsense? It actually insulted him. How dare you speak to me like that? I shall report you. However, the interface paid him no heed, perceiving Lin Mu as a shameless individual. To acquire more double resources for the convoy, there must be at least 2 vehicles. Furthermore, the personnel resources carried by the level 4 core vehicle do not contribute to the accumulation. For reasons pertaining to your intellect, allow me to clarify. If you have 2 vehicles, you will receive double the vehicle resources, plus resources for the same number of personnel excluding the vehicle owner. Do you understand? Lin Mu's lips twitched. What does pertaining to your intellect even mean? Wasn't he merely seeking to gain some advantage? According to this calculation, if he were to procure another vehicle, fully loaded, he could obtain 45, which equates to 9 portions of resources. Wow, that's an increase of 3 portions. He hastily accessed the convoy information. Handsome Guy Convoy, 130. First place, points, 108321. Invincible Convoy, 2030. Second place, points, 78231. Red Hair Convoy, 1530. Third place, points, 52642. Wow, the points of these convoys, what a significant loss. With 20 vehicles, that translates to 40 times the resources. A loss, indeed, an absolute loss. With a sudden rev of the engine, Lin Mu slammed the brakes, promptly releasing Shu Yi and the other's vehicle. Your name is Shu Yi, correct? Go and operate this vehicle. Lin Mu instructed. Shu Yi gazed at the dilapidated car, bewildered. How can I drive this? Lin Mu produced a level 1 core and handed it to her. Use this to repair the vehicle, then follow me in it. He aimed to conduct an experiment. If the output yielded 8 servings, it would confirm his hypothesis. In that case, he could prepare vehicles for 10 individuals, relegating the remaining 5 to his own car. He wished the confinement collar could possess a bit more capability. Ideally, he would be able to craft it himself. Dazed, Shu Yi approached the vehicle and placed the core on the rearview mirror. Unbound core detected. Would you like to bind it? After losing her core, she found herself unable to access the dialogue box. However, upon returning to the car, the dialogue box reappeared, albeit requiring a fresh binding. Binding ding. All functions reactivated. In the event of losing the vehicle core again, a 7-day confinement period will be imposed. Please take care to protect the vehicle core. Shu Yi resignedly regarded the text before her. She had no desire to lose it, but her adversary was far too formidable. Subsequently, Lin Mu included Shui in his team, and a black control panel materialized in front of the car, featuring an intercom. Lin Mu picked up the intercom. The vehicle has been repaired, right? Let us set off together shortly. Yes, came the response. Start the vehicle and proceed. How about I share a vehicle with my sister? After all, we both have collars, suggested Shui. No way. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll toss you into the lava, Lin Mu retorted. Shu Xin's lips twitched. Why was he so quick to threaten with lava? Is there no law here? Is there no justice? She lamented. Apologies, but there truly isn't, he replied. Returning to the two women, Shu Xin wore a pensive expression. He won't allow it. And rightly so. If he did, you should be wary. Your demise would likely be imminent, Jiang Ying remarked with a shrug. An hour later, they arrived at the new lava pool town. Shui, return for a moment. Lin Mu called. Obediently, she parked the car and approached him. Lin Mu tossed her a set of gear. This is a sun protection suit. It can insulate heat. Here are mithril leather armor and a mithril longsword. You will be opening chests shortly. Don't worry about safety. I will handle any magma creatures that appear. Lin Mu was eager to ascertain if the 8 servings of materials could be accessed by anyone or solely by him. Shui inspected the attire in her hands, realizing it was the same one she had purchased for her sister. So it was Lin Mu who sold it. Without hesitation, she asked, where can I change? She intended to don the gear, but hesitated with 2 men present. Go to the second floor. 001 will escort you, Lin Mu instructed. The second floor? This vehicle has a second floor? Shui pondered, bewildered as to why their vehicle lacked one. Following 001 to the second floor, she was astonished by the decor that greeted her. This is practically a spacious suite. Are you certain this is inside a vehicle? She thought. Realizing that perhaps being captured wasn't such a dreadful fate after all, she swiftly changed her attire and followed 001 downstairs. You can proceed with confidence. I will handle any dangers, Lin Mu assured, thumping his chest. For him, finding a suitable team member was no easy task. He certainly did not wish for any of them to perish. After disembarking, Shui took a moment to acclimate. The temperature had indeed dropped significantly, now hovering around a tolerable 35 degrees Celsius. Approaching the box, she inhaled deeply, then unsheathed her long sword to open it before quickly stepping back. Only after confirming the absence of any lava creatures did she proceed to collect the contents within, leaving the box itself unattended. Once back in the vehicle, Shui relayed the details of the materials she had just acquired to Lin Mu. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained 40 servings of secret braised beef noodles and 400 liters of gasoline. 8 servings. The reason for her deduction was simple. A single serving could not possibly amount to such a quantity. She then made her way to the next box, while Lin Mu naturally took possession of the empty treasure chest. Upon arriving at the next location, he instructed, Chubby, you go ahead and open the box. All right. The equipped Chubby was unafraid, dashing toward the treasure chest. Suddenly, a lava hound leaped from the magma pool, yet Chubby remained motionless. A longsword descended from the heavens, effortlessly dispatched by Lin Mu. Returning to the vehicle, Chubby remarked, Brother Mu, I can open the resource box, but I cannot take the items inside. Lin Mu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Chubby did not have his own vehicle. No worries, I will collect them myself. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have acquired 24 mithril ingots, 8 liters of cooking oil, and 8 antidotes. As expected, even when opened by a vehicle team member, the yield remained 8-fold. However, the efficiency was still lacking, due to the necessity of being cautious around magma creatures. Both Shui and Chubby had to tread carefully, which slowed their pace considerably. Ultimately, it was Lin Mu who had to manage the tasks alone. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. They could handle things differently once they changed regions. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after collecting the last wave of resource boxes, Lin Mu parked the vehicle, preparing to dine. In celebration of the new team member's arrival, he decided to indulge in a feast. He produced an array of ingredients: chicken, duck, fish, meat, and a bountiful assortment of vegetables. He had acquired these long ago, with ample quantities to spare. Shu Xian and Shu Yi stared wide-eyed at the spread before them, finding it excessively extravagant. They might not even encounter such a variety in a whole day. Indeed, it was clear that opening all the boxes was essential. Do you eat these kinds of foods regularly? Asked Jiang Ying, perplexed. Every day? Lin Mu replied with a slight smirk. Isn't this just commonplace food? Shu Yi shook her head. We are not like you. We cannot open boxes directly from the vehicle. Many boxes outside are inaccessible due to guardian creatures. Guardian creatures? You mean the magma creatures, right? No, when you open the chests, there is a possibility that wild beasts may come rushing in from the wilderness. Lin Mu blinked in confusion, wondering what this was. Have you never encountered such a thing? Lin Mu shook his head repeatedly, then turned to the others. Have any of you experienced this? Jiang Ying and the others nodded in unison. Yes, we encountered it, and it nearly scared me to death. However, it's not guaranteed to happen every time. You might encounter it at least once a day. Oh, is there such a phenomenon? Yet from the beginning until now, I have never seen it. Moreover, no one has discussed this in the channel, and I was completely unaware. Shui pondered for a moment and said, perhaps it is because you Haven-T disembarked from your vehicle. This alone might explain why Lin Mu has yet to encounter any. As for the discussions in the channel, they initially talked about it. But when they discovered it was a common occurrence, no one mentioned it further. Lin Mu stroked his chin, reflecting on the early days. Perhaps he hadn't participated in many conversations. He would glance at the chat a few times before closing it, not paying much attention. Let us not dwell on that. 001. Please prepare the meal so we can celebrate properly. Regardless of whether the team members wish to celebrate, he certainly does. After all, he has just discovered a new method to increase resources. How could he not be joyful? Shu Xian and Shu Yi exchanged glances, feeling both relieved and helpless. As for Jiang Ying and the chubby boy, they were already accustomed to it, happily assisting. Gu Wanqing was equally engaged. 2 hours later, the meal was ready. Jiang Ying retrieved some beer and soft drinks from the refrigerator, inviting everyone to take whatever they desired. Great. Hearing that drinks were available, Jiang Ying's face lit up with joy. To prepare for this meal, Lin Mu even utilized the workbench to craft a large table and 17 chairs. Although 001 did not need to eat, he still urged Lin Mu to bring the table over. First, let us celebrate our newfound camaraderie as team members, rest assured. Following me guarantees your survival. You need not worry about food and drink, and your lives will be better than those of others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying and the others instinctively touched their necks. Being a team member certainly comes with its difficulties. Noticing their actions, Lin Mu remained unfazed. The collar serves merely as my self-protection. It does not impede your actions, does it? The group nodded instinctively. However, should I discover anyone harboring ill intentions, you know the fate that awaits those like Qian and the others. Lin Mu had no desire for frequent changes in team members. Finding suitable companions was indeed challenging. Brother Mu, don't worry. I genuinely enjoy life like this, the chubby boy said with a cheerful expression. Jiang Ying also nodded repeatedly. For them, this way of life was already quite satisfactory. What more could they ask for? They had no ulterior motives. Surviving was already a blessing. Shu Yi and Shu Xian exchanged wry smiles. Even if they had ideas, they dared not express them. If life continued like this, it would be fine. Yet, they exchanged glances at Lin Mu, uncertain whether he was feigning disinterest or genuinely indifferent. Chapter 58. The Core Vehicle Heist. A promising location. 3 consecutive days passed uneventfully, filled solely with opening chests. As for encountering vehicles, he had yet to experience such an event. Saturday marked the penultimate day. Lin Mu rose early and settled into the driver's seat. If he could just endure these final 2 days, this so-called infernal heat would soon pass. He activated the dashboard, and a notification sprang forth. Vehicle tires require repair. Upon examining the vehicle information section, he noted the cross-sectional diagram of the car, with all 4 wheels highlighted in red, indicating they were on the verge of failure. Utilizing the 4 rubber tires, Lin Mu managed to mend the flat. He couldn't help but grumble. How could a vehicle modification not include tires? Are you just trying to make me spend more materials? A glance into his backpack revealed nearly 500 ingots of mithril, which seemed quite ample. Repairing the tires cost him merely 1 mithril ingot and a piece of lava stone. A remarkably modest expense. He glanced at the temperature in the upper left corner. Outdoor, 85 degrees Celsius. Indoor, 23 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning in the vehicle had not ceased its operation. In truth, if it were to stop, the temperature would merely rise to 30 degrees. Still within an acceptable range. Yet, with so much gasoline available, why not utilize it? At that moment, his fuel reserves had surpassed 10,000 liters, occupying 11 slots. After tossing some food to 001, Lin Mu opened the regional channel. Area 562, population 32,832. Meanwhile, the world channel showed a population of just over 1 billion. Once again, half the populace had vanished. Within less than a month, if this trend continued, Lin Mu doubted there would be even 10,000 survivors left. The probability of death was alarmingly high. Recently, most fatalities had been attributed to dehydration. I can't take it anymore. The temperature inside the car has reached 42 degrees. I feel like I'm going to perish, one voice lamented. It's all right, you're not alone. The temperature in my vehicle has climbed to 38 degrees as well. Your vehicle levels are too low. Once the vehicle reaches LV4, even without air conditioning, the temperature remains below 36 degrees. Just endure a little longer. It's not that I don't want to upgrade. Obtaining the vehicle core is exceedingly difficult. I've been at it for 19 days and Haven-T encountered a single vehicle. Shaking his head at the messages in the chat box, Lin Mu reflected on those who claimed to have never encountered other vehicles. One could argue they were fortunate indeed, devoid of external dangers. Yet, one could also contend they were unfortunate, unable to elevate their vehicle core levels. Just a LV1 core would suffice. And yet he and T come across a single vehicle. How absurd was that? Once breakfast was prepared, the group descended from upstairs. 2 days had passed, and Shu Xin and Shu Yi had adapted to their current way of life. Well, it's the final 2 days. I wonder what's next. Jiang Ying mumbled through a mouthful of food. If you're going to talk, at least do it without spitting everywhere, Lin Mu frowned. Eyeing a crumb of steamed bun on the table, Jiang Ying quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. She hastily picked up the bun and popped it into her mouth. Brother Mu, what do you think will happen next week? The chubby boy inquired, puzzled. What will happen? Obviously, it's time to rest, that essay given. The others twitched slightly at the corners of their eyes. Fair point. However, that wasn't the question they intended to ask. Mu Go, don't you have any thoughts on the matter? Lin Mu cast a glance at the newly acquired items, the antidote, gas mask, and protective suit. These items were likely related to some form of poison, although whether it pertained to toxic fog, gas, or rain remained uncertain. Shu Yi recalled the treasures obtained from the chest that day and nodded in agreement. The likelihood was indeed significant. Reflecting on these items, Lin Mu's gaze shifted to Shu Xin. The treasures acquired through her open chest were undeniably plentiful, leading him to ponder whether she possessed some latent ability. Yet, she did not. Unfortunately, the control over the vehicle collector could not be shared with Shu Xin. Otherwise, he would have certainly entrusted it to her, thereby elevating the quality of his resources considerably. Master, the sun protection suit has sold out. All right, I understand. Lin Mu hastily finished his meal and returned to the driver's seat. He quickly utilized the workbench to craft 100 sets, listing them for exchange for basic materials along with the antidote. Both the oxygen tank and gas mask required the antidote as a component. He had previously assumed that the antidote was solely for injections, not realizing it was also a type of raw material. Once everything was prepared, Lin Mu started the vehicle. It was the 6th day, and the distance to the first resource chest was 500 kilometers. Time was of the essence. As for Shu Yi, he could let her drive once they reached the location, a revelation he had made yesterday. The convoy did not need to be in constant motion. As long as there was a vehicle present before opening the chest, that sufficed. Consequently, Lin Mu had been eager to acquire more vehicles and personnel. But opportunities had eluded him. Meanwhile, the others sat together, engaged in conversation, with the chubby boy feeling somewhat out of place. He did not mind being among a group of women, but he was at a loss for words. Thus, he sat quietly by the window, gazing outside. Regrettably, all he could see was lava, and the longer he looked, the more monotonous it became. Before long, Lin Mu arrived at the first lava pool town. As they reached their destination, Shu Yi prepared herself. Buzz, congratulations, anonymous player, on initiating the 24-hour vehicle core capture battle. There are no dangers during the battle. Players may participate with confidence. Just a reminder, be cautious of your teammates. Lin Mu stared at the town before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Could they not wait for him to collect the resource chest before announcing this? He had little faith in the claim of no danger, if there were truly no threats. That would be a rarity. A white light enveloped the vehicle as Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, calmly donning his sunglasses. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. The 5 individuals behind him closed their eyes. Moments later, the radiance dissipated, and Lin Mu surveyed the external environment. Could it be that there was genuinely no danger? The vehicle had come to a halt amidst a forest, with the asphalt road nowhere to be seen, replaced by an indistinct path forged by pressure. He glanced at the thermometer. Outdoor temperature was 22 degrees Celsius, while the indoor temperature registered at 23 degrees. Lin Mu promptly turned off the air conditioning. Oh, behold! There is indeed a wild boar. If we manage to slay it, might we not procure some pork? The carnivorous diet has nearly depleted their provisions, and the recent meals have been rather meager. If you desire it, then go and fetch it. Lin Mu gazed out the window, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Shu Xin considered this and, in agreement, opened the car door. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying leapt out of the vehicle, while Shu Xin remained frozen in place. Sensing something amiss, something was decidedly off. After Jiang Ying had ventured 5 or 6 meters outside without hearing any sound from the others, she turned back, perplexed. Were we not to hunt the wild boar? Why has no one descended? Chapter 59. What have you experienced? The symbol of identity, Shu Xion's lips twitched as she glanced at Lin Mu, who appeared deep in thought at the driver's seat, then turned her gaze to Jiang Ying. Do you feel anything unusual? Jiang Ying looked at Shu Xian with a puzzled expression. What unusual feeling? The air is quite fresh, and the temperature is rather pleasant. Gu Wanqing sighed, contemplating how naive this child was, questioning how she had managed to survive until this moment. Do you feel any discomfort? Discomfort? Jiang Ying froze, looking towards Lin Mu through the car window. His eyes remained fixed upon her. Their gaze locked for 10 seconds, and Lin Mu continued to observe her. If she remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, she would indeed be foolish. She hastily retreated into the car and swiftly closed the door. Bang! Are you trying to dismantle the car with such force? Lin Mu chuckled lightly. You are using me as a subject for your experiment. Let us not assign unfounded accusations. It was Shu Xian who opened the door. You jumped out on your own accord. Besides, if I were to use you as an experiment, would you dare to refuse? Jiang Ying's expression stiffened. His reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving her at a loss for words. Lin Mu stroked his chin, observing Jiang Ying's demeanor. Noting that the external environment seemed devoid of danger. He had anticipated encountering a calamity related to toxins, expecting relevant elements to surface. To his surprise, it was merely a false alarm. Since there is no peril outside, you may proceed to slay that wild boar. The group exchanged glances and sighed. Then let us go? Jiang Ying glanced toward the front of the vehicle, wondering why they did not simply drive up and dispatch it swiftly. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. Once the five descended, armed with weapons, they approached the wild boar. Perhaps sensing the impending threat, the boar raised its head, glaring at the intruders encroaching upon its territory. With a grunt, it lowered its head, baring its tusks at them. This could prove challenging. After all, it was a wild boar. Jiang Ying's grip on her long knife tightened, her knuckles whitening as her anxiety surged. It's all right. As long as we coordinate effectively, there should be no significant issue. Inside the vehicle, Lin Mu was left in a state of confusion. How had they already descended while he was occupied searching for a weapon? Why resort to cold steel when they possessed firearms? What peculiar inclination was this? After a moment's contemplation, he grabbed the shotgun and stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battle had commenced. Jiang Ying screamed in a frenzy, fleeing as the wild boar pursued her. The others stood in astonishment, questioning why the boar chose to chase Jiang Ying. Help! Someone assist me. Do not just stand there. I cannot run any longer, Jiang Ying exclaimed, her speed now far exceeding her athletic accomplishments during her school days. It was an extraordinary velocity. The crowd hurriedly pursued her. Slow down, turn around, Shu Xian shouted anxiously. Realizing they could not keep pace, Jiang Ying swiftly changed direction, leading the wild boar back. The chubby boy tied a rope to a tree, which had once secured him with iron chains. He circled the rope on the other side, ready to pull it taut as soon as Jiang Ying dashed past. In a flash, Jiang Ying sprinted over the chain, and the boy yanked the rope. The wild boar stumbled and fell. Others rushed forward, fiercely striking the boar with their weapons. Lin Mu, who had almost reached the front, suddenly heard a noise behind him and turned to see 001 stepping on a man. He hurried back to the vehicle. Master, this man sneaked over from that side. The man beneath 001 was still struggling, but each attempt sent a jolt of pain through his back. After several futile efforts, he resigned to his fate. Lin Mu crouched down, studying the balding man before him. Uncle, you're over 40, nearing 50. Why engage in such sneaky activities? If you're hungry, you could just ask me. I may not give you anything, but at least you could inquire, right? The man below him paused, then retorted with a grim expression, you're the one in your 40s. I'm only 30, all right? Who are you calling uncle? He thought his slightly receding hairline was not his fault. Lin Mu stared incredulously at the aged face before him. You're telling me you're only 30? Who would believe that? What have you been through? The man rolled his eyes. It's a symbol of my identity. You wouldn't understand. Lin Mu suddenly realized. You're in IT, aren't you? The man twitched his lips. Is the characteristic that obvious? Setting aside the topic of profession, Lin Mu asked, where is your vehicle? Are you alone or with a group? The man said nothing, turning his head away from Lin Mu. He glanced at the gun in Lin Mu's hand. Are you blind? Click, feeling the chill above him. The man quickly donned a smile. Big brother, don't get agitated. Just ask me about my situation. My name is Wang Changjun, 30 years old, an IT professional. And I like women. Stop. I'm not interested in your hobbies. Just tell me where your vehicle is and whether you're alone or with a convoy. Lin Mu pressed the gun against the man's forehead. Wang Changjun swallowed hard. I'm alone, no convoy. The car is just a short distance away in that grove. Just then, 5 individuals returned with the wild boar. You brought the boar back just like that? They had returned with an entire wild boar. Indeed. Perhaps it's because we don't have a vehicle, Lin Mu remarked, glancing at Shu Yi. Shu Yi shrugged. The core is with you. You haven't given it to me yet today. Lin Mu tossed the core to Shu Yi, who approached the wild boar, placing a hand on it before pausing. No. It's still just a wild boar. Shu Yi released the boar, which remained an entire pig. Lin Mu, undeterred by superstition, stepped forward and thrust his blade into the wild boar, which was subsequently absorbed into the spatial realm, still manifesting as a mere pig. Could it be that the creatures slain here do not undergo decomposition? If that were the case, it would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. Wang Changjun grimaced. Brother, could you possibly let me out? My back is in excruciating pain. 001, place a collar on him, then release him, Lin Mu commanded. Yes, master, 001 replied, lifting its foot to reveal Wang Changjun's bloodied back, a distinct bloodstain now visible to all. Lin Mu cast a sidelong glance at 001, your foot, master. To prevent the subject from fleeing, I have adorned the soles of my feet with small spikes, 001 explained. Lin Mu's eyebrow twitched. Is that not a bit excessive? Indeed. The tiny iron spikes, each no longer than 3 or 4 millimeters, were densely packed across 001's foot. It was then that Lin Mu comprehended why 001 had consistently refrained from wearing shoes. This was its weapon. Wang Changjun gingerly touched the collar, standing up in a daze. However, upon taking a single step forward, he trembled and collapsed to the ground. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, considering the implications of such an effect. His thoughts were certainly not trivial. Chapter 60. Not fatal, merely disabling. Moments later, Wang Changjun slowly regained consciousness. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, feeling as though his entire body was being pricked by needles. Where's my backpack? He cried. That enormous backpack of mine, where has it gone? He quickly turned his head to the side, where Lin Mu was idly toying with a vehicle core. To Lin Mu's surprise, the bald man before him possessed a LV-4 core, indicating a certain degree of strength. He addressed Wang Changjun. That was merely a slight punishment. Do not let it happen again. Suddenly, a wisp of blue smoke began to emanate from Wang Changjun's body. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Surely he wouldn't perish. For he was a teammate in whom Lin Mu had high hopes. Cough, cough, let's move him into the vehicle. As for this wild boar, let 001 handle it. Understood. Master. Lin Mu was certainly not inclined to deal with it himself, and the others did not seem capable either. Once back in the vehicle, Lin Mu hastily activated the control panel. Hey, will this restraining collar kill him? He inquired. Players, rest assured, the restraining collar will not be fatal. It may only lead to disability. Lin Mu clicked his tongue. Being disabled was not an option, as he needed all the assistance he could get. Encountering a capable ally was no small feat. He glanced at Wang Changjun, hoping that his earlier thoughts were not too far-fetched. 10 minutes later, 001 returned to the vehicle, carrying neatly prepared meat. Let us prepare it for lunch. We shall set out after we eat. Although Lin Mu was unaware of the specifics of the so-called looting battle, he was cognizant of one fact. There would undoubtedly be a significant loss of life. As for the vehicle core, Lin Mu had reasonable grounds to suspect it was provided by their own hands. 2 hours later, Lin Mu drove the vehicle across what appeared to be a grassy path. The others gazed out the window, savoring the rare scenery. 001. Can the vehicle core detect anything? Master, a mere vehicle core cannot perform such detection. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, finding himself in a rather perplexing predicament. Yet, he had no viable alternatives. The surroundings were nothing but dense woods. Either that or a multitude of wild beasts, none of which aligned with his objectives. After aimlessly traversing for half an hour, a clearing materialized before him. At the edge of this expanse stood a dilapidated wooden house. Although Lin Mu was oblivious to its purpose, its presence here undoubtedly held significance. He turned right and approached the wooden cabin. Externally, the structure appeared quite worn, suggesting it had weathered many seasons. The door was firmly shut, devoid of any locks. Lin Mu rhythmically tapped the steering wheel, scrutinizing the house, contemplating capturing its image with his camera function. Subsequently, he summoned an axe from the front of the vehicle and swung it at the house. With a resounding crash, the structure split in two, and 4 small black bears emerged from within. He had surmised correctly that this house bore a resemblance to a treasure chest. The audacity of the 4 little black bears was astonishing. Prepare yourselves. A long sword descended from above, cleaving one of the bears in two. The remaining bears did not last long, all succumbing swiftly. Ding. Killed S-Class Dangerous Black Bear X4. Obtained Bear Paws X8. 500G Bear Meat X80. Bear Skin X2. Wait a moment. Shouldn't it be for items? This figure seems inaccurate. Damage too severe. Repair requires a service fee. 2 items is reasonable. Oh, so you think you're clever, panel. In the back seat, Wang Changjun had long awoken, his complexion pale as he swallowed repeatedly. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, and his hands clenched involuntarily. Witnessing the grim fate of the 4 bears, he couldn't help but reflect on his own situation. If he were to engage, would he meet a similar end? It was utterly terrifying. Among the many he had encountered, none exhibited the ruthlessness of Lin Mu. You've awakened. You truly are formidable. Among us, only that woman experienced a mild shock, while the rest remained unscathed. No, there was another who suffered a similar fate. But he was soon cast into a lava pit, vanishing in a plume of smoke. Eat something to lift your spirits. The chubby one patted Wang Changjun's shoulder, shaking his head with a sigh. Having barely regained his composure, Wang Changjun's fear intensified. Was his demise imminent? His gaze toward Lin Mu grew increasingly terror-stricken. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was preoccupied with clearing the wooden house, searching for any potential treasures within. 3 minutes later, amidst the rubble, he discovered a level 2 vehicle core. Could it be that the house contained this core? If so, had the casualties been excessive? For black bears were not adversaries to be trifled with. He continued to rummage through the debris and uncovered fragments of furniture, tables, beds, and wardrobes. Had someone once lived here? Lin Mu shook his head, pondering the complexity of this revelation. A black hole emerged, directly engulfing the debris. Even the smallest mosquito constitutes a morsel of flesh. After 3 hours, Lin Mu encountered 7 houses, a rather unlikely probability. After all, there were no roads. Finding them would be a matter of luck. Among these 7 houses, only 3 posed a threat, and even then, the danger was minimal. Ultimately, he acquired 6 level 1 vehicle cores and 1 level 2 core, a satisfactory haul. Master. The radar indicates 2 vehicles, the voice announced. Lin Mu quickly glanced at the radar, where, at the edge of the display, 2 cars were advancing, one behind the other. 3 kilometers away. Without hesitation, he surged forward. The vehicle accelerated from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in an instant, causing several passengers to tumble to the ground. Jiang Ying rubbed her backside, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu, whose lip was split, and promptly fell silent. Life is arduous. As the distance to the 2 yellow dots decreased, a thicket obstructed Lin Mu's path. Damn it, just 2 kilometers in, and after passing through one grove, I encounter another. Lin Mu turned right with a resigned expression. The further he drove, the more exasperated he became. The 2 yellow dots had turned a corner, yet he still had not found a way to reach them. Then, a left turn appeared before him. After making the turn, he found himself flanked by trees, with a road wide enough for 3 vehicles in the center. The more he observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. Yet the yellow dots on the radar left him no time to ponder. After traveling a mere 100 meters, another left turn presented itself. Another turn, and yet another grove blocked his way. However, he reasoned that a right turn would allow him to emerge behind the 2 vehicles. Sister, don't you think this resembles that icy maze? Shu Xian remarked, gazing at the scenery on either side. Shu Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Only this is a maze of trees rather than one formed of snow. Chapter 61, a maze? What are your weights? Do you think this map could be as vast as that one? Jiang Ying suddenly inquired, recalling how Lin Mu had spent an entire day and night within the previous labyrinth. Shu Yi shook her head. I can't say for certain. After all, we were always outside before, and this area shouldn't be too large, right? She too was uncertain, having not initially been within the maze. Lin Mu soon spotted the vehicles ahead, his eyes gleaming with determination. I found you at last. He thought. He was a good person. How could he possibly smile so broadly? Clearing his throat, he reminded himself to maintain his persona. With a resounding thud, his spear pierced through, and the Barbros, he had captured them. Normally, he would decelerate to damage the opponent's vehicle, but there was another car ahead, and Lin Mu was unwilling to let it escape. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle surged forward. Speed began to escalate, 70, 80, 120. Lin Mu, peering through the glass of the leading vehicle, collided forcefully. Fortunately, the road was straight. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. However, the vehicle ahead suddenly veered off, escaping down a newly emerged intersection. Lin Mu could only watch as the car collided with the trees. In his view, a mere brush against the foliage posed no significant threat. Yet, a brilliant light radiated from the tree surface. To his astonishment, there remained a mere 10 centimeters between the car and the trees, while the front of the vehicle had already crumpled. Lin Mu's car forcefully collided with the other vehicle. The rear windshield of the leading car shattered. Crash. Bang. Lin Mu's vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Thanks to his seatbelt, he emerged unscathed. However, the passengers in the back fared far worse. The sounds of impact were relentless. The most unfortunate was Wang Chongjun, who was hurled into the passenger seat, his head striking the handrail with a resounding thud. Bang. He promptly lost consciousness once more. Hiss. Hiss. The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed from the rear. Lin Mu had no time to attend to them. His sole concern was the fate of the individual outside, as this person could potentially be a member of his team in the future. 001, exit the vehicle with me. He grasped a thin shield in his left hand and a handgun in his right, cautiously approaching the driver's seat. Upon witnessing the scene within, Lin Mu shook his head in dismay. Alas, the losses were substantial. Blood streamed down through the door's crevice, pooling into a small puddle beneath. The individual was surely beyond saving. Even if they survived, they would be incapacitated. While miraculous remedies exist, they cannot mend a broken body. Lin Mu extended his hand into the driver's compartment, checking for a pulse beneath the nose. The breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. He reached further inside and retrieved the vehicle's core from the rearview mirror. Fortune smiled upon him. It was a level 4 core. Now he could confidently upgrade his own vehicle's core. He tugged at the car door, finding it surprisingly sturdy. 001, pull open that door. Understood, master. 001 leaped over from above, effortlessly grasping the door handle. With a swift motion, the door was ripped from its hinges, revealing the driver within. To Lin Mu's surprise, it was a woman. After a moment's contemplation, he dragged her from the vehicle and set her down on the ground, casually stowing her car into his backpack. Considering you are a woman, I shall leave your clothing intact. See how gracious I am. Lin Mu glanced at his own vehicle, then at the woman on the ground. He grasped her feet and repositioned her to the right side, ensuring she would not obstruct the path. All right, this distance won't hinder our progress. Returning to his vehicle, he planned to make repairs and continue onward. Time had been lost, and the other car had long vanished from the radar. After navigating through the dense forest for 2 minutes, Lin Mu halted. Is this a labyrinth? Observing the 3 identical trees surrounding him, It appeared anything but natural. Moreover, how could the vehicle have come to a stop in that precise location after the collision? Brother Mu, you see it too, right? This resembles a maze. The white light during the crash was eerily similar to that in the icy labyrinth, Jiang Ying remarked eagerly. Lin Mu instinctively nodded in agreement. It indeed bore a striking resemblance. It was a maze. Yet, at this moment, he felt no fear. Isn't it just a maze? Allow me to demonstrate what true high technology entails. Before the camera, no maze exists. As the camera, fixed behind the axe, ascends into the air, the multimedia display within the vehicle does not reveal the maze Lin Mu anticipated, but rather a layer of mist enveloping the area above. Gazing through the windshield towards the sky, Lin Mu indeed sees a blue expanse. It is visible. Yet, how is it that the camera fails to capture it? He maneuvered the collection device back above the car, directing the camera towards the heavens. The previous white fog dissipated, revealing the azure sky. After several attempts, Lin Mu discovered that whenever the height exceeded 10 meters, the camera viewed below as a shroud of mist. A twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth. This is not a labyrinthine world. Must it be so ruthless? He took another glance at the sky. What if a person were to ascend? Lin Mu peered into the rearview mirror. What is your combined weight? Huh. The others stared in astonishment at Lin Mu. What does asking about our weight mean? I need to know your weights. Hurry up. I'm 115. Shu Yi replied helplessly. This weight is truly hard to explain. 113. Gu Wanqing said, lowering her head. 108. Shu Xian scoffed. 180. The chubby boy raised his hand. As for Wang Changjun, he was still fainted. Jiang Ying surveyed the group, smiling. I'm 93 pounds. 001 pondered for a moment, unsure if Lin Mu had inquired about it, but still responded, 180 pounds. Lin Mu ignored the others and focused on Jiang Ying. Are you truly only 93 pounds? Jiang Ying puffed her chest. Indeed, precisely 93 pounds. However, I haven't weighed myself recently. But I shouldn't be more than 2 pounds heavier. Lin Mu contemplated for a moment, then opened the workstation, discovering a scale inside. He instructed everyone to weigh themselves again. Still, Jiang Ying was the lightest at merely 90 pounds. Jiang Ying glanced down. No wonder I felt a bit smaller lately. It turns out I've lost weight. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. 90 pounds seemed about right. This chain is for you. Tighten it a bit in a while. Yes. Master. Jiang Ying, come with me, Lin Mu gestured. Jiang Ying's expression stiffened as she gazed at the familiar chain in 001's hand, seemingly understanding something. No. When you asked about weights just now, did it mean? Jiang Ying truly hoped it wasn't as she feared. But looking at the multimedia screen filled with white, she felt a sinking dread. Lin Mu chuckled. It's quite similar to what you think, rest assured. It is very safe. Chapter 62. If it cannot be seen, I may extend it further. Upon stepping outside the vehicle, Jiang Ying regarded the connection rod before her, which was not even as thick as her slender arm, and wondered if this contraption was truly safe. Honestly, I believe it is unnecessary. We could simply drive out. Besides, if the camera cannot see me, then I won't be seen either, right? Jiang Ying was on the verge of tears. She was well aware of the capabilities of such devices, capable of reaching heights equivalent to a 7-story building. One could only imagine its length. Should she fall from above? It would be a miracle if she survived. Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders. Yet, you are the lightest among us, are you not? Jiang Ying glanced at the others behind her, who wore polite, yet awkward smiles. Feeling an immense sense of relief, she was grateful for her weight. Otherwise, the sight of the slender pole before her would have sent a shiver through her entire being. 001, bind her securely. Remember to make it tight. It's not easy to find a teammate. Teammate. Jiang Ying felt an urge to retort, questioning how this could possibly indicate any regard for her as a partner. Is this how one treats a teammate, casting them outside in the sweltering heat to endure the elements? Is this how one treats a teammate, failing to provide warnings in uncertain situations? Is this how one treats a teammate, suspending them aloft as a human surveillance camera? Jiang Ying sighed, pondering the futility of her thoughts. After all, she was still bound to the pole. Indeed, while she was lost in contemplation, 001 had already secured her tightly. Hold the axe steady. If it falls, it's not my concern, Lin Mu cautioned. The iron rod connecting the axe was quite smooth, meaning that even when bound, she could only slide down the pole. However, with 001 having wrapped the axe firmly a couple of times, the situation seemed manageable. Jiang Ying wished to descend, but she knew that was utterly impossible. The others observed the scene before them, feeling a sense of relief, as long as it was not themselves in that predicament. While the risk of falling was not guaranteed, what if? How long can this extend? Shu Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued. The two who had not yet joined were unfamiliar with this contraption. The chubby boy pondered for a moment. About 30 meters, certainly much higher than a 7-story building. Shu Xian and Shu Yi exchanged glances, once again thankful for their considerable weight. Sister, I think we should eat more in the future. Even if we can't finish it. Who knows? Next time it might be our turn. As for Gu Wanqing, Maintaining her current weight would suffice. In truth, the girls were not overweight, merely hindered by their height. As for Jiang Ying, she was genuinely slender, a situation beyond remedy. It seemed likely that should such an event arise again, she would still be called upon. Once assured that everything was secured, Lin Mu controlled the collector to ascend. With Jiang Ying's collector added to the mix, Lin Mu felt no discomfort. However, high above, Jiang Ying was far from comfortable. Gazing down at the ground receding into the distance, she felt numb. This was far too high. Enough. Don't rise any further. At this point, they were already 20 meters above the ground, and the collector halted. The surrounding trees were not particularly tall, standing at around 10 meters. 20 meters was sufficient to discern the nearby surroundings. Hey, is there any way to find an exit? Lin Mu shouted from below. Jiang Ying's expression stiffened as she gazed into the distance. How could she articulate her thoughts? Lin Mu had driven too far, almost reaching the center of the maze. From her elevated vantage point, Jiang Ying could see the dense cluster of trees surrounding her, with no end in sight. Moreover, being only a few meters taller than the treetops, visibility was severely limited. Yet, she dared not voice this, saying it would imply that she could not see anything. Without needing her to speak, the collector continued to ascend. Observing her silence, Lin Mu deduced that she must not have a clear view. Since that was the case, he decided to elevate it a little more. If that is still insufficient, then let us modify our approach and continue to ascend. Moreover, she did not claim that it was invisible, which implies that the human eye is indeed capable of perceiving it. Lin Mu shook his head, lamenting the absence of a walkie-talkie. If only there were one. Everyone, get in the vehicle. We shall depart. Lin Mu returned to the driver's seat and glanced at the multimedia screen. He recalled that this camera seemed to possess audio capabilities. As he positioned Jiang Ying above it, the camera's angle was perfectly aligned with her. Lin Mu maneuvered the camera, directing it towards her pale visage that filled the screen. In the sky, Jiang Ying clung desperately to the iron rod, unwilling to release her grip. As she noticed the camera approaching her, she was torn between laughter and tears. Can you discern the way out? If the distance is inadequate, I can extend it further. Jiang Ying's pupils constricted. Extend it. I might as well perish. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Jiang Ying shouted urgently. Even if I cannot see, I must strive to perceive. The entire maze was not particularly vast. Although it appeared blurry from a distance, at least the boundaries were visible. Since it was within sight, let us find the way. Find the way? You must first guide me on how to proceed. I have only just begun to observe. Jiang Ying felt weary. Give me 10 minutes to ascertain which path leads to freedom. An hour later. It seems to be a dead end. No matter, we shall turn around. Another half hour passed. I have found it. This time, I am certain. Yet another half hour elapsed. Trust me, I will find the way. Lin Mu's expression darkened further. After 2 full hours, they had yet to escape this seemingly trivial maze. He increasingly doubted Jiang Ying's intellect. Above in the sky, Jiang Ying's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. How could she, in such a small maze, take so long to find her way out? It would greatly tarnish her reputation. However, at this moment, she had finally glimpsed the exit. She merely needed to identify the correct path. Jiang Ying silently plotted her route in her mind. First go straight, then turn left. Followed by a right turn, another right, then left, and finally left again. At last, after half an hour, the vehicle emerged from the maze. Gazing at the expansive grassy field outside, Lin Mu exhaled in relief. This maze had consumed nearly 3 hours of his time. He glanced at the clock. It was already 4 in the afternoon. What about the vehicle core capture battle? We hardly acquired any cores, yet we wasted a considerable amount of fuel. But this was largely his fault for losing control of the vehicle upon encountering it. Jiang Ying blinked in confusion. Why is the car still moving? We've already exited. Brother Mu, please let me down. The wind-up here is quite fierce. Wait, there is a house ahead. We shall address it upon arrival. Jiang Ying looked forward, acquiescing. A few kilometers were still bearable. In that case, let us enjoy the scenery. No wonder they say that a higher vantage point offers a broader view. The sights from up here were incomparable to those within the confines of the car. Alas, the discomfort beneath her was quite pronounced. The chains binding her beneath were causing her considerable pain over time. Oh, what the heck? Chapter 63. Vehicle Confrontation? It appears acceptable. Lin Mu glanced at the multimedia display and adjusted the camera to align with Jiang Ying's perspective. What could be so significant? The screen was rather small, and he discerned nothing unusual. What had transpired? In the left forward position, a tumultuous clash of vehicles unfolded. The exact number of cars was indiscernible, but it was undoubtedly numerous. Given the distance, Jiang Ying could not make out the details, yet the shapes of the vehicles were clear enough. Moreover, with them all in motion, it would be strange not to recognize the cars. Lin Mu cast a look at the house, deciding to proceed first and contemplate later. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, reaching a speed of 120. The sudden acceleration startled Jiang Ying, and just as she opened her mouth to scream, a gust of wind rushed into her mouth. She quickly shut her lips and closed her eyes, cursing silently. She dared not voice her thoughts. Just then, a jolt of electricity coursed through the collar around her neck. If she truly expressed her frustration, it would surely be electrifyingly painful. Thus, a vehicle with a flagpole sped toward the cluster of cars. Although it appeared to be a multitude, there were only 7 or 8 vehicles engaged in the fray. As they drew closer, Lin Mu hastily lowered the collector from the sky, pondering the consequences if they were spotted. However, he had forgotten about Jiang Ying's presence above. As she felt herself descending, a smirk of delight appeared on her face. Yet, upon seeing the situation below, her amusement vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Oh no! The branches snapped and struck against her body incessantly, leaving her with no choice but to shield her face. The pain across her body was bearable, but a disfigured face would be utterly intolerable. Enduring the discomfort, she continued her descent until she landed atop the vehicle. Lin Mu knitted his brows in frustration. Why could he not retract it? Bang! A pair of long legs landed on the windshield. Lin Mu froze, realizing that Jiang Ying was still clinging above. He glanced at the radar, where 8 light points were still in pursuit, albeit at a leisurely pace. 001. Disembark and assist Jiang Ying. Understood, master. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ying lay on the ground in the back, utterly unmotivated to move. Pain engulfed her entire being. Sister Wanqing, please check me. She implored with tear-filled eyes as she gazed at Gu Wanqing, utterly speechless. Gu Wanqing stifled a laugh as she lifted Jiang Ying's collar, revealing a series of red marks on her back, clearly swollen. Well, it's already quite swollen. Woe is me. I am so miserable. Jiang Ying wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Mu, through the rearview mirror, observed her and felt a twinge of guilt. This time, she was genuinely crying. Yet, he knew it was his oversight in forgetting her. Ahem, take this universal remedy. It will alleviate your discomfort. Lin Mu handed a pill to 001 for Jiang Ying. She quickly consumed the medication, feeling the pain dissipate rapidly. Stealthily, she lifted her shirt to inspect the damage, relieved to find herself healed. Phew, as long as there were no scars. She curled up beside Gu Wanqing, vowing never to be so careless again. 10 minutes later, Lin Mu emerged from the forest, arriving behind a few vehicles. As Lin Mu gazed at the distant vehicles, a look of perplexity washed over his face. How had these cars congregated here? After all, throughout the day, he had encountered merely 3 vehicles, one occupied by Wang Changjun, another that had fled, and a third that lay lifeless. Yet, here were 8 vehicles gathered together. The sound of tires crunching on the sandy terrain filled the air. But Lin Mu paid it little mind. Just as he approached a few cars, poised to strike at one, the ground began to tremble. In his line of sight, a massive stone wall rose ominously from afar, sealing all exits. Xu Xin, peering out from behind, exclaimed, "This isn't good. A wall has risen behind us too. It seems we are surrounded." Given their recent experiences, Xu Xin sensed that this development boded ill. Welcome to the car arena. A flash of light enveloped Lin Mu, and he was instantaneously transported beneath the towering walls, confined within an iron cage. Lin Mu was momentarily bewildered. Just as he was about to make his move, he found himself thwarted. The car arena? Why not a beast arena? He muttered in frustration. Yet the changes did not cease. In the center of the previously sandy ground, an enclosed space formed of iron mesh emerged. A passage connected Lin Mu to this central arena. Now, prepare for vehicular combat. The victor shall not only claim the vehicle cores of the other 9 cars, but shall also receive an additional 10 level 1 vehicle cores. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps this was not entirely unacceptable. You heard correctly. There can only be one victor. Each battle allows for the selection of 1 vehicle modification. And remember, only death constitutes failure. At that moment, a large screen appeared in the sky, displaying the message, Car 1 versus Car 10, please prepare. Before Lin Mu, a number 8 materialized. This indicated he was car number 8. He stroked his chin, finding the situation rather entertaining. The onlookers gathered curiously, their gazes fixed on the skyward screen. Soon, 2 vehicles appeared, emblazoned with the numbers 1 and 10. Car 1 had equipped its front end with an array of steel blades, while Car 10 boasted 3 steel blades affixed to each side, one vehicle prepared for a head-on collision, the other for a side scrape. The spectators watched with rapt attention, while Lin Mu remained puzzled, noting the striking similarity to his own modification skills. However, theirs were temporary, whereas his were permanent and could be enhanced. Was this not a form of unfair advantage? Wow, you can do that? Lin Mu thought, suddenly grasping the meaning of the earlier statement. Death equates to failure. As he steadied himself, the outcome became evident. From the condition of the vehicles, Car 1 had suffered devastating damage and was on the brink of defeat. Yet, according to the rules, only death signified failure. The owner of Car 10 lay lifeless. The windshield shattered, and a fatal bullet wound marking his demise. Lin Mu realized with a start that weapons could indeed be utilized. The other vehicles seemed to share a similarly grim fate. They initially believed they were merely utilizing vehicles for combat, unaware that the weapons could also be employed. Victory for Vehicle 1. Next, Vehicles 2 and 9, please prepare. Lin Mu tapped the steering wheel, sensing a remarkable ease in the task at hand. 10 minutes later, Vehicle 8, please select from the following options. His panel automatically displayed a series of choices: the vehicle's position, modified components, and their quantities. The components included long and short blades, while the quantities depended on the selected position. However, this was of little concern to Lin Mu, whose modifications far surpassed those of his competitors. He casually made his selections and clicked confirm. Beneath the number 8 on the front of the vehicle, a countdown timer appeared. At the moment the timer reached 0, the gate swung open. A smirk appeared on Lin Mu's lips. Come on, brothers, your cores are all mine. Chapter 64. An effortless victory and abundant rewards. Lin Mu pressed the accelerator, swiftly increasing his speed. In just 3 seconds, he reached 70. As he entered the central zone, the opposing vehicle had just emerged from the passage. Lin Mu offered no opportunity for his opponent, charging straight in for a collision. Bang! The freshly emerged luxury vehicle was sent crashing back into the passage, its front crumpling, and the driver left unconscious. A spear-like hook extended, and a long blade descended from above, piercing through the windshield. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 10 seconds. Silence enveloped the surrounding vehicles. How could one continue in such a manner? A smile graced Lin Mu's face. The victory was indeed too effortless. Victory for Vehicle 8. Next, Vehicles 4 and 7. Please prepare. 10 minutes later, 5 vehicle owners lay dead. In the second round, 1 contestant will receive a bye. The lucky draw will commence. The screen above flickered with 5 numbers, while the other 4 vehicle owners anxiously stared at the display, each hoping for a bye. Lin Mu, however, appeared utterly indifferent. Given the current level of his vehicle's modifications, he doubted even vehicles from 2 weeks hence could rival him. Congratulations to Vehicle 8's contestant for receiving a bye. The other 4, please prepare. Lin Mu glanced at the text above and shook his head. Consider it a break. The others swallowed nervously. The danger was palpable, especially Wang Changjun, who had only recently regained consciousness, as he had driven in himself. Had he been thrust into such a game, he would likely have met his demise. Wang Changjun gulped. Has Lin Mu always been this formidable? He had observed Lin Mu's expression remain utterly unchanged during the collision, not even a blink. Well, it seemed he had always been like this. Jiang Ying recalled, realizing she had never seen him display fear. A shiver ran down her spine. Contemplating it was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Shu Xian and Shu Yi wore expressions of concern, recalling their own capture, which had been similarly harrowing. Particularly Shu Xian, who vividly remembered Lin Mu smiling joyfully at that time, nearly mistaking him for a psychopath. Indeed, he did seem rather unsettling. 10 minutes had elapsed, leaving only 3 vehicles at the scene. Lin Mu stretched his limbs, pondering whether he had escaped the round this time. He settled into his seat and gazed at the screen above. Congratulations to the 3 who have survived to the end. The final round is a free-for-all. Remember, there can only be one victor. As the image faded, Lin Mu's vehicle began to glide forward, propelled by the ground rather than his own actions. Meanwhile, the surrounding barriers began to constrict inward, ultimately transforming the arena into a circular expanse with a mere diameter of 100 meters. The battle commenced. With the announcement, the enclosure surrounding the 3 players vanished. Observing the 2 vehicles within arm's reach, Lin Mu's lips curled into a smirk. His long blades swiftly extended, piercing the driver's seat of one adversary, ending the confrontation in a single strike. He had no desire to engage in violence, but the rules dictated otherwise. The other player, momentarily stunned, realized one had already perished. He hastily shifted into reverse, attempting to distance himself from Lin Mu. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. The confined space left no room for escape. After dispatching the final opponent, the surrounding walls dissolved, and the barriers in the center disintegrated into shimmering particles. From the ground, a wooden resource crate gradually emerged from the depths. Lin Mu surveyed the alterations around him, wondering if it was finally over. Approaching the crate, he activated the collection device and opened the chest. 19 cores seamlessly integrated into his backpack, 10 as rewards, and 9 from the other vehicles. He quickly assessed the haul, 5 level 4 and 4 level 3 cores. A profitable venture indeed. However, he pondered how those level 3 cores had managed to survive in such an environment. Shaking his head, he surmised they must have endured through sheer resilience. Aside from that explanation, he could conceive of no other possibilities. After all, human potential is boundless. There are always means to survive. As he attempted to click further, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. To his astonishment, he had gained not only vehicle cores, but also the resources contained within them. Indeed, this was the secret to sudden wealth, albeit it was a pity for the vehicles themselves. Glancing skyward, he noted that the sun was nearing its descent. Let us dine first. I find this place rather secure. Would you care to disembark? Prolonged confinement in the vehicle had dulled their senses. Yes, yes. Jiang Ying nodded eagerly. The air within the vehicle was stifling, and the others had long yearned to step outside but had been deprived of the opportunity. What if we prepare our own meal? Shu Xian suggested. Having already boarded Lin Mu's ship, there was no escaping. It would be wiser to cultivate camaraderie for a more comfortable stay. She instinctively touched her neck. Lin Mu shrugged. I have no objections, though I wonder if your cooking is palatable. Who do you look down upon? My barbecues are the finest. Lin Mu's lips twitched at the mention of barbecue. If grilling meat until it's cooked and sprinkling seasoning constituted good cuisine, then surely anyone could achieve it. Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the group, Lin Mu refrained from dampening their spirits, though this did not extend to Wang Changjun, who had been apprehended that day. Lin Mu extracted several materials from his backpack and handed them over to them, saying, You can manage this yourselves. One by one, tools were unloaded from the vehicle, and the table became laden with ingredients as a few women began slicing them with knives. As for danger, it was not a consideration for them. With Lin Mu present, they firmly believed that no peril could threaten their lives. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mu accessed the vehicle's core interface. It was time for an upgrade. Beep. Vehicle core upgraded to level 7. Capacity for 7 individuals. Backpack space increased to 200. Is this it? Just an increase in backpack capacity? Lin Mu thought, feeling somewhat exasperated by the meager improvement. Yet what could he do? He had to proceed with the upgrade. Continue. Beep. Vehicle core upgraded to level 8. Capacity for 8 individuals. Mobility panel activated. Before him appeared a watch, its interface resembling that of an ordinary digital watch. When he attempted to summon the panel, a translucent display emerged from the watch, approximately 10 inches in size and rather appealing. Did this mean he could utilize the panel upon exiting the vehicle? However, upon further reflection, Lin Mu realized this feature held little utility for him, as he rarely left the safety of his vehicle. Indeed, he was the type who would remain in the vehicle unless absolutely necessary. Anything he could accomplish inside was preferable to venturing out, with safety always taking precedence. This upgrade had nearly depleted all of Lin Mu's high-level vehicle cores, resulting in just 2 unsatisfactory items, which left him feeling quite vexed. Chapter 65. No leftovers today. Finish everything. He calculated his needs to elevate the vehicle core to level 9. Assuming he encountered only level 4 cores, he would require 16 vehicles. 16 vehicles. How many had he encountered today? Had he not arrived at this so-called battle arena, it was uncertain he would have obtained so many cores. Moreover, the time was already 7 o'clock, leaving only 13 or 14 hours until the end. Acquiring 16 cores would indeed pose a significant challenge. In light of this, it was understandable why some vehicles were only level 3. Upgrading the core required not only strength, but also a stroke of luck. Closing the vehicle core interface. He opened the vehicle interface. With the vehicle core now at level 8, it was time to upgrade the vehicle as well. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together, hoping for something worthwhile from this rare opportunity for enhancement. Beep. The vehicle has been upgraded to level 9, resulting in a doubling of its overall capacity. With the second form functionality now activated. Vehicle, waste disposal vehicle, quality, grade C. Level, LV9, fuel tank, 652L 1000L, fuel consumption, 1L per 20 kilometers, speed, 180 kilometers per hour. Features, super cold resistance, superheat insulation, enhanced defensive strength, intermediate attack capability. Heat weapon components. Vehicle skill, SSS level unique skill, infinite modification, characteristic, waste utilization, by depositing waste through the rear recovery port into the waste processor. Corresponding items can be decomposed, with a decomposition rate increase of 50. Upgrade requirements. Mithril ingots X500, universal materials X500, iron ingots X2000, glass X40, electronic components X1000. Vehicle core, level 10. Upon reviewing the materials required for the upgrade, Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Surely, this cannot be accurate? Are these demands not excessively high? 2,000 iron ingots? Does an ordinary person even possess such a quantity? After some contemplation, he decided to inquire further about the panel. Players are advised to review the second form before making any inquiries. He had yet to examine the second form. Could it be related to this? A new option labeled Second Form appeared beneath the vehicle panel. Upon selection, 2 options emerged. Form 1, Flight Mode, high fuel consumption, fast speed. Form 2, Waterborne Mode, low fuel consumption, average speed. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Is this all there is? Just 2 sentences summarizing speed and fuel consumption? This feels rather dismissive. As he stroked his chin, contemplating the 2 options, it became evident that the descriptions were quite straightforward. Essentially, one option represented an aircraft while the other depicted a vessel. It seems he may soon face a choice between the 2, or perhaps a shared scenario. With this thought in mind, he still opted to ask about the panel. Can the vehicle forms be utilized continuously, implying that the road will always remain accessible? Vehicle forms can be employed continuously. Road survival primarily relies on the highway. Upon reading this, Lin Mu fell into deep contemplation. This means that, regardless of circumstances, the highway will always be present. However, the emergence of two forms must serve a purpose, and there may even be a potential third form that has yet to be selected. Given this, the flight mode is undoubtedly the preferable choice. It hardly requires much deliberation. Who says an aircraft cannot function as a vessel? Is a seaplane not still an aircraft? With his modification skills, he could create options even in the absence of them. A smirk formed on Lin Mu's face as he directly selected the first option. An interface for the aircraft materialized, revealing a rudimentary propeller plane before his eyes. Aircraft form. Upon activation, the vehicle will transform into aircraft mode within 1 minute. Specific values will be unlocked after the first use. Note, there is a 48-hour cooldown period after each form transformation. Please use cautiously in case of insufficient energy. A 48-hour cooldown period? Lin Mu squinted, realizing that this second form appeared to be more complex than anticipated, potentially a trap. In terms of the real world, its fuel consumption would undoubtedly be exorbitant, far exceeding the description of merely being high. Dinner's ready. Brother Mu. Jiang Ying waved at Lin Mu. I'm coming. Lin Mu alighted from the vehicle and approached the table, somewhat astonished by the spread before him. You all did quite well. There is so much food. Although the dishes were simple home-cooked meals, they were indeed representative of Blue Star's culinary style. While the 001 model could prepare some stir-fries, it lacked the variety present now. It merely cooked ingredients, using seasonings in precise proportions, resulting in identical flavors every time. Come and taste this smashed cucumber. It's absolutely delicious. Jiang Ying eagerly pushed a plate towards Lin Mu. If she could win Lin Mu's favor, perhaps she could score some snacks. Perfect. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Gazing at the plate of somewhat dark cucumbers and their black sauce, Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Is this your first time cooking? Have the others tried it? How did you know? They haven't tasted it yet. I was hoping to let you have the first bite since we do work under you. There is no need for that. He dipped his chopsticks into the sauce. A look of conflict crossing his face. As he suspected, such a dark hue indicated the use of dark soy sauce. Where on earth did you learn to make smashed cucumber? Ahem, I prefer meat dishes. You all can enjoy the vegetables. Lin Mu set down his chopsticks. Contemplating further, no leftovers today. Everything must be finished, no waste allowed. If anyone can't finish, they must consume what they made themselves. What? Does that mean I'll burst from overeating? Shu Xian's face fell, knowing that half the food on the table was prepared by her. There was no way she could finish it all without exploding. Nearby, the chubby boy patted his stomach. Sister Shu Xian, don't worry. I'm here for you. Shu Xian rolled her eyes. Go away, kid. This isn't your business. Wang Changjun stood to the side, his eyes darting around the group. The current in his collar fluctuated, his arm occasionally twitching as his eyelids fluttered. How could this device be so intelligent? Every time he contemplated doing something to Lin Mu, the current intensified in response to his harmful thoughts. Eventually, he found himself overwhelmed. Merely thinking of Lin Mu's name triggered the current. Wang Changjun began to doubt if this device was malfunctioning. Seeing Wang Changjun's left hand twitching incessantly, Lin Mu remarked, You're not still considering how to deal with me, are you? I commend your courage. Wang Changjun was nearly in tears. This thing seems to be broken. Just thinking of your name shocks me. I swear. I'm not plotting anything. I've given up. Chapter 66. Chattering nonsense. Goods selling rapidly, really? Wang Changjun nodded while twitching his arm, occasionally twisting his neck. His expression distorted. The collar was almost driving him to the brink of madness. Lin Mu examined the panel to inquire about the nature of this contraption. If it were to malfunction, he would demand compensation for 10 of them. If the owner experiences more than 5 negative thoughts within a day, it will deliver a continuous electric shock. Rest assured, this is a normal phenomenon, and everything will return to normal after 24 hours. Lin Mu's lips twitched. How persistent could one be to attempt to harm me so many times? He cast a subtle glance at Wang Changjun, realizing that he must find an opportunity to replace him. Such a person was simply unacceptable. Ahem, it will be fine after 24 hours. Just endure it for now. Wang Changjun's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? 24 hours. How am I supposed to sleep? Why don't you just take this off me? You could chain me up with iron. I would be fine with anything as long as it doesn't shock me. Lin Mu shrugged. This device can only be removed when one is on the brink of death. If you truly wish to take it off, I can help with that. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. I could draw some blood to put you in a near-death state. Upon seeing the dagger in Lin Mu's hand, Wang Changjun quickly shook his head. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage as it is. This man is out of his mind. Who does such a thing? After dinner, the group returned to the car, and Lin Mu drove aimlessly. However, by 10 p.m., he had yet to encounter any buildings, let alone a vehicle. What does this mean? Is everyone off work at night? Creak. Lin Mu halted the car and opened the regional channel. District 562, population 18,856. Hiss. So many have perished? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. In the battle arena he had encountered, 9 had perished outright. In light of this, the death toll wasn't excessively high after all. This is madness. The core of these vehicles relies solely on theft. That's just bad luck for you all. I stumbled upon 20 houses and acquired 26 cores in total, costing merely an arm. By the way, have any of you encountered foreigners? Why is it that all I meet are people from our country? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Could it be that different regions attract different nationalities? It doesn't seem so. Today I met someone from District 432. Lin Mu stroked his chin, instinctively nodding, as he indeed had not encountered anyone from other countries. Are people from other nations absent here? He turned to Wang Changjun behind him. Which district are you from? District 544. Lin Mu nodded. Indeed, they were from different districts. Could it be that those between 400 and 600 are all Chinese? It's not entirely impossible, considering the larger population. With this thought, he opened the global channel. The population displayed 1 billion. It seems the whole world is suffering. But what is the purpose of this game? At this rate, there will be no one left. Anonymous, Eagle Sauce. Damn. When will this end? Anonymous, Cherry Blossom. I'm already at level 6 vehicles. I truly wish to meet people from other countries. Anonymous, China. You're just trash. Lin Mu shook his head, finding the global channel utterly useless. Not a single piece of valuable information could be gleaned. The only thing of note was the count of individuals present. Sighing, he shut off the panel and gazed out the window, shaking his head in resignation. It was time to sleep. He would rise early the next morning and reassess the situation. The following morning, Lin Mu arrived at the driver's seat by 5 o'clock. While the others remained in deep slumber, he started the vehicle and set off into the distance, determined to prove that if others could encounter numerous houses, he could as well. With approximately 5 hours remaining until they reached their destination, he sought not an abundance, but merely 10 houses. However, an hour elapsed with no success, leading Lin Mu to question his fortune. Was he truly cursed? Yet, it seemed implausible. How could one be so fortunate to possess such an excellent vehicle while being so unfortunate otherwise? Opening the regional channel, he sought insight into the circumstances of others. Is anyone selling gasoline? I'm nearly out. One voice exclaimed. Come on, I've been stranded for over an hour. Another lamented. Something feels off. I haven't encountered a single resource crate all day. Lin Mu was taken aback. They were out of fuel? What was happening? A glance at his backpack revealed several thousand liters of gasoline. There was no way he could possibly run out. An idea sparked in his mind as he swiftly accessed the trading center. 100L gasoline, exchange for vehicle core LV1, 150L gasoline, exchange for vehicle core LV2, 300L gasoline, exchange for vehicle core LV3 exorbitant? Not at all. This is merely a matter of mutual benefit, he mused. Without gasoline, you cannot move. How perilous it would be should someone appear nearby. After a moment's reflection, he noted 10L gasoline, exchange for antidote X1. Lin Mu nodded in approval. This was even more splendid. As he listed his goods, the regional channel erupted with outrage. Who is this? Are they mad with greed? A LV1 core for 100L gasoline. What nonsense. Have they no sense that a LV3 core is worth much more? Are you too foolish to consider purchasing the antidote? Another retorted. It's clear that new resources are always linked to the next disaster. Amidst the cacophony of complaints, Lin Mu's listed items began to dwindle rapidly. The quantity available was limited, only 10 in total, whereas the antidote had a more substantial stock of 100. With nearly 20,000 people present, such a small quantity was hardly sufficient. While many deemed the exchange unreasonable, a portion of individuals recognized its merit. After all, resources were only useful if one survived. What good were they if one were to perish? Did they intend to serve as couriers, delivering resources to others? Lin Mu's inbox filled with private messages, yet such interactions, devoid of dialogue, would not trigger notifications. Even if they did, Lin Mu would not scrutinize them closely, for they bore little significance. At 8 o'clock, Lin Mu finally detected the first house on the radar emitted by 001. It had finally appeared. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. After traversing a considerable distance without sighting a single house, encountering the first one after a grueling 3 hours was no small feat. Upon arriving at the house, he immediately struck it with his axe, cleaving it open. To his relief, no beasts lurked within. It was remarkably safe. However, Lin Mu was taken aback to find that instead of a core, there lay a blind box. A gasp escaped him. A blind box. What a treasure. He hastily pried it open with his axe. Bang. Chapter 67. Design blueprint for the confinement collar. 2 luminous spheres materialized before him, and he punctured the first one with his hand. A golden design blueprint fell to the ground. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled. Could it be another robot design blueprint? He had become quite adept with 001, and if he were to acquire another, it would be simply delightful. He stowed the blueprint in his backpack and quickly examined it. Confinement collar blueprint, SS. Lin Mu's pupils contracted in astonishment. This was precisely what he needed. He had been pondering how to control a team should he assemble one. And this was a perfect solution. What surprised him even more was that the resources from the blind box would also double. What if it turned out to be a maze? Lin Mu quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. That was highly unlikely. He then opened the second luminous sphere, which contained a vehicle core LV1, totaling 14 pieces. Fortune was on his side. This was far superior to directly obtaining a core from a house, as cores found within houses did not count as multiples. He accessed the workbench to examine the materials needed for the confinement collar. Confinement collar, mithril ingot X1, universal material X2, electronic components X2, rubber X1. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised at how simple the materials were. The effects and consumption were indeed not in accordance. Without hesitation, he crafted 30 spares. One for each capture. It would pose no problem. As he continued on his journey, the frequency of encountering houses gradually increased. Perhaps it was time, or maybe he was simply heading in the right direction. By 10:30, Lin Mu had come across 6 houses and acquired 8 LV1 cores. Glancing at the time, he decided to stop the vehicle. It would likely take another half hour to an hour to exit, so it mattered little whether he continued searching. Lin Mu retrieved the cooking supplies and tossed them to the back. You all figure out how to prepare this. If you encounter any difficulties, consult 001. Understood. Jiang Ying and the others had descended by 9 o'clock. They had not enjoyed such restful sleep in quite a while. In just these 2 days, Shu Xian and Shu Yi had adapted to their current way of life, let alone Jiang Ying and the others. As for Wang Changjun, he was yawning incessantly, occasionally twitching. In such a state, even if he wished to rest properly, it remained an impossibility. Lin Mu accessed the trading center and raised an eyebrow. It appeared that many possessed cores. He had acquired 10 LV1 cores, 6 LV2 cores, and only 1 LV3 core. As for the antidote, it was all exchanged without reservation. A flawless execution. Subsequently, he opened the regional channel, his expression darkening. Damn, there are indeed fools purchasing that imbecile's goods. You are aiding and abetting villainy. What do you even understand? If I don't buy now, I want to be able to drive a single kilometer once I step outside. Was that unscrupulous merchant always selling items? I sense he possesses an abundance of stock. Could he have colluded with the game in some covert arrangement? You are the real imbecile. You are the true merchant of deceit. Lin Mu promptly blacklisted these individuals, vowing never to sell them any goods. How can he be deemed a merchant of deceit? This is merely the legitimate fluctuation of the market, for goodness sake. Gazing at the surrounding lava, the game was finally drawing to a close. Today marked the 7th day, signifying that this calamity was also nearing its end. Lin Mu stretched lazily and turned to look behind him. As per usual, once we arrive at Lava Town, you will drive a vehicle. Shu Yi nodded in agreement. With the equipment provided by Lin Mu, the external temperature was indeed inconsequential. Regarding the other vehicle, Lin Mu glanced at Wang Changjun, who was still convulsing. He would be replaced in due course. He turned to the chubby boy. Little fatty, you will also drive a vehicle shortly. I'll hand you this core. Lin Mu tossed a level 1 core to the chubby boy, who beamed with delight. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lin Mu chuckled and shook his head, wishing all could be as cheerful as little fatty. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the first town of the day. He had initially thought he would return to where he had departed, yet to his dismay, the first location still required a drive of 500 kilometers to reach. This was quite the inconvenience. Boom. 2 vehicles appeared on the highway, one being Wang Changjun's. I've prepared the materials and gasoline for you. First, repair your vehicle. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Mu included little fatty in the convoy, thus expanding his fleet to 3 vehicles. Once everything was in order, Lin Mu drove to the first crate and opened it. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. You have obtained 500 L of gasoline and 20 antidotes. Tenfold resources. He glanced at the vehicle core, noting that the passenger capacity had now reached 8 individuals. The more passengers he accommodated, the greater the resources he would acquire. However, finding people was quite the challenge. Currently, the entire team comprised merely 7 members. Had he known he would have spared Zhang Qian, he might not have eliminated her. A twinge of regret flickered in Lin Mu's heart. He now hoped to encounter more vehicles ahead, preferably a convoy. He grinned, eyeing the confinement collar in his backpack. Soon, he would adorn the entire convoy with silver collars, thus establishing himself as the one with absolute authority. After clearing the resource boxes in this area, Little Fatty and Shu Yi returned to the vehicle, which Lin Mu subsequently stored away. Although he possessed abundant resources, it was prudent to conserve them when possible. After all, the fuel consumption of that flying posture remained an unknown factor. If it proved to be excessive, it could pose a significant problem. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I ventured into a small town, and by the time I concluded my visit, it was already past 8. Less than 4 hours remained until the week's end. Lin Mu glanced at the resources in his possession and extracted a considerable amount of vegetables and meat. On the final day of the calamity, a proper celebration was imperative. He entrusted the items to a few women, allowing them to prepare the meal. Lin Mu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Wang Changjun. He was a person who could not yet be discarded, which was somewhat regrettable. Had it not been for the overwhelming demand for his presence, Lin Mu would have certainly eliminated him. At 11:30 at night, the others had already retreated to their rooms on the third floor, while Lin Mu remained in the cockpit with 001. He perused the chat records on the regional channel, eagerly awaiting midnight. If the anticipated voice did not manifest at the stroke of 12, he would retire for the night, having already endured both extreme cold and heat. The next phenomena should logically be an earthquake, a tsunami, or perhaps the phenomena of perpetual day and night. Surely, one must not be foolish. With the antidote and the blueprints for gas masks at hand, what else could it possibly be? It was bewildering how one had managed to survive thus far. No need to ponder further. Next week would offer respite. As time flowed, the clock struck midnight. Congratulations to all players for surviving thus far. It brings me great solace. Are you eager to learn what you will face next week? Do not rush. I shall reveal it to you shortly. The next calamity you will endure will be announced at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Haha. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Surely, this individual must be unwell. You emerge only to deliver this. Lin Mu shook his head. 001. It's time for rest. Chapter 68. The Fog Labyrinth? Its impact on him was nearly negligible. A new day dawned. The sweltering heat of hell had concluded at midnight, and temperatures returned to normal. The surroundings had also undergone a transformation. This change likely involved relocating everyone to a new environment. Lin Mu checked the temperature. Outdoor was 26 degrees Celsius. Indoor was 25 degrees Celsius. This was the advantage of vehicle upgrades. The interior consistently maintained a comfortable climate. Even in high temperatures, the vehicle could sustain a pleasant atmosphere without the need for air conditioning. The others descended earlier than usual today. After all, it was a new day, and logically, the voice would explain the upcoming disaster. Would it indeed be a toxin? A poisonous mist or gas? Jiang Ying sat cross-legged on the ground, her expression one of curiosity. Yet, it was merely curiosity. She cast a glance at Lin Mu ahead of her, hoping he would not lead them astray again. A shiver ran through Jiang Ying. The provision of food and shelter was not something to be taken lightly, as it could very well lead to death. At precisely 9 o'clock, the familiar voice resonated from the sky. Once again, congratulations to all players for enduring a minor catastrophe. However, the number of casualties has regrettably increased, which troubles me greatly. Therefore, I must once again consolidate your groups. No need to thank me. It is my obligation. Lin Mu rolled his eyes, urging, please, speak swiftly. Time is money. Do you not understand? I am certain that some may be anxiously awaiting, but there is no need for haste. Matters must unfold gradually. The third iteration of the disaster labyrinth, shrouded in mist. An intriguing little invention awaits you, one that is bound to bring you joy. Here is a crucial hint. The antidote is a vital resource, having made its appearance since the onset of the first disaster. Yet, such details are of little consequence. What truly matters is this latest road terrain labyrinth. You may choose to traverse the road, or opt for a shortcut through the grass. The choice is entirely yours. Furthermore, to aid your survival, I shall offer a modest hint. Resource boxes will materialize along the road, though the precise distance depends on the path you select. This time, there are a total of 30 resource boxes, with 15 located within 500 meters of the grass adjacent to the boxes. See how benevolent I am. Survive, dear players. For in the next encounter, you shall truly experience the essence of road survival. Lastly, do make the most of the first 7 days. The voice faded. Lin Mu gazed out at the gradually rising white mist, stroking his chin. He surmised the nature of the mist. It was likely toxic, though whether it posed an immediate threat or would do so 7 days hence remained uncertain. The concept of a labyrinth, however, was entirely unexpected for him. Yet, this so-called labyrinth was not akin to the previous ones. As stated, it likely consisted merely of more diverging paths, which was not particularly concerning, eliminating the superfluous chatter. He summarized, the roads may be traversed freely, though danger is probable. There are 10 more resource boxes than last time. Yet 15 are situated on the grass within the mist. As for the mentioned 500 meters, it held no bearing for him. After all, 001 was capable of detecting nearby resource boxes. Overall, the impact on him was virtually negligible. The sole dilemma lay in the road labyrinth. Locating resources could pose a challenge. Lin Mu stretched, finding this disaster rather tedious. Behind him, the group peered through the car windows at the mist outside. Why did the mist not encroach? Su Xin pondered the phenomenon. After a moment of contemplation, Shu suggested, perhaps it is due to the elevated level of this vehicle. The mist lingered a good distance away from Lin Mu's vehicle, with the grass by the roadside visible and clear. Lin Mu paid little heed to this detail. Based on the sudden onset of mist previously, it was merely a consequence of his vehicle and core level being high. Each vehicle level dispels 1 meter of mist, while each core level dispels 2 meters. Given his current levels, he could disperse a total of 25 meters. Conversely, others had their cores at level 4 and vehicles generally at level 5, allowing them to disperse approximately 13 meters. The difference was minimal. However, Lin Mu understood that the situation was far from simple. The truth would reveal itself once they ventured further in. Starting the vehicle, it slowly departed from its position. The mist behind filling the space left vacant. In the distant horizon, a vast cloud of green mist was gradually advancing. Lin Mu had only driven 10 kilometers when he encountered the first intersection. Without hesitation, he pressed onward. Subsequently, almost every 10 kilometers presented another fork in the road. Yet, Lin Mu steadfastly continued straight ahead. After 100 kilometers, he came upon a blockade of 15 boxes neatly arranged in the center of the road. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Was it truly this convenient that they would even eliminate the intervals? Report to the master. There are 15 boxes placed around in the grassland, at varying distances. A radar image projected onto the windshield. Lin Mu glanced at the yellow dots displayed. They were indeed scattered. At the center loomed a massive yellow dot, signifying the cluster of 15 boxes ahead. Given this, it seemed prudent to address the boxes in the grass first. Lin Mu turned left, driving directly onto the lawn, his gaze fixed intently on the mist. Upon reaching the designated spot, Lin Mu was taken aback. Was it really this simple? Shouldn't there be some peculiar creatures prepared for him? He shook his head. If there were none, then so be it. It had no bearing on him. Congratulations on opening the wooden resource box. You have obtained 7 antidotes. How miserly. This was already the 3rd disaster. Was it necessary to be so stingy? Wooden resource boxes, truly absurd. The subsequent batch of resource boxes yielded no strange creatures, nor were there any beasts within the boxes themselves. Once everything was completed, Lin Mu suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten to send them to drive? He hurriedly accessed the workstation, crafting a gas mask and protective suit. The gas mask was an ordinary one. Nothing particularly special. The protective suit, however, required an oxygen tank for its creation. He distributed the 2 sets of equipment to Shu-Yi and the plump boy. Put these on and go drive outside. Shu-Yi glanced outside. All right. She genuinely worried whether these 2 items could adequately protect them. The pair donned their suits, and their contrasting figures, a slender girl and a stout boy, emerged before the others. The entirety of the protective suits was silver, adorned with shimmering silver specks. On their backs rested a glass vial containing a vibrant green liquid. Shu Xian looked at the glass vial behind her sister with concern. Is this thing sturdy? Chapter 69. The vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun component. Is this not invincible? It should be durable enough. Lin Mu was not entirely certain. He continued, There's no need to worry. The interior of the vehicle is safe. This is merely to ensure your safety while moving outside. It is simply the distance from one vehicle to another. There's no need for you to engage in combat with wild creatures, so durability is not a concern. Shu-Yi and the plump boy nodded in agreement. Lin Mu's gaze shifted to Wang Changjun. Get out and take a couple of laps. Wang Changjun looked around, pointing to himself. Me? Lin Mu nodded. Indeed. It's you. We maintain fairness here. Each time, a different person is chosen. Last time it was Jiang Ying, and now it's your turn. Gu Wanqing, standing beside Jiang Ying, looked on in surprise. She initially believed that this time it would be her turn, only to discover that it would instead be this newcomer. It seems that this man might ultimately be the one to relinquish his position. Wang Changjun, somewhat reluctant, inquired, Could I possibly have a set of equipment? Lin Mu scoffed. Are you trying to haggle with me? If I say go, then go. Rest assured, you won't perish. Sighing. He acknowledged the reality. One must bow their head when under someone else's roof. Wang Changjun opened the car door and stepped out. He swiftly circled the vehicle twice before jumping back inside. The first thing he did was check his own body for any issues. 10 minutes later, finding himself unharmed, Wang Changjun felt reassured, and Lin Mu nodded, sensing that the vicinity of the car remained relatively safe. Lin Mu called over Shu-Yi and the chubby fellow, exiting the vehicle to retrieve 2 cars. Remember to stay right behind me, and do not wander off. If I venture into the grass to search for resource boxes, remain in place. I will return for you, he instructed. The 2 nodded solemnly, aware that their safety was at stake, and that there could be no room for carelessness. Lin Mu assessed his own condition, seemingly unaffected. Could it truly be that toxicity only existed within the fog? If that were the case, perhaps there was no real danger. Even the most inferior vehicle would maintain a distance of over 10 meters from the surrounding area. What, then, was the purpose of the antidote? What use did their equipment serve? Lin Mu shook his head, utterly perplexed. He could not fathom the notion that the disembodied voice had deceived everyone. Returning to the car, Lin Mu started the engine, with the 2 vehicles promptly trailing behind, not daring to relax their vigilance. After 10 kilometers, the first fork in the road appeared. This time, Lin Mu halted the vehicle. Was this a deliberate ploy? Ahead lay not a crossroads, but a Y-junction. One could either proceed left or right. Had the previous resource boxes not been entirely placed on the road, Lin Mu would have insisted on continuing straight. However, should he choose to go straight now, the resource boxes would be lost. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mu acknowledged that this infernal game was indeed not easily fooled. It was compelling him to make choices. With no alternative, he arbitrarily selected a path. An hour passed. Lin Mu gazed suspiciously at the barren road ahead, glancing at the odometer. Indeed, he had traveled 100 kilometers, and yet there was nothing to show for it. It seemed the locations of resource boxes had become increasingly uncertain. After driving a bit further, another junction appeared. Observing the vast intersection before him, Lin Mu felt a twitch in his eye. Could this possibly be a crossroads of 5 paths? From the previous resource box S location to here, he had encountered T-junctions, Y-junctions, and crossroads. He considered those to be quite normal, but this 5-way split was a first for him. Perhaps he was simply inexperienced, but surely this intersection was excessively convoluted. Lin Mu scratched his head, deciding to choose a random route. He couldn't help but grumble. If finding resource boxes was this challenging, it was likely that many others would also struggle to locate them. Report, Master, the resource crate is on the road to the other side. Lin Mu cast a glance at the radar projected by 001, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a frustrating predicament. He surveyed the misty surroundings. Those poor souls are in for a rough time. Grasping his walkie-talkie, he commanded, "You two, follow closely behind me. We shall traverse the meadow directly." Understood. Received. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Lin Mu veered to the right, traveling approximately 200 meters until he reached the opposite roadway. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a shortcut. Once on this path, after advancing another 200 meters, a stack of resource crates materialized before him. It took a grueling journey of over 200 kilometers to encounter them. What a challenge it had been. Lin Mu reiterated his instructions to his companions before setting off to search for the crates in the grass. Congratulations on opening the silver resource crate, acquiring mithril ingots X30. Cooking oil 1L X10, antidote X30. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource crate, acquiring copper ingots X30, bread 500G X10. Congratulations on opening the bronze resource crate, acquiring beef 100G X20, tea leaves 100G X10, vehicle-mounted machine gun component design S X10. Wait a moment. What did he just see? A machine gun component. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Mu. He recalled that the panel had mentioned unlocking components after 14 days. He had always assumed it referred to enduring the next 14 days, but it turned out to be those sweltering days in hell. Well, finally, he had legitimate tools for modifying firearms. He had considered modifying an AK or a shotgun, yet the issue of how to load ammunition remained unresolved. Even with mustard stone, any modifications would merely increase the magazine capacity. As for automatic reloading, that was utterly unattainable. Thus, he had dismantled those 2 weapons, only to find himself incapable of wielding them afterward. Ultimately, both weapons ended up discarded into the recycling bin. Fortunately, they had been surplus weapons, otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. He hoped this weapon component possessed an automatic reloading feature, otherwise, it would be yet another useless tool. Half an hour later, Lin Mu had collected all the resource crates and parked the vehicle in the middle of the road. He promptly opened the workstation. Vehicle-mounted machine gun component, iron ingots X100, copper ingots X10, silver ingots X1, universal materials X50, mustard stone X5, electronic components X5. The variety of required materials was quite extensive. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. To him, metal alone should suffice. Yet he was surprised to find mustard stone on the list. This amount of material posed no challenge for him. He initiated the manufacturing process without hesitation. Once the item was crafted, Lin Mu swiftly accessed the vehicle information. The previously sealed vehicle components were now unlocked. But a frown creased his brow. He could only add 3 components? How stingy. Moreover, the positions for these components were fixed at the front, roof, and rear of the vehicle. Gazing at the vehicle schematic, Lin Mu affixed the machine gun to the roof position. Closing the interface, he wore an expression of exhilaration. A sudden thought crossed Lin Mu's mind, and he beheld a black hole opening atop the vehicle, from which a mounted heavy machine gun emerged. Chapter 70. The automotive component proved utterly useless, inferior to a gas mask. Lin Mu's expression stiffened. Surely, these bullets couldn't be self-manufactured. Yet, there was no information on the workbench regarding the crafting of ammunition for component weapons. It seemed improbable that an additional schematic could be procured. Lin Mu's lips twitched as he accessed the interface panel. Dear panel, surely this weapon component does not possess a separate bullet schematic? Congratulations, you are correct. Lin Mu gazed in exasperation at the text displayed above. What was there to celebrate? However, upon observing the individuals behind him and the 2 vehicles, he thought little of it. He couldn't help but ponder the resource-rich convoys. Their supplies would undoubtedly be more abundant. Yet, this time might prove different, as even he struggled to find resources in such a location, let alone others. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the final wave of resource boxes had been collected. Lin Mu glanced at the time, called the 2 chubby companions to the vehicle, and subsequently stowed away the 2 cars. The day's mission had reached its conclusion. Following dinner, around 9 o'clock, Lin Mu activated the regional channel. It was time to ascertain the situation. Zone 62-2, 33 million. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. How many zones had amalgamated to achieve this? 10 or 20? A larger populace would certainly facilitate his sales. After some deliberation, he learned that this zone was a merger of all districts in Fengjing City, yet the population seemed rather scant, regardless of whether it was few or many. He was aware that he had gathered 30 boxes in just one day. Not to mention, significant gasoline had been consumed, and he had acquired naught. By the way, what exactly is an automotive component? Upon hearing the mention of automotive components, a spark ignited in Lin Mu's mind. Indeed, these individuals likely had no understanding of what vehicle components were. After all, such items could only be unlocked once a vehicle reached level 7. Currently, the highest any vehicle could attain was level 6, which was already a considerable feat in truth. Achieving level 5 would be commendable. This presented a grand opportunity for him to procure components through the trading center. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. But how could he do so without attracting undue attention? Gazing at the resources at his disposal, Lin Mu contemplated for a moment before opening the trading center. Sometimes misfortune could be a blessing in disguise. One must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain. Antidote X1. Exchange for junk X10 or any schematic X1. 500 G pork. Exchange for junk X50 or any schematic X2. 250 G refined salt. Exchange for junk X100 or any schematic X3. Gas mask. Exchange for premium schematics X3. Lin Mu listed all surplus resources for exchange. Undoubtedly, a portion would be traded for junk items. While he would incur some losses, they would not be substantial. As for schematics, any surplus could always be resold. And if worst came to worst, they could be recycled. He was simply uncertain of what could be retrieved from such items. Nonetheless, this was insufficient. Lin Mu once again opened the regional channel. The automotive component proved to be utterly useless, incompatible with other ammunition, and it paled in comparison to the shotgun in my possession. Ultimately, I managed to trade it for a gas mask, which felt like a fortunate bargain. I must admit, the gas mask is truly exceptional. It provides a sense of comfort even amidst the haze. Lin Mu gazed at his overly exaggerated statements with a satisfied nod. Among the population of over 20,000, there are bound to be a few gullible souls. It is futile to claim that only the astute have survived thus far. If that were the case, there wouldn't be highly educated individuals falling victim to deception. Moreover, this was not even a con. The item was plainly visible, and one merely needed to act to exchange it. With a flick of the panel, Lin Mu stretched languidly, observing the pitch-black surroundings and shaking his head. There should be no issues this first week. Any complications will reveal themselves in the following week. The tranquility was, indeed, eerily profound, more so than the initial global fog. The next day, Lin Mu stood gazing outside, awaiting the descent of those above. He was eager to ascertain whether any dangers lurked this week. As the clock approached 8, the group emerged from the upper levels. Lin Mu turned to the individuals behind him, stating, "I pride myself on fairness. We require someone to venture out once more. And this time, it is your turn, Gu Wanqing." Gu Wanqing had anticipated this day, so without uttering a word, she rose directly. Observing her composed demeanor, Lin Mu retrieved a set of armor and weaponry. "Wear this. 001 will secure you with chains shortly. Fear not, as long as you return alive. I shall grant you a wish that I deem reasonable. To coax the horse to run, one must offer some fodder." Gu Wanqing's lips twitched slightly. "What do you consider a reasonable wish? What if it turns out to be unreasonable?" Taking a deep breath, she nodded, understood. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by Lin Mu's intentions, and remained silently in place. A few minutes later, Gu Wanqing descended from the upper floor. Upon exiting the vehicle, 001 fastened chains around her waist, the other end tethered to the collector. "I will ensure the collector follows you closely. Should you encounter peril, shatter this monitor." Gu Wanqing nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance from the iron chain encircling her waist. With each step towards the fog, her anxiety heightened. Transitioning from a one-handed grip on her sword to a two-handed hold, her gaze gradually filled with vigilance. The onlookers inside the vehicle held their breath, aghast at her decision to venture into the fog without protective measures. Would this not spell doom? Gu Wanqing stood at the precipice of the mist, her hand poised to breach the threshold. No one truly understood the nature of this fog. Did it poison those who inhaled it, or merely upon contact? She was the subject of this experiment. "You will surely survive," she reassured herself, inhaling deeply, closing her eyes, and taking a decisive step forward. After a brief pause, she felt no discomfort. Opening her eyes, she was met with astonishment. There was no fog surrounding her. Rather, an open space of approximately 2 meters persisted. Was the fog harmless? Gu Wanqing continued forward, the mist parting automatically, maintaining a 2-meter buffer around her. Lin Mu gazed at the multimedia display with a sense of helplessness. It was nothing but a canvas of white, devoid of any discernible detail. In this scenario, the surveillance system was utterly ineffective. He cast a glance towards the spot where Gu Wanqing had vanished, contemplating whether her survival now hinged solely on her own capabilities. Initially, he had been able to control the collector to follow her, but now that she had entered, The device was rendered incapable of pursuit. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether she realized that her demise would result in a significant loss of resources. Jiang Ying, wearing a worried expression, observed the outside world. Gu Wanqing's predicament was far more dire than her own. Wang Changjun was sweating profusely, having come to understand Lin Mu's true nature. He was essentially treating them as mere tools. 10 minutes later, a figure emerged from the fog, unscathed. Yet, Lin Mu's eyes were filled with wariness, as the memory of Zhao Mingwei's fate lingered vividly in his mind. Chapter 71. How to choose the path. Naturally, it is your choice. After exchanging several discrete signals, Lin Mu confirmed that the Gu Wanqing before him was indeed the genuine individual, not a mere substitute. What was the situation inside? He inquired. Gu Wanqing shook her head. There was nothing, only the fog. Perhaps there are no wild beasts or other creatures in the vicinity. However, one thing is certain, within 2 meters of a person, the fog does not exist. Lin Mu nodded and instructed her to enter the vehicle. Upon hearing that ominous voice yesterday, he had feared that the disaster had arrived prematurely, or that the duration of this calamity would span 14 days. After all, the last time that voice had sounded was merely a day before the disaster began. This time, however, it had occurred right at the onset, raising suspicions. It seemed that the timing of the notifications bore no inherent connection to the arrival of disasters. Lin Mu's lips twitched. He had spent so long frightening himself for nothing. If you have any wishes, feel free to share them with me. Gu Wanqing hesitated momentarily. I haven't decided yet. Can I keep it to myself for now? Lin Mu considered her request and nodded. Very well. After their meal, Lin Mu retrieved the vehicle, and the chubby boy and Shu Yi descended to drive. However, today, neither of them donned protective gear. Since Gu Wanqing had confirmed the absence of toxic substances in the environment, there was no need to waste resources on protection. 200 kilometers behind them, a green mist began to advance, withering the grasslands in its wake, transforming the surrounding fog into a verdant hue. Compared to the previous day, the speed of the mist's movement had noticeably increased, yet no one seemed to take notice. 001. Fetch me a bottle of chilled soda, Lin Mu commanded. Certainly, master, came the prompt reply, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other idly tapping on it. He realized they had been driving for 2 hours without encountering even the first resource box. They had traversed over 300 kilometers, nearing 400. Under normal circumstances, they should have reached the second resource point by now, yet nothing appeared. Was he truly cursed with bad luck? Upon receiving the soda from 001, he took a hearty swig, calming his restless heart. He reduced the vehicle's speed. Shu Yi, you lead the way ahead. What about the choice of path? You decide. Perhaps changing positions might alter our luck. It may indeed be applicable here. Lin Mu activated the regional channel. He was not alone in his plight. Many shared a similar fate, yet those who discovered resource boxes were few and far between. Have we been deceived? The resources here are pitifully scarce. Enough of that. I've been searching since 6 this morning, and not a single resource box has been found. Over 500 kilometers traversed, and not one. I found a resource box, only to encounter a giant. What did I say? A giant? Could danger be lurking today? Whether or not there is danger is secondary. First, I need to locate resources. 10 minutes later. Master, a resource box has been discovered ahead. 001 projected the radar onto the windshield. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu finally exhaled with relief. It had been quite a struggle, but they had arrived at last. After collecting this batch, they continued their journey. In less than an hour, they stumbled upon a second wave of resource boxes. After lunch, they pressed on. 2 hours later, they encountered a third wave of resource boxes once more. Lin Mu glanced at the boxes on the ground, and then at the leader, Shu Yi. Could it truly be a matter of fate? After gathering the third batch of boxes, Lin Mu approached Shu Yi's vehicle. How did you choose the path? I just picked the usual route, Shu Yi replied, confused by Lin Mu's inquiry. What is there to choose? Just go wherever. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Could it be that he was indeed cursed? From 2:30 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, a mere 5.5 hours, they encountered resource boxes 3 more times. 6 waves in a day, totaling 180 resource boxes, left Lin Mu exceedingly satisfied. It was truly delightful. On the third day, he took the lead once more. Departing early at 6:30, he traveled for 5 hours but only managed to procure 2 waves of boxes, both found while crossing a field to reach a side road. Lin Mu's eyelid twitched. This was illogical. Yet, no matter how unreasonable it seemed, the afternoon brought a semblance of order. When Shu Yi took over in the afternoon, she amassed far greater resources in the same time frame. Lin Mu had to concede that this was indeed a matter of luck. On the 4th day, the group finished their meal and set off as usual, with Shu Yi at the forefront. Lin Mu accessed the trading center. He had sold quite a bit, though most of it was worthless. However, he had acquired numerous component blueprints, indicating that there were still those willing to trade. He had also obtained 3 blueprints for ammunition. Universal Bullet Blueprint for Firearm Components, SS. suitable for basic weapon ammunition, specifications can be selected during crafting. It was better than Lin Mu had anticipated. He had thought that each component required a specific blueprint, but one blueprint sufficed. This certainly saved him considerable effort. Creak. Shu Yi halted the vehicle ahead, prompting Lin Mu to stop as well. Brother Mu, there's a giant over 5 meters tall standing in the middle of the road. What should we do? Shu Yi's voice quivered slightly. A direct hit from that creature could reduce a person to mere pulp. Oh, they had encountered a giant. This warranted a closer look. I'll go take a look. You and the chubby one stay here. Lin Mu turned left and encountered a colossal figure towering 5 meters high, brandishing a rod crafted from an indeterminate material, metal or stone, standing still and gazing at them. Mountain giant, danger level, SS. Suggestion, use your sword to slay it. How can a creature that can be dispatched with a single stroke possess an SS danger rating? Suddenly, a silver longsword protruded from the front of the vehicle, precisely embedding itself into the giant's neck and slicing to the left, causing it to topple. The entire sequence from the sword's emergence to the giant's fall transpired in less than 2 seconds. Witnessing this, Lin Mu remained unfazed. What use is size if it cannot withstand my 40-meter long sword? Although the blade itself measures just over half a meter, one cannot deny that it embodies the essence of a 40-meter sword. Congratulations, player, for slaying the SS-level mountain giant. Rewards: Giant's Heart, SS, X1, Giant's Eyeball, S, X2. Giant's Weapon, A, X1. Staring at the newly acquired items, Lin Mu was utterly perplexed. What on earth are these? Previously, he had received fur and meat upon vanquishing foes. Yet now he was presented with a collection of trifles? Giant's Weapon, A, a blunt weapon weighing 500 pounds, an excellent choice for battering flesh into pulp. Lin Mu's lips twitched in disdain. What nonsense is this? 500 kilograms. Even if it were merely 500 pounds, this cumbersome item is of no use to me. He casually discarded the wretched weapon into his recycling space, knowing that such useless objects would merely transform into rudimentary materials in his possession. As for the remaining 2 items, they were simply labeled as materials, leaving him uncertain of their purpose. However, what perplexed him further was why the giant had remained motionless upon spotting them. Quite strange indeed. Chapter 72. The Convoy, the first in the region, first in the world. Lin Mu shook his head, surmising that perhaps regulations prohibited the giant from acting. Or he glanced at the surrounding fog, pondering whether it concealed some hidden peril. After all, a normal person encountering such a giant would instinctively seek to distance themselves, leaving them with but one option: to venture into the grassy expanse. The vehicle continued its journey. Mu go, a resource box has been detected ahead. Understood. Lin Mu cast a glance at the radar on the windshield. It was indeed prudent to allow Shu Yi to lead, for their luck was remarkably fortuitous. Upon reaching the designated location, Lin Mu first sought the box hidden within the grasslands. Shortly after entering the verdant area, a gray bear materialized in his line of sight, charging towards Lin Mu's vehicle with alarming speed. What the? In a moment of panic, the flamethrower mounted on the front of the vehicle unleashed a torrent of flames. Roar! The gray bear writhed in agony, and Lin Mu swiftly reacted, delivering a decisive blow. Congratulations, player, for slaying the S-level dangerous gray bear. Rewards: 500 G bear meat X20. Bear paws X4. Noticing the absence of bear skin, Lin Mu remained unconcerned. After all, given the creature's charred state, it would be remarkable if it yielded anything more. Thud. Congratulations on opening the black iron resource box. Rewards: 500 G bread X10, Universal Ammunition Blueprint, SS, X10. Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with delight. This was a valuable find. He had not anticipated that a black iron resource box would contain blueprints, especially for ammunition. The only regret lies in the absence of artillery weapons. How splendid it would have been had blueprints for ammunition been provided. Then, the machine gun could have been employed by now. As Lin Mu pondered this, he couldn't help but consider the convoys. Surely, there must be quite a number of individuals whose vehicle cores have reached level 4, thus possessing more abundant resources. He opened the convoy leaderboard. Handsome Squad, 330. First place, points, 171, 652. Red Star Squad, 1830. Second place, points, 21, 191. Invincible Squad, 1230. Third place, points, 14, 842. What has transpired? Has the second squad undergone a personnel change? Why has the Invincible Squad seen such a drastic reduction in numbers? Not only that, but their points have also diminished significantly. For someone like him, who seldom pays attention to the regional channel, he remains utterly oblivious to the external developments. This won't do. At that moment, he noticed an additional option on the convoy interface: Global Squads. Upon opening it, he read about the top 100 squads worldwide. Lin Mu couldn't help but smirk. It resembled those mini-game applications that boast about their top guilds. China's Handsome Squad, 330. First place, points, 171, 652. Eagle Sauce Edward Squad, 2830. Second place, points, 32, for 192. Hans Kuttel Squad, 2230. Third place, points, 27, 841. Among the top 10, only 2 squads hail from China. Lin Mu shook his head, genuinely taken aback. Had the Invincible Squad not encountered an unforeseen incident, China could have claimed 3 spots in the top 10. Yet, he remained uncertain about the utility of this ranking. The convoy rankings had been established long ago, and despite the passage of time, no rewards had been announced. As for this global ranking, it likely just emerged. Regardless, it bore no significance to him. As long as he could survive, what did it matter if he ranked last? After collecting all the resource boxes, Lin Mu turned his gaze to Shu Xian. How did you manage to communicate with me while you were with your sister? He recalled that there had only been one core in their vehicle. Yet, it was not the vehicle owner, Shu Yi, who spoke with him, but rather Shu Xian. A mere allocation of permissions would suffice. Once the vehicle core reaches level 2, permissions can indeed be distributed. Lin Mu felt somewhat awkward. Did level 2 really possess such a feature? How was he unaware of this? However, upon reflection, it made sense. There was no one else in his vehicle. So knowing it would have been of little consequence. Where could permissions be granted? In the personal information section, permissions could be configured. Lin Mu opened his personal information and, as expected, found a permissions center at the bottom. Upon clicking it, he discovered he could designate 3 administrators, whose permissions he could adjust at will. However, he had no desire to assign so many. He allocated just one administrator to Shu Xian, granting her access solely to the regional and global channels. As for everything else, she would be unable to view it. I have a task for you. Keep an eye on the chat content above and inform me promptly of any significant events that transpire. Shu Xian gazed at the incessantly flickering information above, her lips twitching slightly. Are you implying that all this information pertains to more than 200,000 individuals? How could anyone possibly attend to it all? It would be prudent to focus solely on significant matters, such as the discovery of new resources, unfamiliar wildlife, and the status of various convoys. Please refrain from sharing trivial gossip. Lin Mu had previously tasked 001 with this responsibility, yet the results were less than satisfactory. While the collection of information was swift, the processing of that information left much to be desired. It seemed he had overestimated 001's intelligence. Indeed, the initial acquisitions often come with their flaws. Very well, I understand. Shu Xian sat on the ground behind her. A look of concern plastered across her face as she observed the barrage of messages. How can I possibly keep up with this? Could you perhaps slow down? Also, may I have a notebook? I fear I might forget everything. There's simply too much to retain without recording it. Lin Mu opened the workstation and crafted 10 notebooks along with 10 pencils. He had considered using gel pens, but the workstation lacked such supplies. Here you go. As she beheld the stack of notebooks, Shu Xian sighed, resigning herself to the task at hand. Congratulations. You have opened a golden resource chest and obtained 40 antidotes, 1,000 liters of gasoline, 50 mithril ingots, and 10 blueprints for general ammunition components, SS. Good news, we can now produce ammunition. The bad news is that there are rather too many blueprints. What is the purpose of having so many? Sell them? He could never bring himself to sell something that would soon be indispensable, that would only serve to aid the enemy. Lin Mu shook his head and promptly discarded them into the recycling bin. Notification, recycling 2 S-grade blueprints yields 6 mysterious elements. Lin Mu stared in astonishment at the golden text that appeared before him. Mysterious elements? Is this what I receive from recycling blueprints? He had expected the repurposing of these blueprints to yield basic materials like gold or silver ingots, never anticipating the emergence of an entirely new resource. Yet, as he read the description, Lin Mu found himself perplexed, feeling somewhat intellectually inadequate. Chapter 73, The Final Day. The mist draws near. Mysterious element, SSS. A wondrous material capable of substituting any type of material without limitation on quantity. He grasped the meaning, yet it baffled him that, regardless of the item in question, current resources sufficed for its creation. There seemed no need for substitution. Even if he lacked the materials personally, the trading center should have them available. What, then, was the purpose of this mysterious element? Never mind, I shall leave it be. Existence itself justifies its presence. If it has manifested, it will surely prove useful in due time. Before long, only a single day remained in the span of a week. The outside world remained unchanged, shrouded in the same pervasive mist and myriad crossroads. The sole alteration was that Lin Mu now possessed an abundance of resources, to the point that their meals had become extravagantly lavish in recent days. Is it truly wise for us to consume such an abundance of meat for breakfast? As she gazed upon the array of meat dishes on the table, Shu Yi's lips twitched slightly. Initially, she yearned for a bit of meat every day. However, at this moment, she found herself longing for vegetables. Having food is one thing, but being picky is quite another. Lin Mu cast a silent glance at Shu Yi. Did he genuinely wish to eat this? Wasn't it simply because there was an excess of meat and a scarcity of other fare? If not, he would have long since opted for something different. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Why not let me take some of this, and I shall turn it into jerky?" Shu Exine, too, gazed at the table with a sense of distress. Overindulgence in meat was not merely an issue of weight. The discomfort in her bowels was becoming unbearable due to the odor. Lin Mu looked at the several hundred pounds of meat in his backpack, and without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. He retrieved a core and tossed it to Shu Exine, saying, "Turn all of this into jerky. I doubt there will be much left afterward." Indeed, if they managed to salvage a mere 10-odd pounds, it would be quite fortunate. However, upon witnessing the quantity of meat within, Shu Exine froze in place, exclaiming, "How could there be so much?" Lin Mu had stuffed a staggering 300 pounds of meat inside, and there was still a considerable amount remaining in his pack. "Now, do you understand why we are consuming so much meat? There is simply too much of it." In the past few days, they had encountered an overwhelming number of beasts. Even a single one could yield 50 pounds of meat. How could it not be excessive? Each time they stumbled upon a resource box, they would invariably encounter beasts lurking in the fog. Recently, the number of deaths among people had begun to rise, though it was significantly better than during the previous two instances. "Sister Wanqing, Jiang, you must assist me. And you, little fatty, come lend a hand shortly." As for Wang Changjun, he lay there, twitching incessantly, utterly incapable of providing any assistance. Lin Mu felt a sense of helplessness. He too wished to replace him soon, but they had yet to encounter a vehicle. It was important to note that the radar on the vehicle could cover a radius of 5 kilometers, far superior to the one from 001. Yet, despite this, they had not come across a single vehicle. Logically, in a maze-like road system, encountering vehicles should be quite effortless. Unless, of course, this place was vast enough that over 700 million people could not converge in one spot. But that seemed implausible. After finishing their meal, Lin Mu settled into the driver's seat and activated the regional channel. Zone 62-1, 99 million. The population remains considerable. We're doomed. There are only 500 liters of gasoline left. It simply won't suffice. 500 liters is hardly enough. That could cover 5,000 kilometers. What good is 5,000 kilometers? I have not acquired gasoline for 3 consecutive days. By the way, have you noticed the green mist behind us? Green mist? Poisonous fog? Lin Mu glanced back through the rearview mirror. Was that not white mist? Shu Exine, do you know anything about this green mist? Shu Exine produced a notebook, stating, "The green mist was mentioned by someone yesterday, though very few people talked about it, so I didn't pay much attention. The most likely explanation is that it is toxic gas." Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering, were there truly so few who encountered it? Yet, given the nature of this game, it was likely that by tomorrow, the green mist would be widespread. Please remain vigilant regarding channel information. But today, I need to focus on making this jerky. The stove and other preparations are all set. Soon, we can leisurely dry the meat on the 3rd floor. Lin Mu took a deep breath and glanced at the others. "You should start on the jerky. The information hasn't changed over these past few days." Upon disembarking this time, the chubby boy and Shu donned their complete protective gear, uncertain of what unforeseen circumstances might arise. It is indeed prudent to remain adequately protected. Let us set off. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance behind them, the green mist continued to swirl slowly, yet its pace had noticeably quickened. From an aerial perspective, some vehicles were perilously close to the green fog, with one vehicle less than 100 meters away. On the 3rd floor of Lin Mu's vehicle, Shu Exine and her companions were each wielding a kitchen knife to slice the meat. They subsequently used tools to skewer the meat and hung it in an empty room equipped with 4 stoves. I noticed that Lin Mu's resources were truly abundant. While one might grow weary of meat, Jiang felt genuine envy. How delightful it would be to possess such ample supplies. Just look at how formidable his vehicle is. He can resolve everything without even stepping out, Gu Wanqing remarked, shaking her head. Not everyone can amass such resources. The group collectively sighed, acknowledging their inability to compare. Lin Mu drove while occasionally glancing sideways. 001. Do you perceive that the mist outside seems closer? 001 looked out the window, his eyes emitting a faint blue glow. The mist is currently 19 meters from the vehicle. 19 meters? Yes, master. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. If it was indeed 19 meters here. 001. Monitor the regional channel and see if anyone has mentioned the distance of the mist. Lin Mu silently calculated, 7 days in total, with the first day being 25 meters. Today marked the 7th day, indicating a daily reduction of 1 meter. If this trend continues, next week there would still be over 10 meters of distance left, which would suffice. Furthermore, once the lights are activated, the mist ahead will be dissipated, posing no threat to him. With this thought, he exhaled in relief. The situation is manageable. However, I still need to modify the vehicle. Recently, he had only made minor enhancements to the vehicle without altering significant details. Lin Mu accessed the modification skills, displaying the option to integrate a detoxifier into the framework. enhancing the vehicle's ability to purify toxic gases. The modification skill began to exhibit a rotating circle, indicating feasibility. After approximately 3 minutes, 2 options emerged. Option 1. Detoxification filter device. Detoxifiers X20, mithril ingots X10, plastic X2, universal materials X2. Option 2. Comprehensive vehicle purification defense. Detoxifiers X100, mithril ingots X50, universal materials X20. It was an obvious choice. Of course, he would select the comprehensive vehicle purification defense. Such a decision was self-evident. Alas, it seemed he inadvertently insulted himself. Chapter 74. Do you not wish to understand? Then do not stay behind. This vehicle modification did not yield any significant changes. Were it not for the additional string of text on the vehicle's information, he might have doubted whether the skill had consumed his materials. At 11 o'clock noon, Shu Xian and the others descended from upstairs. As Lin Mu drove, he inquired, "Have the meats been prepared?" "They're nearly done. They just need to be dried," came the reply. Lin Mu nodded, suggesting that if feasible, they should process all the meat, as it would only take up unnecessary space otherwise. "Congratulations. You have opened a silver resource chest and received 1 L of cooking oil, 30 antidotes, and 1,000 L of gasoline." Observing these resources, his heart remained unperturbed. Tenfold. Hardly remarkable. If the convoy were to be filled, and the personnel within adequately accounted for, while also elevating the core of other vehicles to level 4, then it would not merely be a 10-fold increase, but rather a 100-fold. Alas, in this past week, not a single soul, living or deceased, had been encountered. One could only wonder when such a goal might be realized. Setting aside the 100-fold, achieving a 20-fold increase would suffice for now. Lin Mu glanced at the collars in his backpack. It seemed a pity to possess so many without purpose. After finishing lunch, the vehicle continued its journey. According to the voice, this week was deemed the safest. Reflecting on past experiences, it was always the case that the week preceding a disaster was relatively secure, at least in terms of mortality, which was significantly less than the following week. It was prudent to seize this time to gather more valuable resources. By 7 in the evening, after securing the last batch of resource chests, the convoy came to a halt. Shu Yi and the plump boy returned to the vehicle. Lin Mu stood still, observing the encroaching mist, sensing something was amiss. 001. What is the distance to the mist? 15 meters. It has decreased by 4 meters? What kind of calculation is this? Lin Mu was at a loss. If this continued, the mist would soon be upon the vehicle, rendering his elevated level inconsequential. Returning to the vehicle, he secured the windows and accessed the panel. Would the distance to the mist continue to diminish? Time not yet reached, no information available. Hey, I'm a player, shouldn't I be informed? The final interpretation rights belong to the game. Impressive, indeed. Lin Mu gazed out the window, whether or not he received answers. He would eventually know. If need be, he could inquire again tomorrow. They prepared and shared their meal, the group resting in the back. It was still early, and there was no rush to sleep. Lin Mu leaned back in his chair, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Should the voice make an appearance, he would listen attentively. Even if nothing was said, he would be notified of the time for tomorrow's explanation. Given the circumstances, it was undoubtedly toxic mist, with resources so plentiful. What more could be done? Jiang Ying shrugged. She was unconcerned with the calamities that might unfold outside, as long as there was food and drink. High expectations would only lead to disappointment. Jiang Ying, you truly lack ambition. Don't you wish to drive outside? Not at all. It's far too dangerous out there. Shu Xian paused, recognizing the validity of her statement. The only one out of place was Wang Changjun, who continued to tremble. Even after several days, he had yet to integrate into the group, nor did he seem inclined to do so, spending his days fixated on the collar around his neck. Lin Mu glanced at Wang Changjun through the rearview mirror, shaking his head in disbelief at humanity's insatiable nature. He activated the regional channel to peruse the latest news. Zone 62-1. 94 million people. I'm about to give up. They truly leave no escape. Do you realize the mist is now less than 10 meters away from me? What is that to you? I'm under 8 meters. Who knows what will happen next? Is there anyone with surplus defensive gear? Sell me some. Who has vehicle cores? Can you spare a few? It seems the mist is encroaching upon everyone. Those with lower levels find the mist closing in on them more closely. He still had a considerable advantage. Lin Mu turned on the headlights, and the fog in front of him vanished in an instant, revealing a distance of approximately 50 meters. Thus, he paid it little mind. Moreover, the 4 lights atop the vehicle illuminated instantly, dissipating part of the fog ahead, about 10 meters worth. He knew not what others experienced, but he could summon as many lights as he desired. Activating his modification skill, he aimed to have lights on every side of the vehicle. Unsure of what to install, he decided to make a wish. Option 1. 4 ordinary spotlight lamps on each side. Iron ingots X8, silver ingots X2, copper ingots X4, glass X8, plastic X4. Option 2. 4 ordinary fog dispersing lamps on each side. Iron ingots X4, mithril ingots X10, glass X4, Plastic X4. Perfectly splendid. He chose option 2. Upon his selection, a ripple emerged above the vehicle's roof, and 12 spotlights gradually materialized across the remaining 3 directions. Bang! The 12 lamps flared to life, illuminating a 30-meter radius. Dispelling the fog, he boldly declared, "Who dares to challenge this?" The crowd was captivated by the sudden brilliance on either side. Upon witnessing the scene outside, their eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? They instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Mu, wondering if he had acquired yet another piece of equipment. If such an effect could be maintained into the next week, would he not become invincible? They hoped there would be no unforeseen complications. At 11:59 p.m., aside from Wang Changjun returning to his room, the others remained, intrigued to discover if the following week would simply consist of toxic fog. As the clock struck midnight, the ominous voice appeared punctually. "Let me see. Are all of you awaiting my voice?" It seems some are unwilling to learn about the new disaster. In that case, there's no need for you to remain. Lin Mu's pupils constricted sharply. What was happening? He hastily opened the regional channel. Zone 62-1. 67 million people. Over 20,000 had vanished in an instant. Player Zhang Lei died of unknown causes. Player Qin Duxing died of unknown causes. Player Wang Chunhua died of unknown causes. Blood red text dominated the entire screen. He closed the regional channel and opened the global channel. Global channel 6. 3 billion people, still overwhelmed by blood red text. Lin Mu felt a wave of relief that he had chosen to stay here. Otherwise his expression changed. "Little fatty, go check on Wang Changjun on the 3rd floor. That's a valuable resource. He must not perish." Little fatty hurriedly ascended the stairs. Having cleared away the superfluous individuals, let us return to the matter at hand. Observing everyone's conditions, it is evident that you have all put forth considerable effort, and your preparations are commendably thorough. Congratulations to each of you. You have earned the right to survive. Are you all ready to face the enigmatic maze? Then let us commence. Buzz. Chapter 75. A New Beginning. First, let's modify the vehicle. A buzzing sound resonated, while the color of the surrounding mist shifted at a discernible pace, soon transforming into a pale green hue. As you players have witnessed, the mist has changed color, which some may have anticipated from the outset. Of course, if you failed to foresee this, one must question your intellect. Surviving until now is nothing short of miraculous. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the dark green mist advancing behind you. If it were to catch up, I believe the ensuing scene would be quite intriguing. Yet, fear not, for on the first day, the dark green mist will only advance 200 kilometers, while on the final day, it will surge forward by 1,000 kilometers. As long as you continue to move forward, you shall be safe. Lin Mu's lips twitched. This is what they refer to as the mist, though its color seems somewhat inconsistent. Surely, the mist that follows must be even more formidable. Now, revel in your gaming existence. One final reminder. The maze has undergone slight alterations. With that, the voice faded, and tranquility returned. Lin Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a result of the earlier mass death that had startled him. What on earth? How could this thing suddenly manifest such a twist? The rotund individual behind him, noticing the silence, whispered, "Brother Mu, that Wang Changjun is completely unscathed, sleeping like a log." Lin Mu was taken aback. He was unharmed. Could it be that these fatalities were merely a consequence of vehicle ownership? It seems plausible. Well then, a new calamity has begun. You should all retire to rest. Once everyone had departed, he opened the panel. How is the calculation for the vehicles dispersing the mist determined? Initially, Lin Mu intended to inquire about the deceased, but reconsidered and dismissed the thought. Furthermore, he resolved never to provoke the panel again, for it could indeed be lethal, perhaps even arbitrarily so. If he were to incite its wrath, would he not be doomed? From this day forth, he decided to embody a person of high moral standards, though this morality would pertain solely to the panel. As for others, that remains to be seen. Vehicle level X05. Vehicle core level X1. Lin Mu suddenly comprehended. So it is thus. This implies that the foundational length of his vehicle has now transformed to 125 meters. However, he has equipped it with numerous lights. Given the current circumstances, 25 meters should be adequately assured. If he continues to modify and enhance it, 50 meters might very well be achievable. Lin Mu gazed out the window, illuminated by the overhead spotlights. Should he proceed with the modifications now? Yet, before doing so, it would be prudent to examine the vehicle's information, for an unforeseen consumption could prove troublesome. Upon opening it, there was no indication of what resources the lights would consume. However, it appeared that the power supply was insufficient for use. He constructed 2 wind turbines once more, placing them atop the refuse storage box at the rear. Fortunately, such devices existed. Otherwise, there would have been no space to accommodate them. Originally, he intended to position them on the roof of the vehicle, but the panel indicated that such an arrangement was unfeasible, leaving the rear as the only viable option. He lamented the absence of a fusion power generator, which would have been splendid. The following morning, Lin Mu approached the driver's seat. During daylight, the fog outside was distinctly visible. If yesterday's fog was a pale green, today it had deepened to a richer shade of grass green. Contemplating this, Lin Mu retrieved half a chicken from his backpack and presented it to 001, securing it atop the collector. Understood, master. Once fastened, Lin Mu maneuvered the collector, gradually extending the half chicken into the emerald mist. 5 minutes later, peering through the car window at the unchanged poultry, Lin Mu fell into contemplation. It appeared that this toxic fog only affected living beings, functioning as an inhalation toxin. He pondered whether absorption through pores constituted breathing. He instructed 001 to discard the chicken at a distance, as he dared not consume it. Half an hour later, the vehicle roared to life, and a convoy of 3 cars gradually departed. Meanwhile, the abandoned half-chicken began to darken, gradually decaying into a pool of blackened liquid. As they traveled, surrounded by the green mist, Lin Mu calmly activated the headlights atop the vehicle. Observing the dispersing fog brought him a sense of reassurance. Brother Mu, there's something ahead. What should we do? Lin Mu extended the collector into the air, while the newly installed surveillance captured the situation ahead. Gazing at the multimedia display, Lin Mu was left speechless. What on earth was that? Before him lay 2 diverging paths, distinct from previous forks, resembling the upper half of the letter M. The rest was shrouded in mist, and even the vehicle's headlights failed to reveal whether these paths led backward or forward. It was crucial to note that behind them lingered the so-called dark green toxic fog. Who knew where that malevolent mist resided now? What if this path continued to retreat? Lin Mu activated his modification skill to enhance the illumination range. After a moment's reflection, he placed a detoxifier onto one, requesting options based on it. Within a minute, 2 options appeared. Option 1, Standard Fog Liquid Energy Spotlight. Detoxifier X5, Mithril X10. Note, consumes 1 detoxifier per hour, with a constant illumination range of 50 meters. Option 2, Enhanced Fog Solid State Energy Spotlight. Detoxifier X10, Mithril X10. Note, consumes 1 detox ointment daily, with an adjustable illumination range of 50 to 200 meters. What on earth is detox ointment? When in doubt, consulting the panel is always prudent. Detox ointment is an alchemical product. Please visit the workstation to access the alchemy interface for further details. Lin Mu suppressed the urge to complain as he opened the workstation. Why was it that new items were never announced beforehand? Why must he always discover them precisely when they were needed? Upon opening the workstation, an alchemy interface appeared at the bottom, replacing the previous manufacturing screen. To the side of the interface lay a recipe for an antidote, accompanied by several other formulas, including those for life potions and stamina potions. However, apart from the initial items, he could not decipher any of the others. Antidote Potion X20. Effect: apply after poisoning to halt the spread. For severe cases, ingestion is recommended for potent detoxification. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, pondering its meaning. Apply after poisoning? Does it imply that inhaled toxins could also affect the skin? Or does it suggest that poisoning does not result in immediate death? Shaking his head, he concluded that this item appeared quite useful and decided to prepare some. Noticing his nearly 2,000 antidote potions, he proceeded to craft 20 more. After completing the concoction, he directly modified the Enhanced Fog Solid State Energy Spotlight. A silver cube, adorned with mysterious engravings, materialized atop the vehicle. Chapter 76, Strange Materials. Game elements become more complex. The spotlight on the roof began to transform, with the casings of the 4 sets of lights shifting to a luminous hue. Subsequently, 16 faint silver pipes extended from the rear of the lights, converging at the central silver cube atop the vehicle. Within that silver cube resided the antidote. By heating the antidote and vaporizing it, the mist could be dispersed through the pipes into the spotlight, thus enabling it to clear away the fog. Once the modifications were complete, Lin Mu adjusted the spotlight's power to its maximum, dispersing the fog within a 200-meter radius. The occupants inside the vehicle widened their eyes in astonishment, wondering what had transpired as the green mist vanished. Lin Mu surveyed the roads on either side. One path led slightly backward, albeit with a minimal angle, while the other sloped upward. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Shui, take the right path. Received. An hour later, the situation Lin Mu had feared did not materialize. However, it was somewhat different from before. Observing the scene projected on the windshield, he noted a significant number of boxes ahead. But what had become of the heaps of boxes that once cluttered the center of the road? Shui, how many boxes are in front of you? There's only one. Shui gazed at the solitary box ahead, perplexed. Wasn't there supposed to be 15? She too was bewildered. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Could this be the so-called change? Counting carefully, he found a total of 22 boxes, with 8 missing. Unfortunately, the vehicle's lights illuminated only 200 meters. If only they could reach 500 meters, he would still be unable to see anything at such a distance. Taking a deep breath, He realized that with merely 22 boxes within a 1,000-meter range, it indicated there were at least 30 boxes, albeit spread over a wider area. Sighing, he remarked, "What a predicament. You two stay here. I will search for the boxes." Lin Mu drove off, beginning his search with the boxes on the left. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box, acquiring 10 liters of cooking oil, 30 detox agents, and 1,000 liters of gasoline. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box once more. Obtaining 50 sheets of yellow paper, 50 grams of cinnabar, and 10 exquisite cross blueprints. Gazing at the contents of the second box, Lin Mu felt utterly bewildered. What is this? Yellow paper? Cinnabar? What on earth? Is a zombie about to emerge from the ground? And this cross? Are you going to summon some vampire? This was promised to be a road game. Why does it feel like the components have become so convoluted? Lin Mu looked in silence at the items within the second box. Yet he understood that the appearance of these items indicated their usefulness. He simply could not discern whether they were meant for immediate use or for a later occasion. Shaking his head, he pressed on towards the next box. From time to time, yellow paper and cinnabar appeared. It seemed these items held considerable significance. A total of 12 boxes had been collected on the left side. Lin Mu focused on the radar displayed on the windshield. The chubby fellow's vehicle had already reached the edge of the radar, having traveled 1 kilometer. On the other side, there were still 4 boxes remaining. By calculation, that made it a total of 26. Thus, there should also be 4 boxes situated a kilometer away on the right side. Alternatively, there might be another road on the opposite side, with a cluster of boxes connected together. Yet, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. Lin Mu turned back onto the road. He picked up the walkie-talkie. "Chubby, follow me. Shoot E, stay put." "Received," came the response. The chubby fellow drove his vehicle, trailing behind Lin Mu, who instructed him to stop at the 1 kilometer mark. "Just stay here, don't wander off. If you lose it, don't blame me." The chubby fellow swallowed hard and responded via the walkie-talkie. "Understood, MOG." As Lin Mu's vehicle vanished, a green mist began to gather around the vicinity of the chubby fellow's vehicle. The proximity of the green mist made him feel uneasy. Just moments ago, there had been 2 vehicles. Now, he was alone, and fear gnawed at his heart. 20 minutes later, Lin Mu returned, leading the chubby fellow to the right side. In total, there were 33 resource boxes combined from both sides. Lin Mu stroked his chin. It seemed likely that more boxes were nearby, and reaching 40 was a possibility. However, it was an inefficient use of time. It wasn't impossible, though. If they connected all 3 vehicles together, searching later on should not pose much of an issue. Perhaps they could attempt this on the next wave. Back on the road, the 3 vehicles continued their journey. Lin Mu glanced at the workstation. The items related to the yellow paper were limited to 3: exorcism, suppression, and punishment of evil. In the alchemy interface, there were no items associated with yellow paper or cinnabar. As for the cross, it might simply be a standalone item. Lin Mu retrieved an exorcism talisman from his backpack. Exorcism, use on the target to dispel abnormalities. Such a straightforward and unpretentious statement. He hoped that nothing further would involve black donkey hooves or black dog blood, or he would truly be incensed. A well-crafted survival game has inexplicably transformed into a supernatural experience. Who are they trying to terrify? Yet, upon recalling that ominous voice, which without provocation claimed so many lives, I find solace. Alas, I hope it does not become too chaotic. Suddenly, Lin Mu paused. If an antidote could be fashioned into a spotlight, could he perhaps employ the so-called talisman paper to enchant his vehicle entirely? It seems feasible. He resolved to tinker with it during the night, regardless of its practicality, for it is better to prepare than to scramble in a crisis. With Shu Yi leading the way, Lin Mu could afford to relax. He accessed the regional channel. Zone 62-1, 64 million. Compared to previous instances, the death toll this time was not particularly high. "Brothers, have you found any crates? I've only located 1 thus far." "Don't mention it. I've only stumbled upon 1 as well. Last week, there were 15 on the highway, and now I've got just 1. This is outrageous. Join my convoy. We'll bulldoze through." At this stage, solitary players found it exceedingly difficult to survive, compelling everyone to form teams. Lin Mu couldn't help but commend the bulldozing strategy. It was indeed the most effective method. While not all resource boxes could be acquired, securing half was plausible, coupled with the possibility of doubling resources. It was sufficient for a convoy's survival. He opened the convoy interface. Handsome Squad, 330. First place points, 211, 172. Red Star Squad, 1830. Second place points, 15, 216. Invincible Squad, 1230. Third place points, 9, 142. Yet, compared to him, they were still far behind. As for the global ranking, it was best left unexamined, for he would not encounter them anyway. Report, Master, a vehicle has appeared. Chapter 77, Don't Shoot. I have already surrendered. Lin Mu quickly glanced at the radar on his windshield. Where? Master, it's the one below. He hurriedly focused on the vehicle radar, where a total of 12 light dots emerged at the periphery. Their position indicated they were on his left, suggesting the other party had also detected him. Should he pass through? That seemed feasible. It would be a shame to let a convoy slip away after finally encountering one. Lin Mu picked up the intercom. I'll lead. You all stay close behind me. Be cautious during the battle. Received. A battle? Is there a convoy nearby? She was aware that Lin Mu had radar in his vehicle. However, the two of them lacked combat prowess. Could Lin Mu handle it alone? Not only could he manage, but he could also utterly dominate. A heavy machine gun slowly ascended from the roof of his car, which was now brimming with armament. Lin Mu grinned at the approaching light dots. My dear little ones, I shall treat you well, so do not resist, or else, cough, cough, that was a slip. All vehicles. Be advised, the cars over there are approaching. There are only 3 of them. Let's take them down. Among the trio of vehicles, a youth sporting gold-rimmed glasses wore a broad smile. Just 3 cars? This is quite the delivery. Don't worry, Brother Qian, we have 12 vehicles. The convoy led by Lin Mu was regarded with disdain by those present. To them, it was merely a delivery of vegetables. The reason for the convoy's arrival was likely due to their possession of firearms. However, at this stage, who did not possess such weaponry? The rumble of vehicles grew ever closer, and the entire convoy slowed, awaiting Lin Mu's arrival. Zhang Qian, observing the radar from the side, was suddenly enveloped by a dissipating fog, as a blinding light pierced through his vision. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. So they resorted to such tactics. In the presence of absolute power, all trickery becomes futile. As a narrow sliver of his eye caught sight of the approaching vehicles, his eyes widened in astonishment. Disregarding the stinging pain from the brilliance. Was this truly a war vehicle from a conflict-ridden area? What manner of monstrosity was that heavy machine gun mounted atop? Soon, he witnessed the essence of absolute power, not his own, but Lin Mu's. The gunfire erupted relentlessly. Instead of targeting the vehicle's body, Lin Mu aimed for the tires. Indeed, his initial target had been the tires. As they burst, the wheels revealed their rims, sparks flying in all directions. Qiangu, what do we do? This firepower. Even if 10 more convoys came, it wouldn't suffice. This is no mere firearm. It's a strategic weapon. Each of them brandished their handguns, feeling a sense of pride, only to be overshadowed by Lin Mu's heavy machine gun. The 2 portly companions at the back stared in astonishment at the weapon mounted on his vehicle. When had such an armament been acquired? This was absurd. If only they could install one on their own vehicle, they would be invincible. At that moment, Lin Mu's voice echoed from outside. Hello, can you hear me? He fiddled with the walkie-talkie, his first venture into external communication. Hello, he continued, firing 3 bullets casually into a vehicle. Can you hear me? Respond, please. With so many present, he had no intention of disembarking. If there was still no response, he would send 001 down. Zhang Qian swallowed hard as he glanced at the 3 bullet holes in his seat. What could he say? The man had responded. Yet Lin Mu seemed oblivious. Zhang Qian, exasperated, resorted to exaggerated gestures to convey to Lin Mu, Master, you may not have activated the receiving function. 001 pointed to a red symbol on the screen. Lin Mu, upon realizing this, understood why he had not heard any external sounds. The red symbol transformed into green, and a voice emerged. Big brother, can you hear me? I surrender. Please, don't shoot. I surrendered the moment you shot out the tires. Please, stop firing. Lin Mu observed the bespectacled man in the vehicle, desperately waving his arms, and cleared his throat to mask his own embarrassment. How was he to know there was such a button? No one had mentioned it before. He could hardly be blamed for this oversight. Fortunately, the man was still alive. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Cough. How many members are there in your team? 12. Zhang Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved to finally hear the response. He feared that the man might not hear him and would fire a few more shots. Everyone, get out of the vehicles and line up. Just as Lin Mu retrieved the collar, a problem arose. Brother Mu, 3 vehicles are reversing and attempting to flee. The voice of the chubby man crackled through the intercom. Flee? How can that be allowed? You've only got rims left. Do you still think you can escape? The heavy machine gun immediately adjusted its aim, and a fiery tongue of flame shot forth. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets pierced through the vehicle's body. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 vehicles erupted in a fiery explosion, and as for the people inside, those who wish to flee must perish. He glanced at Wang Changjun through the rearview mirror and trained the heavy machine gun on the other vehicles. Do you see? Anyone who dares to flee will meet this fate. Lin Mu seethed. A single vehicle represented 2 portions of supplies wasted in an instant. 001. Make sure they wear these collars. Anyone who refuses will be executed. Lin Mu uttered the harshest of commands in the calmest of tones. In the rear, Wang Changjun lowered his head. The look in Lin Mu's eyes had been utterly terrifying, prompting him to reconsider any chaotic thoughts. His hand involuntarily twitched. Outside, Zhang Qian watched the flames behind him, swallowing hard. The firepower was overwhelmingly fierce. Flee. Only a fool would run. The remaining occupants of the vehicles hurriedly exited and formed a line. A woman stepped down. The man beside Zhang Qian, clad in shorts. turned his eyes and whispered to him, "If we capture this woman, we might threaten those inside the vehicle and obtain it." Zhang Qian shot him a glance, thinking him foolish. Did the other party lack the confidence to send someone down? Had his brain been devoured by zombies to conceive such an idea? Though he thought this, he feigned agreement. "You make a valid point. Just remember to act decisively and accurately. Do not fail. Rest assured, Qian Gu." Zhang Qian chuckled coldly inside. It would indeed be a miracle if he succeeded. "Do not blame me. After all, you always seek to usurp my position." In Zhang Qian's heart, he believed this woman was extraordinary. 001 approached the crowd and extended her hand. "Each of you, ha, come here, my little darling." The man in shorts displayed a sinister grin as he seized 001's delicate wrist. "Success. Huh." The man in shorts was taken aback. Why couldn't he pull her? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge 001. Was she a trained fighter? The man pondered for a second. Since he couldn't move her, he could just kidnap her instead. Drawing a handgun from his lower back, he lunged forward, tightening his grip around 001's neck and twisting his body. Of course, this was facilitated by 001's cooperation. Where 001 had been, small holes peppered the ground. "Listen up, everyone inside. Get out of the vehicles, or I will shoot your woman." Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Mu wore an odd expression. Could this person possibly be a fool? To dare to take 001 hostage is truly admirable. "You are indeed a brave soul." Lin Mu gestured towards his own neck with a hand. 001's right hand transformed into a sharp scalpel, plunging toward her neck. The man in shorts felt a sudden chill at his throat and stared in shock at the woman before him. "I am dead. You shall not live either." Bang! A gunshot echoed. The man in shorts perished in shock. Zhang Qian, trembling, witnessed the unimaginable. The bullet had not penetrated. 001 turned her head, handing the collar in her hand to Zhang Qian while effortlessly brushing the bullet away from her temple. The damaged skin healed instantly as the bullet clattered to the ground. Zhang Qian gazed at the collar, obediently donning it around his neck without the need for 001 to assist him. Once the collar was fastened, a green light illuminated from it. Others followed suit, mimicking the action. Bang! Seeing that everyone had donned their collars, Lin Mu stepped down from the vehicle. Although 4 had perished, the remaining were sufficient. 8 vehicles translated to 12 portions of supplies, a flawless outcome. "Henceforth, you shall be my team members. I will incorporate you into the convoy. Fear not. As long as I have food, you shall have food too. You will not starve here." The 8 nodded hastily. Fearing to voice any dissent, they were terrified of incurring the wrath of this woman. Team members? Just by glancing at the collar's name, one could tell it was no benevolent token. Does one need to be wary of their own teammates? Lin Mu remained unconcerned with their thoughts. His own satisfaction was ample. Half an hour later, the convoy resumed its journey, now transformed into a substantial caravan. Inside the vehicle, Lin Mu surveyed the recently acquired core with a contented expression. 2 LV4 and 10 LV3, an excellent haul. As for the rear vehicles, they were all converted to LV1. Functional sufficed. There was no need for anything higher. Regarding the vehicle's level, it was merely a toxic concern. Possessing a protective suit was adequate. Moreover, under the illumination of Lin Mu's headlights, there was no fog within a 200-meter radius, rendering the surroundings remarkably safe. Zhang Qian drove, closely trailing Lin Mu, his expression one of melancholy. How had he fallen so ill-fated, from being the captain of a convoy to merely a team member, and a constrained one at that? Through the rearview mirror, he looked at the collar around his neck. Where had this peculiar thing come from? At 11 o'clock, the second wave of boxes appeared. "Congratulations on opening the silver resource box, acquiring mithril ingots X130, detoxification agents X78, gasoline 2600L delightful. A 26-fold yield of resources." Although other convoys enjoyed similar benefits, none matched the abundance he had procured. At least, from the current perspective, these treasure boxes were not accessible to everyone. Just as Lin Mu joyfully collected the treasure, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom. "Brother Mu, a green giant has appeared. What should we do? Can I escape? Help. It's really a green giant." The vehicles on the highway remained stationary, paralyzed by fear, not from the green giant, but from an instinctive trepidation of the unknown. Who knew what effects that creature could unleash? "I understand now. You all drive to the left, but proceed slowly. I shall join you shortly." Shi was the first to start the vehicle, making a direct left turn, followed closely by the others. The green majestic eagle re-entered the mist, and soon they encountered Lin Mu. "Brother Mu, listen to the sounds. It is nearly upon us." A towering shadow emerged from the light green fog, approximately 200 meters away. Gazing upon this figure, Lin Mu couldn't help but recall the mountain giant standing in the center of the road. Yet, while the mountain giant bore gray skin, what on earth was this green behemoth? As the figure stepped out of the mist, Lin Mu gasped. Indeed, it was the green giant, an imposing figure with massive pectorals and an 8-pack of abs, undeniably robust. Toxic fiery giant. Danger level. SSS. Advice. Exercise extreme caution with its claws. However, your weaponry is sufficiently formidable, so do not fret. Claws. Lin Mu extended the collector, and through the multimedia display, he observed that each claw on its hands measured over 20 centimeters in length, shimmering with a menacing emerald glow, indicating a formidable foe. Would future encounters involve such green-hued creatures? Could this one even be consumed? At that moment, Lin Mu felt a twinge of regret, having transformed 2/3 of his meat into jerky. If fresh meat ran out, he would be left with only jerky for sustenance. With a roar, the green giant raised its arms. A fiery tongue erupted from the roof of Lin Mu's vehicle. What are you bellowing about? Lin Mu, irritated, dug at his ears and quickly lowered the external volume. That roar nearly left him deafened. Boom. Congratulations, player. You have slain the SSS-level toxic fiery giant, earning toxic claws, SSS, X10, toxic sack, SSS, X1, and giant's whip, S, X1. Did something just get mixed in there? He hastily opened his backpack, hoping it wasn't something undesirable. Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Who would dare use this? Giant's whip, S, a rare alchemical material, can be consumed cooked. Each pound increases strength by 1 point, totaling 10 points. The allure of this effect was undeniable. With a current physique of 35 points, he could feel a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities. If his strength were to increase by another 10 points, he would surely surpass the average person's physical prowess. Yet, he hesitated to consume it. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to extract it. To his surprise, it was already skinned. However, the meat exhibited a slightly green hue. Holding the half-meter-long specimen in his hand, Lin Mu fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the occupants of the other vehicles fell silent. A creature standing 5 to 6 meters tall, and it merely let out a bellow? They collectively recalled the heavy machine gun atop Lin Mu's vehicle. Indeed, it seemed that only heavy weaponry would suffice. Chapter 79, 3,000 sheets? Why not seize them? The vehicles have returned to the road, but this time, 3 additional cars have joined the convoy. Jiang Ying and the other 2 women were cast aside by Lin Mu. 15 vehicles signify 30-fold resources, coupled with Wang Changjun in the vehicle. That equates to 31 times the bounty. Perfect. As for Wang Changjun, it is perhaps best for him to remain within the confines of the car. By 8 o'clock in the evening, after a full day, Lin Mu had procured 3 batches of resource boxes once more. On one occasion, he directly acquired 44 resource boxes. It is evident that the quantity of resource boxes this time is not fixed. Whether this is beneficial to others remains uncertain, but for him, it is exceedingly favorable. Ding. Poisonous Fiend Giant recovered successfully, obtaining 300 liters of gasoline and 500 milliliters of scorching venom. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. New materials had emerged from the recovery. Scorching venom, S, a fiery toxin that causes decay upon contact. So, was that the nature of the attack from the previous green giant? Upon reflection, it appears that the so-called anti-poison gear is rather ineffective. Such claws could easily penetrate it. Lin Mu finally understood that while the toxic mist is indeed poisonous but defensible, this particular creature relies solely on weaponry. It is not imperative to depend on automotive components for weaponry. Conventional firearms will suffice. With this realization, Lin Mu opened the regional channel. Area 62, 1. 51 million people. On the first day, over 10,000 individuals had vanished. This was anticipated by Lin Mu, as the dangers this time far exceed those encountered previously. Goodness, has anyone encountered that green giant? It's utterly terrifying. Are you foolish? Use firearms. A single piece of weaponry can resolve the issue. I wish I could, but the key is having one. Not everyone possesses firearms, and even for those who do, ammunition is a significant expenditure. Look, this is where the opportunity lies. Lin Mu opened the workstation and immediately began crafting weapons and ammunition. He may not have much, but he certainly has an abundance of basic materials. USP pistol, exchange for vehicle component blueprint X1. Universal pistol ammunition X50, exchange for vehicle component blueprint X1, AK-47. Exchange for vehicle component blueprint X2, rifle universal ammunition X30. Exchange for vehicle component blueprint X1, just a collection of weapons constructed from basic materials. Ready for sale. Wherever one goes, there are always astute individuals. Upon seeing these exchangeable items, many immediately grasped the implication. The so-called vehicle components must be of use, though their precise utility remains unclear. However, this does not hinder them from accumulating component blueprints. While this may have some effect on Lin Mu, it was negligible. After completing this task, Lin Mu intended to enchant the vehicles, applying 10 talismans for exorcism, pacification, and annihilation of evil spirits, even crafting several crosses. Based on the materials, he contemplated reasonable modification options. Soon, a spinning circle appeared. After approximately 5 minutes, 2 options emerged. Option 1, minor version of the exorcism, pacification, and annihilation talisman. Permanently usable, 1,000 each of exorcism, pacification, and annihilation talismans. Effect, such creatures automatically evade the vehicle. Option 2, Charm launching device. 10 mithril ingots. 100 sheets of yellow paper, 200 grams of cinnabar, and 2 electronic components. Effect: foolproof operation, automatically generating the corresponding charms. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Asking for 3,000 sheets is truly audacious. He barely had over 300 sheets of yellow paper on hand. Was this a jest? What purpose does such an option serve? Even if it existed, he had no desire for it. It was quite simple. The moment the phrase automatic evasion appeared, his interest waned. Unless he found himself with no rewards from slaying such creatures, he would consider installation. However, based on recent experiences, the likelihood seemed slim. Lin Mu stretched lazily and directly selected option 2. A launching device with a foolproof operation. How considerate. A 3D image of the vehicle materialized before him. There was no space left on the roof for installation, but other areas were available. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to install it at the front of the vehicle. As for the previous flamethrower, he decided to dismantle it, as it likely wouldn't be needed anytime soon. Closing the panel, Lin Mu cast a glance at the rearview mirror. The vehicles behind remained within the spotlight's range, so safety should be assured. What of Wang Changjuan's situation? Report, Master. There is nothing abnormal. If you are concerned, I can break his hands and feet. Lin Mu's lips twitched. That notion was perilous. Ahem, no need for that. Just keep an eye on the surroundings tonight, and if there is any issue, come find me on the second floor. Understood, Master. Currently, the vehicle housed only Lin Mu, 001, and Wang Changjun. Once the vehicle was full, Wang Changjun would no longer be necessary. It was unfortunate. The chances of encountering others were exceedingly low. Lin Mu retired to his bedroom, indulging in a luxurious hot bath before lying down on the soft bed and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in Shu Yi's vehicle. Ah, sister. We can't return to the car. Shu Xian's wailing voice echoed through the intercom. If we can't go back, then we can't. Weren't you worried about what Lin Mu might do to us? Shu Yi replied with exasperation. But I miss that bed so much. Shu Xian lamented, feeling uncomfortable in her chair. A chair, after all, remained just a chair. No matter how upgraded the vehicle, it could never compare to a bed. What can we do about it? Why not just speak to Lin Mu yourself tomorrow? Let's not. Shu Xian was now concerned about whether they would still enjoy such delectable meals in the future. Jiang Ying and Gu Wanqing shared similar sentiments, reminiscing about life within Lin Mu's vehicle. After all, they had nothing to do but sit comfortably inside. Now, they had to sleep on chairs and drive. Living standards had plummeted. As for the chubby one, he harbored no such concerns. As long as he could survive, he was content with anything. The group engaged in conversation within their respective channels. While 001 monitored the surroundings through multimedia, ears attuned to the sounds emanating from the intercom. These matters would be reported to Lin Mu the following day. Certainly, within this narrative, Zhang Qian's voice is notably scarce. As the captain, he is undoubtedly aware of the walkie-talkie's capabilities. At 11 o'clock at night, the entire group has succumbed to slumber, and the convoy has descended into silence. Only the 16 floodlights illuminate the surroundings, dispelling the green mist. Even the speakers on the regional and global channels have dwindled, gradually fading into quietude. As the clock strikes midnight, the green mist begins to roil ominously. 001 gazes out at the swirling emerald haze, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. The mist shifts, revealing a suspicious target located a mere 180 meters from the vehicle. Shadows, diminutive in stature, emerge from the right side of the fog, brandishing various weapons. They mutter to themselves, their eyes occasionally darting toward the vehicle, glistening with avarice as drool drips onto the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke. Chapter 80. Close enough, yet unable to rescue a suspicious target, has been identified. 001 rises swiftly and makes his way to the second floor. Meanwhile, the diminutive creatures outside hasten toward the vehicle with astonishing speed. A muffled thud reverberates, startling those within the car from their slumber. Confused, they peer outside, only to find nothing amiss. At that moment, a wizened green visage presses against the passenger window. What on earth? One of the men inside exclaims, as the glass begins to dissolve under the creature's saliva. In a nearby vehicle, Gu Wanqing looks on in horror as the creature attempts to intrude. She hastily retrieves a silver longsword from her backpack and strikes, severing the green being's hand. Blood sprays forth, landing inside the car and producing noxious black smoke. Green toxic dwarf, danger level, S. Warning, avoid contact with any liquid it possesses. However, in an instant, the driver's side door swings open, and Gu Wanqing falls backward in shock. A green figure materializes before her. The green toxic dwarf bites into her, and black smoke begins to rise from her shoulder, corroding her flesh. Another creature crawls into the vehicle, seizing the core and consuming it whole, radiating a sudden green glow. Lin Mu, deep in slumber, is abruptly awakened by 001. Master, an unknown creature has appeared. Instantly alert, Lin Mu dons his clothing and rushes to the driver's seat. Through the camera feed, he observes the attacking dwarfs. Of the 15 vehicles, 5 remain stationary, while the others circle around the area incessantly. What in the world are these creatures? A heavy machine gun rises from the vehicle's roof as Lin Mu pivots the car to charge at the attackers. The gunfire erupts, sending a torrent of bullets towards the dwarfs. 3 of them fall, resulting in a simultaneous explosion. A cloud of black smoke billows within a 3-meter radius. Lin Mu is momentarily taken aback. They can explode? Nonetheless, he understands he must take action. The safety of others is at stake. After a minute of relentless fire, the ground is littered with several smoking craters. Lin Mu gazes grimly at the abandoned vehicles. They can be repaired, but the lives lost cannot be reclaimed. He initially believed that even if he encountered wild beasts, he would have enough presence of mind to react. However, the strength of these creatures was astonishing. Were they not classified as S-level threats? How could they be even more perilous than those rated as SSS? Had he known this would transpire, he would have ensured that everyone resided within his vehicle, thereby preventing such calamity. Including his 15 vehicles, only 10 remained, resulting in a sudden depletion of resources. What a misfortune. Lin Mu grasped the walkie-talkie. What is your status? The vehicles have sustained damage and require repairs, came the response. I am unscathed here. 10 individuals survived, all of whom managed to start their vehicles and flee at the earliest opportunity. 3 minutes later, everyone gathered around Lin Mu's vehicle. Brother Mu, Gu Wanqing and Shu Xian spoke with tear-stained eyes, their voices choked with emotion. Shu Xian's sister was inconsolable. The 2 vehicles had been parked side by side, and when she realized the peril, 2 creatures had already infiltrated her sister's vehicle. She could only watch helplessly as her sibling perished. This was a survival game, and death was an unfortunate reality. You all go sleep on the 3rd floor. I've arranged 2 male dormitories there. Little Fatty, you handle the allocations, he instructed. Little Fatty nodded and led the group upstairs. Lin Mu returned to the driver's seat, surveying the wreckage of the vehicles. Feeling the weight of the loss in his backpack, he had only rested briefly, yet the damage was substantial. Opening the regional channel, his eyes widened in disbelief. District 62-1. 43 million people. Over the span of 4 hours, more than 8,000 had perished? What kind of speed was this? Player Li Chunyang was slain by green poison dwarf. Player Zhao Wuyo was slain by green poison dwarf. Player Li Taidan was slain by green poison dwarf. Blood-red messages flooded the screen, with few daring to speak. Those who did merely inquired about the situation. A glance at the global channel revealed a similar state of affairs. After 10 minutes, the red messages in the regional channel began to diminish, while the black messages proliferated. The population count had plummeted to 1.29 million, indicating that in just 10 minutes, another 140,000 had perished. This was merely the first night. What on earth was happening? Why were so many dying? What was this green poison dwarf? It had emerged tonight. Had he been so deeply asleep that he failed to notice? Surely, others must have encountered those emaciated old men. Approximately 1.2 meters tall, donned in green shorts. Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating the words on the screen. It became evident that many were unaware of the creatures encountered that night. As more individuals began to speak, the situation gradually clarified. The convoys had been under attack, with some encountering over 50 creatures while others faced just a handful. Though Lin Mu and T investigated meticulously, the black pits on the ground numbered nearly 20. A few had fled, suggesting the total was around 25. Lin Mu recalled the earlier retrieval of his vehicles. It seemed the core components were missing. This indicated that the creatures had come specifically for the vehicle cores. After that, I suppose I won't encounter such creatures again. It's quite a headache. It seems these individuals will be residing here for an extended period. Lin Mu opened the panel information. Congratulations, player. You have slain an S-class dangerous green poison dwarf, earning 18x poison sacks, SSS. Well, it's better than nothing. It's unexpected that an S-class creature would yield SSS-grade materials. The following day, in the Fog Labyrinth. No. It should be referred to as the Poison Fog Labyrinth. Today marks the 2nd day in this toxic maze. The first thing upon waking was to check the population count in the regional channel. There were 1.28 million. Nothing significant had occurred since last night, and the numbers had not fluctuated greatly. Globally, the population dwindled to 5.4 billion, nearly 100 million lives lost overnight. Lin Mu took a deep breath, fearing that in the end, there might not even be 100 million left. What does this road survival game truly signify? Are we to perish like this? After breakfast, 10 vehicles departed one after another. Shu E led the way, her lips pressed together, tears streaming down her cheeks. Driving, she couldn't help but think of her sister. She glanced at the passenger seat, where her sister, Shu Xian, once sat, sharing laughter and conversations. Taking a deep breath, she wiped her tears. One must look forward. She must survive. If this road survival game aims to eliminate them, then she is determined to live. In the vehicle behind her, Jiang Ying wore a sorrowful expression. Mourning the loss of her companion, Sister Wanqing, the death of others mattered little to her. But the loss of someone close made her acutely aware of how close death truly is. Chapter 81. Blueprint for the 120 Artillery Component Master. The green mist is now 180 meters away. Lin Mu was taken aback. What did you say? Aren't we driving with the lights on? It was supposed to be 200 meters. How did it shrink to 180? The intensity of the green mist has increased. Hiss. Is this a joke? After one day, it had decreased by 20 meters. Wouldn't that mean it would shrink to 140 meters over 7 days? So the safe zone would only be 70 meters? Lin Mu drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, feeling that the safety margin was rather low. He quickly opened the panel. Panel, I clearly possess dispersal tools. Why is the mist still encroaching? Players, please rest assured. This is a normal situation. To encourage players to upgrade more effectively, we have deliberately enhanced the intensity of the green mist. Please enjoy the game. Normal? Upgrade? Enjoy? Are you certain you haven't misused those terms? Who could find joy in this? Lin Mu opened the regional channel, pondering for a moment. Have any of you noticed that the mist has drawn nearer? Huh. Has it indeed drawn closer? It's right in front of us now. The distance to my vehicle is merely 2 meters on each side. 2 meters? That sounds fortunate. I'm less than 1 meter away. The car's headlights can only disperse the mist by 3 or 4 meters, and I dare not speed. The farthest distance is about 4 or 5 meters, while the closest is merely half a meter. Just yesterday, we had a distance of over 10 meters. It is anticipated that tomorrow will be spent entirely in the toxic gas. The noxious fumes are not particularly frightening as long as one is properly equipped with a gas mask. No serious issues should arise. However, it is imperative to recognize that within this verdant mist lurk certain creatures whose attacks are truly lethal. Alas, if only his modification skills could be applied to other vehicles. But regrettably, finding a new vehicle comes with a 7-day cooldown period. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly rebind the vehicle for further enhancements. In contrast to others who are trapped in a snail's pace, his speed could only be described as swift. The convoy has never dipped below 80 in speed, halting only at intersections. 2 hours later, they encountered the first wave of resource boxes. Congratulations on opening the silver resource box. You have obtained braised beef noodles X105, detoxification agents X63, and gasoline 2100L. Lin Mu shook his head, lamenting the significant loss. Congratulations on opening the gold resource box. You have obtained energy shields X21, early warning equipment blueprint A, X21, gasoline 2100L, and mithril ingots X210. Another new item. Energy shield. Upon activation, it provides a defense of 1000. Early warning equipment blueprint. A simple warning device that can detect abnormal situations within a 10-kilometer radius. It seems potentially useful, though he has no need for a shield on his vehicle, while others certainly do. At the very least, it could offer protection in scenarios like last night's. One can only hope for more. As for the early warning device, it holds no value in this calamity. As Lin Mu drove further, other vehicles became engulfed in the fog. The surrounding mist instilled fear in everyone, apprehensive of unknown creatures emerging from its depths. Lin Mu continued to drive, amassing an impressive haul of boxes, with yellow paper, cinnabar, and energy shields becoming the primary resources. Observing the increasing quantities of yellow paper and cinnabar, Lin Mu speculated whether zombies might truly exist. After all, they too are toxic. Congratulations on opening the diamond resource box. You have obtained energy shields X105, towing artillery component blueprint SS, X21, gasoline 10500L. Wait, what is this? Lin Mu understood that items from diamond resource boxes are typically superior, but this is exceedingly remarkable. The towing artillery has surfaced. Gasp. Lin Mu inhaled sharply. This is certainly not something for immediate use. Those creatures are quite agile, rendering artillery ineffective. The only explanation is that this equipment is intended for future use. Goodness, what on earth could the next disaster entail? He hastily made the towing artillery a permanent fixture and discarded the remaining blueprints into the recycling bin. Lin Mu spent a full hour searching for boxes nearby before returning to the convoy, where the others were on the verge of experiencing claustrophobia. Report. The oxygen tanks are nearly depleted. Report. I am in the same predicament. A chorus of 5 voices echoed. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What had they done with the oxygen tanks? Hadn't they just been replaced this morning? How could they have run out so quickly? However, once utilized, it must be returned. Through the fleet's inherent capabilities, the oxygen tanks are dispatched directly to teammates in need. After all, these individuals are indeed his assets, and no issues must arise. As for tonight, let's experiment with that shield. Throughout the day, 6 waves of resource boxes were encountered, not to mention various toxic creatures. Even the encountered geese were of the toxic variety. Absurd, indeed. At 8 in the evening, the fleet came to a halt. Each person was allocated 2 protective shields. Remember to activate one while you sleep. Do not say I failed to provide protection. Use your wits. Acknowledged. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, esteemed one. Lin Mu contemplated creating a warning device. Although the distance was merely 5 kilometers, it would still be of some utility. Once crafted, Lin Mu clicked to activate it. and a map automatically appeared on the panel. In the center of the map lay his fleet, marked by small vehicles. A central road was depicted, with a white circle at the core and green surrounding it. He dragged the circle representing the warning device to encompass the vehicles. As Lin Mu confirmed, red lights began to flicker from small iron rods that emerged from the surrounding green mist embedded in the ground. These rods were interconnected by fine threads, relying on this setup to detect any intrusions. After finalizing these preparations, he distributed a piece of bread and a bottle of water to each individual. He was not particularly fond of bread, but he had an abundance of water. Ahem, this was merely to avoid wasting resources. He tossed a steak to 001. I don't want fried steak. I prefer braised beef with rice. Understood, master. 001 set to work, while Lin Mu retrieved a chilled soda from the refrigerator and reclined on the sofa. Indeed, after their departure, Lin Mu had transformed the rear into a lounge. As for Wang Changjun, he was confined to the third floor, which contained facilities for bathing and resting. Perhaps for him, this existence was preferable to the carefree lives of Jiang Ying and her companions. Sipping his chilled soda, Lin Mu activated the regional channel. Originally, this task was under Shu Xian's purview, but alas, Lin Mu shook his head, lamenting the misfortune of such a capable assistant. Zone 62-1. 26 million people. The death toll was not high. Yet, Lin Mu understood that a low death count at midnight was genuinely low. No more words. I shall remain awake tonight at midnight. Not only will you stay awake, but the entire fleet shall remain vigilant. Yesterday, our fleet lost 12 vehicles. Chapter 82. White appears safe. Game commences. Lin Mu had no intention of retiring early. It was precisely due to retiring too soon yesterday that he lost 5 individuals and directly forfeited 10 units of resources. He accessed the fleet rankings. Handsome Fleet, 1030, first place, points, 224,019. Red Star Fleet, 1030, second place, points, 9,621. Invincible Fleet, 630, third place, points, 6,112. Not only had they lost vehicles, but their points had also significantly diminished. It was as if they had regressed to a state of liberation. Alas, what a lamentable situation it is. It appears that the resources of other teams are predominantly controlled by their captains, leaving the remaining members with meager shares. Consequently, following the loss of their core, these teams have experienced a significant decline in their scores. However, Lin Mu remains unaffected, as the vehicles below possess scant resources. This trend is mirrored in the global team rankings, which have similarly diminished, though the extent varies. As time ticks away, the surrounding vehicles intermittently flicker, their protective shields emitting a radiant glow. Lin Mu taps on the steering wheel, eagerly anticipating the arrival of midnight. Yet, when the hour strikes, there is not even a trace of the diminutive figure from the previous day, nor does the warning system respond. Could it be that this was a one-time occurrence? Pondering this, Lin Mu activates the regional channel, only to be inundated once more with crimson text. The assailants remain the same, the little green imp. He strokes his chin, utterly perplexed by the situation. Given the frequency of appearances, one would expect a considerable number of creatures to manifest. 5 minutes later, the barrage of messages gradually ceases, replaced by an influx of commentary. Goodness, 2 of those green toxic imps suddenly appeared and nearly terrified me. Thankfully, my vehicle is fast enough, otherwise, I would have surely met my end here. I lagged a bit, and my vehicle almost met its demise. Wait a moment, our team did not encounter them. Which team are you from? I am not part of any team. It becomes clear now. The players facing attacks tonight are not affiliated with any team. But what of tomorrow? Will it be a day of rest, or an assault on team players? It seems many will find themselves restless tonight. Did none of you manage to slay that imp? I did, and it dropped a level 3 vehicle core, though the resources inside were somewhat lacking. Lin Mu raises an eyebrow. Does he possess both a vehicle core and resources? Why did he not receive any? Or is it possible that this batch is the same as yesterday's attackers? That is indeed a plausible scenario. Stretching, Lin Mu decides to set aside his thoughts, knowing that tomorrow night will bring clarity. On the third day of the toxic fog maze, Lin Mu steers his vehicle off the road, preparing to head towards the location of the first treasure chest. Report, Master. The road ahead is perilous. Please cease stealth operations. Screech. Lin Mu slams on the brakes. Observing the seemingly normal grassland outside, he cannot discern any immediate danger. Up ahead lies a high marshland. Vehicles are prone to being engulfed. Marshland? Not a significant concern. He replies, promptly replacing the tires with tracks and accelerating into the mire. Through the vehicle's window, the grassland appears ordinary at first glance. Yet a closer inspection reveals water stains beneath the grass, accompanied by slight swaying of the vehicle. Goodness, anyone who wanders in here might find themselves in quite a predicament. However, one would assume that few would venture this far, as it is 2 kilometers from the road. Typically, no vehicle would traverse such distance for a resource box. Almost every few hundred meters, patches of marshland can be found, varying in size from several dozen to several hundred square meters. With a bit of luck, one usually encounters no significant issues. Half an hour later, Lin Mu arrived at the final box. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke dispersed. Here it comes. After this week, even the emergence of beasts from the boxes had transformed in nature. Observing the smoke that was far greener than the fog outside, it was evident that it harbored poison. As the green mist dissipated, Lin Mu beheld three entities before him, the corners of his mouth twitching. Indeed, they were present. Green zombie, danger level, S. Recommendation, shoot it. A sound piece of advice. This time, instead of wielding a heavy machine gun, he opted for the talisman launching device. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of yellow light silently struck the three green zombies, followed by explosive sounds. Congratulations on defeating the S-level danger green zombie, acquiring corpse poison, S, X3. Corpse skin, S, X3. It was evident that these items were alchemical materials. Returning to the road, Lin Mu continued to lead the team forward. Simultaneously, three shimmering portals emerged before a convoy. Boss, what have you opened? A bald man sat in the vehicle, gazing at the three light gates with confusion. Had they merely encountered a wishing bottle? Whose wishes would conjure three portals? There was no choice but to select one. The man leading the vehicle swallowed hard. I don't know the situation either. I just wished for endless resources, and three doors appeared. What do we do now? They had contemplated slipping away from the surroundings. But it was as if an invisible wall barred their escape. The white portal bore the inscription basic supplies, the blue one red food. And the final blood red gate proclaimed blueprints. How about we choose the white one? It looks quite safe. The red gate appeared exceedingly perilous, better to avoid it. Although the value of the blueprints far surpassed that of basic supplies, one must have life to seize such riches. What do the rest of you think? Let's heed the boss. Wherever the boss decides, we shall go. After all, for them, every choice bore the same weight. As long as they survived, they were willing to accept any outcome. Very well, let us select white. With that, the convoy drove into the portal, marking the commencement of a new game. Congratulations, players. You have initiated the resource defense battle for a total of 24 hours. During this period, any abilities may be utilized. Players, please exercise caution. Note that individual players and convoy players face different encounters. You are granted 5 minutes to make a choice. Death is indeed final. An option materialized before everyone. Individual players were presented with the option to apply to join the convoy, while those in the convoy faced a mandatory exit. Some individuals within the convoy brightened at this opportunity. Exiting the convoy was not a simple matter. One could only leave freely 2 days after joining. However, if one remained for a month without exiting, they would first need to click exit, then wait 48 hours before clicking again to be transported away. During those 48 hours, there were many ways to meet one's demise. Thus, even if some were dissatisfied with life in the convoy, they could only endure in silence. Yet now, an opportunity lay before them. With a mere press of this button, they could escape their torment. How could such a prospect not stir their excitement? Chapter 83, Tower Defense Game? Utterly vulnerable. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mu halted the vehicle. He now questioned whether this game would manifest every time. Individuals were not the same as a team. Before him lay no retreat button, but rather a 5-minute countdown teleportation button. Moments ago, he received a private message from the chubby boy, retreat. He harbored no concern for those who might abandon the team. Once they retreated, their demise was all but assured. Zhang Qian stared at the retreat button, swallowing nervously. With a simple press, he would be free. Yet, gazing at his empty backpack, he pondered the futility of such a choice. The outside world was perilous. Only a fool would choose to flee. As time elapsed, the button before Lin Mu illuminated, and before he could engage it, it was activated automatically. Lin Mu's lips twitched. A forced game, was it? In a flash of light, when the scene reappeared, the surrounding green mist dissipated, revealing the convoy within a walled enclosure. In the center lay basic supplies: iron ingots, silver ingots, copper ingots, and timber, each in quantities exceeding 10,000. Lin Mu sighed. What utility would these possessions hold for him? He gazed skyward, where a 3-minute countdown steadily diminished. So, what exactly constituted this defense battle? In the last minute, Lin Mu began to comprehend. The surrounding walls slowly descended, revealing 4 roads leading to the central circle. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Qian inquired. Arm yourselves and guard, Lin Mu replied. Given that this was a defense battle, it was likely that creatures would launch an assault. Observing the scene, Lin Mu was reminded of tower defense games on his phone. Were these 4 roads all converging in one direction? He would liken it to a 3D live-action version of Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Mu crafted an array of AK-47s and distributed over 10,000 rounds of ammunition to the group. Subsequently, he assembled 4-toed artillery pieces. While these were component equipment, they belonged to a range-type component, meaning that the higher the vehicle's level, the greater the area of effect. Lin Mu's vehicle had a radiation range of 20 meters, sufficient to accommodate 8 of these artillery pieces. This was a recent discovery. The sole explanation was that he possessed a shelter mode. After all, at the outset, the voice had declared that all abilities could be utilized. The gray shelter mode transformed into green. Let me witness the so-called shelter mode, he mused. As if in response, Lin Mu's vehicle underwent a transformation. The four tires vanished, and the vehicle began to expand, its size and internal space aligning perfectly. The vehicle morphed into a 3-story metallic structure, measuring 128 meters by 7 meters. Atop the roof stood a medium machine gun, with 16 floodlights scattered along the eaves of the 3rd floor. 4 artillery pieces were positioned at the front, back, and both sides of the structure. Meanwhile, collection tools and long swords remained concealed within an alternate dimension. Zhang Xian gazed in awe at the transformation of Lin Mu's vehicle. Crack! With a sharp slap to his own face, he exclaimed, "That hurt. How did this road survival game transform into a metallic fortress? Is this truly a game we are playing?" The cockpit of Lin Mu had taken on a more futuristic appearance. Before him, the windshield was replaced by a curved screen, allowing him to observe his surroundings at will. All controls were executed through Lin Mu's thoughts. He could gaze wherever he desired, albeit limited to a range of 50 meters. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. For monitors, crafted by Lin Mu, were strategically positioned in the corners of the rooftop, further extending his field of vision. He believed that within this game, his perspective was unrivaled. As Lin Mu completed his preparations, the countdown above concluded. The digits transformed into text. Round 1, Gray Wolves, 115. 100? 5 rounds. With 10 vehicles, would each person face 10? Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating that he could observe several times, and if that were the case, it seemed he could resolve the situation without lifting a finger. But was that not a tad too effortless? He picked up the intercom. 2 vehicles in 1 passage. The remaining vehicle is to maneuver. Received. Understood. Who would dare to slack off? The threat was genuinely electrifying. In the distance along the 4 highways, a profound spatial passage materialized, from which robust gray wolves emerged. Observing the divided scene, it appeared quite manageable. Each pair of gray wolves maintained a distance of 7 to 8 meters between the front and back. Was this not an easy task? As the gray wolves approached, gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the face of firearms, these gray wolves were utterly no match. Round 1, 958, 25, the countdown resumed. To his surprise, there was even a break time provided, rather humane of them. Report your ammunition status. Do you require resupply? The first wave had not depleted much, so there was no need for replenishment. Simultaneously, the entire planet was segmented into countless small areas by barriers. Some contained entire convoys, while others housed a single vehicle. In the vicinity of Lin Mu, there was indeed a solitary vehicle. This lone vehicle faced only one route and a mere 5 wolves. The situation was significantly less daunting than that of the convoys. Among these isolated vehicles were those whose teams sought to procure additional resources, allowing some members to depart early. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments proved to be more disastrous than they had anticipated. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves concluded. Round 1, Gray Wolves, 555. This was Lin Mu's predicament. Although the numbers had increased, the difficulty remained quite simplistic. Even when confronted by 25 at once on a single road, they were still no match for firearms. Conversely, though there were only 25 nearby, facing 5 at a time escalated the challenge considerably. By the end of this round, it was uncertain how many lives had been lost. Following the conclusion of the first round, a countdown appeared, offering a 3-hour respite. Lin Mu contemplated, estimating that each round lasted approximately 4 hours, which implied there would be 6 rounds in total. He turned on the regional channel, and the crimson subtitles continuously filled the dialogue box. Lin Mu scrolled upwards several times, but could not see the beginning. Glancing at the number of participants, he noted that Zone 62 had 1.08 million individuals. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. In just 1 hour, nearly 20,000 had vanished. Such ruthlessness. Yet, there must be some who wish for even more lives to be lost. With each death, the resources here increased, with numbers both fractional and whole. The highest figure for basic materials stood at 10,876. In contrast, figures for electronic components, rubber, and glass varied between 500 and 800. 4 hours later, the second round commenced. Upon witnessing the newly emerged creatures, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Would the firearms still be effective? Lava creatures. Mithril weapons were their nemesis, but firearms proved ineffective. Chapter 84. Is this it? This seems too effortless. Observing the lava creatures on the 4 paths, when Ryu also paused in surprise, the transition was rather abrupt. The previous wave had been gray wolves, and now the difficulty had escalated dramatically. Was this a jest? Fortunately, the initial wave had been minimal, comprising only 4 creatures. First, they would shoot. If that failed, they would engage directly. Upon hearing the sounds from within the vehicle, everyone's focus sharpened. One might argue that Lin Mu was unreasonable, yet his strength was universally acknowledged. Since he would intervene, they felt reassured. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets incessantly rained upon the lava creatures from all four paths. However, the bullets passed right through their bodies, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Not even a dent, regardless of how precisely they aimed at their heads. A long sword protruded from above a building. Flash, flash, flash. The heads of the four lava creatures fell to the ground, lifeless. Yet, Lin Mu gazed at the unresponsive panel and then at the countdown in the sky. Had they not perished? Where were his spoils? Upon inquiring with the panel, he learned that this round would yield no drops. All items consisted solely of the basic resources behind him. Very well. If there were none, so be it. He was not in dire need of such trivial possessions. In the fifth round, 20 lava creatures were effortlessly vanquished by Lin Mu. Is this really it? This seems exceedingly simple. Leaning back in his chair, with legs propped on the control panel, he shook his head at the ever-increasing resources. This so-called survival game was indeed ruthless. It seemed intent on exterminating everyone without remorse. However, upon witnessing the creatures of the third round, Lin Mu felt perplexed. What was this strategy? The third wave, akin to a benevolent gift, consisted of poultry, geese, clad in metallic armor. Regardless of their armor, they were still just geese. What harm could they inflict upon humans? Yet, the bullets ricocheted off their armor, only striking a fatal blow when aimed at the unarmored heads. As for the so-called internal injuries from bullets hitting their bodies, such a concept was non-existent for these geese. Were their heads large? Quite so. Were they easy to hit? Not at all. The entire metallic protective armor extends from the body to the head, with only a 5-centimeter opening positioned directly on the forehead. Only through this aperture can a bullet strike true. The first wave consists of a staggering 1,000 geese. As the imposing flock draws nearer, anxiety permeates the group. Although they have managed to dispatch many, the sheer volume is overwhelming. While the geese are not lethal, a mere twist can prove unbearable. Lin Mu gazes at the screen, his left hand incessantly tapping. What is this strategy? Although the addition of armor renders them more resilient, 1,000 geese remain a formidable challenge. The first round concludes, leaving the team members battered and bruised, with no part of their bodies left unscathed. One unfortunate member has even lost his lineage's dwelling, a truly tragic fate. The mobile, plump individual privately breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to be a support unit and not face the geese directly. Jiang Ying stands beside Shu Yi, inquiring, Sister Shu Yi, what do you make of this? The previous round featured molten creatures, and now we are confronted merely with geese? Shu Yi glances at the co-pilot and shakes her head. There may be another possibility. Perhaps they are holding back something monumental, a creature capable of inflicting severe harm upon humanity. The second wave brings 2,000 geese, followed by 3,000 in the third wave. As the fourth wave commences, Lin Mu takes command of the battlefield. If this continues, the individuals below will soon be engulfed in shadows cast by the geese. Heavy machine guns swivel back and forth, bullets continuously raining down. What ordinary rifles cannot penetrate. The heavy machine guns render laughable. The third round features grizzly bears, the fourth, crystalline beings, and the fifth, humanoid creatures. Over the course of 20 hours, apart from the initial respite filled with laughter and conversation, silence reigns. Eventually, whenever there is a moment's pause, sleep overtakes them. The dual torment of physical and mental strain is becoming unbearable. Observing the remaining time, Lin Mu shakes his head. The timing is remarkably precise. With each round, the duration of consumption steadily increases. Ultimately, the remaining time is just sufficient for the final round. Lin Mu opens the regional channel, raising an eyebrow at the unexpectedly high number of participants. Zone 62, 780, 000 individuals. He had anticipated being fortunate to have 30,000 survivors, yet was astonished to see 80,000 remaining. Truly, those who have survived to this point possess remarkable resilience. With an hour and a half remaining until the conclusion, the final round begins. Brother Mu, can we return to the vehicle? Yes, indeed. Brother Mu, let us retreat. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Captain, I too feel unfit for this. The radio crackles with confusion as voices clamor. One cannot fault them. The creatures emerging have exceeded their capacity for response. Not even artillery would suffice against them. Everyone, return to the vehicle and gather here, Lin Mu commands. He opens the side window, peering into the distance at the approaching creatures. So this is what we are truly meant to confront. Ordinary vengeful spirits. Danger level S. Suggestion. They are merely the souls of players who have perished in the survival game, and there is truly nothing to fear. Utilizing your talisman will suffice. Of course, bullets infused with cinnabar can also be attempted. Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly. Vengeful spirits? So, they are indeed the souls of players who have met their demise in the game. It seems they have not only dragged the corporeal body into this realm, but also refused to release the soul. Lin Mu glanced at the text above. Round 6. Vengeful spirits. 444. They possess spiritual attacks. How intriguing. A silver box extended from the ceiling, subsequently filled with yellow paper and cinnabar. A trivial matter indeed. The silver box emitted yellow beams of light, striking the vengeful spirits and enveloping them in a faint yellow glow. Those struck transformed instantaneously into specks of light, vanishing into thin air. The entire process was remarkably smooth, far more so than any previous encounters with other entities. The extermination of 444 vengeful spirits took less than 5 minutes. Thus concluded this so-called resource defense battle. He glanced at the resource tally, which continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace than before. However, each increment was substantial. Regrettably, it bore no significance for him. Onlookers outside watched in disbelief as the vengeful spirits were swiftly eradicated. While they were aware of Lin Mu's formidable strength, they had not anticipated his ability to vanquish such beings. Perhaps wearing this collar is advantageous after all. At least there are no safety concerns. Lin Mu opened the regional channel, and the speed of the red subtitles noticeably decreased. Others surely possess resources like yellow paper and cinnabar, at most. They lack a foolproof machine like his. Chapter 85. More teammates. You can ditch your collar. Speaking of vengeful spirits, could they truly be as described? Regardless, what difference does it make? We all transform into such entities after death. Do you think there are vengeful spirits amidst this toxic mist? Strangely enough, there is indeed a possibility. They are likely to be toxic, vengeful spirits, considering that all encountered entities are poisonous. Quite a few have concluded their battles, surprisingly quick in their endeavors. Soon, the 24-hour defense battle came to an end, and the deceased vanished forever, their souls irrevocably trapped here. Upon tallying the resources, Lin Mu had acquired over 20,000 of each type of metal, amassing a total of more than 100,000 points. It was evident that his convoy's points had surged once more. A flash of light appeared. The familiar emerald mist world emerged. Today marked the 4th day. In 3 more days, it would conclude. Lin Mu recalled the vehicle that had transformed into a refuge. Would the convoy also metamorphose into a sanctuary? What would happen to those vehicles otherwise? Would the captain secure them? After a morning of rest, we shall set off promptly at 3 in the afternoon. After battling for 24 hours, it was time for these individuals to recuperate. Meanwhile, Lin Mu utilized this time to reinforce the vehicle. Whether it was fortifying the chassis or modifying the structure, he ensured that all useful components were installed. He added 2 heavy machine guns to the rear. Regardless of what challenges may arise 3 days hence, he is assuredly destined to remain invincible. The days that followed were largely uneventful, save for the encounter with 2 convoys, albeit each consisting of merely 4 or 5 vehicles. At this juncture, they had effectively become his allies. 001 removed the collar from his neck, resolving the matter. Good master, Wang Chongjun said with a look of bewilderment, gradually coming to a realization. Brother Mu, I've done nothing but eat and sleep day in and day out. Why must it be? Simply because I desire it, 001 interjected, covering Wang's mouth and guiding him step by step out of the vehicle. Moments later, 001 placed a confinement collar into Lin Mu's hands. Glancing through the rearview mirror at the convoy behind, Lin Mu nodded with satisfaction. There were now a total of 20 vehicles. He could afford this addition. Opening a resource box would yield 40 supplies, and filling the entire convoy would amount to 60. With each vehicle further populated, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Alas, encountering people had become a rare occurrence, especially after so many had perished. Both the regional and global channels echoed the same sentiment. Other vehicles were nearly non-existent, a stark decrease from previous times. It was evident that many were stuck at level 5, with few able to ascend to level 6. Not to mention Lin Mu's own situation, the number of cores required for level 8 was exceedingly high, and the scarcity of encounters was nothing short of catastrophic. While the effects of subsequent level advancements remained unknown, they were undoubtedly expected to surpass current capabilities. Captain, shall we set forth? Lin Mu glanced at the time. Let us depart. Today marks the final day. Everyone, exercise caution. The vehicles started to move forward, with Shu Yi leading at a cautious pace of 60. Today was the last day, and Lin Mu's headlights illuminated only 100 meters ahead. This was an improvement from yesterday. Otherwise, visibility would have been merely 60 meters today. 3 hours elapsed, yet they had not encountered even the first wave of resource boxes. Shu Yi, are you leading the way? Indeed, she replied. Lin Mu frowned. This was a miss. Traditionally, they would encounter something within 2 hours at the latest, yet this time, nothing had materialized. Lin Mu opened the regional channel. What in the world? Why has the fog behind me turned an inky green? There are dark shadows within. It looks terrifying. You're doomed. The last person who said that has perished. Have any of you found resource boxes? I've been driving for 4 hours without a single encounter. Even with the worst luck, we should have stumbled upon at least one by now. Enough. I haven't found anything either. It turned out he was not alone. Others too were devoid of encounters. Surely, on this final day, they could not go without finding a single resource box. Just then, an image was shared. A 10-meter-tall figure loomed within the inky green fog, resembling a giant. Player Tian Jintao has been consumed by the toxic mist. A crimson message flashed across the screen. Like flipping a switch, identical messages popped up every few seconds. Lin Mu did not close the interface, continuing to drive while glancing at the notifications. In just a minute, 6 messages appeared, a manageable number. However, at this rate, casualties were inevitable. At 10 o'clock, after finishing lunch, the journey resumed. Brother Mu, do we really need to hurry? We Haven T encountered a single resource crate this morning, and we wasted quite a bit of ammunition and gasoline. Not a single resource crate was found. Yet they had encountered numerous beasts and even faced 4 or 5 groups of vengeful spirits. Fortunately, Lin Mu had ample supplies of yellow paper and vermilion, equipping the entire team. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many of the 19 would remain. We must keep moving. Just take a look at the regional channel and the death toll. The chubby boy glanced at the regional channel and swallowed hard. This is forcing people to flee. The convoy quickly departed, daring not to slow down. After all, lives were at stake. Lin Mu was unconcerned about life and death. He merely wished to know if today would yield no resources at all. Swish. Congratulations on defeating an S-level vengeful spirit. Earning soul essence, S. X1. This marked the 22nd vengeful spirit he had slain that day. Sigh, not a single resource crate. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The convoy had not halted since noon, yet they had encountered no resource crates. Had Shui's luck run out? Wasn't he everything fine yesterday? It seemed today was devoid of resource crates. At 7 in the evening, the convoy came to a stop. It was time to distribute supplies and meals. Vehicle 1520. Please check the surroundings, particularly the color of the toxic mist. Understood. The early warning device should not be forgotten. It was indeed quite useful. Once all arrangements were made, Lin Mu reclined on the sofa at the back. 001 brought the prepared food to him and poured a drink. 001. We can't keep indulging in such rich meals every day. Let us have something lighter tomorrow. Prepare that lobster. Yes, master. Lin Mu savored the delicious food while the others enjoyed instant noodles and sausages. It wasn't tea that he refused to share. There simply wasn't tea enough. He only had about 100 pounds of beef on hand. It was impossible for everyone to partake. Chapter 86. A new calamity? It doesn't seem like a disaster. Until 11 at night, they had not encountered any emerald green toxic mist, though they came across various poisonous creatures. During this time, Lin Mu refrained from intervening, relying solely on the efforts of his squad members. They had guns and ammunition. If they couldn't handle the situation now, it would be quite unreasonable. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Mu casually sipped a cold drink while browsing the regional channel. District 62, 750, 000 people remaining. The numbers were still dwindling, but the death toll was not excessively high. Based on current trends, even by midnight, it was unlikely to drop below 70, 000. I've run forward 1,000 kilometers. I refuse to believe the toxic mist can catch up. Gentlemen, cease your chatter. Who among you possesses surplus petrol to sell? Name your price. 1 liter of antidote for 1 liter of petrol. You are nothing but a heartless merchant. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering that this opportunity had come a tad late. However, he had already listed a batch of petrol, albeit with sluggish sales. 100 L of petrol, exchanged for any 10 pieces of junk, plus any 1 blueprint. The slow sales were not without reason, yet he remained unyielding. After all, he did not currently require an abundance of resources. In this leisurely fashion, Lin Mu awaited the stroke of midnight. This time, none dared to succumb to sleep. Even in fatigue, they resolved to wait. They had no desire to perish without understanding the circumstances. As the clock struck 12, the voice resonated. Congratulations to all for surviving thus far. You are truly the fortunate ones I have chosen. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Who would willingly come to such a place? If given a choice, he would rather die than partake in such a game. Unexpectedly, no one had succumbed to slumber this time, which diminished his amusement. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Next week would surely bring them joy. After 3 trials, you have proven yourselves as competent players. The ensuing 14 days will bear no safety. Each day shall be a day of calamity. Do not despair. Since disaster has arrived, it surely brings with it benefits. The first boon is a loan. You may advance your core to level 6 to unlock a new mode. As for the interest, it will be 500 points worth of supplies daily on the first day, 1,000 on the second, and 1,500 on the third, and so forth. Should you fall short on interest, you understand the implications. The interest will cease once you replenish the required cores. Of course, you may opt not to take a loan and instead remain as mere vehicles. Lastly, this disaster will unfold as a team war, or, as one might call it, a team game. You shall find it enjoyable. All channels will be closed from now on and will reopen tomorrow at 9. Once the voice faded, chaos erupted in his intercom. Captain, how do we choose? The loan upgrade has appeared. Indeed, do we need this level 6? They certainly desired it, yet they could not afford the points nor the cores, whether materials or cores. All lay in Lin Mu's possession. They had only petrol and a scant amount of supplies for vehicle repairs. As for the cores, the situation was no different. You need not choose. The team will undoubtedly differ from the individual. Since Lin Mu had asserted this, what else could they do? Though apprehensive, they could only place their trust in Lin Mu. What other course was available? Meanwhile, the green mist outside their vehicle dissipated, and the highway underwent incessant transformation. Yet, none noticed these changes. The following morning, Lin Mu observed the team members congregating. Rubbing his eyes, he descended from the vehicle with 001. What has transpired? Lin Mu stretched. Still not fully awake. Brother Mu, look at the ground beneath our feet and the road surrounding us, the chubby one urged. Lin Mu lowered his gaze. Oh, how did the ground transform into such a concrete expanse? Is this area not excessively vast? As far as the eye can see, it is entirely concrete. 001. Calculate the dimensions here. It measures 50 by 50, a perfect square. What does this signify? Moreover, the distant road appears to have widened considerably, accommodating 10 vehicles side by side with ease. Captain, we just inspected the surroundings, and there is a protective barrier encircling us. We cannot exit. We are confined to this location, Zhang Qian reported. At this moment, Lin Mu regained his composure and activated the regional channel, but as the time had not yet arrived. Nothing was displayed above. Is this the nature of the change? Survival on the road? If we cannot leave this road, what manner of survival is this? Let's head back to the vehicle for a meal and discuss further at 9. Lin Mu was the first to reach the car, activating the shelter mode. Based on the sounds from earlier and last night, it was evident that the shelter mode was of utmost importance. Otherwise, there would be no need to secure a core upgrade. Lin Mu's vehicle began its transformation, evolving into a 3-story structure. A heavy machine gun was mounted atop, with 2 more positioned on either side. 4-toed artillery pieces stood at each cardinal direction, a mere 20 meters from Lin Mu. At that moment, a new message appeared on the panel. Detected player as the team leader. Would you like to connect the vehicles to create a larger shelter? Lin Mu's eyes brightened. His suspicions were confirmed. The team indeed possessed additional capabilities. Subsequently, a transparent map emerged before him, revealing 4 boxes surrounding his vehicle, where the Team South vehicles could park for connection. Shoot E, little fatty. Position your vehicles on either side of mine. Understood. The 2 drove their cars, aligning themselves according to Lin Mu's instructions. Soon, 2 connector-like appendages extended from the first floor, linking the 2 vehicles together. The shapes of the vehicles began to transform. However, their area was considerably smaller than Lin Mu's first floor, approximately 20 square meters. The interior items vanished, leaving only a workbench and a simple bed. Shu Yi gazed at the changes before her, feeling somewhat disoriented. Where's her steering wheel? What happened to her dashboard? Why has the windshield become a window? Reflecting on Lin Mu's house, could it be that hers had also transformed into a shelter? The remaining 17 vehicles likewise morphed into structures, standing tall in this new environment. Regrettably, these houses could only be arranged in a cross pattern radiating from Lin Mu's vehicle. This differed significantly from Lin Mu's vision of constructing a 3-story building. Observing the vehicles that had become houses, the occupants still felt a sense of joy. At the very least, they now had a bed and could finally rest properly. Additionally, Lin Mu discovered another advantage. Through the team interface, he could view the floor plan of his shelter. From this layout, he could position weapons atop these structures. In other words, he could place the heavy machine guns on the rooftops of these 19 vehicles. He could choose to control them himself or allow others to take command. Without a doubt, he would let them manage it themselves. Who else possesses firepower as formidable as his? Chapter 87, a new mode of mobility, which appears quite promising. Not only in team warfare, but even in national conflicts, he stands as an unparalleled force. As the clock struck 9, the regional channel was unlocked. Suddenly, atop Lin Mu's residence, a flagpole materialized. This was not his possession, but rather an item appended by the system, the nature of which Lin Mu remained unaware. At that moment, he found himself lost in thought while gazing at the regional channel. Huagua Region 88. 42 million Huagua Region? This national zone? Lin Mu had initially presumed that this occasion involved the amalgamation of several regions, only to discover that it was, in fact, a consolidation by nation. Could it be that the so-called team warfare is akin to national warfare? If so, he felt an immense psychological burden lifted from his shoulders. Although he previously bore no such burden, the current situation alleviated any lingering concerns. Instead of hastily scanning the chat box, he opted to open the global channel, which boasted a staggering population of 4.5 billion. This indicated that Huagua's populace constituted nearly 1/5 of the total. Huagua unknown. Haha, we actually represent 1/5. You all are woefully inadequate. Huagua unknown. Sakura, should I encounter you, I shall sever your national flag and obliterate your entire clan. Sakura, unknown. Just take a look at the convoy rankings. How many of you in Huagua are there? A pitiful bunch. National flag? Lin Mu furrowed his brow. He accessed the convoy information, and on the schematic of the shelter, a symbol had indeed appeared atop his residence. Presumably, that was the national flag. He directed his camera towards the roof, and, indeed, a flag of Huagua was now present. Was victory determined by annihilating the opponent or by removing their flag? Lin Mu pondered this and decided to consult the panel. Defeating the opponent or dismantling the flag both count as victory. Lin Mu stroked his chin. If dismantling the flag constituted a win, it was likely that other convoys would retain a portion of their vehicles for a full-scale assault on the opposing shelter. However, against a stronghold like his heavy machine gun position, they would find little success. As for dismantling the flag, Lin Mu recalled his 40-meter-long sword. A sword with a 40-meter connecting rod. Dismantling the flag should be a straightforward endeavor. Report to the captain. The ground is beginning to shift. What are our orders? What does that mean? Lin Mu quickly turned his gaze to the monitor. The entire roadway resembled a conveyor belt, advancing the region of the shelter forward. The speed was not particularly swift, approximately 10 kilometers per hour. Just observe the surroundings carefully. Report any discoveries of resource boxes. Understood. Indeed. He had yet to mention the matter of resource boxes. Lin Mu scrutinized the monitor, momentarily uncertain about how these resource boxes would manifest. He opened the regional channel and glanced at the chat box. The current divisions were organized by nation. Excluding a few smaller countries, there were likely over 100 regions. If not more. No, I believe there should be over 200 regions. Those smaller nations are weak in military terms, but here, the initial competition does not hinge on military might. Regardless, we are now beginning to encounter individuals from abroad. It matters not. Those who have yet to join the convoy, hasten to do so. Alas, one should not harbor any expectations from the outset. There exists not a single piece of useful information here. Lin Mu could only helplessly lean back in his chair, watching the shelter slowly advance. The pace was uncontrollable, leaving him to merely observe its movement. An hour later, a crossroads materialized ahead, halting the shelter. Roads branched out in all four directions. A report. In the sky, resource crates appeared, though they descended at a considerable distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu swiftly adjusted the camera to survey the surroundings. Indeed, variously colored resource crates floated above, with a drop zone approximately 50 meters away. According to the circumstances of other convoys, it was likely that several vehicles would be dispatched to retrieve them. Yet, he could not possibly resort to such primitive methods. If the distance was insufficient, he would simply extend it. Although the area appeared remarkably safe, Lin Mu was convinced that the lush grass concealed dangers. After all, which prime location would allow weeds to grow to 3 meters in height? Everyone, remain still and wait, he commanded. After a moment of contemplation, he activated the workstation to craft a batch of cameras. These are for you. Install them on your rooftops to monitor the vicinity. Shi, you will be stationed inside. Responsible for checking the global and regional channels. Record any useful information that arises. Hearing this, Shi paused, glancing at the empty chair beside her. Alas, she still could not forget. Understood. Jiang Ying, you will monitor the trading hall. Inform me of any suitable blueprints. Yes, little fatty, delegate some tasks. And then you need only await reports. Lin Mu enhanced the collector's range to 100 meters, eagerly anticipating the descent of the resource crates from above. He wondered what resources would emerge this time. The previous yellow paper and vermilion were of little utility, aside from being usable in the toxic mist. They served no purpose at this stage. In team warfare, all were human. What need was there for talismans? Regarding the next batch, Lin Mu had his speculations but remained uncertain of what would be given. Perhaps suspended missiles, naval artillery, or other items related to air and sea. The resource crates landed on the ground, their attached parachutes vanishing. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Lin Mu extended the collector, making his way to a location over 60 meters away. With ease, he opened the crate. Previously, amidst the mists, the newcomers had been oblivious to how Lin Mu had managed to open the crates. Now, the mystery was unveiled. Their persistent question was finally resolved. How could their captain obtain so many crates without encountering any issues? How could there possibly be trouble? At such a distance, what danger could arise? Congratulations on opening the bronze resource chest, acquiring 80 units of beef, 400 bottles of mineral water, and 1,200 rounds of general rifle ammunition. Congratulations on opening another bronze resource chest, obtaining 400 rounds of general shotgun ammunition, 200 copper ingots, and 1,200 rounds of general rifle ammunition. In this street, the resources within the chests are abundant. However, the essential item remains ammunition. It can be said that regardless of the chest's nature, whether golden or wooden, ammunition is invariably present. Ammunition has become a necessity in this instance. Lin Mu appeared bewildered. Shouldn't such items be crafted by oneself? Can there truly be individuals devoid of ammunition? Yet upon reflection, he realized he had not acquired many blueprints for ammunition. Perhaps they were accessible in the early stages, but have since vanished. With such a surplus of ammunition, he found little personal utility in it. Selling it seemed more prudent. However, prior to selling, he needed to assess the market. He picked up the intercom. Jiang Ying, please check the trading hall for the ammunition trading situation. Shui. Examine the chat channel to see everyone's weaponry status, and discreetly inquire in the regional channel. Others, please assist by posing as buyers in the regional channel. Chapter 88. Encountering the first convoy to sell items successfully, the presence of shills is indispensable. Just as bars have drink shills, real estate offices have housing shills. And even performances employ atmosphere groups. Why should he not employ a similar tactic for his sales? The absence of an auction mode is likely due to this very reason. The other team members busied themselves, leaving Lin Mu the most relaxed among them. It was high time for him to delegate all tasks effectively. With his legs propped on the control panel and humming a tune, he occasionally glanced at the screen, relishing the moment. Half an hour later, Brother Mu. Based on our findings, the demand for ammunition remains substantial. The need for firearms is similarly high. It appears that few teams possess the blueprints. Even those who do are reluctant to equip everyone. One cannot fathom how many team leaders have been sniped, usurping their positions. Because of this very method of advancement, they guard their weapons fiercely. Some teams have even found themselves bereft of ammunition and weapons due to the deaths of those holding blueprints. Jiang Ying. How is the sale of weapons and ammunition faring? Jiang Ying surveyed the trading hall. The prices are exorbitant. 50 rounds of ammunition require 20 copper ingots, 10 units of wood, and 5 universal materials. This exchange rate is roughly consistent across the board. Even the cheaper options are not significantly less expensive. And the prices for weapons have surged compared to before. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering whether these individuals were so certain of ammunition's utility. Yet indeed, the chests were filled with ammunition. Yellow paper and cinnabar were still present, albeit in lesser quantities. List the ammunition for sale, exchanging it for yellow paper, cinnabar, and various blueprints. For component blueprints, I will exchange one for one. The likelihood of successful exchanges should not be a major concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu continued, please put these essential supplies on the shelves as well. These can be exchanged for the same resources, but set the prices slightly higher. Don't make them too low. I've allocated 5,000 of each: gold, silver, copper, and iron. He has plenty of these materials. As for the elevated prices, there is no need for concern. You do have to repay the loan interest, don't you? If you don't, well, you might as well await your demise. He has gained considerable insight into this game now. Indeed, since Lin Mu has made such a request, Jiang Ying will comply. Soon, they arrived at the second intersection. The group was already prepared, their eyes fixed on the monitor, ready to report the location of the resource boxes at a moment's notice. However, this time, the arrival of the resource boxes was rather peculiar. Report. The resource boxes have been spotted, but they are all guarded by vengeful spirits. Lin Mu gazed at the display ahead, taking a sharp breath. What on earth? Is this number excessive? Each resource box is protected by 10 vengeful spirits. This is utterly absurd. Yet, he remained undeterred. He would take action. A silver cube ascended, launching spells at the distant spirits. Each spell effortlessly dispatched a spirit, presenting no challenge whatsoever. An hour later, a wave of resource boxes had been secured. However, Lin Mu felt far from elated. What happened to the promised warfare? What about the battles? Is this all there is? How can he expand his team? How can he acquire vehicle cores? Report. We have made a turn. At the intersection, the ground shifted left, entering a side road rather than remaining stationary as before. Lin Mu quickly sat up straight. Personnel in all directions, pay attention to your bearings. Report immediately upon any discoveries. Unexpected occurrences indicate special situations may arise. Were they finally about to encounter the first shelter? Damn it. Why are there so many resource boxes, yet only 10 secured? A middle-aged man, barely 6 meters tall, expressed his dissatisfaction. Captain Watanabe, we cannot be blamed for this. Our supply of yellow paper and red cinnabar is exceedingly limited. Furthermore, at 9 o'clock this morning, the game deducted 500 points worth of resources from us. Even if we wished to exchange, we would be unable to. Report. The ground has changed direction and is not proceeding straight. Through the drone's feed, they observed another shelter approaching from the distance. Hearing the voice over the intercom, Watanabe's eyes lit up. Since we lack sufficient resources, we shall seize them. Based on the area's distribution, it is highly probable that this shelter belongs to another country. Let us observe their flag. China. Watanabe was momentarily taken aback. Then a sinister grin spread across his face. In that case, I can rest easy. Everyone, prepare for battle. Motor vehicles should be ready to encircle from both sides. China. Then I can be even more ruthless. Watanabe licked his lips, recalling that his previous victims had been his fellow countrymen, and he had refrained from employing excessively brutal methods. But this time, he intended to unleash his true self. I hope to prolong my enjoyment. Otherwise, it would be quite regrettable. Lin Mu observed the screen, where a small black dot was gradually magnifying, appearing to be about 2 to 3 kilometers away. Alas, this camera is utterly inadequate, failing to provide a clear image. I only know that what I encountered is a refuge, yet the nationality of the counterpart remains ambiguous. Never mind, let it be whichever nation it may, ultimately. They are all destined for annihilation. I must insist that everyone secure their machine guns. No one is permitted to act without my directive. Having finally encountered them, we must ensure none escape. What if a retreat becomes necessary during combat? Although the voice proclaimed that only death constitutes failure, it made no mention of success. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Displaying weakness is the most effective strategy one can conceive at this moment, for no one can withstand a seemingly feeble convoy. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together, believing it would be best to dispatch a motorcade. This occasion presents an opportune moment to test the essence of team warfare. As the two groups found themselves a kilometer apart, both halted, momentarily stunned, Lin Mu included. Captain, what shall we do now? The heavy machine gun boasts a range of 1,500 meters, surely capable of reaching the adversary. However, their firearms would not be effective. After all, the heavy machine gun is controlled by the brain, while the guns are manually operated. Lin Mu stroked his chin, instructing Zhang Qian. Take 2 men and circle around in the middle, then return to assess their weaponry. We cannot deploy the heavy machine gun just yet. It is not that it cannot be used, but rather that it cannot eliminate the enemy in one strike. As both teams presented themselves, a panel appeared, displaying a 5-minute countdown. Once the time elapses, we may choose to flee, albeit surrendering half of our supplies to the enemy. 5 minutes. That is manageable, although it will depend on the outcome thereafter. He desires both resources and personnel. Chapter 89, a full channel announcement. Truth be told, I do not want this. Lord Watanabe. 2 vehicles from the enemy are approaching. Shall we engage? A resounding slap echoed as Watanabe struck the back of the individual's head. Are you foolish? What is the range of our firearms? Wait until they draw near, then let the rear vehicles attack. The vehicles on both sides stood ready to charge. Even if they could not vanquish the enemy, they must compel them to surrender. Defeating the enemy is merely talk. Watanabe is acutely aware of the weaponry in their possession. He believes the adversary harbors the same thoughts. Let us see who can endure until the very end. Had it not been for the multitude of rooms on the opposing side, he would have ordered an immediate charge. Yet, what is the purpose of that 3-story building in the center? Zhang Qian and his subordinates circled for 3 minutes, still witnessing no action from the enemy. After some contemplation, he leaned forward cautiously. However, the enemy remained unresponsive. Brother Qian, what should we do? We are now about 350 meters away. Zhang Qian scratched his head, realizing that getting any closer would invite retaliation. Return, but take your time. Understood. The 2 vehicles executed a U-turn, leisurely making their way back. Watanabe furrowed his brow at this development. What could the enemy possibly mean by not advancing? Shall we pursue? Another slap resounded. Are you foolish? The speed of the opposing party clearly indicates they are attempting to entice you. Do you still wish to be deceived? Everyone, do not move. I am eager to observe the tricks they employ. Surrender entails relinquishing half of our resources, while failure culminates in death. This implies that as long as no one acts, the 2 factions can only confront each other in this stalemate. You must choose between death or retreat. Otherwise, this impasse will persist. It can be stated that both parties share almost identical thoughts, save for the fact that Lin Mu possesses a contingency plan. Shaking his head, Lin Mu remarked, "It seems we can only acquire resources. The humans are unattainable. You too, accelerate your return. Everyone else, prepare. As soon as they return, elevate the heavy machine guns and unleash a relentless barrage upon that central shelter adorned with a flag." He wished to attract their attention, but they remained unfazed. What could be done? In light of this, resorting to brute force became the only solution. It would be a waste of these individuals otherwise. He pondered whether the team could escape upon the captain's demise. If not, this endeavor would yield tremendous gains, else he would suffer a loss of half the resources. Zhang Qian pressed the accelerator, racing back to the base with another vehicle. In reality, only 3 minutes had elapsed since the onset of this ordeal. The heavy machine guns emerged from both sides and directly ahead, their positions increasingly elevated, ensuring no interference among them. Open fire. Watanabe, observing the screen, felt his pupils constrict. What on earth is this? Heavy machine guns. How could such a thing exist? In an instant, bullets rained upon the structure, creating ripples of destruction. A deluge of bullets cascaded to the ground. Seeing this, Watanabe sighed in relief. Though he was uncertain of what this was, it could provide defense. Crack. The protective shield shattered within mere seconds, giving way to a torrent of bullets that obliterated the walls and the occupants within. The flag collapsed. Ding. Congratulations to the player Lin Mu from Huagua for eliminating the player Watanabe Haru from Sakura, acquiring 80 resources from the opponent, obtaining 80 resources from the enemy convoy, and capturing 12 individuals. Captives hold significant value, but this matter can wait. Why only 80? What of the remaining 20? As for the personal convoy, that was inconsequential. However, what was the situation regarding that 20? Panel, why am I limited to 80 resources? To support a battle, we require substantial loans. A 20-unit fee is not excessive. Is it? Lin Mu's lips twitched. Could he dare to call it excessive? To preclude you from inquiring again, this 20 also encompasses vehicle cores, please be advised. Lin Mu opened his mouth, striving to suppress the urge to curse. He inhaled deeply, adopting a serene expression. May I inquire where these items are? They are located within the opposing base. You have 30 minutes to retrieve the resources, lest they be claimed by the game. Thank you very much. Everyone, return with the resources. Bring back even the vehicle fragments. Since you charge me a 20 fee, don't expect me to leave anything for you. The defeated refuge has transformed into ordinary vehicles. Towing them back is quite straightforward. As for the occupants inside, they have all succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother Mu, Shui advised. You might want to check the regional channel. It seems you've gained some notoriety. Notoriety? Regional channel? Lin Mu hurriedly accessed the regional channel, only to find a gilded inscription above the chat box proclaiming that Huawei player Lin Mu had slain Sakura player Watanabe Haru. The entire chat box was abuzz with this news, albeit the barrage of comments was somewhat slow. Lin Mu, you're incredible. Is this the awakening of your bloodline? We've only just begun, and you've already finished? If it were me, I could be this quick too. Not only the regional channel, but even the global channel was dominated by this gilded text, and it was even more prominent than in the regional channel. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What on earth is this? Can't I have some say in the matter? Even in a game, one can choose to remain anonymous. Yet this was laid bare for all to see. Fortunately, his chat remained anonymous. Huagua anonymous, so impressive. The text he sent was actually in gold. After he sent his message, the barrage of comments surged dramatically. The Huagua players were all praising him, while the Sakura players were cursing him and even vowing to kill him. Helpless, Lin Mu closed the panel. Whether they cursed or not was of little consequence. He could deal with them later. The golden barrage, however, was rather glaring. Panel, what is the deal with this golden text? Is there any way to cancel it? It can be cancelled. It will disappear after midnight. The first killer of the day receives golden text, the second silver, and the third yellow, lasting for 1 day. You really are kind to me. I appreciate it. Thankfully, only the font was golden, while the messages remained anonymous. This was somewhat reassuring for him. The team members returned, each towing a vehicle, and the base began to move forward again. Lin Mu looked at these vehicles with a sense of satisfaction. Which one is the command center's vehicle? Jiang Ying pointed to the dilapidated vehicle behind her. It's this one. While it was indeed shabby, it contained a level 6 vehicle core. Lin Mu yanked open the door and retrieved the core from inside. I have a level 6. Chapter 90. The calamity starts and ends on time. The core in the vehicle was merely a level 4 core. Lin Mu's face twisted in anger. People die, and you reclaim the loan directly, right? It's one thing to charge a 20 fee, but now you're even seizing the loan that was sent out. Alas, what can be done? This is the largest game here, after all. Take out the cores from the other vehicles. Ultimately, 12 vehicles yielded 12 captives and 9 vehicle cores. That's right, 9. What happened to rounding up? You disregarded all of them. 96, and you just tossed it away. This is truly outrageous. Lin Mu's lips twitched again. This was simply too much of a ripoff. 9 vehicle cores, comprising 8 level 3 and 1 level 4. He harbored grave suspicions that the 3 cores that had been confiscated were all level 4. As for the materials within the cores, he was uncertain about the exact quantities that were missing. Nevertheless, why dwell on the minutiae of what was received without effort? After all, there remained a plethora of vehicles, which could yield additional resources. The vehicles were available for personal exchange. The crowd's expressions brightened. Some among them possessed vehicles of lesser quality, and the prospect of acquiring a superior model was indeed appealing. Thank you, Captain. You are truly remarkable. 10 minutes later, Lin Mu had discarded the abandoned vehicles into the recycling station. This battle had reached a conclusion, marked by both casualties and surrenders. Overall, the death toll was relatively low, inflicting minimal harm. Yet, for those who had surrendered, their survival over the next 3 days was uncertain. Once these matters were addressed, the shelter continued its journey. Every hour or two, they encountered a cache of resources. Each encounter was accompanied by wild beasts. The vengeful spirits had faced such creatures earlier that day. They were easier to handle, as they could be dealt with through simple elimination. This also provided them with a considerable amount of food. At 6 in the evening, the shelter ceased its advance and came to a halt. Observing the stationary ground, Lin Mu felt a sense of bemusement. Your working hours are quite fixed, are they not? 9 to 6, perhaps? Shall we expect weekends off as well? With a wry smile, Lin Mu exited the shelter, and the others followed suit. Captain, is today over? Indeed. It seems today has concluded. With everything halted, could it be otherwise? By the way, how are the cherry blossom individuals faring? Rest assured, Captain, they are all securely bound. As per your instructions, they are all shackled with chains, Zhang Qian replied with a cheerful expression. These were indeed valuable resources. According to Lin Mu's assertion, as long as one remained within the confines of the convoy, they were considered part of the team. 12 individuals equated to 12 portions of supplies. As long as they remain alive, that is sufficient. Were it not for the resources, I would have undoubtedly eliminated them outright. Shui, Please tally the current levels of the vehicle cores and the vehicles themselves, and subsequently arrange for tonight's dinner. We have procured an ample amount of meat today. Let us determine how to manage it. Even with one battle per day, that amounts to 13 encounters, nearly 200 individuals. These vehicles must be reinforced, otherwise. Where shall we accommodate these people? 19 vehicles, with each accommodating 4 individuals, totals merely 76, and including his own, just over 80. This is untenable. Lin Mu glanced at his backpack, feeling a pang of regret. It appeared that he would have to wait to upgrade his vehicle cores. He decided to enhance these vehicle cores first. He remained rooted in place, not departing. Why are you not leaving? Lin Mu furrowed his brow. It seemed he had been too lenient with them, as they had ceased their labors. He replied softly, have you forgotten? All of us possess level 1 cores. And you have taken all the higher level cores. Lin Mu's lips twitched. He coughed lightly, realizing he had overlooked this detail. He questioned why the quantity of supplies was incorrect, only to realize that those individuals did not count towards the load capacity. Clearing his throat, he distributed the supplies, ensuring that all cores were upgraded to level 4 and vehicles to level 6. He had handed over 19 cores of each level from level 1 to level 3 to Shui. She took these cores and began to allocate them, prompting the individuals to hastily return to their vehicles and elevate the core levels. The situation was undeniably awkward. Lin Mu rubbed his nose, regretting his lapse in memory. Whether it was the batch of vehicles owned by Zhang Qian or the later ones, he had inadvertently replaced their cores with level 1 ones. His initial intention had been to enhance his vehicle's cores, which required a significant number of high-level cores, yet he had completely forgotten this fact. Observing the remaining cores, Lin Mu sighed. Their quantity was still insufficient. He hoped for more battles each day. The following day, the location of the refuge began to shift, moving slightly faster than the previous day. It truly felt like a 9-to-6 routine. He hoped it would not be a 5-day workweek, as that would be a waste of time. While others wished for fewer encounters, he desired more battles. Upon reaching the first intersection of the day, they made a sharp turn. Lin Mu surmised that a confrontation was imminent. Sure enough, shortly after the turn, he spotted the enemy's structure through the drone, which he had acquired from an enemy backpack. Noticing the flag above, he raised an eyebrow. It was orange, white, and green, with a wheel in the center. If he was not mistaken, this must be the emblem of the third brother. Lin Mu was not well versed in national flags, only recognizing those of widely known countries. Soon, he confirmed his assumption that this was indeed the third brother's insignia. After all, which household could fit so many people into a single vehicle? Captain, it's the third brother's men. Should we engage directly? Engage directly, and aim for the enemy's flag-bearing refuge. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within a minute, a notification chimed. Congratulations to Huagua player Lin Mu for eliminating a 3-player Raj, acquiring 80 supplies from the enemy and 80 supplies from their convoy, along with 33 captives. How many? Lin Mu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was 33 captives. But this stronghold doesn't appear large. How could there be so many? Brother Mu, your name is on the board again. Shi's voice crackled through the intercom. Lin Mu glanced at the regional channel, accustomed to the recognition. Let it be. What else can I do? This is automatic. I do not seek the limelight, but my strength does not allow for modesty. Soon, the vehicles were retrieved. Report, Captain. A total of 8 vehicles, carrying 33 individuals. That has quite a capacity. Chapter 91. Who else? 8 vehicles? 33 individuals? Indeed, as expected of the formidable individual. Lin Mu extracted the core components from 8 vehicles, exclaiming in astonishment. How could these individuals endure such a burden? 6 cores, all at level 3, with not a single level 4 among them. Truly ruthless characters. The resources within the cores were pitifully scant, with some cores containing fewer than 20 units. It was a dire situation indeed. You all divide among yourselves, he declared. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain. One team member whispered, shall we eliminate this batch? Perhaps we might encounter others later in the afternoon. Indeed, given our limited capacity, we could easily accommodate more. Lin Mu understood their thoughts. Patience was key. Soon enough, there would be additional waves of resources. The more individuals present, the greater the share of resources. The decision was made. Swift action was required. With that, Lin Mu retreated to his dwelling. Seated in a chair, he removed a piece of tissue from his nostrils. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent. How could they possibly consume curry while in the game? Every vehicle emanated a distinct curry scent, as did those individuals, with a notably intense aroma. Even with his nostrils pinched shut, traces of it lingered. It was no wonder they were reluctant to keep these people around. Once these individuals were loaded into the vehicles, it would take no more than 10 minutes for the entire compartment to be enveloped in that odor. This outpost had remained stationary for a full hour and a half. Lin Mu accessed the regional channel. Why had they remained halted for so long this time, when things had progressed swiftly yesterday? It seemed to depend on the conclusion of the last confrontation. Otherwise, how could they consistently meet at the same points? I have surrendered twice. and I am still unable to repay my debts. Is there a kind soul willing to assist me? I can visit in person. The individual above claimed to possess more than anyone else. One could not deny the validity of their statement. Observing through a drone, it became evident that both parties encountered each other at similar distances. It was indeed plausible that the shelter only commenced movement after the last individual concluded their engagement. Soon enough, the shelter began to advance once more. From a bird's-eye view, the entire highway resembled a grand chessboard, with each shelter as a chess piece traversing the roads. Each encounter signified a battle. At the next intersection, resource crates appeared. This time, there were no beasts or vengeful spirits, only solitary resource crates scattered about. Congratulations on opening a silver resource crate, receiving 8,500 L of gasoline, 850 yellow paper, and 170 mustard stones. An 85-fold return. One must ask, is there any delight greater? He believed no team could surpass his resource accumulation. Even if each item were worth just a single point, one crate would yield nearly 10,000 points. With 50 such crates in the vicinity, that amounted to 500,000 points. Who could rival him? Despite the fact that he maintained such a large group, the consumption was remarkably low. As for the captives, their impact on resources was negligible. After all, merely keeping them fed sufficed, with minimal consumption required. An hour later, 50 boxes were successfully managed. Lin Mu, filled with curiosity, accessed the vehicle information. Handsome Squad, 2030, held the first position with a score of 1,821,716. Rose Squad, 3030, secured the second place with 989,621 points. Qin People Squad, 2830, came in third with 71,112 points. In the regional channel, Lin Mu, with his fleet of 20 vehicles, was far ahead with an impressive 1.8 million points. However, it must be acknowledged that without his cheat skill and the unique characteristics of his vehicles, he might not have surpassed others. Observing the second-place squad, which boasted nearly 1 million points, it was clear that formidable squads existed. They simply had not crossed paths until now. Yet, what could be done? Luck was on his side. Out of curiosity, he opened the planetary leaderboard. Huagua Handsome Squad, 2030, led with 1,821,716 points. Huagua Rose Squad, 3030, followed in second with 989,621 points. Hans Cutter Squad, 2930, held third place with 892,841 points. Huaguachin People Squad, 2830, ranked 8th with 71,112 points. The top 10 featured 3 squads from Huagua, whereas previously, Lin Mu was the sole representative among them. This conflict was undeniably an opportunity. It was no wonder so many reveled in the spoils of war. They were indeed lucrative. Winning a single battle could yield an opponent's 80 resources, making point accumulation swift. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. These 7 days had settled into a routine, one battle in the morning, another in the afternoon, yielding 4 waves of resource boxes each day. Lin Mu's captives were at full capacity, prompting him to replace some of the less desirable captives each time. His daily life had also become quite structured, resembling a 9-to-5 schedule with 1 day off. Indeed, they had a day of rest, during which the shelter would not relocate. At this moment, their vehicles were parked near a lakeside, marking Lin Mu's first encounter with water during their travels. This sight inevitably reminded him of the second form. At the lakeside, Lin Mu and his companions set up a multitude of tables, accompanied by a barbecue grill. Enjoying the scenic view while indulging in delicious food and sipping on a bit of wine, life felt utterly delightful. If only this were not a survival game. It would be even better. Brother Mu, how much longer do you think this will last? After a week had passed, only around 60 million of Huagua's population remained. With global fatalities nearing 1 billion, when would it all come to an end? The chubby boy held a bottle of chilled soda, his face etched with worry. Although being with Lin Mu felt secure, the deaths of Shu Xin and Gu Wanqing had instilled considerable fear in him. Even after all this time, their memories lingered vividly. Lin Mu gazed at the shimmering surface of the water in the distance, momentarily lost in thought. An end? Perhaps it would conclude only when everyone perished. From an initial population of 5 billion to just over 300 million in less than 2 months. Shaking his head, Lin Mu mused, live in the moment. Forget the past, fear not the future, and do not waste the remainder of life. Let us savor what we can, who knows what tomorrow holds. In a rare moment of respite, the group gathered to bask in tranquility. As dusk fell, 3 moons ascended into the sky, 2 golden and 1 emerald. This was Lin Mu's first experience of the moons, having previously overlooked their presence. He pondered whether they resided on a single planet or traversed different celestial bodies with each appearance. At midnight, Lin Mu sat in contemplation before the screen when a voice suddenly echoed through the air. A week had passed. How was everyone faring? While he could not ascertain their well-being, he himself was thriving. Surely the team had noticed the rankings of the convoy. It was time to distribute rewards. Were they elated? A radiant glow flickered in Lin Mu's hand, revealing information about the item he possessed. Incredible, he exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 92, Revive. My Sister, Revival Card. Effect 1. When stored in the backpack, it activates autonomously. Upon death, one can choose to resurrect at the original location or a random one, with the vehicle transported alongside. Effect 2. When used directly, it can revive the deceased, erasing memories post-mortem. Note: souls of those killed cannot be revived. Astounding. This was remarkably powerful. With the addition of a life replacement doll, he effectively held 2 lives in his grasp. He had always kept the life replacement doll on the 2nd floor. Should an unfortunate event occur, he would instantly return there. Now, with this card, he could escape with his vehicle in tow. However, it was best not to rely on it. He then turned his attention to another card. Duel. Upon initiating a duel with a target, the challenger may choose from 3 combat styles: individual, team, or positional warfare. The victor claims all resources from the vanquished. Only the living can declare victory. Caution: the initiator may also perish. Use with care. Resources. This was somewhat underwhelming. He had an abundance of resources. Even without gathering resource boxes, he could sustain himself for 3 months, all while accommodating such a large group. Lin Mu toyed with the card in his hand. Did every member of the convoy possess one? Brother Mu, may I discuss something with you? Came the excited voice of Shu Yi over the intercom. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Speak. I have a revival card, and I wish to bring my sister back. Indeed, it appeared that each member of the squad possessed one. He assumed the others did as well, though he was uncertain about the captives. Consider this carefully. Using the card will consume it, and if your sister's soul is obliterated. Lin Mu believed their squad could maintain the top position, thus securing even greater rewards. Lin Mu shook his head. Such cards could not be perpetually available. The current distribution was likely due to Effect 1, and acquiring another would not be straightforward. You must decide for yourself. By the way, do the captives in your vehicle possess any cards? No. It seemed that only the vehicle's owner could obtain cards, indicating that there were no loopholes. 2 minutes later, the voice resonated once more from above. Are you not pleased? The rewards are not yet concluded. The recent rankings have revealed rewards for each region, but the main event lies ahead, the overall team rankings. Is it not exhilarating? The planetary rankings continue to reward only the top 100, with generous prizes awaiting you. Subsequently, weekly rankings will be automatically dispatched to your email. This time, Lin Mu possesses 3 cards: Vehicle Core Upgrade Card, bound; Vehicle Level Upgrade Card, bound; and a Team Upgrade Card. Is that all? Upgrading the vehicle core seems trivial. With a mere exertion of effort, it can be achieved. As for the vehicle level, that is simply a matter of having the materials, of which he has an abundance, far more than he could ever utilize. Lin Mu's interest waned instantly. The team upgrade card holds some utility, yet its value is somewhat limited. Perhaps it would be wiser to save it for the future? He mused that upgrading the vehicle later would undoubtedly pose a challenge. It cannot be said that these 2 cards are without merit. They will surely prove useful down the line. However, upon inspecting the card details, he realized that abstaining from their use was not an option. Vehicle Core Upgrade Card, bound, can only be used for upgrading this vehicle core from LV8 to LV9. Oh, so this was the catch. He had wondered why it bore the term bound. Initially, he thought it meant it was exclusive to him. But it was not only restricted to his use, but also required immediate application. With a sense of resignation, he activated it. Vehicle Core upgraded to LV9, backpack capacity 500. Carrying capacity 9. What an unadorned notification. Vehicle level upgraded to LV10. Overall vehicle space doubled. Waste utilization effect increased by 50. Second ability transform waste into treasure unlocked. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. This time the rewards were indeed substantial. The waste utilization effect was beneficial to him, though its application had become somewhat redundant due to excessive resources. Transform waste into treasure. Consumes certain materials to restore any item to perfect condition. Lin Mu stroked his chin. It sounded impressive, yet he had nothing in need of repair. Another effect that he could merely admire from afar. Only 1 card remained. He decided to use it without hesitation. Ding. Team level upgraded to LV2. Capacity increased to 50 members, unlocking a 1,000 slot warehouse for the team. Resource acquisition, X1. Alas, it was of no use, utterly unhelpful. Yet, Lin Mu's smile broadened despite his complaints, his body betraying a different sentiment. He rubbed his somewhat stiff cheeks and picked up the intercom. What did you acquire? Vehicle Core Upgrade Card and Vehicle Level Upgrade Card. Vehicle Core Upgrade Card and Vehicle Level Upgrade Card. It seems that only the team leader possesses the team upgrade card. In that case, you may use them as you see fit. Sister, Lin Mu remains unchanged. His words are quite amusing, Shu Xn remarked with a smile, gazing at her sister. Meanwhile, Shu Yi's face was streaked with tears. She had truly resurrected her sister. Indeed, he has not changed at all. In a moment, I shall have him provide you with a vehicle, and this time you must remain behind me. Last time was an accident. Who could have foreseen the events of the night? Shu Exion's memories of her last death remain profoundly vivid, for she has no recollection of anything that transpired after her demise. To her, it feels as though she was slain, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, found herself in her sister's car. Thanks to Shu Yi's recent explanation, she has gleaned a rough understanding of the circumstances surrounding her revival. Shu Exion feels incredibly fortunate to have truly returned to life. The following morning, Lin Mu, after finishing his meal, stepped outside to stretch his limbs. His gaze immediately fell upon Shu Exion and Shu Yi, who were leisurely strolling together. With time still before 9 o'clock, everyone was free to roam the area. "Wow, Brother Mu, it has been ages," exclaimed Shu Exion. "Ah, yes, indeed it has been quite some time. How do you feel after your revival?" He was curious. Having never experienced resurrection himself, "It feels quite good, actually. I don't sense anything unusual. In fact, I feel stronger than before," Shu Exion replied, playfully lifting Shu Yi by her legs. "What?" Lin Mu exclaimed, astonished at the ease with which she had hoisted her sister. "Did you really come back from the dead only to turn into a powerhouse?" Clearing his throat, Lin Mu instinctively took a step back and approached the enigmatic 001. "Have you checked your personal information?" he inquired. Shu Exion shrugged. "I don't even have a vehicle core. How could I possibly check?" Chapter 93. The core of that vehicle is gone without hesitation. Lin Mu produced a level 5 core and a vehicle. "Take a look at this. Don't tell me it's permanent. If that were the case, should I consider dying once to find out?" Lin Mu quickly shook his head. "That's a life-saving item. It shouldn't be wasted. Worst comes to worst, I could always consume that giant's whip," he added. Once Shu Exion had finalized her information, she shared it with Lin Mu. Name: Shu Exion, ID 9527LSX021131. Attributes: Strength 23, Constitution 20, Agility 18. Upon seeing these attributes, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. They were merely double the male values, which was within an acceptable range. It seemed that he need not contemplate death after all. Had Shu Exion been inclined to demonstrate a one-handed lift of a car, he would have readily considered self-sacrifice. "Not bad at all. With these attributes, you need not worry about being killed again," he remarked. Shu Exion's lips twitched slightly. "You certainly know how to flatter." Jiang Ying. Upon spotting Jiang Ying, Shu Exion waved eagerly. Though her memory lingered on yesterday, it had indeed been a while since they last met. Jiang Ying initially stared at Shu Exion in surprise, then forced a strained smile. "You have come back to life." "Yes, but what is wrong? You look rather displeased," Shu Exion observed. Jiang Ying glanced momentarily at Lin Mu, perhaps concerned he would blame her for using the revival card. "I used the revival card, but Sister Wan Qing did not return. Her soul must have been obliterated." Although it had been stated as a possibility, she still found it hard to accept when faced with the reality. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Despite their brief acquaintance, the bond between them had deepened significantly. Lin Mu shook his head in bemusement, unable to comprehend the thoughts of these individuals. He could understand Shu Yi's concern for her younger sister, but what about Jiang Ying? The two individuals had only known each other for a mere few weeks, lacking any blood relation, yet they audaciously utilized such a significant card. It can only be said that he fails to comprehend the nature of such a relationship. Lin Mu glanced at the time. It was nearly time to return to the vehicle. "Shu Exion, you should position yourself between your sister and the car ahead," he instructed. "All right." Upon returning to the vehicle, Lin Mu awaited their departure. As the clock struck 9, the entire convoy commenced its journey. With little to occupy his time, Lin Mu opened the global leaderboard for the convoy, noting that he still possessed a dual card that had yet to be used. Although resources were abundantly available, it seemed wasteful to let it go unused. He would not hold back against those from abroad. If it were individuals from his own country, he would feel a twinge of regret. China's handsome car team, 2050, ranked first with a score of 4, 728, 762. U.S. Night team, 3050, ranked second with a score of 2, 478, 812. China's Rose team, 2850, ranked third with a score of 2, 129, 621. China's Qin People team, 2830, ranked 8th with a score of 1, 881, 511. All of the top 10 teams boasted scores exceeding 1.8 million, highlighting the vast resources available amidst the catastrophe. Of course, many had perished. It could be said that the strong grew ever stronger while the weak simply vanished, either eliminated by other teams or dissipated due to unpaid debts. A clear objective emerged: the accumulation of all resources. Wouldn't his score then exceed 7 million? Just as he was about to employ the dual card, the base began to change direction. Is it about to commence? Drones were deployed to relay images from the opposing side. Oh, the stars and stripes? There seemed to be quite a number of vehicles. Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised by his good fortune, encountering such an abundance of cars. This could lead to a fresh wave of captives. He hoped for the chance to come across a vehicle belonging to his compatriots. How splendid it would be to have them drive with a collar on. He had not permitted any of the captives to take the wheel, not out of disdain, but because the game forbade it. Wasn't that rather unfair? According to the panel's exact wording, cross-region functionality was temporarily unavailable. It was frustrating, leading him to squander 30 slots. Should he send out recruitment information instead? Surprisingly, that could indeed be a viable option. It was for individuals from China, with only 20 slots available. Although one of the slots was a 3-story building for reasons unknown. A blond man seized the intercom. Ignore them, just bombard the enemy with heavy machine guns. A total of 30 heavy machine guns aimed towards Lin Mu's direction, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Lin Mu's position instantly activated an energy shield, deflecting the onslaught. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the abundance of firepower. However, the shield's level corresponded with the rank of his captain's vehicle. Moreover, with so many charged protective shields at his disposal, shattering them would be no easy feat. Target the heavy machine guns in 3 directions. He commanded. He was not afraid of bullets. As both sides exchanged fire, Lin Mu directed the barrels of 3-toed artillery pieces towards the enemy. Boom, 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 boom. In a mere 3 seconds, a barrage of fire erupted, culminating in 3 successive rounds, supplemented by heavy machine gun fire that shattered the opponent's shield. Victory was swiftly secured. Lin Mu reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, reflecting on the arduous nature of the battle, which astonishingly persisted for nearly 20 seconds. He reached for the intercom on the table. Go collect the spoils. Leave 1 captive per person, eliminate the rest. Captain, your vehicle hasn't accommodated any captives yet. Should we retain a few? I find their odor quite unpleasant. We shall wait for more suitable circumstances. The team members, upon hearing this, turned to glance behind them. And it was indeed true. There was an unmistakable stench. They dared not close the windows, lest they find themselves unable to sleep at night. Especially those vehicles that housed the individuals from across the border. The aroma was simply unbearable. 10 minutes later, a total of 30 vehicles were procured. Mu go. This one appears to be substantial. I just glimpsed a core, and it's brimming. Shu Xian exclaimed with palpable excitement. When had she ever encountered such an abundance of resources? Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with interest. Is it from that captain's vehicle? Shu Xian shook her head. No. That captain's vehicle contained no cores. Lin Mu's expression stiffened. What on earth? The captain's vehicle lacked resources, which meant that core must be a level 7. Given the resilience demonstrated by enduring 3 rounds of bombardment alongside a plethora of ammunition. Was it truly gone? There were 24 vehicle cores, comprising 18 level 5S and 6 level 4S. Lin Mu felt a pang of regret. That level 7 had undoubtedly been removed. Brother, couldn't you have drawn something else? Why must it be that? It was clear now that the core's contents had been transferred over, showcasing a remarkable playstyle. Yet, one could not deny the impressive caliber of this convoy's core levels. The abundance of level 5 cores was remarkable. Holding the core in his hand and contemplating the resources within, he pondered, could it possibly belong to that convoy? Chapter 94, A Continuous Passivity. Is this fair? Lin Mu promptly accessed the global convoy rankings. Huagua Handsome Convoy, 2050, first place, with 711 points. Huagua Rose Convoy, 2750, second place, with 721 points. Sakura Yagami Convoy, 2730, third place, with 437 points. Huagua Chinrin Convoy, 2830, seventh place, with 851 points. Indeed, the Eagle Sauce Convoy had vanished, and he had reaped 80 units of resources. How unfortunate that he had identified a worthy adversary for a duel, only to have them eliminated. Thus, the Sakura Convoy. You shall be my next target. However, it is curious that the convoy upgrade cards are not exclusive. All 3 top ranks possess them. It seems the exclusive cards for first place are 2 others. If that is the case, the only possibility remaining is the vehicle core upgrade card. Lin Mu scoffed. It appeared that all rewards were designated for a single convoy. What about his personal gains? Well, one can never have too much. Moderation suffices. Congratulations. You have opened a silver treasure chest and obtained 15,000 liters of gasoline, 750 mithril ingots, and 500 iron ingots. Roar. A 150-fold return. The convoy upgrade card is indeed remarkable. Thus, it appears that the other 2 teams are indeed at a disadvantage. That team was vanquished by him. As expected, the Rose team's points are skyrocketing. Lin Mu swallowed hard, feeling a stir of desire. Although resources have become of little use to him, he wouldn't mind having more. However, this Rose team is composed of allies in this current phase. Yaki, who could one choose if not the cherry blossoms? Endure a little longer with the dual card. Yet, what if the opponent is defeated? It is not impossible. Should they encounter the Rose team, they might very well lose. In that case, although both teams represent Huagua, it is preferable for resources to remain within one's own grasp. After all, no one can guarantee whether they will become adversaries amidst future calamities. Returning to the present, Lin Mu couldn't help but ponder the next battle. He hoped it would be a personal duel, otherwise, he would feel a twinge of embarrassment. After collecting a batch of resource boxes, the outpost continued its advance. Lin Mu found himself uncertain about the current situation. Based on past experiences, the second week should be more challenging than the first. However, this time, they began combat from the first week. Thus, previous experiences seemed somewhat inapplicable. If it were to unfold as it did last week, this would be the simplest disaster yet. Lin Mu reclined in his chair, his legs resting on the control panel. 001. Please fetch me a chilled soda and wash some fruit while you're at it. Yes, master. As the clock struck 12, the special battle commenced, prompting both sides to make their selections. A yellow coin appeared in the air, presenting Lin Mu with two options, positive and negative. What does this mean? The option representing positive dimmed. Both sides have made their choices. The coin flipped. Huh. Lin Mu stared at the vanishing interface. Is it really a forced selection? Captain, there is a golden coin in the sky. Did the vehicle just take a turn? Lin Mu furrowed his brows. Although he had been resting, he had kept an eye on the screen. The vehicle had been moving straight all along, without encountering any intersections or making any turns. Under normal circumstances, a battle or resource box would only appear at an intersection. Why has it begun executing without even knowing the opponent's status? Coin landed on positive. Please select the battle mode. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Is there no option for a passive approach? Is this fair? Please confirm. Confirm what? The team battle will commence in 5 minutes. This will be a 3-person team battle. Captains from both sides must select 2 team members to participate. Any usable weapons may be employed in this encounter. And the battlefield will be a circular area of 1,000 meters in diameter, comprising a city ruin. Anyone attempting to flee the area will be eliminated. A countdown appeared in the sky. If being passive is the case, so be it, as long as there are resources to gather. Lin Mu picked up the intercom. Shu Xian, come find me in my vehicle quickly. As for the others, who has the best individual combat skills? There will be a reward. Captain Mimi, I can take on 4 grown men. But you cannot. Captain, choose me. I run incredibly fast. Are you running away? Captain, I am exceedingly obedient. Listening to the cacophony emanating from the intercom, Lin Mu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had chosen Shu Xian for her physical prowess. Her agility would prove invaluable in critical moments. While it might not always be necessary, it was certainly advantageous to possess. Enough noise. Zhangqian, come to my location immediately. Let them fend for themselves. Who knows when this will conclude? Creaking sounds interrupted him. Brother Mu, I have arrived. Not only had Shu Xian come, but also Shu Yi. Concern was etched in Shu Yi's eyes, yet she found herself unable to refute Lin Mu's words. Rest assured, it is merely a 3-person team battle. Lin Mu produced an array of items. A USP pistol, an AK-47, a crossbow, a mithril longsword, daggers, mithril leather armor, and a bulletproof vest. Various armaments and protective gear were laid out before them. At that moment, Zhangqian arrived. Just in time. Put on everything you can. The opposing team undoubtedly possesses weapons. That is a given. Also, were these 2 bulletproof helmets. In short, he ensured they were fully equipped. With 3 minutes remaining, they hastily donned their gear. Once attired and armed, the trio vanished from Shu Yi's sight, leaving her filled with trepidation. In a flash, the 3 materialized amidst a desolate ruin. This resembles our blue star quite closely, Shu Xian observed, surveying the dilapidated buildings, noting the architectural style was indeed similar. The characters inscribed were even identical. Captain, do you think this could be Blue Star after our departure? Gazing at the calendar hanging on the wall, Lin Mu shook his head. This cannot be. It displays the year 2402, which is certainly not ours. Let us locate the opposing team. A kilometer is neither excessively large nor particularly small. If it weren't for the extensive ruins, it would indeed feel rather compact. However, these ruins were filled with towering edifices, each standing 20 to 30 stories tall, making the search quite cumbersome. Captain, can you open your backpack? Lin Mu attempted and confirmed. It can be opened. Zhangqian inquired. Do we have any explosives? We could level the area around us. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. You truly are a genius. But alas, we have no bombs. We do have numerous grenades, but they would be insufficient for demolishing buildings. It seems we must search methodically then. As for shells, they can't be detonated. I have tried, and it simply does not work. Yet, they need not search laboriously. Lin Mu retrieved a device, an infrared detector, believing it would expedite their search. You are the swiftest. Take this and search. He tossed it to Shu Xian. Her agility and speed made her perfectly suited for the task at hand. Chapter 95. Must we act so swiftly? 1,000 meters roughly equates to 5 city blocks. And within these 5 blocks, there were indeed numerous buildings. After 5 minutes of searching, they still had not caught sight of their opponents. Captain, this seems increasingly challenging. Do you think the enemy is aware of our capabilities, thus opting for such a strategy? If we were outside, it would take merely 10 seconds. How is it that we are now searching for so long without results? At that moment, Shu Xian returned. This is unacceptable. There is no way they could be hiding on the rooftop. Surprisingly, it is indeed a possibility. Although infrared detectors can probe, they have their limitations. What is wrong with these people? Why hide? If they have the ability, they should confront us directly. This pathetic mode of operation is truly dismal. Let us throw grenades. If 1 dozen T suffice, I refuse to believe that 101 T do the trick. Lin Mu carried box after box of grenades outside. In a distant building, James remarked, "We cannot continue to hide. We must confront them." Jack replied, "You must use your brain, you know? We have the advantage of height. Why seek them out?" James shrugged. "Indeed, Jack, we lack heavy firepower, armed only with this rifle. Patience is the best strategy to determine what those people are utilizing." Boom. A building collapsed before them. Jack swallowed hard. "Are you certain? Are we really going to wait for them here?" "Of course we will wait. Even if they demolish our building, they must approach. They cannot bombard us from 100 meters away. Look, they are coming. Quickly, open fire." Through the window, they spotted Lin Mu and his companions. They aimed and fired, disregarding the defensive gear worn by their targets. As long as they hit the arms and legs, victory was within their grasp. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hearing the gunfire, Lin Mu swiftly took cover behind a large boulder. The other two reacted just as quickly. "Brother Mu, what should we do? Blast them. Even if we throw them one by one, we must collapse this place. After all, these are high explosive grenades." Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, scattering debris with each blast. Yet, for the building, the damage remained minimal, seeing that they were unharmed. Jack and his team positioned themselves to trap Lin Mu and his companions in those two locations. With remarkable agility, Shu Xian sprinted to Lin Mu's side. "What if I simply place these boxes in the lobby and detonate them all at once? Throwing them one by one yields insufficient effect. Then be cautious. There are 4 boxes in total. Let Shu Xian repeatedly place them in the lobby." "Oh dear, they are transporting grenades." James exclaimed, "We must flee. This building is destined to collapse. Individually detonating them does not frighten them, but if they all explode together, they cannot guarantee the building's safety." However, Lin Mu and his group did not give them a chance to react. One by one, grenades were tossed into the lobby. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, shattering the walls of the first-floor lobby, and a crack slowly extended. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. "We must ensure to procure some explosives in the future. If we encounter such terrain again, we can simply blast our way through." After 2 minutes, the building began to tilt and then collapsed to the ground. "You too, be cautious. If you encounter anyone, shoot to kill." The consumption of grenades totaled a staggering 2,000. This was only due to them being high-explosive grenades. Had they been standard grenades, the effect would have been considerably less. The most crucial factor was that these buildings were inherently unstable. If it were a normal building, it would likely require at least 3,000 explosives to bring it down. It all hinges on luck. 10 minutes later, Captain Mu found the target. "Take him out. If they hadn't chosen this mode, we wouldn't have wasted so much time." Bang! The last man alive perished. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Mu from Huagua for eliminating player James from Yingjiang, acquiring 80 resources from him, and obtaining 80 resources from his vehicle fleet, along with 11 captives. The battle concluded, and the 3 were transported back to Lin Mu's vehicle. "Are you all right?" "We're fine. How could anything happen? We were slaughtering them effortlessly," Shu Xian replied with a grin. A flash of light revealed a wooden treasure chest appearing on the floor of the room. "No way, those people and vehicles can't be here, right?" Lin Mu carried the chest outside and casually opened it. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed forth. There were a total of 11 vehicles. "Mu go. Are you sure you don't want to release the captives on the 3rd floor?" Shu Xian recalled that he used to enjoy letting them go. "No, they reek. Even if I were to free them on the 3rd floor, I wouldn't want to. I somewhat regret not keeping those Sakura people now. Who knew we wouldn't encounter them again?" The previous Sakura individuals had long since been replaced by others from different nations. As for those captives, they were all sent to the afterlife. "Eliminate all of them," Lin Mu directed, gesturing toward the unconscious individuals. His vehicle fleet had no room left. Keeping them was futile. "Can we sell them at the trading center?" Shu Yi inquired, pointing at the unconscious figures. "Huh." Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the feasibility. After some consideration, he decided to consult the panel. Perhaps Lin Mu's query was rather unconventional, as the panel momentarily failed to respond. "Currently, biological entities cannot be sold." Lin Mu shrugged. "Can't sell them. Go fetch them. Let us deal with these people." "Understood. You two follow me." The trio returned to the room, where Lin Mu instructed 001 to provide each of the 2 a bottle to drink. "Speak up. What do you desire? I can fulfill any reasonable request." Can I have a female captive?" Zhang Qian murmured softly. "Huh." Lin Mu looked at him, perplexed. "I'm giving you a chance to have your wish granted. And you ask for a woman? Are you joking? If it's too difficult, just forget it." Lin Mu waved his hand. "There seems to be one outside. If you fancy her, take her to your vehicle. But I warn you, don't delay." "Rest assured, I'll handle it," Zhang Qian replied. His smile faltered as he realized how swiftly Lin Mu acted. Lin Mu suppressed a laugh. Cough, cough. If you prefer, I can save one for you next time. Or we could choose another. Zhang Qian pondered, ultimately deciding he didn't want anything at the moment. I'll wait for the next encounter. As for the three women here, I wouldn't dare to ask for them. Lin Mu shook his head, exasperated. The man was clearly driven by primal instincts. He then turned to Shu Xian. What about you? What do you wish for? Shu Xian observed Zhang Qian depart and cleared her throat. My sister and I wish to obtain this collar. My sister has an opportunity that she has not utilized. Lin Mu shook his head. That is not permissible. As it lacks reason. Everything can be accommodated, except for this. Chapter 96. Reasonable requests. Although Lin Mu no longer feared anyone, there was always the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Both individuals were indeed invested in this matter, but what if? It is crucial to recognize that if they were to withdraw from the convoy, they could be immediately transported away, and he could not afford to take that risk. The two women were not surprised by this outcome. Shu Xian merely sought to test the waters, never truly expecting success. Though her acquaintance with Lin Mu was brief, she believed she had a solid understanding of his character. Attempting to extract substantial benefits from him was akin to chasing a fool's dream. Particularly concerning matters that could potentially incur losses for him, he would never acquiesce. Please consider carefully what you desire. It must be reasonable. Lin Mu underscored the importance of reason. Shu Yi and Shu Xian exchanged glances. Reasonable? Who decides what is reasonable? How could this possibly be deemed reasonable? They were each granted one opportunity, which seemed ample, yet they appeared to lack genuine wants. Perhaps we should simply save our chances. One suggested, it is better to retain them than to squander them carelessly. Lin Mu shook his head. You should utilize them now. I fear I might forget. Who has the time to keep track of unexpressed desires? It would be quite troublesome. With a furrowed brow, Shu Xian sighed. The unexpected nature of this moment left her pondering, yet she could not conjure any requests. Could you provide us with some materials? We wish to craft some feminine products. Additionally, could we install a bathing facility? Since departing from here, bathing has become quite the challenge. Shu Xian gazed at Lin Mu with hopeful eyes. Recalling her sister's words about their lack of proper bathing since their vehicle departure, resorting only to simple washings with water. While this method offered some cleanliness, it was certainly not as convenient as a proper bath. Lin Mu stroked his chin. That is not a significant issue. As for the size of the space, you may resolve that yourselves. No problem. I will ensure it is prepared for you. How you choose to arrange it is entirely your prerogative. The area is sufficiently spacious. And after the upgrade of vehicle levels, it is vastly larger than before. Though it may not compare to what I possess here, it should suffice for your needs. Lin Mu turned to Shu Yi. Now that she has finished speaking, what about you? May we retain her equipment along with some snacks? Lin Mu regarded the two. I want to comment on Shu Xian's request. It merely pertains to a collection of materials. However, yours should be considered two separate requests. You must choose between the equipment or the snacks. But Zhang Qian just took the equipment, Shu Yi replied. I merely wish to confirm. If that is the case, we would like a month's worth of snacks. Shu Yi shrugged her shoulders. Lin Mu's lips twitched. You thought of that? Very well, you shall receive the snacks. And this set of clothing as well. He had originally intended to reserve the equipment for Shu Xian. Not only her, but he intended to provide for the entire team. He harbored concerns that such a combat strategy might arise again. In the afternoon, Lin Mu ensured that all the requested items were delivered, even to the extent of providing ample snacks for two. Conservatively rationed, these provisions could last them 3 months. At 5 o'clock, they encountered the third outpost. And as per the norm, the battle was resolved within a mere 10 seconds. This time, there was no deliberation over combat methods. They plunged directly into conflict. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lin Mu gazed at his backpack, now filled to the brim, with a look of exasperation. This marked the 4th backpack from the vehicle's core. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, pondering whether the storage box could be upgraded. With the largest storage box accommodating only 50 items, he had never considered the possibility. However, the situation had become untenable. The surplus of supplies was simply too great to contain. If the bed could be upgraded, it stood to reason that the storage box could as well. With this thought, he activated the panel to inquire further. Is it possible to upgrade tools such as the storage box using skills? Yes. Relieved by the affirmative response, Lin Mu's attention was drawn to the radar. Can the radar be upgraded? Yes, any item related to the vehicle can be upgraded. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. What purpose would it serve to refrain from upgrading? He first crafted a large storage box. Subsequently, he accessed the skills. Enlarge storage box capacity. Option 1. Increase by 50 slots. Requires 5 mustard stones and 50 universal materials. There was only a single option. Upon selection, the subsequent available options remained the same. It wasn't until reaching 500 slots that the requirements changed to 10 mustard stones and 100 universal materials, yet the increase in slots remained consistent. Lin Mu continued until he reached 1,000 slots before halting. He then crafted 5 additional storage boxes, yielding a total of 5,000 slots. He emptied all the materials from the filled vehicle cores. Fortunately, these slots could stack up to 999. Otherwise, the boxes might have proven insufficient. With this task completed, Lin Mu shifted his focus to the radar. After a single enhancement, its range expanded to 10 kilometers. For Lin Mu, this was more than adequate. Finally, he turned his gaze to 001, the auxiliary robot. Given that it was associated with the vehicle, it too could be considered relevant, or so he surmised. Uncertain yet intrigued, he decided to experiment. He selected 001 and placed it in the modification skill box, pleasantly surprised that it was indeed possible. Contemplating, he retrieved a crafted heavy machine gun and inserted it. Designating the machine gun as her weapon, he observed the familiar rotating circle appear, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The appearance of this indicator confirmed the possibility of modification. Lin Mu looked at 001 and couldn't help but lick his lips. If there was anyone he trusted in this world, it was undoubtedly this robot that belonged solely to him. As for whether there was a backdoor within 001, he no longer cared. If the game truly meant to eliminate him, there would be no need for 001. A mere thought would suffice to end his existence. Thus, what purpose does his worry serve? It would be more prudent to indulge in reckless modifications. Lin Mu licked his lips and swallowed hard. Come forth, my precious. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Perhaps it was peculiar for a skill to manifest a robot, yet this robot undeniably belonged to the vehicle, necessitating a gradual fusion of the two. 5 minutes elapsed before the options finally materialized. Option 1. Mithril Ingot X1, Silver Ingot X1, Universal Material X5, Mustard Stone X5. There were no explanations, merely numerical values of materials. To Lin Mu, this bore little significance. As long as he could modify, all was well. To his astonishment, it was indeed possible. He had not harbored high hopes. He merely wished to experiment. Chapter 97 Too weak. A radiant light enveloped 001 as the modification commenced. 1 minute later, 001 emerged. To the naked eye, there appeared to be no alterations. Had it failed? Yet that seemed implausible. The presence of options implied success. 001. Do you feel anything new within your body? 001 blinked and then extended her right hand, revealing a black circular void. She plunged her hand into the abyss and retrieved a medium-sized machine gun. Master, is this what you meant? Lin Mu's eye twitched. Is this truly a modification? Or have you merely equipped 001 with a backpack? If this is how you modify, I could have simply handed her a ready-made weapon. It felt like a cruel joke. After some contemplation, he retrieved a new heavy machine gun from his bag and placed it on the ground. Pick this up and see if you can use it. 001 obediently grasped the weapon, then shook her head. Master, I cannot wield this. So it was thus. The vehicle components required modification to be operational. They could not be utilized directly. Thud, thud, thud. The image of Shu Xian appeared. Mu Gu, the meal is ready outside. Would you care to join us? I shall come right away. Lin Mu took 001 with him as they stepped outside. In the center of the clearing, a bonfire blazed. Goodness. Have you all truly gathered materials? Observing the scale, it was indeed considerable. Of course not. We merely felled some trees from outside, came the reply. Lin Mu followed Shu Xian's gesture, noting several stumps left behind, the trees having vanished. Surrounding the bonfire were several felled logs. You certainly know how to have fun, he remarked. However, our food supply is limited. There is not much delicious fare. Lin Mu's lips twitched. It seemed they were merely waiting for him. Their provisions were indeed scant, each person possessing only a loaf of bread and a cup of instant noodles, with the only item cooked over the bonfire being a piece of roasted meat. With a wave of his hand, a variety of vegetables and fruits appeared on the table, alongside roasted chicken, sauced beef, and other cooked dishes. Do remember to prepare some rice. We cannot be satisfied with just this. Indeed, let us not neglect the captives. Let them not suffer from hunger. A mere 3/10 of satiety will suffice. Complete satisfaction is unattainable. Survival is the only objective. The following day marked the 9th of this calamity. At 9 o'clock, yet another battle commenced, a clash between encampments. The pivotal moment, however, would be the midday encounter. Lin Mu donned his gear and grasped the walkie-talkie. Everyone, equip yourselves for any eventuality. Yes, sir. If it were to resemble the morning's skirmish, it would be inconsequential. At worst, they would merely need to disrobe once more. Yet, should it mirror the previous day's noon, it would certainly take an intriguing turn. This implied that every subsequent midday would unfold in a similar manner. For him, the peril was minimal. The primary concern lay in the time wasted. Lin Mu gazed at the screen before him, where 4 monitors displayed a cerulean sky. As the clock struck 12, a golden coin materialized on the screens. Special battle initiated. Please make your selections. I shall choose first, heads. Both sides made their selections, and the coin flipped. The image of the coin began to spin before coming to a halt. Lin Mu stared at the stationary coin, bemused. Is this truly a flip? It appears more like a rotation. The coin landed tails. Please select your battle method. Blast it. Am I truly so unfortunate? Surely. I should have lucked out at least once in 2 attempts. 001. Do you think my luck is lacking? Master, it is merely a matter of probability. Your luck is not at fault. 001 certainly had a way with words. Please note, this team battle consists of 5 vehicles. Captains from both sides must select 4 team members to participate. All available weaponry may be employed, and the battlefield is a desert region, spanning a circular area of 10 kilometers in diameter. Any who venture beyond the designated area will be eliminated. The content remained largely unchanged, with a 5-minute waiting period. However, this time it was a 5-vehicle team match, reducing the team to 4 members. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the various types of team battles. Was the number of participants random? He was beset with questions, yet no opportunity for answers was presented. Tomorrow he would surely prevail. Tomorrow he would choose tails. He refused to believe that misfortune would strike him for 3 consecutive days. However, this time, circumstances appeared to favor him. Lin Mu picked up the walkie-talkie. Are all your vehicles at level 7? Reporting, I am level 7. I am only level 5. I am level 6. Lin Mu glanced at the walkie-talkie. Had he not instructed them to upgrade? How could there still be such low levels? He had placed 10,000 of each material directly in the warehouse. For those who have yet to upgrade, expedite the enhancement of your vehicles. Understood. Lin Mu contemplated the 4 individuals. Shu Yi, Shu Xin, and Zhang Qian would restore their vehicles, but the choice of the 4th member troubled him. Pick me, Brother Mu. My strength is formidable now. Seeing Shu Yi and Shu Xin able to engage in battle ignited a longing in Jiang Ying, who eagerly volunteered without a second thought. Victory would grant me the fulfillment of a wish. You? Best to refrain. You are too inexperienced. This is not a game. You shall serve as a mere support. Do not speak of Jiang Ying. Even the little chubby one appears as mere trifles in his eyes. Shu Yi is fortunate to be included. Shu Xin may possess average combat capabilities, yet her physical prowess far surpasses that of the others. One never knows when such attributes may prove advantageous. As for Zhang Qian, his combat skills are commendable. However, regarding the 4th member, he is unfamiliar with these team members, for in his perspective, they are merely tools. Their strength or weakness of little consequence. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Captain, I recommend Guang. He has a decade of experience as a driver and can handle combat while driving adeptly. Then let us proceed with that. Guang, bring the vehicle forward. The 5 vehicles converged, leaving the captives behind for others to guard. Lin Mu glanced at the countdown in the sky, resolved that next time he would opt for a battle that did not require the captain's presence. Why must he always take the lead? It wastes precious moments of enjoying life. When the time elapsed, the 5 vehicles arrived at a desert expanse. Just then, Guang's voice crackled through the intercom. Captain, there are quicksand patches in this desert. Everyone must drive with caution. Quicksand is a formidable foe, capable of swallowing entire vehicles. Lin Mu promptly adjusted the tires to wider tracks. Quicksand posed little concern. A faint smile graced his lips. If your vehicle is not above quicksand, remain still and do not move. I have located them. The radar's range extended to 10 kilometers, and at this moment, the enemy was approximately 7 kilometers away. Towed artillery pieces appeared before his vehicle. Surely, anything you mentioned could be utilized. The artillery with a nearly 10-kilometer range should suffice. Boom, boom, boom. Shells erupted from the cannons. Lin Mu's gaze fixated on the radar's blips. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. A full 12 shells obliterated 3 of the enemies. This cannot be blamed on him, as such weapons required manual targeting, and their original accuracy was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he possessed radar and drones. Otherwise, hitting targets at such distances would have been improbable, especially considering the vehicles were in constant motion. The other 4 members watched Lin Mu's maneuvers in silent awe. It appeared no one could surpass his capabilities. They felt as though they were mere bystanders, content to observe his performance. In the distance, a man exclaimed, "Boss, what is happening?" He stood bewildered as shells detonated around him. Do not stop, accelerate. I refuse to believe they have so many shells. Yet, the barrage continued unabated. 20 shells, 30 shells. Vehicles around him exploded one after another, leaving him as the sole survivor. He grinned widely. Huh? I am lucky. I am still alive. Before him emerged 5 vehicles. I found you. I will take on all 5. Ignoring the 4 artillery pieces, he believed that at such close range, the enemy would be unable to utilize them. Even if they did, he could swiftly maneuver around them. However, a heavy machine gun rose from atop one vehicle, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. No. Boom. The fuel tank erupted, and the entire vehicle was engulfed in flames. See, I told you it was quite simple. The corners of the mouths of the 4 individuals twitched. Indeed, it was rather straightforward, yet not something the average person could master. There were indeed numerous bullets in the box, but rifles and heavy machine guns still fell short. Especially when confronting high-grade vehicles, the deterrent power of rifles had significantly diminished. Penetrating a vehicle with a rifle would require an inordinate amount of time. This tactic could only be employed by elite teams like Lin Mu's. it is likely that even artillery of such caliber may not be universally available. Upon returning to the base, a wooden box appeared. This time it was from the people of the pickled vegetable nation. You manage it as you see fit. If you want to exchange prisoners, go ahead. If not, then eliminate them. Exchange. It is imperative to exchange. Those with such foul odors must be replaced. The captain, Zhang Qian, pointed at one of the women among the captives. Gazing at Lin Mu with hopeful eyes, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Take her with you. With over 20 men and just one woman, surely you can handle it. You must be quite starved. Shu Yi and Shu Xn swallowed hard, relieved that Lin Mu harbored no such intentions. Otherwise, they could hardly bear to imagine the implications. After securing all the supplies, Lin Mu returned to the vehicle and immediately checked the global team rankings. Hua Country Handsome Team, 2050. First place, points, 7, 526, 113. Sakura 8-Headed Team, 2730. Second place, points, 3, 412, 197. Hua Country Rose Team, 2750. Third place, points, 3, 301, 521. The two teams he had encountered were truly inferior, with resources amounting to only a few 100,000 points. His gaze was drawn directly to the Sakura team, surprised to see they had amassed 3 million points. You've accumulated so much. If I don't seize it, wouldn't that be a disservice to you? Lin Mu retrieved a dual card from his backpack. Use. Please select a combat mode. Individual battle, team battle, siege battle. The team battle was promptly dismissed. Both individual and siege battles were acceptable to him. May I inquire about how each choice affects resource acquisition? When in doubt, consult the panel. In an individual battle, the team leader or a designated team member will participate. The victorious side will receive 80 of the opponent's resources, 80 of the team's resources, all vehicles, and all captives. Isn't that essentially the same? The winner of the individual battle may also choose to designate the opponent as their subordinate team, whereby 50 of the resources acquired by the subordinate team in future victories will be submitted to the victor. A subordinate team? What is that? However, it sounds intriguing. As for the opponents the subordinate team may encounter in the future, that is certainly beyond his control. Should they face a team from Hua Country, it would simply be their misfortune. I choose an individual battle. Please designate a contestant. Naturally, it would be himself. Please specify the weapon usage. No weapons. Select specified weapons, unrestricted weapons. May I ask if no weapons refers to the prohibition of offensive weaponry? Indeed, all weapons intended for assault are prohibited. Lin Mu nodded, contemplating the implications. It was essential to remain unarmed. Given his current physical prowess, it sufficed. Moreover, his opponent was Sakura. Had it been someone like Eagle Sauce, he wouldn't have even considered a personal confrontation. Please select the battlefield. With 16 options to choose from, Lin Mu surveyed them and ultimately settled on the arena. A smaller venue would prevent his adversary from escaping. Lastly, please choose the start time. Glancing at his backpack, Lin Mu steeled himself and opted for 2 hours hence. A countdown materialized on the display, mirrored on the captain's panel of the Yaki team. 001. Make this happen for me. He produced the giant's whip, intent on mercilessly vanquishing little Sakura. Previously, he had inquired within the regional channel and discovered that most male attributes range between 8 and 12, with few exceeding 12. Soldiers' attributes varied from 12 to 16, which deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated soldiers to boast attributes nearing 20, yet reality did not align with his assumptions. Considering this, the giant's whip would elevate his attributes to 22. Half an hour later, a shrunken strip of meat was placed before Lin Mu. He grimaced. Surely it could have been presented in a more manageable form. What sort of bite was this? 001. Cut it into pieces. As you wish, master. Moments later, a generous bowl of meat chunks was served. Now that was more like it. Strength 1. Strength 1. 1 pound yielded a point of strength, and he had consumed a staggering 4 pounds. Burping loudly, Lin Mu set aside his drink, surveying the remaining mountain of meat with disbelief. Was this truly within human capacity? Had he known, he would have indulged from the outset. Contemplating, he retrieved a capsule from his space. Energy absorption potion. Upon consumption, it accelerates food absorption for 10 minutes, with a chance to gain attribute points. An alchemical concoction. He had ingested dozens of these potions, regrettably only netting a mere 2 points in agility, an exceedingly low probability. Consequently, he had cleared several 100 pounds of meat. After taking the potion, he resumed his onslaught on the bowl of meat. Strength 1. Strength 1. Upon finishing, he continued to produce food, eating until the potion's effects waned. Aside from the attributes provided by the giant's whip, he had not acquired any additional points. A fact that did not surprise Lin Mu. Chapter 99. So this is how it is. I might as well end it myself. Dressed and prepared, Lin Mu sat in a chair, awaiting the appointed time. He opened his personal information panel. Name: Lin Mu. ID: 9527 LLM 002-837. Attributes: Strength: 23, Constitution: 35. Agility, 14. Health status. Health, 100. Energy, 100. Hydration, 99. With such physical attributes, who could possibly challenge him? Lacking technique, it would simply come down to brute force. A beam of light enveloped Lin Mu, transporting him to the arena. Above the residence, a screen materialized, broadcasting the events unfolding in the arena. What? Did a golden coin just appear? How did he enter again? There must be no coins. Perhaps it is merely a conflict between captains. That could be true. But what of our captain's individual prowess? If it came to weaponry, they were certain the victor would be Lin Mu. Shu Xian, observing the scene, couldn't help but smirk. I believe there is no cause for concern. With his equipment, the opponent is unlikely to prevail. Lin Mu indeed bore no weapon. Yet there were no stipulations against the use of defensive gear. In the arena, a bald warrior from the eight-headed serpent team, adorned with tattoos and exuding an intimidating presence, appeared. Upon seeing Lin Mu, he seemed momentarily lost, then shouted loudly, "He has armed himself. He is cheating." Upon inspection, the opponent is equipped with defensive gear, which does not violate any regulations. The bald man trembled as he pointed at Lin Mu. He is covered in spikes. Is that not a weapon? Lin Mu wore a bulletproof helmet, which was of little concern. However, his upper attire consisted of chainmail, densely populated with 3-centimeter spikes, a modification made using his unique ability. His lower half was clad in leather armor, which featured 3 thin iron plates at the thighs, calves, and knees. Each plate was adorned with 3-centimeter spikes, and the spikes at the knees were particularly vicious, equipped with barbs. The attire worn by the opponent qualifies as armor and adheres to the regulations. The countdown for the match commences. Cunning Chinese, I shall make you aware that armor is of no use. I will snap your neck and drink your blood. Spikes, you say? Just endure it, Lin Mu replied, gesturing amiably. I eagerly anticipate your endurance. San Tianwan, his mouth twitching, shouted, surely those gloves must be a weapon. Upon examination, the gloves are determined to be defensive equipment and do not qualify as weapons. But they have spikes. The spikes are merely for increased friction, not classified as weapons, and measure only 1 millimeter, insufficient to be identified as such. Fine, so this is how we play it. He might as well commit suicide. San Tianwan felt on the verge of tears. How could they possibly contend against this? In Lin Mu's residence, a member pondered. Can it truly be done this way? I just want to know, has our captain always been like this? Is this not exploiting a loophole in the game? The members appeared as if they were meeting Lin Mu for the first time, finding this strategy quite unbecoming. Lin Mu, however, was indifferent to notions of propriety. He had long prepared this equipment, initially for amusement, to serve as mere embellishment. He had even crafted a display stand for it on the second floor, never anticipating its immediate application. With a sinister grin, Lin Mu regarded his adversary, then affixed a mask to his bulletproof helmet, ensuring a perfect fit. As time elapsed, Lin Mu approached his opponent step by step. San Tianwan trembled, unable to take action, left to watch helplessly as the opponent extended his poisoned hand towards him. Lin Mu grasped the other person's arm tightly, pulling them into his embrace. Sharp thorns relentlessly pierced their back. The pain was akin to being torn apart. A glove adorned with myriad spines covered his face, the slight sting diverting his gaze. With a swift motion, Lin Mu's glove brushed against the other's face, leaving traces of blood and flesh. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, pleased with the effectiveness. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly, revealing its outcome to the members of both convoys. Within the Yaqi convoy, chaos erupted. Baka, this Chinese man has a wicked heart. The captain of the convoy, Yamamoto Bridge, was seething with anger. The attire was clearly a weapon. How could it not be considered so? This was blatant favoritism. This was indulgence. Yet, despite his fury, he dared not lodge further complaints. As he gazed at the words on the display, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Was he truly deemed unreasonable? Whose defensive gear could inflict such severe damage? He had already envisioned the fate of his convoy, hoping that the opponent would spare his life. He had managed to survive until now and was not ready to perish. As the battle concluded, Lin Mu emerged victorious, a result anticipated by all. After all, with such seemingly unfair attire, losing would have been truly astonishing. The projection did not end. All members of the Yaqi convoy were transported over. The victor has 2 choices. Either make the opponent your captive or accept them as a subordinate convoy. Sir, we are willing to become your subordinate convoy, aiding you in acquiring more resources. Please trust in our strength, Yamamoto Bridge proclaimed, kneeling on both knees. Daring not to lift his gaze, others mimicked him, adopting the same posture. Captives? They had left not a single one alive. Those captives were discarded in the wilderness after serving their purpose. They relished witnessing the helplessness of others. Yet, when the tables turned, fear gripped them. Lin Mu had intended to accept them as a subordinate convoy, planning to dispose of them when they became useless. No problem. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate convoy. Choice successful. Both parties leave the battlefield. Please select your spoils upon return. With a flash of light, Lin Mu found himself back in his vehicle. A panel materialized before him. Resource quantity, 0.80. Vehicle quantity, 0.21. Gasp. This is rather excessive, isn't it? Having become a subordinate convoy, you still wish to take a cut? Absurd, utterly absurd. Why not extract 20 from those individuals? Yet, he could not alter this matter. The only variable he could control was how much he would extract. He certainly did not desire the vehicles. Those should be reserved for their use. As for the resources, he intended to leave a substantial amount for them, as survival was paramount. He decided to take only 70. Upon clicking confirm, a wooden treasure chest appeared before him. Lin Mu rested his hand on the chest, poised to open it, but hesitated. Previously, resources had been contained within the core of the vehicles. Now, 001. Place this chest in the open space outside. Chapter 100. Absolute dominance at the pinnacle. Bang. A plethora of materials lay strewn across the ground. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Fortunately, his reflexes proved swift enough. Otherwise, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by the deluge of items. Over 2 million points worth of goods is no trifling sum. Unbeknownst to him, a week had passed in the blink of an eye. In the center of Lin Mu's encampment stood a table, adorned with an array of culinary ingredients. The 14 days of conflict had forged a tighter bond among the group, united by a commonality. Each bore a collar. Reclining in a chair, Lin Mu rested beneath a rudimentary, handcrafted umbrella propped nearby. It was blissful. The ever-quiet 001 stood beside him, perpetually poised for a summons. Today marked the final day of the 14-day ordeal, the last day of this catastrophe. As with the previous week, their encampment was on holiday, ceasing all labors. For Lin Mu, the entire calamity felt akin to a vacation. The harsh elements had posed some challenges, but those were merely the whims of nature, unavoidable and transient. This time, however, it truly bore little impact on him. It was simply a matter of strength, an uncomplicated affair. Brother Mu, here, a fruit platter prepared for you, Jiang Ying announced, carrying a metal tray adorned with an assortment of fruits. Just set it down. All right, Lin Mu replied, activating the regional frequency channel. China region, 43. 47 million. An exceedingly perfect figure, over 40 million individuals. Meanwhile, the global population stood at merely 1.5 billion. To Lin Mu, it appeared that this game had reached its zenith. Yet, such a notion was evidently far from reality. Kill and burn, clad in gold belts, in 14 days. I amassed a staggering 700,000 points. What are you talking about? I bagged a whopping 2 million points. I still think Lin Mu is remarkable. Consistently occupying the top rank. I wonder if he is from the Rose team or the Handsome team. The people of the China region were rife with curiosity about him. However, Lin Mu had never considered revealing his identity. Forging familiarity could jeopardize his future strategies. This time, they were all allies, but what would the next encounter hold? He then ventured into the global channel, where tensions flared more intensely, with participants provoking one another and harboring disdain. Yet, none could gain the upper hand. The dual cards were limited, many already utilized, and the status of the remaining cards remained uncertain. Glancing at his inbox, which displayed an overwhelming 99 messages, Lin Mu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ever since his name had transformed into a gilded hue, gracing the leaderboard, a constant stream of messages had inundated him. Most were requests for collaboration or purchases, but he found himself lacking for nothing. He had invited a few to join him, only to see them fall silent. The majority of individuals here had their own teams. Was it not preferable to reign supreme within one's own squad? Survival was paramount, and assuming the role of a leader was far more advantageous. Finally, he perused the team rankings, and as expected, he remained in first place. There was no escaping the fact that his points were extraordinarily high, 15 million points. Who could possibly rival such prowess? Sunshine and beach, such a beautiful vista, yet devoid of water. At this moment, they found themselves anchored in a vast desert, surrounded by an expanse of sand, devoid of any flora. Brother Mu, it's time for lunch. Coming. At the stroke of midnight, the group awaited a particular voice. As the hour approached, the voice emerged. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully endured until now. You are the most resilient group I have ever encountered. But do not celebrate too soon. Tomorrow marks the true beginning of your survival on the highway. You heard me correctly. Tomorrow is where the real journey starts. Lin Mu's lips twitched in recognition of that familiar phrase. First, we shall distribute rewards. It is not the convoy rewards you might be expecting. Those have already been sent to your inbox. What we are about to unveil is the regional ranking. A leaderboard materialized in the sky. Huagua, first place, population 43. 47 million, 0.16. For billion. Asin country, second place, population 23. 32 million, 0.6. 6 billion. Eagle sauce, third place, population 8. 72 million, 0.3. 5 billion. Luakalu country, 49th place, population 232.71. 22 million. Huagua led with an absolute advantage. Lin Mu scrutinized the leaderboard, realizing that many individual strengths were well concealed. The average score stood at 300,000 points, but that was merely an average. The top 10 combined boasted nearly 80 million points. The third-place team received basic supplies amounting to 10,000 each. The second-place team received 50,000 in basic supplies and a vehicle upgrade card. The first-place team received 200,000 in basic supplies, along with a vehicle upgrade card and a vehicle core upgrade card. Lin Mu shook his head. The rewards were rather unimpressive. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, as these supplies would be distributed among all participants in the region. 10,000 per person was indeed substantial, especially considering that some individuals might not even possess that sum in total. At 9 o'clock tomorrow, you will depart from here and embark on a new journey. This time, it is the true beginning. As for what you will encounter, that shall be for you to explore at your own pace. I wish you all a delightful experience. The speaker offered no further details. Lin Mu shook his head and opened his inbox, where two shimmering golden emails caught his eye. One contained the regional ranking rewards, while the other held the global ranking rewards. The regional ranking rewards included only two items, a vehicle level development card and an invitation letter. The global ranking rewards also contained two items, a replacement doll and a convoy upgrade card. Lin Mu's lips twitched at the absurdity of it all. What cards do you hold? A vehicle upgrade card, a vehicle core upgrade card, a vehicle level development card, and a replacement doll. It was evident that these items were bound. Otherwise, he could have amassed over 20 replacement dolls, a thought that conjured an amusing image. Ahem, everyone, please use your cards. After utilizing them, you will be among the highest echelon of vehicles in the game, second only to me. Vehicle core level 7, vehicle level 9. You will be in an unparalleled position globally. Even the second and third ranked convoys may struggle to achieve such numbers across their teams. Lin Mu proceeded to enhance his own vehicle as well. The vehicle has been upgraded to level 10. With a backpack capacity of 500 and the ability to carry 10 individuals, alongside the activation of the resource exploration feature. The resource exploration function unlocks a radar capable of detecting various mineral deposits within a 100-kilometer radius. Lin Mu stroked his chin, confirming that this was indeed a survival game focused on road travel rather than exploration. Setting that aside for the moment, he ascended to the 4th floor of the vehicle, which revealed nothing more than an ordinary room. The vehicle level has now risen to level 11, granting access to the camouflage feature. Camouflage allows for visual deception of lower-level creatures. After utilizing the team card, the number of personnel in the convoy has reached 100, and the storage capacity has increased by 1,000 slots, along with the addition of a point-to-point teleportation function, which currently holds little utility. At this juncture, he was left with only a golden invitation letter. Chapter 101, Apologies, it is my professional habit. This invitation letter serves as a special reward for ranking first in the region, intended for discussions regarding the merger of convoys. With a strict prohibition against any breach of contract, it allows for the invitation of one convoy leader to a designated office for communication, and the invitee cannot refuse. Wow, this is impressive. He currently possesses 20 vehicles and has 80 vacancies, making 3 opportunities more than sufficient. However, persuading the other party to agree will be a formidable challenge. If a merger is to take place, it must be with a worthy counterpart, ideally, within the top 5 convoys. Anything below that would be of little value. With this thought in mind, he accessed the regional convoy rankings. The handsome convoy ranks first with a score of 15,213,000. The Rose convoy holds the second position with a score of 6,489,000. The Chin People convoy is in third place with a score of 6,328,000. Rose convoy, it is you. The second place. The golden invitation transformed into a radiant glow enveloping Lin Mu, and he subsequently found himself in an office. Momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, Lin Mu observed the office's furnishings, sofa, coffee table, and desk, reminiscent of an ordinary office back on Blue Star. Evoking a wave of nostalgia. Once despised, this office now appeared profoundly familiar. A flash of golden light materialized upon the sofa, revealing a woman clad in combat attire. Her expression wary as she regarded Lin Mu. Who are you, and how did I end up here? She reached behind her, only to grasp nothing. There is no need to search for a weapon. Weapons are prohibited in this place. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mu, the captain of the handsome convoy. Lin Mu, the leader of the top convoy, she exclaimed, recognizing him from the regional channel above her head. Greetings, I am Zhao Jin, the captain of the Rose convoy. Please, have a seat. There is no need to be nervous. I harbor no ill intentions. This place is indeed a result of the invitation letter. Zhao Jin was aware of the invitation, as it had been globally announced, and everyone was familiar with it. She was merely surprised that it could actually bring her here. An invitation? So this is the venue for discussions? Lin Mu clapped his hands, and tea sets, leaves, and hot water appeared on the coffee table. This was yet another feature he discovered upon arrival. Aside from living beings, anything one could wish for was available here. As Lin Mu brewed tea, he remarked, I trust that during this extended period, you have sensed that the dangers are continually escalating. Compared to before, this time the methods of death are far more direct. Moreover, starting tomorrow, we shall venture to a new location. I suspect that the peril we face tomorrow may surpass that of today, and it is entirely possible that we could witness a significant loss of life on the very first day. Zhao Jin nodded, fully aware of this reality. I have invited you here to forge a strong alliance, seeking a glimmer of hope for the future. Throughout these 14 days, not a single soul has perished under my command, while other convoys have, to varying degrees, experienced fatalities. I do not claim to be invincible, but I am confident that my strength surpasses that of any individual among you. Would you consider merging our forces? Lin Mu pushed a cup of tea toward her and took a gentle sip from his own. Indeed, it was a distinct flavor of tea. To be candid, Zhao Jin found herself quite tempted. She had been monitoring Lin Mu's convoy, which consistently achieved swift victories and amassed the most resources. This was a clear testament to their prowess. In contrast, her own convoy, while not necessarily lacking, might struggle to contend with unforeseen dangers in the future. The prospect of merging with Lin Mu's group was indeed enticing. However, while a merger was acceptable, the matter of authority was non-negotiable. She must have the final say. Zhao Jin's expression darkened. This cannot be termed a merger, but rather a takeover. After all, I am the second in command. Can you guarantee that every decision will be correct? Zhao Jin, visibly agitated, pressed. And can you provide such guarantees? Lin Mu shook his head. I cannot. But I can transform mistakes into correct actions. As long as no one dies, it is deemed right. It is as simple as that. Zhao Jin's lips twitched at his reasoning, recognizing there was some merit to his argument. Thus, this convoy had persevered in such a reckless manner. I can ensure your resources and safeguard your lives. Are these two assurances not sufficient? You would merely relinquish your authority. Lin Mu silently added in his mind. And your personal freedom, no one shall escape the collar. Zhao Jin appeared conflicted, while Lin Mu remained patient. He was confident that the promise of survival would sway her. As for the prior incidents involving Gu Wanqing and Shu Xian, those were merely unfortunate anomalies. Since then, no issues had arisen. 10 minutes later, Zhao Jin took a deep breath. I can agree to this, but you must also accept one condition from me. Speak. You must refrain from harboring any inappropriate intentions toward my members, unless they consent willingly. Agreed. He had thought it would be something significant. Such matters merely slowed his combat efficiency. 2 contracts materialized on the tea table. If you are certain there are no issues, please sign. The contract spanned over 20 pages, with fine print and extensive content. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mu's lips. This was a contract generated by the system, to which he had merely appended some pertinent details. However, Zhao Jin proceeded to peruse it leisurely, unhurried. Lin Mu's smile gradually faded. Ahem. There is no need to scrutinize every detail. These are merely mutual agreements. Zhao Jin, flipping through the pages, replied, I apologize. I was a lawyer on Blue Star, and this is part of my professional habit. It was over. Zhao Jin turned to the back and was captivated by a rather inconspicuous clause. Could you elucidate for me why it is imperative that we don this constraining collar? Lin Mu's lips twitched. This was the drawback of the game's stipulations. Everything inscribed must be genuine. Even items as peculiar as collars must be explicitly stated. Otherwise, upon signing the contract, he would be unable to permit the use of the collar. To use it would constitute a breach of contract. How vexing. Coughing lightly, he remarked. That is merely a form of protection for me. However, this does not affect much. The conditions you proposed are also documented therein. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhao Jin's mouth. Yet clearly, this imposes a greater constraint upon us. Once the collar is donned, obedience to your commands becomes mandatory. However, all my team members wear this collar. If I cannot ensure my own safety, why should I be responsible for yours? Lin Mu nonchalantly reclined in his chair. Success would be ideal, but failure would not be a calamity, even with the current number of individuals. Lin Mu was confident he could navigate through safely. More people merely served as an added layer of insurance. Contemplating this, he continued, you may deliberate carefully. Choose between life and freedom, and inform me of your decision in 10 minutes. I cannot afford to squander time indefinitely. Chapter 102. The dilemma of life and freedom should the Rose team decline. His next target would be the Qin people's team. Even if he failed thrice, it would not pose a loss to him. However, for them, the stakes were considerably higher. To desire both life and freedom is akin to chasing an illusion. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Zhao Jin remained visibly conflicted. I cannot acquiesce to you just yet. I must return and confer with my teammates. If your target is among the top 10 teams, I believe their sentiments mirror mine, as they too must consider their team members. Unless you opt for a team outside the top 100. Zhao Jin merely stated a fact. After all, freedom is a precious commodity in the eyes of these individuals. Being coerced into this game is tantamount to a subtle loss of liberty. If a collar were to adorn my neck as well. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Fully aware of this predicament. This card grants only 3 opportunities. You have already utilized one. I can afford you another chance. Tomorrow at noon, I shall return. I hope you will provide me with an answer. In a flash of light, Lin Mu vanished from the office. Zhao Jin opened her mouth, her expression one of concern. Subsequently, she too was enveloped in golden light and returned to her abode. As Zhao Jin stepped outside, the patrolling team members, armed and vigilant, approached her hastily. Captain, why are you still awake? It's nothing. I find myself unable to sleep and have stepped out for some fresh air. By the way, have they retired for the night? Zhao Jin rubbed her brow absent-mindedly. They are all asleep. You may continue your patrol. I shall wander alone. Yes, ma'am. Zhao Jin walked through the encampment. Once 30 vehicles stood there, now only 21 remained. Life and freedom, what a difficult choice indeed. Yawn. Lin Mu struggled to rise from his bed. Waking up early each day truly is a matter of great consequence. Yet he still had to rise early. With merely an hour and a half remaining until 9 o'clock, it was imperative to hasten his preparations. After descending to the ground floor and finishing the breakfast prepared by 001, Lin Mu settled into a chair, his feet resting upon the control panel. He picked up the intercom. Have you all finished your meals? Captain, we've long finished and are awaiting your command. Indeed, Captain, what shall we do next? Glancing at the clock, Lin Mu noted that less than an hour remained. Everyone, restore the house to its vehicle form. Afterwards, come here to collect the chains and link all the vehicles together. He had contemplated gathering everyone into his vehicle. But the presence of so many captives and the issue of capacity deterred him from taking such a risk. Once arrangements were made, Lin Mu began crafting the chains. Vehicles outside were reverting back one after another. After numerous upgrades, each vehicle had undergone some transformation. Look at my wheels, they're almost half my height. Observe the thickness of my vehicle's glass. It could likely withstand a bullet's impact. Spare me, with a row of heavy machine guns, any glass would be futile. What about the captain's vehicle? You're just being contrary. All vehicles arrived at Lin Mu's location, where 001 distributed the chains meticulously, ensuring all were properly equipped before linking the first vehicle to Lin Mu's. This was all he could do. If it fell short, they would have to search individually. However, he was confident that such a predicament would not arise. At the stroke of 9, a beam of light enveloped the convoy. Such beams illuminated the entire planet. Planet 9527L was ready, poised for immediate transport. The transmission commenced. A hum resonated as beams of light vanished. Moments later, new beams of light descended, revealing a new convoy at the location from which Lin Mu had just departed. During this calamity of team warfare, we hope you find enjoyment. Individuals from another planet materialized in this place. As the brilliance faded, a forest came into view before Lin Mu. His first instinct was to check the rearview mirror, noting that the convoy maintained its formation. Have all vehicles arrived? Is anyone missing? Report. The captives have vanished. WDF. His captives were gone. All of your vehicle's captives have disappeared? Yes, they have all vanished. Lin Mu's lips twitched in frustration. What a disaster. Not only were the captives missing, but even his auxiliary convoy had disappeared, a truly exasperating situation. Captain, should we exit the vehicle to assess the surroundings, or let us refrain from exiting for now? I will deploy a drone to survey the area. Launching the drone, Lin Mu turned his attention to the multimedia display. They found themselves on a dirt road within a forest, with an ocean to their left and mountains to their right. The road's end led to a vast plain, while the asphalt path had vanished, replaced by the dirt road beneath them. As for wild beasts, they were concealed by the tall grass and remained unnoticed. Nevertheless, Lin Mu was certain that the danger in this locale was no less than what they had previously encountered. Everyone, disembark and remove the chains. We must drive away from here. 10 minutes later, the vehicle set off, slowly departing. However, the road proved to be quite arduous. Even Lin Mu's vehicle was subjected to a relentless jolt. What a formidable road this is. Lin Mu found himself utterly exasperated. The car could only manage a speed of 40, a truly lamentable state of affairs. At times, the vehicle barely advanced at a pace of 20 kilometers per hour. At 11:30, Lin Mu and his companions finally emerged from the forest, arriving at the vast grassland. Lin Mu gazed incredulously at the state of the road before him, questioning whether this was indeed a road or merely a path worn by grazing cattle. The road was, at best, barely discernible. A moment's inattention could lead them astray. Brother Mu, is it imperative that we strictly adhere to this route? Surely, we could venture elsewhere? Upon hearing Shu Xian's words, Lin Mu considered their validity. Let us pause for a rest. We shall continue our journey in the afternoon. After a brief respite, Lin Mu entrusted the drone to Shu Xian. Utilize the drone to survey the surrounding area. I have a matter to attend to. Zhang Qian, please oversee the defensive arrangements. Once everything was in order, Lin Mu returned to the vehicle to utilize the invitation. The situation was as such, a decision had to be made. Zhao Jin rubbed her temples. After they had been transported here, Zhao Jin led the convoy to secure a safe location and initiated this meeting. It must be said, Lin Mu's words had a profound impact on her. Perhaps their convoy could endure for a considerable time, yet inevitably, some would perish, a prospect she wished to avoid. This convoy was the culmination of her efforts, and every individual among them had been meticulously chosen. She did not wish to abandon any of them. Captain, while surviving is indeed a source of joy, the loss of freedom is a grave concern. The concept of freedom is exceedingly precious. Chapter 103. Could this be a boon bestowed by the captain? A woman with short, practical hair spoke up. I believe the opposing viewpoint holds merit. We desire survival, yet wish to remain unshackled. This clearly presents a contradiction. One can imagine that if we were to gain such power, it might lead to imposing restrictions on others to ensure our own safety. A hush fell over the assembly. If her words rang true, they would certainly impose restrictions. Perhaps even more than what Lin Mu had proposed. Zhao Jin glanced at the time. The moment was imminent. Let us hasten our decision. We must convene shortly. If there is uncertainty, let us vote by raising hands. Captain. Zhao Jin nodded. Those in favor of this merger, please raise your hands. Out of 21 individuals, 11 agreed. Zhao Jin's agreement had become inconsequential. In that case, I shall consent to this merger. Rest assured, I will strive to secure greater rights for all, rights to freedom. As for the convoy's rights, Zhao Jin knew without doubt they would be relinquished. Let them take what they will. As long as we survive, that is what truly matters. Each time Zhao Jin observed the dwindling numbers on the channel, a shiver of dread coursed through her. For her, every day lived was a day gained. A golden light enveloped Zhao Jin, vanishing before all. The women appeared anxious. Do you think those from the convoy will do anything to us? In this game, regardless of gender, the weak ultimately become victims of bullying. It's not only the purity of women that is at stake, but even the refined men are not spared from such a fate. Surely, Zhao Jin mentioned that the contract possesses formidable power, didn't she? Given the circumstances of this game, it's hard to say for certain. What does it matter? At worst, we can always find someone to take the fall. In that very office, Zhao Jin gazed at Lin Mu. Isn't it written within the contract that upon touching it, one should comprehend its effects? I am merely concerned and hope you can fulfill this. Lin Mu shrugged. If you do not even trust this contract, I believe there is no need for us to continue our discussion. For me, this invitation is simply something I wish to utilize. Whether or not it succeeds is of little consequence. Observing Lin Mu's indifference, Zhao Jin felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, it cannot be truly ineffective for him. I've made up my mind. I will sign it now. Zhao Jin picked up the pen from the table and inscribed her name along with that of her team. A smile crept upon Lin Mu's lips, perfectly resolving the matter. The next target, the Qinrin team, with the contract established among them. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Zhao Jin smiled wryly. From this day forth, you shall be my captain. I hope you can truly lead them to survival. Rest assured, I can offer you more than you can imagine. After they parted ways, Lin Mu inquired about the situation surrounding Shu Xin, discovering no anomalies thus far. With the final opportunity for an invitation, he summoned the captain of the Qinrin team. Upon seeing the familiar setup, Jiang Han, the captain of the Qinrin team, quickly adapted. It is an honor to finally meet the illustrious captain today. This name has long been known to me. I have eagerly anticipated this meeting, and today, through the invitation, it has come to fruition. Business pleasantries are an essential part of the process. May I inquire why you sought me out? For the merger of our teams. And who shall be the captain? Naturally, it shall be I. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes at the counterpart. This seems somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps we could establish parallel teams instead? Lin Mu leaned back in his chair, inspecting his nails. The Rose team has already merged with us. My team now comprises 41 members, a level 3 team, with points exceeding 20 million. Do you think parallel teams are feasible? Without my elaboration, it was not specified when or what kind of disaster we would face in the location assigned to us. However, I know this time it is a true struggle for survival, pure survival. It suddenly dawned on Lin Mu. 2 hours had passed without a single sighting. Yet, with water, mountains, and trees surrounding them, might those resources require personal collection? Though he had yet to test this hypothesis, it seemed likely. Jiang Han appeared contemplative. Merging with this team could prove beneficial, but relinquishing authority is another matter. Take a look at this contract first. If you find it suitable, we shall sign it. If not, we can discuss it later. We could add a contact method, allowing for direct applications to join our team. However, if my team reaches full capacity, I would have to regretfully decline. With the addition of the Rose team, Lin Mu is not in a hurry for the second team. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If given 4 chances, Lin Mu might still consider striving for it, but for now, he will let it go. Once the other party experiences a few reductions in members, it should become much easier. Jiang Han flipped to the back and noticed the collar, raising an eyebrow. This collar seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Lin Mu shrugged. This is for my own safety. What if you decide to replace me? Such occurrences are not unheard of, especially in a lawless place like this. Jiang Han nodded. I understand this, but I cannot accept it. Moreover, as fellow citizens of the Blue Star, we should not deceive each other. This could be stipulated in the contract. Lin Mu's lips twitched. It was unnecessary. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. I have confidence in our team. We have 100,000 rounds of rifle ammunition alone. Oh, that is not much. I want to even mention the heavy machine guns, howitzers, and mortars. A flash of light, and Lin Mu returned to his vehicle. Jiang Han scoffed at the vanishing Lin Mu. How about those howitzers? Why don't you say you have an aircraft carrier? I have fought in so many battles and have yet to see any artillery. Lin Mu arrived at an open area and summoned Zhao Jin's team. Beams of light fell before him as vehicles appeared. Upon seeing the women in the cars, Zhang Qian and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Qian, do you think this is a perk from the captain? I don't know. But it seems our captain might not be up to it. Didn't they say he couldn't perform? Didn't they say he was broken? Shu Xian stifled a laugh and quietly remarked to her sister, how did these rumors get so outrageous? Perhaps this is the impression Lin Mu left on people. However, Shu Yi felt quite pleased, as the three women were doing well. Lin Mu approached the somewhat reserved Rose team. From today onward, the Rose squad is merging with us. I must emphasize one point. Should anyone resort to force, do not blame my gun. However, I will not intervene if it is voluntary. Shu Xian, prepare a welcome party for tonight. Let me know if you need anything. Chapter 104. An increase in power? Isn't this just being a high-level worker? Lin Mu returned to his vehicle with Zhao Jin and closed the door. The three women stood nearby, eyes filled with curiosity. Do you think Lin Mu feels nothing for us because we aren't mature enough? Mature? Sister Shu Yi is quite mature. All right, we need to prepare dinner for tonight. Let us go get to know them. Inside the vehicle, Lin Mu observed the number of them, puzzled. You are only 21. This seems like a pure waste. In Lin Mu's view, this small team should have at least 80 members, yet here they were with so few. I too desire a larger number of individuals. Yet you are well aware that human nature is most susceptible to trials within this game. Zhao Jin wore a bitter smile. At the peak of their small team, they once boasted 120 members. The outcome was quite simple. 1/3 of those individuals were insatiable, seeking both resources without the willingness to labor. Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Ultimately, from those 120, only over 40 remained. After enduring several battles in this place, their numbers dwindled to this. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. There was indeed truth in that. Were it not for the constraining collars, he would not dare to act in such a manner. Returning to the main topic, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for all matters, great and small, concerning the entire convoy. You need only come to report to me daily. Wait, did she hear that correctly? You are entrusting the entire convoy to me. Do you not wish to retain authority? Given that collars are to be placed upon you, is it not reasonable to delegate power? Moreover, if one can indulge in comfort, why should one bear burdens? Zhao Jin's lips twitched. Your reasoning is quite compelling. Lin Mu gestured to 001 beside him. 001 approached Zhao Jin, presenting her with a collar. Zhao Jin inhaled deeply as she regarded the collar before placing it around her neck. Therefore, the responsibility now rests with you. By the way, our team previously had 3 individuals each overseeing different aspects. You may communicate with them later. Of course, those tasks are quite simple. If possible, you may elaborate further. Zhao Jin nodded helplessly. After conversing with Lin Mu, the authority of team leader seemed rather trivial. Ultimately, one could not escape the fate of a laborer. Upon exiting, all eyes turned towards the pair, seeking any hint of what transpired within the room. However, upon noticing their tidy attire, the curiosity of the onlookers swiftly dissipated. Regarding the collars, 001 will cooperate with you. I hope not to be disappointed, Lin Mu remarked, patting her shoulder before striding toward Zhang Qian. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, she sighed deeply, hoping her choice was the right one. Captain, we have been on the road for 2 hours, covering 300 kilometers. We have yet to find a single resource box. We want to be unable to obtain resources in the future, will we? Zhang Qian and the others gazed out the window, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Creak. Lin Mu brought the vehicle to a halt, standing atop a stone as he surveyed the area. For a full 2 hours, they traversed grasslands and forests, arriving beside a small lake. Not a single resource box was in sight. Go, cut down that tree nearby, Lin Mu ordered, tossing an axe to Zhang Qian. He wished to ascertain whether these items could be considered resources. Zhang Qian grasped the axe and commenced chopping. Thwack, thwack. With each strike, he advanced a little further. Lin Mu sighed softly. There are 3 trees here. Could you not choose a smaller one? Must you select this giant that requires 2 people to embrace? You may spend an entire day and still not finish. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Qian quickly repositioned himself. The next tree was significantly smaller, merely the width of a thigh. In just a few minutes, the tree was severed. Lin Mu approached the trunk, placing his hand upon it before stowing it in his backpack. Within the confines of the pack, the tree retained its original form. Let us fell another sapling for observation. You too should not remain idle. Take this tool and seek stones to bring back. Half an hour later, Lin Mu gazed into his backpack, realizing neither the tree nor the stones had accumulated. Stroking his chin, he discerned a discrepancy from his expectations. Let us depart and return. After 2 hours, they arrived back at the campsite. Once he had ushered the others away, Lin Mu opened the workbench. It proved futile. This cannot be. Surely, I am not required to craft everything myself? He pondered. Panel brother, there are no resource chests this time. How shall we procure supplies? He had exhausted all his thoughts, utterly perplexed. Please unlock the factory function at the workbench. Gather resources and deposit them into the corresponding factory to obtain the desired materials. It is recommended to craft a resource detector as your first item. Following the panel's instructions, Lin Mu located the factory button, cleverly concealed. Would you like to unlock the processing factory? It is imperative to unlock it. Unlocking factory. Iron ingot X500, wood X200, silver ingot X10, glass X5, mustard stone X100. Wait a moment. Isn't this just a single function? Why require so many materials? Regardless of Lin Mu's comprehension, he was compelled to procure these resources. I am genuinely curious to see what you truly are. Upon clicking confirm, the factory function was activated. Please establish a resource dispensing channel. A three-dimensional representation of a vehicle appeared, with a 1-meter square emerging on the surface. Lin Mu contemplated briefly, then decided to install this dispensing channel within the rear storage compartment. At the back of the vehicle, a 1-meter-sized metallic door manifested. Instead of rushing to inspect it, Lin Mu redirected his attention to the factory interface. An icon for a resource detector was blinking, presumably the item the panel had referenced. The requirements were modest: iron ingots, copper ingots, and electronic components, merely the fundamental materials. Yet, he could only manufacture 10 units. Let us produce them all. One cannot have too many resources. Stepping outside, Lin Mu tossed the stones and wood he had just acquired into the factory. Ding. Acquired wood X20 ding. Acquired stone X10. Iron ingot X1. Insufficient quantities of remaining gold, silver, and copper. Please continue to add. Observing the notifications on his watch, Lin Mu was rendered speechless. Was this not akin to his vehicle's characteristic of waste utilization? However, compared to his trait, this indeed fell short. Though the 2 trees were somewhat diminutive, surely they should yield more than 20. If deposited in the recycling station, they would surely provide 50 at the very least. With the enhancement of traits, one would expect 100. How much material has been consumed? Lin Mu opened the chat channel, raising an eyebrow. Is there but one channel remaining? Everyone was conversing within this singular medium. Glancing at the previous messages, he was astounded. These individuals had been exchanging insults for an entire day, displaying remarkable leisure. Chapter 105. Are you certain you belong among them? He cast a glance at the latest news. That factory is nothing short of a colossal pitfall. A tree that one can barely embrace yields only 100 units of wood. I could gather more myself. But if you gather it, they won't recognize your efforts. Ultimately, it all comes down to necessity. Have you not considered at all how to procure gasoline? Good grief. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about that matter. Metal and wood are manageable, but what about gasoline? Lin Mu stroked his chin. Pondering this indeed presents a dilemma. Where does one acquire gasoline? He glanced at the resource detector in his backpack. Could it be that he needed to mine for resources himself? Hiss. It is indeed a possibility. If that is the case, the factory's functionality may as well be disregarded. Its efficacy pales in comparison to his own attributes. Turning to the viewpoint panel, Lin Mu approached a nearby open area. At this moment, preparations were nearly complete. Brother Mu, you've arrived. Everything is almost ready. We can commence at any time. Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings. Everyone wore collars around their necks, an impeccable sight. The only disappointment was that the Qin team had not unified. Then let us begin. 2 hours later, 3 tables were occupied. Allow me to say a few words. Welcome to the Rose team. From now on, we are family. As long as you work diligently, resources and food will never be scarce. Following this, it was your turn. If Zhao Jin reports to me, do not blame me for being ungracious. The voluntary arrangements between you are beyond my concern. This is a promise I made to Zhao Jin. Now let us eat. There was no notion of discord between the 2 squads, especially since one side was predominantly male while the other was entirely female. These individuals were eager to present themselves favorably in front of them, and the women bore no objections. The only one who remained aloof was Zhao Jin, as others perceived her to be already aligned with Lin Mu. As night fell, several figures gathered in secret. Are you out of your mind? Is this feasible? What is unfeasible about it? Did Lin Mu not say so today? But what if we are discovered? We would be doomed. I've observed. There are several blind spots in the cameras. The following day dawned anew, and the caravan was set to advance. Yesterday had cost them half a day, otherwise, they would have already covered a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Mu opened the door to find Zhao Jin looking at him with a grim expression. My people. She struggled to utter the words. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Had someone dared to act so recklessly right after he had spoken? Had they lost their minds? The drawback of the confinement collars was that they would not react unless the thoughts or actions posed a threat to Lin Mu. Rest assured, if they truly acted out, I will leave the matter to you. Can't these people familiarize themselves with each other? Do they not understand that familiarity breeds affection? Everyone come out. Moments later, a group congregated, their eyes reflecting confusion. Come, step forward and tell me who instigated this. A long-haired woman stepped up behind Zhao Jin, her eyes red-rimmed. I don't remember. I only recall someone of similar height. Everyone, come over here and line up. 16 men approached to compare their heights with that woman, leaving behind 10. As the group thinned, 4 more departed. Notably, he had a rather bushy beard. Lin Mu scrutinized the remaining 2 men. Furrowing his brow, are you certain about this? The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. And it dawned on everyone that someone had indeed made a move on this woman the previous day. Yet, this seemed implausible. I distinctly remember observing her height and figure. The beard was merely an impression I gathered. The woman hastily explained, Zhao Jin, I must clarify something up front. If it concerns my people, I entrust it to you. However, if your people have lied, then it falls to me to address it. Zhao Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the woman. Huang Yao? Did anything happen to you last night? Huang Yao appeared anxious. How could I joke about such matters? Am I to jest with my own reputation? Lin Mu scoffed. Reputation? In this survival game, you speak of reputation? He then directed his attention to the 2 men. Come, disclose your relationship. One man, sporting a bushy beard, raised his delicate fingers in a playful manner. Oh, Brother Mu, how could we publicize this? Lin Mu's lips twitched. Just say it, don't play coy. You should have been replaced back then. I wonder what your captain was thinking to pair you 2 together. You wouldn't understand, Captain, we share common interests. The 2 bearded men exchanged smiles, their fingers intertwined. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. You 2, leave at once. At this moment, Huang Yao was drenched in cold sweat. This was not as she envisioned. So, what transpired between you? You must tell me. Zhao Jin's expression darkened. Huang Yao was indeed a pitfall. I am certain I did not mistake them. What if they also fancy women? Lin Mu shook his head. 001. Project all surveillance footage. We need to ascertain the situation concerning this woman. Understood. 001's right hand transformed into a cable, extending into Lin Mu's vehicle. And soon a projection materialized on the distant car's surface. A total of 80 images flickered rapidly before gradually diminishing, eliminating all frames devoid of Huang Yao. Ultimately, only 2 cameras remained. I forgot to mention, each of our vehicles is equipped with 4 cameras. Besides these, there are also hidden cameras. As the surveillance played to its conclusion, the footage revealed not only Huang Yao, but 2 other women as well. Zhao Jin's countenance grew increasingly grim upon witnessing the 3. Could this be fabricated? Just assert it firmly. Regarding this collar, it harms others, not Lin Mu. There will be no repercussions. The visages of the 3 women were magnified. Huang Yao trembled, hastily defending herself. I had no intention of participating. They coerced me. You were the one who sought my assistance. I merely offered a suggestion. Indeed. How could this implicate me? The 3 began to argue, escalating into physical confrontation. Lin Mu regarded Zhao Jin with a smile, remarking, Isn't your team rather ineffective at cleaning up? I suggest you forego these 3. Retaining them would only invite disaster. The restraint collars are not infallible. In situations like this, they prove utterly useless. The trio has been engaged in combat, yet the collars have shown no response. However, it is perhaps for the best, if they were truly omnipotent. That would indeed be peculiar. Lin Mu, these 3 are yours. The contract does not apply to them. Chapter 106. Finally encountering humanity as the signatory of the contract. If both parties simultaneously exclude an individual from its purview, the contract offers no protective benefits. In truth, the contract provides Zhao Jin and his associates with merely that singular clause of protection. Lin Mu nodded. Take these 3 away and eliminate them. As for the leader, is there any way to salvage him? A teammate looked at Lin Mu with trepidation. Lin Mu glanced at Zhao Jin, noting no objections, and waved his hand dismissively. The individual rejoiced, quickly ushering the others to escort the 3 women away. The women struggled desperately. Captain Zhao, save me. I promise I won't do it again. Captain Lin, I was wrong, please spare me. Regardless of their cries, no one came to their aid. Once their voices faded, Lin Mu clapped his hands. I do not know their motivations for such actions, nor do I wish to. I will impart one truth. As long as you perform your duties diligently, the resources allocated to each individual will remain equal. Even if there is but 1 person in the convoy, the resources are fixed and will not fluctuate based on numbers. To be honest, Lin Mu found the absurdity of the situation perplexing. He had never stated that resources would be distributed according to the number of personnel. Yet, it was understandable. These individuals were new and unfamiliar with his methods. Now that they had gained some understanding, it was likely such behavior would not recur. As the vehicles set forth, the aim of the day was to discern the significance of their current circumstances. Lin Mu's vehicle was under the control of 001. While he reclined on the sofa at the rear, munching on snacks while perusing the chat content of the channel. There truly isn't a single resource box left. I can't even locate the road. Forget the road. I haven't seen a single beast. What does this all mean? I don't know. It was supposed to be a survival on the road, but now it has turned into wilderness survival. For over a day, everyone remained in a state of confusion. No one grasped the purpose of being brought to this place. To build a beautiful planet? Inquiring the panel yielded no information. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Mu too was at a loss for understanding. Through the side window of the vehicle, Lin Mu gazed outside. They had discovered a dirt path, flanked by ocean on one side and overgrown grass on the other. It truly was a monotonous landscape. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated, causing Lin Mu to widen his eyes in astonishment. What did he just witness? A colossal fish leaped from the water. Lin Mu rushed forward, grabbing the intercom. Look at that fish in the ocean on the left. Goodness, how enormous. That must be a whale, right? Does your whale possess horns atop its head? Perhaps it is indeed a whale. What may appear as horns could simply be a cluster of barnacles. Lin Mu approached the rear window, leaning against the glass to observe. The colossal creature descended, stirring the ocean's depths, its length likely exceeding 100 meters. Though its form certainly resembled that of a whale, the distance rendered a definitive identification elusive. What it is matters little. What is paramount is the undeniable presence of life on this planet. After traversing half a day without encountering a single organism, he had presumed he had arrived at a lifeless orb, believing it to be merely a battlefield between convoys. Report. There are 2 diverging paths ahead. Which shall we take? The convoy came to a halt. Lin Mu approached the driver's seat to examine the multimedia display. To the left lay a road worn by passage, while the right mirrored their current earthen path. Shui, the choice is yours. Faced with such a decision, Lin Mu preferred to delegate the responsibility to Shui. She gazed helplessly at the 2 routes before her, with no resource boxes in sight. Why was she still tasked with making a selection? After a careful consideration, she ultimately chose the earthen path, and the convoy resumed its advance. Lin Mu continued to peruse the chat content on the channel. Wow, look what I've discovered. Image, JPG. Is this also a convoy? Wouldn't this would splinter upon impact? Brother, aren't you missing the main point? What is that strange creature ahead? A massive, scaly lizard. Bullets were ineffective against this convoy. Only those imbued with mithril proved useful. It was recommended that everyone coat their ammunition with a layer of mithril. Lin Mu winced in frustration, bewildered by the emergence of such bizarre life forms. Furthermore, the opposing convoy appeared to be nothing more than a conventional horse-drawn carriage. How could its defenses be so formidable? The individual did not post further updates, but it was clear they had not met their demise. As the ominous red barrage had not materialized, Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether the vehicle belonged to the planet's indigenous inhabitants or if they, too, were survivors like themselves. They appeared to possess superior capabilities. While they could withstand bullets, they were vulnerable when mithril was utilized. It seemed the efficacy of mithril remained to be fully realized. Simultaneously, the number of convoys encountering peril was increasing, and Lin Mu found himself in a similar predicament. Brother Mu, we've come across what could be termed a convoy ahead, though their attire seems reminiscent of the medieval era. What should we do? A 10-member convoy appeared on screen. Lin Mu commanded from the driver's seat, "Clear a path for me. I shall investigate." The vehicles parted, allowing Lin Mu's vehicle to advance. Who are you? The individuals from the opposing team exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Observing this, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes at them, questioning whether they were unable to comprehend or simply unwilling to respond. Just then, a golden-haired woman clad in a flowing blue robe leapt down from the opposing carriage, holding a crystal orb in her hand. "Greetings. May I inquire as to who you are?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised that he could understand her words. He glanced at her crystal orb, speculating whether it was the medium through which she communicated with him. "Who are you?" "We are distant travelers, preparing to journey to the Hughes Manor." "Do you know where this estate is located?" "A manor? Surely, you jest. These individuals cannot possibly be genuine. There is no display panel, and uncertainty looms. We are unaware of the manor's whereabouts. Could you perhaps clear a path for us?" Lin Mu seized the intercom. "Everyone, ready your heavy machine guns. When you see me fire, do not hold back your bullets. Whether the adversaries are local natives or beings from another planet, eliminating them is undoubtedly feasible. Their beauty is of no consequence. They must perish. The principal concern lies in the peculiarity of this individual. Amidst the desolate mountains, where could a manor possibly exist?" The blonde woman furrowed her brow, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the nearby carriage. She then commanded her people to make way. Lin Mu remained in place as other vehicles sped past him. Observing the nonchalance of the opposition, was he mistaken? Chapter 107. "Sister, would you care to join me for a moment?" Just then, a cannon barrel abruptly emerged from the wooden carriage. Without hesitation, Lin Mu opened fire. The heavy machine gun fire created ripples across the carriage, and the woman was not spared either. However, she was enveloped in a yellow eggshell-like shield. Bang! Bang! Shells bombarded the vehicle, and a semi-transparent barrier flickered to life. Soon, the enemy convoy lay annihilated under Lin Mu's relentless assault, all personnel extinguished. Yet, Lin Mu remained vigilant, for the display had not indicated any kills. Captain, do we need these materials? The enemy's artillery was distinctly different from their own, suggesting an alien technology. No rush. Let us wait and see. He certainly desired the materials, but safety was paramount. Lin Mu possessed ample defensive equipment, yet he remained uncertain of the enemy's strength. He dared not descend. After 10 minutes, Lin Mu finally discerned the anomaly. There was no blood after these individuals perished. Or perhaps there had been blood, but it had vanished. A faint smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. You seem to be motionless. Allow me to provoke you. The silver sword extended from the front of the vehicle, hovering above the blonde girl. As it neared her head, she suddenly rolled to the right, springing up to her feet. How did you discover me? Sister, perhaps you ought to plead for mercy before your demise. Is it not peculiar that no one in the convoy speaks? And when struck, why do you not utter a sound? Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. In comparison to the vanishing blood, these two observations were glaring flaws. I never anticipated your cleverness, the blonde woman replied with a smile. Yet, Lin Mu perceived the fear of the silver weapon reflected in her eyes. Thus, these individuals were likely not human. Could they be demons? For heavy machine guns were trained on the blonde woman. So, who exactly are you? At that moment, the previously downed beings, both human and otherwise, began to rise, while the vehicles remained mere heaps of scrap. Before their eyes, ordinary humans transformed into beings clad entirely in black, sporting horns atop their heads. Hiss! Demons. No wonder they feared mithril equipment. Lin Mu cast a glance at the cross in his backpack. He had long believed it to be useless, yet it proved invaluable at this moment. Now, I offer you a choice. Submit to me, and I shall spare your lives. Dear sister, you have already been vanquished by us once. From where do you draw the audacity to utter such words? As Lin Mu spoke, he utilized his modification skills to affix the cross to the vehicle. Ordinary weapons are futile against us. As for your mithril longsword, it is merely a slightly formidable weapon, posing little threat to us. We can easily overcome your vehicle. The blonde woman chattered incessantly. Lin Mu paid her no mind, focusing on the vehicle's enhancements. Option 1, Giant Mithril Cross, Mithril Ingots X 500. Option 2, Holy Flame Cross. Mithril Ingots X 100, Holy Water 100 milliliters. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow at the Holy Flame Cross. It appeared quite impressive. While he lacked Holy Water, he possessed mystical elements. Ding. Holy Flame Cross, SS. A cross imbued with holy attributes, inflicting 500 damage upon demonic creatures and an additional 100 damage to beings of evil alignment. To humans, it may seem a heavy iron weight, yet to demons, it is a potent weapon. I can permit you to serve as my close attendant. This is my mercy towards you. Lin Mu's lips twitched in annoyance. Had 3 minutes truly passed, and she was still talking? Sister, have you heard the saying? Villains perish due to their verbosity. Suddenly, a silver cross shot forth from the front of the vehicle, and as the silver flames neared the blonde beauty, they expanded dramatically. The blonde woman's face contorted in terror, her skin emanating black smoke as she hastily retreated. Clang. Lin Mu sighed in frustration. The length had been slightly off. But it mattered not. He would drive. The blonde woman fled ahead while Lin Mu pursued. The other creatures that had been tainted by the holy flame moments ago turned to ash. They were likely not true demons, but rather her summoned minions or servants. This is impossible. How could you possess holy water? I have been on this planet for 3 years and have never encountered any. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. His resolve had shifted. He would not kill her. He wished to inquire about her circumstances. Glancing at the speedometer, he noted they were now traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. The woman was remarkably swift. Yet, no matter how fast she ran, she could not outrun him forever. The blonde woman glanced back at Lin Mu and accelerated once more. He raised an eyebrow. Her speed was astonishing. 001. Can you catch up to her? Master. My speed is rather slow. Lin Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was of little consequence. He would take matters into his own hands. Form change. As the vehicle traversed the terrain, it suddenly transformed into a helicopter, its rotor blades spinning incessantly. Beneath the helicopter hung a refuse container, an object that could not be dislodged. In this state, the maximum speed reached an unimpressive 500 kilometers per hour, much to Lin Mu's dissatisfaction. It was, after all, a helicopter rather than a fighter jet, which he found somewhat regrettable. He harbored a preference for the swift aerial maneuvers of fighter aircraft over helicopters. In the distance, the convoy fell into a hushed silence as they beheld Lin Mu soaring into the sky. Are we not all participants in the same survival game? One pondered, uncertainty creeping in. We were supposed to be driving. Why is there an aircraft? At that moment, all their vehicles were at level 8, and they had yet to unlock their second forms. Once they attained that milestone, Lin Mu could lead them on aerial explorations of their surroundings, provided there was sufficient fuel. Fortunately, his current reserves were adequate. In the distance, Lin Mu lowered the aircraft's altitude to align with the blonde woman. Sister, how long will you run? Care to join me for a moment? We should have a proper discussion. The blonde woman trembled with anger, perplexed by the transformation of this metallic contraption. While she could comprehend the metamorphosis of a human, the shape-shifting of this machine eluded her understanding. In a bid for concealment, she dashed into the forest, seeking refuge among the trees. Oh, why must you do this? A flamethrower extended from the aircraft's underside, unleashing a torrent of flame that surged toward her direction. The trees ignited, and a soft gasp escaped the blonde woman. Chapter 108. Encountering the first human settlement 10 minutes later, the blonde woman panted heavily, gazing at the flying contraption before her. You are more loathsome than the Inquisition. I could escape them, but there is no fleeing from this man. 001. Secure her with a collar. I have many questions to pose. At that moment, Lin Mu was certain that this woman was not a native of the region, but rather an inhabitant from another planet, one who had arrived long before him. The blonde woman resigned herself to her fate. A crackle of electricity surged from the apparatus, causing her face to flush as she gritted her teeth. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, bemused by her apparent enjoyment. The intensity of the current was far greater than what had been inflicted on the previous individual, yet it appeared to have little effect on her. Upon returning to the convoy, Lin Mu discarded the remnants of the vehicle into the recycling station. The convoy resumed its journey, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, primarily due to Lin Mu's deliberate slowing. From where do you hail? Is there anyone here? Lin Mu inquired. You ask, but I shall remain silent, the blonde woman retorted, her tail swaying idly behind her. After a few minutes of contemplation, she realized that as long as she refrained from harboring ill intentions toward the man before her, the collar around her neck would not inflict harm. Lin Mu felt a twitch in his eyelid. Are you challenging me? He asked, with a sharp clap of his hands. A surge of powerful electricity coursed through the blonde woman. It seems rather ineffectual. Why does it feel as if she is enjoying it even more? 001. Tickle her soles. Yes, master. The blonde woman gazed at Lin Mu with a look of sheer terror. You are truly excessive, if you have the ability. Just rely on this and refrain from using your hands. No, I am ticklish. 5 minutes later, the blonde lay helplessly on the ground, her golden locks clinging to her forehead. Speaking in short gasps, she remarked, I have said all that I can. This person is insufferable. How could he devise such a method? Is he even human? If I did not ascertain that he was human, I would think him a demon, while I am merely a frail and helpless creature. Lin Mu nodded and picked up the intercom. When we reach the intersection, turn left. The convoy shall proceed at full speed. Received. The convoy began to accelerate. Lin Mu turned to the blonde woman. What is your name? Anna. How did you arrive on this planet? Anna, having regained some composure, sat upright. 5 years ago, our entire planet was thrust into a game known as Survival Island. After enduring 2 years, we were cast onto this planet. Survival Island. It appears that each planet undergoes a different game. Lin Mu mused. Have you encountered individuals from other planets? Anna nodded. I have. The situations are generally similar. All inhabitants of each planet undergo the survival game before being thrown here. She pondered for a moment and continued. This planet is boundless. I traveled for a year and still did not return to the original starting point. A whole year, and her pace was not slow at all. Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating. If that were the case, it would imply that this planet is inhabited by individuals from various worlds. Is this still considered road survival? In truth, Lin Mu had harbored this thought since their arrival. After all, the roads had changed, and the environment had transformed. It bore little resemblance to road survival. Hearing Anna's words now, it dawned on him that the previous survival games were merely a filtering process. Those who emerged from it were brought to this planet, which essentially serves as a vast arena for all survivors of the survival games. It was simply a transition from a smaller survival game to a grander one. 3 hours later, a small town appeared ahead of the convoy. The captain noticed the town, and Lin Mu had already seen it through the drone. The convoy slowed down, cautiously entering the town while remaining vigilant. Ending the communication, Lin Mu turned to Anna. What is the situation with the people in this town? They are likely survivors of the same survival game as us, probably arriving earlier. Aren't they indigenous? Anna shook her head. The natives do not inhabit these marginal areas. They reside in more prosperous regions. Lin Mu nodded. Indeed, the resources here were scarce. He had utilized his resource detection abilities and found that the nearby mineral resources were exceedingly limited. His gaze returned to the screen. This place could be thoroughly scavenged. Although he possessed ample resources sufficient for 3 to 5 years, observing Anna's situation made it clear that remaining in one place for 3 years was hardly advantageous. Thus, it was evident that an abundance of resources was indeed preferable. He accessed the chat channel, glancing at the individuals engaged in lighthearted banter, and he felt an urge to identify potential targets among them. Their resources were readily available. Seizing a couple of convoys could potentially augment their supplies for an entire year. The convoy soon approached a location near the town, a mere 50 meters away.
At the entrance of the town, various barricades were positioned, and behind them stood armored figures. From their attire, it appeared they were clad in medieval armor, implying their strength might be lacking. "Captain, let us advance. Our heavy machine guns will easily dispatch them," one of his companions suggested. Lin Mu turned to Anna. "Have you encountered these individuals before?" Anna shook her head. "No, I have been on the move. Meeting you was merely an opportunity to gather some followers. I presumed it would be an easy task, yet here I am, entangled in this situation. Then we will deploy 5 vehicles for a heavy machine gun assault, but do take care of your safety. While heavy machine guns are formidable, they are not infallible." At least Anna's shield had indeed repelled bullets, albeit ultimately failing against the opposition. It is crucial to remember that Anna was alone then. Whereas this village seems to host a considerable number of people. Should there be several individuals akin to Anna, breaching this town may prove quite challenging, even risking a counterattack. However, in such a remote area, one would hope to encounter no unusual threats. 5 selected vehicles rolled out, while 10 armored figures emerged from within, advancing with resolute steps. Brandishing long blades, Lin Mu squinted ahead, puzzled as to whether they had never seen such weaponry before. Did they not feel fear? The barrage commenced, regardless of their trepidation. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down. A translucent shield materialized, deflecting the projectiles that clattered to the ground. Lin Mu had anticipated this. A group standing so brazenly could not possibly lack protection. The 10 armored figures raised their blades and swung downward. A 3-meter-high white crescent flew toward the convoy's position. Translucent shields arose on both sides, rendering them unable to harm one another. The battle persisted for half a minute, depleting a considerable amount of ammunition. Yet the enemy's shields remained steadfast. "Return, you 5. We shall retreat for now. Given the current circumstances, relying solely on heavy machine guns is futile. It is time to procure new weaponry." However, a pressing issue loomed: how to acquire these new arms. Having retreated to a hillside 10 kilometers away, the convoy halted. "Investigate the surroundings and prepare a meal," Lin Mu instructed. Once they were settled, he found himself with numerous inquiries for the woman before him, who possessed a tail. "What were the shields on your vehicle earlier, and the one in the town just now?" "Mine is merely a small magical array. There are numerous spatial tunnels on this planet, and as long as you enter and complete the designated tasks, you can obtain corresponding items. However, I still recommend that you consider direct robbery as a more viable option. Everything I possess was acquired through theft. The difficulty of that spatial rift is too great. As for the town we just encountered, it likely possesses its own defensive magical array." "Spatial tunnels? Completing tasks? What exactly do these tunnels entail?" "They transport you to another planet, where a panel presents you with tasks to complete in order to earn rewards. The nature of the tasks varies each time, and those lacking strength will likely perish within." Lin Mu nodded. This was reminiscent of the initiation into a game. "So, where did the array of this town originate?" "It is inherent to the town itself," Anna shrugged. He understood Lin Mu's thoughts, yet that was utterly unattainable. "What do you mean?" "A town cannot simply be constructed at will. One must locate the array and build the town upon its foundation. However, such locations have long been claimed, so do not even consider it. Unless you seize the territory, which is practically impossible given the formidable protective barrier in place. It can be said that the town is the safest place on this planet. As long as one remains within the town, they are invincible." Lin Mu shook his head, skeptical of the shield's purported strength. "There is nothing in this world that cannot be broken. It merely suggests that the damage dealt is insufficient." He contemplated testing the effectiveness of the pulling cannon. Their vehicle can simultaneously operate 2 cannons, combined with his own 4, resulting in 84 cannons in total. He planned to execute 10 rounds of concentrated fire. If that fails to breach the barrier, he would need to devise another approach. Lin Mu couldn't help but recall the crescent-shaped blades that had flown out earlier. They must have been akin to sword energy. In this regard, the inhabitants of Blue Star rely on external forces, while these individuals depend on their innate abilities. "Anna, did your strength manifest after arriving here? Or were you already formidable back in your homeland?" "I possessed strength inherently. However, it has been further augmented since my arrival, making me significantly stronger than before." When it comes to strength, she exuded confidence. It is worth noting that prior to participating in this survival game, she was already a powerhouse among her kind. Now, she stands as one of the mightiest. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "Surely, your strength cannot be so lacking?" Anna's expression stiffened, but upon reflecting on her situation, she had to concede that Lin Mu's words held truth. Lin Mu glanced outside. The members of the convoy had begun their preparations. "You've been rambling with me. I've asked all the necessary questions and gained the required understanding. It is now time to hand you over to someone else. That Jiang Shui. I shall entrust you to her from now on." With that, Lin Mu passed Anna over to Shui. "Brother Mu, did you just call for me?" Jiang Ying approached from the side. "I initially intended to summon you, but upon reflection, I decided against it." He was concerned that Jiang Ying might struggle to handle Anna. After all, Anna was a succubus, not someone easily dealt with. The men present, upon seeing Anna, were rendered speechless, with a playful wink directed at the crowd. All the men stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. Observing this, Anna couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, she exclaimed in pain, clutching the back of her head and crouching on the ground. "Why is someone so ruthless?" she complained. "Don't play the victim. I barely touched you. Simply exerted a gentle force. Besides, with your formidable strength, how could you possibly feel pain?" Shu Yi tried to suppress her laughter. "Then why is your hand so red? I am merely a succubus, not a muscle-bound hell knight." Anna had never felt so at a loss for words. "By your logic, wouldn't he that make the forbidden spellcaster invulnerable?" After Anna was struck, the men regained their senses. When they looked at Anna again, their eyes were filled with trepidation. To be ensnared by a mere glance was utterly terrifying. Anna surveyed the group of men from afar, acknowledging that her powers were indeed intact. Yet she pondered why they proved ineffective against Lin Mu. Throughout the afternoon, she had attempted to utilize this ability on him multiple times, to no avail. Could it be due to the collar? But that shouldn't be the case, unless, with a mischievous grin, Anna approached Lin Mu and whispered, "Do you have a preference for men?" Slap. The force of the blow was staggering. Anna crouched down, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She wished to speak, but the pain at the back of her head was unbearable. "You should handle this one carefully. If she proves unmanageable, just eliminate her," she thought. How dare he imply that he liked men? It was as if he was courting death. Yet, this collar merely restrained her from harboring feelings for him. If she were to retaliate, he would be helpless to stop her. Since the incident involving those three women, they understood that the collar was not infallible. Faced with such a formidable Anna, even Shu Yi felt a twinge of concern. "Do not fear, just adorn yourself with these," Lin Mu said, producing a somewhat sparse chainmail. "Brother Mu, is this truly effective? There are gaps wide enough for a fist to slip through. Can this possibly defend against Anna?" Anna lifted her head, astonished. "How do you possess so much mithril?" "Well, I have quite a stash in my warehouse. It's not an excessive amount, merely a few tons," he replied nonchalantly. Anna bit her lip, struggling to articulate her disbelief. "Damn." Ignoring her, Lin Mu proceeded to unfurl the chainmail, or rather, the chain armor. Each intersection bore a cross. Anna felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Shameless. Utterly shameless. "Once you wear this, she won't dare to touch you. Also, wear this cross bracelet. If she misbehaves, you can simply slap her," Lin Mu instructed. Shu Yi looked at the items Lin Mu was offering with sympathy, regarding Anna as the most unfortunate captive she had ever witnessed. Chapter 110, You know nothing of my resources. Ahem, I feel compelled to interject. I am indeed a civil and courteous succubus, and I would never resort to such actions. Hence, there is truly no need for you to guard against me in this manner. Do you truly speak of civility and courtesy? At that moment, you were intent on our demise, Lin Mu retorted, digging into his nose, fully aware of the reality before him. With this thought, Lin Mu summoned everyone and distributed a crucifix to each individual. "You must wear this talisman. Do not claim I did not forewarn you." Without the crucifix, she could eliminate you as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. Lin Mu's assertion held merit. To Anna, these individuals were merely ordinary humans, devoid of any inherent power, entirely reliant on external artifacts. In her world, they would be considered mere commoners. Ironically, the commoners she looked down upon wielded weapons capable of ending her life, which struck her as absurd. After dinner, Lin Mu prepared the traction artillery and allocated it among the group. "For now, you are free to roam. We shall commence our assault on that small town at midnight. You are dismissed." Once he had arranged for the others, he remained behind with Shu Yi and Anna. "I have one more inquiry for you. What abilities did those individuals in the town exhibit today?" Lin Mu harbored certain suspicions, yet he remained uncertain. He wondered whether such abilities could be cultivated. That would be akin to fighting spirit on our planet. There's as likely a similar phenomenon. It is essentially a manipulation of energy sufficient to deal with your kind, though it falls short against me, Anna replied with a shrug. She contemplated the current circumstances, realizing it was imperative for her to establish rapport here to avoid being targeted by this mithril crucifix. This planet was inhabited by a diverse array of individuals from various locales, each employing distinct methods to harness energy. Certainly, there were those like you who relied on external means, albeit with superior technology. Thus, do not solely focus on them. Consider other targets as well. After all, individuals are not homogeneous, and the energy cultivation methods suitable for them may not necessarily apply to you. Lin Mu nodded, as he had already contemplated this notion. However, he placed greater trust in his machinery. So long as you do not engage in cultivation, he remained skeptical that anyone could withstand the might of an aircraft and artillery. It seemed prudent for him to establish contact with those from Blue Star. If he could locate a weapons specialist, that would be advantageous. As long as one falls within the realm of humanity, there exists a means to eliminate them. Tonight's artillery fire would serve as an initial test. If the 120mm caliber proves ineffective, what of the 350mm? Or the 1000mm? If conventional shells are inadequate, what about laser cannons, dark matter bombs, or annihilation particle cannons? Ultimately, as long as it does not surpass the boundaries of humanity, Lin Mu harbored little doubt that technology would prevail. However, should cultivation be possible, it would also be beneficial to enhance one's physical prowess. At the stroke of midnight, everyone settled into their respective positions. Adjust the angle, 10 degrees left, 30 degrees up. Maximum range, 95 kilometers. Prepare for a simultaneous fire of 10 to 15 rounds. Is everyone adequately supplied with ammunition? Sufficient. Sufficient. 15 rounds. And he remained skeptical of the protective shield's resilience. Fire. Boom. Boom boom. 84 shells erupted from the position, hurtling towards the distant town. Before the first 84 shells even touched the ground, another 84 were launched. In the town, having endured the morning's onslaught from Lin Mu and his companions, the patrols had noticeably increased. Remarkably, those individuals wielded peculiar weapons. Such small iron projectiles could indeed evoke ripples in the defensive array. Jesse, you must understand that this planet harbors many strange phenomena. That is indeed true, he replied. But what about those who have departed? Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted. The simultaneous launch of 84 shells created an unbroken cacophony, resembling an extended rumble. Good heavens, what on earth is this? Why does the array react so violently? What are you waiting for? Sound the alarm. Jesse hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed to a brass bell, shaking it fervently. The urgent clangor resonated repeatedly. Upon hearing the sound, people rushed out from their rooms. Once more, the thunderous noise reverberated. The protective array overhead shimmered brightly. Boom boom boom. Waves of shells relentlessly assaulted the area. From a distance, Lin Mu monitored the situation through multimedia, pondering whether their efforts were in vain. The light screen responded quite vigorously, yet showed no signs of shattering. He picked up the intercom. Shui, have Anna come to see me. After all, there was a professional present. It was best to inquire directly. Soon, Anna entered the vehicle, her expression one of resignation. If you have something to ask me, please don't make me leave and return repeatedly. It's quite exhausting. Though she thought this, she dared not voice it, fearing Lin Mu might strike her again. He indeed could be quite formidable. May I ask why you summoned me? Anna flashed a gentle smile, revealing 8 pearly teeth as she gazed at Lin Mu. A shiver ran down Lin Mu's spine. No, but how have you changed so much? Isn't this the transformation you requested, dear? Lin Mu's lips twitched. What ideas had Shui instilled in her? Seeing her demeanor, he silently retracted his hand. There was no justification for such action. Look at this pale yellow light screen. Is it on the verge of breaking or not? By this point, 15 rounds had passed. If the array showed no significant change, he wouldn't waste any more time. However, should there be a shift, he would not hesitate to act. It's not discernible. We must observe a few more rounds, Anna replied, shaking her head. From the screen, it merely appeared to be a manifestation of the array. This is easily resolved. Prepare all vehicles with the previous data. Prepare for 5 rounds of simultaneous fire. Moments later. Ready. Fire. Bang bang bang. The two watched intently as the multimedia display showcased the shells descending, causing the protective shield to ripple. In some areas, even depressions formed. Given the current circumstances, it seemed merely a case of excessive energy expenditure. Based on your current assault, it would take at least 30 to 40 attacks to achieve results. However, there is truly no necessity. It seems a considerable waste of resources on your part. It merely requires 30 or 40 attempts. What materials are being squandered? If the contents are sufficient, then it is worth it. You know nothing of my resources. Lin Mu shook his head. How many shells do you have left? 8, 12. The quantities are largely insufficient. It is not a problem. We can manufacture more directly. The subsequent scene sent shivers through Anna's very soul. Chapter 111. Indestructible. Merely insufficient firepower. Half an hour later, Lin Mu had successfully produced 4,000 shells. The most consumed resources were the universal materials, which posed little challenge for him. Prepare for 40 rounds of simultaneous fire. Launch. Anna witnessed a battle far beyond that of their planet. Should such shells fall upon her, there would likely be nothing left but fragments. This was merely a fraction of their capabilities. If a city were to be equipped with such weaponry, would it not become invincible? If Lin Mu were aware of the opposing thoughts, he would surely mock her. This was merely the beginning. Were he to possess a Dongfeng Express, a single shot would send these individuals home. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the relentless bombardment, the protective shield of the town began to show fissures. This is bad. The shield is about to shatter. Quickly summon the elder. No need. I have arrived. A man clad in armor, with hair as white as snow, approached. He gazed solemnly at the shield above. The situation is dire. Everyone prepare to evacuate. The explosions in the sky resembled those of a magic crystal cannon, albeit with slightly inferior results. Yet, the sheer number of projectiles far surpassed that of the magic crystal cannon. Everyone, to the back, swiftly. Move everything, all spatial equipment. Carry all supplies, leave nothing behind. They wished to comply, but how could it be feasible? No, it is impossible. There is far too much to carry. There are a total of 8 warehouses, filled with the resources they have amassed over the years, and they simply cannot fit it all. The elder glanced at the sky and waved his hand. Let them have the supplies. As long as we live, we will have more in the future. The protective shield is bound to shatter. Once it breaks, the energy for the protective array will dissipate. And to reactivate it will require at least a year to source the necessary materials. With that time, they can seek a new location. 3 minutes later, the bombardment ceased. The artillery was retracted, and the convoy advanced towards the town. Received. Received. The excitement within their voices was palpable through the intercom. They had not forgotten the events of the day. The shield could not be breached by heavy machine guns. Moreover, the opposing forces showcased formidable strength. Yet now, they had triumphed. Anna stood behind Lin Mu, her face a mask of astonishment as she beheld the unfolding scene. A group of ordinary individuals had managed to breach the protective shield through external means. How could this be possible? What manner of beings were they from their planet? Even those mechanical races could only break through due to their formidable strength. Yet, these individuals are merely ordinary humans. What kind of weapon is this? Lin Mu's discoveries transcended her comprehension. On their planet, common folk wield only cold weapons, while extraordinary armaments, like those of Lin Mu, remain in the hands of sorcerers. Although the energy within is derived from magic crystals, it still necessitates the sorcerer's magical prowess for manipulation. As the convoy entered the quaint town, the clock struck 12:30, indicating that only half an hour had elapsed since their arrival. After securing the vehicle, Lin Mu, clad in a suit of armor, disembarked. His armor, a remarkable creation, was forged from a blend of steel and mithril, offering considerable protection against both magic and martial energy. If only he were adept in magic or martial arts. This gear would amplify his abilities, but alas, he was not. He scanned the area for anything of potential use, remaining vigilant for safety. Rest assured, those individuals have undoubtedly vacated the premises, he assured. The group dispersed, commencing their search. As for Anna, Lin Mu chose not to let her and Shu Exine leave his side, reasoning that he could inquire about any unfamiliar objects later. As he strolled, Lin Mu approached a grand door that resembled a storage facility. With a forceful kick, he swung the door open. Indeed, the interior was filled with various ores, timber, and an assortment of gold and silver artifacts. Amidst the clutter, Lin Mu's gaze fell upon a gleaming silver longsword, radiating a faint white light. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Holy Flame Cross. He picked up the sword and approached Anna, who instinctively took a step back. Brother, please. I'll be good, just don't point that at me. Fear was etched across her face as she regarded the sword in Lin Mu's hand. Lin Mu, bemused, raised an eyebrow. I merely wish to inquire about this longsword. Must you react so dramatically? This appears to be a holy sword used by the church. But I cannot fathom why it would be in the possession of these individuals, he mused, noting how its design closely mirrored that of the ecclesiastical weapons on her planet. However, Anna was certain that the townsfolk were not from her world. Their attire, equipment, and language were distinctly different. How did these items come to be here? I see several more over there, Lin Mu pondered. In recent days, he had encountered only this modest town and its few inhabitants. To suggest that they had stolen these items seemed far-fetched. If they possessed such power, they surely would not have ventured here. Who knows? Anna shrugged. In her estimation, these items were undoubtedly pilfered. Lin Mu stroked his chin, recalling novels he had read about various realms worshipping a single deity, who manifested to seize faith. Could it be possible that the people of this planet and those of Anna's were under the dominion of the same god? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps this entire scenario was orchestrated by divine forces. The search for useful items stretched on, and after an hour, the group reconvened. Captain, there are a total of 8 warehouses containing at least a substantial portion of supplies, though some have likely been removed. However, what remains is still considerable. Captain, we have discovered several offices in the houses at the town center, filled with numerous handwritten notebooks and books. Captain, the entire town is devoid of any living souls. They must have fled. Additionally, we found a passageway, but hesitated to send anyone in. Lin Mu nodded. Block that passageway with more stones, seal it entirely. The optimal approach would be to collapse it. Yet Lin Mu preferred to keep it intact in case it might be of use in the future. Discuss amongst yourselves how to arrange shifts. If enemies are encountered, sound the alarm immediately. Understood. Lin Mu, led by the chubby individual, arrived at the so-called offices. The interior was quite simple, featuring only a bookshelf, a desk, and a chair. There were 4 offices in total, 2 on each floor. The largest office was located at the far end of the second floor. Lin Mu sat in the chair and opened a notebook on the desk. Although the script was unfamiliar to him, he inexplicably understood its meaning. This must be a function of the game, he thought. On June 2nd of the year 3000 of the new god calendar, upon awakening, I found myself in a towering edifice. Chapter 112, Vehicle Defense Array. The architecture here is unlike my hometown. How were these 100-meter structures constructed? On June 5th of the year 3000, it marked the 4th day since my arrival. This place is known as the survival game, where each individual must scavenge for resources to survive. I am uncertain what day it is today, only that it is the 10th day since my arrival. Our team now comprises 4 members, having endured 5 attacks, yet we have resolutely survived. On the 20th day, astonishingly, we encountered a living dragon, and our task is to utilize various tools to stay alive. 2 years and 12 days later, our ruined survival game has concluded. Yet I sense that the true survival game is only just beginning. In the 6th year, this world harbors indigenous people who are formidable, and those wondrous machines are terrifying. Perhaps they, too, are survivors of the same game. In the 10th year, we faced a formidable enemy, unknown from which planet they hail, nor how long they have survived here. Lin Mu casually thumbed through the diary in his hands, discerning that this notebook likely did not belong to the townsfolk. Otherwise, it would not have been left behind. The final page bore the notation of the 20th year, with no further entries. It remains uncertain whether the individual perished or simply chose to cease recording. 20 years. Lin Mu rubbed his temples. The reality was more dire than he had imagined. To think one could survive here for 20 years without returning to their home planet. Was it a matter of not meeting the conditions to return? Or was it simply impossible to go back? Surely, he would not be condemned to remain here for eternity. Concern filled Lin Mu's gaze. If he were indeed to be stranded here, meticulous planning would be essential. He could no longer afford to act so carelessly. Anna, do you also possess a communicator? Are you referring to this device? Anna extracted a necklace from the depths of the majestic surroundings, upon which hung a red circular bead. Aside from its distinct color, it was identical to the core of Lin Mu's vehicle. Surely, you can still communicate with others, can't you? How many remain? She inquired. Of course, I can make contact, though I seldom do so. After all, I am a succubus, a rather despised race. As for the numbers, there are barely 1 million of us left after all these years. The rate of demise has been swift. We once entered with 1 billion. Lin Mu's lips twitched in disbelief. 1 billion? How many did you initially have? He approached the window on the 2nd floor and gazed out. Under the moonlight, the entire town exuded an aura of tranquility. If this were not a world of survival, living here for a lifetime could indeed be quite pleasant. Yet, it was evidently impossible. The next day, Captain, we have discovered mysterious rune fragments, which we suspect to be part of the city's protective array, Zhang Qian exclaimed, running over with palpable excitement. If we can repair this, wouldn't it be splendid to stay here? As for driving, what vehicle would we even use? Under Zhang Qian's guidance, the group arrived at the town center. In the midst of a small pond lay a stone fragment, adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns. It is a protective array, but alas, its energy has been depleted, Anna lamented, shaking her head. This will be of no use for the time being. Oh, how is its energy replenished? Lin Mu inquired, raising an eyebrow. By entering the spatial tunnel and participating in tasks, one has the chance to acquire mysterious elements. Wait, what did you say? Lin Mu's interest piqued. Mysterious elements? 4 of these can sustain a protective array. It was indeed the mysterious elements. He had an abundance of them. A single blueprint could yield 15 or more mysterious elements upon deconstruction. Currently, he possessed hundreds of them, with even more blueprints in his possession. After all, acquiring a blueprint casually could yield hundreds. How could he not have a surplus? Can this array be extracted? Anna pondered, uncertain, as she had always acted alone. Her knowledge stemmed from what she had observed in the chat channel. Lin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating a potential approach, uncertain of its feasibility. Given that the entire convoy's vehicles had activated their shelter mode, were these vehicles not akin to a small town? Why remain within this town then? Zhang Qian, retrieve the array from within. Understood. Zhang Qian leaped into the pond and extended his hand. With a gentle prod, he extracted the stone fragment, his face a mask of astonishment. Isn't this a town's protective array? How could it be so easily removed? Captain, Lin Mu extended his hand and received the array, its attributes materializing before him. Defensive magic array. Basic protective array capable of withstanding energy attacks of up to 10,000 degrees, encompassing a radius of 3 kilometers. 4 mysterious elements. To discover it was merely a basic protective array was surprising. If it were a higher level one, would he not be rendered incapable of breaching it? Regarding the energy of 10,000 degrees, it seems to serve as a metric for assessing attacks. Please continue to explore this matter thoroughly, and for now, follow Shui closely. Once everything is arranged, Lin Mu hastens towards his vehicle, eager to test the feasibility of his ideas. Inside the car, he immediately activates the modification skill to install a defensive magical array, endowing the vehicle with corresponding capabilities. The speed of this process is remarkably swift. Vehicle Defense Magical Array, Array Stone X1, Mithril X1, Mysterious Element X4. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Was it truly that simple? While it appeared easy for him, it posed significant difficulty for others. After all, most individuals could only utilize such an array in a fixed location, whereas he had engineered a mobile version. It's not that the array stone couldn't be used in another city. Rather, the challenge lay in arranging the intricate patterns beneath the stone, something that would confound 99 of people. Even within the same planetary system, distinctions exist. Moreover, the items provided by this game exhibit even greater variance. Lin Mu's skill effortlessly bypassed this hurdle, automating the solution. Modification. A radiant light flashed, and mysterious patterns and runes materialized on the floor of the living room behind Lin Mu, seamlessly integrating the entire protective array with the vehicle. He quickly checked the information, hoping not to damage anything. Vehicle Defense Magical Array. Primary Vehicle Protective Array, capable of withstanding 10,000 degrees of energy attack, with a coverage radius of 1 kilometer, 04 mysterious elements. Indeed, a change had occurred. The coverage radius had diminished. However, for his convoy, this sufficed. Even with all vehicles deployed, the size remained adequate, albeit a bit denser. Lin Mu stroked his chin. Perhaps he should enhance it further. Chapter 113. Let us set this aside for now. We shall discuss it later. After reinforcing it 3 times, he had utilized a considerable amount of materials. A 4th enhancement was unnecessary, as various materials had escalated into the thousands. By this stage, the defensive array had achieved a protective shield capable of withstanding 100,000 degrees of energy and a coverage radius of 5 kilometers. The following morning, Lin Mu's convoy departed from the area. Anna, seated in Shu Yi's car, frequently glanced back at the town, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The once quaint settlement was now devoid of any structures. Every house had vanished, and even the small pond within the town had been removed. Is this how you all have always been? Shu Yi's lips twitched slightly. It used to be better. There were remnants left behind. This time, however, it's puzzling. If her memory served her right, during the initial stages of the hellish inferno, those towns did not suffer such a fate. Who could fathom the current circumstances? Anna, in the passenger seat, spoke softly. You know, on our planet, there exists a race called the Tabuk, a half-beastman species. This race possesses a most repugnant trait. They leave nothing behind when they visit a place, taking everything they can, and destroying what they cannot carry away. Coughing slightly, Shu Yi nearly choked on her own saliva. Are you not describing us? I strongly advise against uttering such words, especially in the presence of Lin Mu. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Anna cast a glance at the collar adorning her neck and let out a deep sigh. Alas, this life has confined me here. Wait. A spark ignited in Anna's eyes. What is the average lifespan among you? On their planet, the average human lifespan is a mere 45 years. Only cultivators experience an extension of life. Well, if one is free from ailments, it should be over 80. She pondered before responding. Anna's eyes brightened. Does this mean she could depart in 60 years? For someone whose life has spanned over 500 years, this was indeed bearable. Instantly, her spirits lifted. What are a few decades? They will pass in the blink of an eye. A cheerful whistle escaped Anna's lips. She glanced at her in surprise, wondering how she had suddenly transformed into such a joyous spirit. Though she could not discern the melody of Anna's tune, the buoyancy of the refrain conveyed her elation. She shook her head and continued driving. In Lin Mu's vehicle, he was simultaneously navigating the road while perusing a notebook in his hands. He had brought all the notebooks from the office, hoping to unearth valuable information. Indeed, he extracted 2 useful notebooks. However, their contents were utterly incomprehensible to him. The first page of one notebook bore the title, Fighting Chi Cultivation Techniques of the Ophanos Family. Yet, for someone who had never encountered such material, it was akin to deciphering an ancient scripture. Lin Mu contemplated for a moment, activated his transformation skill, and tossed the book into the device, attempting to convert it into an automatic cultivation apparatus. Ding! Transformation failed. Sigh. After all the effort to obtain a cultivation manual, it turned out to be unusable. He cast a glance at the magical explanation, which was equally baffling. Lin Mu found himself questioning how those who traversed to a fantasy world managed to cultivate. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Could it be due to the absence of a mentor? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Master, do you wish to cultivate? Lin Mu turned in astonishment to 001. Do you possess a solution? I am uncertain, but I can assist you in deciphering the material. The efficacy remains unclear. Then give it a try. Lin Mu held no expectations as he handed the 2 notebooks to 001. He opened the chat channel to gauge the circumstances of others. Upon seeing the numbers, he realized the dire situation faced by many. 98 million. In merely 2 days, over 60 million lives had been lost. What calamity had transpired? Brothers, help. Who brought me into this convoy? I must teleport immediately. A throng of armored individuals rode horses capable of reaching speeds of 140 kilometers per hour. Who would dare believe it? Help. Our convoy is surrounded by ogres. Escape is impossible. Whose ogre stands 5 meters tall? This is a death sentence. If everyone is in such dire straits, I can rest easy. Here I am facing a 20-meter tall mountain giant, and I feel as though I have already met my end. What are mountain giants compared to the dragon I encountered? No, it should be referred to as the Western lizard dragon, one that can breathe fire. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the unfortunate circumstances of these individuals who had to face such bizarre creatures. He couldn't help but wonder how he would respond if confronted with such entities. Well, it seemed that aside from the lizard dragon, he could manage the others. With this thought, the dilemma appeared less daunting. Zizimo, there are numerous individuals in the chat channel wishing to join our convoy. What shall we do about them? Shu Xian's voice chimed in. Indeed. How could he have overlooked this matter? He quickly replied, Shu Xian, discuss this with Zhao Jin. Remember, they must meet our standards, with the stringent requirement that their vehicle's core reaches level 6. The rest is up to your negotiation. What about the collars? Lin Mu pondered for a moment. Let us set that aside for now. We'll address it once they arrive. Those who comply will receive collars, while the disobedient shall be left behind. We don't know how long we will remain here, so we should gather whatever resources we can. Is it ruthless? Well, everyone is destined to perish. Might as well make their demise hold some value. He then opened his email, noticing a person had sent him 33 messages at the top of his inbox. Glancing at the sender's name, a faint smile crept across Lin Mu's face. Didn't you say you wouldn't join? Yet here you are, sending messages. Upon opening the messages, he found that nearly 2 were sent every hour, accompanied by requests for voice calls. Initially, there were inquiries about his availability, but later, the tone shifted to one of pleading for help. The most recent message was sent an hour ago. Our convoy wishes to join. Please contact us. Jiang Han. Lin Mu calmly checked the convoy rankings. The Qinren convoy now had only 12 vehicles left, and their resources had diminished significantly. The situation appeared dire. He unhurriedly initiated a voice call. The connection was immediate. Hello, Lin Mu. We from the Qinren convoy agree to join your convoy. Please allow us to come over. Jiang Han spoke with urgency. Of course, that is not an issue. However, there is a waiting period for leaving and rejoining the convoy. Zhao Jin managed to join quickly due to the power of the invitation. Unfortunately, I do not possess an invitation at the moment. I have a special item. A convoy teleportation scroll. Just provide me with the coordinates, and I can arrive immediately. He had considered using it during their previous crisis, but had hesitated. There was only one scroll, and he was uncertain about the coordinates he might randomly input. What if it landed him in water? Or a volcano? Or amidst other enemies? Coordinates? Where can I find those? Chapter 114. Freedom? Long gone. This was Lin Mu's first realization that coordinates even existed. Jiang Han was taken aback, astonished that someone so formidable could be unaware of coordinates. Your powerful convoy should have radar, right? The coordinates are displayed in the lower right corner of the radar. Lin Mu turned to the radar in the vehicle and indeed saw a string of numbers, even including 4 decimal places. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Convoy, halt all movement. Await further instructions. The convoy gradually came to a stop, and Lin Mu relayed their coordinates to Jiang Han. He then retrieved 30 confinement collars from his backpack. While there were only a few vehicles, the number of individuals was uncertain. A radiant beam of light suddenly flashed, revealing a convoy not far from them. 001. Go make contact and have them put on the collars, came the command. Face-to-face interaction was out of the question. He could not withstand the heat of weaponry. Safety had to be ascertained first. Understood, Master. 001 descended from the vehicle, clutching a restraining collar, and headed straight for the newly arrived convoy. Jiang Han gazed at the distant convoy, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally escaped that place. He could not fathom how his luck had turned so dire. He was surrounded by people with no avenue for escape. Anyone he encountered seemed eager to strike him down. It was utterly absurd. Captain, a woman is approaching. What should we do? One of his companions inquired. What do you mean? What should we do? Stay calm and do as I say if you wish to survive, Jiang Han warned, his eyes full of warning. At that moment, anyone who dared to trouble him would find no mercy. But if we wear that thing, won't we lose our freedom? A voice protested, displaying a face full of grievance. They can do as they please now, but once the collar is on, the constraints will multiply, the speaker lamented. Jiang Han scoffed. Freedom? What do you know of freedom? Can you even return now? Let me tell you, once you enter this game, freedom is a thing of the past. He doubted whether these people had any sense left. They were still talking about freedom when it had long since vanished. The group fell silent, as if reflecting on this newfound understanding. Wearing the collar was not entirely unacceptable after all. At that moment, 001 approached Jiang Han. You are the one in charge, correct? Will you wear the collars yourselves? Or shall I assist you? Listening to 001's cold voice, Jiang Han felt uneasy, yet he had no choice but to comply. He sighed, feeling as though he had become a mere dog, merely a chain away from complete subjugation. We'll handle it ourselves. With 12 vehicles and a total of 22 individuals, Jiang Han took the collars and distributed them one by one. If you wish to live, put them on obediently. Anyone who dares to threaten my life will face the first consequence. His gaze swept across the former team members, now turned into Lin Mu's followers. The group fell silent. reluctantly donning the collars. Observing this, Lin Mu exited the vehicle and sauntered towards Jiang Han. I did say I would invite you. Back then, you had so many team members. He left the rest unspoken, as those individuals were now under his command, rendering any further disparagement unnecessary. Jiang Han pressed his lips together. Those deceased team members had been meticulously chosen by him. Their loss weighed heavily on him, but the past could not be altered, and he was left with no options. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to your future comrades. In 7 days, I shall incorporate you into the battle team. Upon receiving Lin Mu's notification, Zhao Jin and the others also disembarked. Upon sighting a throng of women in the distance, the men from Jiang Han's team gleamed with excitement. Captain, this place is nothing short of paradise. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes at the eager yellow-haired man and whispered, refrain from harboring any unwarranted thoughts, or you shall find yourself buried. The yellow-haired man trembled. He believed Jiang Han was capable of such actions, as many vehicles had met their end in that manner. Through their prolonged companionship, he had come to understand the nature of Jiang Han all too well. His notorious ruthlessness is well known, regardless of how long teammates have been together. If a mistake is made, one can only pray for a bullet to be spared. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the crowd instantly became submissive. Even the teammates observing Zhao Jin dared not gaze openly. Allow me to introduce, this is the captain of the Qin Ren team, who will be joining us henceforth. And this is the captain of the Rose team. Be sure to get acquainted. Since Zhao Jin oversees the entire team, you will be under her jurisdiction from now on. Jiang Han looked at Zhao Jin in astonishment. What is this? This woman is in charge of the entire team, and you relinquished all authority? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. With a collar around her neck, what was there to fear? Zhao Jin appeared helpless. Indeed, she was the one in charge, burdened with countless responsibilities daily, and she truly wished to resign. Ahem, Captain Lin Mu, would this arrangement be acceptable? Jiang Han, being the captain of the Qin Ren team, undoubtedly possessed remarkable capabilities. Might I delegate half of the responsibilities to him? Zhao Jin looked at Lin Mu with hope, eagerly anticipating his consent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was even more baffled. Is there a need to transfer authority? Isn't it sufficient to serve as a vice-captain? Although a vice-captain with a collar, it still held some value, right? Lin Mu shrugged. I'm fine with anything, as long as the tasks are accomplished efficiently. Whether Zhao Jin or Xu Yi took charge, or even if Jiang Han was assigned the responsibilities, it mattered not to him. He only required a team that would heed his commands. Let me be clear. You are 3 teams, not merely a combination of 4. Zhang Qian, I haven't assigned you any tasks. So I trust you won't hold that against me? Lin Mu's assertion was accurate. The initial 20 vehicles were indeed a merger of 2 teams. As for Xu Xian and Xu Yi, they were merely captives he had recruited, later becoming his team members. The remainder was self-evident, the Rose team and the Qin Ren team. Thus, this is the structure of Lin Mu's impressive team. Lin Mu paid little mind to the small circles within the team. As long as they brought value, other matters were inconsequential. Zhang Qian quickly smiled. Of course not. I find this quite manageable. This was his honest sentiment. He had observed Zhao Jin's troubled demeanor that day. Previously, when the team had no issues, Lin Mu did not treat it as a concern. However, now that Zhao Jin had accepted this role, it could not continue in such a manner. Lin Mu nodded. The team is complex, with its own small circles. I can comprehend that. But let me state this clearly. I do not interfere with your circles. But if conflicts arise, I will not hesitate to address them. Whoever is at fault must accept the consequences. Do not come to me next time with excuses. I lack the patience for it. Therefore, consider the repercussions carefully before taking action. He was not a judge, nor would he impose lengthy penalties. When issues arise, there are only 2 paths, to live or to perish. At most, one can extract every ounce of value before the end. The crowd agreed with Lin Mu's words, primarily out of a sense of trepidation. Chapter 115. Luck? What he possesses abundantly is Xu Yi. A week later, Jiang Han and his companions officially joined Lin Mu's convoy. The fleet had swelled to 53 vehicles, with personnel nearing 100. Yet, in Lin Mu's heart, the term convoy had become increasingly redundant. Triple the resources necessitated the presence of resource boxes. However, a week had passed, and not only were there no resource boxes, but they had scarcely encountered any resources at all. The resource detection skill had indicated numerous resources, but they were either scarce in quantity or difficult to extract. Anna leaned against the passenger seat, gazing vacantly into the distance. Ever since yesterday, she had adopted this demeanor, and Xu Yi had refrained from interrupting her, though concern gnawed at her. Over time, Xu Yi had come to believe that while Anna was not human, her heart was not devoid of compassion. Anna, what troubles you? You've been lost in thought for 2 consecutive days. Anna continued to stare out the window, her voice unwavering as she replied. Do you see the endless mountain range on the side? Within those peaks lie countless towns and cities. Constant bloodshed occurs among people, all for the sake of resources. Although war exists here as well, it pales in comparison to the frequency of conflict within. Anna had escaped from that very place, and she had not anticipated encountering the mountains so soon. Shu Yi peered through the car window, observing the unbroken chain of dark mountains. Their summits vanished into the ominous clouds, where crimson lightning flickered incessantly. Shu Yi swallowed hard. It appeared perilous. Report, Captain. The mountains to the side are where I was previously stationed. It is exceedingly dangerous. Should we steer clear of that area? Shu Yi's pupils dilated as she spoke into the intercom. Jiang Han's voice crackled through. Brother, are you insane? If you tell Lin Mu about this, he will undoubtedly venture there. Her intuition proved correct, as Lin Mu began to inquire. What is the situation inside? There are various teams engaged in skirmishes for resources. We were targeted back then and suffered significant losses. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Mu stroked his chin, realizing that based on their current trajectory, they would inevitably reach the foothills of those mountains. They had first encountered this mountain yesterday, and it still loomed today, a testament to its vastness. It appeared to stretch endlessly. Shu Yi, does Anna know the circumstances of this mountain? Shu Yi reluctantly picked up the intercom. Yes, I am aware. Proceed at the swiftest pace. He was eager to discern the true nature of this mountain. Over the course of the week, they had traversed thousands of kilometers each day. Yet, apart from the initial small town, they had not encountered a single human. All they found were barren wildernesses, with even the beasts being lamentably few. Lin Mu had long grown weary of this desolate expanse. If this continued, the resources would inevitably dwindle. He cast his gaze toward the distant mountains. If they truly resembled Jiang Han's description, venturing inside was not out of the question. As for danger, he held no fear. In the previous small town, Lin Mu had concealed a resurrection card within a basement. Should he face any misfortune, he could revive at that town, far removed from peril. Yesterday, he had placed a substitute doll beside a marsh, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. In his hand, he held a doll meant to take the place of a deceased, which he intended to bring along for a closer examination. Lin Mu opened the mailbox, discovering that the messages remained unchanged, lacking any semblance of variation. The anticipated rewards for the team rankings had yet to materialize. Had the game designer merely forgotten? Or was there another underlying circumstance at play? Shu Xian, could you inquire in the channel whether anyone has received the team rewards? After a brief interval, the response came. Some had indeed received the team rewards, while others had not. However, the rewards appeared rather mediocre, incomparable to those previously bestowed. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Why was it that he, in first place, received nothing, while others did? As dusk approached, the team came to a halt. The mountains loomed closely in the distance, their heights imposing and suffocating. Lin Mu called Anna to the vehicle. How do we get through? We could either fly over or take a narrow path up, but the interior of the mountains is perilous, and I would not advise venturing there. Even a forbidden sorcerer faces the risk of death. It is not a domain suited for those of lesser strength. Lin Mu shook his head. Humans are humans, and machines are machines. As long as the life within retains its humanity, I do not fear. That black dragon, however, is beyond the realm of humanity. With a deep sigh, Anna settled onto the couch. Aren't we partaking in a survival game? The interior is akin to a battleground, while the exterior represents a safe zone. These mountains serve as a barrier, not merely a single range, but three, stretching over hundreds of kilometers. This range is extensive. I've been circling it for half a year and still have yet to find an end. I suspect it's a loop. After escaping, Anna had never returned. Her strength was insufficient for prolonged survival within. Yet outside, survival was relatively straightforward. Lin Mu stroked his chin, lost in thought. If that is the case, everything makes sense. Why is there no one outside? Why are resources so scarce? Why is it so secure? But why are we in the safe zone? This aspect eluded his comprehension the most. Anna shrugged. Perhaps it's because you are too strong, which keeps you in the safe zone, preventing you from engaging in the game until your resources are depleted and you perish. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What a devious game designer. How had he become strong? Even if he was strong, it was under normal game conditions. He had neither exploited loopholes nor utilized cheats. Why should he be barred from participation? No wonder he saw no other teams. It seemed he was the sole team within this safe zone. What of that previous small town? They must have escaped from within. Presumably, many had perished. The mountains were not merely mountains. They were a playground for various ferocious beasts. If it were so easy to escape, everyone would have fled long ago. Lin Mu gazed at the distant mountains. In that case, I must venture inside to investigate. After all, it is uncertain how long we will remain here. Without early preparation, survival would be impossible. Anna remained skeptical of Lin Mu, continuing. Do not forget that there are many inhabitants from various planets involved. Typically, individuals of similar strength are grouped together. However, you must traverse the mountains, where you may encounter formidable foes. It ultimately depends on your fortune. With good luck, the landscape is serene, but with ill fate, it is a land of sorrow. Luck? He is not lacking in that department. He possesses Shu Yi. Lin Mu pondered whether he should enhance Shu Yi's treatment. And what of his sister? He wished for the horses to run swiftly, yet graze well. Gazing at the distant mountains, Lin Mu decided to take his time, running a bit longer before making a move. Chapter 116. Passing through directly. Another week passed, and the convoy finally approached the mountains. During this week, not only humans, but even other creatures were seldom seen. Lin Mu had barely replenished his resources, each day depleting what little he had. The mountain he was facing was quite massive, with not even a peak crumbling away. Observing the towering mountains, Lin Mu found himself believing Anna's words. The outside world was indeed a safe zone, but survivors either perished or fled far away. Next, they would venture inside for exploration. Everyone parked their vehicles, taking a day to rest before entering the mountains the following day. The convoy came to a halt. Those responsible for food prepared supplies while explorers readied themselves, each fulfilling their roles. Anna sat aside, gazing at the distant peaks, a look of worry etched on her face. Had she a choice, she would have never provoked the madman Lin Mu. Indeed, to her, he was a lunatic. Although resources were scarce in the outside world, survival was still achievable with effort, albeit with greater toil. Yet, entering the mountains could lead to instant death. She had many years ahead and did not wish to meet her end prematurely. Lin Mu, however, was indifferent to Anna's thoughts. Since returning was not an option, why not live life to the fullest? After a meal and a brief rest, they prepared to set off. An hour later, he instructed, "You may allocate yourselves. The second, third, and fourth levels are sufficient for your accommodation." Lin Mu stored all the vehicles within his backpack, while the others settled inside the vehicles. Only Lin Mu, Shu Yi, and Anna remained on the first level. The vehicles transformed, morphing into helicopters. What is this? Anna was bewildered by Lin Mu's actions. She had been contemplating how he would transport so many people in vehicles, yet the vehicle had ample space above, allowing him to gather everyone into one place. "Isn't this cheating?" she exclaimed. "What's wrong? Did you not suggest flying over or taking the small paths? I have merely chosen to fly. Is there a problem?" Anna's lips twitched. There was indeed no issue. Yet passing through this way meant he had no knowledge of what lay ahead. Should they encounter a powerful faction, death would be inevitable. If the vehicle exploded, everyone would perish alongside it. That's simple. Shu Yi, you can pilot the helicopter just like driving a car. It's a foolproof method. It requires no particular skill. Isn't it just a matter of luck? This is merely an opportunity for fortune. Is there any distinction between her departure and yours? She is our lucky charm. The majority of our resources have been unearthed through her guidance. On this matter, Lin Mu could hardly contest it. Shu Yi's fortune is nothing short of extraordinary. Anna gazed at Lin Mu in disbelief, pondering the existence of such a person. Even soaring through the skies, one must remain vigilant against lightning. This is manageable. We have a mobile protective array. Lin Mu activated the protective array, and a pale yellow shield materialized before gradually dissipating. Anna blinked, seemingly convinced that passage was indeed possible. Lin Mu and Anna settled onto the sofa as 001 approached. "What would the master like to drink?" "Just some water will suffice. No need for excessive fuss." The aircraft took off smoothly, hurtling toward the crevice nestled among the distant mountains. Anna's body tensed, her right hand, gripping the armrest of the sofa, had turned ghostly pale. "There's no need to be so anxious. It's merely lightning, a trivial matter." Anna was on the verge of tears. "It's not that simple. There are also wind and fire." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "You didn't mention that." "I only just remembered. Look below." Through the front glass. After traversing the first mountain range, a sea of flames spread out beneath them. Occasional bursts of fire surged upward, reaching the clouds. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Fortunately, this vehicle was equipped with a defensive array, otherwise, they would truly not pass through. It's not a significant issue, merely flames. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck, causing the aircraft to tremble incessantly. Shu Yi clutched the steering wheel tightly, her right hand resting on a nearby control panel. "Brother Mu, this wind is rather intense. What should we do?" The aircraft began to veer off course, straying from its intended path. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Just drive with confidence. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. The defensive array has been reinforced thrice. If it cannot withstand this level of risk, then it would be rather pathetic." The tempestuous winds, flames, and lightning relentlessly assaulted the aircraft. It was as if the plane had been fitted with a targeting system, each strike finding its mark. Yet, regardless of the onslaught, the aircraft remained unscathed. Observing this, Anna finally relaxed. "What on earth is this contraption? I nearly exhausted all my resources to escape. Yet you remain unharmed." Lin Mu picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and took a light sip. The strength of individuals varies. It's merely foundational skills. Anna was unfamiliar with the term foundational skills, but his demeanor was undeniably infuriating. A jolt of electricity surged through Anna, causing her face to flush an intense red. Then, under Lin Mu's astonished gaze, the electric current persisted for half an hour. Whether it was his imagination or not, he detected a look of satisfaction etched upon Anna's visage. Lin Mu's eyelids twitched. "Shu Yi, how long has she been in this state?" Shui reflected for a moment. About every 2 days. Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder whether this phenomenon was a limitation or a source of pleasure for Anna. This is unscientific. After half an hour, the aircraft had reached the third mountain range. Once they navigated through here, they would arrive at their destination. The ominous clouds are about to dissipate, revealing a cerulean sky. It turns out the dark clouds merely shroud the mountains. Lin Mu had always assumed that the darkness enveloped the entirety of this place. But it appears that the environment within is rather pleasant. After traversing 3 mountain ranges over the course of an hour, he encountered some risks. However, his aircraft sustained no damage, thanks to the protective defense array. At that moment, Anna rose from the ground and calmly returned to the sofa. Ahem, young man. One must know their limits. Overexertion is unwise. But I am a succubus. Without such actions, I would perish. Lin Mu was at a loss for words. Must succubi truly engage in such conduct? He pondered for a moment before inquiring. Does your enhancement of power involve men? Indeed, though ordinary individuals cannot withstand the drain. They expire within half an hour. Expire? Yes, they become mere skin and bones, reaching the end of their lifespan. Anna's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Would you care to try? Your physical constitution seems quite robust. Upon uttering these words, her gaze intensified, noting that the necklace showed no reaction, indicating that the collar was not responding. Chapter 117. The house must also be demolished, however. Lin Mu did not grant her the opportunity. No. Do not entertain such thoughts, or I shall not be courteous. Then do not be courteous, Anna retorted. Lin Mu thought to himself, what on earth is this? He turned away, ignoring her, but Anna moved closer. He snapped his fingers, unleashing a potent current that coursed through Anna's entire being. Ah! She screamed as her body convulsed on the ground. Oh. So it was not that it could not be done, but rather that the power was not set to maximum. For safety, Lin Mu had limited the collar's power, otherwise someone would have been electrocuted to a crisp long ago. Why did you stop? Anna's voice emerged from the ground. Never mind, it indeed seems ineffective. Even at maximum power, it proves futile. Truly, a confinement collar. It can only bind. At this point, the aircraft had exited the realm of dark clouds and entered an area with normal weather. From the sky, one could observe numerous villages and towns dotting the landscape, with distant cities visible as well. The farther they strayed from the mountains, the denser the settlements became. The plane gently descended, and a village appeared not far from where they landed. 10 minutes later, everyone alighted from the vehicle, and Lin Mu retrieved it from his backpack. Observing their surroundings, the group was filled with curiosity. Is this what they call the inside? It seems no different from the outside. Captain, are we simply going to walk in like this? Zhang Qian inquired, his expression one of confusion. Didn't they say it would be very dangerous? Why have we felt nothing at all? We have entered. There lies a village in the distance. We shall proceed to seize resources. Indeed, it is a matter of seizing. Resources are not something one must search for. One can simply take what is readily available. In no time, Anna would witness the rise of a new wave of banditry, while others remained fixed in one region, gradually exploring the surrounding area, gathering resources. And confronting other factions, they would act decisively. Upon reaching Lin Mu's location, it transformed into a realm reminiscent of modern-day banditry. The group returned to their vehicles, maintaining formation. And under the guidance of Shu Yi, they departed from the area. The village lay approximately 50 kilometers away, but the absence of roads rendered the journey arduous, severely restricting the convoy's pace. Lin Mu found himself pondering whether it would be prudent to establish a stronghold, from which to construct roads that could eventually blanket the entire planet. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as mere fanciful thinking. Lin Mu activated the chat channel after a prolonged absence, only to find the number of participants had dramatically dwindled to 50 million, underscoring the perilous nature of this world. Our 3 convoys have established a village. Would you care to join us? We, the Blue Star inhabitants, must unite to stand a chance against others. Yet one retorted, forget it, my enemies are impervious to bullets. What's the point? Another added, why seek magical combat skills? I can already cast a fireball. To which someone exclaimed, wow, that is impressive, but can you withstand a bullet? The notion of someone mastering fireball magic left many incredulous. Despite receiving analysis and instructions from 001 on how to cultivate combat energy, Lin Mu realized that mere knowledge was insufficient. He resolved to begin his own studies. While equipping himself was essential, personal strength was equally vital. Upon reaching the village, Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings. Captain, why do the inhabitants here appear so dark-skinned? They aren't Blue Star people. Eliminate them. Faced with an overwhelming array of heavy machine guns, the villagers armed only with cold weapons stood no chance. Disembark and demolish all the buildings. Leave no useful resource untouched. Within half an hour, the village was reduced to mere corpses. In the following week, Lin Mu obliterated over 30 villages. Indeed, he dismantled everything that could be deconstructed. The bodies, being humanoid, remained as a haunting reminder of the harshness of his actions. In a spacious, flat region, Lin Mu set up a protective array while Zhao Jin began preparing the day's meals. Approaching Anna, he lamented, "The methods you taught me seem ineffective. I cannot grasp them." After a week of tutelage with Anna, he had made no progress. Anna rolled her eyes, responding, "You must understand that mastering combat energy requires years of practice. How could you expect to learn it in just days? What kind of dream are you having?" Lin Mu, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, "Are you certain it's not because you fear I might outlive you if I learn?" Anna, exasperated, replied, "Mastering this art also requires innate talent. Even if you were able to learn, how far could you truly advance? Achieving the 3rd or 4th tier would have minimal impact on lifespan. Do you think that concerns me? A few extra decades mean nothing to me." Moreover, she no longer wished to depart. To Anna, this convoy appeared remarkably secure. After all, she had never witnessed a group capable of sweeping through 30 villages in a mere week. These 30 settlements had provided Lin Mu with a considerable amount of supplies. Though regrettably, the quantity of food remained insufficient. It merely replenished the resources consumed during this period. His destination, however, was a treasure trove of resources essential for future preparations. There was no need for an excessively large contingent. A force of around 10,000 would suffice. When the time came to dominate a region, even if returning became impossible, one could still aspire to be a local sovereign. Do you know where the most abundant resources lie? Naturally, in the cities. Yet those cities have existed for ages and are far beyond the reach of conquest. I advise against such thoughts. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering that prolonged existence did not necessarily equate to formidable defenses. Unfortunately, he currently lacked any powerful weaponry. It would be splendid to encounter that portal soon, enabling him to complete his tasks and acquire resources. How wonderful it would be to obtain incredibly powerful schematics. His modification skills were limited to his own vehicle. How he wished he could enhance others' vehicles as well. Alas, such aspirations seemed exceedingly difficult. One dish after another was presented on the dining table, and a table set for 10 boasted no fewer than 16 courses. Anna's lips twitched. If her memory served her right, she recalled lamenting the scarcity of resources just yesterday. And yet today, here they were with an extravagant spread of 16 dishes? Hadn't she stated the need for frugality? Indeed, one should be frugal, but today was the weekend, and it was only fitting to indulge a little. Beer and beverages were also laid out. Everyone dined and drank with abandon, free from worries about insufficient food. For not far from here lay a town abundant in resources. Long live the captain, exclaimed the crowd, their faces alight with excitement. Life had improved significantly compared to before. Anna quietly inquired of Shu Yi, "Is your captain a former bandit?" Chapter 118, sharing photos and videos, they will surely come. According to Lin Mu, the distant town resembled his personal warehouse. However, given the current strength of the convoy, this observation was not entirely incorrect. Nonetheless, Anna had yet to adapt. In her world, such individuals existed, but those bandits merely preyed upon passing merchant caravans. They dared not approach towns. Only the smaller villages were within their reach. Shu Yi first nodded, then shook his head. "I am uncertain of what he did before, but we have all been victims of his raids." Anna was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment. Are you saying you were all robbed?" She had always assumed Lin Mu referred to Zhang Qian and his ilk, never realizing Shu Yi had been among them as well. Shu Yi nodded affirmatively. Anna pondered further, pressing, "You can't mean to say that he robbed all of you? He single-handedly took so many? This hardly resembled a bandit. What kind of bandit would abduct people?" Shu Yi, with a resigned expression, nodded. "That is indeed the truth." Anna glanced at Lin Mu, contemplating whether she could ever leave this place. If his lifespan were to extend, would she not be bound to remain here indefinitely? The following day, the town fell victim to Lin Mu's assault, with artillery serving as his most formidable means of attack. This town, far grander and better fortified than those encountered previously, endured a relentless bombardment for a full 4 hours before its protective shield was finally breached. The resources expended were countless. However, upon discovering the treasures within the warehouses, Lin Mu's spirits soared. The spoils amounted to tenfold what he had consumed, resulting in a significant profit, not to mention the plethora of items available for salvage, further enriching their resources. When the time came to dismantle this place, it would yield even more supplies, a venture that proved advantageous from every angle. Yet at this stage, departure was not an option. Standing atop the highest point of the town's clock tower, Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings. This town represented their first successful find, serving as a launchpad for expansion into the surrounding villages, all of which were now his targets. Given the current size of their convoy and the weaponry at their disposal, they could easily form 3 teams. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the office and summoned Zhao Jin and a few former captains. Observing the gathered individuals, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. As the only 2 captains who had survived the game thus far, he had faith in their capabilities. As for Zhang Qian, though slightly less competent, he could be assigned other tasks. "I have called you here to allocate assignments. From today onward, this town will serve as our base," Lin Mu declared. The others paused, bewildered. Was he not continuing their advance? Had Lin Mu undergone a change of heart? What about the resources? Today, I summoned you to discuss the matter of resources. Jiang Han, take your team to locate smaller villages, annihilate them, and return with all resources. Zhao Jin, you will do the same, but your focus should be on larger villages. As for you, Zhang Qian, seek out the time-space gate, or what is colloquially known as a teleportation portal, any door associated with a quest. But remember, do not enter. Notify me first upon discovery. Zhang Qian's face flushed. Captain, I can differentiate between priorities. There is no need for such emphasis. No, I merely fear your demise would deprive me of a valuable asset, Lin Mu replied. His tone as direct as ever. Of course, if either of you makes a discovery, inform me immediately, and I shall lead a team to investigate. To acquire superior weapons, we must obtain blueprints. I have previously stated that my modification skills can only be applied to myself. I desire a strong team, not merely personal strength. To reign as a bandit king or a sovereign, one must possess a formidable entourage. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the mutual benefits of this endeavor. Lin Mu had never shortchanged them. Resources were never withheld. They could survive and thrive, a situation far superior to their previous existence. After seeing them off, Lin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. With their assistance, tasks became significantly easier. Indeed, collaboration was key. Contemplating further, he raised his wristwatch and sent messages to Shu Xian and Shu Yi. Moments later, the two arrived at his office. Your current task is to recruit new team members. He was determined to utilize the quota of 100 vehicles entirely. After calculating the time, he realized that tonight would mark a full month. There had been no rewards given in the previous weeks, so surely this time they would receive something. Though uncertain about what the reward would be, he was confident that vehicle promotion cards would be among them. Perhaps the fleet's numbers might even increase to 200. Brother Mu, the information was sent out long ago. But very few people are coming, Shu Xin said helplessly. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. Logically, with a fleet as formidable as ours, it's strange that no one is showing up. We are the top fleet, unmatched even by foreign teams. The vehicles meeting their criteria, along with those of core level, belonged to their own fleets, thus they had no reason to come. Lin Mu tapped the table, acknowledging that this was indeed a dilemma, one that required considerable thought. Noticing Lin Mu's silence, the two did not interrupt, but stood by, waiting. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. You two, go find 001 and acquire some food and materials. Create exquisite dishes and beautiful clothing. Let it be as luxurious as possible. If you need assistance with the food, have 001 help out and coordinate accordingly. 001 nodded. Understood, master. She exchanged a glance with her sister, puzzled by this approach. Brother Mu, what are you planning? Lin Mu smirked slightly. If they are reluctant to come because they believe their lives are satisfactory, then let's show them what a good life truly entails. For now, you needn't reach out to them. Just share photos and videos daily in the channel. It will require some effort on your part, so be prepared to cooperate. Lin Mu had devised a series of measures, and now it was up to the two girls. No, we must include Jiang Ying as well. Although she may be a bit naive, her figure surpasses that of either of you. After mentioning Jiang Ying, Lin Mu instructed the two, bring Jiang Ying along. And I will prepare dozens of swimsuits for the three of you in various styles. What on earth is this? They thought, incredulous. Surely, you don't mean for them to wear swimsuits for photos? That would be terribly awkward. Yet, faced with Lin Mu's commands, they had no choice but to comply. Oh, and invite Anna too. Adding a succubus will surely enhance the effect. Lin Mu grew increasingly excited and stood up decisively. Let us get to it now. You start with the food, while I arrange the pool. With that, he dashed out. Shu Yi and Shu Xin exchanged glances once more, deeply sighing. It appeared they were about to embark on a new venture. Chapter 119. The fleet upgrades again. The war machine seated in the vehicle, Lin Mu activated his modification skills, rubbing his hands together. The fourth floor had been left untouched, making it the perfect space for alterations. He began by constructing a standard swimming pool, followed by the ceiling, ensuring various lighting was in place. The pool sides would feature sandy beaches to elevate the aesthetic. He was quite pleased with the newly created pool, but it was still insufficient. Loungers and large umbrellas were necessary, and the overall design should be more opulent. He infused the space with gold ingots, silver ingots, and diamonds in abundance. The more extravagant, the better. Lin Mu ascended to the fourth floor, nodding in satisfaction at the golden embellishments. Now this feels impressive. In the afternoon, Lin Mu summoned the four women into the vehicle. Have you sent any photos? The food has already been shared, and the response has been quite significant. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu opened the chat channel. Goodness, while we are gnawing on dry bread and unpalatable roasted meat, you all have the audacity to enjoy stews. Is that reasonable? And what on earth are those fresh vegetables? Did you not notice that the person who sent the photos is a beauty? What good does that do? I want delicious food. I am tired of bread. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that bread was indeed a problem. He had less than 10 tons of rice left. and it seemed that in a few years, it would run out. There was nearly 20 tons of white flour, but he was reluctant to consume more carbohydrates. Can rice be cultivated here? The group shook their heads. They were adept at eating, but when it came to farming, they preferred to abstain. Who knew how to cultivate rice? Theoretically, rice is indeed a seed, but after processing, Lin Mu was uncertain if it could be grown. Why not give it a try? If it succeeds, it would mean self-sufficiency. However, he was unsure if the environment here would be suitable. Cultivating land was ingrained in the essence of the Chinese people. Nevertheless, this matter could wait. They should first address the immediate concerns. Have you prepared the clothes? The women nodded. Anna appeared unfazed, while the other three flushed with embarrassment. Anna found this perplexing. Weren't the clothes quite beautiful? Why are you shy? You all should change into the outfits, then take photos and record videos. You three should all post them. He was skeptical that such a combination would not attract attention. If it was insufficient, Zhao Jin had over 20 team members available, many of whom were quite attractive. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, even a Sao might be deemed appealing. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, and a smile crept upon his lips. However, to the three women, this scene appeared rather unsettling. Why does he have such a lewd smile? Undeniably, the description was spot on. The three women shook their heads and, alongside Anna, moved to the nearby changing room to don the prepared garments. Wow. How do you eat to achieve such magnificence? Jiang Ying stared at Shu Yi in awe. Stop it. This thing is just a burden. I don't even want it anymore. Shu Yi replied, looking exasperated. What could she do? Jiang Ying, puzzled, turned to Shu Exine. Aren't you two sisters? How can there be such a stark difference? Shu Exine's lips twitched. I suppose I'm not too bad, at least a bit better than you. Just then, Anna emerged from the changing room. I heard you were comparing figures. How does mine measure up? The three women gaped in astonishment. Wow, that is absolutely enormous. This defies science. Who can grow to such proportions? 96 and 90 already seemed absurd, and this was nearing 100. Anna shrugged. The succubus lineage is born this way. It's all right. I don't envy it at all. This makes my work much more convenient. Soon, the four women emerged from the changing room. I believe our attire is acceptable? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Mu turned around. Why are you three still dressed in those jumpsuits? What impact could that possibly have on those men? At least Anna's outfit is somewhat acceptable, a genuine minimalistic bikini that certainly delivers a striking visual impression. However, Anna, you ought to tone it down a bit. Watching Anna pose provocatively, Lin Mu felt a wave of exasperation. Am I not allowed to simply admire the clothing? Yet. Upon noticing Lin Mu's sullen gaze, she obediently complied. Under Lin Mu's watchful eye, the group frolicked in the water, taking turns to snap photos and record videos to share on their channel. Observing the excited reactions from viewers, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Within a week, he was certain he could amass a considerable number of recruits, all equipped with various weapons. This territory would undoubtedly belong to him. At midnight, an email arrived punctually in his inbox. His assumptions were correct. The rankings were updated monthly. Other factions likely had similar systems in place. Monthly fleet ranking has been issued. Please check. Ding. You have received a fleet upgrade card X1, laser emitter blueprint, SS, permanent X1, small plantation X1. Huh, that's it. What about the vehicle upgrade card? The vehicle core upgrade card? Why were those omitted? Among these three items, which one belongs to the team members? Perhaps it's the small plantation? That seems to fit. Small plantation allows for a dedicated growing space of 100m x 100m within the vehicle, requiring only planting, no additional resources needed, with a growth rate of 3 times faster. Lin Mu felt quite pleased with this acquisition. He had often pondered how to secure food if he couldn't cultivate crops, and now this solution had presented itself. If all vehicles were equipped with such a feature, he would possess a staggering 520,000 square meters of arable land. Lin Mu lamented, pondering how if he had filled the fleet from the beginning, he could have had 1,000,000 square meters of land. This was the reward for being first. He wondered if others had received similar benefits. Subsequently, he utilized the fleet upgrade card. Upon reaching level 3, the fleet could accommodate 200 vehicles, a truly remarkable enhancement. Additionally, a new function was unlocked. War Machine. Based on the captain's vehicle form, it can form a corresponding war machine. Damage 100, speed 20, all defensive capabilities 100. Lin Mu gazed in astonishment at this new feature. Was this not tantamount to invincibility? If he transformed into helicopter mode and combined these vehicles, wouldn't he that create a colossal airborne fortress? Incredible. He couldn't fathom how vast the combination of 200 vehicles would be. Assuming an average length of 5 meters per vehicle, that would total 350 meters. The width, based on 3 vehicles, would average 10 meters. Lin Mu shook his head. That width was too narrow. He decided to explore this further when the time came. His attention shifted to the sole blueprint he possessed, as a reward for the rankings. Its attributes should be commendable, shouldn't they? He then acquired his vehicle. The adjustable laser emitter blueprint, SS, allows any weapon to be transformed into a laser weapon. How exhilarating. This is akin to exchanging a bird gun for a cannon, resulting in a significant enhancement in overall damage. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together with palpable excitement. He promptly opened the crafting table. Adjustable laser emitter, electronic components X10, glass X2, silver ingots X2, copper ingots X3, 10 units at a time. Excellent. He had an abundance of these materials. Upon completion, the workstation automatically initiated the crafting of the laser weapon, which was remarkably considerate. Lin Mu had anticipated a need for assembly, but it turned out to be ready-made. AK laser version, laser emitter X1, AK rifle X1, any energy source X1. Are you jesting with me? Not only do I have the laser emitter, but I also require an energy source. Perhaps I should just install a wind turbine. Currently, his only energy sources were gasoline and a wind turbine, and he didn't even possess a single battery. How could he manage? With this thought, Lin Mu felt a wave of discouragement. Would he be unable to utilize the laser weapon? No, he still had options. His gaze shifted to the mysterious element. This substance could substitute for any item and inherently served as a source of energy. With that in mind, crafting a laser version of the AK should pose no issue. Resolutely, he placed a mysterious element into the crafting slot. Ding! A laser AK was completed. AK laser version. One shot requires 11 degrees of energy. With a magazine capacity totaling 1000 energy units, 1 degree corresponds to standard bullet damage. Lin Mu stroked his chin, if memory served him right. When the defensive array was enhanced for the third time, it only reached 100 degrees. That was with enhancements. Without them, it was merely 10 degrees. Or a total of 4,000 degrees when divided among 4. Either the calculations for attack and defense differed, or the energy efficiency of this weapon was exceptional. Yet, the specifics were no longer of paramount importance. Merely transforming this weapon into a laser variant was sufficient. Though bullet velocity was slow, lasers travel at the speed of light. Both velocity and range had significantly improved. After some contemplation, he crafted another one, and then initiated his vehicle modification skill to install the weapon onto his car. He subsequently connected this weapon to the wind turbine. There was no change in energy output. Pondering further, he drove the vehicle out and began utilizing the laser weapon. The sound of the laser was faint, yet each shot delivered power comparable to that of a standard bullet. However, its penetrative ability far surpassed that of conventional ammunition. After consuming 100 degrees of energy, Lin Mu observed the weapon's energy levels on the vehicle. The energy within the weapon linked to the wind turbine was gradually increasing. With this, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a disposable weapon, he would manage, for even with an ample supply of mysterious elements, he lacked suitable decomposition materials for replenishment. Once he procured the appropriate materials, he would no longer need to worry. The following morning arrived. What rewards did each team acquire last night? A small plantation, just as Lin Mu had anticipated. By the way, new weapons have been allocated to you. Stored in the convoy's warehouse, one for each person. These will serve as our standard armament henceforth. Additionally, a wind turbine has been installed on your vehicles, which will function as a charging device. Moments later, the intercom nearly erupted with excitement. Captain, it's a laser weapon. Where did you acquire this? Exclaimed one member. We are invincible. With this weapon, who could possibly stand against us? Rest assured, Captain, today I will seize 10 villages for you. Lin Mu's lips twitched. These individuals resembled bandits. Is that really called seizing? It's merely borrowing, isn't it? Once borrowed, if the owners depart, what can be done? There is no way to return it. It's exceedingly difficult to be a person of integrity. After obtaining the new weapons, the members of each team frantically engaged in looting and searching for supplies. Nearby villages fell victim to their rampage. From a bird's-eye view, entire towns vanished from the surface. These team members inherited Lin Mu's commendable tradition, leaving nothing behind and ensuring that houses were entirely dismantled. Without tools, they would have even uprooted the foundations. In the afternoon, Lin Mu relaxed on the sofa, listening to music and enjoying snacks, living quite comfortably. Brother Mu, a convoy has contacted us, wishing to join our ranks. Shu Xan said while descending from above, still clad in her swimsuit. Did you mention our convoy scale and the collars? Shu Xan shook her head. Didn't you say not to disclose that information? Indeed, we need not inform them. However, can their convoy actually send people over? Jiang Han and his group could come because they possess certain items, but such items must be quite rare, not everyone has them. From the coordinates he sent, it seems they are not far from us. If we push hard, we could reach them in 3 days. There are also some scattered individuals, to whom I have yet to respond. Shu Xian felt somewhat helpless regarding this. She had been responsible for this aspect previously, yet none had expressed interest in joining. The few of them had merely been sending photos, and the number of contacts was overwhelming. Men understand men better. Just prepare some delicacies and attire, Lin Mu mused, stroking his chin. As for the convoy in 3 days, the timing remains favorable. Regarding the scattered individuals, Inform them that they can join the team, but must heed the captain's instructions. If they can accept that, they may join, after which 001 will fit them with collars. What if they refuse to wear one? Then we shall confiscate their vehicle and abandon them in the wilderness, Lin Mu replied casually. He currently has over 50 vehicles, but more than 70 people. They are precisely short on vehicles. If they refuse to comply, they need not remain here. Moreover, you shall demonstrate this weapon to them later and then discuss the collar situation. There is a grace period for those newly joining the team, otherwise, he would forcibly make them wear the collars. First, control the vehicle, then control the individuals. Everything else will follow suit. Soon, a lone wanderer teleported through the convoy's abilities. Arriving promptly, upon catching sight of the 5 women, the driver's gaze became transfixed. 001 was also present with them, while Lin Mu observed through the screen. Suddenly, 3 men in their 20s descended from the vehicle, impatiently advancing towards Shu Yi, reaching out in an attempt to caress her face. In an instant, 001 intervened with a swift shoulder throw, subsequently fastening a collar around one of the assailants' necks. The man, bewildered, found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly perplexed by his abrupt fall. As he reached up to feel the unfamiliar object, confusion washed over him. The scene fell silent. The aggressor stared at 001 in shock. Astonished by her ferocity, not only was he bewildered, but Shu Yi and her companions were equally taken aback. Wasn't it established that they couldn't harm team members for the first 3 days? Why was there such an immediate display of force? Was it perhaps because there was no intent to kill? Lin Mu, holding his cup, halted in disbelief at how easily the collar was affixed. Was it possible that wearing this device didn't count as an offense? He picked up the walkie-talkie. 001, put collars on the other 2 as well. Understood. 001 strode forward, causing the 2 men to gulp nervously. Don't come any closer. We are team members. You can't harm us. Nevertheless, 001 disregarded their protests, seizing one man and fastening the collar around his neck, then repeating the action with the other. Shu Xin turned to Shu Yi. Sister, is that all there is to it? Shu Yi instinctively nodded. It seems that way. Lin Mu scratched his head, pondering whether only team members were exempt from harm, while non-members were fair game. Or perhaps it was due to 001 being a robot that allowed for such actions. With this newfound experience, the next encounter would be significantly easier. They would still stand outside, welcoming newcomers. Those with a good attitude would wear the collars willingly, while those reluctant would have 001 assist them. In essence, it was a matter of wearing it, whether they liked it or not. Of course, there were those who resisted during this process. However, Lin Mu remained unaffected, thankful for the vehicles these individuals provided. In the distance, the new members of Lin Mu's convoy stood together. Are we perhaps entering a bandit's den? This should be the 4th vehicle we've taken down. No, it's the 5th, 12 individuals. Whether it was a bandit hideout was of little consequence. What mattered was whether their lives could improve. If they could see a better future, they would accept anything. They had struggled in this world for far too long, losing hope for survival. Yet, upon seeing the delectable food pictures shared by Shu Yi and her companions, their hearts stirred with desire. Though they encountered unforeseen challenges upon arrival, such matters paled in comparison. As long as there was good food in the evening, what were these hardships worth? If there were truly delicious meals, they would gladly wear not just 1 collar, but 10. To them, those who had perished were merely unwise. Living was far preferable to death. Until dinner in the evening, Shu Yi and her companions ceased the reception of newcomers. They had acquired a total of 27 vehicles and 33 individuals. In other words, Lin Mu now possessed 79 vehicles and over 100 people. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome, particularly with the vehicles obtained that afternoon. He expressed immense gratitude towards those who had not cooperated, as they had unwittingly contributed to such a bountiful collection of vehicles. Truly splendid. The dinner Lin Mu prepared was rather modest, consisting merely of plain rice and stir-fried vegetables. Yet, these ordinary dishes were devoured ravenously by the newcomers, as if they hadn't eaten in centuries. Was life outside so dire? Why did each of them appear so wretched? Was there truly a scarcity of food outside? Had they not encountered numerous beasts? Could they not hunt a few for a savory roast? Shu Yi and her companions found it utterly incomprehensible. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lin Mu retained the newcomers for a conversation. Is there no food for you outside? They exchanged glances, and one man finally replied. It's not that there is no food, but rather that it is utterly unpalatable. We lack seasonings, and the meat we cook has no flavor whatsoever. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that we may not be able to kill even a single beast in a month. We have encountered plenty, but whether we can slay them is another question. Indeed, sometimes we must search for those breadfruit trees, which bear something akin to dark bread, hard and unappetizing, yet we have no choice but to consume it. The newly joined members began to voice their grievances. Listening to their tales, Lin Mu began to question whether he had perhaps been too generous. It seemed that even instant noodles would be perceived as a grand feast by them. In the following 2 days, Shu Xin and her team repeated their previous operations, with the primary focus still on 001. The others sat idly by, particularly grimacing when witnessing 001's shoulder throw, something they had all experienced in the past. Over the course of 2 days, the convoy expanded to 130 vehicles and over 150 individuals, leaving only 70 vehicles to reach the goal of 200. However, no one seemed eager to join anymore. Only one convoy remained, and it consisted of merely 10 vehicles. Brother Mu, there are still quite a few foreigners who wish to join us. What should we do? What do they say? They haven't said much. Merely that we are all Blue Star people and should help each other. Lin Mu stroked his chin in contemplation. From which countries? Various countries, nearly 40 to 50 individuals. And their levels are fairly decent. Fairly decent, you say? Then let us bring them in. One by one, let 001 take action. Ah, do we really need foreigners? Lin Mu shook his head. I have no use for the people. What I want are the vehicles. With that, he turned and returned to the vehicle, ready for the return of those small teams. Shu Yi watched Lin Mu depart, a twitch at the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself how ruthless he truly was. Nevertheless, it did sound promising. At the beginning of the game, those foreigners had hurled insults at one another, and now retribution had come. In the ensuing half-day, the team members grew increasingly excited, with some even itching to take the place of 001. Observing the two, Lin Mu noted their mediocre character and poor temperament. He chose not to intervene, and the two promptly displayed delighted smiles. After being suppressed for so long, they finally had the chance to unleash their pent-up energy. However, as soon as they began to fight, both collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices, lifeless. Lin Mu nodded. Indeed, it was clear that team members were prohibited from fighting amongst themselves for the first 3 days. Within the entire group, only 001 was exempt from this restriction, which was quite fortuitous. At 6 in the afternoon, Jiang Han and Zhao Jin's convoy returned. Captain, hurry and receive the supplies. We can hardly fit everything, Jiang Han exclaimed, his face alight with joy. During this period, Lin Mu had been exceedingly generous with their rations, far surpassing what they had when on their own. It would simply be unreasonable not to indulge a bit. Captain, I have some supplies as well, they both said, transferring their resources to Lin Mu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu posed a question to them, rendering them momentarily speechless. Why haven't you utilized the convoy's warehouse? You could have stored the items there, and I could have retrieved them directly. Lin Mu had been monitoring the convoy's warehouse and was puzzled as to why it was being filled so slowly. It turned out they had been placing everything into their own cores. He was at a loss for words. Chapter 122, Discovering the Mission Gateway. Departure. The two exchanged glances and sighed deeply, suddenly feeling quite foolish. Now, they were merely awaiting the return of Zhang Qian and his team. Shui, when is that battle team expected to arrive? According to their statement, they should reach around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Mu nodded at that time. You will be in charge, with 001 assisting. Jiang Han and Zhao Jin, follow me. Lin Mu led them into the vehicle, leaving the others outside under Shu Yi's supervision. What is the situation outside? Have you encountered any formidable teams? Lin Mu opened the refrigerator, glanced at the drinks inside, and after a moment's thought, retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water, placing them on the table. The strength of the nearby village was not particularly formidable. A single convoy was sufficient to handle it. With several heavy machine guns at their disposal, could they really be unyielding? Moreover, Lin Mu had also provided laser weaponry, rendering them virtually invincible. Were those adversaries truly that weak? The two nodded in unison, very weak. They were armed with only cold weapons, and we did not encounter any firearms. Jiang Han continued. If one were to claim strength, I did encounter a group that could wield magic and fighting spirit. However, against heavy machine guns, they seemed utterly ineffective. Their so-called magic shield and fighting spirit barrier couldn't withstand even 5 seconds. How could they possibly lose? Lin Mu nodded. It appeared they had landed in a relatively advantageous location, devoid of any powerful teams nearby. Shu Yi's luck was still as remarkable as ever. You saw those individuals outside, right? When the time comes, we will distribute them among you, each taking a portion. Captain, considering our team consists entirely of girls, perhaps it would be best for other teams to take these, they suggested. Beside him, Jiang Han quickly concurred. Indeed, perhaps it would be best if Zhang Qian and I shared the burden. Lin Mu regarded Jiang Han with a hint of perplexity, while he could comprehend Zhao Jin's remarks. Jiang Han's words left him somewhat baffled. However, he chose not to dwell on such matters, as it was inevitable that these individuals would eventually form a separate team. A convoy of 10 vehicles was just right for the current circumstances. The following day, Lin Mu took the driver's seat, observing the newly arrived convoy being reprimanded by 001 outside. As expected, every newcomer seemed eager to provoke a few of the women. Before long, the 10-vehicle convoy was thoroughly subdued. With these 10 vehicles added, his fleet now comprised 140 vehicles and over 180 individuals. This allowed him to divide them into 18 teams. With 10 designated for combat, and the remaining 8 tasked with searching for the temporal gate to undertake missions. Lin Mu glanced at his backpack, expressing gratitude for the vehicles sent by his foreign ally, hoping for further shipments. Throughout the morning, Lin Mu ensured that everyone received their own vehicle. It was undeniable that those who had survived until now possessed considerable strength. The core and the general quality of the vehicles were at level 6, alleviating much of his burden. From now on, follow Jiang Han. He will instruct you on what to do. This time, the qualified individuals will lead their own teams. So strive to excel. Should I catch anyone attempting to take advantage of the situation, do not expect leniency from me. Understood. Under Jiang Han's guidance, hundreds of vehicles departed the small town. Observing the convoy, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Captain. He hastily grabbed the walkie-talkie. What has happened? We've discovered a blue light gate in a valley. It must be the task gate Anna mentioned. Goodness, they truly found it. Send me the coordinates and ensure that location is secured. Anyone entering the perimeter is to be eliminated without hesitation. We cannot afford to let anyone else claim this opportunity. Yes. Lin Mu released the walkie-talkie and stepped outside, glancing around the desolate town with a slight twitch of his cheek. Where is Zhao Jin? He recalled that Zhao Jin had been present moments ago. She just left, saying that no one had yet ventured to the other side, so she wanted to check it out. Tell her to return swiftly. Thankfully, she did not stray far. Otherwise, we would have to abandon this place for the time being. 10 minutes later, Zhao Jin returned with the convoy. Captain, what is the matter? Your team is responsible for guarding this small town while I step out. Anna, get in the vehicle. This time, you will accompany me. Your knowledge will be invaluable for entering that grand gate. The others, including Shu Xin, would remain here to assist Zhao Jin. With Anna in tow, Lin Mu promptly set off towards the location provided by Zhang Qian. Half an hour later, upon assessing the distance, Lin Mu transformed the vehicle into helicopter mode, significantly increasing his speed. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, he arrived at the designated site. From the air, Lin Mu spotted the blue light gate. Anna, is this the gate you referred to? Anna's face reflected concern. Yes, it is indeed. The task within is mandatory, so it would be prudent to exercise caution. Once the task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded. How could he possibly locate it? Gazing upon the azure shimmering portal below, Anna's anxiety intensified. Though she stood alone, she had previously collaborated with others. Back then, she too had ventured into a similar gateway, only for all her companions to perish within, while she, by sheer luck, managed to muddle through and emerge alive. Since that harrowing experience, she had sworn never to return. Yet here she was. As the plane touched down, Zhang Qian hurried over. Captain, the doorway lies ahead. Shall we proceed now, or rest for a while? Let us go now. I wish to discover what task awaits inside. Understood. Once Zhang Qian departed, Anna hesitantly approached Lin Mu. Lin Mu regarded her with suspicion, sensing she was up to something. What do you intend to do? Speak your mind quickly, or do not speak at all. I noticed that once you enter, there seems to be no one guarding the entrance. Perhaps I should stay behind to watch over the doorway. Lin Mu eyed her skeptically. Are you certain you wish to guard the entrance rather than avoid entering? Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions just because you rephrase your suggestion? Oh dear. It is far too perilous inside. I fear that if you all venture in, you may meet your demise without anyone to relay a message. I truly appreciate your concern. However, there is no escaping. You must accompany us inside. Lin Mu started the vehicle and approached the gateway, followed closely by a convoy of vehicles. As they drove through the radiant portal, they found themselves in a vast, wide expanse. Welcome to the task space. Please select the task you wish to undertake. 3 cards, each marked with a number, appeared before Lin Mu. Contemplating the cards, he fell into deep thought. Please select a task. Ignoring the voice, Lin Mu turned to Anna. Have you been here before? Is this place always like this? He pointed at the 3 blank cards before him. With nothing inscribed on the front and only numbers on the back, how was he to choose? Do I select a lucky number? Anna shrugged. I told you. This place is perilous. It is said that selecting tasks has always been this way, essentially a forced transaction. Lin Mu scoffed. He was not easily intimidated. He decisively chose the middle card, number 2. Task 2 has been selected. Task description. This is a 24-hour assassination mission. The more targets you eliminate, the greater the rewards. Please note, the opposition will retaliate. During the task, death is permanent. Transmission commencing now. The 13 vehicles were enveloped in a blinding light and vanished once more. May you enjoy your time with the other group of players. What task did you assign them? A mechanical female voice abruptly resonated within the space. The players who will be hunting you. As the light dissipated, the vehicles materialized in a plaza, with a dense forest lying ahead. Lin Mu immediately activated the camera to survey the surrounding terrain. In the midst of the dense forest, the prospect of pursuing a target presented considerable challenges. Thus, he resolved to activate the war machine form. Everyone, gather close and confirm, he commanded. Lin Mu's vehicle transformed into a helicopter, with a multitude of connecting mechanisms emerging around it. Each vehicle morphed into an open component, encircling Lin Mu's craft and subsequently, a massive aircraft measuring 15 meters in length and 10 meters in width materialized. "Captain, what is this ability? Have we turned into a UFO?" Someone remarked, noting the resemblance. As the propellers began to whirl, the colossal machine ascended gradually, heavy machine gun barrels extending from below, followed by the emergence of 4 cannon barrels. This form would undoubtedly facilitate the pursuit. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu activated the modification skill. The 4 cannons had yet to be equipped with laser emitters. However, upon activation, he gazed at the overhead cross-sectional diagram and was momentarily taken aback. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. By the heavens! The diagram displayed was not merely of his aircraft, but of the entire war machine. "Everyone, deploy the weapons," he instructed. "Captain, should we fire from above or below?" "Below will suffice." 12 additional gun barrels extended from the underside of the machine. Lin Mu casually selected one and installed a laser emitter. As he felt a mix of apprehension and excitement, a white rotating circle appeared. "It actually works. We are invincible now. Completely invincible." He had previously pondered the diminishing utility of these vehicles in the later stages, but now, unexpected upgrades were available. "Who dares challenge us now? Captain, what are our current orders?" After their assembly, each member found themselves in a room equipped only with screens and rudimentary buttons. While the directional controls resided within Lin Mu's vehicle, each of you will monitor your respective directions. Alert me upon sighting any enemies. Understood. Cameras appeared in various corners, providing a full 360-degree view. Each individual focused intently on their screens. Anna, seated beside Lin Mu, was rendered speechless. The transformation of the vehicle into this so-called aircraft was already astonishing. "What have you turned this into now? A war fortress?" Lin Mu glanced at the screen, confirming the absence of nearby threats. He turned to Anna and inquired, "What do you think of my current level of safety?" "It seems adequate," she replied. "What if I activate the protective array?" A faint yellow glow illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the machine within its embrace. Anna's lips twitched. This was merely a task, not a life-or-death scenario. What sensible person carries such a massive protective array around? The machine advanced slowly, traversing the treetops of the forest, as team members diligently observed their screens. The flight speed of the apparatus was not rapid, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, "Captain, a small team has been detected 3 kilometers ahead. They appear to be human. Regardless of their race, lock onto them with the laser weapons and fire to eliminate." The other party also noticed Lin Mu, but merely regarded him with curiosity, wondering what sort of entity he was. Having survived in this place for so long, they had never encountered such mechanical objects. Before they could devise a strategy to respond, a barrage of lasers descended upon them, resulting in the swift demise of a team consisting of several dozen individuals. "Report, target has been neutralized." "Understood, continue observation." Lin Mu piloted his machine above the remnants of the squad and subsequently deployed a collector to rummage through the bodies. The sharp edge of the axe sliced through their garments, revealing flesh beneath. Lin Mu meticulously directed the operation, gathering every disassemblable item into his backpack. However, he could not locate the imagined storage space he had anticipated. After all, he had managed to procure necklaces and rings. How could this be absent? Anna, with a curious expression, watched as he vandalized the clothing of the fallen. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. He evidently relished this method. "Brother Mu, if you wish to destroy clothing, why not target the females instead of the males?" she suggested, gesturing to her own attire. Lin Mu's lips twitched. "Speak respectfully, or I may be compelled to strike you." "Do you have any idea why they lack storage items?" Lin Mu inquired. Anna quickly regained her composure. Not every planetary team possesses a storage space in the form of items. Some have their own bodies serve as storage, but the specific location varies for each individual. Lin Mu gazed down at the corpses. Could it be that their storage spaces resided within their bodies? Yet, it seemed there was little distinction. "Shall we cut them open and investigate?" Under Anna's watchful eyes, a moment later, a severed head appeared in Lin Mu's grasp, which he then tossed into a black void. One by one, the left hand, left foot, and right foot followed suit. Anna's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Although the succubi were also demons, they were beautiful demons, and Lin Mu was, in comparison, even more devilish. Gazing at the scattered bodies on the ground, Anna found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, each body was unique. Lin Mu casually produced a cloth to wipe the blood from his hands. The stains lingered stubbornly, proving impossible to clean thoroughly. Unfazed, he discarded the cloth and conjured another left hand. This hand contained hundreds of various supplies, perfectly replenishing his resources. This was the epitome of multitasking, a harmonious blend of mission accomplishment and resource acquisition. Alas, if only there were more individuals to harvest. Anna swallowed hard. You might want to refrain from claiming you are human in the future. Chapter 124, if it cannot be found. Then set fire to it. The task at hand was a pursuit mission, presenting no challenge for Lin Mu. Whenever he encountered anyone, He would swiftly eliminate them and subsequently extract the resources from their respective storage spaces. After his departure, a disarray of limbs would remain upon the ground. After half a day's time, Lin Mu had amassed nearly 1/10 of his total resources. Upon witnessing this bounty, his eyes gleamed with excitement. If only there were more tasks like this, he mused. Anna's eyelids fluttered with disbelief. You are overly optimistic. Such tasks might only present themselves once a month. To encounter such fortune is indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. Anna could not help but think of Shui. Perhaps if that woman ventured forth, there might be a genuine possibility. Is it conceivable that there exist individuals in this world endowed with extraordinary luck? Captain, we have not encountered a single soul within a 5-kilometer radius. Could it be that we have annihilated them all? Indeed, in the distance, there appeared a square reminiscent of the one we encountered earlier. Could it be that they too were transported here? Lin Mu zoomed in with the camera and indeed identified a square. This was quite similar to their previous experience in that roadbound world, where they occasionally stumbled upon a game. However, during that time, they had only encountered ferocious beasts. No matter, we shall continue our search. The area is sufficiently vast and should still harbor more. The large helicopter continued to hover in the sky, scouring for targets. Below, in a hollow, a group of individuals peered through the crevices at Lin Mu's aircraft. Are we not tasked with fleeing? How could we possibly defeat such iron monstrosities? A man in his 40s, clad in armor, wore a look of exasperation. Their mission seemed utterly absurd. Who knows? You are aware that the tasks assigned in this game are often bizarre. We can only wonder how many have entered this time. Such a formidable task likely involves at least 10,000 participants. Sigh, let us hide until it concludes. As for the rewards, let us not even consider them. Such prizes are beyond our grasp. Aside from this hiding place, every other potential refuge was teeming with people. Though everyone shared the same mission, the opposing force was far beyond their capacity to confront. The certainty that it was indeed Lin Mu's vessel stemmed from the singular red that displayed on their interface. Lin Mu had been airborne for 3 hours without sighting anyone. How strange. Could it truly be that they have all been slain? That should not be the case. If they had perished, the mission would have ended accordingly. Anna, have you ever experienced such a scenario? Anna shook her head. I am uncertain. We only emerge once the time is up for each task. Perhaps our current situation is similar. She had never encountered such an overwhelming victory. It was beyond her imagination. Lin Mu scoffed, surprised that even seasoned players lacked understanding of this. He glanced at the screen, where the dense forest below sparked an idea. Lin Mu hovered in midair and activated his modification skills. Ding, ding, ding. Observing the machinery suspended above, the concealed individuals below were puzzled. Captain, is this device malfunctioning? Should we attempt to bring it down? Bring it down? With what? Have you ever witnessed such metallic constructs on our planet? With no alternatives, the group could only continue their concealment. 10 minutes later, the machine powered up and began its descent. Captain, it appears this thing is coming down. Should we rush out? Rush out. Let us observe first. Only a fool would venture forth. No sooner had he spoken than a small squad rushed from a nearby corner, launching an assault against the iron contraption. Yet, regardless of arrows or energy blasts, all were thwarted. Upon witnessing this scene, the hidden spectators were left speechless. What is the point of playing if we are utterly outmatched? In the void, 2 silhouettes observed the unfolding game. What is your gate situation? How can we proceed? I have no idea. Logically, the creatures near that gate should not possess such strength. Each game is meticulously arranged. Both sides entering possess their unique characteristics. Yet their strengths should not exhibit a significant disparity. Otherwise, what purpose does such a one-sided slaughter serve? Could it be that individuals from the core area have emerged? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. The individuals from the core area are preoccupied with ascending. How could they possibly venture into such remote corners? Perhaps the individuals you selected are simply too weak? While these two figures conversed, Lin Mu had already commenced his counteroffensive. Thick, elongated tubes emerged from below, and flames began to consume the forest. The speed of the aircraft also increased. Within just an hour, a vast expanse of forest was ablaze. Perfect, let us proceed as we are. In approximately 3 hours, we could incinerate all the trees here. If no one appears by then, it may indeed signify that no one remains. Everyone, stay alert, upon spotting a target. Fire at will. Anna, observing the screen, couldn't help but shake her head. It is tragic. So utterly tragic. If there were truly someone present, they would likely be reduced to carbon. Seriously, who would employ such a method? Even a sorcerer cannot ignite an entire forest. Before long, someone could no longer contain themselves and emerged. They were met with a barrage of lasers, resulting in immediate death. Those in the distance seized the opportunity to flee. Running as far as they could, survival for the last few hours would constitute victory. As for rewards, at this moment, remaining alive is the true reward. Just as the 24-hour mark arrived, Lin Mu was whisked away by a beam of white light. His expression conveyed disappointment. He had just spotted a group of several dozen individuals slipping away before his eyes. Such a waste. Meanwhile, those who survived in the desolate forest breathed sighs of relief. Finally, it was over. They need not live in constant fear any longer. In the white space, Lin Mu contemplated the rewards before him. Is this it? After slaying so many, he received such meager offerings? Basic resource gift pack. 100,000 iron ingots, 100,000 gold ingots, 10,000 electronic components. These are merely basic supplies. He had plundered far more from friendly exchanges in numerous villages. 100,000 liters of gasoline, 10 mysterious elements. Lin Mu shook his head. This is too disappointing. If this is all, then the gate is rather underwhelming. There are 4 orbs of light in total, 3 of which do not appeal to him. If the 4th is similar, he may never wish to return to such places again. Blank Design Blueprint for Vehicle Components, SSS, Permanent, enables the design of reasonable vehicle components. Once determined, changes cannot be made. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. This seems somewhat useful. However, he is uncertain how reasonable is specifically defined. Chapter 125. Utterly useless upon emerging from the expanse, the grand door vanished before Lin Mu's eyes. He gazed at the design blueprint nestled within his backpack, choosing not to utilize it just yet. This blueprint, capable of self-design, warranted its use only at a pivotal moment. At this stage, he could not envision what it should manifest as, yet one certainty lingered. This design would ultimately culminate in a weapon. Beyond weaponry, he found himself devoid of any other necessities. Captain, shall we return or continue our search for additional doors? Let us return for now. There is no urgency in seeking the doors. After an extensive exploration, it became evident that the surrounding area was predominantly comprised of villages ill-suited for him. The primary reason being the scarcity of items within these villages. Moreover, the number of doors was remarkably sparse. One might even assert that none existed at all. Days had elapsed, and only one door had come to light. Anna, was the quantity of doors so limited when you were here? Quite so. I've heard that typically only large groups stumble upon more. Under ordinary circumstances, finding even one door in a month is considered fortunate. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu furrowed his brow. 1 door in a month? That seems exceedingly meager. How many constitutes a large group? It should be around 1,000 individuals in this region. Lin Mu's lips twitched. 1,000 people. He was nowhere near that number yet. Well, let us take things as they come. If we encounter one, splendid. If not, so be it. The sole reward from this task that piqued his interest was just that one. Perhaps all tasks were akin to this, providing basic resources, followed by a valuable item. Before long, the convoy returned to the quaint town. After parking the vehicles, Lin Mu and his companions disembarked. Zhao Jin emerged from within a building. Not long after your departure, a small squad appeared near the town. We eliminated 8 of them, though 2 managed to flee. They seemed to be scouts from some faction. Lin Mu was taken aback. How could there still be inhabitants in these villages? Did you send anyone to follow them? Yes, we did. Currently, those individuals have not returned. Given the distance, they likely won't arrive until nightfall. That is indeed quite a distance. It appears they are positioned several hundred kilometers away, likely in unexplored territory. After all, the areas we have scouted are barren. Ensure they remain vigilant, and upon arrival, assess the environment. Zhao Jin's lips twitched. What compelled you to venture here? Now look, you've attracted attention. Understood. Zhang Qian, you are tasked with assisting her. If possible, act independently. Once everything was arranged, Lin Mu retreated to the vehicle. He activated the panel and promptly inquired, "Panel, do we possess a map?" Lin Mu felt an inexplicable void. It dawned on him that they lacked a map. Control of the map for a town can be acquired after residing there for 90 days. Is it truly that simple? A map can be obtained in 3 months, which implies that staying here for over 2 months would suffice. Where will the map appear? In the town square. Lin Mu nodded, realizing that leaving would have to wait until the map was in hand. Originally, he planned to depart once his subordinates discovered a new town, but it seemed he was temporarily bound to stay. That night, 2 vehicles trailing the group relayed information. "Captain, do you have a moment?" Lin Mu picked up the radio. "I have time, go ahead." The tracker responded, indicating that the opposing party was in a small town 300 kilometers away. The size of the town was comparable to theirs, but the number of inhabitants remained unclear, estimated to be around 70. The exact count was inconsequential to Lin Mu. What mattered was the resources within. Why not fire a couple of rounds to draw them out and ascertain their numbers? After that, it would be a matter of waiting to call some of them back tomorrow for a discussion. He aspired to be a civilized individual. The following day, Zhao Jin remained to guard their position while Lin Mu led his team to the city. Based on last night's observations, the inhabitants of this small town seemed to belong to a technological civilization, in stark contrast to the previous world's reliance on magic and martial arts. Their technology revolved around the creation of various machines. This revelation piqued Lin Mu's interest. Upon arriving at the town, he was struck by the disparity between his expectations and reality. He had anticipated advanced technology, yet what he encountered were merely gas-powered devices. Kill them all. They are utterly useless, he thought. How had these people managed to survive until now? Hundreds of cannons commenced bombardment on the protective shield, shattering it in less than an hour. The opponent's machinery fled from the town. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of shells, none could withstand a single hit. Lin Mu merely shook his head. He had expected to encounter a highly advanced race, yet this was the outcome? Nevertheless, these scraps could serve as a resource supplement. Entering the town, he adhered to the usual protocol of resource acquisition. Yes, sir. Lin Mu made his way to the town center. Brother Panel. If I were to occupy this city, I would have the map, correct? Indeed. And if I were to dismantle this protective formation, would a map still emerge? It would. With that assurance, he felt at ease. 3 hours later, a city's ruins were left in place. In a few months, nature would reclaim the area, and no one would suspect that this had once been a town. In truth, no one would believe that anyone had ever dwelled nearby. The village he had previously visited was now overrun with weeds. Over 2 months had passed. Lin Mu comfortably resided in this town, while Jiang Han and the others plundered every village and town within a 100-kilometer radius, thoroughly embodying Lin Mu's philosophy of leaving no stone unturned. During these 2 months, they completed only one mission, acquiring a snack vending machine. Indeed, it was a machine that dispensed a variety of snacks. Although it may not contribute much to combat, for these individuals, it signifies an improvement in their way of life. By simply providing the requisite materials, they can earn corresponding points, and while the redemption price may be slightly lower, it is worth the extra expenditure for a morsel of food. Moreover, their supplies are plentiful, alleviating any concerns of scarcity. Observing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Lin Mu decided to place the machine outside, surrounding it with tables and benches for communal use, thus extending a small but meaningful benefit to the people. Captain, a luminous orb has appeared in the town center. Chapter 126. Beyond affordability, Lin Mu hurriedly disembarked from his vehicle, following Shu Xin to the town center. In the midst of the square, a white orb indeed materialized. This must be the map indicated on the panel. With the map in hand, he could embark on a quest to locate a city, and once he occupied a city, he could commence the expansion of his influence. The path to dominance in this realm seemed to draw nearer. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Mu pierced the orb. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have acquired a map. The map secured, Lin Mu swiftly activated the panel on his watch. The map option had emerged on the interface, and as he opened it, a grin faltered on his face. Is this truly what one refers to as a map? Map. I am aware it is a map. But why are certain areas shrouded in black? Unexplored regions are represented in black. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What does this golden frame signify? It denotes the maximum range displayed on your map. Understood. He now grasped that this single map could reveal such an expansive distance. According to the scale, this miniature map likely covers an area with a side length of 200 kilometers. Within this square, it seemed that all maps would possess a similar format. Lin Mu zoomed out for a clearer view. Are you certain this map can be fully completed? There must be around 2,000 segments. Panel, this is not right. If it takes 3 months to acquire such a small piece of the map, when will I ever gather the entirety of it? You can seek maps in cities. Those maps will be considerably larger. If fortunate, you might directly discover 4 major cities, requiring only 4 maps. Major cities? It appears that cities are categorized differently. Panel, how are the cities classified here? Cities are categorized from smallest to largest as small cities, medium cities, large cities, main cities, and major cities. As a side note, you currently reside in a small city, with map acquisition valued at 1 unit. Central cities yield 5 units, large cities 50 units, main cities 200 units, and major cities 1,000 units. Lin Mu clicked his tongue, feeling a peculiar sense of misunderstanding regarding the concept of cities. In such a diminutive area, you deem it a small city? I would consider it a mere town, which is already an elevation of its status. Yet, he had no recourse. If it was labeled a small city, then it must be so. As for the absence of villages, it is quite possible that they were never intended to be a part of this area. The explored regions on the map do not indicate the presence of any villages. It is conceivable that those settlements were constructed by individuals, considering that the buildings are predominantly made of wood. Thus, it is understandable that they do not appear on the map. Conversely, there are towns that have been visited by Lin Mu, which can be classified as small cities, marked simply by the number 88. Lin Mu could not help but ponder whether a city could be rebuilt 180 days after its destruction. What if it were dismantled again after reconstruction? Unfortunately, he currently lacks the time to verify such theories. From the current location indicated on the map, he finds himself situated towards the middle of the lower left quadrant. According to the panel's information, there are 4 colossal cities. This suggests that, taking the center as the origin, each of the 4 regions contains one massive city, if distributed evenly. He circled a rough location on the map in the lower left quadrant, which should correspond to his intended destination. Yet, he remains uncertain about the factions within the colossal city and whether he possesses the strength to confront them. Let us depart, he declared as they returned to their vehicle. Gather your belongings. We are preparing to set off. Yes, they replied, ensuring they collected everything. And of course, they must not forget to obliterate this town. After their departure, two figures cloaked in black materialized. Number 36, this should be the planet under your jurisdiction, one of the cloaked individuals remarked. Indeed, it is our responsibility, responded 36. But is your assigned planet a den of thieves? The level of destruction is unprecedented. Not a living creature in 100 miles, all structures utterly decimated. The corner of 30SX's mouth twitched. He insisted, that was an isolated incident. The lifestyle of others remains normal. Observing the direction he took, it appeared he was in search of a medium-sized city. Surely he would not dismantle that as well. Surely not, he mused. Let us hasten the reset of the array. I am utterly exasperated. The workload has multiplied since this individual arrived. Lin Mu's convoy traveled for 3 hours, venturing beyond the range of the map he had acquired. Everyone, prepare. Lin Mu activated the war machine mode. Vehicle after vehicle amalgamated, forming a war machine measuring 40 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 10 meters in height, comprising over 130 vehicles. This formidable construct boasted 10 propellers atop and 2 rows of jet nozzles below to supply power. However, within 10 minutes of operation, Lin Mu ordered everyone to revert to their vehicle forms. This is unsustainable. We simply cannot afford it. In just 10 minutes, they consumed 1,000 liters of gasoline. And that was without operating at full capacity. Lin Mu produced a blank design blueprint for the vehicle components. I require a design for infinite energy. Apologies. The design is impractical. Then I request a design for a nuclear fusion reactor. Regrettably, that does not pertain to the vehicle component schematics. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the implications of the statement that it did not pertain to automotive component blueprints, yet did not deem it unreasonable. This suggested that, provided he could acquire a blank blueprint, he might construct a design for a nuclear fusion reactor. Alas, the challenge was formidable. He had never anticipated that with the increase in vehicles, the consumption would escalate to such an extent. Even with 1 million liters of gasoline, sustaining such consumption was unfeasible. However, he possessed modification skills. Could he not devise a new energy source himself? His gaze immediately turned to the wind turbine. Given that electric vehicles existed on Blue Star, there was no reason they could not be invented here as well. Enhancing power generation capabilities was imperative. They could not utilize war machines, and the convoy could only advance along the road. Thus, they traveled for 3 days, leaving devastation in their wake across all the villages they encountered. Eventually, a small town came into view. Lin Mu glanced at the map, which was shrouded in darkness. They were nearly 1,000 kilometers away from their previous location. The journey had not progressed significantly, as gathering materials from so many villages consumed considerable time. Once they captured this area, they would rest for 3 months. This time, they would refrain from using artillery and instead employ laser weaponry. However, just as they commenced, Shu Xian's voice resonated. It seems like they are our people. Should we still engage? Chapter 127. Last time you asked a different question, a multitude of similar vehicles appeared at the entrance. Lin Mu gazed at the screen, discovering that they resembled their own vehicles. To his surprise, they had encountered compatriots. Lin Mu drove forward and picked up the intercom. Can you discern their origin? We can't see anyone, just the vehicles. It appears there are no occupants inside. Several individuals replied while observing the screen. Let us fire a few shots to test. If they truly are our people, I wouldn't mind crafting additional collars, as I have an abundance of materials. The sound of the lasers was faint. Yet when they struck the shield, they still created ripples. The damage was considerable. 10 minutes later, someone emerged from a building. Don't shoot. We are all from Blue Star. Don't harm our own. Lin Mu ordered all vehicles to cease fire and then activated the loudspeaker. Which country do you belong to? Cosmic Nation. I am from Sakura Nation. I hail from Monkey Nation. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing why they were all so short in stature. Unfortunately, none of them were from Huagua. Increase power. Engage all weapons and attack. Under the bombardment of shells and large laser cannons, the shield shattered within half an hour. The individuals who had previously rushed out had long since vanished. Advance into the city. Our first priority is to locate the underground passage. There are only a dozen vehicles here. Theirs must have been collected by us. Be cautious. Upon encounter, eliminate immediately, leaving no survivors. My squad does not permit just anyone to join. It was merely an underground passage. The entire town had only one. The group opened the door leading to the underground passage and peered down with their tools, discovering it to be utterly vacant. However, they did not enter. Instead, they retrieved hay from their backpacks and cast it all down, subsequently dousing it with gasoline and igniting it. While accompanying Lin Mu, they may not have mastered many skills, yet they had certainly honed the ability to locate others while ensuring their own safety. As the hay burned, they continued to add fresh grass and various newly acquired green leaves to sustain the smoke, knowing that without sufficient fresh grass, the smoke would not be substantial. If only they had some extra chili peppers, they would have added those as well. Lin Mu, observing the scene, nodded in satisfaction, Jiang Han and Zhao Jin. Go find the exit. You should know its location, correct? The two nodded. The design of this small town was uniform, with minimal variation. If you know, then go ahead. And remember, eliminate on-site and bring back whatever you can. He had not anticipated encountering individuals from Blue Star in this place. Regrettably, they were not from Huagua, otherwise, his team could have expanded its ranks. Meanwhile, within the underground passage, a dozen armed personnel leaned against their hiding spot. Jean, are you certain they will come down? They will definitely come. All the resources of the town are in our hands. Brother Songjing, the situation seems a bit off. Damn it, they're releasing smoke. We need to retreat. The group hastily emerged from their concealed position and sprinted towards the exit. However, as they dashed out, they found themselves confronted by a dozen guns aimed at their heads. Wee bang, bang, bang. The few who had just inhaled a breath of fresh air collapsed to the ground. Jiang Han stepped forward and extracted the cores from their bodies. This is likely all materials. These individuals are truly insane, fixated solely on materials and not on vehicles. Jiang Han found it perplexing. In such a place, lacking a vehicle would render one nearly immobile. Perhaps there might be spare vehicles among them. After all, their leader Lin Mu was known for such endeavors. It was worth noting that a portion of their current fleet had been acquired from these foreigners. Acquiring a few extra spare vehicles would not be unusual. The group returned to the town in their vehicles. Upon receiving news, Lin Mu immediately instructed them to extinguish the fire. The usual protocol was to search the warehouse and explore whether others were present, as the passage was blocked. Good. Once everyone has departed, Lin Mu made his way to the center of the square. Brother Panel, is there no expedient method to obtain a map? Waiting 3 months each time is rather excessive. Players can unlock the Guardian battle, and upon victory, they can obtain the map and corresponding resources. The activation location is on the desk in the city office. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Why was such good fortune not mentioned sooner? It had cost him 3 months of wasted time. Brother Panel, why didn't you inform me last time? Last time, you only inquired if a map existed, not how to acquire it swiftly. That is a valid point. He truly could not find fault in that reasoning. Descending from the vehicle, Lin Mu headed straight for the town's central office. He arrived at the second floor and opened the office door. The furnishings of each town are indeed remarkably similar. Sitting on a chair and gazing at the table before him, he pondered the location of the switch. Wasn't it said that a switch existed? However, after searching for a considerable time, he found no such mechanism. At that moment, he noticed a groove near his position on the table, its shape reminiscent of a wristwatch. Could it be? He removed his watch from his left wrist and placed it within the groove. With a click and a creak, a cavity appeared in the center, and a faceless stone statue emerged. As the 30-centimeter statue fully materialized, a luminous screen manifested before Lin Mu. Would you like to initiate the city defense battle? Once commenced, there will be a preparation period of 24 hours. He resolved to begin. The sooner it was concluded, the better. This defense battle will last for 48 hours. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. The screen then transformed into a countdown. The statue began to emanate a soft blue glow. Is this truly the beginning? A 24-hour preparation period was more than sufficient. After descending, Lin Mu returned to his vehicle and summoned several leaders through the intercom. I have initiated the city defense battle. As long as we complete the defense, we will swiftly acquire the map and resources. In his view, the resources were merely the usual items. What he truly desired was the map. With the map in hand, subsequent matters would be considerably easier. The leaders appeared unfazed by any potential danger, given their strength. Enduring 48 hours, or even 480, would pose no problem. However, Anna wore a worried expression. Is there something you wish to express? Lin Mu inquired, curious about her demeanor. Logically, Anna was aware of their capabilities, so her concern was puzzling. After a moment of hesitation, Anna replied, I'm uncertain if my thoughts are correct, but I can't shake the feeling that the city defense battle may not be as straightforward as it seems. Perhaps this battle is linked to that task gate. Chapter 128. The defense battle officially commences. Anna's implication was clear. The adversaries they were about to face might be players who accepted the task. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The city defense battle, a 24-hour preparation phase, followed by 48 hours of assault. The task gate also had a 24-hour task. There was indeed a possibility along those lines. It was unclear whether the players accepting the task were from this planet or another. Lin Mu shook his head. Regardless of any connection, our strength should suffice. Even if the opposition is stronger, we can always retreat. And if escape proves impossible, I have established 3 respawn points outside. It's not a significant issue. With that, Lin Mu's responsibilities multiplied. He led a convoy of vehicles to the wilderness, directly activating the war machine mode. All vehicles transformed into components of the war machine, creating a colossal mechanical entity resting in the field. Lin Mu observed the fuel tank, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he had anticipated, transformation required no energy. As long as it remained dormant, there would be no consumption. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Countless materials have been continuously added to the modification skills, resulting in varying degrees of enhancement for all vehicles. Subsequently, various weapons, both melee and ranged, have been installed. Even vehicles lacking activated components have been outfitted with weaponry by Lin Mu. For a full 6 hours, Lin Mu has been engrossed in the modifications, consuming a staggering 1/5 of his materials in this endeavor. Modification is an insatiable abyss. To reach the utmost limits, it seems that even half the materials would scarcely suffice. As the vehicle's level increases, future consumption will be even more substantial. Every resource must be meticulously accounted for, lest they fall short. Meanwhile, the other team members await in their quarters, observing the gradual changes within their rooms. Although they do not fully comprehend what these alterations signify, they are certain it is related to their captain. Mechanical disassembly. Zhao Jin, Jiang Han. You two should reasonably arrange the positions of these individuals according to the circumstances in the town. I require a comprehensive defense. Time is of the essence. Understood. With only 10 minutes remaining until the defense battle commences, Lin Mu controls the drone to recheck everyone's status. The town has been transformed into a refuge, fortified with vehicles, and all laser and ammunition weapons are operational. He finds this situation quite satisfactory. 001. Prepare additional meals. We will require sustenance for a total of 48 hours. Let us hope the attackers are not overly formidable. Jiang Han and the others have devised 3 contingency plans. If the attackers are weak, a 3-shift system will be implemented. If they are of moderate strength, a 2-shift system will suffice. Should they prove to be strong, then all must be prepared to face them together. Anna sits in Lin Mu's vehicle, her expression clouded with concern as she gazes at the screen. Aren't you a succubus? Why do you now resemble a lamenting saint? Initially brimming with confidence, Lin Mu finds himself disheartened by Anna's demeanor, as if defeat were imminent. I'm simply worried. What if my fears are justified? That would be perilous. Lin Mu, feeling helpless, replies, have you ever participated in such a defense battle? This is my first time. Lin Mu furrows his brow. Have you not considered the importance of a map? A map? Shouldn't it be drawn by hand? Anna produces a piece of parchment, upon which lines and city names are painstakingly sketched. It appears laborious, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Lin Mu's lips twitch in exasperation. Did you not think to inquire of the panel service within your communicator? It is designed to provide you with guidance. Anna freezes, then poses a question to the voice. After a moment, she looks at Lin Mu, her face flushed with embarrassment. So that's how it works? I had no idea. Perhaps others have activated the defense battle, but I have not participated. Lin Mu shakes his head and glances at the time. Soon we shall discover what the defense battle truly entails. He picks up the intercom. Attention all units. We have 30 seconds remaining. Report status from all 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, at any moment. Jiang Han, Zhao Jin, Shu Yi, Zhang Qian. Ensure that you oversee your respective areas. Received. Understood. 30 seconds swiftly pass. In the 4 cardinal directions, vast black spatial portals have been unleashed, from which numerous beasts emerge. These creatures are approximately 7 kilometers away. A closer approach is necessary before engaging. Anna gazes at the screen, shaking her head. These are not mere beasts, but magical beasts capable of unleashing formidable skills. Thus caution is warranted. Lin Mu relays this information to the others. Ultimately, whether they are magical or ordinary beasts, as long as they possess physical forms, they pose no significant concern. The 4 spatial portals continuously spew forth magical beasts, a sight that would terrify most. Collectively, there are roughly 30 to 40,000 magical beasts approaching from all directions. However, for Lin Mu, these creatures represent valuable resources. Even a modest quantity of dried meat from them would suffice for an extended period. As the magical beasts draw within 5 kilometers, then 4, and finally 3 kilometers, the counteroffensive commences when they are merely 1 kilometer from the town. The high-powered laser projectiles effortlessly pierce the bodies of the magical beasts. The modified traction cannons unleash laser blasts capable of obliterating all life within a 10-meter radius with a single shot. The collective force from all sides prevents any magical creature from advancing a step closer to the town. Observing the unfolding situation on the screen, Lin Mu remarks, "Do you see? Your concerns are futile. In the face of absolute power, they must yield." However, he acknowledges that these magical creatures are only of the 4th tier and thus not particularly formidable. If 9th tier beings were to arrive, it might prove challenging to withstand them. Though Anna recognizes the strength of the weapons, she believes they still fall short when compared to the corporeal might of magical beasts. She concedes that Lin Mu's weaponry is impressive but not invincible. Lin Mu shakes his head, reiterating his belief that as long as entities remain within the biological realm, technology will invariably triumph over flesh. If we cannot prevail, it merely indicates a deficiency in the weaponry. I ask you, can the 9th tier beings you speak of be vanquished? Anna nods affirmatively. Indeed, they can be defeated. Those with 9th tier prowess are capable of doing so. Yet, They are practitioners. And even their simplest attack surpasses the power of your laser cannons. You still do not grasp the essence of technology. Allow me to demonstrate the terrifying might of technology shortly. With that thought, he retrieves a blank component. While Anna's assertions may be somewhat extreme, he feels it prudent to prepare for contingencies. Regrettably, the blank blueprint is squandered. He had intended to contemplate it further, as his knowledge of weaponry is regrettably scant. Yet for the sake of safety, he resolves to utilize it regardless. Chapter 129. Congratulations on your correct answer. A giant electromagnetic cannon vehicle component. Rational, since it is rational. Let it be generated. As for other ideas, they can be validated later. Lin Mu swiftly activates the crafting station. Gigantic electromagnetic rail cannon. Iron ingots x500, copper ingots x100. Silver ingots x10, universal materials x100, electronic components x200. It truly is a colossal apparatus. Manufacturing. A black object resembling a massive cannon materializes in Lin Mu's backpack. However, this item is excessively large. Even on the roof, it cannot be installed, thus it must be placed on the ground instead. As he clicked to activate it, a towering black artillery piece, 10 meters high, materialized before him. Its barrel was not the traditional circular design, but was instead constructed from 4 elongated triangular prisms, revealing gaps in between. Once Lin Mu connected the power supply to the electromagnetic cannon, luminous strips began to illuminate the entire barrel, gradually coalescing at its tip. The 4 triangular columns started to glow from the base, and the machine emitted a faint humming sound. Lin Mu licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a formidable adversary to witness the theoretical sublight speed weapon's damage in action. Beside him, Anna gazed curiously at the enormous contraption that had suddenly appeared. Though she had encountered larger objects before, such as catapults, they paled in comparison to the scale of this apparatus, especially for a 9th-tier being. Anna, do you think that creature counts as a colossal entity? Lin Mu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the 2-headed creature soaring in the sky. Is that a chimera? How could such a creature appear here? Anna replied, perplexed. What tier is it? It must be at least an 8th tier. Just watch. The newly installed electromagnetic railgun pivoted its direction, aligning its barrel directly at the chimera in the sky. A steel sphere, 20 centimeters in diameter, materialized within it. Buzz. Whoosh. A barely audible sound flitted by, and the energy levels of the cannon dropped by 2 bars. The flying chimera was instantaneously transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, vanishing from sight. Anna blinked in disbelief. What just happened? That enormous chimera is gone? She approached the window, staring at the cumbersome machine, her face a mask of confusion. Are you saying that the chimera was destroyed by it? Congratulations, you answered correctly. But alas, there is no prize, Lin Mu replied, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. To him, even a 20-centimeter steel ball seemed excessive. He estimated that a 10-centimeter ball would suffice. As for whether the speed achieved was indeed sublight, he was uncertain. However, it was clear that it was not slow. He just wondered how far the range extended. With the addition of the electromagnetic cannon, handling large creatures became significantly easier, greatly alleviating the burden on others defending the city. 2 hours passed, during which the 4 black spatial portals closed. The number of beasts had not increased dramatically. They were still at a similar count. Yet a 10-meter-high path of corpses constructed from the bodies of the beasts lay along their route, surrounded by small hills of varying heights formed from the dead. Over the course of these 2 hours, the portals had delivered approximately 10 waves of beasts, totaling around 100,000. It seems the first wave of the defense is nearing its conclusion. Everyone, please stay alert. Utilize the laser cannons as much as possible and refrain from using machine guns. Lin Mu instructed, glancing at the screen while picking up the intercom. Received. Understood. This should be the final batch. The creatures in this wave are relatively larger. They are 9th-tier beasts, Anna remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. She now finds herself increasingly perplexed by the situation regarding these magical beasts. How could there be so many of them? If there were magic crystals among them, it would be possible to manufacture some magic cannons. However, she recalled the electromagnetic railgun outside, and it seemed that the magic cannon was of little use. The damage inflicted by the magic cannon was utterly insignificant compared to the electromagnetic railgun. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a single shot from the electromagnetic cannon, a cluster of magical beasts vanished, the speed of which was astonishing. Yet, after 10 shots, the electromagnetic cannon began its charging process. Fortunately, the charging speed was relatively brisk. As for why a vehicle-mounted wind turbine could charge the electromagnetic cannon so swiftly, it could only be attributed to the peculiar rules of this realm. The battle proceeded more rapidly than anticipated. After half an hour, not a single magical beast remained alive, nor did any approach within 50 meters of the defensive magic array. Captain, have we completed our task of defending the city? Lin Mu gazed through the window towards the office, where the countdown continued unabated. Not yet. But you can arrange for personnel to be on duty and take turns resting. Understood, Captain. Anna, standing beside him, looked at Lin Mu with a puzzled expression. Are you not concerned about the meat of these magical beasts? Though some of it may not be palatable, a portion is still quite flavorful. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Can't we wait until it's completely over? In his view, the outside world remained perilous within the next 48 hours. Anna was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, they were still engaged in their city defense task. However, it wasn't entirely unfeasible. The longer the meat was left to sit, the more the energy from the magic crystals would dissipate into the air through the bodies of the magical beasts. Consequently, the quality of the magic crystals harvested would significantly diminish. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. We are not relying on this energy source. Besides, I can still recycle it. If worst comes to worst, I can just dispose of it later. The corpses lay abandoned, and from a bird's-eye view, the small town appeared as though it were an abandoned settlement encircled by bodies. Time passed slowly, yet outside, there was still no sign of change. Lin Mu cast a glance at the adjacent office. The countdown persisted. What is going on? Shu Yi, prepare today's meals. It seems the next battle is still some time away. Lin Mu speculated that the magical beasts from earlier were the assailants from the previous 24 hours. He had merely expedited the timeline. During the battle, he had also monitored the spatial portals. New magical creatures would only appear once a batch of the existing magical beasts had been eradicated, which explained why their numbers had remained constant. Of course, it was also possible that a fixed schedule existed and beasts would be released at certain intervals. However, his actions had likely precipitated their early release. Regardless of the scenario, it mattered little now. At least the next 24 hours appeared to be secure. Lin Mu stroked his chin, gazing at the large screen. Anna, why don't you go retrieve the corpses of those magical beasts? Huh? Anna looked at him in confusion. Did you not just say it was dangerous outside? Why is it permissible to go out now? Cough, cough. I believe it seems relatively safe now. Did you not say that the energy would dissipate if left sitting? Anna wore a skeptical expression. Surely you aren't using me as a test subject? Chapter 130. Haven't you skinned and chopped it? Am I truly that kind of person? You know me best, and we don't have any magical beasts here. Although he indeed harbored such thoughts, there was no way he could admit it. After all, he was the captain of the best team in the world. Anna, however, was rather naive and easily believed his words. But I can't do it alone. You need to find a few people to assist me. There are far too many magical beasts outside. No problem. Soon, a group of 10 newly joined professionals was handed over to Anna. She gazed at them in silence, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked towards Lin Mu. Ahem. Everyone else has their own tasks to attend to. These individuals are just free and will be under your care. Anna nodded helplessly. This time, Lin Mu was genuinely telling the truth. The others were indeed busy. Regardless, with the team expanding, the workload had increased significantly. Resources could no longer be allocated as casually as before. Lin Mu's philosophy was straightforward. Allocation based on contribution. The more one contributed, the more resources and food one could receive. Conversely, those with lesser contributions would have to settle for the most basic meals, enough to stave off hunger, but hardly satisfying. After watching Anna depart, Lin Mu returned to the vehicle and activated the camera. Grasping the intercom, he inquired, "Are you all ready? If so, let us begin now and aim to complete this within the next couple of days." The impetus behind Lin Mu's initiative still stemmed from resource concerns. Although he currently had ample access to basic supplies, food resources remained considerably scarce. At present, they were in a state of equilibrium. However, should the sources of food diminish, their available rations would significantly decrease. Above all, it was crucial to establish a hierarchy among the members. While Lin Mu was not particularly fond of this approach, he had to concede that it was indeed effective. Just then, 4 figures appeared on the screen, surprising Shu Yi. I didn't realize this monitor could be used in such a manner. Indeed, it can conduct video calls. After all, these cameras have always been utilized for external surveillance, and we never contemplated their use for video communication. Lin Mu quickly waved his hand, steering the conversation back on track. Have you all formulated a policy for this? Aside from Zhang Qian, the others possess varying degrees of capability. Zhao Jin, for instance, was previously an unremarkable lawyer. According to her, she wasn't a seasoned attorney, but she could still earn around 20 to 30,000 a month, making her a competent lawyer. Zhang Han was an executive from one of the top 10 enterprises in Fengjing and had a fair understanding of regulations. As for Shu Yi, she was a seasoned worker. Lastly, Zhang Qian was a social drifter, present merely because he led a team. I believe we can use the sales department's reward and punishment system as a framework and adjust some details according to the current situation. It doesn't need to be overly complicated. I concur with this notion, yet it must be approached with rigor to avoid any conflicting circumstances. I propose the establishment of KPI evaluations, wherein the trio engages in a dialogue to construct a solid framework. With the extensive experience of Blue Star, it is perplexing that they cannot comprehend such a fundamental concept. Lin Mu felt a foreboding sense that the team was on the verge of transforming into a mere shell corporation. The essentials of daily sustenance were reduced to a base salary, beverages and spirits became bonuses, while various fundamental materials turned into commissions. This starkly transformed a survival endeavor into a relentless game of sacrifice for the company. These three individuals are rather formidable. I hope that those observing this regulation from the outside do not conjure any unpleasant memories. As for the KPI mentioned by Shu Yi, Lin Mu outrightly declined it. This is sufficient. Introducing another would surely bewilder the team. Team member, we are grateful to the captain for sparing us. At 8 in the evening, Anna returned with her team. As Lin Mu had indicated, the outside world was indeed free from danger. Much of the monster meat was inedible. However, I have retrieved the magic crystals for you. A portion of them, due to the low level of the monsters, are rather diminutive in size. So you will need to manage that accordingly. Amongst hundreds of thousands of monsters, even after discarding the inedible ones, there remains several thousand. Lin Mu accepted the vehicle's core, furrowing his brow. Were the skins not removed and the meat not cut? Anna, looking puzzled, replied, there are only a dozen of us. And these are the remains of tens of thousands of monsters. Are you asking me to skin them? Clearing his throat, Lin Mu corrected himself. I misspoke. Organize a few individuals to preserve the chunks. That sounds more reasonable, though it may take some time. I wanted to inform you beforehand. Then let us process a portion first and tackle the rest while consuming. How palatable is it? Anna reflected. Most of it is not very appetizing. Lin Mu nodded. Then let's reserve it to distribute as rewards. Regardless, it is still meat, a source of high-protein sustenance. By 1 o'clock the following afternoon, Lin Mu cast a glance at the countdown timer in the office. It was nearing the 24-hour mark. He picked up the intercom. Attention all departments. Attention all departments. We are approaching the 24-hour deadline. Please be vigilant regarding the situation in all directions. Received. Acknowledged. All the cameras situated at the corners of the makeshift shelters began to pivot, while a larger device in the center of some houses scanned the surroundings. With these cameras in place, it would be impossible for anyone to infiltrate. However, as the countdown ticked to 23:59, not a single creature was detected. Captain, could this signify an end? Indeed, Captain, no signs of life within a 5-kilometer radius. This is unusual. It cannot be that only such scant presence exists after 48 hours. Moreover, the countdown is still ongoing, indicating that this defensive operation has not concluded. But where is everyone? Could they be cloaked, or perhaps they have yet to arrive? Allocate a portion of personnel to activate thermal imaging. Cloaking cannot conceal one's internal heat, unless one is a cold-blooded creature. 20 or so shelters initiated thermal imaging mode. A report has revealed the presence of human traces in the woods located 20 kilometers to the south. The speaker is utilizing a large camera, which has been enhanced by Lin Mu to magnify figures from 20 kilometers away to their actual size, allowing for a clear view of their features. Even from a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, a rough outline can still be discerned. Similar discoveries have been made in the west, while the east has reported sightings of upright creatures that, although differing in form from humans, are indeed bipedal. No findings have been reported in the north. Lin Mu exhaled in relief. This is as it should be. As long as the presence of humans can be confirmed, everything else becomes negotiable. The greatest fear lies in the uncertainty of the enemy's location. Chapter 131. The outbreak of war. Attention, all departments. Exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. Wait until the enemy is within range. Understood. If we are to engage, we must do so decisively. Moreover, this time, we are dealing with humans, and they deserve a proper reception. Should any of these individuals possess spatial storage, it would be akin to receiving a ready-made delivery service right to our doorstep. In the southern forest, the mission has commenced. A pale blue light film vanished, revealing thousands of humans. My goodness, there are so many. This instance of the dungeon is quite extensive. Not only extensive, but it is also a mandatory mission. The requirement to obtain 50 backpacks filled with items is quite daunting. Fortunately, I am a miser, otherwise, I would be in tears. The absence of a resurrection opportunity makes this task excessively challenging. The group expressed their dissatisfaction. They had never before undertaken such an outrageous mission, especially considering that only seasoned players of the Sky Domain game could accept such tasks. Nevertheless, the rewards are rather enticing. Conquering the city would yield Sky Domain crystals, which can be exchanged for a legendary artifact. With that in mind, the group gazed eagerly at the distant town, ready to seize the opportunity. In the western forest, a bewildered group of half-orcs, armed with clubs, surveyed their surroundings. Upon hearing a voice resonating in their minds, all the half-orcs humbly knelt, murmuring in reverence. Thank you, Lord Beast God, for your blessings. Mysterious runes began to materialize upon their bodies. A fervor ignited. The half-orcs roared as faint yellow, translucent flames enveloped them, their stature increasing, muscles becoming more pronounced. Each one grew from 2 meters to 2.5 meters, taking large strides forward. In a low valley to the east, tens of thousands of peculiar beings stood poised. The deity has proclaimed that food lies within the city. If we breach its defenses, sustenance shall be ours. Roar, roar, Roar. A throng of crocodile men, clad in scales and sharp teeth, wielded their weapons, their spirits soaring. Food. They were finally on the brink of obtaining nourishment. This was the culmination of their pleas to the heavens. Forward. One battalion after another set forth towards the town where Lin Mu resided. Lin Mu gazed at the large screen, his brow furrowing in intrigue. What manner of beings are these? Anna. Are you familiar with them? During the city defense, Anna will remain here, having previously encountered such occurrences. It should be an orc. Albeit one even more towering than those on our planet, Anna remarked, her expression one of bewilderment. While it is true that orcs tend to be quite formidable in stature, this seemed rather outrageous. How could each of them be so immense, with some appearing to exceed 3 meters in height? Thankfully, they were merely ordinary orcs. Were a behemoth to appear, well, it might not matter much, as the electromagnetic cannon outside would surely teach them a lesson in humanity versus beast. Lin Mu picked up the radio. West team, take note. Engage the enemy only after they enter a kilometer range. East side, keep an eye on the crocodile heads. Likewise, the southern group of humans must be vigilant, all within a kilometer for counterattack. As for the northern side, leave a few to monitor the situation while the rest assist the other 3 directions. In truth, Lin Mu was not particularly concerned about these 3 directions. His greatest anxiety lay with the northern side, which had revealed nothing thus far. However, now was not the time for worry. He needed to deal with the 3 directions first. He hoped nothing unexpected would arise. Soon, the orc battalion entered the attack range. Jiang Han commenced his commands. Solid projectile attack range is 13 kilometers. Laser cannons target the crowd, and heavy laser rifles provide suppressive fire. Boom, boom, boom. The solid projectiles stirred up clouds of dust, while lasers flickered amidst the haze. After a barrage, figures began to emerge from the smoke, and Jiang Han's pupils constricted. What in the world was happening? They emerged unscathed? This was the first time he had encountered such an adversary. Was this a jest? This was laser weaponry. Who could possibly withstand such an assault? Yet today, he witnessed it. The orcs, invigorated by the faint yellow flames adorning their bodies, reveled in their invincibility. Meanwhile, the humans to the south, still on their journey, gazed in astonishment at the desolation of the town. How could they possess laser weaponry here? Wasn't this supposed to be a medieval setting? Perhaps it was a magical crystal cannon, given the context of the Western medieval era. However, which household in the Western medieval period wielded magic? This technology seemed utterly absurd. They merely lamented, as they too possessed gear capable of withstanding laser weaponry. It was a basic necessity. Buzz. A 5-meter wide clearing manifested within the orc ranks, and those orcs within it vanished into thin air. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. He had initially thought these orcs were impervious to harm, yet it appeared they too could succumb to attacks. Anna's lips twitched. The damage was indeed quite outrageous. Why not continue? She inquired. I would if I could. But that last shot drained all the energy. It will take a while to recharge, Lin Mu replied, feeling rather helpless. The wind turbine could indeed recharge quickly, but it was too slow for the present situation. It would take 20 minutes to fully replenish. Clearly, some modifications were in order. Lin Mu. I wish to go out and observe the situation of these orcs, Anna declared. I never imagined you possessed such a thirst for knowledge, he replied, surprised. I thought you were merely a succubus. How come you were so eager to learn? Anna rolled her eyes. I am the chief alchemist among succubi, after all. Orcs were once a primary subject of my studies. Lin Mu's lips twitched at the thought of an alchemist and orcs. How did these two entities come together? Are you certain that what you are studying is not some form of sorcery? Go ahead. After watching Anna depart, Lin Mu activated his modification skills and inserted the wind turbine responsible for charging the electromagnetic cannon, thereby enhancing the charging speed. Plan 1. Efficient energy utilization, silver ingots x50. Universal materials x10. After 2 consecutive enhancements, the charging speed was elevated to the point where it could unleash a shot in just 5 minutes. Further modifications seemed unnecessary, as the resource consumption was excessive. From these experiences, it became apparent that the higher the functional demands of an object, the greater the resources it consumed. Alas, resources. He once believed his stockpile was sufficient, but upon witnessing these half-beasts, he suddenly felt that his resources were trivial. A laser gun could not even breach the corporeal form of the adversary. It was a dismal failure. No, after this encounter, the cannons and firearms of each squad must be modified once more. Soon, Anna rushed back from outside. Chapter 132. If possible, skin it off, it is the blessing of the divine. Those half-beasts have received the blessings of the gods. Anna wore a face of horror, incredulous that such a phenomenon could exist. What place is this? Why does divine favor manifest here? Or rather, the blessing of the beast god. Are they not half-beasts? Hybrids of human and beast kind? What is the situation here? It is worth noting that in her world, gods have been absent for 5,000 years. The deities of the demon realm have been missing for nearly 6,000 years. What blessing of the gods? Lin Mu gazed at Anna in confusion, struggling to grasp her meaning. It is the divine, the omniscient and omnipotent deity. The flames enveloping them are symbols of divine power. Ordinary weapons. Anna was taken aback. Indeed, ordinary weapons should be ineffective, yet Lin Mu's armament seemed anything but ordinary. Or perhaps, his weapon could rapidly diminish that divine power? Lin Mu stared at the screen, lost in contemplation. No wonder the laser weapon performed so poorly. It was due to the divine power. In light of this, he had no choice but to resort to the electromagnetic cannon. It is somewhat regrettable. Would it not turn the objects they brought into mere vapor? Do the half-beasts possess spatial rings? Or do they have any resources of some kind? Anna's lips twitched. Brother, in such dire circumstances, how can you still concern yourself with resources? Should we not focus on exterminating these foes first? They likely do not possess any. Half-beasts are generally impoverished. Then I am reassured. Lin Mu picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, secure your other weapons. Only utilize the laser cannons and the traction artillery. There is no need for you to kill. Simply impede their advance. Understood. Since it is merely a matter of obstruction, it becomes much simpler. Hundreds of cannons roared incessantly. In the area near the defensive magic array on the west side, numerous craters emerged. Although the half-beasts were unharmed, their progress was indeed hindered. Nevertheless, some half-beasts had already reached the vicinity of the defensive magic array. Under Lin Mu's watchful gaze, they seized various weapons and began to strike fiercely at the defensive magic array. Observing the diminishing energy levels of the array, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. At this pace, it seemed manageable. Report. The crocodilians on the east side are just 2 kilometers from the designated position. Report. The humans to the south are still 3 kilometers away. Well, they are moving quite swiftly. It appears they are all coming. As per the usual protocol on the southeast flank, let them in to engage. The rest is for you to handle. His immediate concern was to resolve the situation at hand. However, seizing this opportunity, he decided to construct 3 additional electromagnetic cannons, removing the ineffective traction cannons. 1 cannon per direction would suffice, and 3 generators should also be prepared for upgrades. Watching his resources diminish by nearly 1,000th, Lin Mu felt a pang of heartache. If he could not recoup his investments, he would be at a loss. With 4 colossal electromagnetic cannons ready, 3 aimed at 3 directions, while the 4th stood by for support, he was taken aback when a blank zone suddenly materialized within the southern human camp. What a mess. How are we supposed to fight this? Which medieval society possesses such weaponry? Indeed, the task level is utterly insufficient. We must lodge a complaint about this game. It seemed they might lose their equipment. It was all for naught. The human camp was on the verge of surrender, feeling utterly helpless. 5 minutes later, another blank passage appeared. Scatter. Scatter. Do not cluster together. Listen to me. We need not remain united or attack from a single point. We merely need to breach this shield. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd recognized the wisdom in his words. Under Lin Mu's scrutiny, the southern faction dispersed. Lin Mu smacked his lips. Truly, the human race is quick to react. He had anticipated this scenario, though they were not from the same planet. Their equipment clearly indicated they were not from a primitive era. Had he been an outsider, he too would have opted to spread out. While success was not guaranteed, the likelihood of being targeted was significantly reduced. Yet, had they forgotten about the laser guns? Lin Mu picked up the intercom. All those who have dispersed in the south, engage with laser guns. The southern and western artillery will bombard the half-beastmen, while the eastern and northern sides will target the crocodilians. The crocodilians possessed weaker defenses compared to the half-beastmen. Although the laser guns could not penetrate their scaly armor, the laser cannons and shells could. The outcome of the city defense was assured. Lin Mu now needed to fire a shot every 5 minutes. 3 hours later, the defense concluded. Countless corpses littered the outskirts of the city. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully defending the city. Rewards. Basic Resource Package X1, City Development Package X1, Map Fragment X1. Victory Dinner X1. Lin Mu glanced at the intercom. Send someone to investigate the situation of these 3 races. Check for any resources, salvage whatever can be dismantled. Strip the humans of their garments, but leave the others be. The half-beastmen and crocodilians possess only tattered rags. There's no use in acquiring them. Oh. If we could skin the crocodilians, their hides might prove quite effective for defense. Anna's lips twitched uncontrollably. The deceased deserves to be treated with dignity. Must you even flay them? Such cruelty surpasses that of mere bandits. The subordinates, obedient to orders, commenced the gruesome task without hesitation. Consequently, a significant number of 80 individuals dispatched by the crocodile people arrived at the scene, each wielding a formidable blade to slice through the scales. Though the sight was somewhat revolting, such a resource could genuinely be a matter of survival. As night fell at 7 o'clock, the darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed as powerful lamps illuminated the area with blinding brightness. Anna's lips twitched once more. How long had they been laboring without respite? Lin Mu, however, was determined to see the day's work through to completion. Attention, everyone. A loudspeaker above a metal rod boomed with Lin Mu's voice. It is now 7 o'clock. Let us maintain our momentum. If we push through until 8, we shall begin preparations for our meal. Upon hearing this, the workers redoubled their efforts. Lin Mu sat in a chair, casting a glance at the victorious dinner nestled within his backpack. He had initially assumed the meal would be meager, yet it turned out to be sufficient for their large number, potentially enough for 4 or 5 feasts. It seemed that the city defense game calculated provisions based on the population of the town, given the size of the dinner. The standard accommodation for this town appeared to be around 500 people. The remaining supplies were simple, yet substantial. The basic resource package included 500,000 units of each fundamental resource, and even gasoline was allotted a staggering 50,000 liters, an exceptionally generous provision. As for the city development package, it included 100 g of mixed vegetable seeds x20, 200 g of mixed fruit seeds x20, and permanent blueprints for cement, asphalt, and internal combustion engines. He could understand the first two. After all, a city's development hinges upon sustenance. However, the latter three seemed to suggest an ambition of constructing a modern society within this realm. Were these materials allocated based on their species? Compared to these blueprints, a training acceleration card would have been far more practical. As of now, Lin Mu had only scratched the surface of understanding combat energy, with no grasp of magic whatsoever. And his physical capabilities had seen no enhancement. His gaze drifted to Anna, whose physique was remarkably resilient. Despite having been battered and bruised, she had swiftly recovered. With this thought, Lin Mu turned to Anna. Is it true that all succubi possess such robust physicality? Anna looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Do you not recall our initial encounter? I shot at you and set you ablaze. You sustained severe injuries, yet were still lively. So that was what he meant by physical prowess. Thankfully, she had refrained from speaking out of turn. Among the succubi, our physical strength is merely average within the demon realm. There are many who surpass us in that regard. It can only be said that your human physicality is rather lacking. Even those who train in combat energy struggle. The human body is fundamentally weak. Is there a way to enhance physical strength? Lin Mu inquired. All he desired was the strength of a succubus, enough to ensure he would not succumb so easily. Anna shook her head, expressing her discontent. No, the demon race encompasses a multitude of varieties, yet the methods of physical enhancement are undoubtedly unsuitable for humans. Moreover, there is no demon realm here, and even if such methods were applicable, the necessary materials would be unattainable. Lin Mu appeared disheartened. It seemed he was destined to continue down the path of technology. The war machines were his final bastion of security. By 8 o'clock, everyone returned. The southern human territory had been thoroughly cleared, and leaving a small remnant there should pose no significant issues. However, the situation with the crocodile men on the eastern front was far more troublesome. Their tough scales remained exceedingly difficult to slice, even in death. After half a day's labor, they had only managed to complete a third of the task. To finish everything, at least another day would be required. Zhao Jingshu, I entrust these items to you. You may determine the quantity needed, said Lin Mu, as 3 large metal boxes appeared before them. Shu Yi opened one of the boxes, revealing an assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables. Is this all? These are indeed fresh vegetables. It has been ages since we last had any. While Shu Yi had sampled such fare on a few occasions in the past, Zhao Jingshu had not experienced it even once. Since their arrival, Lin Mu's supplies had seen no replenishment, and he had withheld much of it. Even this time, he had retained a portion of the food. After all, it was his own possession, and he could keep as much as he desired. Most of what he relished remained with him, while the less favored items were left behind. Ah, this box is filled with seafood, and this one contains various meats. Brother Mu, have they skimped on this? Where are the chicken wings? She exclaimed, noticing an empty compartment that seemed oddly conspicuous. Brother Mu, is it possible that this reward was consumed before being arranged like this? Upon catching sight of Lin Mu's expression, Shu Yi quickly retracted her words. If her memory served her right, Lin Mu had previously engaged in similar behavior. What was she thinking, questioning such trivial matters? Ahem. Perhaps they simply ran out of stock. You two should get to work, Zhao Jin remarked, casting a knowing glance at the pair, instantly comprehending the situation. Nonetheless, it was of little concern to her. Today, she intended to savor the moment, for such provisions were akin to luxury in the present circumstances. Watching the two depart with their bounty, Lin Mu exhaled in relief. Though the items belonged to him, the sensation of being caught felt rather awkward. He resolved to ensure that at least one item remained next time. By 9 o'clock that evening, the meal preparations were complete. In the town square, 12 tables were set up. Apart from Lin Mu, everyone else busied themselves with the arrangements, laying out utensils, serving dishes, and continually placing drinks upon the tables. Observing the freshly prepared dishes, the helpers could hardly contain their appetites. Today's feast is remarkably lavish. It seems we are deviating from the new regulations. One exclaimed, perhaps it is a celebration of our victory today. The captain must wish to commemorate it. This is simply delightful. I even see shrimp and crabs on the table. I've hardly had the chance to enjoy such delicacies even back on Blue Star. Lin Mu gazed at the bustling crowd with a smile, believing that rigid management was not always the best approach. Occasionally offering a little sweetness was indeed necessary. Moreover, he had retained a considerable amount of good provisions, having set aside over 100 kilograms of shrimp alone. What remained was merely a fraction of his bounty. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered around the dining table. Lin Mu raised his wine glass, addressing his team. As I have stated, as long as you stick with me, you will undoubtedly dine well. While I cannot guarantee that none of you will perish, I can assure you that your lives will be longer and more comfortable than before. Without further ado, eat and drink to your heart's content. As for night watch, there is no need. The defensive array will alert us if it comes under attack. The table was sparsely populated, with only 4 team leaders and a few others, including Jiang Ying and the chubby companion. For the next few days, we will remain in this location, continuing our sweep of the surroundings. However, this time, I urge you to search for cities slightly larger than the town. Remember to report back first. The map provided by the town was far too limited, unlocking only a single area with restricted access. He indeed wished to unlock a colossal city directly. Yet judging by the city rankings in the interface, the colossal city possessed the most formidable defenses. He was uncertain whether he could overcome it in his current state. Thus, the most prudent approach would be to seek out a medium-sized city first. If they proved manageable, they could then pursue a larger city, progressing step by step while preserving his resources. Captain, shall we still search for the mission gate? Yes, we must search. Such resources should not be squandered. By the way, how substantial were the supplies obtained from today as humans? Quite substantial, though they seem rather useless. As for the weapons and armor, they appear decent but become useless with a single laser strike. Jiang Han expressed his disbelief, noting that while they seemed impressive, they were ultimately ineffective. Although the weapons they wielded were also laser types, their damage left much to be desired. Chapter 134. The energy dilemma resolved. Lin Mu remained undeterred. Is there truly nothing we can utilize? It appears there is one thing, someone replied, some items resembling nuclear reactors, but their quantity is limited. Found only on a few individuals. Shu Yi quickly interjected, I know of those. During the battle, a few individuals could ascend into the sky, extending various weapons from their bodies to attack. That reactor must be a form of energy, albeit quite small. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Had the energy source finally arrived? Its size posed no issue, as he possessed modification skills. How many do we have? Over 50. Jiang Han promptly retrieved the items and placed them on the table. Each measured approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, indeed quite small. Lin Mu promptly stowed them in his backpack. You all continue to eat. I shall return to the vehicle momentarily. If I do not come back, feel free to disperse. He turned on his heel and hurried into the vehicle, with 001 closely following. The others exchanged glances, pondering. Are those items truly useful? I'm not entirely sure, she mused, but our captain possesses an uncanny ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, defying all logic. In her eyes, there was nothing that Lin Mu could not accomplish. He seemed almost superhuman, while others were struggling to survive. He had already begun to revel in his success, which was quite remarkable. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lin Mu immediately initiated his modification skills, discarding over 50 reactors into the process. He was converting them into a large reactor. A circle materialized, perfect. Upon seeing this circle, Lin Mu felt assured that success was imminent. The presence of the circle signified that this endeavor would undoubtedly come to fruition. This time, the process took longer than usual, taking a full 10 minutes before presenting the options. Option 1, reactor matrix, 20 silver ingots, 20 mithril ingots, 10 universal materials, 50 electronic components. Option 2, large reactor, 50 silver ingots, 50 iron ingots, 10 copper ingots, 100 electronic components. Lin Mu frowned, finding the disparity between the two options rather excessive. He clicked on the reactor matrix to examine its details. Reactor matrix generates 20,000 degrees of energy per hour, can accommodate additional reactors at any time. Large reactor generates 50,000 degrees of energy per hour. As he contemplated the explanations for both options, Lin Mu found himself momentarily conflicted. One option produced less energy but allowed for the addition of reactors, while the other generated more energy but did not permit further enhancements. However, he pondered where he would procure additional reactors. It was clear that he would choose option 2. Upon making his decision, the interior of the vehicle was once again enveloped in a radiant light, which faded after a moment. Yet, the vehicle appeared unchanged at first glance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a switch had been added to the workbench. A fuel electric switch? So now the vehicle had transformed into a hybrid? How innovative. He wondered how much warfare machinery could be powered by 50,000 degrees of energy per hour. The inability to utilize certain equipment was quite frustrating. If only he could activate the war machine, he could directly scout for targets in the sky, rather than enduring this arduous process. He glanced outside at the group dining. who were beginning to clear the table in preparation for a break. Since that was the case, he felt no urgency to venture outside. He opened the workbench and examined the blueprints he had just acquired. The blueprints for cement and asphalt required stone as their raw material. However, while cement was composed solely of stone, asphalt also necessitated timber and universal materials. He had no intention of producing them, as he planned to dismantle everything in this place before leaving, especially the protective array, which would serve as excellent materials for upgrading the vehicle's array. His attention shifted to the internal combustion engine, and he began to understand its significance. This component was vital for his industrial endeavors and had no relation to its initial use in vehicles. With this realization, he proceeded to fabricate one. It turned out to be an ordinary machine, but it could be modified into a generator, though he regrettably lacked the knowledge to do so. To be pragmatic, he recognized that he did not possess expertise in every area. However, his modification skills were indeed proficient. He was curious to see what this object could transform into. He tossed the internal combustion engine into the modification skill, converting it into a generator. With just a few simple materials, a generator emerged. It produced 100 units of energy per hour. He wasn't certain if this energy equated to electricity, but he surmised it likely did not. Ding. After the host's repeated use of the infinite modification skill, the skill has leveled up. It has leveled up again? He pondered, realizing how much time had passed. If he had utilized this ability more frequently before, it might have upgraded sooner. Upon opening the modification skill, he was momentarily taken aback by the interface. A new golden frame appeared. What did that signify? It seemed to require 4 materials. As he contemplated this, a line of text appeared, directing him to the golden frame. Place the primary material into the golden frame. The modification skill will upgrade based on it, and has a chance for technological advancement. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering the meaning. The first part was clear, upgrading, as he had always done. But what did technological advancement entail? Did it mean enhancing technology levels? Transforming a rifle into a laser gun? With this thought in mind, he glanced at the internal combustion engine that had just been converted into a generator. Why not test it? The upgrade commenced. After several attempts, it still resulted in a generator, albeit with increased energy output. No technological advancement materialized. Moreover, it consumed a considerable amount of his resources. With so many materials at hand, he could have upgraded the wind turbine by several levels already. Was the probability too minuscule? With this in mind, he tossed the generator back in. If it didn't upgrade this time, he would be done with it. He made his displeasure known to the modification skill. Whether his threat had succeeded or luck had finally favored him, the modification skill began to emit a golden glow that persisted for nearly 5 minutes before dissipating. Ding! Technological advancement achieved. Congratulations on acquiring a nuclear power reactor. Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, a nuclear power reactor? Isn't this the same as the item I just created? Had I known, I would have chosen that matrix. He retrieved the reactor, exclaiming, wow, it's enormous. A cylindrical structure, 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters tall, stood before him. Nuclear power reactor, produces 10,000 energy units per hour. Truly impressive in size. It generated a staggering 10,000 energy units. He placed the nuclear reactor inside and selected the large reactor for modification into a matrix. Sorry, insufficient quantity for modification. At least 20 reactors are required to form a matrix. Lin Mu's lips twitched in frustration. He had only managed to obtain one by chance. How many would it take to acquire 20? He mused, contemplating his luck. He wondered if Shu-Yi could utilize this skill. Chapter 135. Discovery of a medium-sized city. As for the so-called exposure of skills, Lin Mu was not concerned in the least. The confinement collar was readily available. What was there to fear? The only dilemma was whether he could share this skill with Shu-Yi. If it were possible, he would certainly encourage her to give it a try. The following day, Jiang Han, Zhao Jin, and Zhang Qian each set forth with their respective teams, initiating their actions as per Lin Mu's instructions. Meanwhile, the team led by Shu-Yi was tasked with the responsibility of guarding. Lin Mu, seated upon a chair, endeavored to grant Shu-Yi the authority to modify skills, yet he found no such option available. Alas, must this misfortunate individual be the one to utilize it? He was well aware of his own limitations. After all, the misfortune had been his companion for quite some time. It was perplexing that while other functionalities could be shared, this particular one could not. The unavailability of such a useful asset was truly exasperating. Reluctantly, Lin Mu resigned himself to the thought. He activated the map feature, observing the trajectories of various vehicles. However, beyond the known boundaries of the map, visibility ceased. At that moment, only Zhang Qian's team remained visible on the map, halted in their tracks, likely having encountered some village. After a brief observation, Lin Mu found it devoid of interest, promptly closing the panel and stepping outside. The town retained its original state, as Lin Mu had made no alterations, having not yet departed. Casting his gaze toward the east, he surmised that Shu-Yi and her team were still engaged in the eradication of the crocodilian beings. With this thought in mind, he proceeded eastward. Upon arrival, He indeed encountered them outside. "Brother Mu, why have you come out?" Shu Yi, wielding a sharp long knife, bore traces of blood upon her attire. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What a bloody queen she was. "I merely came to see how things were progressing. Have you crafted garments from this material? We've fashioned a piece for defensive trials. However, the armor made solely from scales offers protection only against non-maximum power shots." Shu Yi shrugged. "The disparity when they were alive is considerable. Perhaps this material has lost its vitality post-mortem." Observing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Mu suggested, "Then let us experiment further, incorporating additional materials. Protective gear often necessitates multiple trials to ascertain its efficacy." Lin Mu had spent an entire month in this place, ultimately finding naught. "Captain, shall we depart?" "Indeed. We must leave. How can we remain in a location devoid of a medium-sized city?" He harbored no desire to even acknowledge the existence of small towns, as the scant mapping was insufficient. "Dismantle the town. I want it entirely razed." The sight of the town irritated him, despite acquiring numerous valuable items. It had squandered a significant amount of his time. Logically, they had searched an extensive area, traversing a radius of 500 kilometers, yet found nothing. The map appeared quite promising. But how could they fail to locate a place? Once everyone had vacated, he summoned Anna. "Why can't I find a medium-sized city?" Anna, with an expression of resignation, replied, "Because we are still relatively close to the mountains. Naturally, they are absent." Lin Mu opened the map, which indicated a minuscule area. How could it still be adjacent? He displayed the map to Anna. Anna shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I cannot say for sure. But what I do know is that there are indeed numerous medium-sized cities, each situated at least several thousand miles apart, typically distanced from mountainous regions. According to those who have resided here for a significant duration, this mountainous area is deemed resource poor." Lin Mu pondered over Anna's words. If that were the case, just how vast was this place? Was the map he had seen misleading? As for the scarcity of resources, it was indeed quite barren. Although it was better than the outside world, it was not significantly so. Contemplating this, he turned to Anna and asked, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You asked me last time, and I explained. We use hand-drawn maps and I showed you one. But you simply overlooked the scale," Anna replied with a look of exasperation. The cultural differences between them made communication challenging. An hour later, the small town vanished, and Lin Mu acquired another batch of materials. The next objective was to search for a medium-sized city. "All vehicles prepare, assemble," Lin Mu commanded, initiating the war machine. One by one, vehicles transformed into components, assembling into a colossal war machine. With a thunderous roar, the machine expelled flames from its underside and began to ascend slowly into the sky. The energy gauge on Lin Mu's controller displayed a steady 60,000 energy units, showing no signs of fluctuation. He wondered how the energy consumption would fare at full speed. Gently pushing the throttle, the speed began to increase. 200, 300, 500. Upon reaching 700 kilometers per hour, Lin Mu refrained from pushing further. He still needed to search for the city, and such velocity would hinder his visibility. Glancing at the energy gauge, it remained constant at 60,000 units, indicating no apparent depletion. "Units, pay attention to your screens and search for cities larger than towns." Received. Lin Mu continued to ascend, reaching an altitude of 2,000 meters. In front of Unit 001, a screen was divided into 16 segments, displaying images from various directions on the ground. 001. Keep a vigilant eye out for cities. Understood, Master. 4001. The 16 screens were just right. Once the war machine was properly configured, Lin Mu stood from his seat and walked to the rear lounge, where he picked up a book from the table. The title read Notes on Combat Chi, the same one that 001 had previously analyzed for him. Although he had yet to succeed in cultivation, it was still essential to read. One could never be too prepared. Thus, the war machine soared at a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, with the crew intently monitoring the screens in search of cities. As Anna had mentioned, this region was indeed remote, with scarcely any cities in sight. After flying for over 3 hours, they had not encountered a single medium-sized city, but rather an increasing number of towns. By 5 in the afternoon, the war machine had traveled nearly 5,000 kilometers. "Captain, we've detected a city larger than a town. I'm unsure if it is what you seek." Zhang Qian's voice crackled through the intercom. Reclining on the couch, Lin Mu suddenly straightened up, hastily making his way to the driver's seat to bring the war machine to a halt, suspending it in midair. He picked up the intercom. "What is the location?" "To the rear right," came the reply. 001. "Take a look to the right. There's a city there." He continued through the intercom. "Shi, please summon Anna to my location." Chapter 136. The new breed of vampires. Upon receiving the notification, Anna navigated through a maze of corridors to reach Lin Mu's chamber. The first thing she did upon entering was to express her frustration. "Seriously, it's quite a challenge to traverse this place. Could we perhaps create some kind of directional map? I've taken several wrong turns to get here." Her urgency was understandable. as it was her first time navigating this labyrinth, making the paths elusive. Let us put that aside for now. Please assist 001 in identifying which of these is the medium-sized city we're searching for. All right. Moments later, she pointed at the screen, declaring, this one. This is the medium-sized city, 5 times the size of a town. Lin Mu magnified the image, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the city before him. Why is the city black? Anna stroked her chin thoughtfully. It's likely due to the race inhabiting it. Typically, a city's appearance changes according to the characteristics of its residents, adapting to their lifestyle. Most cities look normal. Only certain unique races exhibit such traits. Gazing at the darkened city on the screen, Anna speculated, this may not be a friendly race. I've yet to see a good outcome from a city this color. Except for our own demons. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Had I not fitted you with a collar, who knows what you might have become? He maneuvered the war machine above the city. Everyone directed their cameras toward the city below, aiming to ascertain the race present and their way of life. He needed to evaluate their situation before deciding on the approach for battle. However, a high probability leaned towards an aerial assault. Yet, it was prudent to confirm the circumstances beforehand. Understood. Lin Mu stretched, knowing he wouldn't need to exert himself further. This was the advantage of having a team. Troublesome matters were managed by others while he could simply lounge and await updates. However, as the afternoon waned, no messages came through. This is odd. Could it be that there's no one down there? Lin Mu returned to his seat and picked up the intercom. Did you see any individuals in the city below? None at all. Not a single soul has appeared this entire afternoon. Indeed, each of us is responsible for our respective areas, and not a single person has been sighted. Lin Mu ran his fingers through his hair, pondering the situation. He turned to Anna. Do you have any insight into what is happening? It could be a nocturnal race. Some races indeed rest during the day and venture out at night. It's quite normal. By the way, may I leave? I feel rather uncomfortable here. Lin Mu waved dismissively. Go on, go on. With her presence, he felt even more unsettled. Anna made her way back to Shi's room. Upon entering, the first thing she did was remove her leather jacket, revealing her fair skin, and casually settled into another chair. Shi, observing the scene, expressed a hint of exasperation. Sister, I'm still here. Perhaps you should consider putting on some clothes? What is the point? We're all women here. Besides, that leather outfit is quite constricting. I have no desire to wear it, Anna retorted. Shi, resigned, opened her workbench and hurriedly crafted a nightgown. Wearing this will be more comfortable. Anna smirked. Humans are truly troublesome. This is much more comfortable. She donned the garment, fastening only a couple of buttons. You've made this too small, she remarked. Shi's lips twitched slightly. Are you certain it's not just that you are too large? Turning her gaze to the screen, she noted that her work was far from complete. Meanwhile, Anna lapsed into silence, lost in thought. Sensing the quietude, she casually inquired, what is on your mind? Nothing much. I was just pondering what kind of person Lin Mu truly is. His personal strength may be lacking, yet he seems to possess an abundance of cunning. If he had such a machine, he would undoubtedly resolve issues with brute force. Yet, he opts to first ascertain whether the opponent has anyone present. What else with that? Why do you think so? Anna asked. Well, obviously because of the machine you currently possess. It's far superior to anything we have. Yet he is excessively cautious. Hesitating to take action, Shi explained, smiling. In our country, we have a saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. Another saying proclaims that even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Ultimately, one must always strive to do their utmost. She did not perceive any fault in being careful. Lin Mu's current achievements were, after all, a result of his prudence. By 8 in the evening, the city below finally began to stir. Houses flickered to life one after another with ominous red lights, casting a foreboding aura over the entire metropolis. Shadows of figures clad in black emerged. Lin Mu magnified the screen, slightly taken aback. The pale skin, the elegant black evening gowns, and those signature fangs, it was unmistakable. Are these not vampires? He pondered. Is this truly a legend from Blue Star? Could there really be planets inhabited entirely by vampires? That seemed implausible, as Anna's planet was home to a multitude of races. Captain, these are vampires. Captain, should we prepare garlic and crosses? Their excitement was palpable. As they recognized the legendary creatures before them, it was only natural to be thrilled. Indeed, more crosses should be prepared. It appeared the time had come for them to take action. You all should commence an attack on the ground with the laser cannons and see if the lasers affect them, he ordered. Understood. One by one, cannon barrels extended from below, unleashing a barrage of laser fire, accompanied by numerous projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The protective magic array below rippled in response. They had anticipated this scenario and had never expected to shatter it in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had already embarked on the task of crafting crosses, calculating that they would need around 200, one for each person. Moreover, the strategic positions on the warship must be adequately equipped, and the numbers are certainly not insignificant. Below, the vampires preparing to embark raised their gazes skyward. Kane, sustenance approaches, exclaimed a towering vampire, a look of exhilaration upon his face. Not merely sustenance, but our servants. All of you, follow me. Let us engage in battle. They dismissed the laser cannons, deeming their frequency too sluggish. Furthermore, their own speed was anything but lackluster. A multitude of ebony wings unfurled behind them, propelling them skyward in an instant. They deftly maneuvered, aligning themselves alongside the war machines. This iron contraption is rather large. How do we infiltrate it? Kane extended his palm, his fingernails elongating one by one. Of course, we shall make use of our claws. Must we resort to biting? Thousands of vampires alighted upon the machine. The rotund figure seated in the chamber was brimming with excitement. Vampires, come forth and demonstrate your true strength. On his screen, a vampire gazed curiously at the 4 gun barrels before him. Chapter 137. Do resist. If you dare. Laser projectiles erupted, perforating the vampire before them with gaping holes. It doesn't he seem all that formidable? The stout individual widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the battered vampire returning to normalcy. The vampire glanced at his own body, grasped the gun barrel before him, and with a forceful tug, dismantled it. Is this what I was fearing? How unimpressive. His complexion grew even more pallid. Subsequently, a series of barrels emerged, targeting the throngs of vampires. However, the vampires' reflexes were astonishingly swift, rendering few hits successful. Anna observed the vampires with intrigue. This race is indeed fascinating. They possess immortality. She shook her head. As long as they belong to the realm of mortals. So-called immortality is merely a fallacy. There will always be a means to eradicate them. Before long, the group ceased their use of laser weaponry, awaiting Lin Mu's command. At that moment, hundreds of silver crosses emerged from the war machine. Upon sighting the crosses, the vampire's eyes widened with terror. It's a cross forged from mithril. Flee. Yet, it was too late. A towering 5-meter cross ascended from the center. The silvery radiance expanded instantaneously, incinerating those vampires in close proximity to ash. The ones slightly farther away were engulfed in flames. Out of the thousands of vampires, only a scant few managed to escape. Witnessing the disappearance of his kin, Kane was filled with dread. What should be done now? Their adversaries undoubtedly aimed for their city. Just then, the war machine in the sky began its descent, extending silver crosses below. This is dire. We must leave. One enormous cross unleashed a robust beam of silver light, resulting in the immediate demise of all vampires along its path. The surviving vampires hurriedly retreated into the protective formation. This is terrifying. What shall we do? They wield mithril crosses and can emit holy light. What now? Kane is doomed. Shall we make our escape through the underground passage? Indeed, let us flee. Not only the combatants, but even the vampires within the array hastened towards the tunnel. Survival is paramount. As for this city, it is of little consequence. It is merely a city. If one desires, it can be acquired anew at any time. If a medium-sized city is lost, there are still smaller towns. Captain, it seems the enemy has all fled. Shall we pursue them? Lin Mu gazed at the screen, observing the vampires rushing into the passage, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why do they not resist? Why do they simply run away? Could you inquire with Anna about the length of the passage in the medium-sized city? I am uncertain. I have never entered the city. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Very well, if one is not visited, then so be it. In that case, let us proceed directly to occupy it. Everyone, activate the laser cannons and obliterate the array. Under the barrage of the laser cannons, the array crumbled in less than 10 minutes. Lin Mu stood in bewilderment, pondering the situation. By all accounts, a medium-sized town should not be so easily destroyed. Yet, the reality was evident. Anna, what is the status of the protective array in this town? Quite normal. The mysterious elements are difficult to acquire. It must have been years since its establishment, and its energy has long been depleted. Lin Mu suddenly understood. Indeed, the energy source for the protective array is not so easily found. The war machines gradually descended to the ground, transforming into vehicles. Immediately, gather supplies from the warehouses. Given that the enemy has likely been here for a considerable time, there should be an abundance of resources, especially considering their earlier haste. It was clear they had fled without taking much. Certainly, they relished the search for supplies, for at such times, Lin Mu would prepare a sumptuous dinner to reward them. Soon, one warehouse after another was discovered. The supplies here surpassed those he had found in the town by a significant margin, indeed, tenfold. Captain, I have just counted. There are a total of 20 warehouses, the majority of which are full. It appears they have plundered a considerable amount of resources. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have so much. Let us investigate. Resources are indispensable. Gazing at the warehouses before him, Lin Mu could not help but swallow hard. This is not merely a matter of quantity. The space is vast as well. Each warehouse is more than twice the size of the previous ones, and they are filled to capacity. It seems I must manufacture numerous storage boxes. Otherwise, there will be no place to store these supplies. The storage boxes previously created have long been filled, and even some vehicle cores have been packed with items. There is no remedy, such as the abundance of my resources. An hour later, Lin Mu stared blankly at the remaining 10 warehouses. He murmured, "So this is the wealth contained within a medium-sized city? We have struck it rich." The storage boxes he had just crafted were already full, yet there remained so much more. Contemplating, he returned to the vehicle, gazing silently at the neatly stacked boxes. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, attempting to assimilate the storage boxes into the core. However, the inability to store was something Lin Mu could not comprehend. All other vehicles' cores could be stored, yet his own crafted storage box remained impervious. Why, despite possessing the same storage capabilities, could it not be contained? At that moment, he cast a glance at the newly created box beside him. Without hesitation, he utilized the new box to absorb the one before him. Whoosh! Lin Mu's eyes widened in realization. It was clear that only items of the same category could mutually contain one another. Without further ado, he swiftly stored the box from the 4th floor into one of his own. Fortunately, the spaces within these boxes could also be stacked. Just like that. All the boxes arranged on the 3rd floor were absorbed by Lin Mu. Subsequently, he crafted another 100 storage boxes to gather all the resources from the external warehouse. At 8 in the evening, just as they had anticipated, Lin Mu prepared a lavish feast, more sumptuous than any prior occasion. Especially the meats. Each table bore dozens of pounds. They were free to indulge, and today, the meat would undoubtedly satisfy everyone's appetites. He had collected every edible piece of monster meat available. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't finish it all. Long live the captain. The captain is incredible. This was all meat. And for those who typically had a meager quota of 2 taels a day, today they would eat to their heart's content. Anna, holding a glass of wine, watched the scrambling crowd with keen interest. TSK, Lin Mu certainly knew how to manipulate people's hearts. All this meat was from the less desirable cuts. Yet they devoured it with gusto. Truly remarkable, Lin Mu. Shoo, he rolled her eyes. Aren't you the same? That wine is just as undesirable. Anna's lips twitched. Other wines have too high an alcohol content. Not suitable for me. She preferred beer. Its refreshing chill was delightful. However, after only 5 cups last time, she had collapsed, unconscious. On her home planet, she could easily consume an entire barrel. Unfazed, she had tried a few more times. Ultimately coming to a clear understanding of her limits. She was better suited for this kind of wine. Even if it was unpopular, she would drink it. It was the only beverage that closely resembled what was familiar from her planet. Of course, she had also experimented with rum and tequila. But the result was always the same. 1 cup and she was done. Who knew if the drinks here were laced with something? With Lin Mu becoming the new master of this place, the color of the houses began to gradually fade from black. At the current rate, it seemed that within 6 months, the colors would return to their normal hues. In the City S office building, Lin Mu perused the books left behind. They contained diaries and notes from the vampires. From these writings, Lin Mu learned that these vampires had lived in this city for over 8 years. They, too, were survivors drawn into a game. Moreover, one of the notebooks not only chronicled their experiences, but also indicated a location over 8,000 kilometers away, where a large city resided. In that city lived the human race, beings of the same kind as himself. The human races encountered are technologically comparable to their own. Lin Mu closed his notebook, currently opting not to venture there. He intended to use this place as a base to cultivate his strength before expanding outward. Once a foothold was established, it would be prudent to branch out further. However, prior to that, he needed to secure a map. Without hesitation, Lin Mu initiated the defense operation. The defense of a medium-sized city presented a higher intensity than that of a smaller settlement. The duration was set at 72 hours, significantly longer than previous assignments. As per the established protocol, 1 team would oversee each direction. The medium-sized city boasted a 5-meter-wide wall, which must be utilized effectively. He arranged for personnel to man the walls with artillery. The initial wave would likely consist of magical beasts, which posed little concern. Everyone commenced their actions, unfazed by the creatures from the previous days. As anticipated, they encountered the same types of beings as in the smaller towns, albeit with slight variations among certain races that did not significantly impact their plans. This time, rather than 4 electromagnetic railguns, there were 10. Some were allocated to others. And under the protection of the 10 railguns, no race could approach the protective barrier. The protective array, reconfigured with mysterious elements by Lin Mu, consumed no energy whatsoever. That night, after arranging the defenses, Lin Mu sought rest. However, he was abruptly awakened. Captain, trouble. Something is attacking from the wilds. Lin Mu scratched his head. If they are attacking, you should just fight them off. What is so difficult about it? But these creatures cannot be killed. They resemble skeletons from tales. Lin Mu's attention sharpened instantly. If that's the case, there must be a necromancer behind this. A gleam of excitement surged within him. All group leaders, instruct your teams to engage only the skeletons at close range. Do not touch those at a distance. Then deploy drones to locate the mastermind behind this. Although uncertain if the adversary belonged to this realm, He was determined not to allow them to escape. The question remained whether he could capture them. Understood. Drones ascended into the sky, and Lin Mu dispatched several of his own. The screens displayed the external scene, a vast expanse teeming with skeletons from all directions. 001. Locate the enemy's hiding place. It should be at the rear. Affirmative, Master. If this endeavor proved successful, Lin Mu intended to conduct such defense operations in the future without annihilating all foes, opting instead to retain a portion as combatants. A relentless tide of skeletons surged forth. Amidst the barrage of artillery, some skeletons managed to break through. However, their damage to the protective barrier was negligible. Lin Mu found their attempts hardly worthy of his attention. The priority now was to identify the enemy's position. Report. A group of headless knights has suddenly appeared. How should we respond? Follow the usual protocol. Yes. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such creatures were unexpected. It seemed prudent to apply further pressure. He picked up the intercom. Extend the battle line to 5 kilometers. With full firepower coverage. He was eager to see what they would unleash if they could not breach their defenses. 10 kilometers to the east. 5 elderly men clad in black robes, their faces ashen, gazed incredulously at the front lines. This seems quite challenging. Can we truly secure victory? One mused. No worries. They dare not advance. There is still hope for triumph. What is this place, and why has the Lord of the Undead summoned us here? Another questioned. Why ponder such things? Serving the Lord of the Undead is our honor. As they surveyed the distant city, one elder summoned 10 skeletal dragons, confident they would prevail. However, the skeletal dragons proved inadequate, shattering under a barrage of cannon fire, unable to reassemble even as fragments. I found them, Lin Mu exclaimed as he approached the first subject, spotting 5 figures on a hillside to the east. To think there are merely 5 individuals? Lin Mu thought, astonished that 5 people could summon a horde of skeletons. How outrageous, yet I find it delightful. The more absurd, the better. He continued to search other areas. Captain, 4 men and 1 woman detected to the west. Targets confirmed in all 4 directions to the north. It is time to set off. Ensure this location is secure. Lin Mu's sanctuary transformed into a helicopter, soaring towards the east. The 5 elders furrowed their brows at the approaching machine. What is that? They questioned, hastily summoning new skeletal dragons, only to be thwarted by a yellow protective barrier. This is bad. It's a protective magic array. What do we do? Retreat was not an option. Reversing the summoning array required the Lord of the Undead to activate it, a magic they did not possess. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Boom. Dust erupted as a large crater formed before them. Whoosh. 001 sprang from the crater, swiftly subduing the 5 with ease and affixing confinement collars around their necks. The 5, bewildered, touched the strange devices around their throats, perplexed by the situation. As the helicopter landed, Lin Mu emerged. Greetings, welcome to my team. A surge of electricity coursed through the 5. It's a mental induction magic array, they realized, their faces paling. Chapter 139, What Value is Fame? Observing the 5 on the ground, Lin Mu shook his head. 001, get them in the vehicle. Yes, master. With the 5's leadership lost, the skeletons began to move erratically. Some advanced towards the distant city, while others wandered elsewhere. Subsequently, Lin Mu and 001 proceeded to other regions. Half an hour later, his vehicle was filled with 20 individuals, all instigators of this incident. As for the skeletons below, they were of no concern. Captain, should we be mindful of the departing skeletons? No need to worry, as long as they don't approach us. They are merely skeletons, it matters not. Besides, I have already dealt with the ones nearby, and the affairs of others do not concern me. At that moment, a woman cautiously raised her hand from the rear. Lin Mu glanced back and said, My necromancy is distinct from theirs. The brown-haired woman spoke softly. Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings, somewhat astonished. Among the attendees were either elderly men or women. How could such a young person be among them? I am not so young. I am already 33. The brown-haired woman replied, casting a glance at Lin Mu. You claim your magic is unlike others? In what manner is it different? An elderly man interjected. Lucia's necromancy has undergone a mutation. The creatures she summons possess magical energy. Moreover, every other day, she conjures forth a new batch of undead, each imbued with this magic. If you do not take action, this place will soon be overrun by the undead. Another elderly woman quickly added, Our summoned beings can be disregarded. They will naturally dissipate over time, but her summons will not. Especially in this environment, rich in necromantic elements, it is possible that those skeletons may mutate. Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly. Is your magic truly so outrageous? Lucia nodded earnestly. Indeed, and among my recent summons were not only ordinary skeletons, but also headless knights. I suggest you take precautions. Otherwise, this world may transform into a realm of the undead. Although she was a necromancer, she had no desire to turn her world into one of death, as the undead are known to alter their surroundings. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. This does not concern me. as long as my area remains unaffected. But they will change the environment, and soon it will be ruined, Lucia countered. Lin Mu gestured to 001. Take them to the 3rd floor. Understood, master. Seeing this, Lucia ceased her attempts to persuade him, knowing he would soon grasp the gravity of her words. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, which Lin Mu had slightly modified with several small rooms, he declared, "You will reside here. When no one calls for you, you may only move about this level." With that, 001 departed. After 001 left, the group breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth is that woman? Why do the curses I cast have no effect on her? Are you foolish? She possesses no soul. What use is a curse? The old man replied, exasperated. But what should we do now? My last skill is the plague of the undead, summoning over 200,000 undead. Even if they are struck down, 40 to 50,000 may still survive. Lucia expressed her concern. Child, remember we are necromancers. Such situations are quite normal. Moreover, this world is not ours. Whatever happens here is of no consequence to us, an elderly woman reassured Lucia. A week later, Lin Mu stared blankly at the screen. Goodness, what that woman said is indeed true. Captain, this situation seems amiss. The ground outside is littered with skeletons and those headless creatures. Captain, several villages nearby have already been overtaken by the undead. Lin Mu picked up the walkie-talkie. I am aware of the situation. Please be cautious. Avoid disembarking whenever possible. Instead, employ laser weaponry to strike at their heads. Over the course of a week, the undead creatures in this vicinity have proliferated incessantly. Regardless of the direction, the number of these creatures is substantial, easily reaching into the millions. Lin Mu found himself grimacing at the absurdity of the situation. This woman was indeed quite extraordinary. The undead continued to spread outward, and it was conceivable that within a month, their numbers could swell to tens of millions. Absurd. Utterly absurd. However, this situation may prove advantageous. The undead serve as a protective barrier. Anyone wishing to enter must pay a certain price. Furthermore, these necromancers can later be utilized to launch assaults on other cities. It remains uncertain how long these individuals can endure here. Time swiftly passed, and Lin Mu spent a full 6 months in this city. He made no alterations to the city, as it was merely a medium-sized settlement. Any change would necessitate a transformation of the main city. The war machine ascended, gradually departing from the location. Anna gazed at the screen, remarking, "Your captain truly has not changed at all. He remains intent on complete destruction. Given the abundance of resources at his disposal, why does he still require so many supplies? Perhaps he is merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Should resources become scarce later on?" Anna's lips twitched. With your captain's approach, it is hard to believe he would lack resources. Simply raiding a city would suffice to replenish his supplies. Anna's assessment was indeed accurate. Lin Mu harbored such thoughts. After acquiring these 20 necromancers, he no longer intended to linger in medium or large cities. He resolved to seek out the main city, though locating it posed some challenges. The area here was undeniably vast. Report, town discovered. Report, a medium-sized city located. They descended to plunder, spending 2 days emptying all the warehouses before continuing their journey. Those fleeing in the distance gazed in bewilderment at the receding mechanical entities. Aren't they here to occupy the city? Why are they leaving? It was puzzling. They seemed somewhat different from others. Could our survival be in jeopardy? A year passed, and a legend of aerial marauders spread throughout the world. Lin Mu remained oblivious to the reasons behind the legend that had emerged about him. Though his reputation was far from favorable, Lin Mu was indifferent to this. As long as resources were available, reputation held little significance. In just a year, Lin Mu had seized dozens of medium-sized cities, amassing resources beyond his ability to count. Captain, the individuals below shut down the magic array upon seeing us for the first time. Shall we descend? Lin Mu's lips twitched. Even the act of raiding had lost its sense of accomplishment. Chapter 140, Discovery of a Large City. The doors of convenience swung wide open. It would be remiss not to explore. Let us descend. We won't dismantle the buildings, just gather resources. He who respects me a foot, I will respect him a mile. This was Lin Mu's survival principle. The city's inhabitants stood not far from the city's edge, observing as their resources were transported away. One resident, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Boss, are we really just going to let them bully us at will?" The leader cast a glance at him. "Do you wish to resist? If you do, do not involve us. Are you aware of the outcome of the last rebellion? The entire city was laid to waste." I recall it was not merely a city that was slaughtered, was it? No, I distinctly remember them consuming those people. Incorrect. It was their leader who devoured the individuals. Indeed, their captain stood at a towering height of 8 zhong, adorned with dual horns upon his head, and possessed a pair of 10-meter-long black wings. Lin Mu gazed at the scene before him, rendered speechless by the cacophony of voices. A height of 26 meters and wings spanning 10 meters. What manner of creature was this? When had he assumed such a form? They actually consumed humans. I cannot bear it. Anna clutched her stomach, laughing heartily, having never encountered such absurdity. And that image, surely it resembles that of a demon. Did you observe the city I showed you? Anna immediately fell silent. How could one find a city so distant? It was utterly impossible. Is there none in the vicinity? Where am I to search? Did you not mention having visited there before? That city is not located here. How am I to locate it? Anna was at a loss for words. This was simply not in the right direction. Lin Mu shook his head. What use are you to me if you cannot even perform a task? One night, a month later. Captain, it appears we have discovered a large city. Its area is perhaps around 50 square kilometers. To enhance their search for targets, Lin Mu instructed the team to operate in shifts, tirelessly seeking the city around the clock. 001 promptly halted the war machine and hastily roused Lin Mu, who had just fallen asleep. Master, they seem to have located the city. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. They certainly know how to choose their timing. I had barely slept for an hour before being awakened. He resumed his position at the controls. Which direction is it located? Captain, the city lies directly beneath us. But this time, they have not retreated. The inhabitants of this city are unlike those before. Perhaps it is due to the night. I wonder if they will flee by morning. Understood. Everyone rest for now, and we shall act tomorrow. Lin Mu felt fatigued and had no desire to engage in battle at such an hour. The following morning, all were prepared. Lin Mu summoned Anna. What is the strength of the protective array of the large city? 20 mysterious elements. It is virtually impenetrable, and they have considerable reserves. Even if you were to bombard it with your weaponry, it would take at least 3 months. I advise you to abandon this endeavor. You have no idea how many valuable resources they possess. For Anna's words, he needed only to heed half. The rest he would disregard. The war machine was ready to descend, and everyone promptly disassembled and spread out. Received. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings. Approximately 10 kilometers from the city lay a suitable plain, perfectly sized for their purposes. 10 minutes later, a camp materialized in that location. All weapons were prepared, and Zhao Jin and Shu Yi arranged for breakfast. Lin Mu turned to 001. Summon those necromancers. It is time for them to exert their strength. Anna, standing nearby, was taken aback. Are you really considering utilizing the undead? Their damage output is minimal and utterly ineffective. Lin Mu shook his head. Not solely them, but rather all available resources. Besides, how can you ascertain that the undead are of no use? Lucia's abilities are quite advantageous for me. Perhaps 100,000 undead may be ineffectual. But what of 1 million or 10 million? Surely, one is aware of the struggle of a cornered beast. He believed that the provisions within this city could hardly sustain them for a year. Lin Mu was in no rush. The duration of their siege mattered not. Moreover, he had just conducted a reconnaissance in the vicinity and discovered a wealth of resources. Seizing this opportunity to extract some resources would be prudent. Thus, impatience was unwarranted. Once everyone was summoned, Lin Mu assigned them tasks. Your roles are straightforward. The 19 of you shall continuously summon undead creatures, encircling the area. Half will be for containment, and the other half will engage in offense. They exchanged glances and nodded silently. The distant structure appeared even more formidable than the previous one. Was this not a futile endeavor? Lin Mu turned to Lucia. As for you, the same applies. Incessantly summon undead creatures. Bring forth as many as you can, but do not engage in combat. Your only task is to control these beings around the city. He then inquired, in a month's time, how many undead creatures can you develop? About 10,000, but those summoned later will be beyond my control, and I fear they may spread. Lin Mu shook his head. It matters not, as long as this area is saturated. He gazed at the distant structure, contemplating the slow attrition of resources. He was determined to claim this city. Summoning Anna, he queried, under normal circumstances, how long would it take for the inhabitants here to seize a city? After a moment of contemplation, Anna replied, typically, 6 months to a year. Lin Mu nodded, considering that the timeline could indeed be expedited. After breakfast, the 20 necromancers commenced their tasks. Before the onlookers, countless skeletons were summoned, marching in unison toward the distant town. Among them were headless horsemen. But they refrained from summoning bone dragons. The energy expenditure was too great, and their effectiveness was uncertain. Thus, Lin Mu established his encampment here. With the undead surrounding the area, he scheduled bombardments for morning, noon, and night. In any case, they had the choice to vacate the city or live in perpetual fear, never to enjoy a restful sleep. The initial week passed without a response from the adversary. However, after a week, the first squad appeared within view. Captain, it seems they are also of the human race. Their weaponry resembles ours. Identical? Lin Mu swiftly adjusted the drone's feed. It indeed appeared so. Their attire and weaponry were remarkably similar. However, the skin is green. It is estimated that this place is predominantly inhabited by humans. Let's give them a few shots to send them back. Chapter 141. The sound finally ceased. Under the assault of laser weaponry, the small squads that emerged hastily retreated into the city, leaving behind a few corpses. Soon, those abandoned bodies transformed into skeletons, joining the ranks of the undead army. Lin Mu was not particularly surprised by this development. After all, What do necromancers do but manipulate the dead? Keep an eye on them. Once the time comes, commence the bombardment and wear them down. However, they surely had an abundance of food and escape routes available. Shu, he was not optimistic about this battle strategy. This was not the ancient world, but rather an alien planet. Lin Mu shook his head. Rest assured, I have already informed those 20 individuals to search for passageways nearby. For him and his companions, finding a route would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, handing this task over to the necromancers would be a simple matter. Surely, where over 100 humans failed to find a way, hundreds of thousands of undead would succeed. At that point, it would suffice to have Lucia fill the area with her undead, and soon enough, a multitude of them would appear. On the third day, the passage to the city was located, though complications arose. Captain, we have found the passage, but there is an iron gate inside, preventing the undead from passing through. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. These individuals were indeed cautious for having installed a gate within the passage. This was the first time he encountered a door within a passageway. Can you summon the undead on the other side of the gate? Lucia nodded. That should be feasible. The gate is of the barred variety, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Then let us send them a substantial number. In the distant city, city officials sat together, their faces etched with concern. Have we located their personnel? We can't even exit. How can we search? Presently, they only knew the adversary was a necromancer, with no clear idea of their numbers. Judging by the ever-growing scale, it seemed the opposition had at least 50 individuals. Who could these people from the great city be? A burly man shook his head. I believe they are not from the great city, but rather from the city of legends. The others turned pale. How could individuals from the city of legends emerge? That shouldn't be possible. Those who reside there for 50 years are supposed to return to their own planets. Why would they come out? Wouldn't that negate their previous efforts? A golden-haired man expressed his confusion. The burly man shot a glance at him. Sierra, that is merely a legend. No one truly knows if they can return to their planet. Don't let yourself be brainwashed. With that 50 years, they should focus on survival. Kolodo crossed his arms, clearly unwilling to continue the discourse with the golden-haired man. Sierra, you too, enough. Quickly consider what to do next. If this continues, while they may not be able to kill us, the lack of rest will surely lead us to collapse eventually. Amidst a relentless barrage of cannon fire, sometimes as many as 5 waves in a single day, how could they possibly find rest? The situation was particularly dire at midnight, with intervals growing shorter. Recently, the assaults had intensified, reaching a staggering 10 waves in one day. The antiquated gunpowder cannons, though not immensely destructive, unleashed a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the city. Where could they find the countless lost souls? All they knew was that their adversaries belonged to a technologically advanced race, and little else was clear. Kuroto furrowed his brow. Logically, a technological race and necromancers should not coexist. Regardless of how much they racked their brains, the reason eluded them. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of cannon fire erupted. The 4 merely glanced upward before returning to their thoughts, having grown accustomed to the chaos. In light of this, it was decided to dispatch a small team during the night to investigate. Alternatively, should they retreat, sending a team out would only lead to their demise. They had experienced it before. A collective sigh swept through the group as they pondered their unfortunate predicament. With weapons at their disposal, could they not engage directly? Instead, they resorted to ambush tactics from a distance. Drones and other means were swiftly shot down the moment they were deployed. It was as if their adversaries possessed a lock-on capability, eliminating any chance of escape. They were effectively rendered blind and deaf, unable to act except to hide. As days passed, the passageway became crowded with the undead. Captain, there are nearly 1,000 undead in the passage. Should we attempt to exit? Send a team out at night, but do so discreetly. If possible, disrupt their formations. Understood. Once the defensive array was activated, dismantling it proved impossible. However, the mysterious elements contained within could be extracted. This was Lin Mu's ultimate goal. All else was mere sleight of hand. In achieving this, he could acquire a grand new array while simultaneously obtaining the mysterious elements of his adversaries, a dual victory. Should he unleash a barrage of fire, the enemy would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. That night, Kuroto was summoned from his dwelling. Kuroto, listen. There has been silence for 4 hours. Hill exclaimed with excitement. Kuroto looked up, puzzled, and indeed, there seemed to be no sound. It appeared their foes had run out of resources. Perhaps they were not as formidable as they seemed. Moreover, the surrounding skeletons began to disperse, likely abandoning the area. Kuroto turned to Hill. Were the drones dispatched? Hill nodded, then shook his head, though they have ceased fire. Anti-air defenses remain. The drones cannot approach. Very well, we must remain vigilant tonight and endure a few more days. Yet, on such a quiet night, the guards could hardly hold on any longer. Leaning against the wall, some had already succumbed to sleep. The 4 guards tasked with watching over the defensive array observed their slumbering comrades with weary eyes. Captain, should we not rest for a while? That may not be advisable. We are responsible for safeguarding the protective array. Captain, this is merely a formality. Who would engage in the magic formation without cause? Captain, I have not enjoyed a restful slumber in quite some time. What if he opens fire again tomorrow? Let us sleep. The guard captain hesitated for a moment before nodding. The 4 guards settled on the ground, leaning against the edge of the pool, gradually succumbing to slumber. In such a serene environment, those tormented souls found it impossible to resist the allure of sleep. With a rustling sound, the corridor doors swung open, and skeletons emerged one by one. Their skulls illuminated by flickering green soul flames, their aim set firmly ahead. Chapter 142. How to Fight. It's simply unwinnable. Lin Mu sat on the couch, gazing at the expansive 60-inch screen before him, with Lucia at his side. The protective magic formation resided at the center of the pool, impervious to dismantling while active. However, the enigmatic purple elements could be removed. Keep your skeletons quiet, he instructed. A drone hovered above the city, transmitting images to Lin Mu's vehicle. Such delicate maneuvers required Lucia's direct control, and she proceeded with utmost caution. Observing her meticulousness, Lin Mu couldn't help but smirk. Did he truly believe this contraption posed a threat? Were they so fragile? Lucia awkwardly nodded. Fragility is expected. After all, they are merely the corpses of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, this is commendable. At least they can traverse here. In the city center, a skeleton, severed in 2, hastily lay on the ground, attempting to pull its lower half closer. The other skeletons disregarded this scene, continuing their march toward the pool. Perhaps it was the inferior quality of the bones they utilized, as limbs occasionally went missing. Fortunately, the slumbering figures remained undisturbed by the commotion. Witnessing this, Lin Mu smiled. Everything was progressing smoothly, aligning with his expectations. He picked up the intercom. All units prepare. Once the energy shield dissipates, the undead will advance into the city, followed closely by the vehicles. Remember, do not kill unless necessary. He was in dire need of a significant population. The current convoy was insufficient. The night was eerily tranquil, save for the incessant sounds of bones scraping against one another. The noise intensified throughout the city. Kuroto awoke suddenly, alarmed by the unsettling sound, sensing impending doom. He quickly activated the alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Secure the protective formation. At that moment, he'll burst in from outside. This is bad. The mysterious elements above the protective formation have vanished. It has become ineffective, and they are breaching our defenses. Kuroto dashed from the room, witnessing the undead already infiltrating the city. Staring at the vast horde of the undead, he froze in disbelief. How could there be so many? Though these entities shattered upon impact, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Retreat! Retreat! Exit through the corridor. A frail voice echoed. It belonged to the leader of another race. Yes. Let us exit first and discuss later. However, upon entering the corridor, they found it teeming with a multitude of skeletons. If we venture forth, this passage will surely lead to our demise, Hill exclaimed. Kuroto shook his head. The presence of skeletal wraiths here implies that the other side is equally infested. There is no escape. Should we attempt to flee now, it would only lead to a dead end. We must arm ourselves and confront the enemy. Hill's expression was one of bitterness. How could they possibly fight against such an overwhelming horde of the undead? And what of the unknown adversaries lurking behind? The situation seemed utterly hopeless. Thousands from 4 races, the last remnants of their city, had gathered here. I intend to carve a bloody path to freedom. Is there anyone willing to join us? A green-skinned individual nearby shook his head. We forest dwellers shall not partake. You are well aware of the plight with the necromancers. If they cannot be vanquished, they will relentlessly pursue you. Without our protective wards, we are merely awaiting our doom. Kuroto's countenance darkened. He understood the gravity of the situation. Yet he could not resign himself to inaction. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Lights illuminated from all 4 directions. Ah, those must be vehicles. How do they possess such means of transportation? An elder pondered, bewildered. Upon their arrival in this realm, all their technological advancements had been confiscated. These weapons were evidently crafted from resources they had plundered. Thus, the weapons varied in caliber. They might be the most quintessentially technological race, yet they lacked any intrinsic strength. In this world, the rules maintained a relative balance, preventing anyone from becoming excessively powerful. Just as Lin Mu and his companions had encountered vampires earlier, in a normal world, their strength would have rendered them fearful of the sun. However, here, daylight rendered them incapable of venturing out. The sun's rays inflicted immense harm upon them. Similarly, while the crucifix caused them pain, it was not as formidable as legend suggested. Yet in this realm, its potency was magnified infinitely. Every race experienced this phenomenon. Lin Mu and his companions possessed superior technology, yet their own cultivation was lacking. It was not that cultivation was impossible, but rather that the required aptitude was significantly higher than that of others. This race too was capable of cultivation, albeit not at a remarkable level, allowing them to utilize technology. Although their existing technology had been lost, they had the ingenuity to recreate it. This bore resemblance to Lin Mu and his companions. Except their methods were entirely manual, while Lin Mu employed skills to create. As they beheld these vehicles, Kuroda felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. As a former technological race, they understood the significance of such technology in this context. Had their defensive wards been operational, they would have felt confident in their ability to withstand an assault. Yet now, with those wards deactivated, re-establishing them would require at least an hour, time they simply did not possess. Alas, it is over. Countless undead surrounded them, as vehicle after vehicle approached. Weapons trained upon the gathered crowd. Lay down your weapons and crouch on the ground. Jiang Han repeated twice, observing the alien beings before him from within the vehicle. The members of Kuroda exchanged glances, discarding their weapons and kneeling down. Should we capture their people and threaten them directly? Hill inquired. Given their technological prowess, it implies their strength is lacking, he continued, dismissing the notion that his intellect was merely muscle. With so many present, how can you discern who is truly valuable? Hill fell silent, yet the feeling of being captured was unbearable. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as a woman approached, causing everyone to frown. Such beauty. She must be the captain of the opposing team, Kuroda mused, perplexed by how the leader of this race was chosen based on appearance. I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives. I have no desire to meet my end. 001 stood before them, holding a collection of collars. Shall I place these upon you, or will you do so yourselves? The sight of the ominous collars furrowed Kuroda's brow. What are these? They seem disturbingly familiar. It is a soul control device. Is this not an alchemical artifact of the demons? How could they possess such a thing? Hill's expression darkened, realizing resistance was futile. Kuroda sighed heavily, extending his hand to retrieve one of the collars. Just then, a green figure dashed past him, heading straight for 001. Upon seeing the slender figure, the Kuroda members froze. Why has this woman emerged? Is she intent on their demise? The woman appeared before 001 with a victorious smile. You are finished. She seized 001 by the neck, attempting to pull him close. However, 001 swiftly caught her arm, applying pressure until she collapsed to the ground. You crack. Her forearm snapped. The woman gazed at 001 in terror. She sensed no energy from him, yet his strength was formidable. Master, how should we deal with this woman? Eliminate her. Understood. With a swift motion, 001's fingertips traced across her neck, and blood gushed forth. No, my daughter. A muscular man with green skin charged forward. Kuroda clutched his forehead, regretting his alliance with these beings. Was he foolish in the past? The green-skinned giant cradled the woman's lifeless body, fury etched across his face. My kin, return her to me. Kuroda and Hill quickly stepped aside, gesturing for their fellow tribesmen to do the same. The two groups, kneeling, gradually shifted to clear the way for the other two races. Observing this, one of the races hastily moved aside as well. Kill. Yet, as the green-skinned individuals attempted to advance, they were met with an onslaught of lasers. Without protective formations, what do you think you can accomplish? The entire process took less than 10 seconds, resulting in the demise of an entire race. Kuroda swallowed hard. Indeed, these individuals belonged to a technologically advanced species. Yet, how had their technology developed at such an astonishing pace? The presence of laser weaponry was one thing, but why so many? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the reason. Was this some sort of fated race? In the void, two figures stood in conversation. You are responsible for this planet, correct? What shall we do now? One inquired. Were you not the ones who assured me that this method would be effective? Now that issues have arisen, you cast blame upon me? Moreover, this ability was not my doing. You insisted it was ineffective and yet proceeded to employ it, the other retorted. What shall we do now? This individual has significantly disrupted the balance. A profound silence enveloped them. Logically, even with variances, the races here should not differ too drastically. Yet, the emergence of Lin Mu had undeniably steered the situation toward an uncontrollable trajectory. If this continued, the entire arena would be rendered unserviceable. Once distributed, those items could not be retrieved without higher authorization. You should understand, this is merely a game for those above. They have little concern for these matters. Very well. Once he completes his task, we must swiftly evacuate the populace of this planet. An hour later, every inhabitant of the city had been fitted with restraining collars. Only then did Lin Mu emerge from his vehicle. Safety always takes precedence. He surveyed the battlefield, casting his gaze upon the corpses strewn across the ground. Lucia, have the undead remove these bodies. Leaving them here could lead to the outbreak of disease. Understood. Should we consider converting these corpses into undead? Their strength is considerable, and the resulting undead would be more powerful, Lucia suggested quietly. Do as you see fit. I only require that these bodies do not appear within the city. Lin Mu replied. Lucia nodded hastily. Although 2,000 corpses were somewhat fewer than desired, it sufficed. Finally, they could produce some sturdier skeletons. A multitude of skeletons began to depart under the command of the necromancer. Each of you is to oversee a specific race and convey pertinent information to them. The group exchanged glances. Captain, we have 4 captains. That Shui will not be responsible. The other three took charge of separate groups and departed. Shui, you take the remaining members and locate all the warehouses. Such a large city must contain many. Have Anna assist you in your search, Lin Mu added. Anna blinked. I don't know anything about that. Were you not the one who claimed to have spent time in a large city? I merely stayed there for a while, Anna retorted. Lin Mu sighed in exasperation. I can expect nothing from you. This is a disaster. Anna's lips twitched as she watched Lin Mu walk away, then turned to Shui. Your captain is utterly unreasonable. I have never encountered someone like him. Shui chuckled softly. You'll get used to it. Just avoid saying such things in his presence. Anna appeared indifferent. It's just a jolt of electricity. It poses no threat to me. Her face flushed. Perhaps I should provoke him a little. Observing Anna's reddened cheeks, Shui couldn't help but smirk. She intuitively understood the thoughts of the other party, which was rather unsettling. 3 hours later, Shui brought Anna to Lin Mu's vehicle. We uncovered a total of 20 large warehouses and 10 smaller ones. The large warehouses housed various ores and essential equipment, while the smaller ones contained grains and meats, with several featuring refrigeration capabilities. Upon seeing those warehouses, Shui felt an overwhelming chill. As soon as the door was opened, a rush of cold air escaped. It was quite astonishing. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether such features existed even in large cities. The quantity of supplies inside was remarkable. According to the overseer, their 4 races combined consisted of over 10,000 individuals. The food stored was sufficient for them to sustain themselves without labor for 6 months, and the materials could support a year-long campaign. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, seeking out a large city proved to be the right decision, as the abundance of resources was staggering. By the way, did you inquire about when they arrived here and how to return to their home planet? Although life here was pleasant, he yearned to return to Blue Star, to the modern city. Alas, he still had no idea how to go back. I didn't ask those questions, merely inquiring casually about the warehouses as I passed by. Lin Mu nodded. Prepare today's meal, make it lavish. Understood. You, Anna, stay behind. Reluctantly, Anna turned and sat on the sofa. Lin Mu used the intercom to summon the leaders of the 3 races. Do you know how to return to your home planet? Anna shook her head. I've been preoccupied with survival and haven't looked into it. Chapter 144, accidentally found a map soon. The 3 individuals brought the leaders of the 3 races to Lin Mu. As for the others, they departed. When did you arrive here? 50 or 60 years ago. I've forgotten the exact time. Lin Mu frowned, realizing this was even longer than he had anticipated. Do you know who the earliest known resident is? The group exchanged glances. We're not certain, but that individual claimed to have been here for 200 years, despite appearing to be only in their 40s. Lin Mu turned to Anna. How long can you live? Around 800 years. Lin Mu's lips twitched. He regretted asking. This implied that the individual had indeed spent 200 years here, which was not an exaggeration. Do you know how to return to your home planet? Kurodawo shook his head. We do know, but it's merely a legend passed down from elsewhere, and its authenticity cannot be verified. At the very center of this continent lies a mysterious city. If one occupies that city and becomes its lord for 10 years, they can return to their home planet. As for the exact location of the continent's center and the mysterious city, no one knows. However, one thing is certain, there are necromancers in that city. Kurodawo believed that these individuals before him must have emerged from there. As for posing that question to him, it likely served as a test of his honesty. Lin Mu felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. He seemed to have neglected to inquire about the origins of those necromancers. However, what is this mysterious city? Is it the Great City? No, the panel merely mentioned several cities without any reference to a mysterious one. You may leave now. Remember what they told you. I can survive here as long as I work. After the 3 departed, Lin Mu turned his gaze toward Anna. Don't look at me. I am not in tune with this. What central continent? What mysterious city? I have been fleeing ever since I arrived. Anna quickly shook her head. Did this person believe himself to be omniscient? After occupying the large city, Lin Mu paused once more. He remained deeply intrigued by the mysterious city, though, judging by the current map, the area he had unlocked was pitiably small. This indicated the vastness of this place. To him, the so-called center of the continent must lie at the very heart of the map. From what he could see, it was at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Just how immense is this planet? Furthermore, he noticed that the larger the map he unlocked, the greater the zoom level. He even wondered if, when he finally revealed the map of a great city, the scale would adjust once more. If that were the case, this planet would be quite extraordinary. Captain, Zhang Qian dashed over, his face brimming with excitement. What good fortune have you encountered? Look at this. Zhang Qian produced a parchment and presented it to Lin Mu. World Map, SSS. Upon unlocking, grants a world map, exclusively for the use of the team captain. Where did you obtain this? From a patch of grass outside. I found it in a wooden box. Lin Mu stared at the map in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. A world map? Had he acquired it so effortlessly? And of SSS quality, this felt utterly surreal. You did remarkably well. If you need anything, consult 001. Lin Mu returned to the vehicle. clutching the map tightly. He needed to thoroughly process this development. Sitting in the driver's seat, he gazed at the map in his hands. It felt as though someone had intentionally delivered this item to him. With the map in hand, could he not directly seek out that location? Upon using the map, his interface began to rotate, illuminating the entire expanse. This map differed from the one he had previously obtained, as it marked the locations of various cities. The so-called mysterious city was indeed positioned at the very center, though it was not situated on land, but rather in the sky. Furthermore, the term central merely referred to its approximate location. Lin Mu's lips twitched. The map even outlined the city's trajectory for the past month. Was it necessary for it to be so intelligent? No wonder the locals referred to it as a legend. This entity was not grounded. Could it not be deemed a legend? Presumably, only the elite of this world could access it. However, it matters not. He can ascend. While only a few others are able to rise, he possesses the capacity to lead a whole team upwards. He is unperturbed by numbers, and even less so by combat prowess. The only uncertainty that lingers pertains to the strength of those above. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. The two individuals in the sky gazed at Lin Mu with exasperation. I shall not interfere. Let him handle it himself, for I have already provided him with the map. The one responsible for Blue Star had completely relinquished any semblance of effort. Well, I suppose with the map in hand, he will no longer be intrigued by those races. The individual looked downwards, harboring a flicker of hope, albeit a rather slim one. Events unfolded much as he had anticipated. Lin Mu had not lingered long in the large city, departing after merely 2 months. His subsequent destination was indeed the mysterious city. Albeit the unfolding narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Cities within 100 kilometers radius would fall victim to his onslaught. Moreover, his entourage continued to grow larger. The two remained silent until one inquired, how could that restraining collar be so overpowered? If you ask me, who else could you inquire of? It was merely something hastily crafted, contingent upon possessing formidable mental strength. Well, it seems there aren't many races here endowed with such mental prowess. Alas, Lin Mu remained unaware that his every move was being observed. Even if someone were watching, it was of little consequence. If the observer were a deity, he would be powerless to resist, rendering the knowledge of their gaze irrelevant. Lin Mu scrutinized the map. His objective was not the mysterious city, but rather a colossal city within this realm. Upon arriving at the Grand City, he intended to send forth scouts to assess the situation. Kolo, you and your companions, come here for a moment. Once Kolo and the others arrived, he inquired about the details concerning the colossal city. To clarify, the Grand City merely had a greater number of allied races, yet the disparity in strength was not significant. Kolo and the others nodded in agreement. This realm was fundamentally a survival game, devoid of any heroism. Only through cooperation could they achieve mutual success. Given that, a direct confrontation would suffice. It took Lin Mu an entire month to conquer the Grand City. Upon entering, his foremost task was to integrate the inhabitants. Chapter 145, City Lord. You cannot escape in the heart of the city. Several chieftains from various races had already congregated. Naturally, the collars were also affixed. What race is this? Lin Mu inquired, pointing at a girl with cat ears. Kolo glanced at her and replied, Catfolk, merely a subhuman race. Their strength is not formidable, but they make excellent scouts. Beast-eared maidens? How can they be so composed? Are there no one to capture them as playthings? Kolo looked at Lin Mu with a bemused expression. Playthings? They are simply cat-eared maidens. Kolo felt a twinge of reluctance to shatter Lin Mu's illusions, but was even less inclined to see him deceived. What you find appealing are the males. The catfolk are peculiar, as the females are rather unattractive while the males are quite handsome. Males. Masculine. Lin Mu's expression stiffened. He had just contemplated acquiring a couple as servants. Given this revelation, he decided against it. The issues of race are yours to address. The subsequent arrangements will depend on Jiang Han and his team. Lin Mu hastily departed from the scene, fearing that prolonged exposure would severely challenge his worldview. Anna watched Lin Mu, who appeared somewhat flustered, with amusement. In their realm, there were indeed attractive half-beasts, though it was the cat-eared women of their kind that were truly captivating. How curious. He had claimed to dislike such things, yet here he was, visibly affected. Perhaps his illusions had been shattered. After all, in their world, the depictions of beast-eared maidens were quite favorable. At this juncture, Shui paused, pondering why those fantastical races might indeed exist. Could it be that someone from Blue Star had participated in this game long ago, leaving behind records? It seemed there was a possibility of that being true. 3 days later, a luminous shield enveloping a radius of 100 kilometers materialized above the Grand City. In an office, Lin Mu occupied the central seat, flanked by Jiang Han, Zhao Jin, and the leaders of 4 teams. Behind them sat Kuroto and others who had joined later, or rather, had been compelled to join. After all, among those present, only Lin Mu and 001 were free from the constraining collars. I understand that some of you newcomers may harbor discontent, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this city now belongs to me. Regardless of your reluctance, you must endure. Several individuals from different races clenched their fists. Yet the memory of Lin Mu's slaughter of 2 races compelled them to accept reality. Rest assured, my objective is not this grand city, but rather the enigmatic city. Thus, if you work diligently for me, I assure you a prosperous life, a most perfect arrangement. To Lin Mu, these later arrivals were not comrades, but mere tools. After all, he needed to gather resources to the utmost before venturing toward the mysterious city, and this grand city served as his stronghold. Do any of you newcomers have insights regarding the mysterious city? A few exchanged glances, and an elder among them spoke. The mysterious city is merely a legend. Its location remains unknown. Our knowledge of it is rather limited. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the mysterious city was indeed shrouded in secrecy. Even to the inhabitants of the grand city. Aren't you from the grand city? How can you be unaware? The mysterious city has always been a tale passed down through word of mouth. No one has ever seen it, and thus, it remains unknown. Those who knew of it are either dead or have ventured to the mysterious city. Lin Mu nodded, recognizing the truth in this statement. It seemed he would only uncover the situation upon his arrival. 10 years as the city lord, shouldn't he be a problem? At that moment, a sweet-looking cat-eared man spoke up. Lin Mu's lips twitched. It was one thing to resemble a woman, but why did he have to possess such a melodious voice? My lord, in half a year's time, the battle for the grand city will commence. You must prepare yourself. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. The battle for the grand city? What is that? Every 10 years. A battle for the grand city occurs, a contest for resources. The defeated shall lose 50% of their supplies. It pertains to the 3 cities, a figure of 50. Thus you must prepare diligently in this regard. 50. Why not seize the opportunity? Indeed, typically there exists an alliance among the colossal cities. Given our previous victory, it is highly probable that the 3 great cities will unite this time. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Must it be so? He had only recently settled in the colossal city. Perhaps it would be best to relinquish the great city to you. I shall depart at once. The 3 great cities encompass at least 30 races. Who knows what formidable races might reside within? The leader of the cat-eared tribe shook his head. Look at the city center. That statue has already manifested, signifying that you are now the city lord. Even if you leave, you shall still remain the city lord. Should we lose, we will still deduct 50 of your resources. Unless someone were to attack and reclaim this place, you will forever hold the title of city lord. However, this seemed improbable. As the lords of the nearby major cities were aware of the commencement of the great city battle, they would choose to attack only after its conclusion. Lin Mu regarded them with skepticism. The very fact that this city could be besieged, could it be a deliberate ploy on your part? The supplies within those warehouses are indeed plentiful, but relative to Lin Mu's numbers, they are scant. He had ample reason to suspect these individuals were intentional, for he had indeed observed over 100 mysterious elements within the warehouse. If they continued to rotate their resources, they could sustain themselves for another 6 months. The crowd hastily shook their heads. How could we possibly be intentional? This is our home. The more Lin Mu pondered, the more he doubted, yet such suspicions were futile, for he was unaware. Wait a moment. He turned his gaze toward Kuroto. Do you know of the affairs concerning the colossal city? Kuroto nodded. I assumed the city lord was already aware. Seeing them all refer to him as city lord, Kuroto followed suit. Lin Mu's lips twitched again. So it was indeed his fault, was it? Since there was no escaping, preparation was in order. What are the numbers? He remained unconvinced of his own weakness. How formidable were those 3 great cities? Altogether, the 3 colossal cities comprised 45 races, totaling approximately 100,000 individuals. Among them, the technological races constituted 1/3, showcasing significant strength. The remaining races were akin to ours, either practicing magic or martial arts. Lin Mu stroked his chin. He held no fear of magic or martial arts, having yet to encounter a formidable adversary. Perhaps, in truth, this world harbors no truly powerful individuals. As for the technological races, he had encountered numerous, some even wielding laser weapons, yet they fell short in comparison to him. Upon reflection, it appeared there was little to fear. Chapter 146. As long as we survive, how does your strength compare to theirs? In a one-on-one confrontation, victory is assured, even with 2 races diminished. They dare to utter such a statement. Let us proceed to the square. 001 shall engage them in battle. Very well, master. The group made their way to the square. As Lin Mu was eager to ascertain the true nature of these individual strength, the cat-eared tribe refrained from participating in combat, as they were designated as the reconnaissance race, inherently lacking in combat prowess. The battle was waged by several individuals from both the human and orc races. Although the circumstances of their coexistence remained unclear, the 2 races had managed to survive within this vast city. Whether through magic or martial energy, the damage inflicted upon 001 was remarkably minimal. Observing this, Lin Mu garnered a basic understanding of the city's strength, capable, yet distinctly limited. He was confident in securing the 50 resources he sought and proceeded to issue directives for his forthcoming endeavors. Your task remains to seek out and plunder resources from the city. Nothing beyond that is required. Shu E and Shu Xian, your team is responsible for crafting weaponry. As their cold weapons are woefully inadequate, an upgrade is imperative. The arms utilized within the giant city are handcrafted and vary greatly in quality, far inferior to those produced at their workbenches. This disparity clearly illustrates the unique characteristics inherent to each race. However, it would be a grave misjudgment to assume that the inhabitants of the Blue Star live comfortably. Not everyone possesses Lin Mu's formidable war machine. As for the remaining individuals, Lin Mu assigned them the task of cultivating the land. The seeds he had previously acquired had long since borne fruit, and he had retained a considerable stock of seeds. Outside the city, there lay ample land that would be a pity to leave untended. With half a year remaining until the impending battle for the giant city, the plants would be ripe for harvest by then. Timing could not be more perfect. Upon receiving his orders, a procession of vehicles departed the city. He dispatched 20 necromancers as well. Watching the departing convoy, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Each vehicle was not only accompanied by necromancers, but also contained over 20 individuals from the giant city, bringing the total number of people per convoy to over 200. With their weaponry, they would pose no threat even if confronted by elite forces. Returning to his vehicle, Lin Mu accessed the chat channel he had not perused in quite some time. Aside from a previous need to augment the convoy, he had not revisited it, as there had been too few wishing to join at that time. Upon opening the channel, he immediately glanced at the number of participants. 220,000. Lin Mu was taken aback by this figure. He recalled there being 60 million last time. It seemed as though less than a year had passed, and the decline in numbers was rather swift. Alas, my medium-sized city has been attacked. This time, it is surely doomed. Ha ha ha. I had always suggested joining a larger city, yet you did not believe me. Heh, being a dog for others is nothing to celebrate. What of it? As long as one survives, that is all that matters. The chat channel underwent a slight transformation, with a new bar graph indicating the populations of each nation. Currently, Huahua boasted the largest population at 70, followed by Yinghua at 20. Surprised by this demographic distribution, Lin Mu was not particularly astonished by Huahua's numbers, after enduring numerous adversities. The adaptability of its people remained formidable. Yet, he was taken aback by Yinghua's substantial representation. The lord of the giant city, Lin Mu mused, by the way, how does Yinghua still possess such a large populace? Staring at the text he had just sent, he was momentarily stunned. Golden font? And it was not anonymous? There were a few extra words at the beginning. What is the situation? Aren't others anonymous? Goodness, our Blue Star actually has a lord of a giant city. Brother, do you need more people? I can do anything for food. Golden legend, do you still require personnel? Our convoy consists of 20 vehicles and 260 individuals. Lord Su Wei, this is a true big shot. I, as the lord of a large city, am truly insignificant. Both are formidable figures. Yet the lord of the giant city is even more impressive. Lin Mu stroked his chin, now realizing that simply becoming a city lord inherently sets one apart from others. Su Wei also did not remain anonymous. However, it appears that only the lords of large and giant cities hold such titles. Upon exiting the channel, he found his inbox overflowing with messages continuously refreshing. Lin Mu glanced at the rank of his convoy. Perhaps it was time to recruit more members. He picked up the intercom. Shi, Shushin, and Anna, please come over here. Soon, the three arrived at Lin Mu's side. I have a task for both of you. Recruit individuals in the channel. Our convoy can accommodate 1,000 vehicles, so try to fill it. When you send messages, there is no need to remain anonymous. Just use your real names. I recall that it can display the convoy and location, so remember to enable that feature. By attaching the name of his convoy and the location of the giant city, he believed people would surely come. Understood. After the two left, he turned to Anna. Are there any city lords in your chat channel? Anna nodded. Yes, but most are lords of large cities. There are none from the giant city. Those from our planet arrived only a few years before you. Does your chat channel display the survival ratio of your races? Or perhaps by nation? After all, planets differ from one another. Lin Mu's planet is nation-centric, whereas judging by Anna's race, it is likely more focused on species. The display shows that currently, among the survivors, humans occupy 60, followed by our demon race at 15, elves at 15, and the remainder consists of other races. Lin Mu nodded. It seems that regardless of the planet, human adaptability is the strongest. So, it appears that your demon race is quite powerful, isn't it? Anna shook her head. There are many types of demons. The most formidable are the greater demons, who are utterly ruthless. That is why they manage to survive. Compared to them, we succubi are almost a benevolent race. At least from her perspective, she kills yet leaves the bodies intact. As for the greater demons, leaving behind only bones is already considered a feat. How many people are left on your planet? Let me check. Over 80 million. How did you end up with so many? I remember when we were brought in, we had 16 billion. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Indeed. There were so many people on your planet. In comparison, Blue Star has the fewest inhabitants. whether compared to Anna and her group or to other races. We are indeed the least populous. After all, Lin Mu only recognizes the people of Huagua. Chapter 147. Departing without our involvement this time. The convoy had remained outside for over a month before gradually returning. In truth, they had longed to return. Yet each time they witnessed the newly stored items being taken away, they were rendered speechless. It was evidently impossible to replenish the supplies entirely. The reason for their return this time was Lin Mu's summons. Over the course of the month, Lin Mu had gathered nearly 300 vehicles and close to 10,000 people. Many had banded together, pooling resources to upgrade a single vehicle for survival. Otherwise, they would have perished in this world. Before their arrival, Lin Mu instructed Shu Yi to inform the newcomers that they must don the restraint collars. Those unwilling to comply were not welcome, as Lin Mu had no time to cater to their emotions. This requirement was communicated solely to the Chinese. He had not addressed individuals from other nations. Upon arrival, those who refused to wear the collars were promptly dealt with by Keledo and his team. Consequently, he amassed over 3,000 empty vehicles. As long as he could acquire a few more convoy upgrade cards, these vehicles could be integrated into the fleet, potentially transforming his war machine into a formidable entity stretching several kilometers. Who in this world could contend with a battleship of such immense length? Brother Yu, shall we continue to recruit? Lin Mu shook his head. This number is already sufficient. We'll discuss it again when there is room in the convoy. An excessive quantity may not necessarily be advantageous. Although these individuals were wearing collars, it had been previously stated that the collars were only a restriction for him. Others were not bound by the same limitations. A few days later, the multitude had condensed into 10 circles, a development Lin Mu had anticipated. However, it posed no significant issue. Within Lin Mu's vehicle, the squad leaders Jiang Han, Zhao Jin, and Zhang Qian had arrived. Your tasks remain unchanged, Lin Mu addressed them. Jiang Han nodded. Then we shall leave the management of these thousands to Shu Yi. Shu Yi looked bewildered at Lin Mu, uncertain about what he meant by leaving it to her. Managing thousands of individuals across several small groups was no simple feat. She couldn't possibly slaughter them all for a fresh batch. Am I being overestimated here? The others regarded Shu Yi with sympathy. Her predicament was daunting. Cough. If it doesn't concern us, we shall take our leave. The nearby cities and villages have already been swept through. This time, we will venture further afield. Indeed. This outing will last a bit longer, approximately 2 months. The three hastily rose and made their way outside. Shu Yi, filled with urgency, stood up. Wait. You can't leave just yet. This matter isn't settled. With a thud, Zhao Jin, the last to exit, closed the door behind them. The three exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. In comparison to managing the thousands, it was far preferable to engage and work outside. Shu Yi stared at the tightly shut door, overwhelmed with despair. The audacity of these individuals to simply abandon her was staggering. Shu Xian sat nearby, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady. As long as she remained unseen, she felt detached from the situation. Cough. The matter isn't as complex as you envision. I merely wish for you to unify these individuals. Certainly. I shall grant you the authority, allowing for a maximum of 50 fatalities, provided that this number is not exceeded. Given that there are nearly 5,000 vehicles, it should not pose a significant issue for each individual to manage one. Anna's eyes gleamed with interest. Are you discarding those individuals? Lin Mu's lips twitched. He could discern her thoughts from her expression. However, considering that those individuals were destined for demise regardless, enhancing Anna's power seemed beneficial. You may have those individuals. Arrange for Shu Yi to secure a residence for you. Anna licked her lips. Ha ha ha. Lin Mu, you are too kind. I shall bestow upon you a kiss of affection. Zing. A surge of potent electricity coursed through Anna's body in an instant. This was far more intense than any previous shock. This time, Anna felt not pleasure, but pain. I can't take any more. Stop now. Lin Mu released his grip. If you continue to show off, I shall double the power. He had recently discovered his capacity to amplify the current voluntarily. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged survival here, leading to a mutation in the restraint collar. Anna quickly shook her head. Previously, she had not feared it, as there was little sensation, and it was rather pleasurable. But now, she decided it was best to refrain. Lin Mu turned to Shu Yi. Just hand over the individuals to her when the time comes. I trust 5,000 will significantly enhance her strength. Initially, he did not place much value on individual prowess, considering the abundance of weaponry at their disposal. Personal strength seemed inconsequential. However, as the impending battle of the giant city approached, meticulous preparation was essential. Since we intend to bolster her strength, should we perhaps bring over a few individuals from abroad? Shu Yi suggested. Anna quickly shook her head. I am merely an ordinary succubus. 5,000 is already a considerable number, and I fear I may not be able to manage them all. A succubus need not engage in direct confrontation to enhance her power. Simply absorbing the essence of others suffices. Otherwise, should so many individuals perish, I may not level up at all, and they would be wasted. Furthermore, there is a shortage of time. Once arrangements were finalized, Lin Mu found himself with little to occupy his time. In the following days, dozens to hundreds of individuals disappeared each day from the thousands. At night, corpses were transported to a large pit outside the city. A month later, these individuals began to respond, transforming into obedient children who complied with any task set before them. Anna stood within her residence, gazing wistfully at the crowd below. Captain, this is unacceptable. I have absorbed fewer than 2,000. Look at how many people there are. Perhaps send over a few more? Her strength had indeed surged significantly, yet it fell short of her expectations. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Now that they have become compliant, if I intervene further, it would disrupt the established order. Here's what we shall do. You go find Shu Yi and have her bring you some foreigners for you to toy with at your leisure. After all, I only require the vehicles. With a surplus of personnel, the demand for vehicles has also risen. With a month remaining until the Battle of the Giant City, Zhao Jin and the others returned. It was uncertain whether they had discovered a favorable location or if they simply wished to avoid managing the thousands of individuals. They had been absent for over a month. Upon their return, the first order of business was to report their findings to Lin Mu. Our squad has successfully cleared 3 medium-sized cities, 12 towns, and dozens of villages. Jiang Han wore a proud expression, as their team had accomplished the most among the 3 squads deployed. I took down 1 medium-sized city and 6 towns. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction, stating, well done. For the time being, you shall not be sent out again. Each of you will take a share of the 7,000 individuals, and subsequently, instruct them in our combat techniques. Combat techniques? Isn't it merely about brute force? What is there to teach? Chapter 148. Purely for aesthetic appeal, each of the 4 squads received over 1,000 individuals to train in the 4 cardinal directions. Furthermore, the local races of the giant city and the ones Lin Mu had previously brought also joined the training. Their weapons and armor were replaced with those prepared by Lin Mu. As days passed, their combat capabilities gradually took shape. Of course, the primary combat strength still relied heavily on war machines, with opportunities for close combat remaining scarce. 3 days prior to the Great City Battle, Lin Mu announced, from today onwards, you will be divided into 11 squads. A convoy of 100 vehicles will constitute 1 squad, while the non-convoy members will form another squad. Each of you 4 will lead 1 squad, while the remaining 7 captains can either self-nominate or compete for the position. The newcomers felt a surge of excitement. Surely, becoming a captain would enhance their standing. Although life was already satisfactory, who wouldn't he desire better? Lin Mu smiled. The opportunity is yours. Cherish it. Kuroto, you and the other chieftains, come with me. He did not need to personally oversee the convoy, but he needed to pay attention to these individuals. After all, the matter of the giant city lord was something he had been keeping in mind. Had he known earlier, he certainly would not have attacked the giant city, which had directly cost him half a year of his freedom. Of course, even without this incident, he would have remained here for 6 months to a year. But the implications would have been different. Arriving at a conference room, Lin Mu looked at the individuals before him, feeling a headache coming on. Are there truly so many melee professions? How many ranged professions do you have? Less than 1%. Not even 1%. With each race comprising around 2,000 individuals and a total of 15 races, that meant fewer than 300 ranged professions among nearly 30,000 individuals. Absurd. Forget this. Tell me how you fought in the giant city battlefield. An elder cleared his throat and replied, the Great City War is quite simple. On the first day, it is a personal battle, with each giant city sending 1 participant. The victor claims victory. The second day involves a melee, with each city dispatching 3 participants. The third day is a legion battle, with each giant city sending 5,000 participants. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does that mean my war machines cannot be deployed? The crowd's faces twitched. If that contraption could enter the battlefield, it would be of no contest. The elder pondered, it should not be allowed. We have participated for so long, and we have indeed not seen such large machinery. However, this does not exclude the possibility that the enemy possesses them. The specifics will only be revealed upon entering the battlefield. The leader of the cat ear race spoke up. No, they certainly possess them. The technological goblins of Fire City have war machines. Have you all forgotten? Upon hearing his words, everyone recalled that this was indeed the case. War machines, wasn't that his domain? What exactly do you mean by war machines? The elder pondered for a moment. They resemble your war machines to some extent, but his design is quite peculiar and significantly smaller. However, it is armed with numerous weapons, and in direct combat, we would not stand a chance. Nevertheless, his arsenal should be inferior to yours, particularly in terms of weaponry and ammunition. This revelation suggested that during the Battle of the Giant City, war machines could not be deployed. What a pity. He had amassed over 10,000 laser cannons and tens of thousands of laser guns, effectively arming himself to the teeth. He had even prepared a considerable number of grenades, crafted by several chemists within the team. Does this mean we only require over 5,000 5,000 personnel to enter the battlefield? To be precise, only 5,004 individuals can enter. This includes an additional 4 to ensure that if you were to lose members in the first 2 rounds, the count for the third round would still meet the requirement of 5,000. The standards are quite high. Lin Mu stroked his chin. It seemed that the newcomers would definitely not be able to participate due to their lack of combat experience. It was best to let these races take part in the team battle of 5,000, as their individual strength was formidable. Wait a minute. Lin Mu looked at the others. If I win the first 2 rounds, wouldn't that mean I achieve victory directly, thus avoiding the need for the third round? The various races shook their heads. The Battle of the Giant City does not operate on that premise. The victor is determined by the last surviving city. Lin Mu frowned. Then what is the purpose of the first 2 rounds? A female leader shrugged. Perhaps it is merely for the sake of entertainment. They serve little purpose. Even if we lose both initial rounds, we could still triumph in the final one. The final round could be deemed the most brutal, devoid of any notion of champions. It was a matter of life and death. Indeed, the ultimate confrontation would determine the last victor by annihilating all other races, with no room for surrender. In summary, out of the 2 cities entering, if 20,000 participants were to be involved, a survival of 500 would be considered a monumental victory. The elder, appearing hesitant, spoke again. There is one more thing I am uncertain about. The Battle of the Giant City, in theory, consists of only 4 cities. However, every so often large cities apply to become giant cities, making it possible that we may once again face the prospect of large cities. If only 5,000 are required, it indicates that only the giant cities are participating. However, if 10,000 are needed, it suggests that large cities are involved as well. The battles against large cities operate on a scale of 5,000 against 10,000. The elder looked troubled. For nearly 30 years had passed since the last application of a large city to become a giant city. It was conceivable that this time, it might truly happen. Isn't it said that there are only 4 giant cities? A giant city defeated by a large city is relegated to that status, while the large city automatically ascends to become a giant city. Lin Mu was taken aback and quickly opened the map. Indeed, the locations of the 3 colossal cities are not situated at the exact center of a particular area. Even the colossal city he occupies is somewhat offset. In essence, this place resembles a vast amusement park, a playground designed for the divine. Our sole endeavor is to survive amidst these games. Apart from the colossal city battle, conflicts will also arise among the various cities, albeit with a greater frequency, occurring every 4 years. Lin Mu nodded, having already speculated on this matter. Though he possessed no concrete evidence, unbeknownst to him, he had already been identified by the higher-ups as a bug disrupting the normal flow of the game. The 2 administrators wished for Lin Mu to hasten his journey to the mysterious city and cease causing turmoil below. Once he ascended, he would undoubtedly find a place to settle. After all, the notion of returning home is indeed quite alluring. Lin Mu nodded, acknowledging, I understand. I will devise 2 plans moving forward. However, you races shall remain the primary force in both. Chapter 149. A study in fire assault. There was no choice. The disparity between the colossal city battle and his expectations was stark. In a one-on-one scenario, the number of combat-capable individuals from Blue Star barely amounted to 100. The third battle, however, would involve a staggering 5,000 participants. How could this be sufficient? Whether it be 5,000 or 10,000, your contributions are essential. My convoy can only muster around 100. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, questioning the fairness of such an arrangement. After all, they all wore collars, implying that their statuses should be equivalent. How could the responsibility rest solely upon them? Lin Mu was acutely aware of their thoughts. And thus he spoke. It is not my intention to diminish your numbers. You need only compare your physiques with ours to understand. Even with powerful weapons at our disposal, we remain at risk of close combat. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant issue is that many here have never faced a major confrontation. Even if armed, it would be futile. Can one expect to hit a target even 10 meters away when handed a handgun? Upon hearing Lin Mu's reasoning, they found it to be quite plausible. Rest assured, I have arranged for your armor to be crafted, and while I cannot guarantee it will save your lives, it will at least mitigate casualties. On the day of the colossal city battle, Jiang Han and his squad were to accompany me, while the others remained behind to safeguard our base. I will ensure that the equipment I provide is properly donned. Understood. The group promptly donned their gear, each clad in heavy armor that revealed only a narrow slit for their eyes. A long sword hung at their left waist, while grenades and fuel canisters were secured at their right. In their hands, they wielded laser guns. This was nearly the standard equipment for all, with a few opting for a spiked club or shield, though they were in the minority. Observing these individuals, Lin Mu nodded with satisfaction, outfitted in such manner. He was eager to witness how their adversaries would respond. Lord of the city, we are also prepared, Kuroduo announced as he approached with his troops, totaling 10,000. arrayed in two formations. Their armor needed to be lighter, as they were the main force. Upon arrival, "You shall be the city lord, I shall not," Lin Mu suddenly remarked. However, during the great city battle, the attire of the city lord would be automatically gilded. "This is something you cannot feign." Kolodo's lips twitched. "Indeed, many share your notion, my lord. Even if you were to remove your gear, it would be futile." Lin Mu's lips also twitched at the thought of gold. "Very well, it matters not." At this juncture, transforming everyone's armor into gold was evidently impossible, for the great city battle was about to commence. All great cities, prepare 10,004 individuals. Transmission will commence in 30 seconds. Damn, to think it is indeed a precise count of 10,000. After 30 seconds, the transmission began. On the side of Blue Star, 104 individuals were prepared, while the original races of the great city had 900 ready. Upon entry, they found themselves in a vast white expanse. Surely, the great city battle would not take place here? An elder of the human race shook his head. This is merely a preparation zone. The participants will be transmitted to the arena. Very well. The first battle would be a duel, and Lin Mu casually dispatched a member of the great city race to compete. In the second round, he was swiftly defeated. Lin Mu stroked his chin, astonished that the opponent possessed laser weaponry. What race was that? Merely ordinary humans. However, their city housed a technological gnome race, and the laser swords were their reliance. Yet, there is no need for concern, as their numbers are quite limited. The following day, during the melee, Lin Mu faced defeat once more. He remained indifferent, as the outcome was ultimately determined by the last city standing. The losses in the initial rounds were inconsequential. On the third day, the team battle finally commenced, and this time Lin Mu personally led his team into the fray. The battlefield was set on a grassy plain, with both sides positioned 3 kilometers apart. Cavalry. Kolodo's expression changed dramatically. Infantry against cavalry was no jest. Remain calm, it is merely a fraction. But the cavalry's charge could easily disrupt our formation. Lin Mu waved dismissively. It's not a major issue. In the distance, the opposing faction gazed upon the golden armor with excitement. Their city lord had actually entered the fray. The target shifted. They aimed to slay their city lord. Victory's goddess has favored us. Should we kill him, the opposing side would be deemed immediately defeated. Lin Mu observed his overly enthusiastic adversaries, feeling rather baffled. Have they taken some stimulant? I believe it is due to your golden attire. After all, should they slay the city lord, the city would be instantly disqualified. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Why did you not inform me? We attempted to dissuade you, but you insisted on participating. A female leader caressed the collar around her neck. Fearful of further words. What if we were to be slain? Lin Mu sighed lightly. It mattered little now. Prepare the gasoline bottles. As the time arrived, the heavily armored warriors of Blue Star lined up, retrieving 1L gasoline bottles from their waists. Throw. The opposing cavalry charged forth, and the bottles shattered just ahead of them. Fire. A barrage of lasers struck the ground, and in an instant, a wall of flames erupted. The damage inflicted by the firewall on the cavalry was rather limited. However, it had a significant effect on their steeds. Hundreds of cavalrymen found half of their ranks startled, causing their formation to scatter. The others prepared to follow closely behind me. Advancing forward, the lasers forged a path, and the crowd maintained their pace. Arrows flying from a distance were effectively intercepted by Lin Mu and his companions. The arrows that fell from the sky were shielded by those at the rear. It could be said that without their formidable weaponry, the opponents stood no chance against Lin Mu. How utterly tedious. Kuroto's lips twitched. There was no semblance of skill involved. Ultimately, Lin Mu achieved victory with a flawless record of 0 casualties. In the second round, the opponents were replaced, and this time the setting was a forest map. The trees were indeed densely packed. In such an environment, the cavalry was practically a target. This map tested both sides' reconnaissance abilities. Whoever located the other first would secure victory. After all, the likelihood of failure for the ambush party reached an alarming 80. It shouldn't be overly complicated. Lin Mu scanned the surroundings, realizing that the forest stretched endlessly, making it quite challenging to find the enemy. Your weapons are the latest models, powerful enough to fell these towering trees. Your first task is to clear a safe zone 20 meters from our team by cutting down trees. This map is perfectly suited for you. Consider initiating a fire attack. Finding the enemy is impossible. A great blaze will suffice. Chapter 150. How did a time mission arise? Equipped with their new weapons, the group swiftly cleared an area. Kuroto observed his weapon and felt that their defeat was entirely justified. It was exceedingly sharp. Yet, one thing perplexed him. How these weapons had come to be. He had not seen any blacksmiths among them. Was the technology of the current races truly that advanced? Whether or not it was truly advanced remained uncertain. But the subsequent actions provided him with a lesson. Once a ring of trees was set ablaze, the flames began to spread outward. As for their location, devoid of trees, the fire could not reach them. It was somewhat warm, but tolerable. The flames did not spread rapidly, for the wood was somewhat damp. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As long as there was fire, it would inevitably reach its destination. Listen carefully. Once you locate the enemy, do not engage, encircle them, and take down any that attempt to escape. Kuroto gasped. This was excessively ruthless. Regardless of the terrain, these individuals had nowhere to evade, ultimately being ensnared by the raging inferno. Charge with me. However, upon breaking through, they were met with Lin Mu's formidable army. Each that emerged met their demise. Those trapped within had no choice but to flee due to the fire. Kuroto and his allies mechanically sought out and attacked, and thus the battle was resolved with astonishing simplicity. Their 5,000 soldiers emerged from 2 encounters without a single casualty. The last group of defenders, witnessing this, felt utterly helpless. How could they possibly contend against such overwhelming odds? In today's contest, the initial group has not been entirely wiped out, preventing any reinforcements. They now number only 800, a rather insignificant figure. The match commenced with a reckless assault, resulting in their complete annihilation. Consequently, among the 4 colossal cities, only Lin Mu and his companions retain a force of 10,000, while the others are left with merely 5,000. Tomorrow marks the challenge of the major cities. However, it is customary for the opponents to select the easiest target. From their perspective, having suffered no casualties, they regard themselves as invincible. Rational individuals would never opt for them. As anticipated, the 3 major cities each designated a target. The last city, with no alternatives left, reluctantly chose Lin Mu. This unfortunate city has truly drawn the short straw by being compelled to select us. Captain, I sense that they are not merely compelled, but rather, this is premeditated, remarked a team member, observing their weaponry. Each individual wielded a firearm akin to those in the possession of Blue Star, though it remained uncertain whether these were laser weapons. Not a significant concern, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. He had foreseen this development. With a resolute motion, he summoned a protective shield. Have you installed the defensive array on yourself? Kuroto gazed at Lin Mu in astonishment, questioning whether such a mechanism was not meant to be positioned at the city center. Indeed, is there a problem with that? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had initially shared this belief until he had 001 conduct an analysis. He soon realized that the array could be activated as long as the array patterns were present. Thus, he entrusted this task to 001. If anyone could flawlessly replicate the array patterns, it would undoubtedly be 001, the intelligent robot. The result was a mobile version of the defensive array, albeit with the sole drawback of limited defense, capable of withstanding merely 10,000 units of energy. However, this would suffice against 5,000 adversaries. It is worth noting that their armor was crafted from mithril, boasting exceptional durability. Testing revealed that it would take at least 20 laser shots to penetrate, provided they struck the same spot. Without these defensive measures, Lin Mu would never have dared to take such risks. Prepare to attack, advance at full speed. What does a force of 10,000 matter? What are their firearms? Since they have arrived, they shall not retreat. Faced with Lin Mu, who feared neither laser weaponry nor possessed such armaments himself, the forces of the major city faced utter defeat. In close-quarters combat, it was the moment for these races to truly showcase their prowess. These individuals had never experienced such an effortless battle in the colossal city, hardly exerting themselves at all. In the void, 2 figures stood in contemplative silence. The map has been provided, has it not? It has indeed been given. They should be departing shortly. He had not anticipated such audacity, contemplating the placement of the protective array upon oneself. A normal individual would likely never conceive of such a notion. Let him leave swiftly. This area has become a toxic haze because of you. What does that have to do with me? I am merely fulfilling my mission. Besides, look at the other inhabitants of this planet. They are quite normal. The only abnormal one here is him. I shall not bear this blame. What is he still lacking? Hurry and provide it to him, allowing him to depart. He already possesses weapons and troops. I cannot think of what else is missing. Everything that could be given has been provided. Never mind. Let us grant him a countdown, compelling him to reach the mysterious city within a year. Is this feasible? Are we not prohibited from intervening in operations? At this moment, Lin Mu remains unaware that he has become a super bug within this game, and the administrators are eager for him to return to Blue Star to cease causing them trouble. Half an hour later. Congratulations on your victory. You have received 50 resources from each major city, along with 1 million in basic resources and 50 resources from large cities. What constitutes a bounty? This is indeed a bounty. Is this all there is? Is the city battle merely about resources? Several clan leaders nod in agreement. Indeed, it is solely about resources. What else could there be? The crowd appears puzzled. In their eyes, these are already the finest rewards available. Lin Mu smacks his lips. Having expected to acquire an SSS-grade blueprint, only to be met with mere resources, how dull. At that moment, a message pops up on his watch. Time-limited mission. Please reach the mysterious city within 1 year and seize the position of City Lord. Failure will result in the forfeiture of all resources and blueprints. What the? He had not anticipated leaving so soon. After all, he had just become city lord and had only recently triumphed in the city battle. Is it not a bit excessive to demand his departure now? Surely he should be allowed to serve as lord for at least a decade. Lin Mu feels exasperated. However, why has this task appeared? Was there not a lack of missions previously? After receiving the resources, everyone is transported back into the giant city. Lin Mu promptly opens the interface. Dear interface, after all these years without a mission, why has one suddenly emerged? It is simply because your power has grown excessively formidable. The earthly world is no longer suitable for you. Your battlefield shall be the celestial realm. Please persevere, and you shall soon return home. For reasons unknown. He senses urgency in this statement. Chapter 151. What if he decides to stay? Seated in the conference room, Lin Mu holds a silver orb in his hand. Storage gem, infinite space, 2384451, accompanied by a countdown. This implies that in 10 days, this storage gem will vanish. Alas, why must you be so miserly? This item could have served as a prize. Upon seeing the phrase infinite space, Lin Mu initially felt elated. With this, could he not acquire even more resources? Such a convenience it would provide. He has constructed no fewer than 1,000 storage boxes. It cannot be said that resources are wasted. Rather, it is merely troublesome. One must retrieve them layer by layer. What a shame. Lin Mu raises his gaze to address the individuals below. In 6 months, I shall embark for the mysterious city, so everyone should prepare diligently. Although we do not know what awaits us there, I anticipate we shall encounter formidable adversaries. In his view, as the sole city in this world, it must be exceedingly challenging to conquer. He anticipated spending half a year to occupy that place. Failure was not an option for him, for the consequence would mean losing all his resources. The leader of the catfolk tribe wore a conflicted expression. Is it possible for us not to accompany you? That is the fabled city of mystery. And the dangers it harbors are exceedingly perilous. Although it had been a long time since they last heard news from that location, the threats remained well known to them. No, you must join me. To consider leaving is out of the question. Otherwise, what purpose would these callers serve? The city lord responded. The city of mystery is indeed fraught with danger. Legends tell of an immensely powerful race of cyclopes, half of whom were said to have been slain, with the remainder vanishing without a trace. The elder spoke with concern etched across his face. They had lived in this world for many years and had become accustomed to their current existence. At least now, they were free from the worry of danger. But venturing into the city of mystery would place them beyond their control. Your lives will undoubtedly be safeguarded. Rest assured of that, Lin Mu replied, valuing his life greatly. He intended to transform the war machine into the most formidable fortress. With these materials, he would once again enhance the war machine. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, and Lin Mu was preparing for departure. All vehicles were summoned, ready to set forth. Check your supplies. If anything is lacking, speak up promptly. Report. All supplies are prepared, came the response, and Lin Mu nodded. The sound of armor clanking echoed behind him as a squad clad in full armor and wielding long spears emerged. City Lord, we are also ready. Then let us depart. Lin Mu commanded, transforming the vehicles into a war machine. All vehicles were seamlessly combined, revealing a warship nearly 1,000 meters long, shimmering with a lustrous black metallic sheen. Though they had witnessed it countless times before, they were still profoundly awed. The sight of this warship made the leaders of the giant city race swallow hard. It was this very creation that had once defeated them, and now it was even more formidable. As the warship appeared, personnel began to disembark. The next step was the dismantling of the city. In the astonished gaze of the giant city race, buildings crumbled and vanished in a thunderous chorus. No wonder they were not allowed to remain behind. Even if they did, it would be futile, as everything was being torn down. They had become quite adept at the demolition process. Even a city as grand as the giant city was completely disassembled within an hour. Were it not for the difficulty of the ground, they might have even removed the earth beneath it. Once everything was completed, the personnel of Blue Star boarded the warship, retreating to their quarters. What are you all pondering? Hurry up, we are departing. It was only then that everyone snapped back to reality. Had an entire city just vanished? Gazing at the distant warship, they could hardly fathom the audacity of that man. They lined up and entered through the grand gates. For those of them who belonged to non-technological races, the enchanting space within was an overwhelming spectacle. Boom! The spacecraft emitted flames from beneath, propelling the entire warship into the sky. After ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters, it set forth towards the horizon. Lin Mu sat at the helm, scrutinizing the map. The distance was precisely calculated, a mere 7,000 kilometers, estimated to take 5 or 6 hours to reach. During this period, Lin Mu had been intermittently fabricating reactors, resulting in an abundance of energy for the warship. With full firepower unleashed, it could sustain his consumption for an entire week. However, such intensity was rarely required. At least, the foes encountered thus far did not necessitate it. 2 figures, one dark and one light, appeared amidst the ruins of the great city, gazing skyward at the distant warship. The person you were responsible for has finally departed, the white figure exhaled. The black figure's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean by responsible? He belongs to this planet. I merely facilitated his arrival. Then you might as well admit it was you who brought him here. The black figure had no retort, turning to survey the great city. What shall we do about this city? Let it be. We can simply find another large city for him to ascend. As for this place, let it revert to a small town. Both were elated by Lin Mu's departure. Ever since his arrival, no city in the region had remained intact. Now at last, the calamity had taken its leave. Wait, the white figure suddenly called out to the black figure. What now? He has already left. He will soon be heading to the mysterious city. If memory serves, one must remain in the mysterious city for 10 years to leave this planet, right? Indeed. But if I recall correctly, the lord of the mysterious city can also choose to stay in this world. Surely they wouldn't remain here. After all, each of them longs to return home. The black figure replied uncertainly. The white figure's lips twitched again. If it were anyone else, he would not be concerned about this issue. However, with Lin Mu, it was indeed plausible that he might choose to linger here. What if he does stay? Then we shall assign him another task? What else can we do? I have no idea. The only hope was that he would ultimately decide to leave. Their influence here was limited. If they intervened too much, they would face repercussions from above. The black figure wore a look of discontent, despite being a renowned deity. He found himself outmaneuvered by a mere human. Let us conclude matters here. I intend to take a leave of absence for 100 years. You are merely evading. Chapter 152. Aerial Islands. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Mu gazed at the marked location of the mysterious city on the map, taking in his surroundings. It appeared to be situated even higher in the sky. The thrusters continued to expel flames downward. At 1,500 meters, then 2,000 meters, and upon reaching 4,000 meters, a floating island materialized on Lin Mu's screen. He had anticipated that this place would be so elevated. At this altitude, the island appeared smaller than a ping-pong ball, a testament to its height. Only when they ascended beyond 4,800 meters did the warship align with the island. The members of his team also beheld this remarkable sight. They had not anticipated that the so-called mysterious city would be suspended in the skies. The inhabitants of the great city stood in stunned silence at this sight. No wonder no one could locate it. How could it possibly be found in the heavens? How did the Cyclops manage to discover it? Thus, it was often said to be merely a legend. Or perhaps the enigmatic city descended to the earth at intervals. Who could truly know? For now, they were simply aware that they had arrived, and that sufficed. The warships ascended to the platform, transforming into vehicles. Everyone embarked on their exploration. 10 vehicles formed a squad, and upon encountering any foes, they would swiftly annihilate them. Disembarking was out of the question. It would be prudent to wait until the area was deemed safe. The land surrounding the islands was vast, and the city even more so. Entering through the grand gates, they found a road wide enough for 8 vehicles to travel side by side, which was nothing short of outrageous. It was noteworthy that the great city only accommodated 2 vehicles side by side. Here, 8 could traverse simultaneously. In comparison, the great city appeared as little more than a town. Lin Mu arrived at the heart of the city, halting his vehicle, and released a drone to begin surveying the area. After 10 minutes, he ascertained the city's dimensions, a length and width of 50 kilometers, translating to an urban area of 500 square kilometers. The surrounding land was even more extensive than the city itself. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering if this would soon belong to him. 3 hours later, as twilight descended, he received a report. Captain, we have not encountered a single soul in the city. Lin Mu grasped the walkie-talkie. Jiang Han, what did you say? Not a single person? That cannot be right. Was it not said that one could leave after serving as city lord for 10 years? Have they departed? What of the others? Have they also left? Lin Mu stroked his chin, deep in thought. What about the rest of you? Have you spotted anyone else? No. The entire city is deserted. As the reports multiplied, Lin Mu became increasingly convinced that they were alone. He opened the car door and stepped out, surveying the nearby structures. The pristine buildings appeared far too well maintained for a place that had been uninhabited for years. Could there be some magical array that cleansed the place automatically? Jiang Han, Zhao Jin, you team leaders return at once, and Kuroda here, you too. The rest of you continue your exploration. I want every corner of this city thoroughly investigated. Check each building for hidden passages. Leave no stone unturned. Inside a grand conference room, which surpassed even that of the great city in size, the decor leaned towards a medieval style. However, this did not hinder Lin Mu from convening the meeting. Given the current circumstances, with not a soul in sight, 2 possibilities emerged. The first was that all the inhabitants of the city had returned to their respective planets. This implied that it was not just the city lord who could depart. Previously, he had believed only the city lord could leave, but it now seemed that the entire city could vanish. Though this notion appeared somewhat implausible, the evidence was before him, and disbelief could not alter the reality. The second possibility was that the city's inhabitants had either left or perished. I am more inclined to believe they have all succumbed, for departing would serve no purpose. As the crowd contemplated Lin Mu's words, they found a semblance of reason in them. The only point of confusion was how they, not being from the same planet, could leave together. City Lord, what must we do to depart? If leaving were indeed possible, the other races would not hesitate to assist Lin Mu. Of course, assistance was not optional, for the constraints were firmly in place. How would I know? I am not the City Lord yet. Based on the circumstances surrounding the great city, it appeared that a statue would emerge upon one's ascension to the title, yet no statue had appeared within the city. Nor had he received any information regarding the City Lord. Who knows what to do next? This was the first visit for everyone to the mysterious city, and their understanding of it was scant. Shu-yi pondered. Is there something here that needs to be occupied? Perhaps an office in the city below? Lin Mu stroked his chin, finding this notion plausible. Typically, offices are located in the tallest structures. His gaze shifted to the 4-story building across the way. Aside from the clock tower, this was indeed the highest edifice. The clock tower was certainly not the answer. The group moved to the opposite building, where each door bore the name of a room. It appeared they had found their destination. On the 4th floor, there were 3 offices. 2 belonged to the deputy city lords, while the innermost was designated as the city lord's office. Lin Mu boldly pushed open the door to the city lord's office, revealing a stone pillar of considerable height standing prominently in the center. Atop the pillar rested a transparent crystal sphere. Could it be that merely placing a hand upon it suffices? He thought to himself. With a cautious hand, Lin Mu reached out, bracing himself to make a quick escape if necessary. As soon as his hand made contact, a blinding white light erupted, and a voice resonated through the heavens. Congratulations, Lin Mu, on becoming the city lord of the mysterious city. You may choose whether to return in 10 years. As the brilliance subsided, the previously dim crystal sphere now floated, emanating a soft glow. We pay our respects to the city lord. Over 20 individuals simultaneously knelt, bowing their heads. Lin Mu, bewildered, observed them. What are you doing? We did not wish to, city lord. It seems we were compelled to kneel. Shu Xin was on the verge of tears, lamenting the forced nature of it all. Please, rise, Lin Mu instructed. As they stood, control over their bodies returned. It appears that upon the emergence of your crown, you looked upon us, and we were compelled to kneel. Lin Mu reached up and indeed felt a crown atop his head. Upon removing it, he discovered it to be golden. His lips twitched in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. He replaced the crown, prompting the crowd to kneel once more. What is this, a reset function? He mused. He removed the crown again, and the individuals regained their posture. Curiously, he donned it once more, and they knelt yet again. Chapter 153. With this, 20 years posed no problem. Lin Mu sat in the chair, toying with the crown in his hands. This object can undoubtedly be employed as a conceptual weapon, a skill that guarantees submission. Seizing the moment of kneeling, one can execute a complete annihilation. The effectiveness is undeniable. It is no wonder that it has been said to take 10 years. He had pondered how others managed to endure for a decade, only to realize the existence of such an item. Yet, he was uncertain whether this artifact would be beneficial to outsiders. With this thought, he prepared to don the crown. Wait. Shi urgently intervened. Brother Mu, perhaps we should refrain from wearing it for now. As soon as you do, we shall be compelled to kneel again. Lin Mu considered this and agreed, casually stowing the crown in his backpack. Next, Lin Mu scratched his head, seemingly at a loss for further arrangements. Do any of you have ideas? Up here in the sky, it appears we have no enemies, right? Below, there are still some hostile individuals, such as those in the nearby cities. But up here, there are no foes whatsoever. The reason the mysterious city is deemed so is precisely because no one can locate it. If others cannot find it, then what adversaries remain? The elderly man contemplated before speaking. There is a vast expanse of land outside the city. We could cultivate it to achieve self-sufficiency. Additionally, we should explore the city to ascertain whether there are any passages to the outside world, most likely spatial conduits. Lin Mu nodded, acknowledging that this indeed needed to be addressed. However, is the temperature sufficient at such a high altitude? We are at an elevation of 5,000 meters. The temperature must be significantly lower than below. If the crops fail to thrive, it would be a waste. This was indeed a concern. We can set that aside for now, but we must search for the passage. If none exists, that would be ideal. If there is one, it must be guarded. Shi stated. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You all can decide on that. As for supplies, we have just acquired a substantial stock, which should suffice for 7 or 8 years. A day later, Lin Mu was not in his vehicle, but before the crystal orb in his office, gazing at it with a look of confusion. If his perception was not mistaken, he had just discovered that by placing his hand upon it, he could control the movement of the city. Indeed, he could direct the city wherever he wished, and its speed surpassed that of his warships. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. It was Shui. Have you found the passage? Shui shook her head. They are still searching for the passage. The city is simply too vast to locate it in a day or two, and it is possible that none exists at all. Typically, The passages in previous cities have been near the city square, but we have thoroughly searched this square and found nothing. However, considering the uniqueness of the mysterious city, it is prudent to investigate thoroughly. I came to inform you that ever since your statue emerged, the formations here have automatically activated, and a magical array has appeared at the center of the city, adorned with 36 mysterious elements. While this is not of paramount importance, what is significant is that the temperature remains remarkably stable. Last night, I observed the temperature at 16 degrees, and today during the day, it has risen to 24 degrees. According to this, the maximum temperature today should not exceed 30 degrees. Lin Mu immediately understood the implication of her arrival. Having never seen a pig run, one cannot truly grasp the essence of the situation. This temperature is indeed perfect for cultivation. In light of this, I will store the seeds in the vehicle warehouse, and you shall lead them in the planting efforts. Very well. Please remember not to overlook the planting space within the vehicle, as those seeds need to be stored separately. From previous comparisons, the yield and flavor of the food cultivated in the vehicle space far surpass that of the external land. Since utilizing the planting space, Lin Mu's team has essentially achieved self-sufficiency in food, and the taste has significantly improved. It can be said that with this new batch of provisions, their meals have ascended several tiers in quality. Rest assured, those have long been stored separately. In the following week, everyone transformed into farmers, commencing the arduous task of clearing and planting, with the exception of Lin Mu. As for the matter regarding the passageways, they provided results just 3 days prior, indicating that no passageways had been discovered within the city. This implies that this mysterious city is the safest haven in the world. The fact that others cannot locate this enigmatic city means there will be no external threats. The absence of passageways also signifies that there will be no direct assaults from within. Leaning back in his office chair, Lin Mu appeared utterly bored. Is this it? It would be simple even after 20 years, let alone 10. He found it perplexing that this seemed relatively uncomplicated. With this, he could easily escape. If there were to be a more challenging endeavor, it would likely be finding this mysterious city. As for how to leave this place, he glanced at the information on the panel. Once you have served as the city lord for 10 years, all individuals related to you may return to their respective planets. Indeed, it is that straightforward, merely serving as the city lord for 10 years. Life is as lonely as snow. After a decade, return is within reach. With time to spare, he opened the map. Although the mysterious city can be controlled, he had grown somewhat lethargic and allowed it to act autonomously. On the route of this journey, a colossal city appeared on the map, a mere 1,000 kilometers away. Lin Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. While cultivating can enhance food resources, other resources are in a state of consumption. Though the depletion is minimal, it nonetheless exists. Why not deploy 2,000 vehicles and have Kuroto assemble another 2,000 ethnic warriors to prepare for resource collection? Since idleness is afoot, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity for gain. Half an hour later, a small warship descended from the sky, heading towards the target. The pilot of the spacecraft was not Lin Mu, but Shu Exine, to whom he had granted this authority. Meanwhile, he remained in his office, observing the screen before him and conducting remote command. In truth, there was little to command. It was a one-sided domination. When confronting the colossal city, the current number of personnel seems slightly insufficient. Next time, they should assemble a warship with 4,000 vehicles. Colossal city species, thank you. In the span of a single day, an immense city vanished without a trace, and Lin Mu chose not to concern himself with the fates of its inhabitants. Those who attempted to flee were slain, while those who escaped were disregarded. Their aim was to procure resources, not to take lives. Naturally, the deceased were not wasted. Lin Mu enlisted the aid of the uniquely gifted Lucia to transform them into undead minions. Alongside the previously amassed undead, the land now teemed with their presence. Should this trend continue, it was likely that the undead would soon proliferate uncontrollably. As Lin Mu had anticipated, a year later, the undead had nearly dominated the region, rendering survival in the cities increasingly arduous. Venturing out in search of supplies meant perpetually strategizing against these relentless foes. Fortunately, most of the undead were rather feeble. As long as one possessed a modicum of strength, they posed little threat, merely serving as a nuisance. Over the course of the year, he had obliterated 2 colossal cities, 12 large cities, and over 40 medium-sized towns, amassing an overwhelming bounty of resources. However, he now intended to take a year's respite, opting not to press on. This was not a matter of newfound conscience, but rather a strategic decision to mark certain cities for a comprehensive sweep. Above in the void, a shadow twitched at the corners of its mouth. Having amassed such an abundance of resources, why did he still descend? The situation was dire. If this continued, the inhabitants would likely starve. The death toll among those in the territories he had seized had already reached 80,000, not accounting for the casualties inflicted by his undead. The shadow grimaced. Could this be blamed on me? I have already transported him to the mysterious city. What more do you desire? Very well. Let us proceed with the other's deployment to different planets. The process should be expedited. Let them endure 2 calamities to gain entry. Any reinforcement is better than a continual decline in numbers. But would that not render them weak? Weak? How long have they endured compared to those who have been around longer? What was the ultimate outcome? Were they not all ensnared? The shadow found itself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let us adjust the plan to 2 calamities, replenishing a batch each month. That should suffice. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, his actions had precipitated the premature entry of numerous planets into the game. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He was already present, and it would be unwise for others to miss out. If possible, he hoped for an increasing influx of newcomers, as this would inevitably lead to a greater supply of resources. One must concede, his reasoning was sound. Due to his influence, all subsequent participants in the game garnered resources at 4 times the amount he had initially secured, and the acquisition of weaponry had become significantly easier. The shadow, observing this turn of events, scratched its head, realizing the complexity of the situation had escalated. A month later, the first batch of individuals arrived on the planet. From this moment onward, the trajectory of the entire planet veered into unpredictable realms. Brother Mu, you must see the surveillance feed below. The voice of Shu Yi echoed from the watch. Surveillance? Lin Mu activated the screen, directing the camera to capture the scene below. Though the distance was considerable and the camera's view was obscured, the throngs of people were distinctly visible. How had these individuals transformed so significantly? Perhaps they were newcomers. We had encountered similar faces before, albeit in far fewer numbers. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the weapons wielded by these individuals, laser weapons. Indeed, they possessed not only laser armaments, but also war machines. While they may not rival his current capabilities, in this world, they represented formidable strength. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering whether this group was equipped with advanced technological weaponry. However, such prowess seemed incongruent with their classification. Chaos reigned below. In stark contrast to the days spent evading capture upon their arrival from Blue Star, these newcomers were veritable war enthusiasts. Although casualties remained prevalent, their situation was markedly improved compared to their initial experiences. A month later, another wave of individuals descended. Throughout this month, Lin Mu had devoted his time to observing these newcomers, even enhancing the surveillance cameras for a clearer view of the unfolding events below. Resources, an abundance of resources. The newcomers possessed far more than they had ever amassed. It is worth noting that while they had resource detectors, their gathering efforts were manual. In contrast, these newcomers operated with automation. Simply placing the equipment on the ground transformed resources into discrete crates. Lin Mu, uncertain of the contents within those crates, was confident that their quantity would be substantial. Rubbing his hands together, he thought it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Just as he was preparing to dispatch individuals to the surface, Kuroto approached him, exclaiming, "My lord, the city is descending." Lin Mu hurriedly glanced at the screen, and indeed, it had increased in size significantly. What was happening? It was unclear. A month prior, there had been a subtle downward trend, but today it was alarmingly pronounced. At this rate, the city would touch the ground by nightfall, Kuroto explained rapidly. Lin Mu, bewildered, recalled that when they had acquired the map, the city had consistently hovered in the sky. Did its descent indicate the emergence of a master? Yet, that contradicted previous claims that the mysterious city had never been located. Summon all the chieftains of the Cyclops race. I wish to inquire about their knowledge concerning the Cyclops and this enigmatic city. 5 minutes later, a multitude gathered in the office. Regarding the mysterious city, all spoke of its elusiveness, yet they shared various legends about it. Some even claimed to have originated from the mysterious city, suggesting its historical presence below. Surprisingly, the Cyclops possessed no advanced technology. Yet they spoke of having visited the mysterious city. Indeed, if that were the case, the descent of the mysterious city might indeed be governed by its own rules. As the discussions continued, Lin Mu activated the interface. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a message popped up on the screen. Countdown to the arrival of the mysterious city, 6 hours. It appears that this city does not always dwell in the heavens. He gazed into the crystal orb, pondering that perhaps it held some revelations. Approaching the orb, he placed his hand upon it, and a luminous screen emerged. Upon the arrival of the mysterious city, coordinates will be transmitted to cities within a 2,000-kilometer radius. Please prepare your defenses. Lin Mu finally comprehended why tales of the mysterious city were abundant, yet few were truly aware of its existence. It was likely that the majority perished in such places, and those who survived ultimately became legends due to their inability to locate the mysterious city. The gathered crowd beheld the text above, and the chieftains were struck with understanding. 2,000 kilometers constituted merely a fraction of this realm. It was probable that the group of Cyclopes had discovered the mysterious city in this manner, inadvertently gaining entry. Since everyone had witnessed the revelation, preparations commenced. Your role is not to engage in frontal combat, but rather to execute ambushes and cleanse the battlefield. I shall provide you with communication devices. At the moment the colossal city descends, You shall exit the city and conceal yourselves. Chapter 155. The grand conclusion that night. The mysterious city descended to the earth. An invisible wave swept across a 2,000-kilometer expanse. Every human inhabiting this region received news of the mysterious city. The legends were true. It is the mysterious city. We can return. For the indigenous people, a race that had endured for 50 years, the emotions stirred by this news were exhilarating. Conversely, the newly arrived races did not grasp the significance of the mysterious city. Yet, through the written expressions, they understood that this enigmatic city represented their sole means of escape. Its location had been marked for them. Those with maps found it illustrated, while others retained it within their minds. These individuals surged madly toward the location of the mysterious city. Previously, within the 2,000-kilometer range, there would have been no more than 30 to 40,000 people. However, due to Lin Mu's strategic maneuvers, the number of participants surged to nearly 200,000. In the void, two figures observed the unfolding scene in silence. It seems different from our expectations. Indeed, we neglected the impending descent of the mysterious city. What now? What can be done? After all, the fatalities are not many. Merely around 200,000, the shadow remarked nonchalantly. Yet, I worry that this individual may dismantle several surrounding cities. The shadow's lips twitched. What can he do about it? The developments unfolded as they had anticipated, a one-sided massacre. Although Lin Mu commanded only a mere 30 to 40,000, they could not even make an appearance against the approaching 200,000. Those individuals were obliterated by his thousands of laser cannons. Kolodo and his companions merely engaged in post-battle cleanup, never even having the opportunity to confront their foes. Yet, they found joy in this existence. For at least they need not fear death. Everyone, prepare to dismantle all cities within a 2,000-kilometer radius and retrieve the protective formations. Do you think that death brings an end to all troubles? You have been uprooted from your very lair. The guardians remaining in the city remain oblivious to the cataclysm that has unfolded. By the time the truth dawns upon them, they shall find themselves bereft of any chance to flee. In the span of 3 days, across a radius of 2,000 kilometers, not a single city remains unscathed. Moreover, Lucia has left behind a peculiar breed of the undead. Two figures suspended in the void let out a soft sigh. We must depart. Alternatively, I could seek permission from above to dispatch this entire group. Go ahead, but I suspect they will be required to stay for a decade. Some matters may be altered, yet others are immutable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu has served as the city lord for over 9 years. During this time, the mysterious city has manifested 6 times, and on each occasion, he has returned laden with spoils. At the heart of the city stands a towering structure, 7 stories high, erected at Lin Mu's behest. Each level is filled with countless supplies, left untouched due to Lin Mu's indolence. My lord, the chaos below is rampant due to the undead. Perhaps owing to Lucia's magical affinity, among the billions of undead, several hundred exhibit abnormal traits. Their skeletal forms are resilient, their combat prowess formidable, and they possess a keen aptitude for battle. While they may not withstand a major city, many towns are no match for them. Do not concern yourself, after all. They are our people. As long as it does not hinder my resource collection, I am amenable to any arrangement. At present, Lin Mu perceives resource collection as a mere game. With less than 3 months remaining until the decade concludes, do you harbor any thoughts for the future? Seated before him are over 30 individuals, among them Shu, Yi, and Jiang Han, the earliest followers, while Kuroda was coerced into joining. The remainder consists of several powerful individuals he encountered. However, these individuals too have been fitted with collars. In truth, I believe not returning home is a viable option. Shu Xian whispered, do elaborate. Consider our arrival. We came with a staggering 60 billion people. The remaining 20 billion are either the elderly or children. Even if we return, what purpose would it serve? We would still have to worry about sustenance. Given this, why not remain? Upon hearing Shu Xian's words, the group fell into contemplation. It seemed a reasonable argument. They have become seemingly invincible. Throughout these 10 years, not a single one has perished, and no race below poses a threat to them. They exchanged glances, and it appeared feasible. Lin Mu stroked his chin, harboring similar thoughts. He has no home in Blue Star. Returning holds little significance. As for amusement, he is not particularly interested. Perhaps reigning as a local emperor here would be quite splendid. The decade has come to a close. A notification appeared before Lin Mu. Time is up. Do you wish to return? Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked no. The next inquiry will occur in 5 years. A smirk graced Lin Mu's lips. Whether 5 years or 50, I shall not return. I shall reign as a bandit emperor in this realm. Once more, the two figures in the void fell into silence. I knew it. He has become invincible here and surely has no desire to leave. The white figure exclaimed in frustration. It is because of him that this planet has descended into utter chaos. They have exerted every effort to bring in more powerful individuals, yet to no avail. Did you not report this? Why is there still no word? The shadow fell silent for a moment, then replied, perhaps the boss is asleep. You know him well. Once he sleeps, it could be for decades. In the past, he wouldn't awaken unless hundreds of years had passed. The white figure's lips twitched. What shall we do then? Let us wait a bit longer. If all else fails, we can relocate others to different planets. And he will naturally depart. The situation unfolded without any surprises. Lin Mu's fleet traversed between cities, annihilating nearly half of them each year. Once repaired, he would return to wreak havoc once more. 5 years later, that notification reappeared. Naturally, Lin Mu chose to decline again. However, this refusal seemed perpetually elusive, as if the word no was dodging him, while the alternative stood firm. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Was this compelling him to choose yes? He gathered everyone once more to inform them of the situation. No one had anticipated that this entity was still enforcing a choice. At that moment, the chubby one suddenly inquired, "What do you think would happen if we chose not to select?" The crowd fell silent. Not selecting? Could that possibly work? Lin Mu decided to give it a try, as there seemed to be no detrimental effects. A week passed, and the interface remained fixed on that option. It truly was feasible. Yet soon, it would no longer be so. "It's done," the shadow said with a beaming smile. "How did you manage that?" "With a one-day countdown, he must depart, whether he wishes to or not. Ha ha ha, we have finally sent this individual away." That night, Lin Mu, feeling idle, glanced at the panel, which displayed a 10-hour countdown that left him perplexed. What on earth was happening? Regardless of his complaints, the countdown persisted. What could he do? Was he truly about to be sent back? Sighing, Lin Mu surveyed the pile of boxes in his vehicle, each containing more boxes filled with materials. Surely, he wouldn't be able to take these along. After some contemplation, he detached the vehicle's core and affixed it to his wrist, clearing one compartment to store a box within. Hopefully, he could take it back with him. Yet, he felt this task would be somewhat challenging. Gazing at the 1 centimeter diameter glass bead, he made a bold decision. He dismantled the car's core and swallowed it whole. If this does not suffice, then there's nothing more to be done. Half an hour later, he summoned everyone once again. In 9 hours' time, we will return to our respective worlds. The crowd felt a complex mix of emotions. During their arduous survival, they had yearned to return home at every moment. Yet now, when they no longer wished to go back, it was forcing them to do so. "I express my gratitude for your contributions over these years. In 1 hour, your collars will automatically unlock, and you may all return." Lin Mu hurriedly made his way back to his vehicle. It is impossible to untie them on the spot. With the formidable strength of Kuroto and his companions, how could he dare to do so immediately? Who knows if they might retaliate against him? An hour later, the collars of the group were released, yet none of them seemed inclined to depart or to seek vengeance against Lin Mu. After all, without him, they might not have survived this long. Lin Mu turned to 001. "Can you be absorbed into the core?" "Yes." Lin Mu's eye twitched. It appeared he would have to consume another. "Shui, please bring me a core." Soon, Shui delivered a core, and the collar around her neck had long since vanished. Looking at Shui before him, Lin Mu inquired, "You don't hold a grudge against me, do you?" Shui shook her head. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how many times I would have perished." "Perished?" Lin Mu pondered, stroking his chin. If he were to die, would he traverse time and space, returning once more to this world? That would be fortuitous. As the final 10 seconds approached, Lin Mu relaxed entirely. A colossal beam of light enveloped the entire mysterious city, causing Lin Mu and everyone else to vanish, leaving behind a multitude of vehicles. 2 figures appeared, inspecting the cars. "Collect all of these and prepare to redeploy them." "Wait." The shadow stood by Lin Mu's driver's seat, sensing something amiss. "What is it?" "I can't shake the feeling that something is missing." The white figure surveyed the area. "Where's the core of this vehicle?" "He couldn't have taken it, could he?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nothing here can be removed. Even if placed in clothing, it will remain. But what if it's within the body? After all, some individuals had their bodies modified with materials from this place. So those items would not be collected. It's a benefit for them. Thus, if the vehicle's core were consumed, it would be inconsequential. Yet, no one had ever done so before. They had not anticipated this. The white figure's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Does that mean he has taken the ability with him? In a rented room on Blue Star, Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes. "I have returned." He raised his hand, and the watch vanished from sight. Indeed, it cannot be. Panel. A transparent light screen appeared before him. Lin Mu's eyes widened. The core was truly present. "Please select a vehicle for binding." He abruptly stood up, astonished that it was indeed there, binding the vehicle. He glanced at his bicycle and quickly rose. "No, the item is within my abdomen." A day later, Lin Mu held water as he rinsed a glass sphere. "Phew, the second one has finally emerged." 001, prepare some food. "Yes, master." Lin Mu removed the glass sphere and washed it again. Although it was somewhat unpleasant, the contents remained intact. He then retrieved a substitute doll from the core and placed it on the bed. In addition, he had a resurrection card in his backpack. 001, is there anyone outside? "Yes, but very few, mostly children and the elderly." Lin Mu nodded, confirming his suspicions. Those individuals would never return. As for Jiang Han and the others, they must have returned by now. though their whereabouts remain unknown. Lin Mu took a deep breath and glanced at the time displayed on the wall. After finishing his lunch, he stowed away the 001. He picked up the handgun from the table, hoping his instincts were correct. With a resounding bang, a whirlwind of chaos enveloped him, and Lin Mu found himself in a town, with his dilapidated vehicle at his side. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to let out a triumphant roar. He opened the car door, and it was just as he had left it. He immediately hung the vehicle's core from the rearview mirror and subsequently released the 001. The resurrection card functioned just as he had anticipated. Placed outside, it enabled random teleportation. Perfectly executed. At the moment of his demise, an option had automatically appeared in his mind. The choice to use a death substitute doll, a resurrection card, or to select between Blue Star and this realm. Naturally, he opted to return, for Blue Star had lost its significance. He opened the fleet interface. Handsome Squad, 110000. First place, points, 88. 3 billion. Handsome Squad, 210000. First place, points, 88. 3 billion. Handsome Squad, 410000. First place, points, 88. 3 billion. Captain, we have arrived. This time, let us avoid the city of mysteries and refrain from venturing into large urban areas. Indeed, Brother Mu, this time we shall reside in a medium-sized town. Jiang Han, Shu Xin, Shu Yi, Jiang Ying, and Zhao Jin had all returned. Truly, a band of madmen. Very well, provide me with the coordinates. I shall seek you out immediately. Yet, an ominous feeling gripped him. Bai Ying had just dispatched a planet, and for some inexplicable reason, his heart suddenly tightened. You are overthinking it. That person has been sent away. He cast a glance at the information on Blue Star, where Lin Mu's name once again graced the top position. I am weary. Let it be annihilated.